Chapter 1. I know we are the heirs of the will of fire. I am doomed. I am doomed. I have just received news from the young students at the Ninja Academy that rascal, Hatake Kakashi, has applied for early graduation. It is crucial to note that Hatake Kakashi plays a significant role in the world of Naruto. He embodies not only the character of the silver-haired, deadpan-eyed ninja, but also serves as the master of sit-ups, a unit of chakra measurement, and various other personas. Furthermore, Kakashi is an essential tool for referencing the historical development of the Naruto world. At this juncture, his early graduation signifies that the Third Great Ninja War is on the verge of commencing. Damn it, why'd I have to traverse to this particular time? Konoha suffered tremendously during the Third Great Ninja War, with the elderly, women, and children all conscripted to the battlefield. Moreover, they faced the 4 great ninja villages, which meant a one-of-4 scenario, with the strength of a single village pitted against 4 formidable opponents. The initial chaos was manageable. Iwagakure, Sunagakure, Hiragakure, and Kumogakure each had their own conflicts, with Iwagakure even managing to kill the third Raikage of Kumogakure. During this period, Konoha could exploit the discord among the 4 great hidden villages to navigate a precarious path. However, as the war progressed, the losses for these villages mounted, and they soon circled around, eyeing Konoha as a ripe target, leading to a synchronized declaration of war against it. In the end, Konoha was nearly driven to its doorstep. Of course, if it weren't for the lackluster performance of Sunagakure, where the third Kazekage was betrayed by his own ungrateful son, the situation might have been different. With the third Kazekage no longer able to maintain order, internal strife erupted within the village. This resulted in a lack of support for the front lines, prompting Sunagakure to surrender to Konoha first. Had Sunagakure not capitulated, it remains uncertain whether Konoha could have emerged unscathed from this war. In the end, while Konoha claimed victory, it was a Pyrrhic one. At this moment, the 4 great ninja villages have already shown signs of uniting, with only a few catalysts needed. When the 4 great villages come together to assault Konoha, the front line will inevitably stretch thin. Without fresh reinforcements joining the front line, Konoha's only recourse is to send the ungraduated young ninjas from the academy into battle to bolster their ranks in an act of sheer desperation. Yet why must the ungraduated students be thrust into combat while the higher-ups like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Gadian remain holed up in the safety of Konoha? Consider this. Kakashi is barely over 6 years old, and in just a year or two, he will be expected to fight on the battlefield at the tender age of 7 or 8. Yamanaka Ino and Kakashi are of similar age. It is all but a certainty that he will be sent to war. But if Kakashi survives the battlefield, will Yamanaka Ino fare any better? He is not a key character in the narrative. He has merely traversed into a world of side characters. Perhaps the original incarnation met his demise in the Third Great Ninja War. Do I really have to experience all of this firsthand? Yamanaka Ino pondered. At this moment, he realized that the will of fire is nothing but a farcical notion. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow the new leaves to sprout. Wasn't the intention of the first Hokage in establishing the village to prevent the younger generation from being thrust into battle? And yet, here we are. The decisions of Konoha's higher-ups are in direct contradiction to the will of the first Hokage. While they preach the will of fire to the young ones, they simultaneously send them into combat. Is this how one protects the fresh sprouts of the village? It is nothing short of a brutal destruction of sprouts. Konoha's leaders have the audacity to speak of the will of fire. I am utterly speechless. The elderly, women, and children have all been conscripted, yet none of the Konoha F4 have ventured to the front lines. The Konoha F4 remain sheltered in the rear, waving banners and rallying the younger generation to charge forth, urging them to fight and bleed on the front line. And yet, these 4 refuse to step onto the battlefield. Yamanaka Ino recalls that it was only after the Third War that the Hokage F4 firmly grasped power in Konoha. Tsunade lost 2 loved ones and developed a fear of blood, spending her days lost in gambling. Jiraiya, ever the eccentric, followed the words of the Toad Sage, wandering the world in search of his destined child. Orochimaru was forced into retreat due to the dual betrayal by Danzo and Sarutobi prior to the 4th Hokage elections. And Hatake Sakomo met a tragic end, driven to suicide by baseless rumors. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, perished during the Nine Tails incident. Those who coveted the Hokage position either fell from grace or vanished. Sarutobi Hiruzen comfortably secured the position of 3rd Hokage, while his close ally Danzo seized the shadows, expanding the routes for future ambitions. What? You say there are still competitors among the Uchiha? Hyuga, and other ninja clans? I'm afraid that after the Third War, all major clans in Konoha suffered heavy losses, particularly among the younger generations. Even the formidable Hatake Sakomo was silenced. Do you think there are any opportunities left for others? Of course, these losses do not include the families of Konoha F4. The Sarutobi, Shimura, Nara, and Yamanaka clans only grew stronger after the Third War. Why did Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, Asuma, not participate in the Third War while other clan children from the same village were sent to fight? He had a fortunate father. Sarutobi had arranged a safe path for his son, appointing him among the 12 guardians of the Fire Nation. This was a masterstroke evading the war while accumulating political capital, showcasing his son before the feudal lord, and paving the way for Asuma's future as Hokage. It was akin to Qin Shi Huang winning by eating spicy peppers. Though Asuma later garnered accolades, he still has his grandson, Konohamaru, who, according to historical developments, will become the 8th Hokage of Konoha. The Hokage position has been passed down through the direct lineage of the 3rd Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen truly lives up to his title as a cunning strategist. In any case, after the Third War, Konoha's power structure underwent a complete transformation. The Sarutobi clan took control of the Umbu, the Shimura clan governed the roots, the Nara clan managed the medical department, and the Yamanaka clan supervised the civilian ninjas. Interestingly, Minato Namikaze is actually a distant relative of Mito Gaiden, arising from commoner origins. Did you think Minato Namikaze ascended to the 4th Hokage without connections? No, he earned his position through the support of Mito Gaiden and the civilian ninjas. These 4-1 Hokage and 3 advisors were both comrades and classmates, engaging in numerous clandestine maneuvers during the Third War. They collectively wielded the highest authority over Konoha, while simultaneously controlling the village's finances, ensuring that even the Uchiha, who managed Konoha's police force, remained under their thumb. TSK, this is the reality of the Third Great Ninja War. It has revealed to Yamanaka Ino the true nature of Konoha's higher-ups. Look at the sacrifices made children and the new generation while the old foxes remain untouched. Doesn't this speak volumes? As the saying goes, when the front lines are strained, the rear must be resourceful, and one must seize opportunities where they arise. Yamanaka Ino, lost in thought, sat through class with a heavy heart, contemplating his bleak future, unable to suppress a sigh. As an orphan, both of his parents were ordinary ninjas from the Yamanaka clan, their fates unknown, leaving him alone to rely on the charity of others, living off the scraps of the ninja clans. It would not be accurate to say he was left to fend for himself. Rather, he was merely surviving in a half-alive state. Having only traversed this world a few years ago, must he now pay the price in the Third War? As an orphan, he would surely be among the first sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Fleeing from Konoha? As a mere child, with no strength, where could he escape to? Above all, Ino was unwilling to become a pawn of Konoha's higher-ups and be sacrificed. Those old foxes were too treacherous. Just then, a crisp electronic synthetic voice echoed in his ears. Beep. Database update complete. The GU Master Career Achievement System is at your service. Beep. Would you like to claim your starter gift package? Claim. Of course I will claim it. Ino hastily clicked yes. He recognized this system. It was from a cultivation game he played in his previous life, featuring a career achievement system that aided players in honing a profession. Among them was a career template for a GU Master, which he had chosen in his past life. Unexpectedly, just as he set up his newly created account, an incident occurred. That fateful connection led to his crossing over into the world of Naruto, becoming the current Yamanaka Ino. Fortunately, he was not alone now. The GU Master system had accompanied him into the Naruto world. As he chose to open the starter gift package, a massive gift box appeared on the system panel, which then burst open with a bang. It was a dazzling spectacle, a sight to behold, a true flourish of grandeur. Ino widened his eyes, intently examining his system panel, eager to discover what treasures his starter gift package would bestow upon him. Beep. The host has opened the starter gift package. Congratulations. The host has received 20 basic GU insects. Beep. The host has opened a starter gift package. Congratulations. The host has received a basic GU refining technique. Beep. The host has opened a starter gift package. Congratulations. The host has received a Wan GU ding. Beep. The host has opened the starter gift package. Congratulations. The host has received the secret recipe for refining the true dragon GU. Beep. The host has opened the starter gift package. Congratulations. The host has received several materials for GU refinement. Ding. The novice gift pack has been successfully distributed. Host, please strive diligently on the path to becoming a master of insect cultivation. May you achieve your aspirations as a master of this art swiftly. After eagerly perusing the entirety of the novice gift pack, the shadows of war that lingered in Qingye's heart have begun to dissipate. At the very least, he now possesses means for self-preservation. Let's not even mention the basic insect. This is a genuine insect, not some trivial parasitic worm of no value. Qingye recalls that basic insects hold immense potential, capable of evolving into numerous varieties of insects. By embedding a basic insect within a spirit beast, one can acquire beast-type insects. For instance, embedding a basic insect within a ferocious tiger may yield different probabilities of producing tiger-strength insects, tiger skin insects, tiger roar insects, tiger claw insects, and so forth. Alternatively, if one opts against the embedding method, nurturing the insect with rare natural treasures and utilizing varied environments will result in spirit-type insects. For example, placing the basic insect in an environment rich in fire energy may yield fire-spitting insects, fire-absorbing insects, fire-spark insects, and blazing fire insects, among others. Of course, there exist other unique cultivation methods, such as those that produce blood path insects through ritualistic sacrifices, curse insects through voodoo spells, medicinal insects cultivated from various restorative herbs, and space insects nurtured via spatial power. In essence, the basic insect can be perceived as a blank slate, allowing one to depict and mold it into the desired form. Moreover, these basic insects are capable of reproduction. Possessing 20 basic insects can significantly expedite the process of nurturing new insects. Furthermore, the parasitic worms he had been relying on can now retire. To be frank, those chakrave parasitic worms are utterly inferior. With limited potential, how could they possibly contend against anyone? As the saying goes, burning fruit. No, parasitic worms, not even a dog would bother. They may suffice for clearing minor nuisances, but cannot manage large-scale extermination. The three great sanctuaries cannot be matched, nor can the tailed beasts, bloodline limits, or legendary ocular powers. Damn it, not a single one of them can be bested. In this entire narrative, the most formidable member of the Oilwoman clan was none other than young Chigen, who stood by Danzo's side, only to meet a tragic end, being utilized as a material for the impure world reincarnation. The Oilwoman clan has lost all prestige. As the world of Naruto progresses, the Oilwoman clan has been relegated to the status of mere bystanders. However, with Qingye's arrival, this tale of legendary ocular powers, where siblings and mothers engage in love and conflict, is destined for transformation. The Legend of Insectsa, rather splendid title, indeed. If it could culminate in a grand battle between the insect clan and the extraterrestrial Ōtsutsuki, it would be even more splendid. Dingling. Class is dismissed. The teacher at the podium addressed the multitude of young students. Everyone, make sure to practice the content I taught today. I will be conducting a surprise check tomorrow. Yes, teacher. How childish, to presume that I would share their juvenile mindset. Qingye scoffed inwardly. Qingye, did you hear what the teacher said? You seem a bit distracted. Qingye stood up, revealing a broad smile as he replied. I heard you, teacher. Very well then, could you recount what I just taught? The teacher inquired with a smile. I know, we are the heirs of the will of fire. Young Qingye beamed, displaying 8 gleaming white teeth. The young ninjas. The teacher, wasn't I just discussing the proper use of shuriken? Young Qingye has met his end. After class, he was punished by the teacher to stand at the door of the classroom. Chapter 2. I believe all 3 of you are correct. Having experienced a unique after-school educational session, Qingye hurriedly gathered his belongings and made his way home. The Oilwoman clan survives through the rearing of insects, and one can only imagine how few would enjoy the company of such creatures, thus rendering the Oilwoman clan somewhat ostracized within Konoha. Consequently, the clan's settlement is situated in a rather remote area, nearly at the periphery of the village. Upon returning to the clan's territory, Qingye found a dilapidated little shed to be his home. Around him, no other houses were illuminated. The clan's territory appeared exceptionally desolate, with barely any adults in sight, only the elderly, weak, women, and children. The Oilwoman clan, not being a large ninja clan to begin with, has seen many of its able-bodied members deployed to the front lines due to the ongoing war. It is only natural that it feels quiet. Qingye sighed inwardly, pondering how many of his clansmen would return safely from the battlefield and make it back to their homeland. At this thought, his yearning for strength intensified. He desperately wished to protect his clansmen from the ravages of war. The worldview in the Naruto universe is exceedingly warped, filled with madness. Not to mention the ninjas themselves, their existence can be abruptly extinguished. Have you not seen the Uchiha clan next door? They were annihilated due to the emergence of a single madman. No, it should be said that several lunatics arose, truly a cursed clan. Upon entering his room and shutting the door, Qingye rubbed his hands together, preparing to formally claim his novice gift pack. He accessed the system panel and, upon seeing the button to claim the gift pack, clicked it without hesitation. Buzz! A bronze vessel resembling a tripod materialized in Qingye's hands. It was modest in size, only large enough for a child to embrace, yet it bore an astonishing weight. The inner surface of the bronze vessel was inscribed with ancient runes, resembling the chaotic traces of insects crawling upon the ground. The outer surface was adorned with an array of insects swarming masses that obscured the sky. Colossal insects capable of moving mountains and filling seas, and bizarre insects that roamed with an otherworldly grace. It documented a multitude of insects. Upon counting, it was impossible to ascertain the exact number of insects, truly befitting the title of the 10,000 insect cauldron. Treasure, truly a magnificent treasure, Qingye exclaimed, clutching the bronze vessel tightly, his eyes alight with joy. The character Gu originally signifies placing various insects within a vessel to engage in mutual slaughter and consumption, ultimately yielding a single victor. The insect that consumes the essence of all others and evolves is termed Gu. With this 10,000 insect cauldron, the process of concocting insects shall become significantly easier. Buzz! Then, a blue orb of light appeared in Qingye's hands, representing the foundational insect arts, which comprised 3 segments: basic insect refinement, basic insect nurturing, and basic insect control. Without hesitation, Qingye pressed the blue orb against his forehead. Suddenly, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Bang! The 10,000 insect cauldron fell to the ground as Qingye collapsed, clutching his head in agony, his expression contorted in pain. It was indeed a tremendous strain on him after all. He was still young, merely 6 or 7 years old, and to absorb such an immense legacy of memories was overwhelming. Even if his soul could withstand it, his body could not endure. After a considerable time, Qingye, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath, his complexion pale as he sat on the ground. Yet his eyes remained tightly shut, tirelessly recalling the vast knowledge that flooded his mind. The path of insects is profound and vast, he remarked, once he finally opened his eyes. After resting for a while, Qingye regained his composure and retrieved another item from the system. It was 20 white insect eggs. As soon as the eggs appeared, Qingye hurriedly cradled them in his palms, carefully placing them into the 10,000 insect cauldron. The Wan Gu Ding is a priceless treasure, possessing the remarkable ability to preserve Gu insects. Gazing upon the 20 eggs of Gu, pure and white as jade, Qingye recalled the method of refining Gu worms from the foundational Gu arts, contemplating that it might be worth a try. She extended her middle finger and bit down upon its tip. Crimson blood began to drip continuously from her fingertip into the myriad Gu cauldron, where the runes within seemed to respond to the blood, flickering with a vibrant red glow. Meanwhile, the Gu eggs emitted a faint white light, absorbing every drop of blood within the cauldron. It appeared that these larvae had been starved for an eternity, even after the blood was fully consumed. They continued to shimmer with a radiant white light, as if urging Qingye to keep offering her lifeblood. Qingye felt a twinge of regret for hastily binding himself to 20 Gu worms' eggs, pondering whether he had acted too recklessly. He was uncertain of the extent of effort required for such a commitment and whether his own resilience could withstand it. It is crucial to understand that the process of binding cannot be interrupted. A slight misstep could lead to utter failure, while a grave error might invoke a backlash from the Gu, resulting in death and obliteration. This encapsulates the inherent difficulties in the art of Gu cultivation. Fortunately, the years he had dedicated to rigorous physical training and the meticulous study of chakra extraction techniques had endowed him with exceptional control over his body, far surpassing that of his peers. Alas, his proficiency in ninjutsu remained lacking, relegating him to the lowest ranks in school. Nevertheless, blood could still be drawn if one were to exert enough pressure. Qingye clenched his fist and struck his chest, feeling a surge of pressure on his heart that instantaneously propelled a copious amount of blood through his veins. Blood splattered from his fingertips, and he pondered how much restorative medicine he would need to recuperate from such a loss. Poor kidneys, indeed. This time he truly suffered a setback and must find time to replenish himself. It seemed that the Sanjia, Zhu, Lu, and Dai were engaged in the business of medicinal herbs. So deer antlers, pig treasures, and ginseng should not be in short supply. As this thought crossed his mind, Qingye swallowed hard. The ongoing conflict had driven prices sky high in Konoha, and as an orphan, he hadn't tasted meat in ages. Indeed, the blood drawn from his own fists proved remarkably efficacious. Gradually, the larvae within the cauldron absorbed the blood and entered a silent state of incubation. With the passage of time, all 20 larvae fell into a hushed stillness. Observing this, Qingye promptly placed his middle finger in his mouth, savoring his own blood, determined not to let any go to waste. In that moment, he felt a profound connection, sensing the presence of the 20 larvae. Such is the nature of goo worms, bound by blood, offering both advantages and disadvantages. He sealed the Wan Gu Ding and tucked it beneath his bed. The ritual of blood recognition had been fulfilled, and all that remained was to nourish them with his essence daily. Calculating the time, he anticipated their hatching within a span of 10 to 15 days. Afterward, Qingye retrieved the other items from his system, a tome and a considerable collection of goo refining materials. As for the materials, even if he wished to utilize them, it was not feasible at present. However, the tome held significant value. The title, True Dragon Goo Technique, was inscribed in large ancient characters. Excellent, he thought, for he need not worry about it being inadvertently discovered, as the denizens of the Naruto world would not comprehend the script. The True Dragon Goo, as described in the Goo Master system, is an exceptionally advanced worm. The system categorizes goo worms into 5 tiers: primary, intermediate, advanced, legendary, and mythic. The True Dragon Goo belongs to the mythic tier and is regarded as one of the most superior among them. Its prowess is extraordinary, capable of summoning winds and rains, moving mountains, and filling seas. It is omnipotent. Reading the description, Qingye was captivated by the True Dragon Goo, yet its refinement was no simple task. As it pertained to the fate and aura of dragons, the destiny of humanity, he wondered if it could be forged in this ninja world. Upon perusing the True Dragon Goo technique, Qingye pondered deeply after a thorough examination. It was not impossible to cultivate in the Naruto world. This matter required careful planning. The following morning, after feeding the goo eggs with his essence once more, Qingye set off for the Ninja Academy. However, having lost a significant amount of blood that morning, his complexion appeared ashen, rendering him as fragile as if a mere gust could whisk him away. Good morning, Qingye. Are you feeling unwell? At the entrance of the residence, a child wearing sunglasses and dressed in a high-neck long robe greeted Aoba. Good morning, Jime. You don't seem to be unwell. Perhaps you just lack energy from staying up late yesterday. It's nothing serious. Aoba yawned and replied listlessly. After observing Aoba for a moment, Oil Girl Jime still felt a tinge of concern. Shouldn't you take a day off? I believe you ought to rest properly. Shaking her head, Aoba pondered for a moment and said, Never mind, I don't have time to rest. No time? How could that be? Oil Girl Jime's head was filled with questions, unable to grasp the underlying meaning of Aoba's words. However, Jime was not one to meddle in others' affairs, and the two of them proceeded together to the ninja school. Hey, Jime, Aoba, what happened? You look so pale, came the voices of the new generation from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Ino, and Nara Shikahisa. Qingye lifted her gaze towards the 3 individuals who would henceforth become the heads of the Zhu, Lu, and Dai families. It's nothing, just a lack of rest. Qingye responded promptly. Barbecue. It's evident that Qingye hasn't indulged in barbecue for quite some time, which explains her lack of vitality, Akidu Dingzhua exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he identified the cause of her malaise. All you think about is eating, Yamashita Hachichi remarked, slapping his forehead, and then scrutinizing Qingye's complexion before adding. Her eyes are bloodshot. It appears she is suffering from sleep deprivation. Fool, this is anemia. You should consume some deer antler. After school, come to my house, and I will prepare some for you, the astute Nara Shikahisa observed, swiftly recognizing that Qingye's weakness stemmed from a deficiency in iron. Although not entirely accurate, it was close enough. Qingye glanced at Nara Shikuhisa, acknowledging his impressive intellect, which was certainly not to be underestimated. However, they were all merely children, each unwilling to yield to the others, even among the Zhu, Lu, and Dai families. The 3 engaged in a spirited debate regarding Qingye's predicament. Just as their argument escalated, Qingye intervened. Ahem, I believe all 3 of you have valid points. Dingzhua, I will visit your home later. I wish to purchase some pork belly. Shikuhisa, please bring me some premium deer antler. Remember, it must be of the finest quality. Hachichi, simply procure a prescription for some sleeping pills, so I can return home and enjoy a restful slumber. The 3 exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. No objections, I presume? Then it is settled. Seizing the opportunity before they could react, Qingye decisively made her decision. After Aoba shared her solution with the 3 individuals, she turned and walked into the school. Kashimi, wearing sunglasses, shrugged her shoulders in a gesture of helplessness and followed her inside. Chapter 3. Hurry, there is no time for explanations, get in the car. Throughout the entire day, Aoba appeared listless, her demeanor reflecting a profound lack of energy. As she listened to the teacher on the podium expound on the will of fire, it felt as though a fly was incessantly buzzing in her ear. She found herself overwhelmed, unable to contend with the oppressive weight of the situation. Qingye's thirst for power grew increasingly intense. With strength, there would be no need for him to sit through these lectures. This damn pyramid scheme. I stand resolutely opposed to such a venture. Qingye pondered to herself. Ding ling ling. The class had finally come to an end. Aoyama quickly rose to his feet. Strangely enough, he felt rejuvenated the moment class ended. Aoyama-kun you. Akidu Tizu was taken aback, for Aoyama's gaze resembled that of a predator fixated on its prey, reminiscent of his expression when he beheld grilled meat. Come on, there's no time to explain. Let's hurry to your house for some meat. Aoyama exclaimed, pulling Tizu along as he dashed away. Wait, what, vehicle? Tizu could scarcely utter a word, as Aoyama continued to tug him along. Although Aoyan is but a child, he possesses the soul of an adult, endowing him with a precocious maturity. He began physical training at an early age. Thus, despite the formidable strength of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Choza is currently no match for Aoyan. The two dashed towards the clan's territory with great fervor. As Choza was pulled along by Aoyan, he found himself perplexed by Aoyan's immense strength. However, recalling Aoyan's previous mention of going to his home for meat, Choza wondered if Aoyan was also an aficionado of meat. How delightful it is to have found a companion. From now on, Aoyan shall be my closest friend. The Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans engage in the business of medicinal herbs within the village, thus possessing vast expanses of forests, lakes, and other resources. The Nara clan has its deer park, the Akimichi clan boasts the boar forest, and the Yamashiro clan cultivates medicinal fields. Consequently, their territory is situated on the outskirts of the village, not as remote as the Oilwoman clan's territory. In contrast, the Oilwoman clan lacks significant resources and can only dabble in insects, which explains their inability to grow. Indeed, Aoyan has set his sights on the Akimichi clan's boar forest. He happens to have 20 basic insect larvae, which, upon hatching, he intends to refine into more complex insects. Basic insect larvae lack combat capabilities and require further refinement. Beast-type insects are particularly advantageous. They are easy to create and the materials are readily available. By merely embedding the basic larvae within wild beasts, one can obtain unique beast-type insects. Naturally, the most suitable hosts for refining beast-type insects are summoned beasts or ninja beasts. However, since summoned beasts possess intelligence and chakra, recklessly implanting larvae may pose unknown risks. As for other ninja beasts, they are generally bound to their respective clans. The Uchiha clan has ninja cats and ninja crows, while the Maikai clan boasts a ninja turtle. The Inuzuka clan has its specially cultivated ninja dogs. The Sarutobi clan's summon monkeys are also not an option, as Aoyan wishes to avoid drawing attention from Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hyuga and Shimura clans lack exclusive ninja beasts, and the lesser clans remain uncertain. Being merely a child, Aoyan cannot access these clans with ninja beasts, making it impossible for him to procure materials. As for the three great sanctuaries, they are beyond consideration, as he lacks the qualifications. After weighing the pros and cons, Aoyan concluded that he must settle for ordinary wild beasts. Upon observation, he deemed the Akimichi clan's wild boars to be excellent candidates for his insect cultivation. Folklore suggests that when it comes to strength, the hierarchy is pigs, bears, then tigers. Wild boars possess remarkable strength and are dominant within the forest. The two paused at the Akimichi clan's territory, with Choza now drenched in sweat, primarily due to his considerable size. Choza, you ought to lose some weight. Breaking a sweat after such a short run is quite telling, Aoyan remarked casually, hands tucked into his pockets. You, what do you know? The strength of the Akimichi clan derives entirely from this layer of fat. You wouldn't understand. Akido Dingswa squinted his eyes and vociferously defended his ample physique. Indeed, the three clans of pig, deer, and butterfly each possess their unique talents. The Akido clan likely cultivates yang-type chakra, as the technique of altering one's size can only be achieved through yang-release chakra. In contrast, the Nara and Yamanaka clans practice yin-type chakra, with techniques such as shadow manipulation and mind-body switching being manifestations of yin-release chakra. I must clarify that the pork belly you desire may not necessarily be available, Akido Dingswa thought, slightly embarrassed by his realization of Aoba's fervent obsession with meat. Considering the circumstances at home, Qingye was certainly aware that battles were raging on the front lines and resources were undoubtedly prioritized for the battlefield. Rest assured, I am not purchasing fresh meat. Rather, I intend to acquire a few piglets to rear myself. After speaking in such a calm manner, Qingye took the lead towards the territory of the Akimichi clan. Oh, then I can be at ease. While there may not be adult pigs available, piglets are indeed in stock, thought Akimichi Dingzhua. The two proceeded to meet with the elders of the Akimichi clan, who had dispatched a significant number of their able-bodied youth to the front, leaving behind only the elderly, infirm, and women and children. They were there to pay their respects to the elder responsible for managing the wild boar forest, a figure aptly named Akimichi pig farming. Yes, you heard correctly. It is said that the elder overseeing the deer park for the Nara clan also possesses a rather amusing name, Nara reindeer. Meanwhile, the elder managing the medicinal fields of the Yamashiro clan is called Yamashiro grass planting. Perhaps it is a matter of transliteration, or perhaps a misunderstanding. Yet in the world of Naruto, there indeed exists a tradition inherited from certain nations, where one's profession becomes their name. Qingye explained her situation and requested to purchase a few wild boar piglets, while Qiudao Dingzhua stood by, eagerly supporting her request. Earlier on the road, the two had already conspired that once Qingye successfully raised the piglets, she would treat Dingzhua to a lavish feast featuring the delicacies of pork. All that was required was for Qiudao Dingzhua to lend his voice and support. Upon hearing of the delectable meal, Dingzhua readily agreed without a second thought. Elder, did we not have over 200 piglets born in the wild boar forest this year? Surely selling a few to Qingye would not pose any issue. Dingzhua argued fervently alongside the elder, motivated by the promise of the feast. Dingzhua, you ought to familiarize yourself with the clan's resources more thoroughly. Although we did have 200 piglets this year, the wild boar forest suffered from swine fever, resulting in a yield that is less than half of last year's output. It is simply not feasible to sell any, the elder, who was responsible for pig husbandry, stated calmly while seated on the tatami. Moreover, you are aware that the production of military rations requires a substantial amount of meat. While we might have ordinarily sold some, considering the cordial relationship between the Oil Woman clan and our Qiudao clan, this year's circumstances leave me powerless, he added. But elder, Dingzhua attempted to advocate further, his anticipation for Qingye's promised feast growing. Visions of pork meatballs, braised pork knuckles, and stewed pork with vermicelli danced in his mind. Dingzhua, as the young leader of the Qiudao clan, you must prioritize the welfare of our clan and refrain from such reckless behavior. The elder abruptly rose, chastising Dingzhua. Realizing that his stubbornness might jeopardize Qingye's hopes of acquiring the piglets, she quickly interjected. Ahem, Dingzhua, may I have a word with the elder? I assure you I will persuade him to change his mind. Very well, I shall wait for you outside, Dingzhua conceded, recognizing the determination in Qingye's gaze. In truth, he had merely been a facilitator, and the resolution depended on Qingye's ability to convince the elder. Once Dingzhua exited, the elder resumed his seat, lifting his cup of tea and addressing Qingye. You are the oil woman Qingye, correct? If you cannot provide me with a compelling reason, I will not sell you any pigs. In reality, the elder's words were merely polite. What persuasive argument could a mere child possibly present to sway him? Qingye let out a light laugh, gradually retrieving an object from within his robes and placing it upon the tatami. Hee, elder, this is my reasoning. The elder of pig farming paused, his hands halting midair as he lifted his teacup, his peripheral vision catching sight of the item before him. It was a guide on the postpartum care of sows. Akadu Dingzhao waited for a considerable time, yet the silence in the room grew concerning. After all, Qingye was still a young lad who might find himself at a disadvantage when facing adults. Moreover, Qingye was his friend. Just as he contemplated entering the room, a sudden creak resonated. The door swung open, revealing two individuals, one large and one small, emerging in high spirits. Qingye-kun, I had not anticipated that the Oil Girl clan would possess such a talented individual like you. Your words earlier have resolved many dilemmas in my professional journey, the elder of pig farming remarked, bowing deeply to Qingye. Thank you, elder. Haha, you are too kind. I merely gleaned some insights from my experience in insect farming, which hardly qualifies as profound wisdom. I look forward to exchanging ideas with you in the future, Qingye replied humbly. Indeed, the elder of pig farming, upon hearing Qingye's explanation, suddenly comprehended the remarkable connection between insect farming and pig farming. Furthermore, Qingye's demeanor, marked by humility and composure, led the elder to believe he was still merely at the novice level in the realm of pig farming. It was evident that further study was necessary, as pig farming was indeed a vast and intricate discipline. Akidu Dingzhao found himself perplexed. Just moments ago, tensions had been palpable, yet now a harmonious atmosphere prevailed. Moreover, the elder of pig farming seemed to hold Qingye in high regard. What could have transpired? He couldn't help but voice his confusion. Qingye, elder, what is this all about? Oh, Dingzhao, you must take the time to learn from classmate Qingye. Although you are the young leader of the Akidu clan, in the realm of pig farming, you still fall considerably short of Qingye-kun, the elder of pig farming stated, his expression turning serious as he addressed Akidu Dingzhao. The items bestowed by Aoba are of utmost significance. Should he master the knowledge contained within, he can confidently ensure that the output of the Akimichi clan's wild boar forest will at least double this year. Indeed, it is a minimum of double. Once his pig farming enterprise takes off, the Akimichi clan will possess greater financial resources, which in turn will grant them access to more assets, thereby enabling them to wield a more substantial voice within the village. This is particularly crucial for the three clans of pig, deer, and butterfly, especially at this juncture. Although he holds the position of elder in pig farming, he can't shake the feeling that the atmosphere within the village is somewhat peculiar. The three clans must unite more closely. Perhaps allying with the Yamanaka clan would not be out of the question. Casting a glance at Aoba, he recognized the young man's exceptional talent. While many ninjas are skilled in combat, few possess the acumen for production. With Aoba, the Yamanaka clan may indeed rise once more. It is imperative that he returns to discuss matters with the Council of Elders. Now is the time to invest, treating it as a venture. What is going on, Aoba? Akimichi Dingzhu inquired discreetly. Let us discuss it later, Aoba replied, shaking his head and keeping them in suspense. The elder of pig farming smiled silently, nodding in satisfaction. Given his good rapport with the young clan leader, it is all the more reason to invest. Chapter 4. We shall not kneel, we shall stand and earn our fortune under the guidance of Akimichi Dingzhu. Aoba successfully acquired 10 piglets. The elder of pig farming thoughtfully gifted him 100 pounds of pig feed, contained within a sealing scroll. He insisted that whenever more feed is required, Dingzhu should be contacted without hesitation, as the friendship between their clans ought to deepen, and they should engage more frequently in mutual endeavors. Throughout the journey, the elder extolled praises, even waiving the costs for the piglets and the feed. Qingye was undoubtedly aware of the profound implications behind the matter. The elder in charge of pig rearing understood just how vital the postpartum care of sows was to the Akimichi clan. One might say that the offerings he had taken were trivial compared to the benefits bestowed upon the Akimichi. The first visit proceeded with remarkable ease, prompting Qingye to hasten to the next location without delay. The Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans formed a mutual alliance, their territories naturally situated in close proximity. Having reaped rewards from the Akimichi, Qingye intended to employ a similar approach by visiting the other two clans. Anticipating future interactions with the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, Qingye sought to make a favorable impression and establish rapport with them, given their significant influence within Konohagakure. Through Nara Shikahisa's connections, Qingye swiftly met with the elder of the Nara clan and presented a tome on the postpartum care of Dus. The elder valued this greatly, offering Qingye 10 pounds of exquisite deer antler and 100 pounds of fresh deer blood in return. Upon reaching the Yamanaka clan, he established contact with Yamanaka Ōtsutsuki and presented a guide on the cultivation of medicinal herbs, receiving a substantial quantity of precious medicinal materials in exchange. Thus concluded Qingye's journey among the three clans, laden with resources that would allow him to contemplate the cultivation of his first autumnal goo worm. Meanwhile, as Qingye busied himself with preparations for nurturing his inaugural goo worm, the high-ranking officials of Konohagakure were gathered in earnest. In the Hokage office beneath the Hokage rock, the esteemed F4 of the village convened. The situation is dire, Danzo intoned, his voice somber. The four great ninja villages seem to be forming an alliance. Konoha cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative and strike against Ōwagakure and Kumogakure. His silhouette loomed ominously in the shadows, revealing only half his figure, lending him an eerie presence. Danzo, given that Ōwagakure and Kumogakure are currently engaged in battle, on what basis do you assert there is a trend towards an alliance among the four great villages? Tsunade voiced her dissent. We are already struggling against Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Our forces are stretched thin, and we cannot afford to open another front. Mito Gates Flame turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, addressing the predicament facing Konoha. Both Tsunade and Mito are correct. Our military strength is dwindling, and we cannot initiate conflict on another front. Sarutobi Hiruzen comprehended Danzo's concerns. Yet the harsh realities of their situation forbade him from making such strategic decisions. I am merely an advisor. Voicing my opinion is my prerogative. Ultimately, the decision rests with you. For you are the Hokage, Danzo scoffed, remaining shrouded in shadow. Very well. We shall maintain the current status quo and hope that Kirigakure and Sunagakure withdraw their forces soon. Tsunade, Mito, expedite the delivery of supplies to the front lines and instruct Shikumo to stabilize our lines. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the two, swiftly delineating the forthcoming operational directives. Yes, Lord Hokage. In the dim light, Xiaochun and Mito Min exchanged knowing nods, recognizing that maintaining the current state was most advantageous for Konoha. Once they departed, Danzo remained ensconced in the shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood the nature of this comrade and ally. His lingering presence signified there was something he wished to convey. Is there something else, Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked as he reignited his pipe. At that moment, Danzo stepped forth from the shadows, his voice grave as he addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi Hitaki has now become the commander on the front lines, and his reputation is steadily ascending. Whispers of his potential as the fourth Hokage are surfacing. Oh, where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire continues to burn. I am growing old. Is it not a good thing for a new Hokage to emerge? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, his tone indifferent. And what of Orochimaru? After all, he is your disciple, Danzo pondered aloud. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated for a moment before responding. Do you have a plan? After all, competition is inevitable. Indeed, regarding the selection of the fourth Hokage, he had a certain inclination towards Orochimaru. Not only was Orochimaru his pupil, but he also lacked any foundational support within the village. Conversely, as Orochimaru's mentor, Hiruzen himself constituted that foundation. Once Orochimaru ascended, he could still exert influence over various matters, ensuring the legacy of Hokage would endure. I devised a plan from the root. Should you concur, I shall execute it at the appropriate time. With that, Danzo produced a scroll and laid it upon the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the plan, his gaze narrowing involuntarily. He set down the scroll and exhaled, the smoke thickening around them. The entire Hokage office became shrouded in mist, obscuring the figures of the two men. It is widely recognized that time flows differently in the world of Hokage. Since his last visit to the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, always progress in refining the cursed insects had accelerated significantly. The reason was simple. He had acquired supplements, and the essence he provided for nurturing the cursed insects was now abundantly sufficient. Truth be told, this world of Hokage possesses remarkable elements. The medicinal herbs here possess potent properties, which explains how even rudimentary concoctions like the military provisions could yield such significant effects. Qingye speculated that this was related to the abundant natural forces of this world. However, he held a deep disdain for the military grain pills, as his mind was filled with numerous fundamental recipes for basic gu techniques, any one of which would far surpass the military grain pills. Among these recipes, the majority were specifically designed for gu insects, yet there were also formulas intended for human consumption. Qingye utilizes deer antler and deer blood as the primary ingredients, combining them with various medicinal herbs to concoct a blood-replenishing pill, aiding in the timely restoration of nourishment after blood loss. Suddenly, the 20 gu eggs within the Wangu Ding begin to crack open. An overwhelming joy wells up within Qingye, for these gu insects are intertwined with his very bloodline. How could he, the host, not feel elated witnessing these little beings entering the world? As the 20 gu eggs gradually split open, the foundational gu insects begin to devour the eggshells in concentric circles. In no time, 20 tiny, bead-like gu insects, the size of rice grains, rest in the palm of Qingye's hand. Overjoyed by the sight of these 20 foundational gu insects connected to his bloodline, Qingye silently recites a mantra. The 20 foundational gu insects seamlessly merge into the skin of his palm, and he quietly feels them flow through his bloodstream, arriving at his heart. Nourished by his vital essence, there is now no fear of these gu insects losing control and absorbing Qingye's essence, for he has gained complete mastery over them, able to command them with ease. With the successful hatching of the foundational gu insects, the next step is to refine a life-bound gu. Truth be told, before receiving the inheritance of the gu path, Qingye might have continued his cultivation using the chakra method. However, now armed with the Gu path inheritance, he must adopt an entirely different cultivation approach. Indeed, the Gu path. The cultivation method of the Gu path involves a symbiotic relationship with the Gu insects, where their fates are intertwined. One prospers, and the other thrives or suffers. The life-bound Gu, which embodies this duality, is the foundation for all cultivators of the Gu path. With the 20 foundational Gu insects at his disposal, he seeks to select a robust insect to refine his own life-bound Gu. Upon achieving this, he can embark on his journey along the Gu path. In essence, the life-bound Gu is akin to a cultivator's spiritual root, enabling the absorption of the world's spiritual energy to enhance one's self. The Gu path opens with the assertion that humanity reigns over all, and Gu embodies the essence of heaven and earth. Gu insects naturally absorb the spiritual energy from the cosmos, evolving independently. Fortuitously, the system has provided an array of materials for Gu refinement, and Qingye intends to utilize these to forge his life-bound Gu. From a collection of materials, he retrieves 2 crystals, one blood red, encasing a droplet of blood, and one purple, enveloped in a wisp of purple aura. These crystals each contain a drop of true dragon blood and a fragment of dragon fortune, essential components required to forge the true dragon Gu. Thus, Qingye resolves to refine a true dragon life-bound Gu, the most formidable method of Gu insect cultivation at his disposal. Qingye placed the blood of the true dragon and the chi of fortune, both in crystalline form, into the Wangu Ding. He consumed a healing pill, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. With his fingers united as one, he inflicted wounds upon himself, allowing the blood to flow. For half an hour, he continued this act, during which he ingested 4 additional healing pills. The entire Wangu Ding became saturated with Qingye's vital essence. The 2 crystals were also immersed within, and as the Wangu Ding commenced its operation, the crystals began to exhibit signs of melting. As Qingye opened his mouth, a small white speck emerged, revealing one of the fundamental Gu worms. The worm descended into the cauldron, becoming immersed in the sanguine liquid. Crack! The 2 crystals began to fracture. Roar! The first to split was the crimson crystal, from which a drop of true dragon blood seeped through the fissure. This single droplet of dragon blood unveiled its extraordinary essence. The sound of a dragon's roar resonated in Qingye's ears, and the overwhelming pressure of the true dragon bore down upon him. Were it not for the presence of the Wangu Ding, an invaluable treasure that sealed and suppressed this force, the entirety of Mai would have been engulfed by the might of the true dragon. Gurgle! The blood within the cauldron began to boil. The runes etched into its interior flickering incessantly, as if attempting to disperse the essence of the dragon blood. Crack! The second violet crystal shattered, releasing an air of unparalleled nobility that once again weighed heavily upon Qingye's spirit. It was a presence so exalted and dignified that it instilled within him an impulse to kneel and worship. Under this dual pressure, Qingye's complexion turned pale, yet he fought valiantly against the urge. He could not kneel. He must stand and forge his fortune. No, he must stand and refine the Gu. Gurgle! The blood within the cauldron continued to bubble, releasing crimson bubbles and rising in a haze of sanguine mist. If he could refine the true dragon blood and the aura of fortune before the blood evaporated entirely, allowing the Gu worms to absorb their essence, he would succeed. However, the revealed dragon blood and the glimmer of fortune proved exceedingly difficult to refine, suggesting that this endeavor would be arduous, likely transforming into a protracted battle. At this moment, the white Gu worm began to absorb the dissipating dragon blood and aura of fortune. Even the slightest infusion could instigate a transformation in the Gu worm's entire form. Squeak! Like a chilling wail, the white Gu worm, resembling a round jade bead, began to elongate, transforming into a serpent-like creature. The metamorphosis continued. As limbs sprouted from the elongated body, slender and almost imperceptible, observing the blood within the cauldron dwindle to less than half. Qingye hastily consumed a blood-replenishing pill while maintaining the flow of his own blood from his fingertips. The crimson dragon's blood and purple aura were incessantly refined by Qingye's essence. The form of the white Gu worm shifted unpredictably, alternating between large and small, long and short. Yet, this transformation grew increasingly distinct, progressively aligning with the true dragon form residing in Qingye's mind. The duration of this refinement remained indeterminate. Chapter 5. Human Pillar Sage Mode. While Qingye was engaged in the cultivation of the true dragon's life Gu, an extraordinary celestial phenomenon unfolded above Konoha village. The entire sky darkened, with clouds spiraling apart, resembling a colossal dragon encircling the village. Occasional flashes of lightning and thunder echoed from the heavens, accompanied by a tempestuous wind that howled like a lamenting wolf. It felt as if the very sky were about to descend upon them. Naturally, Qingye was oblivious to the happenings above Konoha, as he was preoccupied with the dragon's blood and the aura of fortune within the myriad goo cauldron. The bloodletting from his fingertips proved inadequate for the refinement of the life goo, prompting Qingye to resort to cutting his wrist, determined to prevent the process from faltering. As the bloodletting persisted, Qingye's form visibly withered at an alarming rate. 3 days and nights passed, fortunately. Qingye had previously informed Yamanaka Shitomi of his intention to venture into the mountains in search of insects. Otherwise, it would not have taken long for someone to come looking for him. In truth, Qingye was mistaken. At this very moment, even if he vanished for 3 days, no one would concern themselves with him, for Konoha was engrossed in the turmoil wrought by the sudden celestial anomaly. After 3 days and nights, Qingye appeared gaunt, with sunken eyes and prominent cheekbones. Despite the support of the blood-replenishing pill, he felt as though he were on the verge of being drained entirely. The difficulty of refining the true dragon's blood and the aura of fortune was immense, even with the assistance of the precious myriad goo cauldron. Without this artifact, it was unfathomable how much of Qingye's essence would be expended. At long last, the elixir has been successfully concocted. At this moment, Qingye takes a deep breath. Upon opening the Wangu Ding, she discovers that the blood within has evaporated, leaving only a disc-shaped dragon motif at the bottom of the cauldron. It glistens with a vivid emerald hue, resembling a jade pendant intricately carved in the likeness of a dragon. However, to call it a true dragon would be misleading, as it embodies the essence of a dragon, yet deviates from its form. The dragon's antlers are forked, reminiscent of insect appendages. Its eyes, though spirited, resemble compound eyes. Its whiskers undulate like insect antennae. Its scales shimmer with iridescence, and its fierce maw, though formidable, bears no teeth. Every aspect of this creature evokes the image of a dragon, yet it simultaneously defies the very essence of one. Moreover, the disc is adorned with 9 small apertures, suggesting a lack of something vital, imparting an overall sense of incompleteness to the Jinlong Gu, rendering it corporeal yet devoid of spirit. In truth, this Jinlong Gu is but an empty shell, aesthetically pleasing but lacking in substance. Were it possible to forge a true Jinlong Gu in 3 days and nights, mythical-grade goo worms would be commonplace. The reason lies in the insufficiency of the provided materials. Both dragon blood and fortune are inadequate, falling short of what is required to successfully craft a complete mythical-grade goo worm. The existing materials are only sufficient to form the shell of the Jinlong Gu. To achieve its full potential, an abundance of fortune and dragon blood is essential. Nevertheless, despite being merely a shell, the Jinlong Gu still embodies the essence of a mythical-grade goo worm, possessing remarkable abilities. Currently, the Jinlong Gu bestows 3 powers upon Qingye. 1. Dragon Compound Eyes, a dynamic perspective that allows for the capture of objects in rapid motion, offering a 360-degree panoramic awareness with a range of 3 kilometers, along with the capability to switch between various viewpoints. 2. Dragon Aura, emitting the true might of a dragon. This power can instill fear in beings beneath the mythical grade, with a doubled intimidation factor against dragonkind. 3. Gu Sovereign, as a naturally occurring trait of mythical-grade goo worms. This ability enables dominion over lower-tier goo worms, ensuring that none would dare to act against Qingye. These are the abilities revealed upon the initial completion of the Jinlong Gu, and as it matures, its powers will undoubtedly expand and intensify. Qingye held the true dragon Gu in his hand, and like other Gu insects, it swiftly merged into his body. The true dragon Gu displayed no interest in the heart chamber. It was a being of unparalleled grandeur, feasting solely on fortune, with little regard for vital essence. And it held itself above cohabitation with lesser Gu insects. This was the pride of a mythical Gu. Within Qingye's body, the true dragon Gu rampaged, searching for a suitable dwelling. At last, it seemed to have found its place, directing itself towards the lower abdomen. Wait, that is the chakra. Before Qingye could utter a word of protest, the true dragon Gu had already claimed the Dantian, shattering the chakra that resided there in an instant. All the chakra was absorbed by this intruder, and the dragon-shaped relief on the true dragon Gu's upper body revealed its emerald eyes, which slightly opened, their compound eyes shimmering with iridescent hues. As the true dragon Gu occupied the Dantian, the chakra pathways within Qingye's body began to function uncontrollably, initiating an automatic cycle that extracted physical energy from every cell and mental energy from the brain, both converging in the dantian to be transformed into new chakra by the true dragon Gu. Simultaneously, Qingye felt all 129,600 pores on his skin open wide, reaching out to the surrounding environment for energy. He sensed a refreshing essence entering his body, also drawn into the dantian to be absorbed by the true dragon Gu. Spiritual energy, physical energy, and the external energy, all three entered the true dragon Gu, achieving a state of perfect equilibrium. Even if these energies sought to unleash chaos, they could not, for the stature of the true dragon Gu commanded dominion over them. To subdue these three energies was akin to effortlessly pinching a snail with 3 fingers. That external energy must be natural energy. Could it be that I have completed the training for the sage mode? Qingye gazed at his hands with an air of disbelief. He had indeed sensed 3 distinct energies. Moreover, he uncovered a pivotal revelation. With the presence of the true dragon Gu, he would no longer need to extract chakra on an ad hoc basis, for he could harness the chakra stored within the true dragon Gu during battles. Indeed, in the world of Naruto, chakra cannot be stored within the body. It must be temporarily extracted for use. This indicates that the cultivation of chakra is an inherently flawed practice. Moreover, extracting chakra from within one's body is a process that consumes one's lifespan. Consequently, the frequent wars in the Naruto world lead to a reduced average lifespan for ninjas, which may not be apparent in everyday life. However, when one examines the timeline, even renowned ninjas do not live long lives. For instance, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, known as the god of shinobi, met an early demise due to the excessive use of chakra. His close companion, Uchiha Madara, should still be alive at this time. Uchiha Madara's survival can be attributed to several factors, including the unintentional absorption of Hashirama's cells, which granted him the sage eye and the ability to summon the god tree's remnants, allowing him to sustain his life through the divine tree's nourishment. He is likely hiding in a base beneath the Kamui Bridge. It is curious to consider that the sage body and wood release form could perish sooner than Uchiha Madara. In truth, the flaws of chakra cultivation can be discerned through the lens of cultivation philosophy. Extracting chakra equates to depleting one's vitality and mental energy. If not replenished in a timely manner, it results in a loss of lifespan. The principle of compensating for excess with deficiency encapsulates the essence of refining essence into chi and transforming chi into spirit. This is the method of replenishment and the foundation for strengthening one's essence. Chakra cultivation is decidedly a method of depletion, contrasting sharply with the philosophy of cultivation. Therefore, the more adept one becomes at ninjutsu, the quicker their demise. Unless one reaches the level of the Sage of 6 Paths, capable of drawing energy from the universe, chakra cultivation cannot extend one's lifespan. There exists another type of ninja, known as the Jinchuriki, who can utilize the chakra of tailed beasts without depleting their own. However, using tailed beast chakra also inflicts harm upon the body and is not a sustainable method. Fortunately, Aoyo now possesses the true dragon Gu, which allows him to extract chakra and natural energy at will, coupled with daily use of medicinal pills for replenishment. It is believed that his physical constitution will grow ever stronger, alleviating concerns regarding his lifespan. Moreover, Gu cultivation emphasizes harmony with nature. As long as the true dragon's innate Gu continues to evolve, Aoyo's lifespan will similarly increase. It is no wonder that the innate Gu of a Gu cultivator is of such paramount importance, revealing its numerous benefits. Aoyo now effectively has an external aid to support his cultivation. In reality, his current state resembles that of a Jinchuriki combined with Sage mode. Although the amount of chakra stored within the true dragon Gu is still minimal, over time, it will gradually increase. With the accumulation of time, it may one day rival that of a tailed beast. Presently, the natural energy is also scarce, and Aoyo has yet to master the fusion of natural energy into Sage chakra. However, he is already capable of absorbing natural energy, signifying that he has crossed the threshold into cultivating Sage mode. In the future, by drawing upon the cultivation methods of the 3 great Sage lands, Aoyo should be able to develop his own unique Sage mode. With the innate true dragon Gu, Aoyo finally possesses a modicum of self-defense, which brings him a sense of relief, though he appears to be suffering from significant blood loss. Upon concluding his seclusion and gathering his belongings, Aoyo stepped outside. Nearby lay a forest situated within the territory of the Oil Girl clan, which has raised numerous insects in this area. Hiss, hiss. At that moment, several wild piglets emerged from the thicket. These were the wild boars raised by Qingye, and in just a short period, they had grown to weigh around 100 pounds. The reason for their rapid growth was the addition of military rations and blood-replenishing pills to their feed. Even the ninjas could not boast of such a sumptuous diet. Furthermore, Qingye had been conducting experiments on this group of wild boars to see if it was possible to imbue them with chakra. Should these boars acquire chakra, their size could further increase, and their strength would be significantly augmented, enhancing the potency of the beast-type cursed insects he had been refining. He had already achieved some results. Among the herd, 2 boars were noticeably larger than the others, a testament to Qingye's experiments. By artificially introducing chakra through the cursed insects, albeit in minimal quantities, the effects were astonishing. These 2 boars were named Da and Air by Qingye. The 2 pigs exhibited remarkable intelligence, and, upon seeing Qingye, rushed over with a troop of piglets in tow. Snorting and grunting, the 2 boars stood at chest height to Qingye, their robust physiques brimming with muscle. One boar sported a reddish-brown coat, while the other had a dark bluish-black hue, with their tusks already beginning to glisten ominously. Once they reached full maturity, they might even prove formidable against the tigers and black bears of the mountains. With a light-hearted spirit today, Qingye decided to reward them with a handful of military rations and blood-replenishing pills. The preparation of these military rations was remarkably simple, and he had successfully created them in no time. It was fortunate that Konoha had kept the method of crafting military rations so closely guarded. 2 large pigs, accompanied by 8 piglets, busily foraged in the surrounding area. While Qingye leisurely fed the pigs in the forest, turmoil brewed within Konoha. Chapter 6. Has the Oil Woman clan taken to pig farming? Recently, Konoha had been rife with tension. Even the Umbu ninjas ventured out during daylight hours. At dawn, one could observe ninjas soaring overhead, causing ordinary citizens to hesitate to step outside, fearing that enemies were poised to assault the village. The underlying cause of this anxiety stemmed from the bizarre weather that had enveloped Konoha days prior, a disturbance indeed triggered by Qingye's concoction of the true dragon goo. The Umbu, Root, and various ninja clans dispatched personnel to investigate, yet discovered nothing. Had these individuals perused some cultivation novels, they would undoubtedly recognize the principle. Whenever celestial anomalies arise, a treasure is destined to surface. The ninjas of the Hokage world had been indoctrinated with paranoia for too long, believing that any occurrence must be a threat to them. Presently, both ninjas and common folk in Konoha were on edge, suspecting that this peculiar weather was a ploy by rival ninja villages, perhaps a prelude to a large-scale jutsu. In the root base, Danzo remained shrouded in shadows, flanked by a row of black-clad ninjas adorned with animal masks. Sir, we have yet to ascertain any signs of human manipulation regarding the celestial phenomena from a few days prior, one reported. What of the Uchiha clan? Have they exhibited any unusual activities? Danzo inquired, his face darkened with concern. The strange celestial occurrence above Konoha left him feeling as though events were slipping from his grasp. It was disconcerting to feel so oblivious while the village faced peril. Hiruzen should have been more resolute. Had he followed through with his suggestion to enlist the elite from various clans into Root, planting the seeds of discord and enhancing surveillance on all ninja clans, he might have already gleaned intelligence regarding the mysterious celestial events. Of course, such a proposition would have faced immediate rejection from Sarutobi. Yet Danzo, as the direct disciple of the second Hokage, the shadow of Konoha, the roots beneath the grand tree of the village, and a steadfast executor of the will of fire, felt compelled to take action. In this moment, Danzo recalled Orochimaru's request for increased funding. In retrospect, the subjects of Orochimaru's research had become crucial to him. He would need to bolster support for Orochimaru in the future. Root must flourish to better nourish the grand tree of Konoha. One day, Sarutobi would recognize that his choices had indeed been correct. The Uchiha clan's territory had shown no signs of disturbance. They had merely heightened their defenses, likely influenced by the strange celestial phenomena. The Root ninja lowered his head to report the gathered intelligence. Humph. If there truly exists a force within Konoha capable of altering the heavens, it can only be the Uchiha clan. Toanzo, a follower of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, is acutely aware of the formidable power held within the Uchiha clan's cursed eyes. Though these eyes are indeed a source of malediction, they simultaneously harbor infinite potential. It is imperative that the Uchiha clan does not once again manifest such terrifying ocular prowess. With unwavering resolve, Toanzo declared, from this day forth, the Uchiha clan must be closely monitored. Any sign of unrest must be reported to me immediately. Yes, Lord Toanzo, responded the root ninjas in unison, bowing their heads in compliance. Upon uttering these words, the root ninjas swiftly vanished from sight. Toanzo squinted into the distance, and as thoughts of the Uchiha Sharingan crossed his mind, his eyes betrayed not only disdain and trepidation, but also a flicker of desire lurking within the depths of his pupils. This is the essence of Toanzo from the roots of Konoha, longing for that which he detests, living in a state of hypocrisy. If Aoba were aware that Toanzo had set his sights on the Uchiha clan due to the bizarre celestial phenomena caused by his own goo cultivation, he would surely revel in the irony, as it would be a case of dog-eat-dog. Not only the root was in motion. Various ninja clans within Konoha were also taking action, eager to decipher the significance of the extraordinary occurrences in the heavens. When Sarutobi Hiruzen received reports from the Umbu regarding the recent activities within Konoha, he was infuriated, throwing the documents to the ground. How outrageous! Each one acting independently. Do they not regard me as the Hokage? This incident reveals that the major ninja clans retain a portion of their heritage, a situation undesirable for an authority figure. Such legacies, beyond one's control, could transform into lethal explosives at any moment. Particularly concerning is Toanzo, whose recent clandestine maneuvers have increased in frequency. The individuals and clans mentioned in the report warrant a thorough admonition. It would be prudent to dispatch these individuals to the front lines. Rather than causing turmoil within Konoha, it would be better for them to create disturbances elsewhere, Hiruzen contemplated, rubbing his forehead. Aoba, is this the pig you have raised? Are you certain? Incredulity laced the voice of oil woman Kitayama. Indeed, elder. As you know, I have a penchant for breeding, so I experimented a bit. I never anticipated such remarkable results. Qingye, donned in sunglasses and a high-collared trench coat, spoke somewhat bashfully. Previously, he had never worn sunglasses, but since acquiring the true dragon goo, his eyes had undergone certain changes, compelling him to adopt the habit of wearing sunglasses. Much like the oil woman Shimi. However, sunglasses are rather precarious. They might fall off during a skirmish. Perhaps he ought to emulate a certain six-eyed individual and don an eye patch, which might lend him a cooler appearance. Yun Beishan was aware that this child, Qingye, had little fondness for raising insects, yet she was utterly astonished to discover his penchant for pig farming. She circled around 2 wild boars, one red and one black, both towering over her, marveling at their presence. Upon closer inspection, she could indeed sense the flow of chakra within the 2 beasts. Suddenly, Yun Beishan recalled some peculiar remarks made by the elder of the Akimichi clan regarding Qingye. Beishan, your Qingye from the oil woman clan is truly a talent. Beishan, I believe a closer relationship between the Akimichi and oil woman clans is essential for mutual advancement. Beishan, our Akimichi clan owes a favor to the oil woman clan. Consider these materials as compensation for the child Qingye. No wonder the Akimichi clan had abruptly shifted their attitude towards the oil woman clan. It turned out that the little fellow, Qingye, had mastered the technique of enabling wild boars to absorb chakra. This innovation would allow the Akimichi clan to cultivate their own summoning beasts. Having a summoning beast is a hallmark of prominent clans. Some, like the Hyuga clan, do not possess one. Wait a moment. If that is the case, perhaps her clan could also have a summoning beast. The greatest flaw of the oil woman clan's insect-controlling secret technique lies in its insufficient offensive capability and adaptability. What good is being adept at manipulating insects if one encounters a fire-breathing adversary, a water-spewing foe, or a rock-falling enemy? Their reconnaissance cannot rival the Byakugan, nor can their illusions match the Sharingan. And as for toxins, well, they excel in that domain. But must the oil woman clan truly shift to pig farming? At this moment, Yun Beishan found herself engulfed in profound doubt, uncertain whether this development would be a boon or a bane for the oil woman clan. Qingye, please speak candidly with me. Can you only enable this breed of wild boar to possess chakra? Yun Beishan inquired anxiously, for the forthcoming answer bore significant implications for the fate of the oil woman clan. Otherwise, they would be relegated to pig farming alone. Other animals should be feasible as well. I plan to seek out some ferocious beasts to experiment with soon, Qingye replied nonchalantly, embodying an air of nonchalance that demanded attention. Splendid. This, the elder of the Akimichi clan, is profoundly grateful to you and has brought some local specialties. I will fetch them for you upon my return, Yun Beishan. Suppressing her excitement, cautiously asked again, "Is there any particular fierce beast you desire? The elder will dispatch clan members to capture it for you." Aoba gently patted Ada's head and casually remarked, "Just capture a tiger for me. I still have to attend school and don't have the luxury of time to devote to nurturing a ninja beast." "Absolutely not. You must cultivate a ninja beast." Why Naka Kitayama exclaimed, nearly raising her voice in exasperation. Qingye gently tapped her ear, as if to convey that her previous words had been uttered rather loudly. "I apologize. Qingye, I believe you should devote your time to pursuits that bring you joy. As for the ninja school, I shall explain it from today onwards. Your focus will be on nurturing the ninja beasts here." Yunu Beishan glanced at the forest and a quaint wooden cabin beside it, reiterating, "The clan will wholeheartedly support your endeavor in cultivating ninja beasts. This forest will be under your stewardship from now on. Is that truly the case? Elder, may I really raise pigs here?" Qingye feigned innocence in her inquiry. Yunu Beishan's lips twitched. He had never encountered a member of the Yunu clan so enamored with pig raising. Yet, in order to preserve Qingye's enthusiasm, Elder Beishan patted his chest and assured her, "Rest assured, it is settled. Come and inform the elder of what you require." A list inadvertently slipped from the sleeve of Aoyo and fell to the ground. Trailing behind it, young Beishan thought to herself, "Could this rascal have been waiting for me here all along?" Regardless, if he truly possesses the ability to cultivate a spirit beast steadily, it would be worth any scheming. The sight of the list nearly caused Elder Beishan to faint. The demands were simply exorbitant. As Aoyo waved farewell to Elder Beishan, she suddenly perceived a sense of desolation in his retreating figure, reminiscent of a valiant hero departing never to return. Chapter 7. I support you in raising pigs indeed. It was not long before Aoyo learned at home that she had been expelled from the ninja school. Some time must have elapsed, likely due to Elder Beishan personally explaining the situation. Otherwise, such swift results would not have been possible. After all, this was no trivial matter, as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was also the principal of the ninja school. A young ninja's absence from the school would signify a rejection of the will of fire and a failure to receive the teachings of the third Hokage. Such an act would be detrimental to unity. Before the establishment of the ninja school, the great ninja clans taught their own kin the art of ninjutsu, passing down family secrets. With the advent of the ninja school, however, the youth of various clans began to receive centralized instruction, which brought both advantages and disadvantages. On the one hand, it allowed more commoners to ascend to the rank of ninjas. On the other hand, it diluted the elite education that had once prevailed, inevitably leading to a decline in the overall strength of the new generation. Moreover, the ninja school was originally a method employed by the Hokage faction to divide and weaken the prominent ninja clans, as well as to garner support from civilian ninjas, given that the majority in Konohagakure were commoners. Under the third Hokage's leadership, the ninja school underwent a transformation, adopting a pyramid scheme approach to instill the will of fire ideology into underage ninjas. It advocated for self-sacrifice for the sake of the village, without any consideration for the fact that these students were mere children. For whom were these children to sacrifice themselves? For the upper echelons of Konoha. Not only did Sarutobi Hiruzen propagate unhealthy ideologies, but he also engaged in self-aggrandizement, positioning himself as the strongest Hokage in the history of Konoha. Such audacity was utterly shameless. Perhaps this was the reason for Tsunade's departure. Had the first Hokage been aware of the third Hokage's actions, it is highly probable that he would have reacted with incredulity. First Hokage, strongest. What is the strongest? Where is my sword? Am I no longer able to wield a blade? Second Hokage, in terms of shamelessness, I would gladly bestow the title of strongest upon you. Third Hokage, you are even more cunning than I. The reason Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly approved Yun Aoyo's expulsion was that she was not a prodigious ninja known within the school, and her lack of remarkable strength, combined with the inconspicuous nature of the Yun clan, left no impression on him when he heard her name. One could say that the Yun clan's invisibility was formidable. If anyone could escape the third Hokage's scrutiny in Konoha, it would undoubtedly be the Yun clan, as they were far too easy to overlook. At this moment, Aoyo belatedly felt fortunate to have been reborn into the Yun clan rather than another ninja clan. This clan was indeed exceedingly suited for a life of evasion. Of course, Elder Beishan's reasoning was also profoundly touching. Although Aoyo was not his biological grandson, he felt as if he were, and he wished to take him back to the clan for proper nurturing, lest his father be left without descendants. Such profound affection and earnest sentiment. How could Yuan Fei refuse? Moreover, the Oil Woman clan is still engaged in battle at the front lines. Thus, a modicum of respect must be accorded. The departure of Aoba did not attract the attention of the village adults, yet it certainly piqued the interest of the young ninjas at the academy. After all, even the lowest-ranking student held some value, particularly for the one who stood second to last in class. Uchiha Obito was exceedingly displeased. After school, he took Noara Rin and Kakashi to confront Aoba, intending to inquire why he had abandoned his studies, or rather, why he had ceased attending school. Soon, Inuzuka Kiba, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji joined them, mainly due to Choji's strong desire to partake in Aoba's promised pig slaughter feast. Truly, as the young clan leader, he was untainted by the mundane. After all, Aoba's pig had only been raised for a few months. Surely, one would need to wait until the piglet matured before slaughtering it for meat. In addition to these young ninjas, there were also Aburame Shino, Yamanaka Ino, and Yuhi Kurenai. The former was returning home, while the latter two were merely drawn by curiosity. At the Aburame clan's wooden cottage in the woods, Obito fervently shook Aoba, vociferously demanding, "Why? Aoba, have you chosen not to attend school?" Obito was profoundly saddened. In the past, he could compete with Aoba for the last position, vying for the title of the lowest rank. Now that Aoba had dropped out, he found himself truly relegated to that position, and worse yet, he feared he would remain there until graduation. As he contemplated the dismal days ahead, Obito shook Aoba even more vigorously. "Cough, cough, I'm not feeling well. Please stop shaking me," Aoba exclaimed, feeling dizzy from the relentless shaking, fearing his sunglasses might fall off. Fortunately, Kakashi, displaying understanding, stepped forward to intervene. "All right, Obito, let Aoba be." "No way. Aoba, have you truly given up on becoming a ninja? I absolutely cannot accept that," Obito insisted, his determination unwavering as he continued to shake Aoba. "Cough, cough," Aburame Shino interjected, clarifying, "Aoba has not abandoned his aspirations of being a ninja. Rather, he possesses a greater affinity for raising pigs than for ninjutsu." "What? Raising pigs? You have forsaken being a ninja in favor of pig farming?" Obito exclaimed, his jaw dropping in shock as he stood frozen in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, Aoba swiftly escaped Obito's grasp. Qingye meticulously organized his attire and, with a proud gesture of his index finger towards his sunglasses, proclaimed, "Indeed, I have withdrawn from the Ninja Academy to further the prosperity of my pig farming venture." Such a statement left Daito in disbelief, as he questioned how pig farming could ever rival the esteemed path of a ninja. The values of those present were similarly shaken, for they held the conviction that being a ninja was the natural order of things, while other professions were deemed heretical. Among the group, only Yun Jiwei comprehended Qingye's perspective. Initially perplexed, his understanding blossomed after witnessing the two wild boars raised by Qingye, realizing the embarrassment of his own inability to best them in a confrontation. Thus, even if he struggled to comprehend, he chose to embrace understanding. Of course, another soul in the gathering shared an affinity for Qingye's ambitions, Akimichi Dingzhua. He envisioned Qingye's pig farming as a means to host a grand feast, thus wholeheartedly endorsing Qingye's endeavors. "I stand with you, Qingye. The elder has proclaimed that should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Our Akimichi clan shall support your pig farming aspirations," Dingzhua exclaimed, his eyes narrowing with determination as he tossed aside his snacks to rally behind Qingye. Nara Shikahiza and Yamanka Hachi exchanged glances, recalling the elder's advice to befriend Qingye in the Ninja Academy. Though the reasoning eluded them, it was well understood that the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Yun clans traditionally stood united. They raised their hands in solidarity, declaring, "We too offer our support." The remaining companions were taken aback. With the unity of the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Yun clans, that made 4 factions. In contrast, only the Hatake, Yuhi, and Uchiha clans represented the 3 remaining ninja clans, with Noara Rin and Akimichi both being common ninjas. This resulted in a numerical advantage of 4-3. What, one might ponder, was the allure of pig farming? Qingye gazed at the astonished expressions of the young companions, amusement blooming within him. It was time to unveil his prowess in reaping rewards. Transforming ordinary beasts into summoned spirit beasts held undeniable allure, particularly for ninjas. An additional summoned beast meant an extra ally, an enhancement of combat prowess. For ninjas who constantly tread the delicate line between life and death, possessing a summoned beast was an irresistible temptation. Moreover, this was a matter of life itself. In this world, Few things held greater significance than one's own existence. However, disparities in wealth existed within the ninja community, and Qingye could not allow his creations to be undervalued. Naturally, the wealthiest among the ninja clans were the shinobi clans. Once Qingye cultivated a Da and a heir, he immediately recognized the immense commercial potential it held. He devoted several days and nights, referencing the alchemical arts from foundational insect techniques, to develop the spirit awakening pills tailored for summoned beasts. Although he could not elevate these creatures to the level of the revered summoned beasts of the three great sanctuaries, they were certainly stronger than the average summoned beasts. At the very least, they surpassed the canine companions of the Inuzuka clan. A moment of silence for the Inuzuka's ninja dogs. Furthermore, Qingye's cultivation was not limited by species. It could be customized for the shinobi clans. Before him lay the younger generation of various ninja clans, presenting a splendid opportunity for promotion. Qingye intended to seize this opportunity, allowing his spirit beast to establish a foothold in Konoha's market, subsequently aspiring to penetrate the markets of other ninja villages. Haha. Would you care to see the pigs I raise? I assure you, they will astonish you, Qingye remarked with keen interest. All right, let me witness the allure of your pigs that has led you to forsake the path of a ninja, Obito retorted defiantly, raising his voice. Are we going to slaughter pigs? Pig slaughter dish. I want to eat pig slaughter dish. Akimichi Choza exclaimed, his small eyes widening in excitement. The others, too, were deeply intrigued, casting eager glances at Qingye, eager to discover the charm of the pigs he raised. Whoosh! Qingye let out a whistle, summoning the legion of wild boars from the forest. The ground trembled with a resounding rumble. The onlookers, filled with curiosity, sensed the vibrations beneath their feet. Trees swayed, and the earth quaked as a colossal black wild boar emerged, towering at the height of a floor, with a greenish face and protruding tusks. Its muscular frame seemingly impossibly robust. A distinctive cross-shaped scar adorned its forehead. Another rumble echoed. From a different direction, a massive dark red wild boar appeared, equally as tall. Its face etched with deep wrinkles, short tusks jutting from both jaws, appearing as menacing as a demon, while its mane along the temples and back stood upright like steel needles. Following these two formidable wild boars were numerous smaller ones, though even the largest among them was merely half the size of the leading duo. The two boars approached Qingye, snorting as they nudged him with their snouts. These are my domesticated wild boars, haha. The blue one is a Da, and the red one is a heir. Qingye chuckled as he patted their snouts, addressing the astonished crowd. What do you think? Impressive, right? Even Kakashi might find it challenging to take them on. The onlookers were left in shock, unable to fathom this spectacle. This was not mere pig farming, but the rearing of monsters. Chapter 8. This might be 50-50? Impossible. How can these be wild boars? Obito was incredulous. Although he had yet to activate his Sharingan, his sensitivity to chakra was acute. It was evident that these gigantic wild boars harbored chakra within them. Obito gazed at Qingye in astonishment. These are summoning beasts. You can raise summoning beasts. Indeed. What you say is true, Qingye affirmed. The crowd gasped in surprise, yet only Akimichi Choza remained unfazed, fixated on the juvenile piglets, recalling Qingye's mention of roasted suckling pig. Kakashi approached, gently stroking Ada, nodding in agreement. It is true, they indeed possess chakra and can be summoned with the right scroll. Qingye, brimming with pride, leaned against Ada's front legs and exclaimed, How about it? Even if I do not become a ninja, I can still defeat you by raising pigs. At that moment, he felt a piercing gaze upon him. It was none other than Kakashi. Noticing the intense fighting spirit in Kakashi's eyes, Qingye recalled that this version of Kakashi was exceptionally combative, igniting like a spark, akin to the later Naruto. However, this presented a splendid opportunity to assess the prowess of Ada and Aer, prompting him to step forward and provoke Kakashi. Kakashi, what do you say, genius of the Ninja Academy? Care for a little competition? Kakashi glanced at Ada and Aer, then back at Qingye, nodding in agreement, clearly eager for the challenge. The surrounding friends quickly made way, providing ample space for the two. They stood facing each other, forming the opposing hand signs taught at the Ninja Academy, though Qingye had often tasted defeat in the past. Kakashi, I'm serious about this. Qingye shouted in the center of the arena, with his two formidable companions now panting heavily, ready to spring into action. Bring it on. I, too, wish to test my strength before graduation. Kakashi replied coldly, drawing the short blade from his waist. Ada, Air, shake the earth. The verdant leaves commanded, as two colossal figures, one green and one red, lifted their four limbs and forcefully struck the ground. A thunderous roar echoed as immense power surged across the earth towards Kakashi, shattering the soil and rocks in its wake, sending sand flying. Water release, water chaos waves. Kakashi leaped into the air, his hands swiftly forming seals. And with a puff of his cheeks, a torrent of water surged forth. The swirling dust and flying stones in the arena were all struck down by the force of the water flow. Qingye's expression was grave. Indeed, it was Kakashi. The mastery of C-rank ninjutsu was astonishingly adept, and in comparison, the ninjas were not lacking. Ada, Air, charge recklessly. Do not allow Kakashi the opportunity to utilize his ninjutsu. With a resounding crash, Ada and Air broke through the torrent of water, their robust physiques propelling them forward until they confronted Kakashi. In a flanking maneuver, Ada's elongated fangs lunged menacingly towards Kakashi, prompting gasps from their companions. Yet, instead of a gruesome scene of carnage, a piece of wood was skewered upon Ada's fangs. Kakashi had employed the body replacement technique. His mastery of the technique was unparalleled. In truth, Qingye had already discerned Kakashi's preemptive use of the substitution technique with his dragon's eye. Kakashi was now behind him. Swiftly, he reached for his waist, producing a kunai. Clang. Qingye intercepted Kakashi's stealthy assault from behind. You wish to ambush? Have you consulted my summoning beast? Qingye retreated from Kakashi, leaping backwards in rapid succession. Where do you think you're going? Kakashi pursued relentlessly. However, a shadow descended from above. Ada leapt into the air, blocking Kakashi's advance with the force of a mountain. Damn it! At that moment, he sensed something amiss and glanced downward, spotting Air poised and ready, as if preparing for something. Not good. Before Kakashi could finish, Qingye's voice rang out. Ada, roar. Air, needle strike. Ada opened his fearsome maw, unleashing a piercing roar that sent sound waves hurtling toward Kakashi. Meanwhile, Air, with fierce eyes and bristling fur, released a flurry of white needles, each glinting with lethal intent. Kakashi rapidly formed hand signs midair. Bang! Two Kakashi submerged. The shadow clone technique. Wind release. Great breakthrough. One Kakashi unleashed a fierce gust of wind to thwart the incoming needles. Fire release. Fireball jutsu. The other Kakashi expelled a fireball towards the sonic attack, attempting to silence Ada. Boom. Dust erupted, and Qingye stood at a distance. Having withdrawn from the heart of the battlefield, he mused, as expected of Kakashi, who has already executed water, wind, and fire techniques in succession. Like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi was a versatile ninja capable of wielding all 5 chakra natures. Had it not been for the burdensome implantation of the Sharingan later in life, Kakashi would have been even more formidable. As the dust settled, Kakashi appeared somewhat disheveled, now encircled by Ada and Air. Kakashi, surrendering now would not be shameful. Qingye's hands were tucked within his sleeves. Although his sunglasses concealed his eyes and his collar obscured his chin, his companions could sense the grin upon his face. I have not yet lost. The consecutive use of 3 C-rank ninjutsu had fatigued Kakashi, yet he remained undeterred. Then let us continue. Qingye waved cheerfully. Boom, boom. 2 summoned wild boars charged forward with reckless abandon, rampaging towards Kakashi. Kakashi found himself continuously evading the onslaught of the 2 beasts. Although Ada and Air were unable to perform hand seals to execute ninjutsu, the effects of the insects implanted by Qingye were beginning to manifest. Ada was host to 3 insects. The first, known as the tusk insect, resided upon its tusks, enabling them to surpass their growth limits and become extraordinarily hard and sharp, capable of piercing armor with ease. The second, the sound insect, lodged in its throat, amplified its voice to thunderous levels, producing sonic waves with each roar. The third, the strength insect, nestled within its heart, significantly augmented its strength, causing the very ground to tremble with each stomp of its hoofs. Air bore 2 insects. The first, the main insect, situated at the nape of its neck, stimulated the growth of its bristles, allowing them to be both soft and firm, capable of either weakening an attack or launching bristle-like needles at foes, reminiscent of Jiraiya's Needle Earth and Chaotic Lion's main techniques. The second, the hide insect, lay beneath its skin, enhancing its dermal resilience, rendering it impervious to blades and spears alike. These 5 insects bestowed upon Ada and Air abilities that rivaled those of seasoned ninjas. In the periphery, Qingye observed the spectacle as Ada, Air, and Kakashi engaged in a tumultuous struggle. The ground lay ravaged, having been plowed by two summoned wild boars, leaving a scene of utter chaos. Clang! A short blade struck Aer's dark crimson skin, merely etching a faint white mark. Kakashi descended, his gaze fixed intently upon the two boars, already breathless from exertion. Were these truly wild boars, or were they monstrous beings clad in boar hides? No, he could not remain passive any longer. Should he resort to that technique? Kakashi, proud and resolute, could hardly concede inferiority to these two wild boars. He steadied himself, his body bending as his left hand grasped his right arm and his right hand clenched. Upon witnessing this movement, Qingye's composure faltered. Chidori. Was it possible that Kakashi had already mastered this A-rank ninjutsu? Zzzt. A surge of potent electricity erupted from Kakashi's right hand, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds in unison. Kakashi's left hand firmly gripped his right, which trembled uncontrollably, as if on the brink of losing command. He slowly raised his head, his voice low and grave. Qingye, this ninjutsu is one I have just developed, if it were to harm these two. Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, Qingye's figure suddenly transformed into a swarm of insects with a resounding crash. This was trouble. Kakashi sensed something amiss. A voice floated softly from behind him. It is best not to use a technique you have yet to master. Alarmed, a sharp pain struck at the nape of Kakashi's neck, and darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The Chidori met its untimely demise. Aoba had long since substituted himself with a doppelganger, standing idly by to observe the unfolding drama while his true self sought an opportunity. Kakashi, employing the Chidori, devoted his entire focus to this yet-to-be mastered jutsu, rendering him oblivious to Aoba's stealthy assault. Had Kakashi opted for a more familiar technique rather than the Chidori, the odds might have been, perhaps even, the abrupt conclusion of the battle caught everyone off guard, leaving them utterly unprepared. Aoyan gently embraced Kakashi with one arm and called out to his companions, "Come over here, this guy is heavier than he looks." Upon hearing this, his friends snapped back to reality and hurried to assist, together lifting Kakashi to a wooden cabin beside the grove. After examining him, Lin concluded that Kakashi had merely fainted and was not in serious danger, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. Chapter 9. A spirit beast for 5 million Ryo. A bargain indeed. As they emerged from the small cabin, the gaze of the onlookers towards Aoyan had transformed entirely. The underdog had triumphed over the prodigious ninja. It felt surreal, almost like a dream. Don't look at me. Kakashi must be unfamiliar with that ninjutsu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen prey to my surprise attack, Aoyan mused while adjusting his sunglasses. This time, Kakashi let his guard down and didn't evade. The others recalled the earlier encounter, and indeed, as Aoyan stated, Kakashi had been somewhat careless. While this explanation seemed plausible, not everyone was willing to accept it. How is this possible? It turns out I was the true underdog. Obito slumped to the ground, disbelief etched across his face. In contrast, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji accepted the explanation without reservation, realizing they could no longer underestimate Aoyan. They finally grasped why the elders had encouraged them to forge a closer bond with Aoyan. He possessed the remarkable ability to nurture summoning beasts. Lin and Kurenai, along with the other girls, had not pondered these complexities. They simply felt that even if Aoyan did not pursue a life as a ninja, he could still carve out a successful path for himself, which was truly commendable. Obito, don't be so disheartened. You are a man who can stand toe-to-toe with me. How can you be brought down by such a setback? Aoyan chided gently, shaking Obito in a manner that conveyed his disappointment. Aoyan, I've misunderstood you all along. Forgive me. Obito gazed at Aoyan with tear-filled eyes, realizing that perhaps only Aoyan could empathize with his plight. After all, they had been regarded as the sleeping dragon and phoenix chick during their time at school. Aoyan patted Obito on the shoulder, nodding in understanding before offering words of encouragement. Obito, don't lose heart. Look at me. Once I acquired 2 summoning beasts, I could even defeat Kakashi. If you were to obtain a few summoning beasts yourself, wouldn't that place you on equal footing with me, freeing you from having to constantly appease Kakashi? Qingye's words were ostensibly comforting, yet they veiled a more insidious intent of persuasion. Others listened, contemplating his words, while Obito suddenly sprang to his feet, a spark of determination igniting within him. He gazed earnestly at Qingye and, in a moment of fervent devotion, knelt before him, palms pressed together in supplication. Brother Qingye, you are my elder brother. Grant me a formidable summoning beast. He implored, lifting his gaze with unyielding resolve. Please assist me in defeating Kakashi. Very well, my brother Obito. Your earnest request compels me to oblige. How could I refuse? Qingye declared, hands on hips, boldly asserting his confidence. Kakashi? A mere triviality. A summoning beast? Consider it done. You can count on me. The surrounding crowd fell into a state of disbelief. For Kakashi lay in a comatose state, and it seemed audacious to make such claims. Just moments ago, when Kakashi was conscious, Qingye had remained silent. After his grand proclamation, Qingye leaned closer to Obito, whispering conspiratorially, however, let me make this clear. I can assist you in selecting a summoning beast, but the subsequent expenses will be your responsibility. Fear not, brother, I have ample funds. Obito reassured him, their camaraderie evident. Yet, as they exchanged murmurs, Qingye meticulously calculated every expense associated with nurturing the summoning beast. From awakening fees to sustenance costs and training expenses, he had devised countless charges, ensuring he would find ample justification for collecting payment. Upon hearing these fees, Obito felt utterly overwhelmed, struggling to comprehend Qingye's words. It was only when Qingye set aside his calculating abacus that Obito regained his senses. Jiwei, come forth, Qingye called out, his voice piercing the air. Yamanaka Jiwei, ever elusive when not summoned, materialized before Qingye in an instant. What is it? He asked coolly. Act as my manager and keep track of the expenses for Obito's summoning beast training, which amounts to. As Qingye unfurled his list, he noticed Jiwei standing silently. His demeanor icy, as if to convey, what's in it for me? Very well, in the spirit of kinship. I shall graciously provide you with the training free of charge. As always, the air was imbued with an aura of aloofness, yet Aoba perceived a barely discernible nod. With Obito leading the charge, the young ones yearned to possess a summoning beast of their very own. Furthermore, Aoba offered a bespoke service by simply bringing a beloved animal. He could nurture it into a summoning creature. The clans of Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Hatake, Uchiha, and Yuhi were all well endowed, with the exception of the households of Noara-rin and Mitarashi Anko, who were not as financially fortunate. Nevertheless, Aoba did not wish to neglect these two young ladies and graciously offered to cultivate a summoning beast for each of them at no cost. The only stipulation was that they would assist him after school by tending to the piglets in his forest. Both girls joyfully acquiesced. Ultimately, the group departed in high spirits. Though Akimichi Choza was left disappointed, having missed out on the pig soup that day, Nara Shikaku requested a male deer as his summoning beast. Yamanaka Ino sought an owl. Akimichi Choza desired a wild boar. The trio of pig, deer, and butterfly promised a harmonious synergy, providing mobility, a sturdy shield, and aerial surveillance for team battles. Hatake Kakashi requested a white wolf, aptly reflecting his solitary demeanor. Yuhi Kurenai asked for a fox, a fitting choice that aligned well with her family's illusion techniques. Uchiha Obito sought a tiger as his summoning beast. Oh foolish Obito, you underestimate the power of summoning beasts. Noara-rin requested a raccoon. For what girl doesn't adore a charming raccoon? Anko requested a hawk, exclaiming, eagle catches snake. Though not yet a disciple of Orochimaru, Mitarashi Anko, do you already harbor tendencies of treachery? Along with Shimizu's addition, there would be a total of 9 summoning beasts. At this moment, Qingye sat upon the back of Ada, closing the ledger. Although Ada stood a mere 3 meters tall, it felt as though Qingye could envision himself atop Ada, surveying the world beneath him. After today, surely the major ninja clans would come to recognize the existence of one Qingye. In the Uchiha territory, Uchiha Obito stealthily approached his ancestral home. Though he was an orphan, the Uchiha clan boasted a vast legacy, and every surviving member possessed some measure of wealth. Previously, Obito had not troubled himself with thoughts of the ancestral home, as he had never lacked for sustenance. However, now that he needed to procure a summoning beast from Qingye, he realized it would require a substantial sum of money. 5 million ryo for a single summoning beast was indeed exorbitant. How could he have previously regarded Qingye as anything other than a friend? How audacious of him to refer to their camaraderie while offering a mere 10% discount. Ugh, once I defeat Kakashi, I shall personally ensure your downfall. You will undoubtedly regret the decision you made today. Nonetheless, Qingye had mentioned the possibility of barter, allowing for exchanges of ninjutsu scrolls, explosive tags, shurikens, and various medicinal herbs to settle debts. The Uchiha ancestral home had lain in neglect for many years, and he wondered if he might uncover something of value. He gingerly stepped into the grand hall of the ancestral estate, which was now barren, stripped of its possessions. Dust had accumulated thickly, and his inadvertent movement stirred up a cloud of it. Coughing, Obito quickly covered his mouth and nose, attempting to stifle the sound, yet this only exacerbated his cough, flushing his face with embarrassment. After a prolonged struggle, the fit finally subsided, and he lowered his hands, exhaling deeply. At that moment, Obito glanced up and noticed an alcove embedded within the wall, where the rising dust was mysteriously drawn into a crevice beside the shrine. A hidden gap. Obito thought with excitement. He drew forth a shuriken and pried at the opening. With a crack, the innermost wooden panel of the shrine detached, revealing a concealed space. Obito rummaged through the contents and, upon inspecting the scroll in his hand, nodded with satisfaction. This should suffice to cover Qingye's fee. He must ensure that Qingye cultivates a formidable summoning beast for him. Apart from Obito's actions, others have also taken significant steps. The elders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, upon hearing the accounts from their respective young clan leaders, realized their grave misjudgment. Initially, when Aoba visited the three clans with 3 volumes on husbandry, the elders perceived him as a technical talent capable of enhancing their industries and generating greater economic benefits. Their intent to foster closer relationships among the young leaders was to prepare them for future familial responsibilities, as only through leadership can one truly comprehend the value of resources. Unexpectedly, Aoba proved to be not only a technical expert, but also a skilled ninja, now capable of reliably nurturing summoning beasts. The origins of summoning beasts are ancient. Tracing back to the era of the Sage of Six Paths, the existence of the 3 great sanctuaries is a testament to this, as the Toad Sage, White Snake Sage, and Slug Sage are all formidable beings who have survived since that epoch. The lineage of summoning beasts emerged from these 3 great sanctuaries. However, in the current landscape of ninja villages, few possess the ability to cultivate summoning beasts consistently. Even if some could, it would be an exceedingly rare occurrence, as summoning beasts manifest only through fortuitous circumstances. Aoba has speculated on the reasons behind this rarity. The emergence of summoning beasts fundamentally relies on animals awakening their chakra, which is a fusion of physical and spiritual strength. Some animals may possess formidable physical prowess yet remain devoid of intelligence, leading their lives in a state of oblivion, driven solely by instinct, and consequently exhibiting feeble spiritual power. Animals with potent spiritual strength are exceedingly rare, and those capable of grasping the method of chakra extraction are virtually non-existent. This scarcity ultimately results in the infrequency of summoning beasts. However, the limitations faced by ninjas do not apply to Aoba, the heir of the Gu technique. He selects precious herbs such as ginseng, huangjing, and angelica, employing the Gu method of alchemy to create the spirit awakening pills, which enhance the intelligence and spiritual power of ordinary animals. Additionally, blood-replenishing pills and military ration pills significantly augment the physical strength of wild beasts. The synergistic effect of both leads to the fulfillment of the essential requirements for chakra extraction, physical strength, and spiritual power. Ultimately, Aoba implants Gu insects to assist the animals in constructing the meridians necessary for chakra extraction, guiding them to comprehend the method of chakra extraction. With these combined efforts, the cultivation of summoning beasts has become a tangible possibility. It can be asserted that, within the Naruto universe, Aoba stands alone in his unparalleled ability to consistently cultivate summoning beasts. And what of the 3 great sanctuaries? Aside from the slug Immortal, a slug has attained sanctity and established the Wetbone Forest. The other 2 factions, Nyamu Mountain and Longdi Cave, are speculated by Qingye to employ selective breeding methods to cultivate spirit beasts. After all, intelligent toads paired with equally astute toads are likely to produce even more clever offspring. Furthermore, given the abundance of tadpoles in a single brood, if each generation yields 1 or 2 wise toads, it would suffice to ensure the legacy of the sacred ground. Chapter 10. A street of serpents, insects, rodents, and ants, seeking knowledge of parentage. The Zhu Lu and Dai families resolved to intensify their investment in Qingye while simultaneously forging alliances with the Oilwoman clan. Were it not for concerns over their reputation, the 3 families would eagerly unite with the Zhu, Lu, and Dai clans. Naturally, the elders readily acquiesced to the young clan leaders' desires to possess their own spirit beasts, tightening their belts to procure one for each of them. For Kakashi Hitaki, the process was straightforward. He simply returned home to retrieve funds, as his father, Tsukumo Hitaki, was the head of the Umbu and now the leader of the shinobi army, ensuring their family was not lacking in wealth. Similarly, for Kurenai Yuhi, it was uncomplicated. Her beloved daughter desired a spirit beast, and her father, armed with millions of ryo in private savings, was more than willing to fulfill her wish. As for Rin Noera and Anko Mitarashi, they were mere wage earners, laboring from 9 to 5 to cover expenses. Originally, Obito intended to assist Rin with the costs. Yearning to proclaim before the goddess, "Today, Obito shall treat." Alas, his sentiments were not reciprocated. Qingye uttered a remark, "You are a sycophant," before callously rejecting Obito's request. Soon after, the children brought forth the animals they wished to nurture, transforming Qingye's vicinity into a veritable zoo. Fortunately, with Ada and Aer standing guard, the small creatures dared not misbehave. In a clearing beyond the woods, Qingye sat regally at the front, flanked by 2 fierce guardians resembling deities of protection. Ada embodied ferocity, while Aer exuded menace. Surrounding them was a cadre of piglets forming a protective circle. Opposite Qingye sat a row of trembling little animals. After spending the morning instructing the creatures on how to sit and stand, discipline was enforced through the occasional reprimand, swiftly instilling obedience among them. "You are the inaugural students of the Spirit Communication Academy, and I am the headmaster. Here, my word is law. When I command you to face east, you shall face east, and when I direct you to face west, you shall face west. Do you understand?" The little animals appeared dejected. "Have you comprehended my words?" Qingye let out a fierce roar. The menacing figures sprang into action, their towering silhouettes instantly casting a shadow over the multitude of small creatures. A palpable aura of ferocity surged forth. Howls erupted from the small animals, their voices strained and desperate, conveying their understanding. "I acknowledge, Father. Please withdraw your powers." Qingye clapped her hands, thoroughly pleased. "Good, splendid. The young ones are indeed teachable." She then beckoned to the array of small creatures. "Come, line up. I shall administer a precautionary injection." The little animals exchanged glances, yet none dared to take a step forward. An owl shook its head. "I cannot hear." A wild boar retracted its neck. "Where am I? Who am I?" A young wolf looked around anxiously. "The great demon lord has summoned us. What shall we do?" A tiger cub cast a sidelong glance at the others. "What shall we do?" "Naturally, you all should go first while I bring up the rear." A young raccoon stuck out its tongue in defiance. "Why should I go first? I am the most splendid offspring of the master." A young spotted deer raised its head proudly. "No, I am. My master will surely return to rescue me." A hawk eyed the gathering of small creatures with disdain. "Fools. Do you not see the demon lord's expression darkening?" Qingye squinted, observing the indifferent little creatures around him, his expression dark and foreboding. He pointed directly at one of the small animals. "Little fox, you shall come forth." When there was no response, he added menacingly, "If you do not emerge, then tonight, everyone shall partake in fox soup." The little fox, who had initially intended to merely observe the spectacle, was utterly bewildered. "I have not shown any inclination. Why am I the first to be singled out?" The little fox immediately shook its head in denial, exclaiming, "It is not I." A chorus of gazes from the other small animals converged upon it, silently communicating, "It is indeed you." The little fox shook its head once more, insisting, "It is not I." Yet, the group glared back resolutely, affirming, "It is you. You are the first." "Qingye, are you putting on a show for me?" A formidable and terrifying aura emanated from Qingye. It was the sensation that the great demon king was about to make an appearance. The small animals instantly huddled together, trembling in fear as they gazed at Qingye. The little fox glanced left and right, then turned to look at Qingye again, a wave of helplessness washing over it. With its little head drooping, the fox resigned itself to its fate and cautiously approached Qingye. Observing its sluggish demeanor, Qingye shot a sidelong glance and effortlessly grasped it, beckoning it forward. After uttering this command, Qingye pointed at the fox's forehead. A white goo worm slithered down his finger and entered the little fox's body. Flipping the fox over and parting its legs revealed it to be a female. Qingye decisively declared, "Since you are female, you shall be called Husan Yang." Once the goo was placed, Qingye pointed to the next creature. "Little hawk, let us name you Masi. Wolf cub, you shall be Wolf Wu. Tiger cub, Tiger Lu. Owl, with the surname Xiao, you will be Xiao Qi. Sika deer, you will be Mei Ba. Wild boar, a white one at that, shall be called Tunjio. And the civet cat, given how large it is underneath, we shall call it Li Dan Dan." Having arranged these creatures clearly, the subsequent matters unfolded naturally. With the spirit awakening pill to unlock their intelligence and the healing pill to bolster their physique, combined with the goo worms he had implanted to guide them in extracting chakra. Transforming these little animals into summoning beasts should pose no difficulty. Glancing at the little creatures that had already scampered far away, it was evident that these delivered animals possessed a degree of cleverness. It seemed that the major ninja clans had some understanding of summoning beasts, recognizing that animals with higher intelligence had a greater probability of becoming summoning beasts. Having settled matters concerning the summoning school, only Qingye's own affairs remained. By nurturing these few new generation summoning beasts for Konoha, he had amassed nearly several million ryo. However, Asuma Sarutobi's future bounty was merely 35 million ryo. After laboring for so long, he had only earned the equivalent of Asuma Sarutobi's bounty. Making money was truly arduous. Furthermore, Qingye spent money at an alarming rate. As soon as the funds arrived, they were swiftly depleted. Through the connections of Elder Beishan, he procured a considerable amount of supplies with this money. For the heir of the Gu path, the finest resources consisted of various venomous insects, snakes, and ants. Coincidentally, the Yamanaka clan were experts in dealing with insects, making them unparalleled in the art of insect rearing throughout Konoha. No, throughout the entire land of fire. In the realm of serpents, insects, rodents, and ants, they were the undisputed authority. Although the Yamanaka clan did not possess any overt industries, they covertly monopolized the entire toxic insect trade in the land of fire, whether for consumption, medicinal use, or assassination. The sales channels for various insect species were firmly in the hands of the Yamanaka clan. However, this trade, being rather niche, did not yield substantial profits. Qingye generously expended a considerable sum of money, naturally acquiring a plethora of insects in return. In truth, Qingye did not need to solicit assistance. Elder Beishan would willingly allocate resources from the clan to support him. As long as Qingye could consistently cultivate spirit beasts, the Oil clan would not only gain a lucrative asset, but could also leverage this to forge numerous connections, such as alliances with other ninja clans or negotiating for greater influence within Konoha. These advantages are intangible yet invaluable. The resources invested now are but a mere fraction compared to the potential future gains. Beside the forest, the former small wooden cabin has been replaced with newfound wealth. It was only fitting to enhance one's living conditions. Thus, a 3-story villa has taken the place of the humble abode, transforming it into a rural mansion. Beneath the villa, Qingye excavated an additional level, dedicating it to the various affairs of poison crafting. This respect for Konoha's traditions is evident. After all, who among those conducting experiments lacks an underground laboratory? Renowned figures like Orochimaru, Danzo, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed such facilities. Qingye could not afford to lag behind. He even aspires to establish a laboratory that rivals the underground space of Uchiha Obito. After all, Obito has yet to meet his demise. Indeed, in the world of ninjas, one must adopt a survivalist approach to thrive. Squeak, rustle, hiss. Upon entering the lower level, an array of insects scuttled about, their gnawing sounds filling the air. The floor was segmented into numerous pits, each housing various venomous creatures. The black-headed, red-backed centipede, measuring as long as an infant's forearm and 3 fingers wide. The purple-striped black scorpion, as large as an adult's hand, occasionally releasing a stream of brown venom from its tail. The giant mandibles of the leaf-cutting ant, thumb-sized, comprised 1/3 of its body length. The red-winged black mosquito, an inch long, feasting on blood like a nightmare in the rain. A myriad of insects had been collected by Qingye, yet these were not the rarest specimens in the ninja world. He recalled that Nagato had once summoned a centipede nearly 100 meters long. If he could uncover the origin of that colossal centipede, it would be a dream come true for any poison master. During his last encounter with Kakashi, although he managed to achieve a stalemate using a D and A air, he found his offensive capabilities lacking. The poison insects he possessed were insufficient. A Da and A air were still nurturing their respective insects and could not be utilized at the moment. The remaining poison insects in his possession had been implanted into various small animals. To quickly bolster his combat power, he must concoct new poison insects. Chapter 11. The fear of density is not to be underestimated. A sealing scroll unfurled. Bang! The Wanguding descended into the heart of the basement. In the dimly lit confines of the basement, Aoi paced back and forth, his figure draped in a black high-collared trench coat, a matching eye mask, and gloves, exuding an aura of malevolence. At that moment, he resembled a quintessential villain, ensconced within a clandestine laboratory, seemingly engaged in various inhumane and grotesque experiments on human subjects. However, the basement merely housed an assortment of insect pits, each varying in size. He moved from one pit to another, traversing from the left to the right. Before long, Aoi's hands were adorned with several venomous specimens: a palm-sized wolf spider, a blood-red centipede as thick as 3 fingers, a purple-striped black scorpion with a hooked tail, a vividly colored gecko radiating danger, and a toxic toad riddled with poisonous growths. Indeed, he possessed the quintessence of venom, with 5 deadly substances in hand. He ambled leisurely towards the altar of myriad poisons. At this moment, Qingye exuded the aura of a supreme predator, imbued with a hint of nobility. This was the formidable might of the true dragon Gu. By harnessing its power, Qingye could effortlessly intimidate these venomous creatures, rendering them immobile even when held in his grasp. One by one, he placed them into the Wangu Ding. Vivid crimson blood flowed freely within the cauldron as Qingye cradled it, pouring in the chakra and natural energy stored within his true dragon Gu. A variety of potent supplements were added to the cauldron, stimulating the 5 types of venomous insects, which became increasingly agitated. However, these creatures were remarkably cautious. As venomous beings, they were masters of ambush and poison in the natural world. Each occupied its own territory within the cauldron, sensing the presence of their kin, yet they chose to remain dormant, opting for a strategy of striking with lethal precision. Moreover, the various supplements had already mingled with the blood, allowing the 5 venomous creatures to absorb a significant amount of medicinal potency, chakra, and natural energy, either passively or actively. Suddenly, the small nodules on the back of the toad burst open, releasing a pale purple pus, and its form swelled to twice its size. The red-armored centipede coiled on one side, its shell cracking open as a larger, more vivid centipede emerged from its back. The variegated gecko clung to the wall of the cauldron, its colors shifting continuously. The black scorpion's tail lashed back and forth, its pincers waving in the air. The wolf-patterned spider began to spin silk, preparing a web for its prey. It was a veritable spectacle of nature's fury. The 5 poisons clash. A battle to see who would survive to devour the others and achieve the form of the Poison King. Once the Wangu Ding was sealed and the dragon's might withdrawn, a cacophony of unrest erupted from within. Without the suppression of the true dragon Gu, equilibrium was swiftly disrupted. A fray would ensue, during which they could consume medicinal energy to rejuvenate themselves before engaging in further combat, a relentless cycle until the emergence of a sovereign of toxins. The 5 poison Gu, embodying all 5 poisons, represented a supremely lethal breed of Gu insect. The foundational Gu techniques documented over 13,600 types of elementary Gu insects. Yet under the current circumstances, he could only concoct a mere handful. The 5 poison Gu was among those with remarkable combat efficacy and practicality. Qingye then gazed at the multitude of other venomous creatures, a smile reminiscent of an uncle's gracing his face. Qingye was preoccupied with the art of crafting puppets, thus spending little time at the Spirit Communication Academy. Fortunately, he had previously recruited the diligent Mitarashi Anko and Noera Rin to assist him with various trivial tasks, allowing him the freedom to focus on his own endeavors. It was not that he was averse to utilizing the technique of shadow clones. Rather, the circumstances did not permit it. The essence of all cloning techniques, be it the shadow clone, water clone, lightning clone, or even the advanced multiple shadow clone technique, lies in the return of chakra to its primal source, reconstituting it into physical and spiritual form, thereby manifesting humanoid illusions that are not true entities. However, the art of puppet crafting is deeply rooted in the connection of bloodlines and the intertwining of lives. Cloning is not akin to division. It cannot simply bifurcate Qingye into 2 separate beings. To engage in puppet crafting, one must rely on the original body. Even the S-rank forbidden technique of multiple shadow clones falls short. Moreover, Qingye's chakra was currently limited, and to enhance the success rate and quality of his crafts, he needed to devote himself entirely. Rin, why do you heed that guy Qingye and come here to work after school? Uchiha Obito lamented, resting his hands behind his head and chewing on a piece of dried grass, clearly discontent. His dissatisfaction stemmed from the loss of extracurricular activities after school, which significantly reduced his chances of encountering the goddess. I promised Qingye I would help him care for these little creatures, and besides, he pays me. Noera Rin responded with a gentle smile, bending down to scatter the military rations she held for the approaching piglets. But I still don't understand, Obito sighed. Rin remained silent. affectionately stroking the snorting piglets, when a thought struck her. Once I receive my payment, I can treat you to sweet rice dumplings. At the mention of a date, Obito perked up. Now that sounds delightful. That's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Sweet rice dumplings, I want some too. Anko exclaimed, appearing upside down before them. Her ears perked up, particularly attuned to the mention of sweet rice dumplings. Obito immediately bristled. How could Anko intrude on his conversation about a date with Rin? He waved his hands dismissively. Go away. This is between me and Rin. It has nothing to do with you. Anko nimbly dodged Obito's outstretched hand and triumphantly hugged Rin, declaring, how can it not concern me? Rin and I are the best of friends now, aren't we, Rin? Yes, Rin replied with a resigned nod. Damn it, Obito seethed, determined not to let the goddess be stolen away by Anko. Kakashi had only just managed to graduate early, eliminating the third wheel, which had brought him joy for a considerable time, and now another had appeared. Regardless of her gender, he could not allow it. Seeing Obito's frustration, Rin clapped her hands together. All right, Obito, Anko is my friend. If you can't accept that, then I won't treat you to sweet rice dumplings. Fine, he conceded, with a heavy heart. Obito trudged back to the countryside villa alongside his companions after finishing their feeding duties, only to be greeted by an array of small creatures gathered around. Perched upon a tree trunk was an owl, while behind a grand tree lurked a fawn and a white pig lay sprawled on the ground. In a grassy nook, a young fox and a small raccoon concealed themselves, and above, a hawk circled ominously. Not far off, a wolf cub and a tiger cub fixed their gaze intently on the villa's entrance, seemingly eager to breach its threshold. However, their advance was thwarted by two formidable sentinels standing guard before them, the fearsome duo of Ada and Aer. It was unclear what potent elixir Qingye had bestowed upon these two, as their size had grown to that of a two-story building, aligning perfectly with the second floor of the villa. What was happening? Were they about to engage in battle? Obito felt a thrill at the unfolding scene. The tiger cub was destined to be his future spirit beast. Could it be that it was now poised to challenge Qingye's own spirit beast? That would indeed be splendid. Yet, before Obito could dash forward to witness the spectacle, he was swiftly restrained by Noara Rin. Wait, something feels amiss here. Rin experienced an unshakable sense of unease. An inexplicable aura enveloping the villa, imparting an extraordinary sensation that was distinctly different from the norm. Had Qingye been present, he would have been astounded by Rin's perceptive discovery, and it would be clear why only she could discern the villa's unusual transformation. As the most perfect Jinchuriki of the three tales, Rin had not demonstrated remarkable strength in the original narrative, her most notable jutsu being a medical technique that successfully aided Kakashi in replacing his eye. Nevertheless, her constitution was indeed extraordinary, having been chosen by Kagaya and Uchiha Madara as the ideal Jinchuriki. Rin's uniqueness was beyond question. Why had the villa changed? It was none other than Qingye's alchemical practices in the basement. Utilizing the true dragon goo, Qingye had drawn the natural energy of the entire forest into this vicinity. At that moment, the basement of the villa was brimming with an abundance of natural energy, explaining why the awakened little creatures had congregated at the Dark Lord's doorstep, eager to partake in the rich bounty that this concentrated energy promised. Yet, an anomaly arose. The small animals surrounding the villa grew increasingly vigilant, preparing themselves for confrontation. The air crackled with tension, filled with the sounds of hissing, rustling, and squeaking. The sound of rustling filled the air around the villa, prompting the trio, led by Obito, to assume a vigilant stance. Forming a triangle, they stood back to back, gripping their shuriken in anticipation of potential attacks. However, contrary to their expectations, no adversary appeared. Instead, countless insects emerged from all directions. They crawled from the grass, the earth, and the trees, as if every crevice was a gateway for these creatures. As they beheld the thronging mass of insects, the trio was met with a sound reminiscent of fingers scraping across glass. A collective shiver coursed through them, raising goosebumps from head to toe. The overwhelming dread of the swarming insects seized their minds, as they finally comprehended the essence of entomophobia. Hinata, Obito, and Ōtsutsuki were acutely aware of their inability to confront the situation. Even as the insects scuttled past their feet, they made no attempt to evade them. The once fierce wolf cub and tiger now found themselves in a pitiful state, scurrying about with their tails tucked. Similarly, the summoned creatures reacted. Those that could fly took to the air, while those that could leap did so, and those unable to escape buried their heads in the earth. Among them, a trembling white pig buried its head in the ground, its rear end raised in distress. At that moment, A loud bang echoed as the two doors of the villa swung open, revealing a deep, dark interior. The previously alert figures of Ada and Ayer relaxed, clearing the way for the relentless swarm of insects to enter the villa. After a substantial period, the last of the insects finally poured inside. Chapter 12. Obito Uchiha claims second place. While Minato Namikaze dares to claim first once the insects had passed, the trio was finally liberated from their rigid state. A result of the fright that had gripped them. They collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat, truly shaken by the experience. If given the choice, they would wish to obliterate the memories of that moment, as the shadow of their fear of swarming creatures was one they wished to avoid. Surely, it was that rascal Aoi who orchestrated this, Obito pondered, his voice wavering. He now found himself somewhat intimidated by Aoi, struggling to reconcile this with the man who had once vied for the title of the class slacker alongside him. It must be true. Aoi must have cultivated some formidable insect ninjutsu. Hinata mused, shaking her head. How peculiar. The strange sensation has vanished, Ōtsutsuki lamented. I shall never again dare to slack off. I vow to never sleep on the job again, for if Aoi discovers my laziness, he will surely feed me to the insects. Overcome by terror, Ōtsutsuki fell into despair, regretting her past negligence at work. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the villa, slow and deliberate. A figure stepped forth, clad in a long, high-collared black coat, wearing a black mask and yawning, betraying signs of insufficient rest. Their skin, devoid of sunlight, appeared ghostly pale. When the green leaves emerged, they were still infested with various small insects. Upon stepping outside, these insects appeared unable to withstand the sunlight, scurrying into the folds of the green leaf's trench coat. Did I just hear something? Is someone slacking off while working? The green leaf remarked, cupping its ears. Lately, the incessant chirping of insects, particularly the mournful cries of various critters, had left it with an unsettling sensation of auditory hallucination. No, certainly no one is slacking off. You must have misheard. Hongdo quickly responded, wiping away her tears and leaping up to clarify. At that moment, she felt an acute sense of anxiety. If discovered, would she be fed to the insects? All right, perhaps I did mishear, she conceded, shaking her head. Perhaps it truly was mere auditory illusion. With a sigh of relief, Hongdo patted her chest. Green leaf, what was that all about just now? Daitu inquired, a hint of tension in his voice. Oh, it was nothing. Just raising insects, didn't you see? Green leaf replied with a lackluster tone, dismissively. But, there's no but about it. Oh, by the way, what brings you here? You're not one of the staff here. Green leaf interrupted the inquisitive Daitu with a direct question. Upon hearing this, Daitu fidgeted slightly. Well, I came to see Lin. All right then, I intended to seek you out as well, but since you're here, I need not exert myself further, Greenleaf said, letting its head droop. You were looking for me. Why? Daitu asked, astonished. I had some questions regarding the items you gave me, so I thought to ask you. Greenleaf replied, turning back towards the dark villa. Halfway, it glanced back at Daitu, saying, come in. Very well, he responded, feeling somewhat anxious about entering the villa. Yet he acquiesced. As he departed, Daitu did not forget to remind Lin, remember our agreement. Noera Rin nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on the two individuals as they entered the villa's grand entrance. A peculiar sensation washed over her, akin to guiding Obito into a treacherous abyss from which there would be no return. Noera Rin tilted her head, pondering this thought. Outside, the countryside villa radiated warmth and sunlight, yet upon stepping inside, an unsettling aura enveloped her. Obito trailed behind Aoba, his heart filled with trepidation as he surveyed the hall. The chandelier above exuded a dim, yellow glow, while a mysterious shrine at its center housed an unknown entity. The walls were adorned with various mounted animal heads, and the floor was inscribed with an eerie circle, inscribed with cryptic runes both inside and out. Everything within this space suggested that it was far from an ordinary countryside residence. Passing through the hall and traversing the corridor, they arrived at the threshold of a room marked by a large neon sign proclaiming it as Laboratory No. 1. Obito, feeling an acute sense of anxiety, followed suit into the chamber, which contained nothing more than a solitary recliner, reminiscent of those found in hospitals. Surrounding the chair was a ring of stone platforms, laden with an assortment of instruments. These were second-hand medical supplies procured by Aoba from a thrift store. At that time, Aoba had believed that as a technically inclined ninja, it was imperative to possess a personal medical laboratory, hence the elaborate setup. Initially intended as a mere FAAD, Aoba had not anticipated its practical application on this fateful day. While Obito distractedly surveyed his surroundings, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Aoba pressed Obito down onto the recliner, removing the bright overhead light to shine it directly upon him. While he flashed a smile he believed to be charming. "What do you intend to do, Aoba? I assure you, I will not yield, even under threats. I will remain steadfast. Besides, my affection lies with Rin," Obito declared, clutching his chest with a tragic expression. "You fool," Aoba muttered inwardly, before turning to Obito with a cheerful demeanor. "No need to be anxious. Regarding the ninjutsu scroll you provided, particularly the recorded space-time ninjutsu, I am merely curious, does the Uchiha clan possess such abilities?" Upon hearing Aoba's inquiry, Obito visibly relaxed, relieved that he was not being plotted against. With a casual air, he replied, "I cannot say. I merely discovered it in my ancestral home. I lack any talent for space-time techniques. It would be better utilized in exchange for a powerful summoning beast." Qingye shook his head. If one were to determine the greatest spatial talent in the entire Naruto world, Uchiha Obito would dare to claim the second position, while Minato Namikaze would undoubtedly assert the first. He recalled the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, where Obito awakened his Sharingan at the last moment, and remarkably, it manifested as a double tomo. With just the double tomo Sharingan, he executed spatial ninjutsu, rescuing Kakashi and Rin. Obito truly transcended the limits of the Sharingan. His ancestor, from the Uchiha clan, must have possessed extraordinary abilities, likely endowed with a formidable aptitude for spatial ninjutsu. Otherwise, he would not have left behind such scrolls of spatial techniques. As of today, the innate talents of the Uchiha lineage have been inherited by Obito, who may very well be the most gifted ninja in spatial abilities of his lineage. Perhaps this explains why Obito has yet to awaken his eyes. His prodigious talent may have impeded the normal development of his Sharingan. Kagaya and Madara, those two, have certainly stumbled upon a treasure, although it would ultimately lead to Obito's downfall. Wait, did I just utter something inappropriate? Never mind. The moment Qingye acquired the scrolls, he perused them briefly and discovered they contained 3 types of spatial ninjutsu. The first, Kuzuku no Jutsu, an advanced invisibility technique hidden within the crevices of space. The second, Ran's no Jutsu, which disperses spatial ripples to disrupt a ninja's hand seals or weaken the power of ninjutsu. The third, Kaiki no Jutsu, a physical technique combined with spatial ninjutsu, requiring immense physical strength to strike at the fabric of space and inflict damage from afar. Each of these 3 spatial techniques is worth millions. No, they are likely far more valuable, as they belong to a category of priceless rarity. This fellow, Qingye gazed at Obito, feeling no remorse for the betrayal. Suddenly, Qingye opened his mouth wide, and a shadow emerged within. Obito's eyes widened in horror as he beheld 8 crimson eyes manifesting within Qingye's mouth, prompting a terrified scream. A monster. With a sudden burst, a cloud of purple mist erupted from Qingye's mouth, and Obito, upon lifting his gaze, collided with the purple fog. "You," he stammered, pointing at Qingye, unable to comprehend why he would wish him harm. As Obito succumbed to unconsciousness, Qingye closed his mouth and swallowed, as if consuming something. Shaking his head once more, Qingye gazed at Obito with a sigh, saying, "Obito, do not blame me, dear brother. It is only through you that I can acquire the power of space." Having spoken, Qingye deftly flipped his hands, revealing crimson slits in the palms of both. From these fissures, 2 orb-like entities tumbled forth. Apart from the 6 appendages at their bases, these orbs bore a striking resemblance to ordinary eyeballs. These were the primary goo insects known as palm eyes, often residing within the palms of their hosts. The name palm eye evokes the imagery of myriad hands and eyes. Naturally, to achieve such an extraordinary multitude, one must attain a mythic rank. The palm eye, nestled within the palm, not only broadens one's perspective but also serves as a means of attack, capable of emitting various ethereal lights, albeit requiring subsequent cultivation. Furthermore, the palm eye can substitute for normal eyes, merging seamlessly into the eye sockets. The Tome of Gu records that the palm eye is remarkably effective in treating cataracts in the elderly. However, at present, he intended to employ these 2 palm eyes to siphon the spatial powers from Dato's eyes. Whether this endeavor would succeed remained uncertain. He could only attempt it, believing even a mere fragment extracted would be worthwhile. He gently placed the 2 orbs upon Dato's eyelids, allowing the 6 appendages to penetrate the skin. And with a slight tremor, the orbs assimilated into Dato's eyes. "Dato, do come and visit again," Qingye called from the doorway, waving to the trio. Clad in a black trench coat and wearing a black eye mask, he stood before a pitch-black door, all appearing quite normal. Dao recalled the peculiar room, feeling faint midway through, and thought he had glimpsed Qingye as a massive insect cloaked in human skin. This memory sent a shiver down his spine, leading him to vow never to return, preferring instead to meet Rin in the woods. Yet, Qingye's voice echoed once more behind them. Remember to collect your spirit beast before graduation. And Dao, do strengthen your Sharingan. Prompted by this, Dao seized Rin's hand and dashed outside, feeling as if he were a small sheep being stalked by a great wolf. No, a colossal insect, sending chills throughout his being. What's wrong? Dao, you seem quite frightened of Qingye, Rin remarked, oblivious to Dao's experiences within. Since his return from the countryside villa, he had changed. I believe Qingye is no longer the same Qingye. Only after they had distanced themselves did Dao speak, glancing around as though wary of unseen eyes. Impossible, Akidu gasped, astonished that Dao would utter such words. Indeed, could there be a misunderstanding regarding Qingye? I saw Qingye in the room, and he was a giant insect. Speaking to me while cloaked in his own skin, Dao whispered cautiously. Unthinkable. Though Qingye has a penchant for rearing insects, he cannot possibly be one himself. Exactly, Dao. The Oil Woman clan enjoys insect husbandry, but how could he be an insect? Surely, you must be mistaken. Perhaps your recent training has been too strenuous. After this persuasion, Obito began to doubt himself. Could it be true? Was it merely a figment of my imagination? He found himself engulfed in self-doubt. No, there must be something amiss with Aoi. I certainly did not mistake it. The room just now undoubtedly harbored a monstrous creature. Shaking his head, Obito remained resolute in the belief that what he had witnessed was indeed real. Chapter 13, The Young Ones. Lacking martial virtue, time in the world of Naruto is remarkably enduring. Although Kakashi and Aoi did not emerge victorious from their recent confrontation, he still contemplated graduating ahead of schedule. In truth, had Kakashi refrained from employing the immature jutsu, Chidori, the battle would likely have resulted in a stalemate for both parties. What more could Konoha's leaf be said? It is evident that Kakashi truly deserves the title of the renowned ninja, the 5-5 equal of the ninja world, demonstrating such promise at such a tender age. With his extraordinary talents, he could match even those of the most gifted. Today marks Kakashi's early graduation, a momentous occasion as he also sits for the Chunin qualification exam. This stipulation was specifically crafted for Kakashi. To graduate early, he must prove himself worthy of the rank of a Chunin. Should he fail to do so, he would be obliged to return to the Ninja Academy to continue his studies. Upon hearing this rule, Konoha expressed his disdain, vociferously denouncing the third Hokage's hypocrisy. As the Third Shinobi World War has yet to fully erupt, it is evident that once it does, the higher-ups of Konoha will forcibly graduate any remaining ninjas, dispatching them to the front lines as mere fodder. Why establish such rules now, cloaked in the guise of ensuring the quality of students and safeguarding their well-being? Initially, in the name of the will of fire, every graduating student must possess the strength of a Chunin. Yet later, in the same spirit, you are urged to graduate early to serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield. It was then that Aoba realized the effectiveness of persuasive speech. Could it be that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was not only a master of ninjutsu, but also a maestro of rhetoric? This thought sparked within him a desire to pursue a graduate study in the art of persuasion. Within the examination arena, Kakashi was poised and ready. While the stands were filled with his schoolmates and teachers, the youthful companions, brimming with innocence, were merely there to revel in the spectacle, whereas the instructors had come to witness the prowess of their pupil. Look at Kakashi Hatake. He is the prodigy we have nurtured, they would proudly declare. Particularly the third Hokage, who, upon witnessing the event, would surely consider raising our salaries. Alas, neither the third Hokage nor Aoba had graced the occasion with their presence. The instructor overseeing Kakashi's assessment was a teacher from the Ninja Academy, possessing the skills of a genin. For simplicity's sake, let us refer to him as Teacher A. Let us perform the hand seals. This should be your final demonstration of the stance, Kakashi Hatake, Teacher A stated solemnly in the center of the arena. Teacher, I humbly request your guidance. Kakashi replied, mirroring the hand seals. With the seals completed, the assessment commenced, and both combatants instinctively retreated to create distance between them. Kakashi, if you wish to graduate from the Ninja Academy, now is the time to showcase your true abilities, Teacher A warned. Having completed his hand seals and poised to unleash his jutsu. Defeat me, or you shall return whence you came. Forgive my impudence, teacher, Kakashi retorted confidently, drawing a short blade from his waist while simultaneously forming hand seals with his left hand. His gaze sharpened as he charged towards Teacher A, his speed increasing exponentially. Earth style, earth spike, Teacher A declared, pressing his palms against the ground, causing a spike of earth to surge upward, aiming directly at Kakashi. Unperturbed by the impending attack, Kakashi leaped high into the air, deftly evading the strike while completing his hand seals with one hand. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he exclaimed, unleashing a colossal fireball that descended upon Teacher A. Earth style, earth barrier, Teacher A countered, forming seals once more, summoning a wall of earth to shield himself from the fireball. With a resounding crash, smoke billowed into the air, obscuring the scene. In that moment, Kakashi emerged from the haze, appearing directly above Teacher A. The fireball had merely served as a diversion. Kakashi's true intention was to close the distance for an attack. A flash of white light descended. Kakashi blade technique. He struck. Earth style, rock palm. Teacher A crossed his arms, raising his palms to block Kakashi's blade. Though I am but a genin, I possess a fundamental understanding of chakra transformation techniques. Teacher A's calm voice resonated from below. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. He recognized that his Chidori was an application of chakra transformation, and to his astonishment, this genin instructor had already mastered it. With one strike thwarted, Kakashi retreated several meters, maintaining a standoff with Teacher A. Winning against the teacher will not prove to be an easy feat, Kakashi. Teacher Jia's hands were enveloped in a layer of rock as he executed a boxing stance. Kakashi, sensing the gravity of the moment, instinctively considered employing the Chidori, knowing that lightning release chakra counters earth release chakra. However, a smiling figure wearing an eye mask surfaced in his mind, prompting him to abandon the thought. A wise individual never stumbles in the same place twice. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi bit his finger and pressed both hands against the ground, causing a series of runes to radiate outward. This is, Teacher Jia exclaimed, summoning jutsu. Kakashi's voice echoed. With a resounding thud, white smoke dissipated, revealing a wolf of considerable height, the summoned beast known as Wolf 5, raised by Konoha for Kakashi. A woo. The white wolf howled skyward, then planted its paws firmly on the ground, its piercing gaze fixed on Teacher Jia. Kakashi affectionately stroked Wolf 5, also directing his attention toward Teacher Jia. It's time, Goru. Although Konoha had named the white wolf Wolf 5, Kakashi preferred to call it Goru. A woo. The white wolf glanced at Kakashi, seemingly exasperated, as if to say, of course you called me here to fight. Summoning beast, let the teacher witness your strength. Teacher Jia spoke lightly, yet his spirit was taut. Preparing for the impending clash, Konoha's sword technique, white slash. A flash of white light appeared as Kakashi instantaneously closed the distance to Teacher Jia. Clang. The force of their simultaneous punches pushed him back several meters. Such strength from an elementary student, truly a prodigy. However, before Teacher Jia could express his astonishment, a white silhouette leapt above him. Goru's claws swung, crackling with the luminescence of lightning release chakra. Lightning release, lightning claw. Time was of the essence, and Teacher Jia had no choice but to endure. One hand dealt with Kakashi's sword technique, while the other braced against the wolf's lightning-infused claws. Crack! The rocky palm began to shatter under the assault of the wolf's electric claws. Teacher Jia's eyes narrowed. The elemental advantage was evident. As the lightning release chakra disrupted the balance of the earth release chakra, he maintained. He swept his leg to strike at the wolf, retreating in rapid succession to create distance between himself and the duo. Yet, Kakashi would not let this opportunity slip away. Young and brimming with energy, he pressed the attack, wielding his short blade with relentless precision, delivering a barrage of slashes that stayed close to Teacher Jia. In response, Teacher Jia remarked, "Young man, lacking martial ethics. Do you truly believe my years as a chunin were in vain?" Dispersing the stone from his hands, he quickly formed hand seals, raising an earthen wall to shield himself from the two. However, Kakashi remained unfazed, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Teacher Jia sensed something amiss as he caught a glimpse of the white wolf raising its front paw high. The wolf's paw crackled with lightning, crashing down onto the ground. Lightning release, earth escape. A bolt of lightning surged into the earth. This is not good. ZZT. Teacher Jia had no time to react as a flash of lightning erupted at his feet. With a crackle, the unfortunate teacher collapsed, rendered unconscious by the lightning technique. Kakashi gazed at the now unresponsive Jia and finally breathed a sigh of relief, giving a thumbs up to the approaching White Wolf. The White Wolf, brimming with pride, thought, "With me around, this was a piece of cake." Kakashi Hatake, assessment passed, shouted a nearby ninja, raising a flag to announce the results of the evaluation. Upon hearing this, the surrounding young ninjas erupted into cheers. Kakashi nodded coolly at his companions, exuding an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, several streets away in the Hokage office of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene through a crystal ball, witnessing Kakashi's triumphant moment. He had been secretly watching the entire battle unfold. Excellent. This child Kakashi possesses a hint of his father's former brilliance. Indeed, like father, like son, he mused. Perhaps I could enlist him into the Umbu. After all, his father was once the head of the Umbu. It would only be natural for him to follow in those footsteps. Who would ever complain of having fewer blades at their disposal? As Hiruzen observed Kakashi's spirited demeanor, he couldn't help but recall his own wayward son, which caused him a headache. He had sent him to the Lord's residence, yet he had shown no gratitude for Hiruzen's efforts. Forget about that boy, he thought. However, he pondered the peculiar fact that the Hatake clan possessed a spirit beast in the form of a white wolf that could also wield lightning techniques. He was well acquainted with all the clans in the village that had spirit beasts, yet he had never heard of this particular white wolf. Knock, knock. Tapping the surface of the desk with his pipe, a dark-clad Umbu ninja wearing an animal mask appeared, kneeling on one knee, awaiting orders. Investigate where Kakashi acquired this spirit beast, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, his voice calm, yet firm. Yes, Lord Hokage. In the next instant, the shadowy ninja vanished without a trace, as though he had never existed. Here, Sarutobi Hizashi observed from a distance, peering through his telescope technique, yet he could not have anticipated that. Within the hidden confines of Konoha village, another individual was simultaneously engaged in a similar endeavor from a basement. In the secluded basement of a rural villa, Aoi was engrossed in the projection before him. The content displayed was none other than the scene of Kakashi and the White Wolf teaming up to vanquish a certain lower-ranking instructor. Before Aoi, on the experimental table, a large eye with 6 legs stood upright, gazing intently at the screen. The previous imagery had been projected through the pupil of this remarkable eye. This was a projection insect, a modification of the eye-catching goo, capable of projecting scenes visible to the child eye goo from several miles away. Previously, he had embedded a pair of eye-catching goo within a Beto, initially with the intent of pilfering a modicum of spatial power. However, reflecting on it, Aoi realized that this world was one steeped in the legend of eyes, and that he would require the eye-catching goo in many future endeavors. With the plethora of ocular abilities, Sharingan, Byakugan, Blood Dragon Eye, Red Eye, and so forth, he knew opportunities to reclaim them would arise. Thus, Aoi toiled through the night to produce a multitude of eye-catching goo. Subsequently, he recalled his lack of reliable surveillance methods and decided to further refine the eye-catching goo, stripping away its other capabilities and retaining solely its photographic projection ability. Employing the crafting technique of the mother and child goo, he transformed one of the insects into the main goo while the remaining ones became subsidiary goo, enabling them to share vision and achieve remote projection. This technique was dubbed the 1,000-mile eye technique by Aoi. He intended to rival Sarutobi Hizashi's telescope technique, setting the stage for a contest within the village. Once he had disseminated the child eye throughout the entire village, he would see who could spy more effectively. Chapter 14. The brave piglet fears not hardship truly. A genius ninja capable of creating the A-rank technique, Chidori, has, in such a brief span, already led his summoned beast to develop 2 new jutsu. Qingye nodded with satisfaction. Observing the 2 ninjutsu techniques employed by the White Wolf in the projection, Thunder Claw and Earth Escape. In essence, both Thunder ninjutsu techniques stem from a singular technique, which involves channeling lightning chakra into the wolf's claws before unleashing it. One serves as a close-range assault, while the other functions as a long-range attack. It is not surprising, as this resembles the summoning beast's version of Chidori. However, the summoning beast boasts significantly greater physical prowess, enabling it to wield such a powerful technique effectively. Conversely, Kakashi, being relatively diminutive and physically weaker, cannot master Chidori to its fullest extent. This notion of a single technique being utilized in multiple ways resonates strongly with Kakashi's style. Following Chidori, numerous variations emerged, such as Chidori Stream, Chidori Blade, and Chidori Sharp Spear. The enhanced version, Raikiri, also gave rise to many techniques, including lightning transmission, double thunder shock, and lightning tiger massacre. It's all about patterns, strategies, and repetitions. As for why Wolf 5 is capable of using lightning release, it is because Qingye implanted a lightning release insect into its body. This insect, cultivated utilizing Qingye's own lightning chakra, allows Wolf 5 to convert its chakra into lightning attribute chakra. Similarly, Qingye has sown various attribute insects within other summoning beasts. This method of cultivation is distinct from that employed by Ada and Air. Once the beast-type insect is implanted, it enters a symbiotic relationship with its animal host, with the insect's power being contingent upon the strength of the host beast. In the case of the white wolf, Qingye first concocted a lightning release insect before embedding it within. Once the white wolf becomes familiar with the nuances of lightning chakra, the insect can be extracted. This cultivation method, developed by Qingye for the accelerated training of summoning beasts, enables them to possess attribute chakra, although it precludes them from forming hand seals, theoretically rendering them unable to perform ninjutsu. However, since Kakashi's Chidori is a non-hand seal technique, with proper guidance, Wolf 5 can indeed wield lightning release ninjutsu. As for how others might instruct their summoning beasts in ninjutsu after acquiring them, that falls outside Qingye's purview. Kakashi and his exclusive summoning beast successfully passed the graduation examination and the Genin assessment, inciting a sense of restlessness among the young ninjas at the academy. They began to harbor the delusion that if Kakashi could do it, so could they. Today, a group approached the gates of the village's villa, eager to challenge and secure a summoning beast in hopes of replicating Kakashi's remarkable achievement. "Qingye, come out here," they shouted. Why? Why can that guy Kakashi obtain a summoning beast while we cannot?" In front of the villa, Akimichi Dingswa stood on the grass, vociferously pointing at the villa, while Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi stood by, arms crossed, appearing to support him. "Why indeed? Do you possess Kakashi's strength? At the very least, Kakashi can engage me in a fair fight." "Oh, well, a draw." Qingye appeared on the second-floor balcony, gesturing towards Ada and Air standing before the villa's entrance, and inquired, "You? The three of you are no match for even the gatekeeper." "Humph, we do not believe it." Akimichi Dingswa squinted his small eyes, displaying a face of defiance. Nara Shikahisa glanced at the two formidable figures guarding the entrance, feeling a twinge of hesitation. "Dingswa, perhaps we should reconsider. After all, we are not in such a rush to obtain the spirit beasts. Waiting a little longer would not hurt." In truth, he and Yamashiro Hachi were merely drawn in to lend support and did not harbor a strong desire for the spirit beasts. "Indeed, Dingswa, it would not be unacceptable to wait until graduation to return." Yamashiro Hachi chimed in promptly. "No, we must demand an explanation today." Dingswa's small eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. Although he did not possess a particular obsession with the spirit beasts, he was dissatisfied with a previous remark made by Aoba. "Dingswa, once you graduate and acquire your spirit beast, I shall treat you to a feast of pork, but currently, I am preoccupied with matters regarding the spirit beasts and lack the time to prepare for you." It was a betrayal of the trust he had placed in Aoba, which resulted in distance and disdain. "I shall no longer feign ignorance. It's time to confront you. I am determined to secure this feast today. Brave little pig. Fear not the hardships. The pig deer butterfly team, assemble. Charge." Akimichi Dingswa bellowed, disregarding all caution as he charged forward. Meatball battle vehicle. Yamashiro Hachi looked at Shikahisa, his eyes silently asking for guidance. Nara Shikahisa rolled his eyes in response. "What else can we do? Let's go." Yamashiro Hachi formed hand seals. Body flicker technique. Nara Shikahisa followed suit, performing the shadow imitation technique. "Let's make our move. I was just lamenting the lack of an opportunity to act." The verdant leaves swayed as if reveling in a cunning scheme's success, and with a grand gesture, the ground trembled beneath him. Simultaneously, a swarm of insects lifted him into the air. Ada and Air gasped for breath, raising their forelimbs high before bringing them down with tremendous force. Boom. The two pigs, unshackled from restraint, commenced a frenzy of stomping upon the earth. The surface upheaved, soil and stones erupted, and clouds of dust enveloped the scene, as if an eighth-grade earthquake had transpired. The formidable impact sent the meatball war machine of Autumn Path Ding flying, revealing its true form in the wake of such overwhelming force. The other two were even worse off, in the face of this grand-scale ninjutsu. The secret techniques of the Nara and Yamanaka clans had no room to manifest. The multifaceted eyes of Aoba activated, employing a 360 chakra perception. along with infrared and ultraviolet sensory systems, in search of the three individuals amidst the swirling smoke. His gaze fixated on a particular location, and in an instant, Aoba vanished. Coughing, he pondered the nature of this creature. The potency exhibited here was likely equivalent to that of a B-rank ninjutsu. It had been but a short while since their last encounter with Kakashi, yet Aoba's strength had surged since then. Nara Shikaku had severely underestimated the summoned beast nurtured by Aoba. After all, the first two summoned beasts, A and B, were cultivated with utmost diligence, receiving not only an unlimited supply of various medicinal pills, but also infusions of natural energy. Their current growth was a testament to the immense natural energy residing within them. Nara Shikaku began forming hand seals, intending to disperse the surrounding smoke with a ninjutsu. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the haze. Who goes there? A shuriken flew forth, but the shadow vanished in an instant. Just as Nara Shikaku exhaled in relief, he sensed an approaching presence beside him, an unsettling pair of crimson eyes. What had just been a shadow clone was, in reality, Aoba's true form, now perilously close to Nara Shikaku. Aoba opened his mouth wide, revealing an object extending from within. This is bad. What on earth? Just as Nara Shikaku attempted to scream, a plume of purple smoke erupted forth. After swallowing hard, Aoba ensured Nara Shikaku had succumbed before redirecting his attention elsewhere. Employing the same strategy, he first used a shadow clone to divert attention, then stealthily launched a surprise attack with the intoxicating smoke of the five poisons goo to incapacitate his opponent. When the smoke finally cleared, the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi lay sprawled on the ground, rendered unconscious. At last, the gathering was complete. This was a consequence of their own actions, and they had no one to blame but themselves. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, masters of shadow manipulation, the transformation of mental prowess, and the augmentation of physical form. Qingye approached the three individuals with a smile reminiscent of a benevolent aunt. With a flick of her wrist, three blood-red mosquitoes, each the size of a finger, emerged. These blood-sucking creatures, known as blood mosquitoes, could drain the blood of living beings and even extract a portion of their bloodlines. They were deemed the finest syringes and the favorite of nefarious researchers. Their elongated mouthparts penetrated the bodies of the trio, causing the abdomen of the blood mosquitoes to visibly swell. After a brief pause, Qingye observed their engorged bellies, pondering whether complications might arise. However, she dismissed her concerns, considering that they were still children and excessive blood loss could hinder their physical development. The three soon awakened, only to find themselves amidst a chaotic scene of flying earth and stones, with the central villa remaining unscathed. Who am I? Where am I? Qiu Daodingzu sat up, cradling his head in his hands, haunted by a glimpse of something terrifying, yet unable to recall the specifics. Nara Shikahiza remained the most composed, thoughtfully stroking his chin in an attempt to recollect. I remember Dingzu bringing us to Qingye for a spirit beast, but she refused. Dingzu charged at her, and then I heard a deafening roar, after which everything went blank. Yes, I recall a cloud of dust rising, and then, nothing. Yamashita Aichi's memories were the simplest. Due to his lack of strength, Qingye had easily overpowered him. He could only blame the limitations of his family's ninjutsu, which was effective only for glaring at opponents. Amidst the swirling dust, how could he hope to intimidate anyone? The trio fell into a shared silence, questioning what had transpired. Moreover, they felt a peculiar weakness, akin to the fatigue of playing video games for several days without sleep. Look, Nara Shikahiza pointed out a large sign that had appeared before the villa's entrance. The owner is unavailable for reception. Unauthorized individuals must not linger. There are vicious beasts within. Please do not approach. Any violation will be at your own risk. The villa's master, Qingye. Damn it. Qiu Daodingzu slammed his fist into the ground, disregarding his headache as he yearned to storm into the villa. Shadow binding technique. Nara Shikahiza, sensing danger, quickly employed the shadow technique to restrain Dingzu. Let me go, Shikahiza. I need to teach that Qingye a lesson. Wait, do you really think we can overpower her? Shikahiza gestured toward the front of the villa. There, fearsome beasts lay in wait, seemingly indifferent to the trio. However, in the shadows of the forest behind the villa, numerous eyes observed them with varying expressions, some cunning, some indifferent, others gleeful, and some eager to spring into action. Behind these eyes lurked spirit beasts. Spotting some glaring eyes, Dingzu swallowed nervously. How about we come back another time? The other two individuals nodded emphatically. Chapter 15. The Genetic Legacy of the Divine Tree and the Ōtsutsuki Bloodline. In a dimly lit basement, Aoi, clad in medical gloves, stood before the laboratory table. Before her lay a scene bathed in crimson light, with the walls adorned with a myriad of densely packed hexagonal holes, resembling a beehive or an insect nest. The red illumination emanated from these nests. In the very center, rows and columns of blood-patterned insects rested in perfect alignment. Upon counting, there were nearly 100 of these blood-patterned insects. The blood-patterned insect, a rudimentary type of goo worm, is simple to cultivate, lacks formidable strength, and serves limited purposes. Thus, 100 of them would scarcely suffice to ignite a fire. It would take thousands of these blood-patterned insects to manifest any combat effectiveness. Consequently, Aoi could only employ these blood-patterned insects as mere injectors. Among the upper rows, some of the blood-patterned insects appeared swollen, radiating a ruby-like glow. Others, on the other hand, were deflated, resembling entomological specimens. As the verdant leaves unfurl, 3 blood-sucking blood patterns emerge, returning to their respective nests on the wall. With the addition of the 3 recently acquired blood patterns, a total of 38 nests now emit an ethereal crimson glow. These blood patterns are the fruits of Qingye's relentless endeavors over the past few months. Beneath each of these blood patterns, Qingye has thoughtfully inscribed the identities of those from whom the blood was drawn. Among them are Hatake Kakashi, a master of all elemental chakra, Nara Shikamaru, the perfect Jinchuriki, Uchiha Obito, possessing fire, earth, and Yin release chakra, Akimichi Choji, with the physique of Yang release chakra, Nara Shikaku, embodying the essence of shadow transformation, Yamashiro Aoi, whose spirit undergoes change through Yin release chakra. His closest companions are duly noted, alongside other notable clans such as the Kurama clan, adept in illusion manipulation through bloodline limits, and the medical ninja Tenten, whose vitality transforms through Yang release chakra. In essence, he has extensively utilized the blood patterns to draw from all renowned ninja clans. With the exception of the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans, those 3 esteemed lineages, Qingye has taken action against all those he could reach. However, he only targets the lower-ranked ninjas, as he does not yet dare to provoke those with the strength of a Chunin or above. His approach primarily consists of using smoke bombs and ambush tactics. Moreover, he has concocted a potent soporific using the 5 poisons goo, known colloquially as Old Wang's medicine, which induces a profound stupor once administered. The victim succumbs to sleep almost instantly, akin to a dead pig. Even if their spouse were to be unfaithful right beside them, the victims would remain blissfully unaware. When they eventually recall the incident, they would not associate it with Qingye, as he has no intention of robbing them. He merely seeks to collect a few samples for his organization. The reason Qingye gathers so many ninja tissue samples is to refine the genetic map of the true dragon goo, or more precisely, to enhance the genetic map of the chakra god tree. Within this peculiar ninja world, one can observe oddities. Some individuals can cultivate chakra, while others cannot. The 5 elemental chakras, lightning, fire, water, wind, and earth, do not originate from natural energies, but rather from an innate chakra constitution. Beyond these 5, other attributes such as yin, yang, space, poison, illusion, and soul also stem from chakra. Given that chakra originates from the chakra god tree, it follows that all who can cultivate chakra must possess the tree's genetic material within them, particularly with wood release. Its extraordinary manifestation in the hands of Hashirama Senju may be attributed to its genetic expression being the closest to that of the god tree. Nevertheless, even the god tree has its limitations. No ninja on Earth possesses a time attribute, while members of the Ōtsutsuki clan do. This discrepancy may relate to different god trees, as the one fused with Kagaya Ōtsutsuki inherently lacks genetic fragments for time attributes. Ordinary individuals are unable to cultivate chakra for 2 principal reasons. Either they lack the relevant genes from the god tree, or they possess them but do not express them. Bloodline limits also represent the manifestation of the god tree's chakra genes. Techniques such as magnet release, boil release, and melt release are fundamentally combinations of the 5 elemental chakras. However, certain unique bloodlines, such as the Sharingan, Byakugan, and Shikatsumiyaku, likely derive from Kagaya Ōtsutsuki, making the term inheritance more fitting than mere genetic expression. The Ōtsutsuki bloodline is innately endowed and correlates solely with the concentration of that bloodline, requiring no further development. Thus, the ninja world is indeed one that places great emphasis on lineage. The closer one's blood relation to Kagaya Ōtsutsuki and the god tree, the greater one's strength. Conversely, those further removed are often deemed insignificant. The only one who might truly transcend these bloodline limitations is that passionate fool, the hard-working genius, Might Guy, the azure beast of Konohagakure, who nearly kicked the narrative to its conclusion. The chakra attributes inherent to Qingye are wind, lightning, and fire. This is precisely why he is capable of concocting the lightning release gu, as he possesses lightning attribute chakra within himself. Consequently, the chakra manifested by the true dragon gu, which is intimately intertwined with Qingye's life force, encompasses only the attributes of wind, lightning, and fire. Qingye now intends to allow the true dragon gu to devour these human tissues, thereby awakening other elemental chakra. Furthermore, abilities such as the Sharingan and Byakugan cannot be obtained through the consumption of human tissue. To possess the Sharingan or Byakugan, one must either directly seize and transplant them or allow the true dragon gu to consume them and subsequently grow anew. The Azure Dragon Gu is a mythical grade gu worm, inherently possessing an insatiable devouring ability. Moreover, the true dragon gu is a superior gu worm, making the consumption of lower-tier beings a trivial endeavor. It is only when confronted with entities of equal rank that the devouring prowess of the true dragon gu significantly diminishes. In this realm, the only beings that might stand on par with the Azure Dragon gu are perhaps the divine trees. However, from Qingye's perspective, even the divine tree may not be capable of subduing the true dragon gu. As recorded in the art of gu refinement, the true dragon gu ranks among the most distinguished of mythical grade gu worms. At last, having gathered the 7 types of chakra-infused human tissues, he has also acquired the human tissues related to the yin-yang release transformations from the clans of the boar, deer, and butterfly. Qingye intended to once again embark on the path of devouring. The workbench was meticulously prepared, with the true dragon gu nestled within a cultivation dish. Surrounded by a myriad of infusion tubes, the true dragon gu emanated a radiant brilliance, illuminating half of the basement. Its jade-like essence, pure and unadorned, resembled the most exquisite emerald in existence. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the flickering hues of green, blue, and red within the dragon's eye, representing the 3 elemental attributes of wind, thunder, and fire that the true dragon gu possessed. The infusion tubes rose gracefully, one end connected to the cultivation dish, while the other linked to the blood-patterned gu within the insect nest. Qingye commanded numerous blood-patterned gu to release their restraints. Blood flowed down the infusion tubes. Gurgling sounds echoed as the true dragon gu in the petri dish became saturated with the crimson liquid. In that instant, the true dragon gu appeared to come to life. In Qingye's mind, the resonant sound of a dragon's roar echoed, loud and lofty, noble and majestic. The true dragon's essence seemed to have ignited a flicker of interest in these human tissues. A myriad of colors emerged in its gaze, and as the blood was absorbed, Qingye beheld the facets of the dragon's multifaceted eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of hues. Indeed, it was possible. Qingye exhaled in relief. Once all the tissue samples were consumed, the Dragon Valley reverted to its original state, becoming a lifeless expanse, akin to a meticulously carved jade sculpture. Qingye raised his hand, summoning the true dragon gu, which floated into his grasp before gradually merging into his body. Indeed, as the true dragon gu returned to his dantian, the automatic cultivation mechanism activated, initiating the refinement of chakra. Qingye sensed a transformation within his body. This was the latent manifestation of unlocking other elemental chakras, granting him a multifaceted chakra constitution. He had already begun to cultivate 5 distinct elemental chakras. His mind became increasingly alert, and his physical form experienced a subtle shift, enabling him to perceive the essence of life. This was the influence of both yang release and yin release on his body. However, the yang release tissue he assimilated originated from the Akimichi clan and a skilled medical ninja, while the yin release tissue was derived from the Nara, Yamanaka, and Uchiha clans. This signified that he could also learn shadow techniques, mind-body techniques, multiplication techniques, medical ninjutsu, and illusions. Contemplating this, he wondered if he could utilize these elemental chakras to cultivate insects embodying shadow attributes, mental attributes, and physical transformations. Now, he felt an eager anticipation. Furthermore, Qingye considered the possibilities of magnet release, storm release, and scorch release, which were all bloodline limits. By consuming flesh and blood, he could acquire these abilities. If he managed to find more ninjas with unique bloodline limits, He could swiftly learn their secrets and cultivate insects with magnet, storm, and scorch attributes. Orochimaru. He currently possessed Hashirama's cells, the key to unlocking would release. Indeed, Konoha held an abundance of treasures, and Qingye needed to devise a meticulous plan. With these thoughts, he could not help but tremble in excitement. Suddenly, the basement was inundated with a myriad of insects, centipedes, scorpions, ants, dragonflies, and more. Qingye stood before a colossal beehive. His back turned to the murky depths of the basement. Various parasitic insects emerged from the hive, their multitude of eyes fixated upon him. The entire scene was imbued with an ineffable eeriness. Chapter 16. The Elder's Youthful Ambition. What? Oil Girl Qingye. The orphan from the Oil Girl clan who applied for withdrawal? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his features as he perused the report. He recalled this student distinctly. It was Oil Girl Beishan who had personally come to request the withdrawal, citing health concerns at the time. Little did he know that, in such a short span, this individual would metamorphose into a prodigy endowed with extraordinary gifts. Indeed, Hokage-sama. The reason for Oil Girl Qingye's withdrawal was the discovery of his talent for nurturing ninja beasts by the Oil Girl clan. Withdrawing would facilitate his training within the clan. An Umbu ninja hesitated before continuing. Currently, the Oil Girl clan has formed partnerships with the Akimichi, Yamanaka, Nara, Hataki, and Yuhi clans to cultivate exclusive summoning beasts for him. How was I unaware of this? Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned, a sense of being deceived washing over him. The various ninja clans had yet to ascertain Qingye's capabilities, expressing skepticism about his potential to nurture ninja beasts, hence their cautious observation. It was not until Kakashi's summoned beast made an appearance that the major clans resolved to collaborate with the Oil Girl clan. The Umbu ninja reported the findings candidly, admitting that he initially harbored doubts about a student who had not graduated from the ninja academy being capable of achieving what most ninjas could not. It seemed utterly absurd. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the windowsill, lighting his pipe, and inquired leisurely, "Do you know why Oil Girl Qingye can nurture summoning beasts?" It is said to be due to his unique ability to perfectly control parasitic insects, utilizing them to assist ordinary beasts in cultivating chakra. This information was derived from the Oil Girl clan. Can the Oil Girl clan now cultivate ninja beasts on a large scale? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and fixed a penetrating gaze upon the Umbu ninja. Not quite. Analyzing the intelligence gathered thus far, Oil Girl Qingye is indeed a special case. He possesses unparalleled talent in insect manipulation. The Umbu ninja, unable to withstand the intensity of Hiruzen's gaze, lowered his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart, and relaxed slightly. He then turned to say, "Very well, continue to observe. Report any developments regarding Oil Girl Qingye immediately." "Yes, Hokage-sama." With that, the Umbu ninja vanished in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe and gazed out the window, lost in thought. Not only did Sarutobi Hiruzen receive this intelligence, other ninja clans within the Hidden Leaf Village also obtained a dossier regarding Oil Girl Qingye. Due to his youth and orphan status, the information on him was scarce, yet the final remark read, "This child is a genius in insect manipulation, possessing extraordinary talent. He can utilize parasitic insects to cultivate ninja beasts on a large scale, qualifying him as a strategic asset." Indeed, the prodigious talent of insect manipulation is an explanation provided by Aoi to the elders of his clan. He possesses the remarkable ability to command the insects at his disposal with the precision akin to that of an arm. This is a capability that the Oil Woman clan lacks. They are unable to direct the parasitic insects with accuracy, resorting instead to broad, collective commands. What more can be said? It can only be described as genius, especially in an era where such talents abound. However, Aoi underestimates his own worth. While many combat geniuses exist, strategic prodigies like Aoi are exceedingly rare. If harnessed effectively, one individual could equate to an entire army, particularly in these times of war. The ability to cultivate summoning beasts on a large scale is immensely advantageous for both the clan and the individual. Thus, the Oil Woman clan, having remained untouched for a century, now finds its threshold breached. Various ninja clans from the village have flocked to visit, expressing their desire for collaboration, seeking the Oil Woman clan's assistance in breeding summoning beasts to safeguard their kin on the battlefield. It is crucial to recognize that each ninja is invaluable to their respective clan. Notably, the clans of Boar, Deer, and Butterfly having been the first to invest in Aoi. now find themselves in a position of advantage. Once they confirmed Aoi's prodigious talent, they promptly established a partnership with the Oil Woman clan. A substantial area of the clan's territory has been designated for Aoi, dedicated to the cultivation of summoning beasts. Qingye has already agreed to assist the Akimichi clan in nurturing wild-boar ninja beasts, the Nara clan in raising elk ninja beasts, and the Yamanaka clan in cultivating owl ninja beasts. Unexpectedly, the Hyuga clan has also come seeking collaboration, requesting the Oil Woman clan's assistance in nurturing ninja beasts. Now, apart from the Uchiha clan, all other ninja clans have approached. This is not due to the Uchiha clan's arrogance. Rather, they already possess both ninja cats and ninja crows, and thus hold little concern regarding this matter. However, the ninja beasts cultivated by Qingye are not ordinary. They are imbued with the essence of goo insects, possessing potential and combat prowess beyond the capabilities of typical ninja beasts. Consequently, the Uchiha clan later found themselves filled with regret for not collaborating with the Oil Woman clan. Knock, knock. Elder Beishan rapped on the door of the rural villa, accompanied by two youths clad in pure white, their eye color revealing their lineage, Byakugan. Qingye, open the door quickly. The elder has come to see you. Elder Beishan called out loudly while continuing to knock. The elder was currently enjoying a prosperous life. Every clan elder acknowledged him with respect. He exuded an air of authority, having engaged in business dealings worth billions, a sum he had never encountered before. Naturally, he had also become Qingye's liaison, commonly referred to as a manager, responsible for external business negotiations. Who is it? It's so early. Are you trying to disturb my sleep? Qingye opened the door, rubbing his eyes, appearing as if he had just awakened. Ah, you rascal, I told you not to stay up late, but you never listen. Elder Beishan admonished without regard for Qingye's demeanor, addressing the two behind him. My dear nephews, please come in and enjoy a cup of hot tea. We can discuss matters at length. Typically, Elder Beishan could handle ordinary business matters himself without needing to bring others along. However, the offerings they provided were exceedingly generous. The Hyuga clan was immensely wealthy. Thus, he felt compelled to court their favor, accommodating their desire to meet Qingye. I hope this isn't too much of an imposition. Hinata Hizashi said somewhat apologetically, acknowledging the disruption to others' slumber. No worries. No worries. Please, come in, Elder Beishan replied with a beaming smile. Opening the door wide to allow the Hyuga brothers into the villa, a wealthy household, I must ensure they do not slip away. Qingye found herself at a loss, as Elder Beishan had become utterly consumed by greed, eagerly attracting individuals to his ventures at the mere hint of a lucrative business opportunity. He euphemistically referred to it as inspecting the industrial park, showcasing products to allow clients to appreciate the tangible quality and assurances of the goods. His ambition was to elevate the burgeoning industry of the Oil Maiden clan, particularly the Beast Training Center, into a prestigious brand. This scene had unfolded numerous times before. Stifling a yawn, Qingye entered the hall and took a seat on the sofa, facing the Hinata brothers. For a moment, no one spoke. Hinata Rizu remarked, "So this is Qingye, the prodigy that has been the talk of the village lately. Aoba, these are the unfortunate brothers of the Hyuga clan." He holds the clan's division system in utter disdain, criticizing how a group of stubborn elders has transformed a protective framework into one of exploitation. They take pride in their ancestral teachings, imposing them upon others, and consider the sacrifice of the branch family for the sake of the main family as a matter of course, without a hint of complaint. It is yet another troubled family. Nevertheless, setting these matters aside, Aoba deeply appreciates the fraternal bond between Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi. Elder Kitayama, with a warm smile, graciously presented 2 cups of hot tea, courteously stating, "Esteemed nephews, please enjoy this tea. Should you have any requests regarding the ninja beasts, do not hesitate to convey them to Aoba. He will find a way to fulfill your desires." Qingye cast a glance at Elder Beishan, pondering whether he truly possessed the acumen for business negotiations. With such words, how was she to determine her pricing? According to whispers circulating in the village, Elder Beishan had made quite a name for himself, frequently seen in the company of elders and clan leaders from various ninja clans in charming taverns, purportedly conducting business, yet returning to the clan grounds at the witching hour. Observing the old fellow's rosy complexion, one could only speculate. A sudden shock coursed through Qingye. Good heavens! Could it truly be that the old tree is sprouting new buds, the aged ox is grazing tender grass, and the old pear tree is overshadowing the crabapple? Never mind. It has nothing to do with me. I shall not quarrel with this old man. Chapter 17. To my surprise, This fellow with prominent brows and large eyes has only just risen, hastily donned an eye mask, and neglected to tidy his hair, presenting himself in a disheveled manner. Despite his untidy appearance, none in attendance voiced any objections, for Qingye is currently the most sought-after individual in Konohagakure, whether he wished it or not. Kakashi had become a stepping stone for Qingye, flawlessly passing the assessment and igniting Qingye's renown. Finding a comfortable spot, Qingye sank deeply into the sofa before finally speaking. "Gentlemen, since Elder Beishan has brought you here, I presume you are significant clients. I am always accommodating to esteemed guests, so please, do not hesitate to articulate your requests." The two individuals across from him sat upright, presenting a stark contrast to Qingye's haphazard posture. Elder Beishan observed them with a frown, lamenting the poor upbringing of the Oil Woman clan, which brought shame upon him. The Hyuga brothers exchanged glances, and Hinata Hizashi turned to Qingye and said, "Our Hyuga clan seeks your assistance in cultivating 2 types of ninja beasts. Might this be feasible?" Qingye cast a sidelong glance at Elder Beishan, remarking that his intrusion upon her slumber was already a considerable imposition, and now he dared to present further demands. Remaining ensconced in the depths of the sofa, she chose not to address Hinata Hizashi's inquiry directly, but instead stated, "As for the cultivation of ninja beasts, let me clarify. The responsibility for the animals intended for such training lies solely with you. My role is merely to guide their development." Elder Beishan had already elucidated this matter to us, as we aspired to nurture both the white tiger and the white crane as our ninja beasts. Upon hearing of these 2 formidable creatures, Qingye suddenly felt invigorated. The white tiger and white crane, a harmonious duality, seemed well suited to the 8 trigrams technique of the Hyuga clan. She cast a glance at Hinata Hizashi, the future leader of the Hyuga clan, and found it surprising that this man, with his pronounced brow and expressive eyes, harbored a competitive spirit. On one side lay the ninja cats and ninja crows, while on the other stood the ninja tiger and ninja crane, a stark dichotomy of black and white. Were they now vying against the Uchiha clan? It appeared that the Hyuga clan was unwilling to remain in obscurity. Despite being acknowledged as Konoha village's foremost ninja clan, there lingered a sense of inadequacy among their ranks. This title, worn by the Hyuga clan, felt somewhat hollow. After all, the Senju and Uchiha clans were also prominent, for it was these 2 mighty clans that laid the very foundations of Konoha village. Moreover, the Uchiha wielded the Sharingan, while the Hyuga possessed the Byakugan. The Uchiha could awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, while the Hyuga remained bound to their Byakugan. Even the eternal Manjiki Sharingan was within the Uchiha's grasp. Yet the Byakugan was all that the Hyuga could claim. When it came to external advantages, the Uchiha clan reigned supreme. What did the Hyuga possess? Perhaps the reincarnation eye? In truth, the Ōtsutsuki clan on the moon seemed to adhere more closely to the true lineage, as they at least held the legacy of the reincarnation eye. The Hyuga clan on the ground could merely be regarded as distant relatives, failing to qualify as the legitimate heirs. Aoba speculated that the esteemed reputation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha could not solely be attributed to the Hyuga clan. It was likely also a result of the cunning machinations of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It has only been a few years since Yuan Fei Risen's promotion, and the village has seemingly forgotten that it was the Senju and Uchiha clans that originally founded Konoha. The Senju clan has assimilated into the common populace, becoming indistinguishable from others, while the Uchiha clan has been relegated to a role akin to that of a municipal overseer, performing menial tasks within the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen has elevated the Hyuga clan to the status of the foremost family, a move that, to be frank, is tinged with a sense of helplessness. One cannot openly declare that he has vanquished the original leading clans of Konoha. Such a truth would surely undermine the spirit of unity. Qingye sank into the sofa, emitting a series of playful chuckles, eagerly anticipating the exhilarating clash between Hinata and Uchiha. As if struck by a sudden thought, he rose to glance at Hinata Hizashi, teasingly remarking, "The white tiger and the white crane, is it? Certainly, that poses no challenge. However, the ninja beasts I have nurtured possess elemental chakra. I wonder what ninjutsu you of the Hyuga clan intend to teach these beasts. Surely, you wouldn't have them engage in mere fisticuffs." Upon utterance of these words, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Everyone was acutely aware of the Hyuga clan's staunch conservatism, holding their inherited 8 trigrams palm in the highest regard, deeming other ninjutsu as mere frivolities, insignificant compared to their esteemed lineage. Qingye's jesting was indeed treading on the delicate boundaries of the Hyuga clan. Nearby, Hyuga Nichi stood up, his gaze fixed intently upon Qingye, veins bulging ominously around his eyes. Was this what the Byakugan revealed? It was Qingye's first encounter witnessing a member of the Hyuga clan activate their eyes. Qingye, Elder Beishan rose, casting a stern look at Qingye before turning with an apologetic demeanor. I apologize, esteemed nephews. Qingye is still young and speaks without thinking. I shall offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf. As he spoke, Elder Beishan inclined his body in a gesture of contrition. However, Qingye was unwilling to concede. After all, the Hyuga family had sought his counsel, and surely he was entitled to a little levity. Before Qingye could voice his thoughts, Hyuga Nichizu stood up, raising a hand to halt Elder Beishan while returning a fierce glare to Hyuga Nichi. Elder Beishan, there is no need for such formality. He then turned to Qingye, his tone becoming notably earnest. What Qingye-kun has stated holds truth. The Hyuga clan's Nin beasts are indeed unable to engage in combat. We have contemplated this matter, and shall proceed with wind and fire release techniques. Qingye rose to his feet, his hands tucked into his pockets, and nodded at the two individuals. You have made your decision. I can breathe a sigh of relief. With that, he intended to turn away, planning to serve tea and usher them out. However, at that moment, the Hinata brothers had no intention of departing, remaining steadfast in their positions. Aoba turned to the two individuals, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Is there something else you need? One of them replied, Indeed, I would like to request your assistance, Aoba. What sort of assistance? She inquired. Aoi felt a tinge of confusion, pondering what assistance she could offer to the Hyuga family. Hyuga Jitsusuk glanced at Elder Kitayama, whose expression conveyed a clear message. It was best to avoid the topic. Elder Kitayama promptly grasped the implication and addressed Aoi, saying, I have some matters to attend to, so you young ones may converse at your leisure. Once the room was left with just the three of them, Hyuga Jitsusuk finally spoke up. I would like to request your help in rescuing someone. Rescuing someone? Qingye was left in a state of bewilderment. After a considerable time, he arrived at the residence of the Hyuga clan, which was far more opulent and sophisticated than the dilapidated quarters of the Oilwoman clan, featuring a series of exclusive courtyards. Throughout the journey, the Hyuga brothers refrained from revealing who they were to rescue or the method of their rescue, merely insisting that the details would become clear upon arrival. If it weren't for his understanding of the Hyuga clan's nature, Qingye might have suspected that they intended to abduct him, especially given his current status as the most sought-after individual in the village. The trio reached a small courtyard, heavily guarded by members of the Hyuga clan both inside and out. Observing the extensive security, it was evident that the person they aimed to rescue must hold significant importance to the Hyuga clan. Young clan leader. Qingye followed behind the two brothers, experiencing the esteemed treatment befitting a young leader of a prominent clan. Each day, he encountered clan members who bowed to him respectfully. Indeed, it was a grand family. The trio traversed through the hall and arrived at a small courtyard. How is the elder? Still unconscious? Hinata inquired of the waiting Hinata clan member at the entrance. No, the elder remains in a coma, the clan member replied, shaking his head with a grave expression. Upon opening the grand door, Hinata stepped aside and graciously invited Qingye. Qingye, please come in. The person you are here to save is within. Without a hint of hesitation, Qingye entered. For having made a promise, he was determined to fulfill it, especially given the enticing reward offered by the Hinata clan. Hinata Nichi stayed outside, allowing only Hinata and Qingye to enter the main hall. In the center of the room lay a middle-aged man on a tatami mat, his eyes tightly shut and his forehead beaded with sweat, appearing to be in great distress. Qingye immediately sensed something amiss. Although he wore an eye patch, the true dragon Gu endowed him with dragon-like eyes, a remarkable fusion of draconic and insect vision. This extraordinary ability allowed him to perceive what ordinary individuals could not. Interestingly, this dragon vision bore a resemblance to the Byakugan, granting him an unobstructed view in all directions. The individual's aura was chaotic, with chakra swirling uncontrollably within him, and his vitality was waning. If this continued, he would likely not survive for long. Chapter 18, On the Bonds of Blood. The Senju clan and Uchiha clan must take a step back. Qingye-kun. This is our esteemed Hyuga clan's elder Zongtai, a distinguished elder of the main family. Hinata Hayashi introduced the middle-aged man to Qingye. It became clear that the life of the main family held more value than gold. Elder Zongtai had sustained grave injuries while fighting on the front lines, causing his meridians to become disordered and his chakra to spiral out of control. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata Hayashi turned to Qingye with a solemn expression and stated, "If we cannot provide treatment to preserve Elder Zongtai's life, we may have no choice but to sever his meridians, rendering him a shell of his former self." Aoba donned an eye mask and nodded slightly. "So, what is it that you require of me? I have heard that Aoba-kun uses parasitic insects to guide ordinary beasts in cultivating chakra. I earnestly hope that Aoba-kun can assist in guiding Elder Zita's meridians back to their normal state." Upon finishing his request, Haijie Hizashi placed his hands together and bowed deeply. "I beg of you." "Ah, I see." In truth, upon first laying eyes on Elder Zita, Aoba had already surmised the reason for the Haijie clan's visit. Given the circumstances, even Tsunade herself might find the situation beyond remedy. The best outcome for Elder Zita would be to become incapacitated, unable to utilize chakra for the rest of his life. However, I must clarify beforehand that I have never saved anyone before. If the results of the treatment fall short of expectations, you cannot hold me accountable. That is only reasonable. Hizashi reiterated. "We have carefully considered our decision to seek out Aoba-kun and are willing to accept any consequences." He continued, "If an outcome occurs that none of us wish to witness, we assure you that we will not blame Aoba-kun. You can rest easy on that front." "Very well, but I am somewhat unfamiliar with the intricacies of meridians and will require the assistance of the young clan leader Hizashi. I am at your service." In truth, Aoba possessed the dragon's eye, which allowed him to perceive the chaotic state of Elder Zita's internal meridians. In terms of capability, the Byakugan did not compare to the dragon's eye. Of course, Aoba's dragon's eye was inherited from the mythical goo insect, the true dragon goo. The Byakugan of the Haijie clan has been separated from their ancestor, Ōtsutsuki, for many generations. Merely from the perspective of bloodline hierarchy, the Byakugan could not rival the dragon's eye. Perhaps only the evolved form of the Byakugan, the Rinnegan, could stand on equal footing with the dragon's eye. Regrettably, in order to conceal the peculiarity of his own eyes, Aoba had no choice but to feign ignorance, allowing the Byakugan to demonstrate its prowess before him. Hizashi activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulging, while Aoba waved his hand, releasing several white goo insects. To repair the meridians, only basic goo insects were necessary. Hizashi observed the basic goo insects Aoba had released. They contained chakra, bearing no difference from ordinary parasitic insects. Even if there were distinctions, he would not be able to discern them, as goo insects and shinobi insects existed on different planes of life. Since Aoba had begun cultivating summoning beasts, he was aware that some would inquire about the secrets of his technique. Now, exposing the goo insects before Hizashi served to dispel any lingering doubts. In the future, should anyone inquire, Hizashi could simply remark that Aoba's parasitic insects were no different from ordinary ones, attributing Aoba's success solely to talent. "All right, we may commence." Observing the foundational goo worms entering the body of Elder Zongtai, Qingye nodded at Hinata Hizuru. Hinata Hizuru returned the nod. The ensuing process was rather straightforward, albeit appearing quite intricate. On the surface, Hinata Hizuru was tasked with examining the meridians within Elder Zongtai, while Qingye followed his directives, employing the foundational goo worms to rectify the meridians, unblocking or reopening them as necessary. In truth, it was solely Qingye who executed the actions, with Hinata Hizuru serving merely as an unfeeling tool, providing cover for Qingye. As night fell, the two individuals remained undeterred in their efforts. The final disordered meridian was situated at Elder Zongtai's lower abdomen, where an entangled mass of meridians resembled a tangled ball of yarn. Correcting this chaos proved to be exceedingly troublesome, consuming a considerable amount of time. At this juncture, beads of sweat adorned their foreheads. When a single goo worm successfully connected the last obstructed meridian within Elder Zongtai's dantian, a sudden surge of clarity coursed through his entire body, and the source of chakra within his dantian began to stabilize. Qingye wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief, having finally completed the task at hand. Hinata Hayashi also breathed a sigh of relief. Casting a glance at Hinata Hayashi, he thought, "What have you exerted yourself for? All the credit belongs to me." "Thank you, Qingye-kun," he said, bowing once more in gratitude. "You may fetch some water now. I happen to have a few restorative pills here that can be administered to Elder Zongtai." Qingye waved his hand, fatigue evident in his voice. "Oh, very well. I shall instruct someone to bring a glass of water immediately." After a brief moment of hesitation, Hinata Hayashi reacted, rising to summon a clan member to prepare the drink. At that very moment, as Hinata Hayashi stood, Qingye's palms cracked open, revealing 2 eyeballs within. The hand-eye goo. With a swift motion, he brushed the hand-eye goo over Elder Zongtai's eyes, allowing it to merge seamlessly with his gaze. The execution was fluid, performed with utmost grace. When Hinata Hayashi turned back, Qingye appeared unchanged, his face still marked by weariness. After administering a blood-replenishing pill to Elder Zongtai, the elder's complexion instantly brightened, his breathing deepening, indicating he would likely enjoy a restful sleep. Seeing this transformation, Hinata Hayashi finally felt at ease, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Qingye and praising his remarkable medical skills. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qingye took his leave. After all, he had saved a life and received his due reward. It was time to return home. Hinata Hayashi did not insist on keeping Qingye any longer, as the Hinata clan had been experiencing unrest lately, with many clan members lost in the recent conflict, necessitating careful reassurance. On his way, Qingye held a scroll in his hand, which was the reward he had requested. It contained documents pertaining to the heritage of the Hinata clan, specifically regarding the sacred lands. In terms of lineage, only 3 clans within Konoha held a long-standing heritage: the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan. The remaining ninja clans lacked the standing to discuss their lineage in the presence of these 3. The Senju clan inherited the physique of Ashura, while the Uchiha clan bore the bloodline of Indra. Both these clans traced their heritage back to the Sage of 6 Paths, or Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. The Hyuga clan, on the other hand, descended from the Ōtsutsuki clan of the same lineage, possessing the Byakugan, the true ocular lineage of the Ōtsutsuki clan. In terms of bloodline proximity, both the Senju and Uchiha clans fall behind. Qingye is acutely aware of this point. The Hinata clan boasts a long-standing legacy, undoubtedly possessing insights into the sacred grounds. Currently, he faces challenges in his training, as his need to cultivate a multitude of goo worms has rendered his chakra reserves rather meager. With production failing to keep pace with consumption, it would be unwise to expend life force merely for the sake of refining goo. Thus, Qingye turns his attention to natural energy. Through experimentation, he enables the true dragon goo to convert the absorbed natural energy into chakra energy. On the surface, these 2 forms of energy appear unrelated. Even the sage mode merely merges the 2 energies without facilitating their transformation. Qingye himself is unable to accomplish this. To convert natural energy into chakra energy, he must first absorb a substantial amount of natural energy and subsequently transform it within his body. However, for natural energy to stabilize within the human form, it must harmonize with chakra in a precise ratio. The sage mode imparted by Mayaboku Mountain mandates a perfect fusion of spiritual power, physical strength, and natural energy, each in a 1:1:1 ratio. Should this balance be disrupted, natural energy will invade the physical body, transforming the practitioner into a toad and petrifying them. Yet, Qingye is not subject to this fate. The true dragon goo is not a human entity, but a mythic-level goo worm, albeit currently in a shell. Even if the true dragon goo were to absorb all the natural energy, it would not result in petrification. Instead, it would serve as nourishment for the true dragon goo. In truth, natural energy does not rank highly on the true dragon goo's dietary preferences. Leveraging this characteristic, Qingye instructs the true dragon goo to absorb natural energy to enhance its own capabilities. As the goo grows stronger, it can naturally extract chakra in abundance from within itself. Chapter 19. I wear an eye patch, not blindness. The method of Qingye essentially embodies the relationship of transferring from the left hand to the right, with the true dragon goo serving merely as an intermediary. This approach does not deplete the life potential of Qingye while allowing for a substantial extraction of chakra. Furthermore, since the true dragon goo has previously devoured numerous physical tissues, it has effectively completed the bloodline limit, becoming a goo worm endowed with 7 distinct chakra natures. The ninjas outside would never conceive that the legendary bloodline limit of the ninja world has been realized within a single goo worm. Qingye also benefited from the influence of the true dragon goo, following closely behind to partake in the residual power, thereby acquiring a bloodline nether body. To be candid, this level of ability is scarcely sufficient to fill the gaps left by the true dragon goo. The bloodline nether body he obtained is quite rudimentary, only enabling Qingye to cultivate the talents of 7 distinct chakras. This is primarily due to the fact that the hosts whose bodily tissues were consumed by the true dragon goo are exceedingly weak. Their levels of chakra development across various attributes remain remarkably low. Take fire release for instance. From the most basic to the advanced, it ranges from fireball, great fire extinguishing, Amaterasu, to flame release Amaterasu. The disparity in power between the fire release of a Jinin and that of the six paths is immeasurable. Qingye has merely attained a bloodline limit of the lower ninja rank, still far from the esteemed six paths level. The revolution remains unfulfilled. Comrades must persist in their endeavors. While utilizing the true dragon goo to absorb natural energy and convert it into chakra is indeed convenient, it is not without its constraints. Primarily limited by the concentration and availability of natural energy in the world. In a typical rural environment, the concentration of natural energy is insufficient. The natural energy within a 10-mile radius centered around his countryside villa can only sustain a single absorption by the true dragon goo. Subsequently, a half-day wait is required for the natural energy in the area to replenish before a second extraction can occur. This inefficiency is untenable. The village of Konoha no longer satisfies the insatiable appetite of the true dragon goo. Thus, a search for locales abundant in natural energy is imperative. When pondering the richest sources of natural energy, the three great sacred lands undoubtedly come to mind. Through various channels, he has gleaned that each of the three sacred lands possesses unique topographies capable of gathering the natural forces of the earth, thus forming a high concentration of natural energy. For instance, the oil pools of Mount Myaboku yield toad oil, and the other two sacred lands similarly house comparable sites. However, Qingye is neither a privileged heir like Naruto nor a fated child like Sasuke. The sages of the three sacred lands are unlikely to invest their resources in him. Consequently, his aspirations to exploit the sacred lands without compensation have faltered. With no hope from the sacred lands, Qingye must seek out other potential sanctuaries. After all, sacred lands are not established overnight. He recalls that during the era of the Sage of Six Paths, the toad sage Fukasaku of Mount Myaboku was but a small frog. It was only later that Mount Myaboku emerged, indicating that sacred lands did not exist from the outset. He harbors certain speculations regarding these sacred lands. Perhaps during the time of the Sage of Six Paths, they were yet to come into being. However, that era witnessed the emergence of ninja beasts. And after Kagaya Ōtsutsuki bestowed chakra upon this world, it is conceivable that some astute animals seized their fortune, acquiring chakra and evolving into ninja beasts. In due course, these ninja beasts discovered that while chakra cultivation methods were suitable for humans, they were ill-suited for their own kind, prompting them to harness natural forces. Upon discovering these natural powers, they established sacred lands. As ninjutsu continued to evolve and summoning techniques were developed, the practice of summoning beasts naturally followed suit. It is likely that there were not merely three sacred lands, but many others. Some may have faded into obscurity or vanished over the annals of time for various reasons. Thus, he agreed to compensate Hinata Hizashi with information regarding the historical records of the Hyuga clan concerning sacred lands, hoping to uncover any references to other sanctuaries. Should he discover the remnants of vanished sacred lands, he could seize the opportunity to establish a base for cultivating various goo worms. If not, Qingye would have to devise alternative solutions, perhaps concocting goo worms capable of converting natural energy. The dim yellow glow of the streetlights illuminated Qingye's silhouette as Konoha village lay enveloped in silence. The late hour deterred any evening strolls. As he approached the territory of the Aburame clan, his footsteps faltered. The black eye mask did not plunge Qingye into darkness. Yet his rinnegan enabled him to discern several hidden figures lurking in the shadows. Swiftly, the scene unfolded. Three ninjas clad in black attire descended, encircling the young leaf in a triangular formation. Aoi discreetly tucked the scroll into her sleeve and murmured to herself as she faced the approaching figure. The inevitable had come to pass. Upon confirming Aoi's identity, the ninja before her stepped forward and gestured with an inviting hand. "You know, Aoi, Lord Danzo of the Root requests your presence." A sigh escaped Aoi's lips. Why must a good person forsake their integrity to become a specter? Oily-haired Ōtsutsuki, do you not comprehend the words spoken? Lord Danzo has summoned you to the Root. The ninja to her right, irritated by Aoi's indifference, reiterated his companion's words. "You should return. I shall not accompany you. I have to go home." Shaking her head, Aoi gently urged, "I advise you to hasten back as well. The streetlights will soon extinguish, and you may find it difficult to navigate your way home." "You insolent brat." The ninja on the left, unable to contain his frustration, drew a kunai and addressed the leader. "There is no need to waste words on this child. Seize him and deliver him to Lord Danzo. Oily-haired Aoi. Do not be ungrateful, or you shall regret it. The leader spoke in a low tone. Lord Danzo has ordered that this child be safely returned. He prefers not to resort to violence unless absolutely necessary. Very well, if you must act, then do so swiftly. My uncle awaits my return for supper. Aoi, seemingly oblivious to the threat, responded nonchalantly. Act, but bring him alive, commanded the leader. Since she refuses to recognize the gravity of the situation, action must be taken. Earth release, decapitation technique. Suddenly, hands emerged from the ground, grasping Aoi's feet. Bang! At that moment, the ninja to the right vanished. It was a shadow clone. Huh, damn it. I wear a mask, not a blindfold. Did you think I could not see someone burrowing underground, plotting to ambush me? Qingye found herself ensnared. As two individuals approached menacingly, intent on capturing her, the centipede stealthily extended its limbs, poised to strike. With her arms crossed, Aoi unleashed two thick, crimson-armored centipedes from her sleeves, which surged forth to ensnare the two individuals. Upon witnessing the impending assault of the giant centipede, their steps faltered as they drew forth their shuriken in a futile attempt to defend themselves. Utilizing her body technique, she executed the 1,000-pound drop. Casting a glance at the ground, Aoi bent her waist and sank her body, as if a colossal stone had struck the earth, causing the very ground to fracture beneath the impact. A sound echoed, reminiscent of someone spitting blood. From the depths below, a ninja emerged, gravely injured, having sustained significant damage. This fellow is peculiar. There is no need for restraint. Unleash everything you have. The ninja rasped, clutching his chest. Heh, then let us see the full extent of my current strength. Prepare yourself. Qingye opened her mouth, and from within emerged a grotesque insect, resembling a spider with its bifurcated 8 legs. Its head bore 8 crimson, insect-like eyes and revealed a pair of elongated venomous fangs. The tail extended into a scorpion-like stinger, while its skin, akin to that of a toad, was riddled with various small nodules. This creature appeared to be an amalgamation of various toxins, an utterly repulsive insect unlike any she had ever encountered. It was the 5 poisons goo, a fusion of 5 distinct venoms, inheriting the innate qualities of each. It took Qingye considerable time to successfully refine it. What on earth is this creature? The three were horrified as they witnessed a large venomous insect emerging from a child's mouth, an utterly nightmarish scene. Little did they know that the goo worm could be housed within the human body. Qingye was too lethargic to provide an explanation. The 5 poisons and 8 insects sparkled ominously with a crimson glow. The 5 poisons, a technique of toxic mist, caused the mouthparts of the 5 poison insects, resting upon the tongue, to swell and contract, forcefully expelling a copious amount of violet toxin that enveloped the surroundings for 3 zhang. This is dire. It is a toxic mist. Lao Wang's somnolent potion, also known as the dead pig does not fear boiling water elixir, was a specially concocted, potent sedative by Qingye. In an instant, the 4 individuals found themselves engulfed in a dense purple fog. Truly, the ninja of the root were commendable, swiftly employing countermeasures. The 3 of them executed their ninjutsu in coordination. Chapter 20. Behold, behold, the illustrious shadow of the pot. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball technique. Earth release, earth flow wall. Hidden within the toxic mist, Qingye smiled, eager to explore other abilities of the 5 poison insects. The emission of toxic mist was a capability of the poisonous centipede. The 5 poison insects, silk spitting technique. Silk spitting was the power of the venomous spider. Utilizing the dragon revival eye, Qingye quickly located the heavily injured ninja from earlier. The 5 poison insects expelled clusters of spider silk, which detonated mid-air, transforming into webs that ensnared the ninja against the freshly risen earth flow wall. A tempest stirred within the mist, igniting flames. The toxic fog swiftly burned away, dissipating in no time. Meanwhile, Yi Qing approached the ensnared ninja, opening his mouth as the scorpion tail of the 5 poison insects elongated, its venomous stinger striking towards the ninja's neck like a bolt of lightning. The scorpion tail injected a significant amount of toxin, incapacitating him, a skill of the poisonous scorpion. Although this ninja wore a mask, Qingye perceived disbelief in his eyes. Disbelief in what? His own strength? Cursed be it. The bobcat has been captured. Quickly employ that technique. The leading ninja commanded angrily. Another ninja swiftly formed hand seals, yet in Qingye's eyes, this ninja gradually faded from view. Phantasmagoria, Moonlight Clan, TSK. Dan's is indeed a treasure trove. Qingye fully activated the Dragon Revival Eye, unleashing a myriad of sensory perceptions, chakra detection, airflow sensing, thermal imaging, bestowing ample respect upon the renowned Phantasmagoria technique. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The leading ninja sought to create an opportunity for the Phantasmagoria ninja, launching the initial assault. The wind release erupted from his mouth like bullets, akin to a machine gun. The 5 poison insects, toad drum resonance. Buzz. The 5 poisons insect leaped from Qingye's mouth. Its abdomen swelling in the air as a deep, resonant sound emanated from within, causing the surrounding air to vibrate and form a wall of energy. The wind release. Vacuum sphere struck against this barrier, producing a series of violent thuds. Suddenly, with a crack, a gust of wind shattered the energy wall, obliterating one of the insect's limbs. Indeed, the freshly concocted insect could not withstand the tremendous power of ninjutsu. Increasing numbers of wind techniques breached the barrier, targeting the 5 poisons insect. Observing its limbs being continuously destroyed, Qingye retreated step by step, raising his hand to summon the insect back. The 5 poisons insect, with its severed limb, began to regenerate. With a hissing sound, a stream of green viscous fluid erupted from the stump as new tissue sprouted forth. The poisonous gecko's limbs rejuvenated. With a gulp, the 5 poisons insect was swallowed whole, proving ill-suited for a direct confrontation. Suddenly, from the empty space behind Qingye, a cloud of black ash ignited with sparks and surged towards him. Anticipating the assault, Qingye leaped into the air, unleashing a chorus of insect sounds as a swarm of insects surged forth beneath him. The parasitic insects had not yet been eliminated and were employed as a cloud of insects. Qingye stood atop the swarm of insects, hands tucked within her sleeves, murmuring to herself. Though it had yet to warm up, she found herself compelled to employ it in advance, facing 3 adversaries alone. Qingye opened his mouth anew. He retched, and 3 peculiar insects emerged. Wiping the saliva from the corners of his mouth, he gazed at the 3 freshly conjured creatures, steaming and pulsating with vitality. The insects were the shadow nail bug, the giant centipede bug, and the heart cicada bug. One was as dark as ink, resembling a bee but with an unusually large tail akin to a nail. Another appeared to be a common centipede, albeit smaller than his crimson-armored centipede. The last was somewhat translucent, taking on the form of a cicada. These 3 insects were the result of his alchemical mastery. Utilizing the unique chakra of the 3 clans, the shadow nail bug corresponded to the Nara clan's shadow binding technique, capable of immobilizing its victim's movements once ensnared. The giant centipede bug was linked to the Akimichi clan's expansion technique, allowing its host to swell in size exponentially while enhancing various attributes. The heart cicada bug was associated with the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique, which could seize control of its target's psyche. Act swiftly. Release the peculiar insects, bellowed the leading root ninja. Too late, the giant centipede bug had already initiated its transformation. With a resounding crash, the seemingly ordinary bug rapidly expanded, morphing into a massive centipede the width of a human waist and stretching over 10 meters in length. Its fearsome mandibles clashed menacingly as it surged toward the leading root ninja, accompanied by the incantations of the shadow nail bug and the heart cicada bug. The shadow nail bug darted forth like a swift arrow, embedding itself into the ground at a vacant spot where a faint shadow could be discerned. The user of the body flicker technique had not perfected his skill, rendering him incapable of complete invisibility. Meanwhile, the semi-transparent heart cicada bug settled in midair, as if adhering to an unseen object. Suddenly, a figure materialized. It was the root ninja employing the body flicker technique, with the heart cicada bug now clinging to his face. Though masked, Qingye could perceive the shifting expressions beneath. The ninja found himself ensnared by the shadow nail bug, rendered immobile and unable to perform ninjutsu. With the heart cicada bug now possessing him, it was only a matter of time before his consciousness would be usurped. Boom. The wind release, vacuum sphere manifested. The shell of the giant centipede bug is not so easily shattered. With a thunderous impact, the root ninja was hurled by the colossal centipede, blood painting the night sky. The verdant leaves vanished above the swarm of insects, approaching the root ninja from behind. The centipede, stealthily advancing, ensnared its target, its crimson exoskeleton piercing the skin to deliver a copious amount of venom into the ninja's body. As the leader of the root organization lay on the brink of demise, he fixed his gaze upon Qingye, uttering a menacing proclamation, "I am Danzo-sama's, you." His eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. 2 fell victim to the poison, while another remained under the control of the heart cicada puppet. The root ninja, ensnared by the puppet's influence, also succumbed to the venom, collapsing at Qingye's feet. Although the identities of these individuals held little interest for him, he was deeply fascinated by the art of intangibility. Though it may be deemed lackluster, merely rendering one invisible, even the shadow cannot be concealed. An age-old adage rings true. There are no inherently worthless devil fruits. No, there are no utterly useless bloodline limits. Only those who fail to wield them effectively. Should intangibility be mastered, one could effortlessly evade Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescopic techniques. Consequently, his operational scope within Konoha would expand significantly, enabling the early implementation of a plan to surveil the village using the puppet insects. He would even keep a watchful eye on the third Hokage. Qingye found himself in a confrontation with the third Hokage. A contest of vigilance ensued. The three bloodline puppets emerged, allowing them to satiate their hunger for power. Subsequently, he utilized the heart cicada puppet, delicately pressing it against the foreheads of the three individuals. This puppet, inheriting the heart-turning technique of the Yamanaka clan, could delve into the memories of its hosts. In a brief moment, three vibrant orbs of energy manifested within the transparent form of the heart cicada, representing fragments of their memories. While the heart cicada had its limitations, unable to access the entirety of a person's life memories, it could still glimpse recent recollections. Gently, Qingye placed the heart cicada upon his own forehead. The oil-wielding Qingye, a prodigy in insect manipulation, was rumored to possess the ability to cultivate a multitude of ninja beasts using parasitic insects. From the shadows emerged a one-eyed elder, supported by a cane and wrapped in bandages. He recognized him, the infamous Danzo, the dark underbelly of Konoha. Such talent should be harnessed under his command. Yuan Fei's kindness was misplaced. He was unworthy of the title of Hokage. Danzo considered himself the true guardian of Konoha's interests. Since you have relinquished control of Qingye, it falls upon me to act. I shall secretly bring Qingye back. Once I plant the roots of the tongue of deceit technique, I will command an army of ninja beasts. Indeed, Lord Danzo. The three then deliberated on how to surveil Qingye, how to lay in wait, and how to track him, culminating in their eventual confrontation and capture. As the orbs within the heart cicada dissipated, the visions in Qingye's mind faded away. Swallowing the heart cicada, he gazed up at the night sky. That old scoundrel Danzo, indeed, has begun to covet my talents. Chapter 21. An ancient being in the nascent soul stage faces a shadow-level ninja? He expelled the 5 poisons puppet, its scorpion tail piercing the body of a root ninja, extracting a stream of violet liquid from within. Qingye is currently engaged in the grim task of disposing of the bodies, meticulously extracting all toxins from the bodies of these ninjas in a bid to conceal his own techniques. The battles between ninjas often revolve around the warfare of intelligence. This evening, these individuals were entirely oblivious to him and his venomous insects, perceiving him merely as a weak and easily bullied youth. They were careless, failing to thoroughly investigate the capabilities of their target before launching their assault. Consequently, during the confrontation, they found themselves at a disadvantage, unable to withstand the onslaught of Qingye's lethal insects. Had they been aware of his insect techniques, they would have at least arrived armed with insecticide. Although, it must be noted, insecticide would be of little use against these particular creatures. Furthermore, he must attend to the heads of these 3 individuals to prevent anyone from extracting information from their brains. The 5 poisons insect within the abdomen began to swell, emitting a low hum. Bang! Externally, the 3 root ninjas appeared unscathed, yet their brains had already been pulverized. Pulverized ninjas? Heh, Danzo will undoubtedly be quite surprised. A swift cleanup of the battlefield ensues, arranging the corpses in a circle. There are not many visitors. Otherwise, Qingye could have created a rather amusing tableau. Qingye clapped her hands and departed. Aoying departed from the scene for but a brief moment. Suddenly, several shadowy figures descended, masked ninjas. Moments later, a faint sound echoed through the air. More ninjas arrived, similarly adorned with masks. Both factions, clad in black, initially appeared indistinguishable. However, each was acutely aware that they were not allies. The Umbu? Or perhaps the Root. One group, observing the corpses arranged in a circular formation on the ground, remarked nonchalantly, "Your people? Our people. How troublesome." In an instant, the first team of ninjas vanished from sight. The subsequent group, led by their commander, surveyed the 3 lifeless bodies before him. In a grave tone, he instructed his companion, "Inform Lord Danzo that the mission has failed." The reasons for failure are that the target was under protection or the target's abilities and intelligence were grossly misrepresented. Understood. Let us proceed with discretion. Yes, my lord. Qingye returned to the rural villa and made his way directly to the basement. The events of the evening stirred only a slight ripple within him, even less significant than the scroll in his hands. Today had proven fruitful, yielding insights into the sacred land and the art of transmutation. As he opened the scroll acquired from the Hyuga clan, Qingye began to study it meticulously. The legend of the sages of the land of fire? Wasn't it supposed to be a document of the sacred land? How had it transformed into a tale of sages? Wait a moment. Tiger Hill. This name piques my interest. It is a sacred place founded by a tiger. According to legend, within the borders of the land of fire lies a mountainous forest known as Tiger Hill. It is inhabited by a formidable group of tigers, ferocious and predatory, capable of speech. Travelers, merchants, and villagers passing through are often besieged by these tigers. Over time, this forest has become a place that none dare approach, as recounted by a fortunate villager who survived an encounter with these fierce beasts. The leader of the tigers claims the title of the Great Sage of Tiger Strength. The Great Sage of Tiger Strength? Are you certain this isn't an unexpected intrusion from Journey to the West? Contrary to expectations, this world indeed possesses treasures such as the seven-star sword, the purple gold gourd, and the shimmering golden rope, all belonging to the revered Laozi. Furthermore, it is recalled that the four-tailed beast is also known as Sun Wukong. Thus, it is entirely plausible that within the Naruto universe, there exists a tiger known as the Great Tiger of Strength. Indeed, there is nothing peculiar about this. One wonders, however, whether there are also entities such as the Great Goat of Strength and the Great Deer of Strength. Continuing onward, in the land of water, it is said that a fisherman once encountered a great whirlpool at sea and, regrettably, was swept into its depths. Yet, fortune smiled upon him as he was rescued by a sea turtle, which carried him to the underwater Coral Dragon Palace. There, the fisherman had the honor of meeting the palace's sovereign, the Mermaid Princess. The Mermaid Princess graciously entertained the fisherman for 3 days and nights, and upon his departure, bestowed upon him numerous treasures, ensuring that he would return to the surface as a wealthy man. In the land of thunder, it is recounted that a herbalist, while traversing the towering mountains, beheld a gigantic turtle, as high as the peaks themselves. However, as the herbalist approached, the turtle vanished, leaving behind the legend of the mountain turtle sage. In the land of earth, a tale speaks of a mountain dweller whose son, named Qi, faced a dire situation when his father fell gravely ill and was confined to his bed. Qi recalled a legend that spoke of a sage residing in the mountains, who possessed a miraculous elixir capable of curing all ailments and extending life. Determined to save his ailing father, Qi ventured into the mountains in search of the sage. Ultimately, he succeeded in bringing back the elixir, thereby saving his father. According to Qi, there indeed resided a sage known as the Hundred-Legged Sage. In the land of wind, legends tell of a moving oasis hidden within an endless desert. Whenever a traveler becomes lost in the sands, the oasis materializes to guide them back to safety. Its master known as the Green Wilderness Sage. All 5 great nations are steeped in tales of sages, and beyond that, there are other legends. It is said that in the vast ocean lies a vanished island, accidentally discovered by someone, known as Snail Sage Island, the dwelling place of the snail sage. Furthermore, it is rumored that atop the world's highest snow-capped mountains lies a secret realm, where the seasons are eternally spring-like, inhabited by a sage named Spring. One could hardly fathom the abundance of such sage legends. This evokes an almost surreal sensation in Qingye. Are we truly in a world of ninjas? Or have we stumbled into a realm of immortals? A confrontation between an ancient being in the nascent soul stage and a shadow-level ninja? A clash between a transcendent being of the transformation stage and a 6 paths level entity? It is unlikely, for the sages of this world are rather superficial, and they are often peculiar entities, such as the Toad Sage, the Slug Sage, and the Whitesnake Sage. Of course, aside from the Sage of the 6 Paths, who is truly a sage? Upon reflecting on this, Aoba entertains a notion that perhaps the various ninja beasts emerging in the shinobi world are descendants of these sages. He rolls up the scroll, which merely records legends without explicitly indicating the whereabouts of these sages. To trace their footsteps, Aoba must embark on the journey himself. Contemplating this, he realizes he must find a time to depart from Konohagakure. Having recently acquired the ability of intangibility, he believes slipping out of the village discreetly should pose no issue. His primary intrigue lies with the legend of the Centipede Sage. In the journey to the west, there exists a centipede demon who poisoned the four travelers with toxic wine. This centipede sage is perhaps no different from that centipede demon, especially since he is also skilled in brewing alcohol. It is possible that the enormous summoning centipede belonging to Nagato of the Uzumaki clan is a descendant of this centipede sage. If only he could procure a few giant ninja insects, he could utilize the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique to concoct even more formidable giant puppets. The giant centipede puppet he recently crafted is still too diminutive, measuring merely a dozen meters in length. Compared to massive summoning beasts like Gamabunta, the giant centipede hardly qualifies as giant. It can only be described as large. Several days have passed since Aoba was last attacked. Qingye dispatched several root ninjas without uttering a word to anyone, maintaining an air of normalcy. He continued his daily routine of feeding the pigs, playfully engaging with Noera Rin and Mitarashi Yanko, and practicing his puppet techniques in the dimly lit basement, as if the attack had never transpired. What piqued Qingye's interest further was the external tranquility. Everything appeared to be as it should be, as though the incident had never occurred. Although he remained unaware of the arrival of the Umbu and Root teams shortly after his departure, he could surmise that this matter would not escape the notice of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Judging by their demeanor, it seemed they had no intention of pursuing the incident further. Sarutobi Hiruzen, embroiled in warfare, sought to avoid inciting discord within the village, preferring to maintain unity to preserve the morale of the troops on the front lines. For the greater good, he could afford to be patient. However, the crafty Danzo would likely not let the matter rest easily. The current calm was merely a facade, held in check by Sarutobi. It was inevitable that Danzo would unleash a tempest upon Qingye in due course. It appeared prudent to prepare in advance, to create obstacles for Danzo, thus keeping him occupied and diverting his attention away from himself. Qingye pondered deeply. The elder of Beishan had been sorely missed, particularly after a day without seeing his second uncle, no, the elder of Beishan. Moreover, the elder of pig farming, the elder of reindeer herding, and the elder of grass planting had not been encountered in quite some time. As Qingye's angel investors during his early entrepreneurial days and now cherished partners, it was essential to reminisce about old times. Otherwise, their bond might grow distant. In the establishment known as Miss Tangerine's Tavern, within a private room illuminated by neon lights, the atmosphere exuded an air of adult ambiguity. Spilled bottles of liquor, remnants of a fruit platter, balloons adorning the ceiling, a glowing board leaning against the sofa, and the lingering scent of exquisite perfume all suggested that a social gathering of grown-ups had recently taken place here. Qingye's countenance was darkened, arms crossed as she sat in the center of the booth, silent. Opposite her were four elderly gentlemen sitting upright and solemn. Chapter 22. Mistaken for an angel investor. Only to encounter fools. For of you? This seems rather inappropriate. I am not yet of age. I have not even graduated from the Ninja Academy. And yet you have summoned me to such a place to discuss matters. Particularly you, Elder Beishan. Is it not excessively inappropriate to lead a minor astray? Qingye fixed his gaze intently on Elder Beishan, his teeth clenched in frustration. Anger coursed through him, as it was only natural, though he appeared to be a mere child. Within him resided the spirit of an adult. Who could fathom the struggle he had just endured to extricate himself from the relentless onslaught of several feline sisters? The formidable barriers surrounding him had buried his scant remnants of innocence. For the purity he had lost, these four elderly fellows before him must bear the responsibility. This. Elder Beishan stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Sensing the elder's predicament, Elder Yangzhu interjected solemnly, speaking with conviction. We cannot fault Beishan. He has deliberated extensively before choosing to convene here. You are aware of the recent heightened activity within the dark faction. Indeed, for the sake of safety and to maintain discretion, Elder Beishan had truly exerted himself. Elder Xuanlu, picking up the thread of the conversation, chimed in agreement. Qingye, you must empathize with Elder Beishan. He is compelled by circumstances, and he harbors his own burdens. Observing the three elders attempting to absolve Elder Beishan, tears welled in his eyes, a testament to their enduring camaraderie. These four old fellows, collectively over 2 centuries in age, shamelessly defended their indulgences before a child. Did they think him blind, or that he could be so easily deceived as a mere 3-year-old? The scarves around their necks, the glow sticks tucked at their waists, the cat ear adornments atop their heads, the fragrance of perfume, the unmistakable scent of alcohol, and most tellingly, the the lingering traces of lipstick upon their cheeks. All these clues rendered their words dubious. Absent these indicators, he might have been able to entertain a semblance of belief in their assertions. Yet now, how could he possibly trust them? Qingye silently scoffed. Look at your current state. Elders of various clans, and yet your faces bear remnants of lipstick, a testament to your earlier indiscretions. Do you truly believe the words you just uttered? Seizing a grand mirror, Qingye stood atop a chair, pounding the table as she roared at the four elders. Answer me, do you believe it? Swiftly. The elders' faces flushed crimson. No matter how thick-skinned they could not utter falsehoods with their eyes wide open, especially in the presence of a child. Hastily, the four began to tidy themselves before the mirror, stuffing silk handkerchiefs into their bosoms, concealing glow sticks within their trousers, and kicking cat ear accessories beneath the table. Most importantly, they diligently wiped away the traces of lipstick from their faces. Alas! Qingye let out a deep sigh and reseated himself. These elderly gentlemen, despite their advanced age, still sought the company of young maidens. How foolish of me to regard them as angelic investors, only to discover they are not but simpletons. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Ahem. As they appeared to be finishing their preparations, Qingye cleared his throat twice. The four elders sat upright, embodying a demeanor of earnest attentiveness. They resembled primary school students caught in the wrath of a teacher, displaying an earnestness that was almost comical. It was indeed peculiar. Qingye, at merely 6 or 7 years of age, possessed the gravitas of an adult, while the four venerable elders, whose ages summed to over 2 centuries, behaved like children. Not long ago, the roots sought to eliminate me, only to find themselves thwarted by my counterattack. What? Oh, so the root ninjas attempted to apprehend you, and you turned the tables on them. How trivial. I initially feared it was a matter of great consequence, but it turns out to be such a minor affair. You were so serious earlier, you nearly frightened me to death. The four elders patted their chests, their expressions now relaxed, as the tense atmosphere dissipated entirely. However, in the next moment, all four stood up in shock, gazing at Qingye in disbelief. What do you mean you killed 3 root ninjas? This poses quite a dilemma. Qingye, come back to our clan's territory at once. Rest assured, within the confines of the Yamanaka clan, no one would dare harm you. I will also reach out to the Akimichi clan to ensure your safety before Lord Hokage. Indeed, our 3 clans, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, have always supported one another. And with the addition of the Yamanaka clan, I am confident we can secure your safety. Humph, you merely acted in self-defense. The blame lies squarely on Shimura Danzo. The 4 of them took turns speaking, devising plans for Qingye, absolving him of blame and shifting responsibility, particularly the elder reindeer, who insisted that all culpability should rest with Danzo. Truly, you are the shadow of Konoha. Silence. Let me speak. Qingye shouted once more. The 4 elders exchanged glances and resumed their seats, falling into silence. Indeed, given Qingye's current composure, he must have devised a strategy. Why should they be in such a rush? Firstly, although I killed 3 root ninjas, they initiated the confrontation. I surmised this was a personal directive from Danzo, likely without the knowledge of the 3rd Hokage. Secondly, neither Danzo nor the 3rd Hokage would pursue my accountability, as we are currently at war, and I am a pivotal figure concerning the interests of various clans. Any harm that befalls me would undoubtedly exacerbate tensions within Konoha, impacting the front lines. Thirdly, should news of my capture reach the front lines, the ninjas there, who risk their lives for the village. While Shimura Danzo exploits the children of the village from behind, one must wonder what the consequences would be. The group exchanged glances. There would be a rebellion. The elder reindeer spoke. The other 3 elders nodded in agreement. Qingye was indeed correct. At this moment, the morale of the front lines held paramount importance. Certainly, we would willingly sacrifice ourselves for the children, yet if we cannot even protect the village and its children, what purpose does our sacrifice serve? After listening, the 4 elders bowed their heads in contemplation. They were not of the Great Tolerance clan. They had initially joined Konoha drawn by the ideals of the 1st Hokage. Where the leaves danced, the fire continued to burn brightly. The flames would persist in illuminating the village and nurturing the budding new leaves. It was precisely to shield the children from the battlefield that they, as shinobi, had chosen to join Konoha. Qingye's words were directed specifically at the 4 clans, none of which are among the prominent families of Konoha, thus resonating deeply with them. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans must unite to maintain their influence. The Yamanaka clan faces an even graver situation. Upon conducting an investigation, he discovered the severe depletion of talent within their ranks. Rather than merely a loss of personnel, it would be more accurate to say they are unable to sustain their gifted individuals. Numerous members of the Yamanaka clan have sold their services to the Umbu and Root. This matter demands careful handling, for it is essential to foster unity among the clan members. They will be his allies moving forward, or rather, his invaluable support. Aoba continued, stating that since the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, Danzo had enlisted the elite disciples from various clans under numerous pretexts. All 4 clans had their distinguished members integrated into Root. However, upon my inspection the other day, I discovered that every ninja who entered Root had been subjected to the tongue curse technique. Danzo, in his desperation to prevent betrayal among his subordinates, had resorted to unscrupulous methods. His declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. What? That scoundrel Danzo has actually imposed forbidden techniques upon the ninjas entering Root? The 4 elders rose in indignation, vehemently condemning Shimura Danzo for his lack of martial integrity, asserting that even fellow villagers were not spared from his draconian control. Elder Reindeer was particularly incensed, exclaiming that he had recognized Danzo's vile nature at a mere glance years ago, deeming him a beast devoid of parents or humanity. Qingye was taken aback. The reindeer elder was remarkably cultured. You are now aware of the current situation, are you not? The Root organization harbors profound distrust towards us, the clan ninjas, and if this continues unchecked, our clansmen will face a fate from which there is no return. Once more, the 4 elders took their seats. Qingye tucked his hands into his sleeves and spoke softly. Do not forget, we are still amidst a war. I have perused the casualty reports, and aside from the column of fatalities, the section marked as missing is particularly extensive. The 4 elders rose once more, their faces etched with shock as they gazed at Qingye. What does Aoyoshi mean by this? Danzo has ruthlessly targeted their kin on the front lines, which is utterly, simply outrageous. In truth, Aoyoshi is correct, particularly concerning the Uchiha clan. A significant number of their members went missing during the Third Great Ninja War. Otherwise, where could Danzo have acquired that plethora of Sharingan with 3 tomo? Did they simply fall from the sky? Orochimaru still resides within the village and has yet to take command on the front lines. Perhaps Danzo and Orochimaru have not yet set their sights on the category of those whose fates remain uncertain. Nevertheless, for now, let us place the blame squarely on Danzo, as he is likely preoccupied with his inhumane experiments. The reputation of the Leaf Village's Hokage is indeed well-deserved. Esteemed elders, please take your seats. Our foremost priority now is to safeguard our kin. Given Aoyoshi's insights, should we not report to the 3rd Hokage and advocate for the disbandment of Danzo's Root organization? Elder Yatsuzaki has proposed a suggestion. Qingye lifted the drink before him, his eyelids drooping as he spoke softly. It is likely that the 3rd Hokage is aware of Danzo's actions, as they are comrades, much like Tokiwa Komatsu and Mito Menon, who share the same lineage. The 4 elders rose once more, their faces etched with astonishment as they gazed at Qingye. Day after day, the 4 had been preoccupied with standing and sitting, a repetitive cycle that had become almost comical. With Qingye's subtle guidance, the 4 elders finally recognized the underlying issue. Indeed, it had come to their attention that the upper echelons of the Hokage had been entirely replaced by the 3rd Hokage's fellow disciples. When had this transformation occurred? Was this not a case of collusion? Moreover, how did you come to possess such knowledge? The 4 elders regarded Qingye with incredulity. A man without foresight must inevitably face immediate troubles. We must prepare ourselves in advance. Thus, regarding Danzo's matters, we cannot act rashly. We must proceed with caution. Setting down his drink, Qingye retrieved 4 volumes from his robe. The development plans for the Akimichi clan, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the Waihai clan. Chapter 23. The Root recruitment event disrupted. The 4 elders picked up the volumes and began to peruse them. They glanced at the documents, then at Qingye, then back at the volumes, their eyes darting back and forth between the materials and Qingye. Aoba remained remarkably composed, unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes of the 4 elderly gentlemen. The constraints faced by various ninja clans within the village stemmed from the policy of one nation, one village, instituted by the founding Hokage, Senju Hashirama. It can be said that the village has been both a source of strength and a cause of downfall. In the past, the clans opted to join the ninja village out of a desire for protection from powerful allies, considerations of safety, or sheer compulsion. regardless of their initial motivations for joining. Once they became part of the village's method of nurturing ninjas inevitably diminished the traditional clan-based training approach. This represents the price of integration into the village system. Furthermore, the amalgamation of a village and a nation means that the nation bears the brunt of the village's developmental funding and most of its missions. Thus, the vitality of the village is sustained by the nation's strength, yet the village remains under the constraints imposed by the feudal lords. The interdependence of one nation and one village creates a cycle of mutual restriction. The ninja's remuneration is dictated by the village, while the village's resources are confined by the nation, forming an intricate web. Consequently, the prominent clans find themselves in an awkward position, as their ninjas can accept missions from the village to earn money, yet the clans themselves must navigate their existence in a narrow space. Were it not for the unique skills possessed by these clans, many might have already disbanded. His plan was to enable the four clans to explore new revenue streams, thereby securing their economic independence and breaking free from the village's financial limitations. This initiative, colloquially referred to as the Small Stove Plan, would ensure that when the higher-ups in Konoha sought to confront them, they would find themselves unable to leverage this financial card. To speak frankly, each of these four clans possesses its own strengths, making the formulation of a business plan a relatively straightforward endeavor. The Akimichi clan, with their boar forest, has substantial potential for developing livestock farming, especially considering the currently low average meat consumption among the populace across various nations, which signifies considerable room for growth. The Qingye clan, leveraging the advantages of medicinal herb cultivation within the mountain tribe, has developed an affordable fattening pill that significantly reduces the market-ready time for pork to a mere 100 days. This marks a remarkable enhancement in efficiency compared to the previous annual yield of wild boars. Moreover, the Nara clan can also venture into the breeding of elk, as Qingye has concurrently devised a specialized feed pellet that shortens the time to market for venison to 200 days. Venison can be positioned in the premium meat market, while elk blood, hides, and antlers represent exceptionally valuable commodities. For the mountain tribe, the approach is more straightforward, expanding the cultivation of low-end medicinal herbs. Armed with the formulas for both fattening and feed pellets, they are fully equipped to engage in the feed business. This endeavor not only provides sustenance for the Akid and Nara clans, but also offers feed to other breeders, representing a vast and promising blue ocean of opportunity. As for the Oil Woman clan, Qingye has already identified suitable industries for them, similarly engaging in both feed production and livestock farming. Aoba has cultivated a breed of mealworm that reproduces rapidly and in abundance. By utilizing these mealworms as feed, the poultry farming industry can be developed. It is not to say that the previous industries of the four clans were inadequate. Rather, the return on investment was too low, and the products were primarily aimed at ninjas, thereby limiting market expansion and resulting in relatively stable, yet meager, profits. Moreover, the cultivation of ninjas is quite resource-intensive, leaving the four clans with barely enough revenue to sustain their members. The Oil Woman clan, in particular, has suffered greatly, with many clan members resorting to joining the Umbu and the Roots for survival. To earn greater profits, it is essential to broaden the market and target the lower strata of common citizens. With such a vast population in the Land of Fire, among the 5 great nations, and throughout the entire ninja world, there exists ample opportunity. By selecting the right industry, managing production effectively, and mastering sales, one can indeed achieve modest financial success. The 4 elders, elated, sought Aoba's counsel on numerous matters and planned to implement these strategies in secret upon their return. Qingye rejoiced at the unfolding events, chuckling to himself as he swiftly set about causing some trouble for Saratobi Izashi and Shimura Danzo. It was said that following that day, the 4 elders frequented the izakayas with increased regularity, engaging in social gatherings with the prominent merchants and magnates of the Land of Fire. Before long, news emerged from the Yamashiro clan, indicating that they had designated a substantial portion of their ancestral land for the cultivation of some inconsequential herbs, along with the construction of several greenhouses. The CH clan had taken action as well, and the Inazuka clan soon followed suit. The Nara clan, having invested heavily, established a deer park adjacent to the village, not for the production of antler velvet, but rather to cultivate meat deer in pursuit of the high-end meat market. The Akimichi clan, opting for a more straightforward approach, erected several factories around the village, abandoning the free-range practice of wild boar farming in favor of intensive pig farming. which was rumored to significantly enhance breeding efficiency. As for the Yamanaka clan, it was heard that their members had inadvertently bred a type of worthless insect, capable only of producing protein without any offensive capability, in an attempt to ensure that their research did not go to waste. The Yamanaka clan planned to repurpose these insects as feed, establishing a breeding farm, not for pigs, but for chickens, ducks, and geese. Simultaneously, in the estate of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, a chain restaurant named Tongfu Lu opened its doors. It was said that on its inaugural day, it became a sensation within the daimyo's domain, boasting a menu that dazzled with unprecedented offerings. Roasted suckling pig, crystal pork knuckles, braised lion's head meatballs, marinated venison, steamed deer tails, 8 treasure duck, exquisite roasted chicken, an array of delectable dishes that challenged the palates of the populace. With numerous celebrities, successful figures from various fields, and high-ranking officials from the daimyo's court attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Tongfu Lu was filled to capacity on its first day, reaping substantial profits. With Tongfu Lu leading the way, various menus continued to emerge, gradually transforming the culinary landscape of the Land of Fire and altering the dietary habits of its people, resulting in a significant increase in the sales of pork, venison, chicken, duck, and other meats. According to Qingye's strategic plan, within a month, the 4 major ninja clans would recoup their initial investments. Notably, Tongfu Lu was not the focal point. Qingye even encouraged the 4 clans to willingly divest shares to the esteemed dignitaries of the daimyo's court. The crux of the strategy lay in collaborating with merchants throughout the Land of Fire, positioning themselves as suppliers of meat products, thereby enabling the monthly distribution of substantial quantities of meat to various cities, generating considerable profit. This was still under the constraint of underdeveloped transportation and limited logistics speed. Were it not for these hindrances, the turnover rate of the 4 clans' products would have been even swifter, yielding even greater returns. Qingye aspires to establish a wind-based courier service, specializing in rapid logistics to transport goods. In the future, he might even develop a large, unmanned flying insect to traverse between major cities at predetermined intervals. Once Qingye monopolizes the aerial logistics sector in the world of Naruto, he could very well become the wealthiest individual within that realm. In the Naruto universe, it is the ninjas who possess the mastery of core technologies. As long as one is willing to set aside their pride, the pursuit of wealth becomes an attainable endeavor. Qingye could not fathom why this group of ninjas incessantly engaged in violence, while a more prudent pursuit of wealth seemed far more appealing. With financial resources, the welfare of the clan would naturally improve, providing greater subsidies for the clansmen, thus alleviating their need to compromise their integrity by serving in the root or the umbu. Consequently, in recent days, Danzo's mood had soured considerably, particularly after the recruitment event at Root was disrupted. That day, after Qingye concluded his discussions with the 4 elders at the izakaya, they returned to their respective clans to devise plans to trouble Danzo. The upper echelons of Konoha were too preoccupied with their own pressing issues to interfere with the various commercial pursuits of the clans. First, the Nara clan discovered that some of their members had fallen victim to the tongue curse technique. Simultaneously, the Yamanaka, Aburame, Akimichi clans, along with other ninja clans, began their own investigations, uncovering that their members had also been afflicted by the same curse. Subsequently, the prominent clans initiated a joint inquiry, revealing that these individuals were targeted only after entering the Root. The finger of blame pointed squarely at the head of Root, Shimura Danzo. In a surge of public sentiment, a multitude of ninjas gathered beneath the Hokage building, followed closely by civilian ninjas. This matter transcended mere clan affiliations. It also involved the civilian ninjas within Root. Given that it pertained to their collective interests, unity against a common adversary was imperative. Following Qingye's counsel, a ruckus was essential. It was crucial to involve the civilian ninjas in this uproar. Ideally, they would unfurl banners and create a significant disturbance. Chapter 24. The Astonishing Tale of Shimura Danzo and the Pig Inside the Hokage Building. In his office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wore a grim expression as he observed the protesting ninjas below. Who, he pondered, had conceived the idea of these banners? The tongue curse technique, a tool wielded by Danzo in his relentless quest for power, exemplified his unscrupulous control over civilian ninjas. An explanation was due to the common people. Was this a manifestation of moral decay or the distortion of humanity? Danzo, deeply entrenched in Konoha, harbored unspeakable conspiracies. If silence prevailed today, it would only invite consequences tomorrow. If denunciations were withheld today, Danzo might turn against your children in the future. The astonishing tale of Shimura Danzo and the pig revealed an inextricable connection between a sudden epidemic in the wild boar forest and Danzo himself. Were the common citizens merely pawns under the dominion of Konoha's elite? Was the will of fire merely an empty proclamation? Severe punishment for Danzo. Equality before the law must reign supreme, even if one were a disciple of the second Hokage or a peer of the third. Criminal acts must be met with the same justice as the common man. Nobility does not confer immunity. Witness the dawn of a new chapter in Konoha, beginning with the prosecution of Danzo. 3 inquiries regarding the higher echelons of Konoha below, a multitude of banners hangs. And the most infuriating aspect is the ninjas who leap high and run far. The rooftops of every major thoroughfare in the village are occupied by these ninjas, who display the banners in the most conspicuous locations. Now, it is not just the ninjas. The entire village can behold them. The inhabitants of the world of Hokage have never witnessed such a spectacle, and they are astonished by the slogans emblazoned upon the banners. As the saying goes, once dirty water is spilled, it cannot be retrieved. Many are engulfed by a sense of outrage and hasten to join the ranks of the protesters. Gradually, the crowd of demonstrators swells. Who, pray tell, is the scoundrel behind these slogans? Is this not merely inciting further unrest? Qingye, that scoundrel is not me. Elder Reindeer, that scoundrel is not me either. The third Hokage turned to gaze upon the individuals seated in the office. These individuals were the representatives of the prominent ninja clans within the village. The Akimichi clan, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Aburame clan, the Hyuga clan, the Hitaki clan. Everyone had arrived except for the Uchiha and Senju clans. Particularly, the trio of Inoshikacho had stood firmly by his side at the crucial moment that secured his position as the third Hokage, despite the fact that he had contested this role against Uchiha Kagami, who boasted a higher reputation and esteem. Now, with these 3 clans opposing him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of sorrow. All present were clan heads and elders of the ninja clans, wise individuals who understood the greater good. The situation at the front lines was becoming increasingly tense, and he implored the elders to consider the bigger picture. This matter could not escalate any further, otherwise, the morale of the troops would waver. I, in the name of the third Hokage, assure you all that I will provide an explanation after the war. Hyuga Esta rose to his feet. Having been healed by Qingye, he had taken time to recuperate and was now fit to represent the Hyuga clan in negotiations with the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, it is truly Danzo who lacks a broader perspective. We are shedding blood on the front lines to protect Konoha, yet Danzo hides behind us, coercing and enticing the elite of various clans to join Root, employing insidious tactics to manipulate the village's ninjas. If we cannot even safeguard our own kin, what significance does the battle at the front hold? Indeed, it is said that the orphanage has become a training ground for Danzo's ruthless assassins. We, the ninjas, sacrifice our lives on the front lines for the village, yet the widows left behind are treated with such cruelty. This is utterly unjust to us. Absolutely, it is unfair. Danzo must be held accountable. We demand an explanation today. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged with tension. The third Hokage's head throbbed painfully. Damn Danzo. Do not make me clean up your mess. Listening to the incessant bickering, the third Hokage finally erupted. Enough. I assure you all that I will provide an explanation. It was said that on the day of the protest, the usually affable third Hokage rarely displayed anger within the office. Aoyama did not inquire about the discussions between the third Hokage and the representatives of various ninja clans. However, the ultimate outcome was the cancellation of Danzo's position as the root minister and his role as an advisor to the Hokage elder, with a decision to be rendered after the conclusion of the war. Meanwhile, the ninjas afflicted by the tongue curse technique remained on standby, awaiting the development of a counterjutsu, after which a unified release of the technique would restore their freedom. Following the resolution, it was reported that a heated argument ensued between Danzo and the third Hokage in the Hokage office, and subsequently, Danzo was seen exiting with an exceedingly grim expression. Regardless, Aoyama was unable to witness Danzo's despondent demeanor, for he had already departed from Konoha during the negotiations between the clan representatives and the third Hokage. At that moment, Aoyama soared high above, perched upon a colossal 2-winged dragonfly, surveying the vast mountains and rivers below. The 2-winged dragonfly soldier was a specially cultivated insect for transportation, and its upper-tier insect grade was remarkably high, followed by the 4-winged dragonfly general 6-winged dragonfly king, and 8-winged dragonfly emperor. Upon reaching the 8-winged level, it was deemed a legendary insect, second only to mythical-grade insects. It is said that the 8-winged dragonfly emperor possesses unparalleled speed, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a single line, rendering any distance trivial. With the 8-winged dragonfly emperor, one could truly roam freely across the land of fire, completing the journey in less than an hour. In the depths of Qingye's mind, a tapestry of thoughts wove itself. In addition, he delicately toyed with a glass-like, crescent-shaped insect, a goo worm known as the concealment goo. This remarkable creature, cultivated through the bloodline of the translucent realm, typically resembled a silken cocoon, yet it could unfurl into an invisible cloak. Although its mode of invisibility differed from the envisioned ethereal possession, the concealment goo indeed facilitated Qingye's escape from the gates of Konoha, successfully eluding the vigilant gaze of the two gatekeepers. Was this not akin to Harry Potter's invisibility cloak? Truly, the art of goo is infinitely transformative. Indeed, the goo scriptures proclaim, until one truly opens the goo cauldron, one can never ascertain what kind of goo worm one has concocted. Stowing the concealment goo away, Qingye unfurled a map scroll, determined to seek out the fabled sanctuary. This map scroll, too, was a treasure acquired through considerable effort on his part. Qingye sought individuals on the exchange of gold, offering a bounty for the discovery of a place called Huyo, or any location bearing the character tiger within the land of fire. He casually set the reward at 1,000 taels. To his astonishment, someone indeed accepted the task, marking nearly every location associated with tigers within the country, accompanied by thorough accounts of their origins, legends, and historical occurrences. Truly, this individual was a well of knowledge. Qingye wondered if he might have the opportunity to meet him, for he yearned to inquire about the sacred lands. Far away, a mysterious figure adorned with a mask lifted the severed head of his target, preparing to return to the exchange of gold to claim his reward. Suddenly, he sneezed. Kaku touched his non-existent nose, pondering, how could this be? I am no longer of the flesh. How could I catch a cold? Could someone be coveting my head for the bounty? I must prepare several hearts upon my return. Chapter 25, perhaps, maybe, should be, I have been played. Perched atop the enormous dragonfly head of a double-winged soldier insect, Qingye meticulously marked an X on the map using a permanent marker. Although this territory had indicated all locations with the character tiger, many did not meet Qingye's criteria. He eliminated those with too brief a historical presence, those near bustling markets, and those that were named after individuals rather than places. Ultimately, he sought the sacred site of Huyo from a millennium ago. With these deletions, 2/3 of the locations marked with tiger vanished from the map. Nevertheless, a substantial number remained, over 20 in total. He truly wished for an 8-winged dragonfly emperor. Riding it, he could explore these sites in just a day. Alas, he now faced the prospect of spending countless hours investigating each name, a waste of his precious life. His next destination, Daoyuan. Lord Huijian, it is just ahead. Within the mountains lies the prey you desire, spoke a short, stout middle-aged man, bending slightly and rubbing his hands together in a sycophantic manner beside an opulent carriage. Is it true, then? There is an adult-sized black tiger ahead? Deceiving me comes at a cost. A cold voice emanated from behind the drapes encircling the carriage, concealing its occupant. My lord, I would never dare to deceive you. Look, I have brought witnesses, exclaimed the stout man, calling out Dolly. Dolly, come forth. The lord wishes to ask you a question. To substantiate his claims, the middle-aged man continued. This man is a hunter from the mountains. He witnessed with his own eyes an adult-sized black tiger. Rest assured, I would not dare to mislead you. At that moment, a tall, sturdy young man clad in hunting attire was escorted before them by a contingent of armored soldiers. Upon seeing the hunter, the stout man discarded his sycophancy and shouted loudly, Dolly, quickly come here and inform His Highness if you have seen the black tiger nearby. I did not see it, but the leader saw a black tiger right in the forest ahead. When it gazed at me, I nearly wet my pants. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have been dragged into the woods and become mere tiger dung. The simple-hearted youth narrated his experience in a booming voice. Dung, dung, you resemble dung, retorted the stout middle-aged man, his impatience evident. Can you not say something else for once? Do you not have the sense to see that a noble is present? After chastising the naive youth, he turned to the noble seated atop the carriage, continuing his obsequious flattery. Your Highness, this man is rather uncouth, and his words are somewhat crude. I hope you do not take offense. I may be able to overlook it, but if the black tiger is not found, prepare to feed my pets, came the ominous reply, followed by a series of beastly roars from the covered carriages at the back of the procession. The entire carriage trembled, causing the black cloth draped over it to fall away. Jackals, lions, tigers, black bears, all fierce beasts, their scarred bodies radiating a menacing aura. At this sight, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down the stout man's forehead. The naive youth scratched his head, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. After the two men departed, a voice resonated from the carriage. Earth Mage, did those two pose any issues? A young bald monk, around 11 or 12, with his hands clasped and eyes closed, spoke calmly. They are merely ordinary folk and would not dare to deceive His Highness. That is splendid. The grand caravan continued its journey towards the woods ahead. At the forefront, the stout middle-aged man and the naive youth led the way. The former was beginning to panic. His initial desire for a bounty now seemed perilously close to costing him his life. He regretted provoking this fiery prince. Casting a glance at the naive youth, he inquired once more, "Dali, your information is indeed correct, is it not?" The naive youth shifted from his usual demeanor, now exuding shrewdness. "Of course. We have been collaborating for some time now. The black tiger exists. As for whether it can be captured, well, that is their concern. Did the bounty not state that one would receive 100 gold for information on ferocious beasts?" A day later, the grand caravan halted at a mountain known as Tiger Roar Ridge. They set up camp and erected a lavish tent to accommodate the noble. That night, a thunderous roar echoed for 3 miles. The rumors were confirmed. There indeed existed a ferocious tiger within Tiger Roar Ridge. The following day, 12 squads of armored soldiers were organized to venture into the forest in pursuit of the black tiger. In the heart of a dense forest, a group of soldiers encountered the black tiger they had long coveted. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were filled with regret. This formidable creature, towering and muscular, adorned with a dark coat streaked with crimson, was a sight to behold. At that moment, it was a whirlwind of ferocity. As the two sides converged in the thicket, the black tiger descended like a tempest, ripping through their ranks with lethal precision, as if harvesting wheat. A fearsome roar erupted from its maw, unleashing a dark gale that left the soldiers disoriented. On that fateful day, the tiger hunt ended in utter defeat for the soldiers. That evening, within the opulent confines of their tent, a cacophony of curses and the sounds of destruction echoed relentlessly. Incompetent fools, worthless wretches, 100 trained soldiers. Yet they cannot subdue a mere beast. After venting his fury and shattering a collection of exquisite vases, Hu Jianxian turned to the young monk, Di Lu, with ire simmering in his gaze. "Master Di Lu, I implore you to lend your hand and capture that accursed black tiger." "Your Highness," the monk replied, palms pressed together and eyes closed, "I am entrusted by the esteemed Lord to ensure your safety. Capturing tigers falls beyond the scope of my duties. I must decline your request." Once again invoking the name of the Lord, Hu Jianxian seethed inwardly. "He is my father, not yours. The title of Lord shall inevitably be mine. Do you dare defy my command?" His crimson eyes bore into Di Lu, who remained silent, hands still clasped in prayer. "You are still in the prime of youth, and to inherit the title of Lord, you must wait another decade or two. By the time you ascend, I will have long completed my guardianship, and you will have no sway over me. Besides, with so many brothers, who knows who will ultimately inherit the title?" The young monk's mind was alive with thoughts, silently mocking Hu Jianxian's frustration. Seeing Di Lu as unyielding as a stone, Hu Jianxian's irritation reached a boiling point. To strike him would be futile. The soldiers outside would not stand a chance against this young monk. Yet, withholding his anger left him restless and agitated. Suddenly, he recalled the 2 ruffians who had led them into this predicament and stormed out of the tent. "Those 2 scoundrels are to blame for my lost troops. Seize them, hang them up, and give them a thorough beating. I want to hear their screams." The nearby officer knelt, drenched in cold sweat, stammering, "Your Highness, those 2 have already collected the bounty and departed." "It is likely what?" Hu Jianxian interrupted, kicking the officer aside in a fit of rage, gripping his collar fiercely. "Who authorized a bounty when we couldn't even capture the black tiger? Who allowed this?" "Your Highness, it was your suggestion. To reward anyone who could provide information on the beast, a powerful gust of wind sent the guard sprawling. The cool breeze in the mountains could not quell the fierce flames of desire within Hu Jianxian. To his utter astonishment, the following day, he mobilized everyone to scour the forest in search of the black tiger, yet not a single strand of fur could be found. At this moment, Wu Jianxian came to the realization that perhaps, just perhaps, he had been outsmarted by those two individuals. That night, in a fit of rage, he shattered every piece of porcelain he had brought, leaving the surrounding maidens and guards in a state of stunned silence, too fearful to raise their heads. Chapter 26. The Divine Skill, the Skunk Technique. Elsewhere, beneath the moonlight on a hillside, two figures crouched behind a massive rock, engaged in a furtive exchange. Their hushed whispers echoing in the night. One for you, one for me. One for you, one for me. The repetitive murmurs continued until one exclaimed, in the end, one for you, one for me. Da Zhuang, keep a close eye. We shall split these 100 gold coins evenly. Do not claim I am taking advantage of your inability to count. Tianzhong held up a gleaming gold coin. Haha, watch closely. Just enough for each of us. Dali chuckled heartily, scratching his head with a simple grin, and upon dividing the last coin, he hurriedly secured the pouch of coins. Tianzhong likewise stashed his money bag away, not forgetting to tease, you seem quite astute. Why then, can you not count? Haha, it's just in my nature. Just in my nature, Dali replied with a foolish grin. However, Tianzhong was not deceived by this fellow's naive facade. Beneath his simple exterior lay a greedy disposition, cunning intellect, ruthless heart, and a suspicious nature. He resolved that while they could be friends, they must never become adversaries. Moreover, with 50 gold coins now in hand, he needed to be wary of this character's potential treachery. As the two immersed themselves in the joy of counting their fortune, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and a voice pierced the stillness, instilling dread within them. Gentlemen, according to the rules of the Jianghu, those who witness must partake. I observed your deceit, and thus, a third of those gold coins rightfully belong to me. Who goes there? Show yourself. Tianzhong bellowed. Meanwhile, Dali shed his innocent guise, dropping to the ground, revealing a menacing demeanor, his sharp canine teeth bared. He clutched his pouch of coins tightly. To relinquish the gold he had obtained would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Scanning their surroundings, they detected no signs of life. Just as they feared they had encountered a ghost, the voice rang out once more, this time from behind them. Right here. Startled, they turned to find someone sitting atop the large stone, waving at them. Qingye sat quietly upon a large stone, her flowing black robe harmonizing beautifully with the moonlight. Though she wore a black eye mask, both Tianzhong and Dali felt as if she was smiling at them. They were unnerved by the stealthy approach. When had she drawn near? Could she be a subordinate of the illustrious Prince Wu Jianxian, come to capture them? The chilling thought gripped their hearts. This time, they had truly miscalculated. Who are you? Why are you following us? Tianzhong shouted, attempting to bolster his courage, even as he instinctively edged closer to Dali. You not only deceived the heir of a prominent family, but also earned a fortune. Surely, it is not unreasonable for me to request a modest fee for my silence. Qingye remarked with an air of nonchalance. Split up, Da Zhuang said, narrowing his eyes and speaking in a hushed tone. What? Tianzhong exclaimed, taken aback. They had always been fearless. So why were they suddenly acting timid? Unbeknownst to Tianzhong, Dali had already discerned Qingye's extraordinary abilities. She had approached them silently, a skill possessed only by one type of individual, a ninja. Dali, unwilling to confront a ninja, had typically engaged in petty tricks and deceptions against ordinary people. He had always been cautious to avoid attracting the attention of ninjas, but now there was no escape. She had come to them. At this moment, their only option was to flee. Run, Dali shouted, pivoting to dash into the woods, heedless of his companion. Left with no choice, Tianzhong fled in the opposite direction. Running? Do you think you can escape? Qingye rose, observing the two as they separated. With a flourish of her hands, she performed a series of intricate seals upon the stone. Spirit summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a thick cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, and fearsome apparitions appeared behind her. With a thunderous roar, two menacing figures soared into the air. In the direction of Dali's escape, a colossal, green-faced boar with wicked tusks descended from above, blocking his path. In Tianjing's direction, a fearsome, crimson-skinned boar landed, obstructing his route. These fearsome creatures effectively barred the way for both men. Towering 10 meters tall, they exuded an intimidating presence, their fearsome appearance living up to their names. Tianzhong felt as though he might lose control of his bladder. Paralyzed with fear, he dared not move, terrified that the monstrous boar before him would trample him. Yet Dali sprang into action. With a mighty roar, he twisted his body, rapidly transforming into a fearsome black tiger. This is unbelievable. Dali, you are that black tiger, eh? A monster. Tianzhong's eyes widened in shock. The realization that he had been working alongside a tiger all along was too much for his heart to bear. His vision blurred, his legs buckled, and he fainted. As anticipated, it seemed the esteemed individual before them was indeed a spirit beast. Green leaves fell from a distance, their gaze intensely fixed upon the black tiger. Pray tell, how did you transform into human form? Was it through arduous cultivation, or perhaps through the consumption of some rare, celestial treasure that facilitated your metamorphosis? Or did you encounter a thunderous tribulation that enabled your transformation? Speak to me of your transfiguration. What nonsense is this? What celestial treasures? What thunderous tribulations? Never mind those matters. We must hasten our departure from this place. Ninja, all of that man's gold is yours. Just grant me my freedom. The black tiger spoke with human articulation, his vigilance unwavering as he regarded the green leaf. No, something seems amiss. You are so feeble. You cannot possibly have transformed. Could it be some form of shapeshifting? With the activation of the dragon's eye, the green leaf discerned a formidable chakra residing within the black tiger and shook his head. Moreover, is what I truly lack merely a pouch of gold? What I yearn for is a sacred land. The green leaf flashed a wide grin, revealing a sinister smile. Upon hearing the mention of a sacred land, the black tiger's pupils constricted, and with a thunderous roar, he bolted to the side, evidently intent on fleeing. The prowess of Aoba is unfathomable. Contending with him is beyond the capabilities of the cunning Ji Hu, leaving no choice but to flee. The technique of the skunk is unleashed. A dense cloud of yellow smoke erupted from the rear of the black tiger, enveloping the area in an attempt to thwart Aoba's pursuit. Qingye was utterly horrified, swiftly covering her nose and retreating. A pungent odor assaulted her senses. Goodness! She had never encountered such a remarkable phenomenon before. The ancients were indeed not misleading. One cannot confine oneself behind closed doors and expect to thrive. It is essential to venture out and broaden one's horizons. As the foul-smelling yellow smoke drew closer, Qingye shouted, Ada, use the sound wave spell, Thunder Roar. With a swift motion, Ada bent down, his gaping maw wide open, a blinding light erupting from his throat as a sonic projectile was unleashed. Wherever it traveled, it caused devastation, creating a series of explosions that shattered everything in its path. The noxious smoke before her was instantly dispersed, along with a nearby grove that was reduced to mere splinters. Once the dust settled, all that remained was a deep crater. Let us proceed. Since we are to play hide and seek, let us engage in it wholeheartedly. With a wave of his hand, Qingye summoned a colossal dragonfly that descended from the heavens, bearing him aloft while clutching the unconscious Tianzhong beneath. A sense of dread enveloped Dali as he sprinted through the forest, his mind racing with questions about this extraordinary child. When had such a figure emerged in the ninja world? He rummaged through his memory, but found no answers. Could it be a hidden genius from one of the 5 great ninja villages? And those 2 summoned beasts were astonishingly powerful, wielding techniques that approached the level of A-rank ninjutsu. They shattered the small grove, uprooting the very ground beneath. Was it truly necessary to retaliate with missiles for a mere stink bomb? Chapter 27. I, of course, am a sage. A buzzing sound reverberated overhead. Dali looked up to see Qingye perched atop the enormous dragonfly, grinning down at him. Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoed from the front as Ada appeared on the left. Panting heavily, another resounding crash followed, and Aer, bearing his fangs, emerged on the right. Run. Go ahead and run. Let us see where you can escape. Qingye floated down, hands tucked into his sleeves, sauntering leisurely towards him. Ninjas should not bully others. No, you should not bully a tiger too excessively. And what if I do? What can you possibly do about it? The 2 pigs chuckled heartily. Dali's face flushed crimson. Though he was a black tiger, Qingye sensed his embarrassment and fury. Eventually, Dali's head drooped, his ears sagging in defeat. All right, you win. Do as you will, he lamented, lying on the ground and exposing his belly, embodying a posture of surrender. Is this the nature of felines? When faced with insurmountable odds, they reveal their bellies to their foes, opting for submission, whether genuine or feigned. The choice to engage in pretense lingered in the air. Qingye smiled. Since he was perceptive, that was splendid. Lead me to Tiger Hill. Upon hearing the name Tiger Hill, Dali immediately ceased to recline, sitting up abruptly with a fierce glare, baring his teeth as he stared at Qingye. Why must we go to Tiger Hill? Who exactly are you? I, of course, am an immortal. Step by step, Qingye approached the black tiger, simultaneously removing his eye mask, his aura intensifying with each stride. Suddenly, A radiant burst of multicolored light erupted from within Qingye, soaring skyward. At this moment, Qingye had undergone a transformation. His once black robe and hair had turned a brilliant white, and two small horns sprouted from his forehead, with intricate, spiderweb-like patterns appearing at the center of his brow and the corners of his eyes. Upon opening his eyes, the pure white eyebrows accentuated his crystalline gaze, devoid of pupils. Replaced instead by a surface of hexagonal mirrors, each flawlessly reflecting a spectrum of colors. However, those with even a modicum of knowledge would recognize that these were not ordinary eyes but the compound eyes of an insect. How is this possible? This is Sage Mode. You are a ninja from a sacred land. No, there are only 3 sacred lands now, yet your Sage Mode is unlike any of theirs. The black tiger, aghast, shook its head, retreating before the advancing Qingye. Who says Sage Mode is exclusive to the 3 sacred lands? My Sage Mode is inherited from the dragon Gu Immortal, Qingye replied with a light chuckle, gesturing to the small horns atop his head. Behold, these are dragon horns. Merely not fully grown. How can a creature like a dragon possibly exist? Before Dali could finish his thought, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as a formidable dragon's might surged forth from Qingye. Dali felt as though he were being scrutinized by an exalted being hidden within the depths of the clouds, a colossal figure with a perfect silhouette, gazing down upon all living things. The cloud dragon extended its claws, revealing only a single scale-covered paw. A voice echoed within Dali's mind, affirming that it was indeed a dragon. Could it truly be that dragons exist? Suddenly, all illusions dissipated, and the black tiger snapped back to reality. Realizing that Qingye had returned to his original form, clad in a black robe and eye mask, unchanged from before, even the faint smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Dali stood up, scrutinizing Qingye earnestly. You truly are an immortal, but why seek out the Tiger Hill? Oh, I have drained the natural energy from the sacred land, hence my quest for a new one, Qingye fabricated without hesitation. After uttering this, Qingye inhaled deeply, summoning the swirling clouds as if they were drawn by an invisible force, converging around him. The formless energy of the universe began to coalesce within Qingye's mouth, forming a radiant beam, while simultaneously his abdomen swelled into a spherical shape. All the natural energy within a 10-mile radius was absorbed into his being. Enough, Qingye declared, his distended belly visibly shrinking at an astonishing rate. With a contented belch, he patted his stomach, as if satiated, and turned to Dali with a smile. Now, do you believe? The black tiger was so startled by the sudden pull that it fell to the ground. Today, it could not even recall how many times it had been frightened. It had happened far too often. Never mind, it was weary. Let it all come to an end. After regaining composure from the shock, Dali cast a deep gaze at Qingye, truly a terrifying individual. Perhaps it was best to speak candidly. Very well, I surrender. I shall lead you to. However, Qingye interrupted Dali's words. Wait, someone is coming. Bang, bang. The fierce and menacing figure vanished after a cloud of white smoke. Qingye swiftly approached the black tiger, lifting it effortlessly. Leaping onto the enormous dragonfly, Qingye opened his mouth and expelled a crescent-shaped, glass-like cocoon into his hand. With a gentle shake, the cocoon rapidly unfurled into a magnificent curtain. As the green leaves swayed, the 2 individuals and a creature were enveloped by a veil. The concealment insect, rendering us invisible, murmured Qingye. Gradually, the veil became translucent, imperceptible from the outside, yet affording a clear view of the exterior from within. This. The black tiger expressed astonishment. Hushing him with a finger to his lips, Qingye pointed downward and whispered, Look below. In the very spot where they had recently lingered, 2 figures, one large and one small, now appeared. The smaller figure was the little monk who accompanied Huijian, while the larger one appeared to be an adult, presumably a ninja. Upon sighting this individual, Qingye exclaimed softly, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. The 2 figures below halted. Something must have transpired here. Given the unusual phenomena in the sky, the tremendous noise, and the traces of battle that marred the area, this appeared to be a pursuit, and judging by the evidence, it seemed the chase had reached a conclusion. The traces vanished from this spot, indicating that the pursuers likely possessed means of flight. The adult observed and analyzed the situation, while the little monk remained silent, hands clasped in prayer. Additionally, there must have been a large spiritual beast involved, the specifics of which, quantity, size, and type, remained unclear. At this point, the adult paused to glance at the little monk. Thankfully, the young mage had alerted him to the potential threat posed by the black tiger. which could expel dark winds, indicating it was indeed a spiritual beast. From the disturbances of the night, it was evident that the unrest was not aimed at His Highness, but rather at the Black Tiger or those two thieves. However, caution was imperative. Should anything happen to His Highness, it would be beyond the 12 guardians to explain to their lord. Mr. Zinses, there is no need for such concern. Protecting His Highness is also my duty, replied the little monk, nonchalantly accepting the praise while gesturing to the disarray around them. How should we handle the situation here? From the various signs, it seems there was an internal conflict among the thieves, leading to their retreat. Since they have withdrawn, we need not concern ourselves further. We should merely reinforce the guards around His Highness, Yuan Fei Zinses responded. Then I shall take my leave, monk, the little monk replied. Indeed. His Highness must not be left unguarded. I will remain here to observe, hoping to uncover any clues that may reveal the identity of these thieves. Mr. Zinses, I bid you farewell, the little monk said with a bow before turning to depart. Once the little monk had left, Yuan Fei Zinses surveyed the remnants of the scene. Murmuring to himself, a spiritual beast? Which faction could it belong to? Chapter 28. The Celestial Oppression, Grade A Body Technique, Millennium Kill. Not long after, Yuan Fei Zinses found nothing of value and, without hesitation, turned to leave. After the departure of the two figures, the scene settled into an uneasy silence. In the air, Qingye and his companions materialized, the hidden attire and sorcery retracting to reveal a crescent-shaped, glass-like cocoon. Observing the newly transformed figure of Dali, who appeared as if he were on the verge of speaking yet hesitated, Qingye smiled gently. Let us find a suitable place to converse, heir of Huxiao. They returned to the familiar Huxiao Ridge. During the time when Dali and his seemingly superficial friend Tianzhong were engaged in their deceptive antics, they fortuitously encountered Qingye, who had come to investigate the ridge, drawn by the legends surrounding the tiger. Subsequently, he witnessed firsthand the clandestine dealings between Dali and Tianzhong, the plotting, the discussions on the division of spoils, and how they manipulated the scion of a prominent family. Most intriguingly, he beheld Dali transform into a black tiger. From the moment Qingye laid eyes on this earnest man, he discerned something extraordinary. Traces of chakra and natural energy flowed within him. Moreover, Dali's peculiar shape-shifting technique, though not perfected, revealed a tiger tail protruding during his human form, cleverly tucked at his waist. Additionally, Qingye sensed the unusual geographical features of Huxiao Ridge, where a mountain peak jutted from a basin teeming with abundant natural energy. Given these observations, Qingye resolved to witness the interplay between man and tiger. The adeptness with which they executed their ruse indicated their seasoned experience. Ultimately, guided by the black tiger Dali, he discovered that the sacred side of Huxiao truly resided within Huxiao Ridge. Fortuitously, he had captured this black tiger. Otherwise, he would have expended considerable time searching for the entrance. Before a cliff face at Huxiao Ridge, the black tiger Dali suspended in midair with Qingye. It was a place inaccessible to the average person, where the winds howled fiercely, threatening to cast one down the precipice. At that moment, Qingye gazed at a fissure in the cliff and turned to inquire, "Is this the entrance?" Dali nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is here." Indeed, after conversing with Qingye, it became evident that this individual was not merely named Dali, but rather bore the surname Hu, with the full name Hu Dali. This name bears a close resemblance to the illustrious Huli Daxian of his ancestry. As Qingye had surmised, Hu Dali is indeed a descendant of the sacred land of Huqiao. The chakra cultivation techniques he possesses are inherited from Huqiao, yet the inheritance is limited. In addition to the chakra cultivation methods, there exist two other techniques, the wind release, black wind, and a rather profound transformation technique. Qingye's curiosity was piqued regarding this transformation skill, and he took the opportunity to learn it from Hu Dali. It is evident that this transformation technique surpasses the typical ninja transformation jutsu. It employs knowledge of the reverse conversion of chakra into physical energy, intertwined with an array of anatomical studies, dissection, acupoint knowledge, and the study of meridians. After all, transforming a tiger into a human necessitates an understanding of human anatomy. According to the literature provided by the Hyuga clan, much of Huqiao's renown stemmed from its notorious appetite for human flesh. Could it be that these tigers were unjustly maligned? Perhaps their capture of passing travelers was primarily for the purpose of anatomical research, with the occasional indulgence in a feast. With this theory in mind, Qingye cast a glance at Hu Dali, who appeared rather simple-minded. It seems that his ancestors were indeed scholars of great repute, Yet somehow, that legacy has devolved into mediocrity in this generation. Besides being academically challenged, this black tiger has taken a rather unscrupulous path, excelling in deceit and trickery. As for the stink technique, which left a deep impression on Qingye, who Dali claimed to have learned it from a skunk spirit beast during his wanderings. Well, one need not think too hard about the nature of a ninjutsu created by a skunk. This skunk, or perhaps more aptly referred to as a flat-headed brother, certainly leaves much to be desired. Aoyao was exceedingly eager to make an acquaintance, yet Huda Li appeared hesitant and evasive upon learning of this desire, seemingly reluctant. Could it be that this cunning black tiger has suffered a setback before that wretched skunk? Intriguing. Aoyao was even more compelled to meet this flat-headed fellow. The skunk technique truly broadened his horizons, and he was astounded to discover that this technique is the nemesis of the A-rank body technique, 1,000 years of pain. When one employs the 1,000 years of pain, if the target simultaneously employs the skunk technique, the collision of these two arts conjures a delightfully exhilarating image. Henceforth, it may be prudent to entrust this knowledge to Naruto, for his mentor, Hatake Kakashi, is indeed a master of the 1,000 years of pain. Thus, the entangled fate between this master and disciple is destined to deepen. Having confirmed that the fissure before them served as an entrance, Aoyao wasted no time and leaped into it alongside Huda Li. The crevice was narrow, barely accommodating a single individual. Huda Li explained that due to the severe loss of the inheritance of Tiger Hill, even the summoning scrolls had vanished. Thus, they could not access Tiger Hill through traditional summoning methods and were compelled to traverse this clandestine passage. Huda Li led the way, with Aoyao following closely behind, as there were additional narrow openings within the crevice. To reach the sacred grounds of Tiger Hill, it was imperative to have a familiar guide. An ancient poem aptly states, "Initially exceedingly narrow, only then does it allow passage. After proceeding several dozen steps, one is met with a sudden expanse." However, they ventured far beyond mere dozens of steps, traversing nearly a kilometer, winding left and right within the fissure. After considerable effort, a glimmer of light finally emerged ahead. As Qingye followed Tiger Dali into the source of light, her gaze fell upon the desolate scene before her, a gray sky, arid earth, and withered trunks, all devoid of life. This was Tiger Hill, the forsaken Tiger Hill. Tiger Dali's voice resonated with a somber tone. "Come, the natural spring you desire lies deep within Tiger Hill." With that, he left behind a solitary silhouette, leading the way ahead. Shaking her head, Qingye proceeded in his footsteps. Tiger Hill was indeed vast, encompassing diverse terrains, towering mountains, rolling hills, grand rivers, expansive plains, and serene lakes, but all were shrouded in a dull gray, lacking even a hint of verdant green. Gazing into the distance, she discerned no end in sight. The area of Tiger Hill likely spanned 100 miles. Here, an aura of natural energy enveloped the land. Even in its current state of decay, the concentration of this energy, though diminished from its former glory, remained several times greater than that of the outside world. This peculiar topography of Tiger Mountain likely contributed to the accumulation of abundant natural energy. As time wore on, the interplay of these extraordinary terrains and natural energies gave rise to these sacred spatial realms. If one were to draw a parallel, it bore resemblance to the geomantic formation spoken of in a past life. At the periphery of this space, Qingye sensed an invisible barrier akin to a protective enchantment. These naturally occurring spatial barriers were essential for maintaining the stability of the realm, upheld by the very essence of natural energy. According to Tiger Dali, at an unknown time, the natural spring of Tiger Hill had run dry, ceasing to unleash its bounteous waters. Without the sustenance of these abundant waters, the ecological balance within the space began to wither, culminating in the desolate landscape that lay before them. Qingye comprehended that when natural energy is insufficient, maintaining spatial stability necessitates prioritizing the preservation of barriers through natural forces. The ecology and vitality within the space become viable targets. In fact, by activating the dragon's eye, he can perceive these natural energies, which are incessantly being consumed and inexorably flowing towards the boundaries of the space, unable to linger in their original locations. Upon inquiring with Huda Li, he learned that the former Tiger Hill once spanned hundreds of miles, yet it has now diminished to merely 1/10 of its former grandeur. Indeed, when natural energies are inadequate to sustain the spatial barriers, a collapse of the space is inevitable. After traversing for a considerable distance, he arrived at a peculiar hill, oddly resembling a reclining tiger. The summit bore the visage of a tiger's head, its mouth agape as if roaring into the distance. Below this head lay a depression, which Hudali pointed out, declaring, "This is the natural spring, from which a continuous flow of rich natural waters once emerged." Qingye arrived at the depression, which was modest in size, merely a few hundred square meters. Indeed, the natural forces here are more potent than in other locales. "Have all your kin perished, leaving you as the sole survivor?" Qingye inquired, directing her gaze towards Hudali. "That seems to be the case. Many years ago, the natural spring ran dry, and the number of my kin capable of comprehending the art of chakra cultivation dwindled. Consequently, our lineage gradually faded. Those who could not grasp chakra were also sent away. There is no food or water here, and remaining is merely awaiting death." Qingye nodded slightly. Even among the 3 great sacred lands, only a select few truly comprehend the methods of chakra cultivation. Moreover, the once illustrious Huqiu has lost its foundational essence. It is only natural that the spring no longer gushes forth the waters of nature, leading Huqiu to its current plight. Chapter 29. The sage deserves this trial. After exchanging a few words with Hudali, he resolved to investigate the natural spring. Qingye sat cross-legged at the very center of the depression. At the heart of this depression lay a spring, neither too large nor too small, from which the natural spring water seemed to surge forth. Observing Qingye's unmoving posture beside the spring, Hudali took his leave. Returning to his hometown, he felt compelled to explore, reminiscing about the simplicity of his childhood. He recalled that several structures remained relatively intact, and he intended to sift through them in hopes of uncovering some ancestral legacy. There was, however, one matter Hudali chose not to disclose in Qingye's presence: his lack of optimism regarding Qingye's attempts to restore the natural spring. After all these years, the descendants of Huqiu had yet to resolve this issue, even if Qingye were a celestial being. He could not alter the course of nature and breathe life back into the long-dormant spring. Unbeknownst to Hudali, Qingye too harbored unspoken thoughts. His earlier declarations about revitalizing the spring were merely a ruse to placate Hudali. What power did he possess to remedy a spring that had been parched for millennia? If anyone possessed such capability, it would be the true Dragon Gu. His previous words were merely a diversion. For what he truly desired was to introduce the true Dragon Gu into the desiccated spring. Ever since entering this realm, the true Dragon Gu had been remarkably active, displaying an urge to leap from his dantian. With that in mind, it was time to close the door and unleash the dragon. A jade-green leaf unfurled, and a beam of emerald light surged forth, revealing the true dragon's essence. The dragon essence lingered momentarily in the air before transforming into a streak of brilliance that darted into the spring's mouth. The spring was vertical, and the descent of the dragon essence was swift, plunging deeper and deeper into the abyss, traversing an indeterminate distance. At last, it reached its destination, only to be confronted by a dense, oppressive fog that loomed ahead. A faint yet resonant roar, reminiscent of a dragon, erupted, scattering the distorted mist before it. As the fog dissipated completely, a magnificent stone statue emerged, occupying the entirety of the cavernous space before the true dragon's essence and the jade leaf. Qingye, utilizing the dragon's eye of the true Dragon Gu, scrutinized the stone statue with great care. It depicted a figure with a tiger's head and a human body, seated in a meditative posture, clad in armor reminiscent of a warrior. While its form retained a semblance of humanity, the characteristics of the tiger tribe were not entirely diminished. Its limbs were adorned with tiger claws, and a long tail extended from its back. This was not merely a statue, but rather, it could be accurately described as the corpse of a tiger-headed being. The reason it was termed a corpse lay in the fact that the statue was actively absorbing natural energy. The natural energy within the meridians was predominantly siphoned off by the statue. Qingye had already surmised the identity of this remains. It was likely the body of the Immortal, Master Tiger Power, who had founded Tiger Hill. Judging by its appearance, it seemed that during the practice of immortality, the natural energy had corroded the physical form, resulting in its transformation into stone. The transmission of knowledge concerning Tiger Hill had been lost to such an extent that even Tiger Power was oblivious to whether their lineage possessed methods of cultivation. Whether Master Tiger Power was developing the Immortal mode here or still practicing it was a question left unanswered. Presently, there existed merely 3.5 Immortals: the Toad Immortal, the Slug Immortal, and the White Snake Immortal, alongside the 6 Paths Immortal residing in the Pure Land. In terms of longevity, achieving the status of an Immortal should confer the gift of extended life. Traditional concepts of cultivation elucidate this notion. Immortals seek the external, while ninjas seek the internal. Immortals absorb natural energy for their own use, reinforcing their foundations and gradually growing in strength, whereas ninjas deplete their potential to condense chakra, leading to gradual decline. Thus, natural immortals are destined to live longer. Qingye speculated that the esteemed tiger power immortal might be nearing the end of his days, seeking a breakthrough in longevity, which led him to delve into the depths of the natural spring to cultivate his celestial arts. After all, the natural energy here has become so concentrated that it has transformed into a liquid state. Otherwise, from whence would this spring water originate? Were it not for the obstruction of this stone statue, these natural springs would undoubtedly gush forth. Goodness, if that is the case. Then the present dilapidated state of Huqiu can be attributed to the tiger power immortal himself. One cannot help but acknowledge that Tiger Dali indeed has a commendable ancestor. And that ominous mist from earlier, could it be the resentment of the tiger power immortal? Even in death, what grievances remain? It is his descendants who should bear the burden of resentment. They are nearly extinct, with only Tiger Dali remaining as the sole descendant. A fate bestowed upon them by this very ancestor. Qingye contemplated her aspirations to claim the territory of Tiger Hill. While it may not amount to entirely usurping the rightful owner, she felt it imperative to ensure that the original inhabitant would not be deprived of a resting place. Thus, she commanded the true dragon Gu to bring forth the ancestral spirit. A radiant emerald light materialized, revealing a jade plate intricately carved with the lifelike image of a true dragon. At that moment, the jade plate stirred, and the dragon's head emerged, opening its maw wide to draw in a forceful breath. The immense suction extracted all the natural energy contained within the stone statue. This essence transformed into a golden stream, flowing into the mouth of the true dragon Gu. With a series of cracking sounds, the surface of the statue began to fracture, indicating that it was being stripped of its essence. Qingye's lips twitched at the thought of how Tiger Dali might react upon hearing this news. Would he feel the urge to strike someone? The process of separating essence from form inevitably led to disintegration. What had initially been a plan to grant the esteemed Tiger Dali a proper burial had now devolved into mere fantasy. As fragments of stone cascaded down, a powerful golden water column erupted from the cracks of the statue. The situation escalated as the natural spring water beneath could no longer be contained. A larger surge followed, accompanied by more jets of water. On one side, the true dragon Gu continued its voracious consumption, while on the other, the subterranean spring forcefully gushed forth. The stone statue of the tiger head could not withstand the onslaught for long, ultimately shattering into debris. A deluge of water surged out, swiftly engulfing the true dragon Gu. Yet, it persisted in devouring the stone fragments, for solid stone embodied a more potent form of natural energy, while the spring water merely represented its liquid counterpart. Thus, it was far more advantageous to consume the stones. Amidst the swirling waters, the true dragon Gu feasted heartily. Perhaps it would be best to erect a symbolic grave for the esteemed Tiger Dali. The deceased were gone, and the living must look ahead. Surely, Dali would come to understand her actions. Qingye shook her head with a sigh. At that moment, through the dragon's eye of the true dragon Gu, Qingye glimpsed two gleaming objects. True dragon Gu, do not lose focus on your meal. Retrieve those two items, she commanded, with a roar. The true dragon Gu expressed its displeasure at being interrupted but complied with Qingye's directive, bringing back the two objects from the tumultuous waters. With a sudden rush, a powerful current erupted from the spring, causing one item to plummet at Qingye's feet. It was a stone tiger head, its fierce eyes fixated on her. Do not gaze at me. I am equally powerless in this matter. You, immortal, are destined for this calamity. Qingye mimicked the little monk on the land, joining her hands in prayer and uttering a silent Amitabha. This was urgent. She needed to dispose of the tiger head swiftly before Tiger Dali laid eyes upon it. With a crash, the spring erupted once more, depositing another item at Qingye's feet. In total, there were two objects, a large, yellow-skinned gourd and a scroll adorned with tiger heads at both ends. Upon gazing at the grand scroll, Qingye couldn't help but chuckle. If one dozes off, there will surely be someone. No, it seems a tiger provides the pillow. Turning to express gratitude towards the majestic tiger master, she was suddenly interrupted. With a swift motion, the true dragon Gu devoured the tiger master's head in one gulp. Never mind, there will surely be a next time. Chapter 30. Your name should rightfully appear on the household register. Qingye sought out Huda Li and informed him that she had restored the spring, and that the natural spring water had begun to gush forth. Before long, the entirety of Huqiu would be revived. Upon hearing this news, Huda Li initially believed that Qingye had lost her senses and was speaking nonsense. No matter how resolutely Qingye insisted, he shook his head in disbelief. It was only when Qingye took him to the spring and he witnessed the golden water bubbling forth that he rubbed his 24K titanium tiger eyes in astonishment. His disbelief transformed into a dazed expression, and then Huda Li fell to his knees beside the spring, weeping like a child. Subsequently, Qingye produced the ancestral spiritual scroll of Huqiu, and Huda Li clutched the scroll, crying like a fool. Lady Qingye, thank you. Thank you for restoring the Huqiu spring and for helping my clan reclaim the ancestral spiritual scroll. Our tiger clan is finally saved. Slap. Qingye abruptly swung a large bag, sending it flying through the air. Whoosh. Tiger Dolly was sent sprawling far away. Qingye Shun swiftly approached, seizing the collar of Huda Li with a firm grasp. What do you mean by your Tiger Hill? It now belongs to me. As for you, if you wish to remain at Tiger Hill, you must pay me rent. Otherwise, I shall resort to castrating your little brother and steeping him in liquor. As Qingye spoke, her gaze fixated on the lower regions of Tiger Dolly, a smile gracing her lips. You are aware that human taste can be rather peculiar. The infusion of tiger whip and liquor is indeed a potent tonic. Initially taken aback by Qingye's boldness, Tiger Dolly, upon hearing her declare intentions of castration, swiftly turned and clung to Qingye's thigh, lamenting piteously. No, please, do not. Lady Qingye, I promise to obey. From this moment, everything in Tiger Hill shall belong to you. Consider my earlier words as mere folly. With a strained smile, he continued. Furthermore, you are cognizant that I am the sole male heir of the Tiger Hill lineage, destined to carry on the family name. Observing Tiger Dolly's fear, Qingye loosened her grip on her collar and retrieved the spirit communication scroll of Tiger Hill once more. Qingye unfurled the scroll, only to discover that the names inscribed within had all lost their luster. She opened her mouth and expelled a single drop of black liquid, which fell upon the scroll, sprouting 6 insect-like appendages and revealing 2 round, glistening eyes that gazed intently at her. This was the bookworm goo, a unique type of parasitic insect crafted from a special ink, feeding on the ink of books. Any book it has consumed allows the bookworm goo to regurgitate the ink, transforming it back into visible text. In the art of crafting the bookworm goo, Qingye aimed primarily to pilfer ninjutsu. The various ninja clans within Konoha village tightly guarded their inherited techniques, and Qingye realized that personally infiltrating to steal such ninjutsu bore too great a risk. Thus, he devised a bookworm goo to assist him in surreptitiously infiltrating the major ninja clans to borrow their tomes. Of course, among cultured individuals, such an act could hardly be deemed theft. It was merely a form of inspiration. Regrettably, he had yet to glean the secrets of the sealing techniques. Next time, he resolved to infiltrate the Hokage's office to procure the sealing book. For now, he found it opportune to rewrite the Tiger Hill summoning scroll. Enter and revise it for me, Qingye commanded the bookworm goo. The creature nodded and leaped into the scroll's surface. Swiftly, the bookworm goo located the names inscribed in the contract upon the summoning scroll and devoured them one by one, even consuming the prominent characters that spelled out Tiger Hill summoning on the scroll's surface. Subsequently, it regurgitated ink, which coalesced into ancient Chinese characters upon the scroll. Tiger Hill Mountain Summoning Scroll. Within the scroll, additional characters materialized. Tiger Hill Summoning Academy. Principal, Yi Qing. Guardians, Fierce God Ada, Malevolent Spirit A Air. First-generation students, Hu San Yang, Ma Si, Lang Wu, Hu Lu, Xiao Qi, Mei Ba, Tunjiu, Li Dandan. The ink then shifted, transforming into more words, external members. Having read the text formed by the bookworm goo, Qingye felt immense satisfaction. He finally had a foundation upon which to build. Bring forth Huda Li, he instructed, pointing to the external members section with a grin. Come, sign your name here. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Huda Li hesitated. Longing to remain a free-spirited tiger, he had always mingled in the ordinary world, diligently avoiding ninjas, unwilling to be captured and turned into a summoning beast. What is wrong with that? Now your family has become mine. We are all one family. Since we are family, your name should be in the household register. Furthermore, once you sign the summoning contract, whenever I wish to see you, I can summon you, allowing us to reminisce together. The gentle words spoken by Qingye elicited a cold sweat from Huda Li. Good heavens, are you worried that I might inadvertently reveal the existence of Huqiu, drawing the attention of the 5 great nations and the 3 sacred lands? If I were to sign this spirit communication scroll, What freedom would be left for me? At that point, my fate would no longer be my own. Hudali sought to salvage the situation. I thought, you didn't wish to sign? After all, this is your hometown. A chilling voice echoed from behind. Hudali bellowed, I will sign. He bit his fingertip, allowing blood to flow as he scrawled the 3 crooked characters, Hudali, upon the scroll. With his blood inscribing his name, the contract was sealed. Qingye seized the scroll, examining it meticulously before confirming its accuracy. Without hesitation, he tucked it into his bosom and turned, revealing a warm smile as he patted Huda Li's shoulder. Well done, Dali. You truly are the admirable person I hold in high regard. From now on, treat Longhu Mountain as your own home. I am genuinely thankful for you. Tears glistened in Huda Li's eyes. Isn't this place my home, after all? Alas, ancestors, I have been unfilial, inviting wolves into the fold. And now this wretched thief has taken over my abode. Oh, the tears of gratitude flow. It is understandable. I was once so lonely and desolate. But now fear not. Should anyone bully you outside, invoke the name of the Dragon Gu Immortal of Longhu Mountain. By the way, I must inform you. This place shall henceforth be known as Longhu Mountain, not Huqiu. Since I have moved in, a new atmosphere is required. The name Huqiu must be altered. It is too jarring, exuding an ominous aura. Look at your clan. Most have fallen victim to their name, leaving you as the sole survivor. Longhu Mountain. Just listen. It is resounding and memorable, embodying the harmonious interplay of dragon and tiger, symbolizing the unity of yin and yang. Furthermore, the feng shui here requires adjustment. With that, Qingye's aura erupted forth, enveloped in a dazzling 7-colored radiance, transforming his very form. He donned the visage of an immortal, complete with white hair, dragon horns, and compound eyes. Immortal mode. Earth escape, the technique of the earth dragon. Boom. Across from Wowu Hill, the earth trembled, and a stone dragon ascended in a swirling motion. In an instant, a spiraling dragon hill emerged. Once the hill was fully formed, a dragon and a tiger stood guard, one on the left and one on the right, flanking the natural spring. Huda Li watched in terror, realizing how formidable Qingye was. Crushing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Oh, perhaps it is better to befriend him. At least I shall have a place to call home. Moreover, if I get into trouble, there is someone to shield me. In a flash, a brilliant idea struck Huda Li. As Qingye exited his immortal mode, he wiped away the non-existent beads of sweat from his brow, lamenting, if only I could master the art of transformation. Not only could I construct houses, but also create beautiful landscapes. There should be a technique of transformation in the Dao Ming mansion. It would be prudent to retrieve it at an opportune moment, especially since he wishes to visit the Ming mansion. Observing the dreary surroundings, it is evident that mastering the art of wood release is imperative for the restoration of this natural ecosystem. One seeks to modify the terrain while the other aims for greening through planting. Should these two ninjutsu merge, I would dare to name it the art of real estate. In the future, should I establish a real estate company, the moment I venture forth would yield a plethora of exquisitely furnished villas, undoubtedly reaping substantial profits. With the enhancement of ninjutsu, there would be no need for a pre-sale system. Orders could be placed and completed within the same day, allowing for immediate occupancy. What a splendid prospect. Indeed, in this world, it is the ninjas who possess the core technologies. However, that is a matter for the future. For now, the focus remains on Longhu Mountain. Once a personal domain is established, it must be diligently managed. The sage's entrepreneurial journey is just beginning, and it is the time for tools to be set into motion. Hudali sensed a gaze upon him and turned to find Aoi staring intently. A sense of dread washed over him. Could this individual have discerned his plans? Now that he has been caught, would he be able to evade punishment? Chapter 31. Transforming Longhu Mountain into a modern sanctuary of 4 virtues. As it turned out, Hudali's concerns were unfounded. Aoi had not uncovered his secret intentions. He had endured considerable bullying from Aoi during this time, leading to a psychological shadow that lingered over him. Consequently, Hudali developed a peculiar habit. Whenever someone smiled at him, he instinctively believed that person intended to harm him. Qingye merely proposed a plan, known as the Longhu Mountain Ecological Restoration Initiative. This endeavor pertains to the heritage of Longhu Mountain and its future. Thus, it is imperative that someone who holds a deep affection for Longhu Mountain, viewing it as their own home, undertakes the execution of this initiative. Upon finishing her statement, Qingye cast a furtive glance at Hudali. This fellow appeared distracted, undoubtedly contemplating a lackadaisical approach. It seems a firm hand is needed. Snap. Qingye placed a firm hand upon Dali's shoulder, his expression grave as he spoke. In the end, I believe you alone are capable of undertaking this task. Dali replied, somewhat sheepishly. Well, Dean, you are aware of my limited abilities. I can only manage to deceive ordinary individuals. To expect me to execute such a grand plan might lead to my downfall. Qingye did not permit Tiger Dali to address him as an immortal, insisting instead that he refer to him as the Dean, for he remained the head of the Spirit Communication Academy. Fear not, for am I not an immortal? I shall bestow upon you my abilities. With those words, Qingye opened his mouth, and 3 puppet insects soared forth. One resembled a smooth pebble adorned with tiger stripes. Another was akin to a ruby radiating fiery light, while the last took the form of a turquoise gem, shimmering with azure brilliance. The tiger strength puppet, fire release puppet, and wind release puppet were revealed. The tiger strength puppet, extracted from the body of another spirit tiger, harbored the power of a tiger within. Once implanted, it would gradually allow the recipient to assimilate this strength, enhancing their physical form. It was only fitting to grant it to Tiger Dali, a tiger himself, who would be able to inherit this power seamlessly. Possessing the strength of 2 tigers would elevate him to a level comparable to that of an average elite ninja. The subsequent 2 gem-like puppets were cultivated from fire and wind chakra, each embedded with the techniques of Great Fireball and Vacuum Sphere, respectively. Once integrated into the body, they would grant the host access to both elemental chakras and enable instantaneous execution of these jutsu. However, these release puppets had limitations. The elemental properties they contained were fixed, restricting the host to utilizing skills of unchanging potency, with no potential for enhancement. With such formidable power and these 2 techniques at his disposal, Tiger Dali would be able to contend with ordinary elite ninjas. Furthermore, having signed the Spirit Communication Scroll, he could reverse summon himself back to Longhu Mountain at any time. With these means, Tiger Dali's life as a dog, Tiger was assuredly secured. Stay still, and I shall grant you a boon. Tiger Dali remained motionless, for he knew that if the individual intended to harm him, they could have done so without resorting to such theatrics. The 3 puppets flew toward his chest, merging seamlessly into his being. Suddenly, with a loud rip, Tiger Dali's garments burst apart, revealing his robust pectorals, defined abs, and bulging biceps. Remarkable. I feel my power surging, and experiencing the thrill of bursting my clothes. Tiger Dali clenched his fists in awe, sensing 2 distinct energies swirling within him. Fire release, Great Fireball. Wind release, Vacuum Sphere. With a mighty roar, Tiger Dali unleashed a colossal fireball. With another roar, a flurry of wind bullets erupted forth. It was only after his voice grew hoarse that Tiger Dali realized, I can now wield fire release and wind release. Qingye nodded. This is the prowess of my Longhu Mountain. By merely planting the goo insects, one can wield the corresponding abilities. As she spoke, Qingye opened her mouth, and 5 gem-like goo insects emerged, each radiating a distinct light of red, yellow, white, green, and blue. They bore a striking resemblance to the fire escape goo and wind escape goo that were planted in Dali. The fire escape goo summoned the technique of the Great Fireball. The earth escape goo called forth the earth spike. The water escape goo conjured the water flow wall. The wind escape goo unleashed the vacuum sphere, and the lightning escape goo commanded the thunder sphere. Boom, boom, boom. Qingye unleashed his verbal prowess, a dazzling display of multicolored lights flashing from his mouth. Before the man and the tiger, a series of thunderous explosions ensued. This. Li was left speechless, utterly astounded by such overwhelming power. Yet, this was merely the art of escape. I possess beast-type worms that grant me the strength of wild animals. After consuming 5 escape-type worms, Qingye opened his mouth, and a caterpillar adorned with tiger stripes emerged. The tiger skin worm allows the host to don a coat of tiger hide, thereby enhancing their defensive capabilities. Qingye's entire body began to transform. Stripes of tiger fur sprouted across her face, hands, and feet. Save for the absence of animal ears, claws, and a tail, she bore a striking resemblance to a vibrant tiger, merely from the perspective of her fur. As she retracted the tiger skin talisman, the fur adorning her body faded away. Qingye once again produced the deer horn goo, and upon its use, a pair of majestic deer antlers sprouted from his head. The pigskin goo transformed Qingye's skin into a coarse, dark green hue, resembling the skin of Ada. The foxtail goo granted him a splendid, bushy foxtail, while the eagle feather goo bestowed upon him a pair of formidable hawk wings. After displaying this array of transformations, Qingye turned to Hudali with a smile and inquired, "What do you think? Does my Gu technique catch your eye? Surely, you must feel that following this Immortal holds great promise. Just now, I gifted you a tiger strength Gu, which will enable you to summon the strength of a tiger at will, with 3 Gu insects to assist you. Even if you encounter a superior ninja, you need not fear." Of course, this only applies to ordinary superior ninjas, Qingye mused inwardly. There was no denying that the power hierarchy in the world of Hokage was absurd. Instances of low-ranking ninjas vanquishing groups of superior ninjas were not uncommon. Hudali was left utterly astonished. Such methods were unheard of and seemed far removed from traditional ninjutsu. No, this was not ninjutsu at all, but rather an entirely different cultivation system. Could it be that this fellow rivaled the Sage of Six Paths, the creator of ninjutsu? Completely astounded, Hudali could only muster the courage to fulfill the role of executor for the so-called Ecological Environment Restoration Plan. Fortunately, he was not alone in this endeavor, for his good friend Tianzhong Daler was also tasked with executing this plan. This fellow had fainted upon learning that Hudali was a tiger and had yet to awaken from his stupor. Qingye was not stingy, as he bestowed upon Tianzhong Daro 2 Gu worms. One was a Tunli Gu and the other a Shui Dun Gu. This would endow him with certain means, otherwise, he would merely become a burden to Hudali. The 100 gold coins they deceitfully acquired from the son of the daimyo served as the initial capital for this venture. Upon hearing that the fruits of his labor would be confiscated to fund the entrepreneurial endeavors of Longhu Mountain, Hudali felt a heart-wrenching sorrow. What kind of sacred place was this, so miserly in its allocations? Not only were there no travel expenses or operational funds, but he was also required to contribute his own money. After tasks were assigned, the 2 fellows were unceremoniously cast out of Longhu Mountain by Qingye, urged to pursue their entrepreneurial aspirations. Before their departure, Qingye issued a stern ultimatum, regardless of the means they employed, be it theft, deception, or even selling their bodies in brothels. They were to transform Longhu Mountain into a modernized sanctuary of 4 virtues, with 1 person and 1 tiger appropriately arranged. Qingye began the grand design for the entirety of Longhu Mountain, primarily focusing on the area surrounding the natural spring, between the hills of Panlong and Wahoo. He raised another peak as the principal summit. Subsequently, he sought out well-preserved structures within the sacred grounds, relocating them to the apex. As he surveyed the unevenly stacked summit, he thought, for now, this will suffice. The sacred site of Huchio had languished in desolation for a millennium, and despite his resourcefulness, it was indeed a challenge to create something from nothing. He decided to wait for Hudali and Tianzhong Daro to complete the ecological restoration plan of Longhu Mountain before proceeding with further arrangements. Next, he intended to relocate the group of spirit beasts from the Land of Wood. The multitude of people in the Land of Wood was simply not conducive to raising spirit beasts. The most suitable environment for these creatures was undoubtedly the sacred grounds. One could envision that Longhu Mountain would soon become a realm for spirit beasts, and of course, a haven for Gu worms as well. With such expansive territory, the potential for raising countless Gu worms was immense. Aoyo felt a surge of joy as he contemplated. Ultimately, he wandered through the outskirts, investigating the surrounding spatial barrier. Regarding this matter, he found himself at a loss, left only to hope for a resolution in the future. Upon returning to Konoha, he realized the necessity of mastering sealing techniques. Kushina Uzumaki must still reside within the village, though encountering her would not be an easy task. As the host of the Nine Tails, he was perpetually under surveillance. He pondered what kind of insects he could cultivate using the unique physiology of the Uzumaki clan, whether they might be sealing insects or life force insects. Although Aoyo's name appeared on the summoning scroll of Mount Longhu, signifying ownership akin to a property deed, he was not yet able to fully command this domain. There existed a secret passage leading to this place. Who could say if there was a second one? This matter required careful resolution. As Qingye made his way back, his thoughts lingered on the matters concerning Longhu Mountain. Upon descending, he could faintly discern a camp nestled below. The emblem of the Fire Nation's noble house fluttered atop a flagpole. Is it still there? I must take a look. Chapter 32. Among all heroes, only the Lord and Chao remain. Qingye once again produced the concealment Gu, donning the invisible cloak, and silently made his way towards the camp. Within a lavish tent, Hua Jianxian glanced at his 2 guardians beside him, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Now you tell me that over the past few days, you have uncovered nothing. Those 2 deceivers have vanished, and so has the Black Tiger. Neither living nor dead. Is that correct? Indeed, Your Highness. Yuan Feishin's aide nodded helplessly in response. Incompetent. Incompetent. You claim to be the son of the Fire Shadow and a Konoha Jonin, yet you cannot even handle such a trivial matter. Yuan Feishin, upon receiving the scolding, felt no anger, for he was a ninja. Moreover, who could blame him when even his own father faced criticism? Your Highness, you misunderstand Lord Feishin. One of the guardians interjected. This incident is not the doing of ordinary individuals. We suspect that our adversaries are ninjas, and that Black Tiger is no mere beast. The reason it could injure an entire squadron is that it is a spirit beast. Di Lu, who was somewhat bashful, clasped his hands together and spoke in defense of Yuan Feishin. A spirit beast? Upon hearing this, Hu Jinshuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had traversed the entirety of the Land of Fire in search of formidable creatures, and such a spirit beast would perfectly meet his desires. In an instant, all anger was cast aside as he turned his fervent gaze towards Di Lu, eagerly inquiring, "Does this mean that a spirit beast surpasses my pet? Quickly tell me, where can I find such a creature?" The tent fell into a profound silence until Yuan Feishin finally spoke, in Konoha village. "There is but one person capable of nurturing spirit beasts. Perhaps Your Highness could seek him out." Di Lu, the young monk, looked at Yuan Feishin in astonishment, his mind swirling with questions as he pondered why Feishin would complicate matters further. Qingye sat atop the head of a dragonfly soldier, poised to return to Konoha. However, he recalled the conversation he had overheard outside the tent. The son of the Fire Country's daimyo sought to come to Konoha to cultivate summoning beasts, with the son of the Hokage, Yuan Feishinju, acting as an intermediary. A wry smile crept across his face. There was an unmistakable whiff of conspiracy in the air. Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen felt overwhelmed in the village and sought to divert attention? He pondered the current state of Konoha, wondering if the protests had concluded. "Please collect these banners and preserve them well. They may prove useful in the future," Elder Reindeer instructed his kin, gesturing toward the banners. Truly, the elder was renowned for his sharp tongue. His words rendered those around him speechless. Was he truly contemplating a second round? Yet, upon reflection, perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. The villagers had relished the recent days, reveling in the opportunity to openly criticize Danzo. A sentiment that brought a sense of exhilaration akin to biting into a chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day. It was noteworthy that half of these banners had originated from the Elder Reindeer himself. Indeed, he was the most learned elder of the Nara clan, and his cultural critiques were ruthlessly incisive. Particularly striking was the banner that depicted the tale of Shimura Danzo and the sow, a scathing jest that even blamed Danzo for the outbreak of swine fever. Danzo's reputation had reached an all-time low. While it had previously been tarnished, he at least could still show his face. Now, however, he seemed to have vanished from sight, trampled beneath the weight of these banners. The elders contemplated the necessity of not provoking those with cultural influence. They realized the invaluable asset of having a skilled writer within their ranks, capable of crafting critiques against their adversaries. Danzo's downfall was largely due to the absence of such a voice to counter his actions, leaving him in a vulnerable position. Had Qingye been privy to the thoughts of these elders, he would have surely laughed heartily, recognizing their newfound appreciation for the power of public opinion. The significance of both the pen and the sword was becoming increasingly evident. Both must be wielded with equal strength. Additionally, the elders discovered that rallying the civilian ninjas could indeed compel the Hokage to yield. With a multitude of ordinary ninjas, they represented a force that could be harnessed, a unifying power. Standing aside, Elder Reindeer listened to the elders' discussions, a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. "Oh, you are only now awakening to this truth. I have long since recognized it." Reflecting on Qingye, Elder Reindeer stroked his beard with satisfaction. "In this world, true heroes are those who wield power and influence. Only that boy can truly rival me." Within Konoha, chaos reigns, particularly among the Konoha F4, rather than among others. Danzo, like a single drop of spoiled oil, has soured the entire pot. He has disrupted numerous plans devised by Yuan Fei and his associates. For instance, Tsuren Kaharu harbors ambitions of seizing control over the entire Konoha medical department, intending to place her clansmen in positions of power, specifically the role of vice director. The reason she does not aspire to be the director is that the current position is still held by Tsunade. However, following the incident with Danzo, the favorable situation has shifted. Now, competitors have emerged to contest the positions designated for Tsuren Koharu's clansmen. Who knows where so many ninjas proficient in yang release chakra have emerged from? The Hyuga clan, the Yuhi clan, and the Yamanaka clan have all put forth their own members to vie for these posts. Ultimately, Tsurun Koharu, finding herself cornered, had no choice but to compromise, leading to the creation of an additional vice director and 2 secretaries within the Konoha medical department. Each of the 4 clans dispatched a representative, thus sharing the governance of the department. Under Aoi's meticulous guidance, the tactic of undermining others has become commonplace among the clans. Presently, it's not unusual for departments to engage in such underhanded dealings. For example, within the Umbu, there exists a team leader from the Nara clan, who, when selecting his team members, exclusively chooses from the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, resorting to enlisting commoner ninjas if necessary. As for the Yuan Fei clan, they are deliberately excluded. The aim is to prevent the Yuan Fei clan from gaining prominence within the Umbu. This situation has become a source of great distress for Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the clans he once trusted now harbor resentment towards him. Sarutobi Hiruzen has yet to grasp a fundamental truth: trust comes at a cost. In light of the situation with Shimura Danzo, everyone is acutely aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen is merely attempting to smooth over the conflict. Although he has removed Danzo from his position as the head of Root, the influence of the Root's secretive techniques remains. Those members still heed Danzo's commands. Removal from office does not equate to the eradication of power. Danzo remains a formidable figure. With such an approach, how can he expect to cultivate trust among the clans? Seizing this opportunity. Amidst this tumultuous period, the initial plan devised by Aoba for a small-scale initiative has officially entered its second phase. With the bonds forged through this collective protest, the Inazuka, Aburame, and the 4 clans have once again united to collaborate with the various ninja clans of Konohagakure in the pursuit of entrepreneurial ventures. A company named the Mountain Sea Commerce Association has been officially established in the domain of the feudal lord. It encompasses subsidiaries such as the Inazuka Meat Company, the Aburame Poultry Company, the Hyuga Real Estate Company, the Uchiha Furniture Company, along with various other enterprises established by different ninja clans. Qingye summoned the 4 esteemed elders to enlist all the clans of ninjas that could be contacted, inviting them to invest and secure positions on the board. The objective was to bring aboard all those who could be gathered, fostering a collective prosperity and shared fate, thus establishing a community of mutual interests. The protesters gathered in front of the Hokage building displayed an astonishing unity and orderliness, a testament to their prior coordination and the benefits they had secured, which naturally led to a harmonious and synchronized action under a common command. Aoyan has also remarked that this company serves as a safeguard for the various ninja clans. In addition to generating revenue, it provides a means for the clans to improve their circumstances and offers a path for the ordinary clan members. The operation of this company can rely on these common individuals. Furthermore, this enterprise can be utilized to attract civilian ninjas by frequently issuing tasks for them to undertake. Establishing such a company yields numerous advantages. Should the Konoha F4 become shameless and impose their will upon these clans, this company could serve as a countermeasure against Konoha's economic dominance over the ninja clans. Currently, Konoha has transformed into a domain ruled by the F4 families, misusing public resources and enacting various policies to suppress dissent while promoting their own kin. This situation mirrors the caged bird technique of the Hyuga clan, which was originally conceived to protect clan members from becoming targets of hunting. However, through the passage of time, the caged bird technique has morphed into a tool for the main family to punish disobedient branch family members. In a similar vein of misusing public resources, this technique has now become an instrument for the Hyuga clan to uphold the status of the main family. Qingye departed silently and returned just as quietly, unnoticed by anyone in between. Chapter 33. Unfurling Banners. These are but the remnants of my playful schemes. Bang! The gate of the countryside villa swung open, and Qingye emerged, yawning. Having traveled through the night to arrive back in Konoha before the son of the daimyo, he felt a bit sleep-deprived. Hey, Qingye, how come you're out? We haven't seen you for several days. Hongdo sprinted from a distance, her surprise evident upon seeing Qingye. Good morning, Hongdo. Would you care for breakfast? I've prepared a delightful meal, Qingye replied, hands tucked into his sleeves, a cheerful smile adorning his face. Ugh, I wouldn't dream of eating your insect breakfast, Hongdo exclaimed, bolting away as if in flight. She recalled the first time Qingye invited her to dine, a dinner laden with various insects, cooked in every conceivable manner. Following that day, she struggled to eat for several days. How ironic it was that someone who favored cold-blooded creatures harbored a fear of insects. Qingye shook his head, watching Hongdo flee. Do not always bully Hongdo. She has recently taken on an exceptional teacher, reminded Ōtsutsuki, who approached carrying feet. Oh, it must be the esteemed Orochimaru, Qingye concluded. How did you guess? Ōtsutsuki asked, astonished. They share the same peculiar interests, Qingye replied nonchalantly. Speaking of which, the two employees at his villa were both fated to endure hardships. Orochimaru was now taking Hongdo as his disciple and would subsequently experiment with cursed seals on her. The newly devised cursed seals carried significant risks. To recklessly experiment on Hongdo, Orochimaru truly was a heartless individual. The other, Ōtsutsuki, was destined to become a tailed beast bomb, used to strike Konoha. TSK, as the employer of these two young ladies, should I not stand up for them? After all, I am now a heartless capitalist. My employees are to be exploited solely by me. No one else is permitted to do so. After a lengthy wait, the son of the daimyo finally arrived in Konoha. I never expected such delay. This son was no ordinary individual, but the eldest son of the daimyo. Although this world lacks the concept of a crown prince, the legitimate firstborn is typically regarded as the heir to the family. In essence, this equated to the future daimyo of the land of fire gracing Konoha with his presence. Thus, Konoha was enveloped in revelry, temporarily dispelling the shadow of war that loomed over the village. Where there is joy, there also exists discontent. Qingye stood beside the main thoroughfare, flanked by villagers eagerly welcoming him. His gaze fell upon a banner emblazoned with bold white letters on a red background, and his expression darkened instantly. A warm welcome. We extend our heartfelt greetings to His Highness, Prince Xianyi of the Fire Nation, for gracing Konoha village with his presence. The burden on the third Hokage has grown heavier, laden with the earnest exhortations from the daimyo's residents. The son of the daimyo shows compassion for the people's plight. His Highness Xianyi is concerned for the ninjas at the front lines of Konoha. Prince Xianyi, representing the daimyo's residents, bestows upon Yuan Fei risen the prestigious title of the strongest Hokage. The third Hokage addressed the assembly, the one nation, one village policy established by the first Hokage has fostered Konoha's current prosperity. The frontline team A3, under the command of Yuan Fei, is a squad of heroes. Behind Qingye, the four great kings, nay, the four elders, shared equally grim expressions as they scrutinized the banners. Their displeasure was palpable, as the ostentatious displays had left Yuan Fei risen in a most embarrassing predicament. They had turned the situation to their advantage, leveraging the daimyo's son to elevate their own status while lauding their own virtues. Return and acquire the properties flanking the main thoroughfare. Erect several billboards on the rooftops. Qingye demanded through gritted teeth, pointing at the most conspicuous banners. We shall promote our premium organic meat products. Promoting high-end meat? Yuan Fei risen is already. The elder in charge of pig farming protested, somewhat begrudgingly. Let us proceed as Qingye suggests. They are indeed advertisements. But there is no stipulation against including other messages, interjected the reindeer elder, wisdom gleaming in his eyes as he subtly alluded to deeper intentions. As for the pig farming elder, he was but a simpleton, lacking understanding beyond his expertise. Only the reindeer elder comprehended Qingye's true motives. These locations were pivotal for disseminating information. The early bird catches the worm. It was imperative to seize control in order to gain the upper hand in the battle for public opinion. Advertisements would serve well. Intermittently publishing scandalous revelations about Konoha's higher-ups would, in time, allow them to subtly influence public sentiment. In truth, Qingye harbored ambitions for a grand LED screen, with aspirations to establish several television stations. With both the terminals and channels of public discourse under his control, he would not fear the third Hokage, that old man. Banners were merely a tool of the past, now overshadowed by his grander designs. The gates of Konoha village stood wide open today, a rare occurrence for typically only the smaller entrances were used. Soon, a lavish carriage appeared on the main road, flanked by attendants scattering flowers. Following the carriage was a lengthy procession of armored soldiers and steeds. Most striking of all were several carts laden with ferocious beasts, each animal securely confined within iron cages. A roar echoed through the air. The roar of beasts echoed incessantly from within the iron cage, yet the surrounding villagers exhibited no fear. Rather, they erupted in exclamations of astonishment. The entire procession was a grand and lively affair, though one could only speculate on the amount of silver spent. Regardless of others' satisfaction, Hua Jianxian was exceedingly pleased, particularly with the banner atop the roof proclaiming him the future daimyo of the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hizashi, determined to secure Huijian Xianyi's support and mitigate the negative repercussions brought by Danzo, had boldly placed his bets in advance, aligning himself with the legitimate heir, Huijian Xianyi, in the struggle for succession. This parade served as Hizashi's declaration of loyalty. Before long, the contents of the banner he had unfurled would undoubtedly reach the daimyo's residence. It was worth noting that the daimyo's estate had spies planted within Konoha. Beneath the Hokage rock, the third Hokage welcomed Huijian Xianyi, and their conversation flowed amiably, suggesting mutual satisfaction with the meeting. The smiles on their faces remained steadfast, eliciting a grimace from Aoba, who clenched his teeth in frustration. Nevertheless, the third Hokage had deep roots in Konoha. It was improbable that he could be toppled swiftly, and any endeavor would require careful, incremental steps. Moreover, regardless of Danzo's transgressions, they bore no direct relation to Sarutobi Hizashi. As for shielding Danzo, Hizashi could easily distance himself, placing the blame squarely on Danzo, asserting that he too was a victim of the latter's machinations. Ultimately, the issues surrounding Shimura Danzo should not spell doom for Sarutobi Hizashi. Huijian Xian, he would likely seek him out to cultivate a summoning beast. Perhaps he might bestow a valuable gift upon him. Within a palace, the third Hokage and Huijian Xian sat across from one another, accompanied by his two attendants, Nara Shikamaru and Mido Gaiden. Huijian Xian brought along his own companions, Yuan Fei Xing and Di Lu. Glancing at Sarutobi Hizashi and Yuan Fei Xing, Huijian Xian suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, a remarkable father begets a remarkable son. The daimyo himself acknowledged that Xing's prowess ranked among the foremost of the 12 ninjas. The daimyo merely paid homage to the elder. Yet it was clear that His Highness Xian was the true prodigy, a source of pride for the daimyo. With a flourish, Huijian Xian opened a folding fan to conceal his chin, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Oh, not at all. I have come to Konoha, and I trust the Hokage is aware of my purpose." Hokage Sarutobi, with a stern demeanor, inquired of Hka Jinichi as he closed his folding fan. "Your son has already conveyed his thoughts to me. However, Your Highness Jinichi, do you truly intend to train a summoning beast? It is important to understand." The third Hokage was indeed aware of the message relayed by his eldest son and recognized the good intentions behind it. At this moment, the arrival of a feudal lord's son in Konoha village would undoubtedly be beneficial rather than detrimental to his position as the third Hokage. Yet, he instinctively wished to prevent Hka Jinichi from associating with the Yamanaka clan. Through his trusted informants, he had learned of a series of recent changes in Konoha, all stemming from the Yamanaka clan's ability to cultivate summoning beasts, beginning with Yamanaka Aoi. It was due to the Yamanaka clan that various ninja clans found a way to connect and collaborate. They had even established a trading association, with the usually reclusive Uchiha clan joining in. Rumors suggested they were planning to go public for financing, aiming for substantial growth. This approach taken by the ninja villages effectively sidelined him, the third Hokage, which was utterly unforgivable. Moreover, he harbored a growing suspicion that Danzo was withholding critical information from him. It was Danzo who first monitored Yamanaka Aoi. Does this imply that Danzo is also untrustworthy? Hka Jinichi squinted, his resolve evident. "I have traversed the entirety of the Land of Fire in pursuit of the fiercest beasts. I trust you will not dampen my spirits. Do not worry, Your Highness Jinichi. I shall ensure your safety while you are in my presence," urged Yuan Fei Shins, who stood nearby. He recognized the formidable nature of this feudal lord's son and wished to avoid any enmity towards Yuan Fei Nichen. "Very well. I shall organize the forthcoming itinerary." Yuan Fei Nichen conceded with a resigned nod, glancing at the two. Chapter 34, Treating Menstrual Disorders, Anemia, Dysmenorrhea, and Postpartum Abdominal Pain. Qingye had been waiting for a long time, yet instead of the esteemed son of a noble family, he found himself confronted by an unexpected visitor. "Open the door. Qingye. Hurry and open the door. My master has arrived." The voice of Akadama echoed outside early in the morning. With a bang, the door swung open, and Qingye emerged with his hands tucked into his sleeves, his expression impassive. Before him stood two figures. One was his employee, Yoshirai Akadama, and the other was a man exuding a sinister aura, his complexion as pale as death, with eyes shadowed in a malevolent manner, Orochimaru. Locking eyes with him instilled a sense of being preyed upon by a cold-blooded creature. Fortunately, Qingye wore an eye patch, rendering Orochimaru's serpentine gaze ineffective against him. Orochimaru-senpai. I grew up hearing tales of the three ninjas. Akadama, quickly bring water inside, and invite Orochimaru-senpai in for a cup of tea. No, I refuse to enter. Your house is filled with all those bugs you keep. It's absolutely terrifying. Akadama exclaimed, crossing her arms in fear. She had fallen victim to Qingye's pranks numerous times. Whether it was a banquet of insect dishes or spiders leaping onto her head, Qingye relished in scaring her with his creepy crawlies. Her fear of the seemingly stylish and sunny villa had grown immensely. You insolent child, what nonsense are you spouting? As an exemplary employee of the breeding farm, have I not taught you to respect your elders? Qingye scolded. Look at Orochimaru-senpai. His face is so pale, he must be suffering from anemia and night sweats. With a weak spleen and cold stomach. Go inside and fetch the 7 insects and 7 poisons red flower wine I prepared for him, so that Orochimaru-senpai can replenish his strength. On the forehead of Aoyan, a dark line appeared. Has he not treated this child well? He shares his delicacies with her, pays her generously, and even supports her in raising a spirit beast. Yet, he occasionally teases her. Must she hold such a grudge? How long have you known Orochimaru? Undermining my reputation in front of outsiders. Surely, the workload is not substantial enough. Often distracted, lost in thought. I must increase this fellow's responsibilities. No, rather. I shall alleviate his burden. Observing that Hongdo had yet to make a move, Aoyan's temper flared. What are you dawdling for? Hurry inside and fetch the wine. The second bottle on the left side of the wine cabinet is the one. Startled by Aoyan's sudden ire, Hongdo glanced at Orochimaru, then back at Aoyan, ultimately conceding. Lowering her head as she entered to retrieve the wine. Watching her retreat, Aoyan's anger began to dissipate. At that moment, a voice, tinged with magnetism, resonated through the air. Aoyan-kun, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am deeply grateful for your care of my foolish apprentice during these days. Orochimaru appeared utterly unfazed by the earlier incident, smiling as he spoke. His interest remained piqued by Yunu Aoyan, having frequently heard that name from Danzo. Anyone who could occupy Danzo's thoughts while still thriving was certainly worth investigating. Consequently, upon further inquiry, Orochimaru discovered his fascination for Yunu Aoyan only intensified. Not at all. I should express my gratitude to you, Orochimaru-senpai, for your attention to my rather simple employee. Aoyan smiled warmly, placing particular emphasis on the word care. Is that so? It seems we both hold concern for Hongdo, Orochimaru replied with a narrowed-eyed smile. His previous intuition had been correct, that fleeting hint of murderous intent directed at him. One of the 3 legendary Sannin was indeed intriguing. Hongdo is merely my employee. Her very existence serves to be exploited by me, the employer, to generate surplus value. Aoi, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, spoke at a leisurely pace. Is that so, Aoi-kun? That is indeed quite disappointing. Akadama often speaks of you. Really? What commendable words could that foolish girl possibly utter about me? She claims that your skills in rearing insects are unparalleled, the finest in the world. Such nonsense. What does she know? Her short hair reflects her limited insight. It is Orochimaru-senpai who serves as my true role model, having elevated the art of serpent handling to the heights of the Sannin. Too kind. Too kind. My apologies. After this exchange, a profound silence enveloped the two, as they gazed at one another in quiet contemplation. At that moment, the door of the villa swung open, revealing Akadama, who emerged holding a large bottle of wine. Its crimson liquid gently swaying within, accompanied by a peculiar mass. 7 distinct plants intertwined with 7 poisonous insects, swirling together in a curious amalgamation, suspended within the bottle. You are indeed peculiar. Every bottle in the wine cabinet is infused with insects, Akadama huffed, startled by the sight when she had opened the cabinet moments ago. What do you know? Those are all potent nourishment, Aoi replied, shaking the bottle. Orochimaru-senpai, this is a breeding ground. There is nothing of value here. Yet one must always bring back some local specialties. Qingye presented a bottle of wine and remarked, I have received the gift from you, Qingye-kun. However, it is not the purpose of my visit. Orochimaru accepted the bottle, seemingly unfazed by its ominous contents. May I inquire what brings you here, esteemed Orochimaru-senpai? It is Lord Hokage who requests your presence. To be precise, it is the son of the daimyo who wishes to extend an invitation to you, Qingye-kun. With a glance at the bottle in his hand, Orochimaru turned to speak again. Understood. Please, lead the way, Orochimaru-senpai. Qingye gestured invitingly. Teacher, where are you two going? Hongdo inquired, somewhat bewildered, wondering if the two intended to leave her behind for a rendezvous. Hongdo, I have some matters to discuss with Orochimaru-senpai. You should remain here. Qingye replied. Hondo, Qingye-kun is correct. Perhaps it would be best for you to stay here while we attend to a few pressing matters. Hondo watched the pair turn away, perplexed by their peculiar dialogue. By the way, Qingye-kun, what are the effects of your 7 insects and 7 poisons red flower wine? It is effective for treating menstrual irregularities, anemia, dysmenorrhea, and postpartum abdominal pain, came the response. Orochimaru remarked. I suddenly feel an urge to strike someone. Behind Hokage Rock lies a forest. And in addition, there stands a significant structure, the daimyo's palace, specifically designated for hosting the daimyo. Although Hizen Geniki is no longer a daimyo, Sarutobi Hizashi is eager to curry favor with him, arranging for Hizen Geniki to stay at the palace that very day. Upon his arrival at the impeccably prepared daimyo's palace, Hizen Geniki maintained a composed facade, yet inwardly he was elated. Previously, he could only enter the palace by accompanying the daimyo. Now, it was opened for him alone. That old Sarutobi Hizashi truly knows how to navigate social dynamics, he mused. Qingye followed closely behind Orochimaru, and the two traveled in silence. Ever since Orochimaru became aware of the effects of the 7 insects and 7 poisons red flower wine, he had not uttered a single word. Qingye was quite pleased with the situation. When conversation fails to resonate, there is little to discuss. Continuing the dialogue would only incite Qingye's impulse to take action, a sentiment likely shared by Orochimaru. Was it truly necessary to make such a grand display? After all, he was not a feudal lord. Qingye, with hands tucked into his sleeves, utilized the dragon's eye to observe the numerous concealed Umbu ninjas surrounding the forest. Did you not notice that beside Huojianxian stood merely 2 guardian ninjas, one of whom was a young monk? This serves to illustrate Huojianxian's value in his father's eyes, a mere jonin and a small monk. The third Hokage has indeed invested significantly, seemingly gambling to ensure nothing unforeseen befalls Huojianxian. Or is it that Yuan Fei Raizen is wary of certain individuals, perhaps intending harm against Huojianxian? Chapter 35. He. Now witness my performance. Is that truly the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen? In the distance, before the feudal lord's palace, the guards erected a canopy and constructed a high platform. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Huojianxian engaged in lively conversation atop the platform, surrounded by a cadre of samurai and ninja sentinels. Upon noticing Qingye and his companion approaching the platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused his dialogue with Huojianxian and turned his gaze towards Orochimaru. Thank you for your efforts, Orochimaru, he exclaimed, before shifting his attention to Qingye, a benevolent smile gracing his features. You must be Yamanaka Qingye. I failed to recognize your talent in the Ninja Academy, an oversight on my part as principal. Please do not harbor resentment towards this unworthy headmaster. The corners of Aoi's eyes twitched. Here he comes, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his signature smile, accompanied by an unexpected wave of guilt and the concern emanating from the Hokage. If he were Naruto, that foolish boy, or another naive child, he might have fallen for it. But Aoi is not easily deceived. He is Aoi, and such theatrics cannot sway him. I harbor no resentment towards the Hokage. He has always been my idol, and I aspire to become a Hokage as great as the third. Aoi flashed a radiant smile, revealing 8 pristine teeth. Orochimaru mused. What happened to that feisty little brat from earlier? How has he transformed? He chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Orochimaru felt an impulse to bind Aoi to an experimental table, eager to uncover whether the boy's heart was truly red or black. So Aoi wishes to become Hokage too? Then you must work hard, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, momentarily taken aback by Aoi's admiration for him. His reservations about Aoi dissipated significantly. After all, Aoi was still a child. Though expelled from school, he had presumably been sufficiently imbued with the will of fire, making him a valuable asset, a rough gem, indeed. With this in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen's spirits lifted, and he promptly introduced Aoi to the son of a daimyo beside him. Aoi, this is His Highness Hiken Geniki, the son of the daimyo. Your presence here is at His Highness's behest. Hiken Geniki, wearing his characteristic smile, nodded towards Aoi. At such a young age, you possess remarkable talent, a worthy investment, he thought, unperturbed by the prospect of lowering himself to offer goodwill. Moreover, Aoi's abilities aligned perfectly with his own needs. If he could nurture Aoi into a summoning beast, he would gain a powerful ally. Coincidentally, Sarutobi Hiruzen entertained a similar notion. If Aoi were to join the Umbu, he could. Orochimaru observed the two on the platform, then glanced at Aoi, a a small fox, and two larger ones, engaged in lively conversation, each harboring their own agendas. Fascinating, since their meeting, he had already uttered the phrase interesting in his mind countless times. Never before had Orochimaru found himself so intrigued by another. Come, Aoi-kun. These are the fierce beasts I have gathered from my travels across the land of fire. Are they not majestic? Hikinjiniki exclaimed, gesturing to rows of iron cages with a folding fan, then turning to Aoi with a smile. Do you believe you can help me cultivate such fierce creatures into summoning beasts? The beasts in His Highness's possession were undeniably formidable. While cultivating them into summoning beasts might pose challenges, Aoi was willing to give it a try. He nodded enthusiastically. Then, Aoi-kun, please demonstrate your skills, so I may witness your prowess. Qingye turned to gaze at the third Hokage, a hint of inquiry in his expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in affirmation. Proceed, Qingye. He was eager to witness the prowess of the Aburame clan's Qingye. Knowledge gleaned from paper always felt superficial, having studied this unique cultivation technique through reports. He was curious to see if it truly possessed such remarkable efficacy. Please stand back, everyone. I am about to perform a ninjutsu. Qingye's hands flailed wildly, pressing against the ground. Through the art of spiritual summoning, a thunderous sound erupted. As the immense smoke dissipated, the fearsome duo re-emerged. A menacing aura was unleashed without restraint. During this period, Qingye had reverse summoned them to Longhu Mountain, allowing them to absorb a considerable amount of natural energy, causing the two beasts to grow an entire meter taller. This was simply breathtaking. Is this what a spirit beast truly is? Upon witnessing the two colossal creatures, Huijian was overwhelmed with joy. He had harbored a passion for nurturing ferocious beasts since childhood, dreaming of owning an invincible beast as a companion. These two pigs were precisely to his taste. Were it not for their penchant for abducting children, which was beneath his dignity, he would have implored Qingye for these spirit beasts. Adai heir, break open the iron cage for me. However, Huijian hesitated momentarily. Qingye waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern for the ferocious beasts. Fear not, your highness. With my two spirit beasts to subdue them, these fierce creatures pose no threat. Ada and heir, the two pigs, raised their hooves and pointed towards the iron cages. With a series of cracking sounds, all the cages shattered and scattered. Yet, not a single ferocious beast dared to flee. It is worth noting that these beasts, usually unruly and prone to biting, had even been known to attack their master, Huijian. Given the slightest opportunity, they would attempt to escape, only manageable when confined within their cages. Now, however, these fierce creatures were as docile as rabbits, huddled in place without so much as a movement. Qingye opened his mouth, and a dozen white specks flew forth. Since Huijian had presented such a grand gift, Qingye felt no hesitation in accepting it. Indeed, he envisioned a clever scheme of leveraging these creatures to his advantage. These ferocious beasts were among the most formidable of ordinary wildlife. Thus, utilizing them as guardians for Longhu Mountain was an impeccable plan. The white specks were the foundational goo worms residing within Qingye. After a period of propagation, he had accumulated over 100 of these basic goo worms within him. If one were to dissect his heart, they would find it teeming with these creatures. But enough of that. Discussing it further might trigger a phobia of dense clusters. As these foundational goo worms settled upon the surfaces of the fierce beasts, they seamlessly integrated into their bodies without leaving a trace, as if they existed in a realm between reality and illusion. The beasts dared not make a sound, for they could see their elder brother and second brother glaring at them menacingly. Who would dare to stir? Boom! A torrent of chakra surged forth from within the multitude of beasts. This explosive display was fleeting, and soon the beasts returned to their original state. However, their essence had irrevocably transformed. The flow of chakra within them had commenced, initiating the extraction of chakra. Before long, these beasts would undergo a second phase of development, growing larger and more powerful. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Shinsuke, Orochimaru, and Huijian observed Qingye's method of transforming ordinary beasts into summoned creatures. Indeed, chakra had emerged. The use of ninja worms had directly endowed them with this power, and these worms were remarkably unique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, silently contemplated the implications, intrigued by Qingye's secrets, wishing to peel back the layers of his mysteries. Orochimaru bore a sinister smile, contemplating the potential of such a successful endeavor. If Qingye were to mature, the consequences would be terrifying. Uchiha Shinsuke remained silent. recognizing this as the method to become a summoned beast. It was indeed fortuitous to come to Konoha. I would possess stronger companions, and upon my return, my brothers would be. He chuckled darkly. Though Aoba turned his back to these individuals, the piercing gaze of the dragon's eye allowed him to perceive every nuance of their expressions and movements. He could even sense some of their inner thoughts. Among them, the most conspicuous and unabashedly radiating his intentions was Qingye, whose palpable malice and overwhelming possessiveness were instantly apparent to Aoba. Additionally, Orochimaru exuded a sinister aura, akin to a serpent coiling in a damp cave, lying in wait for its prey. Yuan Feishin's fleeting display of murderous intent seemed directed at him, likely stemming from concerns for the Yuan family, as he sought to eliminate Aoba swiftly. In contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen presented a much deeper demeanor. After an initial surge of formidable desire, he settled into a state of tranquil stillness, reminiscent of a stagnant pool. Indeed, wisdom often comes with age, and it is no wonder that Orochimaru fell to the hands of the third Hokage. Even the slightest thoughts were plainly etched upon their faces. It is little wonder that Orochimaru faced defeat. Now, let us observe my performance. Chapter 36. Good people do not live long, calamities endure for 1,000 years. Qingye gasped for breath, his body growing weak, and he unintentionally collapsed onto the ground. The third Hokage appeared beside him just in time to support him, his face reflecting a fitting concern and urgency. Qingye, what is the matter? I am fine, I simply transmitted too much chakra at once and feel a bit fatigued, Qingye replied weakly, his complexion pale. The third Hokage held Qingye's hands, carefully sensing his condition. Discovering that the energy within Qingye had been completely depleted, leaving him unable to extract any chakra. Observing Qingye's listless demeanor, it seemed he could hardly muster any spiritual energy either. Is it due to those ninja insects? The third Hokage pondered as he gazed at the ferocious beasts that had already acquired chakra. Indeed, I released an excessive number of ninja insects at once, leading to an overconsumption of chakra. Furthermore, I must inject chakra into these creatures daily until they comprehend the chakra extraction technique. Qingye spoke in a measured tone, as if he had regained some strength. Child, do not overexert yourself next time. It was quite reckless to exhaust your energy this time. There is no rush regarding the summoning beasts, the third Hokage said with concern. It became clear that the focus lay not on the insect companions, nor on the chakra within them, but rather on Qingye's ability to control insects. By repeatedly employing the chakra extraction technique on these beasts, they would gradually come to understand it. In the future, even in the absence of insect companions, these creatures would be capable of extracting chakra independently, as it would have become instinctual. Thus, the summoning beasts would also manifest. This indicated that the child's capacity to cultivate summoning abilities had its limits, determined by the quantity of chakra within him and the mental strength he possessed. After all, controlling insects also consumed mental energy, evident from Qingye's fatigued demeanor. This was acceptable, as it remained within a manageable scope, Yuan Feishin thought to himself. After the initial excitement had subsided, Ōtsutsuki came to Qingye, showering him with praise and inquiring after his well-being. Ultimately, he suggested that Qingye stay at the daimyo's palace for a night to rest, hoping to alleviate his feelings of guilt. In truth, having witnessed Qingye's capabilities, Ōtsutsuki began to entertain thoughts of claiming Qingye for himself. In his view, winning over a child was as simple as taming a pet. Qingye readily agreed. That evening, after dining, he refrained from socializing with the adults. Citing the need to recharge his chakra for the beasts the following day, he excused himself to return to his chamber for a well-deserved rest. Everyone graciously acquiesced. Within the grand estate of the daimyo, which boasted numerous halls, Qingye was assigned to a modest courtyard. As deep night enveloped the surroundings in silence, and all had retired for the evening, Qingye, who had appeared to be in a deep slumber, suddenly opened his eyes, gleaming with vitality, showing no signs of lethargy. He gazed at the ceiling, parting his lips to reveal a crescent-shaped insect, the concealment bug, rendering him invisible. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, the shadow clone technique. The clone remained sprawled on the tatami, seemingly asleep. Meanwhile, his true self, adorned in the invisible cloak materialized from the concealment bug, stood at the doorway. Indeed, guards were stationed outside. Activating the dragon's eye, he calculated the timing of the guards' patrols. Qingye seized the opportunity, quietly opening and closing the door, vanishing in an instant. Standing upon the rooftop, Qingye extended his perception for a kilometer, swiftly locating the resting place of Huojiang Xuanyi. On either side of Huojiang Xuanyi's room resided two individuals, Yuan Feixin's aide and Dilu. Remarkably, these two had yet to succumb to slumber. Yuan Feixin's aide appeared engrossed in some task, while the young monk Dilu recited scriptures before an oil lamp, embodying the essence of a devout young monk. The tender green leaves gently descend upon the rooftops. He now comprehends why the feudal lord exudes such arrogance while maintaining an air of nonchalance. Hojima Geniki, the son of this lord, is accompanied by two guards, rendering him quite difficult to approach. One can only imagine the challenges posed by the lord himself, who is flanked by 12 formidable shinobi protectors. Of course, individuals like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are exceptions to this rule. For anyone else, drawing near to the feudal lord is an arduous task, let alone contemplating an assassination. Qingye opened her mouth and expelled a goo worm. The shadow infiltrator goo, cultivated through the Nara clan's secret shadow techniques, has the ability to infiltrate the shadows of its target, thereby achieving control and disruption. The shadow infiltrator goo resembles a slender black earthworm, yet it moves with remarkable agility. With a swift slither, it burrowed into the tiles of the rooftop. Shortly thereafter, Qingye appeared stealthily outside the doors and windows. The window became enveloped in darkness as it silently opened under the command of the shadow infiltrator goo. Qingye gracefully entered the room, quietly approaching Huo Jianxian, who had already succumbed to slumber. To prevent any unwelcome awakening, a subtle dose of medication was deemed necessary. Parting her lips, she unleashed the 5 poisons goo, its essence infiltrating the air. With a flick of her scorpion tail, the barbed end pierced Huo Jianxuan's neck, delivering the famed elixir of the neighbor Wang. After swallowing the 5 poisons goo, Qingye expelled the heart cicada goo, which soon enveloped her. In a brief moment, she began to glean fragments of memories. Qingye pressed the heart cicada talisman to his forehead, revealing yet another peculiar interest. Indeed, he is a devoted son. Your father is truly blessed to have such a remarkable son, a fortune accumulated over 8 generations. How endearing it is to witness the affection among friends and siblings, each wishing the other eternal love. I glimpsed some vividly colored scenes. TSK, is the world of the elite so chaotic? Then I encountered some rather shocking images, prompting Qingye to exclaim his disturbance. Such brutality, capriciousness, and the mantra of prosperity for the compliant, demise for the defiant characterize individuals like Huo Jianxian. It has become apparent to me the essence of his nature. He is gracious to those who serve his purpose, yet mercilessly discards those who do not. But what concern is that of mine? Dreaming of taming me like a pet is a fanciful delusion. Nevertheless, he is indeed the son of a prominent noble, endowed with considerable fortune. At this moment, the scenes in Long Fu's eyes shifted, revealing another of his extraordinary abilities, the Eye of Fortune. Above Huo Jianxian's head swirled a layer of crimson clouds, not particularly large, yet substantially thicker than that of an ordinary person. In his perception, only Sarutobi Hiruzen's head, adorned with a canopy of multicolored clouds, surpassed this individual by a trifling margin. In terms of fortune, even the son of the Fire Country's daimyo stands shoulder to shoulder with the Hokage of Kanahagakure. Indeed, the fortunes of this world seem to coalesce around the nobility. After all, he is a sovereign, and the appointment of the Hokage requires the approval of the daimyo of the Fire Country. Furthermore, Qingye speculates that Sarutobi Hiruzen's fortune may exceed that of Huo Jianxian, likely due to his formidable power. Qingye opened his mouth once more, releasing a vibrant emerald light that unveiled the true dragon goo. The essence of fate surpassed the depth of physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy by an immeasurable degree. Among all his goo insects, only the true dragon goo possessed the ability to devour fate. However, the time for such consumption was not now. This individual was destined to become the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and Sarutobi Hizashi had placed his bets on him. The presence of Yuan Fei Shinju as his guardian indicated that Sarutobi Hizashi had long since invested in Hanjin Shuani. Why? Among the 12 guardian ninjas surrounding the daimyo of the Land of Fire, was it Yuan Fei Shinju who was chosen to protect Hanjin Shuani? This choice bore not only the will of the daimyo, but also the intentions of the Yuan Fei clan. While Shimura Danzo, that old rascal, still fantasized about contending for the position of the 4th Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi had already laid the groundwork within the daimyo's estate, preparing for the future. The disparity in their strategies was glaring. Yet, compared to Qingye, Sarutobi Hizashi should perhaps reconsider his ambitions. Since bets have been placed, I shall also stake my claim. Directly engaging with fate. Kiki, since you are so fond of nurturing pets, I shall present you with a formidable one. Chlorophyll's chakra erupted from his hands, manifesting as a surgical blade, a chakra surgical knife. Drawing a line across Hui Jinshuan's brow, droplets of blood suspended in the air. The true dragon goo opened its eyes, shimmering with a spectrum of colors, and swallowed the blood pearl whole. Then, the true dragon goo began to gently inhale from Hui Jinshan. In a place imperceptible to the naked eye, a layer of crimson clouds above Hui Jinshan was absorbed by the true dragon goo. On the jade plate of the true dragon goo, a red hook-shaped jade slowly emerged from one of the depressions. Once all the fortune within Hui Jinshan was consumed, his complexion turned pale, and he trembled, manifesting an unconscious reaction. He experienced a nightmare, as if he had lost something of utmost importance to him. Chapter 37. Is it permissible for you, Ōtsutsuki, to release tailed beasts while forbidding me, Yin Chio, from nurturing you? Observing Hui Jinshuan's convulsions come to a halt, Chlorophyll patted his chest. Phew, that was close. Had it not been for Chlorophyll's timely expulsion of the heart cicada goo to soothe Hui Jinshan, the commotion could have drawn the attention of the two individuals next door. At that point, the consequences would have been dire. This clearly illustrates that absorbing a person's fortune impacts both body and mind, necessitating caution in the future. In truth, a more effective method would be to eliminate the opponent. With the true dragon goo by one's side, slaying the target would naturally yield their fortune. At this moment, the true dragon goo had grown considerably. The jade plate, upon which the dragon coiled, featured 9 depressions around its perimeter, with one of these depressions filled by a red hook-shaped jade. The next step was to refine the first true dragon offspring goo. As a mythic-level goo, it would hardly stoop to personally harvest fortune. Such trivial matters are beneath a mythic-level goo, which naturally delegates these tasks to its subordinates. In the realm of goo, there exist entities designed for such labor. The offspring goo serves as such a tool goo, akin to worker ants in nature, which have a well-defined division of labor, including queens, worker ants, and soldier ants. Worker ants gather food, soldier ants engage in conquest, and the queen nurtures the colony. As a mythic-level goo king, it is only natural for the true dragon goo to have subordinates. However, the offspring goo spawned by the true dragon goo are not mere expendable entities like worker ants. Even as offspring, their rank reaches the legendary level. In the world of Naruto, legendary goo are at least on par with tailed beasts, if not stronger. The true dragon offspring goo stands as one of the most formidable within the legendary tier, boasting a balanced array of powerful abilities. Unlike tailed beasts, which are limited by the number of tails, it is likely capable of surpassing them in strength. Is it only permissible for you, Ōtsutsuki, to unleash tailed beasts while denying me, Yin Chio, the right to nurture goo? Qingye intended to concoct the true dragon offspring goo to gather fortune for himself. However, the process of coalescing the true dragon offspring goo demands an immense amount of energy. It is akin to the 9-tailed beasts, which were derived from the 10 tails, consuming an unfathomable amount of energy in the process. Thus, the creation of the true dragon offspring goo is not without its toll on the true dragon goo. The fortune possessed by Hui Jinshan was barely sufficient to enable the true dragon goo to manifest one offspring goo. Observing the slumbering Hui Jinshan, a dangerous glint flickered in Qingye's eyes. Subsequently, he cast a glance at the entry shadow goo. The entry shadow goo nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly darted away. Before long, it transformed into a shadow, gliding along the wall. With a sudden flourish, the entry shadow goo emerged from the shadow, expelling a spurt of blood. With a swift motion, Qingye summoned the blood orb towards him. The true dragon goo gazed at the orb and devoured it whole. Meanwhile, the crimson hooked jade upon the true dragon goo's jade plate ascended, radiating a scarlet luminescence. Drawing upon fortune, the true dragon's blood began to transform. Qingye closed his eyes, meticulously forming a hand seal as he recited an incantation. Suddenly opening his eyes, he extended his right hand, pointing at the floating red light, and softly uttered, "True dragon offspring goo manifest." Empowered by chakra, natural forces, and the fortune amassed from the recent collection of ferocious beast blood by the shadow goo, combined with the essence of the fire interval Xuani, the crimson light began to morph. It seemed as if something was conjured from nothing, as an enigmatic entity began to take shape and enlarge within the radiance. It resembled an embryo, originating from a fertilized egg, undergoing division and proliferation, transitioning through stages of multicellular development, and gradually evolving into an infant. The form within the red light began to shift. And as the crimson hue of the hook jade faded, it transformed into a colorless jade. A diminutive feline creature floated in the air, no larger than an infant's fist. Its body was adorned with pink fur that curled elegantly, featuring a large head and a small frame, appearing unremarkable at first glance. A hybrid of dragon and lion. It was the swan Ni, one of the 9 offspring of the dragon. True dragon offspring Gu, 9 sons dragon Gu, swan Ni Gu. Qingye cradled the slumbering cub in her arms, turning to gaze at Hui Jianxian. She gently placed the young creature upon Hui Jianxuan's abdomen. Her fingers splayed wide as she pushed the cub into his being. How fortunate you are, sealed by 5 fingers. Subsequently, her fingers began to whirl, encasing the cub within Hui Jianxuan's form. Qingye gazed as the seal gradually took shape, murmuring to herself, "The swan Nigu is sealed within your body, and its power will be under your control. At that time, you will stand as a formidable force akin to a Jinchuriki, possessing a robust constitution and an extraordinary talent for fire release. Simultaneously, you will be endowed with the Eye of Fortune, connecting your destiny with the swan Nigu. The more fortune you accumulate, the stronger the swan Nigu will become, and consequently, you will also grow in strength. However, to nurture the swan Ni, you must continuously consume fortune. Go back and wreak havoc in the land of fire." Qingye Wuji withdrew from Hui Jianxuan's belly with a mischievous grin. Subsequently, Qingye's figure vanished without a trace, leaving behind a fleeting shadow that closed the window. In the adjacent room, Yuan Feixin, engaged in polishing his kunai, sensed an inexplicable presence and proceeded to investigate Hui Jianxuan's chamber. However, he found nothing amiss. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Meanwhile, in the room to the right, the young monk Dilu noticed the flickering of the oil lamp before him. As he opened his eyes and beheld the dancing flame, he realized his mind was still restless. Closing his eyes once more, Dilu silently recited his scriptures, and the flame steadied. The following day, when Hui Jianxian awoke, he felt a heaviness in his head, as if he had dreamt of a colossal creature siphoning away something from him, instilling a sense of dread. Perhaps it was merely a nightmare. Rising from his slumber, he was attended to by a maid as he dressed and washed up, indulging in a lavish breakfast as was his custom. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a glass shattered. Hui Jianxian glanced at his hand, now splattered with milk, perplexed. His strength had seemingly increased. Never mind, it was time to visit my beloved subject. No, my dear friend, Qingye. In the morning, Aoyan rose from her slumber, stifling a yawn. The previous night had been filled with excessive work, leaving her with scant sleep. Yet, the feeling of being attended to was truly delightful. Even the mundane tasks of washing up and dressing were accompanied by the gentle assistance of a young lady, a lifestyle she had never once envisioned. Qingye began to ponder whether his Longhu Mountain should accommodate more members of the fox tribe. The transformative technique imparted by Hudali was truly remarkable. Should the spirit beasts undergo their cultivation, they too could assume human form. Even if they could not metamorphose into human shapes, could they not? Indeed, better yet, imagine being served by a fox maiden or a cat-eared girl. How delightful that would be. This was a lifestyle he had never envisioned. Each harbored ulterior motives. One sought to tame the other as a pet, while the other aimed to reap benefits. When the two crossed paths, their interaction naturally grew warm and lively. Qingye eagerly presented the spirit summoning scroll of Longhushan, urging His Highness Hui Jianxuan to inscribe his name upon it. Your Highness, once you have signed this scroll, you shall possess the ability to summon your beloved familiars at will, he declared. Hui Jianxuan gazed at the scroll, which bore unfamiliar inscriptions, and turned to his aide Yuan Feixin with a questioning look. Is this truly the case? By signing this scroll, I can call forth my pets? Indeed, Your Highness, replied Yuan Feixin. The creatures known as spirit beasts are so named because they harbor chakra within them, enabling their remote summoning through a spiritual contract. However, summoning these companions requires chakra, which you currently lack. I can assist you in this regard. In essence, as long as there is a ninja present, that suffices. Hui Jianxuan comprehended the principle with great delight. Qingye, unfurl the scroll and allow me to affix my name. Qingye unfurled the summoning scroll, inscribing a new section dedicated to the mountain guardians beside the Spirit Summoning Academy. With a smile, he pointed to the guardian section and said, simply sign here. I have specially created a section just for you, consisting of a total of 18 spirit beasts. This is exclusively for Your Highness. A section crafted solely for me? Haha, Qingye, you truly know how to win my favor. With great delight, Hu Jianxian waved his hand grandly and inscribed his name with a flourish. Akin to a dragon or serpent in motion. Qingye pondered, with your lack of insight, do you truly believe I would dedicate a separate section for you? It is but a dream filled with good fortune. Upon fulfilling the contract, both parties rejoiced, feeling a step closer to their aspirations. Chapter 38. I have a friend who has recently been plagued by frequent urges and an inability to fully relieve himself. After Hu Jianxian completed the summoning contract, Qingye intended to take his leave. At that moment, Hu Jianxian grasped Qingye's hand and, with heartfelt sincerity, spoke. Qingye, I see your remarkable talent in nurturing summoning beasts. Why not come to my side as a beastmaster? It is far more rewarding than being a mere ninja in the Hidden Leaf Village. After all, ninjas are often sent on perilous missions, enduring the elements, and sometimes facing life and death, with the ever-present risk of perishing on the battlefield. I appreciate your kindness, Your Highness, Qingye replied, but as you know, I am an orphan. It was the hidden leaf that granted me the space to exist, that taught me to read and to be a person. The skills I possess were also bestowed upon me by the hidden leaf. I can only repay this nurturing grace with my feeble efforts. I must respectfully decline your request. Your Highness, Qingye, with a gesture of grace, humbly declined, articulating her reasons with heartfelt sincerity, leaving listeners in tears and hearts heavy with sorrow. Even Yuan Feixin, who stood nearby, cast a transformed gaze upon Qingye. Qingye, you embody both affection and loyalty. With your support, Konoha will soar to new heights. Upon hearing this, Hu Jianxian rose and, with a respectful bow, expressed his gratitude, saying, Your Highness Xian Yi, your compassion for your subjects is a blessing for the land of fire and a fortune for Konoha. Although Qingye has yet to reach adulthood, let us today honor you with tea in place of wine, raising a cup in your honor. Qingye once again clasped his hands together and spoke earnestly. Hu Jianxian, filled with delight, grasped Qingye's hand and proclaimed with great enthusiasm, Well then, why not partake in genuine wine? Let us toast to each other. Qingye, in a state of trepidation, spoke, Your Highness, what merit do I possess that I could share a cup with you? To which Hu Jianxian, feigning indignation, replied, Today, having met you, Qingye, I have gained a true friend. Is it merely a cup of wine that you would deny me? Qingye struggled momentarily, yet ultimately acquiesced, stating, Your Highness has expressed your wishes clearly. Should I continue to refuse, it would be akin to a lack of discernment. Thus, it is more respectful to comply. Very well. Summon someone to bring forth my cherished sake. Today, I shall share a cup with you, Qingye-kun. Please, Your Highness, I have exquisite wine readily available. If it pleases you, I shall humbly present it. I did not anticipate that Qingye-kun also possesses a passion for fine wines. Today, I shall indulge in a taste. Qingye extracted a bottle of brown liquor from the sealed scroll, within which floated several objects resembling radishes. The maid approached, carrying 2 wine cups. Qingye handed the wine bottle to the maid, requesting her to pour wine for the 2 of them. As they raised their goblets, Hu Jianxian smiled and said, Qingye, after we drink this toast, we shall henceforth refer to each other as brothers. Xian Yi, elder brother. Very well, my dear brother Qingye. The 2 raised their cups in unison, clinking them together before consuming the contents in one swift motion. Qingye experienced no significant sensation after drinking, yet Hu Jianxian, upon tasting it, smacked his lips appreciatively. He leaned closer and inquired softly, Qingye, what kind of wine is this? It is exquisite. I have never tasted anything quite so delightful. Oh, it is the 3-whip wine, comprising tiger whip, deer whip, and bear whip, when infused with pure liquor. It serves as a potent tonic, nourishing the essence and invigorating both yin and yang. Hu Jianxuan's face flushed crimson as he swallowed hard, awkwardly adjusting his belt before continuing. Haha, dear brother, you see, I have a friend who has been suffering from frequent and urgent urination. This 3-whip wine would be perfect for addressing my friend's pressing needs. What do you think of this wine? Oh, brother, feel free to take it. I have another bottle brewing at home. I must express my gratitude on behalf of my friend and you. Having expressed his thanks, Hu Jianxian turned to the maid and instructed, Please take good care of this bottle. If it shatters, it will be your responsibility. Yes, Your Highness. The 2 spent a jovial morning engaged in delightful conversation, as though they were true, sworn brothers. However, in the afternoon, as Qingye prepared to depart, Hu Jianxian, unable to persuade him to stay longer, urged Qingye to visit him at the Daming Manor whenever he had the chance. Nurturing a spirit beast is not an endeavor that yields immediate results. And Qingye had no reason to linger. Hua Jianxian understood this principle as well. Winning over a person is not an instantaneous feat. He wished to recruit Qingye under his banner at once, yet taming a pet requires gradual progress, gentle and measured, rather than forceful. The first step had been accomplished. By sharing a cup with Qingye, they had forged a bond. As long as he continued to extend kindness, winning Qingye over would merely be a matter of time. As Aoi departed, a cheerful smile graced her lips, only to be followed by an inexplicable expression. She still harbored the desire to conquer herself, a notion as absurd as it is unattainable. It would be prudent for you to adhere closely to the script I have provided. That morning, Aoi and Ōtsutsuki Jiniki partook in a ceremonial cup of sake. And by noon, Yuan Fury was unable to remain still. He hastily dispatched the Umbu to the Daimy's palace, requesting Aoi to join him for tea at the Hokage building. The absence of Sarutobi Hisashi's interference that morning was a testament to the composure he had cultivated over the years in his role as Hokage. It is no wonder that Yuan Fury was anxious. After all, Ōtsutsuki Jiniki had shared a cup with Aoi. In essence, what he had safeguarded was now being offered as a favor to Aoi, effectively sewing the fabric of her future. Should Ōtsutsuki Jiniki ascend to the position of daimyo, what place would be left for the Yuan Fei clan? Even if Ōtsutsuki Jiniki were to continue to employ them, the presence of Aoi as a favored brother would inevitably alter the dynamics between them. How could Sarutobi Hisashi remain calm under such circumstances? The current dispatch was driven by an urgent desire to secure Aoi at all costs. If both Aoi and Ōtsutsuki Jiniki were to fall under his influence, his success would be assured. Yet, with the arrival of the Umbu ninja, another unexpected visitor made their entrance, Orochimaru. Orochimaru cast a fleeting glance at the Umbu before turning to Aoi with a smile, saying, "Aoi-kun, Elder Kitayama has summoned you home for dinner and has sent me to escort you." Qingye's expression darkened. In the end, Aoba chose to follow Orochimaru. It was a simple matter. The Umbu ninjas were no match for Orochimaru and could only retreat. As he retraced his steps, Aoba glanced at the leisurely Orochimaru beside him, who had his hands tucked within his sleeves, and spoke softly. "Pray tell, what reward did Elder Kitayama bestow upon you to come and fetch me?" Orochimaru did not answer Aoba's inquiry, but instead posed a question of his own. "Aoba-kun, what leads you to assert so confidently that I am acting on Elder Kitayama's behalf rather than pursuing my own intentions?" "Humph, the third Hokage is your teacher, is he not?" Although rumors abound of Orochimaru's frequent defiance of the third Hokage, it would be quite unwise to defy one's own mentor for the sake of an outsider. Surely, you would not meddle without a benefit to yourself. "Huh. Indeed, Aoba-kun. It seems we are kindred spirits. One does not rise early without the promise of gain." Orochimaru chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by the speculation, and instead, with keen interest, inquired further. "Do enlighten me, Aoba-kun. Why did you partake in a cup of sake with Hikari Jiniki? To my mind, such an act also constitutes defiance against the third Hokage. Is that so? I found common ground with Brother Jiniki, and thus we shared cups and forged a brotherly bond. What is wrong with that? Moreover, Brother Jiniki is not only the son of a prominent lord, but also my esteemed client. For training his summoning beasts, he has already bestowed upon me a sum of 100 million ryo as a deposit, with an additional 100 million to be settled later." Qingye's eyes sparkled with delight, as if reflecting 2 copper coins. 200 million taels. No wonder the old man sent the dark department over. It seems there is a deeper connection at play. Upon hearing this figure, Orochimaru's pupils constricted momentarily before he regained his composure and turned to Qingye with a smile. "But is it wise to share such significant information with me? Aren't you afraid I might abduct you to help me amass wealth? Not just you. I'd consider absconding myself. So, Orochimaru-senpai, are you tempted to give it a try?" Qingye provocatively cast a glance at Orochimaru. "Enough of that, Aoki-kun. You are the employer of my disciple, and I would prefer not to have that fellow, Akkad, come to me in tears seeking his boss." Orochimaru replied with a shake of his head. "What a pity. I had hoped to latch onto Orochimaru-senpai and live a life free from worries," Qingye lamented. "Huh. I cannot afford to support you, Qingye-kun. Moreover, I promised Elder Kitayama that I would come to fetch you, on the condition that the YN clan backs my bid for the position of 4th Hokage." At these words, Qingye paused, intrigued as he regarded Orochimaru. Indeed, at this juncture, Orochimaru still possessed a modicum of interest in the title of 4th Hokage. Yet, Qingye's perception of Orochimaru was shaped by his past life, a man who relentlessly pursued mastery of all ninjutsu and immortality, employing any means necessary. Orochimaru-senpai, is the position of 4th Hokage truly your aspiration? I had assumed you sought something far more formidable. This time, it was Orochimaru who halted in his tracks. Qingye did not look back as he made his way towards his countryside villa. Orochimaru squinted, observing Qingye's silhouette. For some reason, he felt as though a child had seen through him. Was the position of Hokage truly his aspiration? Orochimaru could not help but question himself. Chapter 39. Sarutobi Hiruzen. You will surely regret this failing to bring back Qingye. Born in the early hours of the day, marked the mission of the Umbu ninja as a failure. Consequently, the Umbu ninja returned empty-handed, destined to report back to their superior. In the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, an Umbu ninja knelt on one knee, recounting the events witnessed outside the daimyo's palace. He concluded by stating, "Thus, Lord Orochimaru has brought the oil woman Qingye back to the clan's territory." Sarutobi Hiruzen clicked his tongue, the tobacco in his pipe igniting fiercely. He narrowed his eyes, allowing the smoke to swirl around him. What was Orochimaru truly up to? And who else was involved? Was it Shimura Danzo or another ninja clan? It appeared that some individuals within the village were quite discontent with the Yuanfei clan's closeness to the daimyo, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, oil woman Qingye, we may meet again. The most pressing matter now is the situation at the front lines. Inform Tsuji Koharu and Mito Gate in to convene for a meeting." According to reliable sources, the 3rd Kazekage of Sunagakure has gone missing. To err on the side of caution, we must reinforce our troops at the front. Gather them. We shall discuss our strategy. The Umbu ninja nodded and then inquired, "Yes. Hokage-sama, shall we notify Danzo-sama?" "Danzo? Let us hold off on that for now. With the uproar caused by this blunder, he should reflect on his actions for a while." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, shaking his head. "Understood." The Umbu ninja nodded before disappearing from sight. As he watched the Umbu ninja depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the series of recent events. With external battles closing in and internal clans restless, being the 3rd Hokage was indeed no easy task. He rubbed his forehead vigorously. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his gaze, his expression solemn. "We must swiftly arrange for our clansmen to settle at the daimyo's residence. That is the foundation of the Yuanfei clan. As long as we have our people within the daimyo's estate, I can secure our position." In a vast forest, towering trees stretched towards the heavens. It is said that these unimaginably colossal trees were personally planted by the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Among this forest of giants stands the largest tree, at the base of which lies an entrance, serving as the headquarters of the Root organization. Shrouded in perpetual shadow, the Root headquarters exudes an air of damp chill and eerie foreboding. Since the onset of the campaign against Danzo Shimura from the village, this place has grown noticeably colder than before. Why has the Root become what it is today? Danzo pondered to himself. In an effort to quell the village's fury, Yuanfei Risen has removed Danzo from his positions as the head of the Root and as an advisor to the Hokage. Although furious, Danzo had no choice but to comply. Just as Yuanfei Risen often asserts, "I am the Hokage," he has dispersed most of the Root ninjas. Yet, with the curse of the Root technique and the will of the Root at his disposal, Danzo Shimura can command these ninjas at any moment. The Root has not vanished. It has merely integrated into Konoha. I am not mistaken. All my actions are for the sake of Konoha. I am the true guardian of Konoha. The Root and I are the foundation upon which Konoha thrives. Yuanfei Risen, you shall surely regret this. Danzo tightened his grip on his cane, producing a creaking sound. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps approached, and a tall figure emerged from the shadows, clad in a black high-collared trench coat, wearing sunglasses, and adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, marked by a purple insignia at the corner of his mouth. As if aware of the identity of the newcomer, Danzo did not turn his head, coldly stating, "Ryuma, you understand the child's worth. We must acquire him." The tall man sighed, astonished. Who could have imagined that the Oil Girl clan would produce such a genius? "What? Are you reluctant to bring him into the Root?" "Of course not. The Root is my life's work. What is the loss of one clan member compared to the greater good of the Root?" "That is good. We must ensure that child is brought back. Once we have him, the current losses of the Root will amount to nothing. It has been a long time since I visited home. It is necessary to return this time." With a sigh, the tall man turned and vanished into the darkness. Upon returning to the territory of the Oil Girl clan, Elder Kitayama had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Elder Kitayama's anxious demeanor, Aoi couldn't help but smile. Elder Kitayama, what made you think of sending Orochimaru to fetch me? He is a dangerous figure, after all, and also a disciple of the third Hokage. Oh, you am so anxious, and you still find the humor in this. Do you realize how close you came to not returning today? After scolding Aoi, Elder Kitayama turned and smiled. Besides, although Orochimaru is a disciple of the third Hokage, he does not necessarily align with his ideology. It is surprising how perceptive Elder Beishan is. Indeed, it seems that Orochimaru and Danzo have grown increasingly close. After speaking, Elder Beishan pulled Qingye closer and whispered in his ear, "Are you aware that your endeavor to cultivate summoning beasts for the son of the daimyo has become common knowledge? 18 summoning beasts, totaling 200 million ryo. Goodness, when I previously cultivated summoning beasts for a few families, it was merely 30 million ryo. Others may be the son of a daimyo, but is possessing some wealth not to be expected? Moreover, this is a one-time transaction." Qingye responded nonchalantly, "It's no big deal." Elder Beishan retorted, "You are well aware of the current circumstances of the various clans. You have earned 200 million ryo, and countless envious eyes are watching you. Be cautious in these times. Furthermore, news has just emerged from the front lines. The third Kazekage has gone missing, and Tsunagakure has pointed fingers at Konoha, having allied with Kirigakure to apply pressure on our front lines. The situation has become increasingly tense. Not long after our clan's ninjas returned, they are now being sent back to the front lines, potentially taking more of our kin with them. Every clan is in need of funds for pensions, warfare, supplies, and medical care." Elder Beishan continued to ramble on without end. Qingye forced a smile, realizing the man was merely putting on a show for him. Was it not simply a matter of money? "In my personal capacity, I shall contribute 50 million taels to the clan, so that my kin may enjoy a better life." Upon hearing of the substantial fortune, Elder Beishan immediately fell silent, shamelessly declaring, "Ah, how brazen of me to accept this." He then did not forget to add a reminder. "By the way, a clan meeting is approaching. You must attend, as you have become quite the prominent figure." "A clan meeting, you say? Very well. I shall be in attendance." Aoyan has always been preoccupied with his own affairs, and he has scarcely acquainted himself with members of the Yamanaka clan. Several factors contribute to this. Firstly, the adults in his clan are all ninjas, and as ninjas, they are often engaged in numerous missions. Secondly, during this time of war, the Yamanaka clan, known for their unique ability to manipulate ninja insects, serves as an invaluable source of reconnaissance and sensory ninjutsu. Thirdly, his standing in school has left him at the bottom of the ranks, leading his peers to shy away from him, with the exception of Yamanaka Shimi. He recalls a peer named Yamanaka Shurhei, who was particularly reluctant to associate with him. Since Aoyan gained recognition, he has remained confined to his own little world, limiting his interactions with clan members. Nevertheless, he is aware that the Yamanaka clan is quite small, comprising only a little over 200 individuals, of which merely 40 to 50 are capable of becoming ninjas, and the number of elite ninjas is even more dismal, totaling less than 10. The clan's population is indeed lamentably scarce. In contrast, the Inazuka, Aburame, and Akimichi clans are considered medium-sized ninja clans, each boasting at least 500 or 600 members. However, even these clans appear diminutive compared to the larger clans in the village. For instance, both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans each have more than 1,500 members, and this figure does not account for the aftermath of the Third Great Ninja War. Qingye estimated that the population of the two clans should be close to 2,000 individuals. However, if the Third Great Ninja War continues to progress in this manner, Qingye firmly believed that the Yuanfei clan could also reach this number. It was once said that the Yuanfei clan boasted an army of 3,000. If this were indeed the case, then the Yuanfei clan would possess 5,000 to 6,000 members. Sustaining such a large populace requires an immense amount of resources. Yet resources do not simply appear out of thin air. Thus, there is but one conclusion. The old man Yuanfei Zhan must truly be supporting a clan with the resources of a single village. To maintain 3,000 yuan troops is beyond Qingye's imagination. How could Yuanfei Zhan have achieved such a feat? During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the 5 major ninja villages, along with various smaller ones, assembled a total of 80,000 ninjas, excluding the minor villages merely playing supporting roles. The 5 major villages must account for at least 80% of the allied forces. This means there were at least 60,000 ninjas, which, when distributed among the 5 major villages, results in just over 10,000 per village. The Yuanfei clan alone comprised nearly 30% of the entire Konoha ninja population. It is unfathomable how much Yuanfei Zhan has amassed during his long reign. Chapter 40. A social butterfly among social phobics. Fortunately, the Third Great Ninja War is still ongoing, and the situation has not deteriorated to its worst potential. There is still time to take action. While the overarching trend may be immutable, smaller shifts are indeed possible. After all, who determines the larger trends? It is none other than Madara. Though Madara may be aging, one should not underestimate him due to his years. Under the influence of Oil Girl Qingye, various ninja clans have begun to infiltrate Konoha's departments, and the Yuanfei clan cannot monopolize such abundant resources. Even after the war concludes, the losses sustained by the major clans will not exceed expectations. However, Qingye must still bolster the other clans to ensure that Konoha SF4 does not dominate entirely. Today's S-clan meeting must focus on consolidating the Oil Girl clan. That night, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. Although the full moon on the 15th is said to be the most perfect, tonight's moon is equally resplendent. After a considerable time away from the clan's residential area, Qingye scarcely recognized the place. Once a shanty town, it has now transformed into a picturesque locale, an expanse of charming countryside villas. Qingye struck herself across the face in frustration. Darn it, she mused, I should never have chosen to be unconventional. Now the aesthetic of the Oil Woman clan cannot revert to its former glory. What, I ask? Does the style of a rural villa signify? It embodies the ostentatious opulence of the nouveau riche. Must the entire Oil Woman clan succumb to such a trend? Never mind. Never mind. Perhaps I shall undertake a campaign of aesthetic enlightenment in due course. I hope it is not too late to rectify this situation. At that moment, members of the clan began to emerge from the row of villas. From one of the most lavish abodes, a dwelling strikingly similar to the one Qingye had established. An elder stepped forth, greeting his fellow clansmen with a genial smile. Elder Beishan, greetings. NNH, it is good to see you back. Elder Beishan. Phone. Now that you have become AJ Nin, be sure to heed the advice of your seniors and absorb their wisdom. Elder Beishan. Shanfeng, you little rascal. Do not be too idle. Devote yourself to your training. Suddenly, a deep voice emanated from behind Elder Beishan. Ah. The unexpected voice startled Elder Beishan. Upon turning, he discovered Qingye gazing at him with a frosty expression. Qingye, you truly startled me. Do refrain from appearing so suddenly, Elder Beishan remarked, easing his tension. Qingye posed his question. Elder Beishan, I would like to inquire about the residences in this neighborhood. Oh, it seems quite affluent. Is it not the case that you renovated them to provide a better living environment for our clansmen, following the design of your own home? They are indeed quite splendid. It was evident that only this fellow was so well acquainted with his villa. Is there a problem? Observing the approving expression on Elder Beishan's face, Qingye suppressed his resentment and reluctantly nodded, gritting his teeth as he murmured, very well. The consequences of one's own actions must be borne, no matter how distasteful they may be. With Elder Beishan's call, the passing clansmen turned their heads to look at Qingye, realizing that the young man clad in white and donning a white-eye mask was none other than Yui Qingye. In recent times, Yui Qingye had garnered considerable fame, bringing pride to the Yui clan and instilling a sense of honor among the clansmen, who would not wish for a prodigy within their family. Thus, the clansmen greeted Yui Qingye with warm nods of acknowledgement. Qingye nodded in understanding. It is not surprising. The Oil Woman clan possesses such a disposition, characterized not only by their invisibility but also by their taciturnity. They prefer silence, and when they do speak, brevity is their mantra. Of course, this does not apply to Elder Beishan, who stands as an anomaly within the Oil Woman clan, a true socialite. To put it in contemporary terms, he is a remarkable extrovert amidst a populace plagued by social anxiety. To Qingye, this aligns perfectly with the principles of the universe, the notion that extreme yin gives rise to yang, and vice versa. The cycle of extremes yielding balance is all too evident. After exchanging greetings with his kin, Qingye followed Elder Beishan towards the northern residential area. The clan's temple, positioned to the south, occupies the most auspicious location on the clan's grounds. The temple itself is unremarkable, just an ordinary structure, albeit dedicated to an unusual object, a stone sculpture of an insect. There are no sinister undertakings akin to the Moon's Eye plan. In this regard, Qingye felt a sense of contentment. Let the temple be modest, as long as there are no lunatics involved. Before the temple lies a stone-paved plaza, the traditional venue for clan meetings. A rough estimate placed the number of clanspeople at around 130 to 40, comprising women, children, the elderly, and of course, ninjas adorned with protective headgear. The meeting was presided over by the two remaining elders of the clan, Elder Beishan and Elder Shishan. Originally, they were to be joined by Elder Nanshan and Elder Dongshan, but both had perished in the ongoing conflict. Thus, only Elder Beishan and Elder Shishan remained. The clan leader, Yun Jixin, father to Yun Jiwei, was not present in the village, as he was stationed at the front lines, fulfilling his duty to lead by example. Elder Shishan, like the typical clansfolk, was dressed in a high-collared coat and donned dark goggles, carrying a large gourd on his back. Standing in silence and exuding an air that discouraged approach. It was evident he too suffered from social anxiety. Consequently, the floor was entirely left to Elder Beishan, with Elder Shishan standing quietly aside. During this clan meeting, an important announcement was to be made regarding changes in the frontline situation, necessitating the dispatch of 12 clanspeople to join the intelligence team. Upon hearing this, murmurs of concern rippled through the gathering. Everyone was aware of the turmoil at the front. Yet had the situation not recently eased? Why the sudden escalation, and the call for more clan members to head into danger? Worry etched on the faces of many, particularly regarding the intelligence team, known for its high casualty rates outside the direct battlefield. Clap, clap. Elder Beishan clapped his hands to restore calm. Rest assured, there is no need for concern. The clan has prepared ample supplies for those who will be deployed, ensuring the safety of our warriors. Then, Elder Beishan, pointing at the standing Qingye, smiled and said, "Furthermore, our clan's prodigy, Unit Qingye, has resolved to donate 50 million taels to the clan. Consequently, the compensation for those who perished at the front lines will be doubled, ensuring that our kin at the forefront are devoid of any worries." Upon hearing this news, the clan's people appeared significantly relieved, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Although the members of the Yunu clan did not outwardly display their emotions, Qingye could discern the thoughts emanating from them through the dragon's eye. Today, as everyone is gathered, I would like to introduce the various pills that Qingye has developed for this frontline endeavor. This is the energy pill, capable of replenishing vitality when chakra is depleted. One can consume it to swiftly restore both physical and mental stamina. This is the healing ointment, which, when applied to wounds, facilitates rapid healing. This is the antidote pill, a significant investment by Qingye, reputed to mitigate the damage caused by toxins, potentially saving a life in critical moments. And this vial is... Wait a moment. Elder Beishan. A cold voice interjected, interrupting Elder Beishan's presentation. Elder Beishan was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for an interruption during his address to the clan assembly. A tall man clad in a black trench coat slowly emerged from behind the gathered clanspeople. The Yunu clanspeople, upon seeing this individual, instinctively parted to create a passage. Following closely behind were several other clan members, similarly attired in black coats. Yunu Lama, originally an Umbu ninja, later aligned with Danzo and participated in the establishment of Root. It would not be an exaggeration to call him one of its founders, alongside Orochimaru. Upon encountering this figure, Elder Beishan's expression shifted dramatically, his countenance darkening instantly. Chapter 41. Your compensation has also been misappropriated by him. Qingye stood beside Yun Jiwei, listening to the introduction and coming to understand who Oil Woman Ryoma was. The minion of Danzo has arrived, Qingye muttered. The visitor harbors ill intentions, Jiwei echoed softly. Elder Kitayama, why was I not summoned to the clan meeting? After all, I am also of the Oil Woman lineage, Ryoma declared. Ryoma, do you even remember your surname is Oil Woman? It has been years since you attended a clan meeting. I thought you no longer considered yourself one of us. Elder Kitayama replied with a grim expression. Surely you jest, Elder Kitayama. I, Oil Woman Ryoma, am undoubtedly part of the Oil Woman clan. I simply lack the time to attend the clan meetings due to my commitments to the Root, Ryoma laughed, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Upon hearing such nonsense, Elder Kitayama erupted in anger. You wretch, how dare you mention the Root to me? Over the years, how many clan members have you deceived into joining the Root? How many have been ensnared by that old scoundrel Danzo, turned into mere tools for sacrifice? The elder's fury was palpable. The Oil Woman clan was already sparse, and Ryoma's collusion with Shimura Danzo had led many young clan members, even orphans, into the Root, resulting in a one-third reduction in their population over the years. Elder Kitayama speaks the truth. My cousin followed you into the Root, and to this day, he is neither seen nor heard from. A member of the Oil Woman clan, sporting a spiky hairstyle, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Ryoma in outrage. Qingye gazed at the man, who should be called Yun Shanfeng. As Shanfeng spoke, it was as if a spark had ignited a flame, completely kindling the fury of the clan members. They began to voice their righteous indignation, recounting the despicable deeds perpetrated by Yun Vlangma over the years. There were tales of betrayal, such as the severing of ties and the clandestine misappropriation of the orphan funds within the clan. They spoke of deception, luring clan members into relinquishing their secret ninjutsu techniques. There were accounts of misleading the youth, enticing them to willingly join the roots, only to be sacrificed as expendable pawns. Though they had remained silent in the past, it did not mean they were oblivious to Yun Vlangma's actions. Now that the Yun clan was beginning to regain its vitality, with ample resources and improved circumstances for its members, they were no longer willing to endure such indignities. Do not presume that the Yun clan would remain passive in their anger. At this very moment, they had grievances to air and injustices to denounce. The Yun clan, in a rare display, came together to expose the dark secrets of Yun Vlangma. Qingye watched the drama unfold beside her, a hint of schadenfreude evident in her demeanor. TSK, how utterly unpopular this fellow must be. After Uncle Qinghai's passing, he even misappropriated your compensation, Jiwei remarked coldly. Qinghai is the progenitor of the verdant realm of Qingye. Initially, one might presume to be unperturbed by the affairs of others. However, it has now been revealed that he too is a victim in this narrative. Indeed, one cannot counsel the virtues of compassion without first experiencing the depths of suffering oneself. Qingye, filled with righteous indignation, rolled up his sleeves, eager to take action. How infuriating. No wonder I have been impoverished and endured hardship over the years. It is this scoundrel's doing. Today, I shall ensure that you, Yun Ryoma, cannot fulfill your ambitions. Just as Qingye was about to strike, Ryoma emitted a disdainful snort, unleashing a powerful surge of chakra that quelled the crowd's outcry. As a jonin of Konoha, he possessed considerable prowess. The resources of the Yun clan are inherently scarce. Is it not justifiable to allocate the limited resources to the strong? Furthermore, do not measure us by your ignorance, as long as the foundation remains. As long as Konoha exists, your clans have a chance to survive. To ensure the survival of the majority, what is wrong with sacrificing a few? Infuriating. Yun Ryoma. Yun Shanfeng could no longer contain himself. He roared in anger as a gourd behind him opened, releasing a swarm of parasitic insects. He formed hand seals, preparing to attack Yun Ryoma. Simultaneously, several clan members, unable to restrain themselves, followed suit, unleashing a multitude of parasitic insects akin to Yun Shanfeng. In response, the individuals accompanying Yun Ryoma summoned their own parasitic insects, forming a protective barrier around him. Just as a fierce confrontation seemed inevitable, a thunderous shout rang out. Everyone halt. The onlookers turned to see Elder Shishan, who had been silently observing from the side. Reluctantly, the clan members began to withdraw, though one individual remained undeterred. Yun Shanfeng clasped his hands together, and the parasitic insects surged forth. Parasitic insects, insect sphere. Stop, Shanfeng. Elder Beishan appeared beside him, firmly gripping his shoulder to prevent any further action. Shanfeng's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Elder Beishan, pointing at Yun Ryoma and expressing his dissatisfaction. Elder, he has harmed so many of our kin. He is a traitor to the Yun clan. After a moment, Elder Beishan exhaled deeply and turned his gaze resolutely towards Yun Ryoma. You are not welcome here. Take your people and leave, never to return. Very well. But I must take one person with me. Yun Ryoma stepped forward, exuding an even greater aura. Who? Elder Beishan narrowed his eyes, asking coldly. Yun Ryoma pointed to an individual in the crowd, slowly turning his gaze to Qingye. Yun Qingye. Elder Beishan scrutinized Qingye and then turned his stern expression back to Yun Ryoma. It is indeed Danzo who sent you. Qingye will not be handed over. He is the future of the Yun clan. Yun Ryoma shook his head, a sly smile gracing his lips. Elder Beishan, Konoha is the future of the Yun clan. If we surrender Yun Qingye, allowing the Foundation to develop a method for creating summoning beasts with parasitic insects. Enough, Yun Ryoma. We will not compel our kin, nor will we sacrifice our own. Elder Shishan admonished loudly. Yun Vlangma, this is not the route, and we are certainly not Danzo. You must leave. Elder Beishan, standing beside Elder Shishan, coldly added, Moreover, you shall not take AoE today. With a mocking laughter, Yun Vlangma retorted, Ah, this is the extent of the shinobi clan's magnanimity. Lord Danzo is correct. It is precisely because of obstinate individuals like you that Konoha fails to flourish and endures humiliation from outsiders. Suddenly, Yun Vlongma's expression twisted into a fierce grimace as he glared at Elder Beishan, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. Today, I must take Yun Veoi. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall face death. Elder Beishan's countenance darkened. This was the nature of the root ninjas. They never regarded the lives of their fellow villagers, nor even their own kin, as sacred. For the sake of the root's interests, everything could be sacrificed. Previously, Aoi had told him that the root was merely a brainwashing facility, and he had thought such claims exaggerated. However, witnessing Yun Vlongma's unabashed demeanor today, he realized the truth in those words. These individuals had indeed been indoctrinated, willing to resort to any means to achieve their ends. With Yun Vlongma's declaration igniting the flames of conflict anew, both sides braced for confrontation. A single spark could provoke an all-out clash. Wait, I have something to say. A voice interjected, shattering the stalemate. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, Aoi. Qingye stepped past her clansman, approaching oil woman Ryoma. It is you who embezzled my father's compensation, Qingye asked coldly. Chapter 42. A 5-star review is essential. Oil woman Ryoma lowered his head, his sunglasses silently observing Qingye. In response to her inquiry, he evaded the question entirely. Qingye, come with me. You must recognize your own worth. For the sake of the village, accompany me to the root. Huh, that is the most amusing joke I have heard today, Qingye retorted sarcastically, not lifting her gaze. For the village? How dare you say such a thing? Danzo is akin to a rat in a sewer, and root is merely a nest of rodents, preying upon the weak and deceiving the young, indulging in nothing but despicable deeds. Internally, he strikes forcefully, suppressing dissent, exploiting his power to plunder talents from various clans for his own benefit. Externally, he is weak and easily bullied, fearful of battle. To this day, I have yet to see any root ninjas on the front lines. Moreover, he shamelessly attempts to emulate the third Hokage, concocting a so-called will of the root, claiming that the deeper the roots, the stronger Konoha becomes. Is that not merely an excuse for Danzo's self-serving machinations? Given all this, I truly fail to see his ability to lead Konoha toward greatness. The scornful taunts of Aoba, akin to a string of pearls, rendered Danzo and the root organization utterly worthless. The surrounding clansmen relished the spectacle, marveling at the eloquence of the Yamanaka clan. It was as though a festering sore had been exposed, revealing the most grotesque aspects of one's nature. Enraged and humiliated, Yamanaka Ryoma found his form darkening. Invoking the secret technique of phosphorescent worms, a nanoscopic poison that promised death upon contact. Such arrogance. If that is the case, then perish. Ryoma erupted with fury, his hands, cloaked in the lethal phosphorescent worms, descended ominously toward Aoba's head. Buzz. Hold on. Aoba smiled, and a gentle breeze swept through, leaving him motionless as Ryoma's massive hand hung suspended above Aoba's crown. Qingye merely released a trace of the dragon goose sovereign aura, causing all insects to freeze in their tracks. The oil maiden Longma's expression twisted in rage. No matter how he struggled, his hands remained immobile. Undoubtedly the work of this Qingye. Despite his predicament, the oil maiden Longma continued to boast. What is the matter? Are you begging for mercy? If you accompany me to the root, I shall spare you. Shaking his head, Qingye replied with a calm demeanor. Do not harbor such delusions. My directive to cease is merely to allow the young clan leader of the oil maidens to deal with a disgraceful scion of your family. With that, Qingye turned his gaze towards oil maiden Jiwei. Jiwei, is it acceptable for you to handle this individual? Jiwei stepped forward slowly, her voice chilling as she uttered. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Qingye vanished from sight, and Longma's massive hand suddenly regained movement, though he remained unaware of the reason. The aura exuded by Yunu Qingye felt exceedingly perilous. Had he acted earlier, retreating unscathed would have been impossible. This instinct was a skill honed through relentless battles. He resolved to postpone capturing Qingye and first address the immediate threat before him. Yunu Longma turned his attention to Yunu Jiwei and spoke with keen interest. Ah, Yunu Jiwei. Though your father is the clan leader, do you not overestimate your own capabilities in my presence? At this moment, Qingye, now a mere spectator, shouted a warning. Yunu Longma. The battles of the Yunu clan are akin to contests among insects. The mightier the insect, the stronger the fighter. Do you still not comprehend? I bear the surname Yunu. My true expertise lies not in raising summoned beasts, but in nurturing insects. Do not underestimate Jiwei. He possesses the strongest ninja insect I have cultivated to date. As Qingye spoke, Jiwei had already bitten his thumb, drawing a line of crimson across his palm. Amidst Longma's astonished expression, Jiwei pressed his hands to the ground and murmured, "Summoning technique." Bang, bang, bang. As the white smoke dissipated, 3 colossal beetles materialized before Yinu Jiwei. The first, a robust ebony beetle, was a massive rhinoceros beetle, adorned with a prominent horn. The second resembled a gigantic red centipede, its sides bristling with insect wings. The third, a yellowish-brown cockroach, trembled with its 4 antennae and 8 legs, as if afflicted by hyperactivity. These were the Thunder Spear rhinoceros beetle, the fiery centipede, and the Earth Lord cockroach. The Thunder Spear rhinoceros beetle, a large ninja insect nurtured using the doubling secret technique, contained a lightning escape goo, bestowing it with formidable lightning powers. The fiery centipede, similarly cultivated through the doubling secret technique, housed a fire escape goo, granting it fire abilities. The Earth Lord cockroach, also bred through the doubling secret technique, contained an earth escape goo, possessing earth manipulation powers. Upon their emergence, the 3 enormous ninja insects occupied half the square, each comparable in size to a large freight truck. These were the large ninja insects Qingye had specially nurtured for Yinu Jiwei, a promise made long ago. Were it not for the limited chakra of this lad, he would have aspired to cultivate 5 varieties of large ninja insects with different chakra attributes. Jiwei, unleash them and compel him to return the debts he owes me, Qingye urged from the sidelines. Jiwei nodded, thoroughly impressed with the insects Qingye had cultivated for him. Not only were they colossal, but they could also wield ninjutsu, making them exceptionally accommodating for someone as inexperienced as him in ninjutsu. He resolved to give Qingye a 5-star review later. Jiwei leaped onto the Thunder Spear rhinoceros beetle and pointed at Yunalongma, commanding, "Thunder Spear rhinoceros beetle, fiery centipede, Earth Lord cockroach, engage." The 3 formidable insects took to the skies, their wings vibrating with a mesmerizing rhythm. In no time, they encircled the Oil Lady Dragon Horse. Elder Beishan stood in astonishment, his gaze fixed on the colossal insects, a flicker of doubt dancing in his mind. Could such gigantic creatures truly belong to their clan? "So, Elder Beishan, what do you think? The insects I have cultivated are quite impressive, aren't they?" teased Qingye, as he approached the elder with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Snapping back to reality, Elder Beishan grasped Qingye's shoulders, his voice trembling with excitement. Is this truly the result of your training, young one?" Qingye withdrew her hand from her sleeve and, spreading her palms, replied, "Of course, as a member of the Oil Woman clan. It is only natural for me to nurture the spirit insects. Initially, I intended to surprise my kin this evening by distributing one to each of them. However, I did not anticipate the arrival of an uninvited guest." Elder Beishan, upon hearing this, shook Qingye with excitement. "Young one, are you truly saying that each person will receive one?" Qingye nodded. "Indeed, cultivating ninja insects is far simpler than raising summoning beasts, and the duration of cultivation is considerably shorter. The time required to breed a sufficient number of ninja insects for the Oil Lady clan is minimal." Elder Beishan, a seasoned expert in insect cultivation, quickly grasped this notion. The prolific nature of insects, coupled with their brief growth cycles, facilitates their maturation. Given the multitude of advantages that insects present, it is undoubtedly more advantageous to cultivate ninja insects. Upon reflecting on this, Beishan experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, why pursue the arduous path of raising summoning beasts when nurturing ninja insects is far less laborious? The experts present gradually came to this realization. Qingye clapped her hands and addressed her kin, urging them to step aside and allow Jiwei to teach a lesson to those traitorous individuals who harm their own clan. The oil girl, Longma, was equally taken aback by the sight of 3 enormous insect ninjas. According to his and Danzo's scheme, the intention was to bring Qingye back to the root to assist in cultivating summoning beasts, while simultaneously monopolizing the summoning beast trade. However, to their astonishment, Qingye's true expertise lay not in nurturing summoning beasts, but in breeding insect ninjas. Moreover, Qingye was correct. Summoning beasts were labor-intensive and had lengthy cultivation periods, while insect ninjas represented the optimal choice for mass production. The thought of swarms of such large insect ninjas sent a tremor through Longma. With this power, the root would become the mightiest organization in Konoha. No, the strongest in the entire ninja world. Qingye, it's not too late to come with me. Longma began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted. Thunder Jiki Beetle, Lightning Release, Lightning Sphere. Chapter 43, The Burning Fruit, which even dogs would not consume. And fire release from Konoha had never claimed a life. The long horn of the Thunder Jiki Beetle crackled with electric energy, unleashing a lightning sphere aimed directly at Longma's face. You should pass my test before making any claims, Jiwei coldly stated, crouched atop the head of the Thunder Jiki Beetle. Longma fell silent, narrowly evading the strike. Recognizing the intensity of the situation, he knew it could not be resolved amicably, and thus issued commands to those around him. As a dark cloud began to emerge behind him, attack, corrupt beetles. Several individuals sprang into action, and a mass of corrupt beetles gathered, forming an immense black cloud that threatened to engulf the square. The sheer number of corrupt beetles was unprecedented for the Oil Clan. Their imposing presence subtly overshadowed the 3 large insect ninjas summoned by Jiwei. Elder Beishan's expression darkened. How much had that wretched fellow embezzled over the years to sustain such a multitude of corrupt beetles? Yet, Jiwei remained unfazed. Regardless of whether they were the secret technique corrupt beetles or the secret technique phosphorescent beetles, these insect ninjas were far too small and could be easily scattered by a mere gust of wind. As the user of corrupt beetles, Jiwei was acutely aware of their advantages and equally cognizant of their shortcomings. His 3 colossal insect ninjas formed a triangular formation, encircling Longma and his companions. The powerful gust generated by their flapping wings firmly anchored the black cloud of corrupt beetles in the center of the square, preventing it from breaking free above Longma and his group. Simultaneously, Jiwei formed hand seals, puffing out his cheeks as a strong wind surged forth. Wind release, great breakthrough. Flames danced and soared, as a fireball coalesced within their mandibles. Flame dance, fire release, flame bullet. Buzzing sounds filled the air. With a remarkable breakthrough in the art of wind manipulation, Jiwei effortlessly scattered the dark clouds into disarray. Simultaneously, a fireball surged forth, entwined within the chaos. The wind intensified the flames, while the fire bolstered the wind's ferocity. A colossal pillar of fire erupted, swiftly engulfing the black clouds, accompanied by a pungent aroma of charred earth. Aoyama shook his head, lamenting that this group had chosen the wrong opponent in the wrong battlefield. The parasitic insects, due to their stealthy nature, were best suited for jungles or confined spaces. The open square offered no refuge, rendering the insects easy targets. Buffeted by the wind and seared by fire, one could only marvel. While the scorching fruit was hardly palatable and Konoha's fire techniques had never claimed a life, roasting insects was indeed a possibility. Elder Beishan, I believe the decline of our Oil Woman clan has its reasons. Elder Beishan mused, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow at the sight of this foolish group. Though Oil Woman Ryoma had been thoroughly beaten, he had employed the clan's combat techniques. If this individual faltered, it would reflect poorly on the entire Oil Woman clan. Cursed be it, wind release, vacuum sphere. Noticing the grim expressions, Ryoma drew upon his reserves for today's clan meeting, only to find that summoning such a vast number of parasitic insects yielded no benefit. However, as a seasoned Konoha Jonin, Ryoma swiftly adapted his combat strategy, intending to resolve the conflict with ninjutsu. A barrage of air bullets surged towards Shimi. Humph, Shimi scoffed. As the thunder spear bug beneath him charged forward, the vacuum sphere harmlessly striking its shell. Thunder spear. The horn of the thunder spear bug crackled with lightning, its speed multiplying several times as it dove forward. Boom. Insect clone. Ryoma's form dispersed. The clones formed from the parasitic insects charred by the electrified horn. Underground. Earthworm, giant cockroach. Earth release. Subterranean voyage. The earthworm giant cockroach moved swiftly, burrowing into the ground. Below the surface, 2 figures could be seen in pursuit, one chasing, the other fleeing. Boom. A figure burst from the earth. It was Oil Woman Ryoma. Centipede strike. Shimi had been waiting patiently, forming a hand seal with one hand while the other raised, unleashing a red-armored centipede from his sleeve, aiming to constrict Ryoma. Boom. Substitution technique. A wooden log replaced Ryoma's original position, ensnared by the red-armored centipede. Meanwhile, Ryoma, having narrowly escaped to the side, wore a grim expression as blood flowed from one of his arms. He had still not fully evaded the attack. Earthworm giant cockroach. Earth release. Decapitation technique. Before Ryoma could react, several insect legs emerged from the ground, ensnaring his feet and rendering him immobile. Hiss! The firefly insect descended from above, its massive mandibles closing in on Oil Woman Ryoma. Phosphorus parasitic insect. The Oil Maiden Longma's body instantaneously transformed to a shade of black, intent on poisoning the fiery flying centipede. Yet, the centipede's entire exoskeleton rendered it impervious to the lethal phosphorescent insects, which were utterly ineffective against it. Without any suspense, the Oil Maiden Longma found himself ensnared by the colossal flying centipede, rendered completely immobile. As he contemplated resistance, a blazing fireball coalesced within the centipede's maw, aimed directly at his head. Any movement on his part would result in a catastrophic explosion of his skull. Observing Longma's capture, there was no need to show mercy to the others. Elders from the North and West Mountains, accompanied by their kin, apprehended the few Oil Maiden clansmen who had followed Longma. Approaching the bound Longma with a smirk, Qingye remarked, "Ah, is this not the illustrious Oil Maiden Longma, one of the legendary three heroes?" Qingye donned an eye mask, yet everyone else was aware that he was smiling so broadly that his eyes could scarcely remain open. Qingye proceeded with caution. Elder Beishan approached to intervene, for the presence of Oil Girl Longma posed a considerable threat. "Fear not, simply administer a precautionary measure," he remarked, as Qingye expelled the 5 poisons goo from his mouth. This amalgamation of various venomous insects astonished the onlookers upon its revelation. Is this a type of ninja insect? It appears exceedingly sinister. With a swift motion, the scorpion tail of the 5 poisons goo darted forth, delivering a sharp sting to the nape of Oil Girl Longma's neck. You need not gaze at me with such astonishment. This is merely a ninja insect forged from the fusion of various poisonous creatures. I have just administered a paralyzing toxin that will immobilize his entire body. A collective sigh of relief emanated from the crowd, yet their expressions soured upon witnessing Qingye swallow the 5 poisons goo whole. Though they were connoisseurs of insect cultivation, none had ever witnessed the act of consuming an insect in such a manner. "Qingye, what do you intend to do with this fellow?" Elder Beishan inquired with evident concern, casting a wary glance at Oil Girl Longma. This individual has undoubtedly been ensnared by Danzo's malevolent tongue-rooting technique. Extracting information through interrogation seems futile. Yet to execute him is equally undesirable. To leave him alive would present a troublesome dilemma. Qingye stroked his chin, pondering the possibility of utilizing the heart cicada goo to delve into the memories of these individuals. However, such a tactic was evidently a method characteristic of the mountain clan and could not be employed openly. "Elders, let us confine them for the time being. We shall let them stew for a while." "Very well. It seems this is our only course of action for now. Foam, Shan Foam. You two gather some clan members to detain these individuals, ensuring that all their weapons are disarmed." "Understood, Elder. It shall be a lively affair as we deal with these traitors. Though the clan meeting has been interrupted, it must still be convened. For today marks a day of bestowing benefits." Seizing the momentum from Jiwei's victory over the Oil Woman Ryoma, Qingye proceeded to introduce the 5 types of ninja insects he had prepared for the Oil Woman clan: the Thunder Spear Beetle, the Fire Flame Flying Centipede, the Earth Lord Cockroach, the Gale Mantis, and the Aquatic Louse. In total, there are 5 large ninja insects, encompassing the elemental chakra attributes of thunder, fire, wind, earth, and water. Aoba summoned Shimi to elucidate the characteristics of the ninja insects to their clan members. In the grand scheme of things, with the presence of parasitic insects designated for reconnaissance, poison assassination, and now the addition of 5 formidable ninja insects to bolster direct combat capabilities, the strength of the Yamanaka clan is poised to ascend to new heights. Chapter 44, Extracurricular Training. Are the children of Konoha to be embroiled in this as well? Without exception, the ninja insects nurtured by Aoba have garnered immense popularity. Each member of the Yamanaka clan eagerly claimed 1 or 2 for themselves. The fellow known as Sandfoam expressed a desire to acquire one of each of the 5 new insects, only to be promptly dismissed by Elder Kitayama. The various pills previously introduced by Elder Kitayama have similarly met with acclaim. As individuals who frequently traverse the precipice of life and death, these ninjas are acutely aware that survival is dictated not solely by combat prowess, but by additional factors as well. In times of crisis, these pills serve as vital lifelines. They are not only adept at manipulating insects, but are also skilled in the art of poisoning, always carrying antidotes in their possession. In their eyes, the significance of these new pills is rivaled only by that of the 5 ninja insects. Aoyama developed these pills with the sole intention of preserving the lives of his kin. The final pill, not introduced by Elder Kitayama, is known as the disintegration pill. Similar to the technique of heavenly demon disintegration, its consumption allows one to extract the utmost power from the body's cells, thereby unleashing formidable combat abilities, whether for fleeing or mounting a desperate counterattack. Of course, the side effects are considerable, as it shortens one's lifespan. Additionally, Aoyama generously showcased various small ninja insects, including the red-shelled centipede used in the centipede stealth technique, the empty cicada utilized in the cicada molting technique, the explosive bug employed in the insect explosion technique, the floating bug featured in the insect cloud technique, and the singing cricket used in the insect sound illusion technique. Aoyama imparted the knowledge of these ninjutsu reliant on ninja insects to everyone, broadening the horizons of his clan members, who were astonished by the vast potential of the Y Ninja clan. Elder Kitayama beamed with joy, his smile unwavering, reassured in his initial judgment of Aoyama's promising future. With such resources at hand, the request to dispatch 12 individuals to the front lines to join the intelligence unit was effortlessly approved. All 12 were elite nin from the clan, and Elder Kitayama assigned them various ninja insects according to their needs. Aoyama, content to focus solely on providing firepower, left the distribution to the elder. Indeed, cultivating ninja insects proved to be significantly faster than nurturing ninja beasts, and the success rate was remarkably high. After all, they were mere insects, making mutation a simpler endeavor. Thus, Aoyama confidently asserted that he would provide ample firepower. As a result of these events, the young clan leader, Y Ninja Shimi, established his authority, while Aoyama showcased the Y Ninja clan's latent potential. This significantly bolstered the confidence and cohesion of the clan. With Elder Kitayama's impassioned encouragement, the clan assembly witnessed an unusually vibrant atmosphere. In pursuit of the clan's development, Elder Kitayama proposed the establishment of a training program within the clan territory, dedicated to instructing the new generation of ninjutsu practitioners. An external training program. Qingye could hardly have anticipated the emergence of extracurricular training classes. Are the children of Konoha destined to be caught up in this relentless competition as well? Indeed, these training programs can significantly enhance the capabilities of the children within the clan. It is evident that Elder Beishan harbors considerable dissatisfaction with the quality of education provided by the Ninja Academy. Aoyoshi possesses a certain understanding of this matter. Ever since the establishment of the Ninja Academy, the combat prowess of newly admitted ninjas has indeed paled in comparison to that of their traditionally trained counterparts. This decline can be attributed to the Academy's curriculum, which caters to the needs of civilian ninjas, consequently diminishing the instructional rigor afforded to those from esteemed clans. Consider, for instance, the graduation examination of the Ninja Academy, which merely assesses proficiency in fundamental techniques such as the body flicker technique. For prodigies like Kakashi, who graduate ahead of their peers, the influence of familial lineage plays an even more significant role. Qingye contemplated for a moment and resolved to concoct some foundational elixirs to enhance the children's potential. After conferring with Elder Beishan, who expressed delight at the proposition, he readily acquiesced, entrusting Qingye with the responsibility of overseeing the children's nourishment and guiding their chakra cultivation. Qingye, not wishing to bear the responsibility alone, entrusted this task to Jiwei. Jiwei did not object, yet his gaze drifted towards the other clansmen, pondering whether he might delegate this responsibility to someone else. Ultimately, his attention settled upon Yuna Shifeng. Shifeng would indeed be a suitable choice. Such recklessness is a rarity among the Yunu clan, and he possesses a profound sense of duty towards his family. Thus, what began as an excellent project, after numerous handovers, fell into the hands of a well-meaning individual. This was primarily due to Qingye's preoccupation with other matters. Since returning from the sacred grounds of Longhushan, he had been diligently seeking to learn sealing techniques. However, the methods he discovered were few and far between, comprising only a handful of obscure seals. To date, he had mastered merely two techniques, the finger seal and the EC lantern array. These paled in comparison to the grandiose sealing methods he had envisioned, such as the Bagua seal, the 5-element seal, and the 4-symbol seal. Ideally, he would acquire the corpse ghost seal, for he had recently developed a keen interest in the essence of souls. Within the Gu book, there exists a particular parasite known as the soul-eating Gu, capable of devouring souls and refining them into pure soul liquid, thereby enhancing one's spiritual essence. The Pure Land, a sanctuary that has gathered thousands of years of souls, undoubtedly serves as an exceptional breeding ground for the soul-eating goo. Qingye swallowed hard. It truly resembled a bountiful field of leeks. However, within it lurked a formidable being, the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, one might consider the Pure Land to be a sacred realm. He did not believe that the Sage of Six Paths could exist for millennia, nor did he think it was related to the souls within. It was likely that the sage's greatest gift resided in the realm of souls. To be frank, his current sage mode was not yet fully developed, as maintaining this state was measured in mere seconds. It was not a deficiency of chakra, but rather the immense burden that supporting the true dragon goo mode imposed on his body. Qingye's physique is rather inadequate. She lacks the sage body and is unable to sustain the sage mode for extended periods. Unless the true dragon goo evolves into its complete form, this limitation remains. This is akin to Uchiha Madara's quest to gather all nine-tailed beasts. Only by resurrecting the 10 tails and becoming its Jinchuriki can one possess sage chakra, complemented by the sage eye and sage body. With these attributes, one could attain a status akin to that of Kagaya Ōtsutsuki. The issue is not a deficiency in energy, but rather a lack of rank and the elevation of life itself. Therefore, her current sage mode is merely a trial version to achieve an evolutionary leap in life rank. The true dragon goo must transform into a truly mythic grade insect, and Qingye's constitution must also reach that mythic level. Contemplating the stringent conditions required for the true dragon goo's evolution into its complete form, Qingye felt a twinge of anxiety. Thus far, only one sub-insect has been separated, leaving 8 others yet to be released. However, the accumulated natural energy from the Tiger Power Great Sage over hundreds of years might allow for the condensation of several true dragon sub-insects. With this thought, Qingye began to strategize. The clan's affairs unfolded quietly, unnoticed by anyone, perhaps due to the Oil Woman clan's affinity for invisibility. The disappearance of Oil Woman Ryoma and several root ninjas had not provoked any investigation. Was there no Ombu patrol that night? Did Danzo remain oblivious? In any case, life continued in this tranquil manner. Recently, however, the third Hokage held a deployment ceremony, seizing the opportunity while the daimyo's son was still in Konoha. The third Hokage was determined to assert his presence. Meetings were scheduled at the Ninja Academy today, followed by discussions at the medical department tomorrow. Morning sessions for Chunin and afternoon ones for Jonin were meticulously planned. During the meetings, he summoned Ōtsutsuki Jinichi to the platform, proclaiming that his position as Hokage was backed by the daimyo's estate, admonishing them against harboring inappropriate thoughts. Had it not been for the pressing situation at the front lines, Qingye suspected that such displays would have continued indefinitely, with Ōtsutsuki Jinichi enduring the spectacle. Eventually, even he could not bear it any longer. Citing a reluctance to disrupt Konoha's command, he planned to retreat back to the daimyo's estate amid the urgent circumstances at the front. However, the third Hokage, addicted to the theatrics, sought to extract every last ounce of value from Ōtsutsuki Jinichi. At the village entrance, a send-off ceremony for departing ninjas was organized. There stood the third Hokage and Ōtsutsuki Jinichi on the platform, passionately addressing the crowd. I am Yuan Firijan, your third Hokage. I will be watching over you from here. Remember, the will of fire. Where the leaves flutter, the fire shall thrive. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding new leaves. Ōtsutsuki Jinichi, standing beside him, waved his hand and declared, May the warriors of the land of fire achieve victory on the front lines. Yet, his smile appeared somewhat forced, and his complexion was less than favorable. With a grand gesture, the third Hokage exclaimed, Depart. The will of fire. The will of fire. The ninjas below roared in response. In the distance, Qingye stood concealed by a cloak of invisibility. Yet her mind was rife with disdainful thoughts. Why do you linger here, watching, instead of advancing to the front lines? She mused. Furthermore, the remnants of the Yuanfei clan were but a handful. Did one truly deem themselves worthy of the title of Hokage? At that moment, a vivid flash of red caught Qingye's eye. Kushina Uzumaki. Chapter 45. True Love. The wealthy heiress sets her sights on a poor boy. The illustrious princess of the land of whirlpools, Kushina Uzumaki, the current host of the Nine Tails, stood as a strategic asset for Konoha. At this juncture, she and Minato Namikaze were likely not yet wed. Based on the timeline of Naruto Uzumaki's birth, their union would not occur until after Minato ascended to the position of the fourth Hokage. Thus, it would be after the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War that this ill-fated couple could finally be united. However, a year later, upon the birth of their son. Little Naruto, the two would face a harrowing turning point in their lives, leading to their untimely demise. Clad in a long ceremonial robe for this expedition, Kushina appeared little more than a decorative figure, seemingly devoid of the qualities of a true ninja, as the third Hokage regarded her merely as an ornament to enhance his facade. Yet for Qingye, she represented a precious resource. The advanced sealing techniques she sought hinged upon Kushina's expertise. It was time for the bookworm Gu to take action. Qingye endured the lengthy speech of the third Hokage until the conclusion of the assembly. With the completion of the departure ceremony, the third Hokage garnered support. While Higan Jiniki won the hearts of the people, the shinobi ventured to the front lines, facing their demise. Yet a significant number of them felt a sense of pride in their sacrifice. Such is the absurdity of this world. Once the performance had concluded, it was, of course, a return to their respective homes, each seeking their own mothers. Aoba must not be allowed to meet the third Hokage. During this period, Yuan Fei Rijan has persistently advocated for his inclusion in the court. He and Elder Beishan have repeatedly evaded this matter. Fortunately, Aoba has not graduated from the Ninja Academy and is not an active ninja. Otherwise, as a ninja disobeying the orders of the Hokage, he would at least be accused of defying superior commands. In essence, Aoba remains an ordinary citizen, despite his extraordinary abilities. Cloaked in invisibility, he trailed behind Uzumaki Kushina, accompanying her as they ventured into the heart of Konoha, ultimately pausing before a grand estate. This property belongs to the Uzumaki clan within the village, featuring an array of pavilions and scenic rockeries, both impressive and understated. This is indeed the residence of Uzumaki Kushina, a quintessential heiress. Following the demise of the previous Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido, this place has naturally become Kushina's home. In truth, she has always resided here. In this light, Uzumaki Naruto truly embodies the status of a prince. How mischievous of the third Hokage to even seize the ancestral property of the Uzumaki clan, reflecting on the fact that Naruto will depend on instant food for sustenance. Aoba shakes his head. After all, he is an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, the son of the fourth Hokage, and deserves some security in life. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's methods are rather unscrupulous. Uzumaki Kushina halted at the entrance of the mansion, turning to dismiss the ninja who had followed her. In these wartime conditions, the village's higher-ups are particularly vigilant regarding her as a Jinchuriki, fearing any unforeseen incidents. However, ever since arriving in Konoha, Kushina has grown accustomed to such circumstances. Qingye gently scaled the wall, trailing far behind Uzumaki Kushina. TSK, the opulent mansion. Without a guide, it is indeed easy to become lost when entering alone. At that moment, a rustling sound of chains retracting echoed through the air. Qingye's body momentarily froze, and instinctively she activated her teleportation technique, departing from her concealed position behind the towering tree. Bang! The freshly sprouted trunk of the sapling was shattered by a golden chain. Come forth, you shadowy figure that has been stealthily trailing me since the conclusion of the assembly. Cloaked in invisibility, you attempted to conceal your presence, yet you were still detected. Lady Uzumaki, what has transpired? Upon hearing the commotion, several guardian ninjas swiftly appeared in the courtyard. The leading ninja knelt cautiously, inquiring with trepidation. Uzumaki Kushina stood in the courtyard, her gaze icy as she regarded the ninjas. There was merely a rat. I detest rats. I dealt with it. What of it? And no issue at all, the guardian ninjas stammered, beads of cold sweat forming upon their brows. They dared not question this master, known as the Princess of Violence, on par with another notorious figure of brutality within the village. Then be gone. With a flourish of her sleeve, Kushina turned and strode into the grand hall. The ninjas, having arrived in haste, departed just as swiftly, not daring to linger even a moment longer. As long as this master was unharmed, that was all that mattered. They were hardly welcomed in this domain. Qingye slowly emerged from behind the pillars of the grand hall, only to find Uzumaki Kushina gazing at her. Qingye offered a sheepish smile, then clasped his fists and spoke. Princess Kushina, I am Qingye. I have come uninvited. I beg your pardon. With a parting remark, Kushina stepped into the grand hall. Qingye scratched his head, somewhat perplexed by the current state of the esteemed princess. Within the grand hall, a myriad of opulence dazzled his senses, a blend of ostentatious brilliance and understated luxury that left the young man from a modest family utterly awestruck. Much like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, a towering guanine jade sculpture, resplendent and translucent, subtly emanated a divine radiance. Qingye gazed in awe, her eyes shimmering with excitement, nearly drooling at the sight before her. She approached the exquisite statue of Guanyin, gently caressing it, marveling at its sheer size, not merely large, but undeniably smooth. Swallowing hard, she pondered the immense value of such treasures. A solid wood table crafted from golden silk nanmu, a crystal chandelier, a monumental antique painting. Agate ornaments. Each item alone could fetch a staggering sum of 1 or 2 billion taels. No wonder Hui Jianxian effortlessly produced 2 billion taels without batting an eye. It appeared that these esteemed families possessed extraordinary wealth. In this light, Qingye realized she was merely a nouveau riche, unacquainted with the true nature of opulence. What was there to see? Merely a collection of decayed wood and crumbling stone. Jusanai tossed aside the hairpin adorning her head, her fiery red locks cascading freely. Upon returning to this place, she seemed to shed all pretense, her demeanor transforming into one of ease as she languidly reclined in a chair. Qingye paid no heed to Kushina's incongruous demeanor, yet furtively cast a glance at the chair. Crafted from ebony and purple sandalwood, the chair exuded an air of opulence. Aoyama was finally convinced that the bond between Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki was genuine love. Otherwise, how could a wealthy heiress like Kushina possibly fall for an impoverished lad like Minato? At that moment, two phrases emerged in Aoyama's mind. Sugar mommy and keeping a lover. Aoyama, the oil girl. You must be the renowned prodigy of the oil clan. Am I right? Pray tell, what mischief are you up to, lurking behind me? Kushina sat up. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the child who was furtively glancing around. Aoba cautiously seated himself on a chair crafted from ebony and purple sandalwood. Facing Kushina, observing her nonchalant demeanor as she lounged in her chair, Aoba scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. Princess, I hail from a humble lineage. Recently, I have been eager to learn sealing techniques and barrier techniques. I heard that there is a princess from the land of whirlpools in the village, and I thought I might be here to steal knowledge. Had I not sensed any malice emanating from you, I would not have held back earlier. It became evident that the Nine Tails, a legendary beast embodying hatred, betrayal, and malice, allowed Kushina, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, to perceive the intentions of others, both good and evil. This ability was not exclusive to her. Even Naruto, who bore half of the Nine Tails sealed within him, possessed a similar capacity. Furthermore, Kushina, as the complete Jinchuriki, likely had an even more acute sense of discernment, making her ability to detect Aoba, who was currently cloaked, understandable. In truth, Aoba also shared this talent. The dragon's eye from the true dragon goo allowed him to perceive the intentions of all beings. Your Highness, you truly are remarkable. I apologize for my intrusion. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. After being seen through, Aoba felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly leapt from the chair, intending to take his leave. Wait. Observing Aoba attempting to tiptoe away, Kushina smiled, making it clear that his departure would not be so effortless. With a swift motion, for chains adorned with adamantine spikes emerged, sealing the exits of the Grand Hall. This was the unique skill of the Uzumaki clan, adamantine sealing. Your Highness, I am merely a foolish child caught in a moment of folly. Is such treatment necessary? Aoba retracted his foot, turning to Kushina with a pitiful expression. You wish to learn sealing and barrier techniques. I have not denied you the opportunity. I only require one condition in return. What condition? Seeing the possibility of negotiation, Aoba quickly returned to his seat, sitting up straight. Hand over that ability of yours that allows you to become invisible. Kushina stood, approaching Aoba with an air of authority, looking down at him with a teasing smile. Chapter 46. Matters between cultured individuals cannot be called theft. Your Highness, you wouldn't be contemplating an escape, would you? If this esteemed individual were to flee with my assistance, I would undoubtedly earn the title of a rogue ninja in Konoha. If Minato were to discover that I had aided in the abduction of his wife, he would surely pursue me with kunai in hand. As this thought crossed his mind, beads of cold sweat formed on Aoba's forehead. Never mind, I cannot afford to provoke her. Aoba leapt from his chair once more, turning to depart. If that's the case, I am powerless to assist you. Suddenly, Kushina appeared beside Aoba, seizing him with one hand as he attempted to make a discreet exit. If you refuse to comply, I shall inform the ninjas outside that you intend to pilfer something. That is not theft, it is merely borrowing, a matter of cultural exchange among intellectuals, Aoba countered. Kushina regarded him with a smile, her eyes twinkling with mischief. I believe you, but will the outsiders believe you? Will the third Hokage believe you? I hear he is currently searching for you. Faced with her unreasonable stance, Aoba raised his hands in surrender, invoking the name of Yuan Fury. I yield, Your Highness. I shall provide you with the item, but you must divulge your intentions for it. With a sigh, Kushina lifted Aoba back to his seat and settled down herself. Gazing out at the sky, she softly remarked, I wish to venture to the land of grass. I have received word that my kin reside there, and their circumstances are dire. Why not seek assistance from the village? He inquired. And why do you wish to avoid meeting the third Hokage? Forget it. That man can sense the desires and intentions of others. Although he conceals his true emotions well, it is impossible for him to maintain such composure at all times. The land of grass, then? Aoba has come to realize that the land of grass indeed captured a number of members from the Uzumaki clan, with Uzumaki Kinrin representing the land of grass in the Chunin exams. No wonder this princess is inclined to take risks. Perhaps the princess of the land of water has harbored feelings of guilt towards her kin for quite some time. However, being in Konoha, her options are limited, and she has endured in silence, concealing her emotions from others. It is said that she was once a troublemaker until she encountered her beloved, the illustrious Namikaze Minato, which led to a significant transformation in Uzumaki Kushina. Qingye's eyes flickered with calculation as she nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request, but I too have a stipulation. Oh, what is your condition? I wish to accompany you, and you must wait for me for 1 month. Aoba and Kushina discussed the time of their departure, after which Kushina entrusted a multitude of scrolls to Aoba. Upon gazing at these scrolls, Aoba's face illuminated with joy. Truly, the renowned sealing arts of the ninja clan are evident. The collection of ninjutsu scrolls they possess far surpasses that of the Oil Woman clan. The reason for his delay in departing for a month is that Kengenichi, the son of our esteemed lord, requires a fortnight to return to the lord's residence. Since Aoba has crafted a script for our lord's son, it is imperative that the protagonist arrives punctually. Qingye returned to the countryside villa, secluding himself in the basement for 3 days and nights, without encountering a single soul, even dismissing Elder Bei Shan's request for an audience. As the formidable ninja brigade set forth, accompanied by the logistical units, an array of supplies needed to be transported to the front lines. The production costs of sealing scrolls were prohibitively high, allowing only for the storage of small items such as weapons, rendering them unsuitable for mass transportation of supplies. Hence, logistical teams typically relied on carriages and horses to convey provisions to the front line. However, this time was different. With the Grand Army's mobilization, the logistics team, known as the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly, was also set to depart. This time, the logistics unit welcomed new recruits from the Oil Woman clan. 20 carriages laden with supplies were arranged at the camp, and the chief of the logistics transport team, Nara Akiyo, nodded towards Unifong standing nearby. We entrust this task to you, he said. Rest assured, this mission is in our capable hands, replied Unifong, before addressing her 20 clan members. Let us commence. Summoning technique. Bang, bang. Simultaneously, the 20 members of the Oil Woman clan executed the summoning technique. A cloud of white smoke dissipated, revealing 20 colossal ninja insects. Witnessing this, Nara Akiyo fell into a moment of silence, grappling with disbelief. Was he still inebriated from the previous night at the izakaya, or were his eyes deceiving him? These ninja insects were 3 to 4 times larger than a carriage. You claim these are the insects of the Oil Woman clan? Who would believe that? Aren't your clan as parasitic insects only the size of a pinhole? How could they possibly be so enormous? After a prolonged silence, Nara Akiyo finally uttered. Is this what you refer to as a means of transportation? Utilizing gigantic ninja insects as transport is indeed extravagantly lavish. The appearance of 20 vividly colored giant ninja insects at the logistics camp elicited gasps of astonishment from the gathered ninjas. Thunder halberd bug, fire flame flying centipede, Earth Lord cockroach, and swift wind mantis. The 5 types of ninja insects cultivated by Aoba include 4 with wings, while the last, the water cicada, is a combat insect that thrives in water, its wings having regressed, thus not partaking in logistical transport. Buzz. Over 20 large ninja insects, with their underbelly legs grasping supplies, vibrated their wings and soared into the sky, creating a whirlwind. Yamanaka keyed, with her hands in her pockets, regarded Nara Akiyo coldly and remarked, let us proceed. We must maintain the summoning technique, and your guardianship is essential. Observing the aerial transport squad, Nara Akio finally acknowledged the reality, sighing as he spoke. I believe we shall arrive at the front line faster than the main force. Isn't that splendid? We can make several trips back and forth, replied Yamanaka Kid, vanishing from her spot only to reappear atop a fiery flying centipede. Nara Akio smirked slightly, allowing the main force to depart first, aware that it was due to the sluggishness of the logistical unit. If you possess such large flying ninja insects, why did you not inform me sooner so I could prepare? He pondered. Never mind. The Yamanaka clan is notoriously taciturn. Arguing with them is futile. A contingent of logistical ninjas, grouped in threes, boarded the 20 ninja insects. In a dense forest, the Konoha Expeditionary Force advanced at a steady pace. Similarly organized into teams of 3, the woods concealed no fewer than 50 squads. Captain, after traveling for quite a while, shouldn't we take a break? Inquired a civilian ninja from the foremost team. The leader of the Akimichi clan shook his head. The commencement ceremony has already consumed much time. We must press on. Why hold an expedition ceremony? It not only squanders time, but also risks alerting spies in the village to our departure. Another Hyuga clan member spoke coldly. The Akimichi leader maintained his stern expression. Did he not grasp this logic? The issue lay in the Hokage's obstinacy, leaving these ninjas with no recourse. Buzz. At that moment, a humming sound echoed from afar. Halt. Conceal, commanded the Akimichi leader, raising his hand to signal everyone to stop. Subsequently, over 50 squads came to a halt, seeking the nearest cover. The Akimichi leader nodded to a nearby Hyuga ninja, indicating that reconnaissance was in order. The Hyuga ninja complied, activating his Byakugan. Byakugan, activate. Veins bulged around his eyes as he opened his perception, scanning the surroundings. Soon, the expression of the Hyuga ninja grew peculiar. The Akimichi ninja inquired, what is it? Oh, if I am not mistaken, it is our own people. Our own? There should be no other teams. They are Konoha ninjas, and moreover. Before the Hyuga ninja could finish, massive ninja insects emerged in the sky. The Akimichi ninja recognized immediately which team it was. The logistical unit. This is indeed a remarkable sight, for this is a colossal insect of the Oil Woman clan. The leading ninja of the Akimichi clan swiftly acquired the answer from the intelligence team of the Oil Woman clan. This is a newly cultivated large-scale ninja insect of the Oil Woman clan. Good heavens! If this continues, the logistics team shall reach the front lines before us. The Akimichi ninja remarked with frustration. What shall we do then, Captain? Inquired the civilian ninja. What else can we do but hasten our journey? We must not fall behind the logistics team, the Akimichi ninja replied with exasperation. The group of ninjas lamented internally, wondering when they would find a moment of respite. It became evident that the Akimichi ninja's conjecture was indeed accurate. The logistics team arrived at the front lines a full 3 days ahead of the main contingent. Chapter 47. The clan leader's exclusive ultimate technique. The logistics team's premature arrival astonished even the frontline commander, Flagwood Tsukumo. Upon his arrival at the logistics camp and witnessing the large ninja insects soaring through the air, he understood the situation at hand. Meanwhile, the current leader of the Oil Woman clan, Oil Woman Shirshin, also received this news and made his way to the logistics camp. Upon seeing the massive insects, he recalled the message brought to him by Elder Beishan. Buzzing. As the large insects descended, Oil Woman Shirshin noticed that each insect bore a member of the Oil Woman clan on its back. At once, he comprehended that these large ninja insects were indeed a new breed developed by his clan. Yet, how did this come to pass? What transpired within the village? Nara Akinabu and Oil Woman phone landed and reported to Flagwood Tsukumo. Commander, the supplies have arrived. Excellent. They arrived more swiftly than I anticipated. Recently, the mist and sand ninjas have been frequently attacking, significantly depleting our resources. The arrival of these supplies is just what we needed, Flagwood Tsukumo said. A rare look of relief crossing his face, revealing the immense pressure that Konoha White Fang had been enduring during this period. On the other side, Oil Woman Fong and Oil Woman Shirshin exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively moving aside together. Elder Beishan instructed me to deliver this to you, Oil Woman Fong said, producing a scroll and discreetly handing it to Oil Woman Shirshin. Oil Woman Shirshin replied, accepting the scroll. Upon opening it, he discerned the full context and the origins of these ninja insects. Does Elder Beishan have any further instructions? Yes, in just a few brief exchanges. The two members of the Oil Woman clan concluded their discussions. Nearby, Kakashi Hitaki and Nara Akio observed the entire interaction in silence. Indeed, The Oil Woman clan exhibited a singular temperament. The most frequently uttered phrases throughout the conversation were succinct affirmations such as "uh-huh" and "understood." Furthermore, the frontline members of the Oil Woman clan, upon witnessing these new types of ninja insects, must have felt elated, yet none of the outsiders could discern their joy. Their speech was terse, and their expressions were equally simplistic. Nevertheless, Oil Woman Shirshin convened a gathering for the clan members, primarily to distribute the new ninja insects and pills to those on the front lines. Although it bore the semblance of a last-minute effort, it nonetheless provided a greater assurance of survival. While the main force had yet to arrive, supplies were on hand, offering a collective sigh of relief among the frontline ninjas. As Kakashi Hatake remarked, they had been severely pressured by the mist and sand ninjas in recent days. With a substantial influx of resources, they could launch a counterattack and vent their frustrations. However, merely a day later, events unfolded that exceeded the expectations of the frontline Konoha ninjas. The opposing mist and sand ninjas began to amass in large numbers, seemingly preparing for a significant offensive. It appeared they were aware that the reinforcements had not yet arrived and intended to breach their defenses before they could. In an instant, Nara Akiyo deduced the rationale behind their actions. There must have been an issue at Konoha. The news of their assembly at the village gate had leaked, likely relayed by spies hidden within the village back to the enemy hidden villages. Upon receiving this intelligence, the adversaries devised this large-scale offensive operation while the reinforcements were still en route. True to their reputation for high intelligence, the Nara clan swiftly pieced together the sequence of events, and Akiyo conveyed his suspicions to Kakashi Hatake. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression grew grave. Previously, the two major ninja villages had been unaware of their strengths and weaknesses, employing tentative assaults. Now that their vulnerabilities had been revealed, they were likely to face a tempestuous onslaught ahead. Subsequently, Kakashi Hatake swiftly assembled personnel and established a defensive line, distributing ample supplies to the front lines. He ensured that the frontline ninjas were well equipped with shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, and other consumables. Ultimately, even the logistics team was temporarily conscripted to partake in this defensive battle. As Kakashi had anticipated, the enemy showed no signs of probing. They launched a full-scale assault from the outset. A single front line, with over 30 combat fortifications, faced a relentless onslaught from a multitude of enemy ninjas. At the onset of the conflict, the Leaf Village found itself at a disadvantage, forced to endure the attacks passively. With insufficient manpower, they could only withstand the blows. Moreover, the situation deteriorated progressively with the passage of time. Within half a day, reports of fortifications falling into enemy hands began to surface. Vulnerabilities emerged in the defensive line, placing immense pressure on 3 fortifications directly facing the enemy. If the adversaries were not repelled swiftly, even the command center would be encircled. On the front lines, Shizen Yamanaka leapt high into the air and raised her hands. Insect sphere. Buzzing sounds filled the air as a swarm of parasitic insects rapidly coalesced around a mist ninja, enveloping him instantly. With a single scream, the mist ninja was swiftly dispatched by Shizen. However, upon surveying her surroundings, it became evident that the number of mist and sand ninjas was steadily increasing, as both factions had forged an unspoken alliance to jointly assault the Leaf Village. As the battle raged on, the ranks of Leaf ninjas gradually dwindled. The situation was evolving towards the worst possible outcome. This was untenable. She had to resort to that technique. Descending, Shizen retrieved a scroll from her sleeve. Inscribed with the words "Clan Leader's Exclusive Ultimate Technique, use with caution." A twitch in her eye betrayed her apprehension. Its flamboyant design unmistakably bore the mark of Elder Kitayama. Regrettably, the Leaf Village was at a disadvantage, while the enemy had meticulously prepared for this onslaught. They sought to exploit the vulnerabilities in the Leaf's defenses before reinforcements could arrive, aiming to breach the front line decisively. If successful, the mist and sand villages could indeed advance unimpeded to the very gates of the Leaf Village. Such a consequence was beyond their imagination. This seemingly ostentatious ultimate scroll had arrived at a moment of necessity. Shizen hoped fervently that Elder Kitayama was reliable. No, she hoped that Aoi, that child, was trustworthy. Unrolling the ultimate scroll revealed a series of intricate runes. This was a summoning array. She bit her fingertip, smearing her blood upon the scroll, and placed her hands over it. Intoning solemnly, summoning technique. Boom. A colossal cloud of white smoke erupted, nearly obscuring the entire battlefield. As the smoke dissipated, an immense, horned insect appeared before them. The super giant insect, axe-wielding giant bug, towered at an astonishing height of 30 to 40 meters, stretching nearly 100 meters in length, its long horns resembling a double-bladed axe. The glossy black carapace shimmered in the sunlight, exuding an oppressive aura that swept across the entire front line. The joints of the massive axe-wielding beetle emitted a profusion of white vapor, accompanied by a low, resonant hum, reminiscent of an internal steam engine. At that moment, the oil woman, Xian, was half-kneeling atop the colossal insect. Her complexion had turned pale, as if she had spent 3 continuous days and nights in a tavern. She had nearly met her demise. Just moments ago, as she placed her hands upon the summoning array, chakra surged violently from within her, flooding into the formation. This overwhelming influx nearly drained her entirely. Cursed be the Elder Beishan. What kind of mysterious antics is he up to? It would have been prudent to give me a heads up. This creature is a ninja insect cultivated using the forbidden technique of the Akimichi clan, a method known as the super multiplication technique, which allows the insect to increase its size tenfold beyond the initial multiplication. This is a 100-fold augmentation. Naturally, rarity confers value. After countless experiments, Qingye succeeded in breeding just one. It is evident how arduous the process is, as many ninja insects perished in the attempt. Just after its cultivation, the elders of the clan announced their intention to dispatch clan members to the front lines. In order to err on the side of caution, Aoba entrusted the elder with a message to their clan leader. After all, he did not wish for the Oil Women clan to be without a leader. If his memories from his past life serve him correctly, their esteemed leader, Oil Woman Shirshin, perished valiantly on the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War. Currently, the elder from the North Mountain was inadequate, necessitating the search for a more formidable figure to shield Aoba from the impending storm. What manner of creature is this? A mist ninja, consumed by dread, found himself enveloped by the shadow of a gargantuan ninja insect, a rising tide of despair swelling within him. Chapter 48. How could such brazen individuals exist? The sudden appearance of such a colossal entity on the battlefield was unmistakable to any observer, particularly for the mist and sand ninjas, who had previously felt assured of victory. This enormous ninja insect introduced a significant variable into their plans, entirely unforeseen. Thus, there could only be one conclusion. This gigantic insect had been summoned by the forces of Konoha. However, the sheer size of the creature rendered it nearly impervious to the efforts of ordinary ninja, and the pervasive sense of hopelessness spread like wildfire, extinguishing the once dominant bravado, leaving them in a state of stunned disbelief. What are you doing, just standing there? It's merely large in size. Attack. Engage, bellowed Rhea, the captain of the mist combat team. It was imperative to rally the spirits of the troops. Otherwise, their meticulously crafted plans would come to naught. Indeed, it's just big. Attack. Employ a combination of water style and lightning style, shouted one mist ninja, his countenance twisted with rage. Meanwhile, the sand ninjas found themselves in a similar predicament. Initially engulfed in despair, they soon regained their resolve after the captain's fervent reprimands and began to launch their counterattacks. Water style, great waterfall technique. Lightning style, lightning sphere. Wind style, great breakthrough. Fire style, great fireball. Both sides of ninjas, reinvigorated, commenced their assaults. Standing atop the head of the colossal insect, Oil Woman Shirshin gazed down coldly and declared, "Axewing beetle, take flight." A resounding crack echoed across the battlefield as the thick carapace of the axewing beetle unfurled, revealing enormous, transparent wings. A deafening buzz erupted, accompanied by a powerful gust that radiated outward. The water style was dispelled, the fire style extinguished, and the wind style ceased. One lightning style attack merely grazed the rear of the massive beetle, flashing briefly before losing its potency. With a sweeping motion of its axe-like horns, the axewing beetle emitted a mournful cry, releasing a cloud of white vapor from its joints. It then executed a fierce sweep from left to right, then back again, carving a fan-shaped clearing in its wake, leaving nothing but desolation in its path. Seizing the opportune moment, Kitaki Sakumo issued a command, counterattack. Take advantage of the enemy's disarray and launch a counteroffensive. Yes, Lord Kitaki. Upon receiving the signal, the ninjas of Konohagakure commenced their counterattack. This was a prime opportunity to strike a fallen foe. How could they let it slip away? The expression on Raiga of the Mist Village was exceedingly grim. Even though he was bound in bandages, concealing his countenance from outsiders, one could easily surmise his fury. Raiga gritted his teeth. seething at the colossal ninja insects that had emerged from Konohagakure. Damn it. Notify the others to retreat. Upon hearing this, his subordinates promptly issued the retreat orders. Similarly, the Sand Village, realizing they could gain no advantage, opted to withdraw. Even the Mist Village, facing overwhelming odds, chose to retreat. They were utterly overwhelmed. As the tide of battle seemed to settle, Shirshin of the Oil Woman clan relaxed his tense demeanor. At that moment, a loud crash echoed. The massive axe-wielding insect beneath him dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. Oil Woman keyed, witnessing Shirshin plummeting from the air, swiftly maneuvered to catch him. Is the clan leader unharmed? She inquired. Chakra. Depleted, he replied wearily. With the enemies on the front line retreating, the adversaries on the flanks began their withdrawal as well. The defense line had been successfully upheld, allowing the ninjas of Konohagakure to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, vigilance was imperative, for the reinforcements had yet to arrive. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, they finally managed to hold out until the reinforcements reached the front line. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene before them, a wave of shock washed over the newcomers. Clearly, a fierce battle had transpired. After inquiring about the details of the conflict, the reinforcements felt a chilling dread. Had the defense line truly been breached, their own reinforcements would have faced dire consequences. Gradually, discontent towards the third Hokage began to circulate among the ninjas. Ninjas were inherently a breed of stealth operatives. Had it not been for the ostentatious assembly prior, the front line would not have found itself in such peril. Moreover, the most fervent discussions among the ninjas revolved around the colossal ninja insects of the Oil Woman clan. With such a formidable weapon at their disposal, maintaining the front line should have been a trivial task, barring the deployment of tailed beast Jinchuriki. Faced with such a gargantuan insect, both the Mist and Sand villages would need to reconsider their aggressive strategies, especially given the recent disappearance of the third Kazekage, who had been irrationally harassing Konohagakure. Yet, amidst the praise, there were also sardonic remarks. Shiba, the elder of the Oil Woman clan, was the father of Shirhai and the grandfather of the future Oil Woman clan leader. Their lineage had significant ties to the root faction, and the choice of his grandson to adopt the name Kigen was a clear indication of their allegiance. Today, within the camp, Shiba rallied a group of Konohagakure ninjas, seeking to confront Shirshin. Sporting sunglasses, he blocked Shishin's path, demanding, "Clan leader, why did you not reveal such a summoning beast sooner? It has cost us so many comrades on the front line." Kiid, filled with indignation, retorted, "Shiba, what do you imply? Do you believe the clan leader deliberately concealed his strength? Furthermore, do not pretend to be ignorant of the circumstances surrounding this ninja insect." Yunji's hand rose to halt Yun Feng, who turned to Yunji Bai and inquired, "Ji Bai, what is it that you desire? Speak plainly. Surrender that colossal ninja insect. I am the captain of the frontline mobile unit, and only in my possession can that insect realize its true potential." Yunji Bai Yu. Yun Feng could no longer contain herself, aghast at such audacity from one of the Yun clan. "Feng," Yunji Xian glanced at her before addressing Yunji Bai. "I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce to your request. Furthermore, that insect does not belong to me, and I am not in a position to make decisions for others." As if anticipating this response, Yunji Bai proposed an alternative. "Very well. Transfer you from the intelligence unit to the mobile unit. Surely that would suffice." Yunji Bai, what is your true intention? Your motives are far from benevolent. At last, Yun Feng could no longer restrain her ire and unleashed a torrent of invective. "That is enough. Xian is a pivotal figure in this campaign. Ji Bai, should I hear you speak ill from the shadows, I shall revoke your captaincy." At this moment, Hatake Tsukumo stepped forward, firmly quelling the dispute and issuing a verbal reprimand to Yunji Bai. We shall take our leave." Yunji Bai huffed, leading a group away, which included members from both the Yamashiro and Nara clans. Within Konoha, numerous ninja clans had seen their kin swayed by the root, embracing its ideology. The presence of such individuals afforded Shimura Danzo considerable influence to this day. Yunji Xian exchanged a knowing glance with Hatake Tsukumo, both silently acknowledging their shared understanding. The battle report swiftly reached the hands of the Hokage in Konoha. Yuan Fei Risen perused the document, his countenance shifting from fury to relief, followed by guilt, and ultimately erupted in expletives. "Damn it! How was I unaware that the Yun clan possessed large flying ninja insects? And what of the colossal insect mentioned in the report? Such power could determine the outcome of a battle. Why was I kept in the dark?" Bang! Bang! Yuan Fei Risen glared at the Umbu ninja before him. repeatedly slamming the report onto his desk. "Sir, we have only just received this information." The shadowy ninja bowed his head. The Oil Woman clan, as you are undoubtedly aware, is as elusive as a specter, characterized by their reticence. Delving into the internal affairs of the Oil Woman clan is akin to scaling the heavens. Yuan Fei Rizantia had initially erupted in anger, but had since regained his composure and resumed his seat. To him, the Oil Woman clan had become a shrouded enigma, obscured from his understanding. Yet, what could he do at this juncture? The advantages brought forth by the large-scale ninja insects had already manifested. Whether it be for transporting supplies or deploying combat forces, their significance was undeniable. Reflecting on the recent campaign, which had incurred substantial losses, he recognized his own shortcomings. His insistence on convening the mobilization conference had inadvertently alerted both the Mist and Sand villages to their troop reinforcements and the timing of their deployment. Anticipating the arrival of the reinforcements, the Mist and Sand villages plotted an assault, seeking to catch Konoha off guard. Had it not been for Oil Woman Shirshin's valiant efforts, the front line would have been breached, allowing the ninjas of the two major villages to march directly upon Konoha's doorstep. At that moment, considerations of victory or defeat would have been moot. He, the third Hokage, would have been the first casualty. This predicament was a result of his own misjudgment, leaving him with little to say now. Even if he commanded the front line's Tsukumo Hatake to instruct Oil Woman Shirshin to relinquish the colossal ninja insect, Tsukumo's character would preclude him from complying. He would undoubtedly dismiss such a suggestion. Moreover, Tsukumo held immense prestige among the various ninja clans. It was precisely because he could not exert influence over him that he had conferred upon him the title of a half-hearted Hokage. Thus, how could he now balance the powers of Tsukumo and the Oil Woman clan? He pondered the possibility of reaching out to Kakashi Hatake, inquiring whether he would be willing to join the Umbu. "Yes, Lord Hokage." The Umbu ninja vanished from the office, with Tsukumo now possessing means of restraint. What of the Oil Woman clan? It was imperative to extricate Danzo from obscurity, compelling him to confront the Oil Woman clan in a theatrical confrontation. Even if such actions would soil his reputation, he would not hesitate. Yuan Fei Rizantia promptly rose from his office chair, determined to seek the counsel of Tksh Rin and Mido Kaden. Their consent was essential for the undertaking ahead. Chapter 49. Half of the world's fools arrive at the Uchiha clan. Frontline intelligence rapidly disseminated among the clan leaders of Konoha. In the Uchiha clan, the newly appointed clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, perused the information at hand. The Oil Woman clan was on the verge of a new aristocracy emerging within Konoha, uncertain if they could weather this impending calamity. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, newly appointed to his position, naturally yearns to achieve remarkable accomplishments, with the paramount objective being to mend the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village. The Uchiha clan fell into the trap laid by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, during the nascent stages of Konoha's establishment. As one of the two principal shinobi clans that founded the village, Senju Tobarama granted the Uchiha clan considerable authority, bestowing upon them the entirety of the police force. With dominion over the police department, the Uchiha clan wielded substantial influence. However, this was akin to honey laced with poison. As the village expanded and various shinobi clans joined Konoha, the original power structure underwent continual restructuring, gradually distancing the once formidable police department from the epicenter of Konoha's authority. The police force became a bastion for the Uchiha, simultaneously binding them in self-imposed shackles, much like a large fish confined in a small pond. It was only a matter of time before their limited space would lead to suffocation and demise. It was evident that the Senju and Uchiha clans pursued divergent paths of inheritance. The Senju clan aimed to integrate into Konoha through strategic marriages, yet they ultimately assimilated to such an extent that they lost their distinct identity, aided by some cunning elders in the later stages. Conversely, the Uchiha clan sought to preserve their independence, resulting in an excessive detachment, wherein the police department was exclusively manned by Uchiha members, leaving no room for involvement from other shinobi clans. This approach naturally invited ostracism from other clans within the village. Ultimately, even with the machinations of shrewd elders, the Uchiha found themselves in dire straits. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku was acutely aware of the underlying tensions between the village and the Uchiha. To break this impasse became his aspiration as the new patriarch. Today, he gleaned hope from the battle reports from the front lines, recognizing that only through the Uchiha's engagement in warfare could they demonstrate their status and strength, thereby ameliorating the village's perception of them. In the recent conflict, only a handful of Uchiha participated, resulting in their lack of renown in this war. Far worse, this could lead the villagers to perceive the Uchiha as cowardly, reluctant to face the front lines, preferring instead to remain entrenched within the police department. Change was imperative for the Uchiha. With resolve, Uchiha Fugaku tucked away a note, solidifying his determination. In the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha must carve out their reputation and cleanse their name with blood. Much like the Oil Woman clan, which aspired to become a prominent family within Konoha, they too must endure the trials of warfare in the Third Great Ninja War. Success would lead to glory, while failure would spell the end of all endeavors. Furthermore, the Oil Woman clan had already commenced their actions, taking decisive measures on the battlefield to solidify their prestige. Uchiha Fugaku possessed such insight, and the other shinobi clans were not lacking in acumen either. After all, they were all cunning foxes with a millennium of experience. None were to be underestimated. The Oil Woman clan was on the move, and the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were the first to receive the news. Whispers circulated that Elder Kitayama had invited the leaders of these clans to a tavern for a lavish evening. According to an anonymous cashier, during the settlement of the bill that night, Elder Kitayama, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "Tonight, the entire tab is on me, Kitayama." It is precisely this commanding declaration that has etched the Oil Maiden clan into the memory of the village. After all, it was once a mere obscure entity, and to be remembered is no small feat naturally. Elder Beishan and the other three elders engaged in a lengthy discussion throughout the night, finalizing numerous business dealings, predominantly pertaining to the collaboration on medicinal pills. The energy pills researched by Aoyan, along with the golden wound ointment and other medicinal tablets, are cost-effective and remarkably potent for collaborating entities, with the Oil Girl family providing the prescriptions, while the other three supply the medicinal materials and oversee the refining of the pills. Ultimately share the profits equally. Once these small tablets were released, they garnered the admiration of the Konoha Medical Department, which promptly placed orders with the newly established Shirhai Pharmaceutical Corporation formed by the four families. Initially, Tsuji Kashin intended to resist and reject this batch of orders. However, the task proved arduous. The medical department was governed by a chief and four subordinate leaders, with the chief, Tsunade, absent. Consequently, the affairs of the department were decided collectively by the four subordinates, leaving her with merely one vote against three. Kashin's objections were dismissed, and the Konoha Medical Department continued to place orders with Shirhai Pharmaceutical Corporation. It is worth noting that having connections within the court facilitated matters. Subsequently, the four families pressed on, securing the inclusion of these medicinal pills in military procurement projects. They leveraged the perilous circumstances faced by frontline ninjas as a moral imperative to exert pressure on the Konoha F4. Given the undeniable efficacy of the pills, their positive reception was widely acknowledged. Under the weight of moral duty and public sentiment, the F4 begrudgingly acquiesced. Before long, the small pills produced by Shirhai Pharmaceutical Corporation would find their way into the hands of ninjas on the front lines, akin to the military rations. This series of maneuvers proved immensely profitable for the four families, while other clans also enjoyed modest gains, as Shirhai Pharmaceutical Corporation is a subsidiary of the Shanghai Commerce Association. All major families held shares, allowing for collective prosperity. Having reaped the benefits, the clans reflected on their experiences and realized that having allies within the court was crucial for effective dealings. Thus, their underhanded activities became even more jubilant. Aoba, of course, found this most delightful. It was a most fortunate occurrence to divert the gaze of the Konoha F4 away from him. Nearby, a joyous little prince was present, with Aoba quietly observing from the sidelines. Following the embarrassing incident where he was publicly exposed by Kushina Uzumaki, Aoba returned to his endeavors. He combined the hidden garment insect and the elementary insect concealment technique to create a new insect, the heavenly garment insect, a name that suggests seamless perfection. Albeit perhaps an exaggeration, yet with the best of intentions behind it. Qingye was aware that among the legendary goo worms, there existed one known as Qitian, capable of deceiving even the heavens themselves. That epitomized true invisibility. If he could not cultivate the Qitian goo, then a Tiani goo would suffice. Moreover, through communication with the true dragon goo, he had already mastered the ability to retract his emanating thoughts at will. He was confident that next time, he would not fall prey to the whirlpool of Kushina Uzumaki. At this moment, Qingye draped himself in a tiani, trailing behind Huijian Shuani's caravan. Ever since he had implanted the Shuani goo in Huijian Shuani, The Xianggu he had embedded within the ranks had been perpetually observing the caravan's movements. Thus, he had been acutely aware of Huojian Shuani's recent transformations. From the perspective of an ordinary person, it appeared that Huojian Shuani had gained considerable strength and his vitality had significantly improved. Signs of recovery were evident in his body, which had suffered from the excesses of his earlier years. In recent days, he had frequently amused himself with a bevy of beautiful maidens. With such changes, Huojian Shuani attributed his newfound vigor to the precious bottle of Sandian wine gifted by Qingye, treating it as a treasured possession. On several occasions, he even contemplated returning to Konoha village to procure more wine from his younger brother. However, he ultimately refrained from doing so, for he dreaded facing the third Hokage. The third Hokage had always perceived Huojian Shuani as a mere girl, one to be adorned at will. Little did he know that fools were scarce in this world. Half of the fools had already found their way to the Uchiha clan, rendering the search for such simplicity rather challenging. Huojian Shuani was exceedingly irate over Yuan Firijan's treatment of him as a mere promotional figure. Previously, in Konoha village, he had concealed his displeasure. But now outside the village, he frequently unleashed a torrent of curses directed at the third Hokage. As for Qingye, his intention of trailing Huojian Shuani was to personally intervene, assuming the role of an assassin targeting the son of a noble. The objective, of course, was to trigger the Swan-Nigu nestled within Huojian Shuani's being. Since he had orchestrated a script for this dear elder brother, it was only fitting that he, as the younger sibling, personally usher him onto the stage. Just as Qingye prepared for every eventuality, circumstances took an unexpected turn. Chapter 50, No Lesser Than Poison. A laxative crackling sounds erupted from the grass on either side of the road. At dawn, the entire caravan found themselves afflicted by violent diarrhea. An indescribable odor permeated the air surrounding the caravan. Upon awakening, Huojian Shuani, noticing the absence of his maidens, was immediately engulfed by fury. Where is everyone? Why is it that upon rising, they have all vanished? Ugh! What an awful stench! What on earth has happened? As Hua Jinxian pulled aside the curtain of his carriage, he was taken aback to find that the entire entourage had vanished, and a peculiar scent wafted through the air. He hastily retreated into the carriage, drawing the curtain shut and sealing the windows tightly, fearful that even the slightest trace of that odor might infiltrate his sanctuary. At that moment, a young monk emerged from the underbrush, his complexion pale and seemingly drained of vitality. Having spent the day hunting geese, he had not anticipated being pecked in the eye today. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that poison had been administered. However, the soldiers and maidens consumed different provisions than the ninjas, making it perplexing how they could have been poisoned. It must be the water. The source has been contaminated. And we share the same river for drinking. Yuan Fei Xin's hush appeared, pinpointing the crux of the matter. So that is it. Enlightened, the young monk clasped his hands together in prayer, and his demeanor transformed. Yuan Fei Xin's hush had already drawn his kunai, his entire being taut with tension. The presence of poison signaled that someone intended to harm Hua Jinxian. Anyone daring enough to strike at the son of a noble would undoubtedly be a person of utter madness. There was no room for negotiation. Your Highness, please remain inside. The entire caravan is poisoned, and there may be threats directed at you, the young monk urged, standing resolutely before the carriage door. Understood. The stench outside is so overpowering that even if you begged me to emerge, I would refuse, Wu Jianxian cursed under his breath. As the son of a feudal lord, he had been accustomed to a life of luxury since birth, and he had never endured such indignities. Little did he know what awaited him. Dilu, stay here to protect his highness, in case. Yuan Fei Xin's hush had yet to finish his sentence when a flurry of cold glints shot forth from the distant underbrush, aimed directly at Hua Jinshuan's opulent carriage. Clang, clang, clang. Yuan Fei Xin's hush leaped into action, his kunai transforming into a blur as he deflected the incoming projectiles. Sizzle. Dilu found himself wedged between Yuan Fei Xin's hush and the carriage, witnessing the fallen steel needles that had pierced the ground, causing the surrounding flowers and grasses to wither instantaneously. His young face took on a grave expression. Deadly poison. Who would dare? This is the emblem of a noble clan. Do they not understand the ramifications of attacking the son of a feudal lord? The assassin remained unseen, employing hidden weapons for the attack. Yuan Fei Xinji's expression darkened. He too had been poisoned. If this continued, their situation would become dire. The perpetrator was evidently a treacherous individual, using poison not of the lethal variety that requires bloodshed, but rather a laxative. Moreover, the The poison was administered multiple times over several days, leaving them utterly defenseless. Even he, a seasoned ninja, had fallen into the trap. Were it not for their rigorous anti-poison training since childhood, he would have been rendered incapable of retaliation. This was untenable. A strategy must be devised to force the assailant into the open. Remaining here rendered them mere targets, subject to the whims of their foe. Di Lu, escort His Highness away, Yuan Fei Xingye commanded sternly. Di Lu offered no reply, swiftly entering the carriage's canopy, seizing Hui Jianxian and fleeing. Your Highness, I apologize. The assassin is formidable, and we must retreat, Di Lu murmured as he dashed into the woods, any impolite remarks reserved for the journey. Di Lu, you little bald donkey. How dare you treat me this way? Do you believe that once I become the daimyo, I shall abandon the Temple of Fire? Silence. I beg your pardon, Your Highness. Without hesitation, Di Lu struck Hui Jianxian unconscious. This was a matter of life and death. Carrying a loudly protesting assassination target was far from prudent. In the distance, Qingye observed, witnessing the swift and precise strike of the little bald donkey. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, directing his consciousness into the true dragon gu. Through the maternal connection between the true dragon gu and the swan and eye gu, Qingye began to remotely access the mental realm of Hui Jianxian. In this realm of darkness, the ground was entirely submerged in water, and Qingye's awareness seeped into the swan and eye gu. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld his diminutive form, weak, exceedingly frail. Hui Jianxian truly was a worthless being. Mere subtle transformations of his physique had consumed such energy. Fortunately, it was Qingye who had personally cast the sealing technique, and this space of confinement remained under his dominion. The next step was to draw his dear brother, Hui Jianxian, into this sealed space. Awaken! Awaken! A voice resonated within Hui Jianxian's mind, as though someone were calling out to him. Struggling, Hui Jianxian opened his eyes, only to find himself in an unfamiliar setting. The dimly lit space resembled a basement, devoid of any furnishings, save for the water pooling upon the ground. Standing upon the surface of the water, he gazed around in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The appearance in such an alien environment naturally provoked the philosophical trifecta of questions. Clutching his head, Hui Jianxian gasped for breath, striving to recollect how he had arrived in this wretched place. At last, a figure emerged in his thoughts, his comrade, the oil-haired Qingye. He then recalled various moments from his time in Konoha. Ah, yes. I left Konoha, unable to endure that old coot, the third Hokage, and returned to the daimyo's mansion. Somewhere along the way, I must have encountered an accident, and then that little bald donkey from the Earth Kingdom knocked me unconscious. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself here. So have I perished? At that moment, the surface of the water began to ripple, waves emanating from the darkness as though something was approaching him. Instantly alert, Hui Jianxian turned to the shadows and shouted, "Who is it? Who goes there? Who, where are you?" Yet, all that met his ears was the echo of his own voice. Drip. It is the sound of water droplets striking the surface. Hui Jianxian pondered for a moment before resolutely advancing. After walking for a while, a flicker of flame ignited ahead. The brilliance of the fire was so dazzling that Hui Jianxian had to shield his eyes with his sleeve. Gradually, he approached the light. Time slipped by unnoticed, and as he drew nearer, he finally discerned what lay before him. In the glow of the flames, there existed a young beast. It resembled a kitten, yet its mane was lush, akin to that of a lion. Although it bore a resemblance to a lion, its head bore a pair of horns, and parts of its body were adorned with scales. Additionally, it possessed a long tail embellished with fiery tufts. He had never encountered such a species. Could it be an exotic creature? Despite his uncertainty about its nature, Hui Jianxian sensed a noble aura emanating from the young beast. At that moment, the creature opened its eyes, revealing a pair of crimson, slitted pupils fixed upon Hui Jianxian. Startled, Hui Jianxian fell backward onto the water's surface, creating ripples. Suddenly, the flames receded, and the young beast landed gracefully. Who are you? Where's this place? Hui Jianxian stammered in panic as the strange creature approached him. A deep voice resonated within Hui Jianxian's mind. This is your inner world, and I am merely a beast of fortune. Chapter 51. As a Budu. One must impart a lesson to the great brother. What beast of fortune? What essence beast? What fortune? Hui Jianxian was momentarily taken aback. He understood each word. Yet the entirety of the sentence eluded him. In a hushed tone, the voice emerged, revealing a profound understanding of the situation. Are you familiar with the concept of chakra possessed by ninjas? Acknowledgement followed. Fate and chakra coexist, yet chakra is a force that does not belong to this realm. Whereas I embody the true essence of this world's power. As the somber voice resonated, the surroundings transformed dramatically, the dim space faded away, giving rise to lush green mountains and flowing waters. The rapidity of this transformation left Ōtsutsuki momentarily stunned. At that juncture, a fireball streaked across the sky, crashing into a distant mountain range, resulting in a tremendous explosion that birthed a mushroom cloud. This was the source of chakra. The scene then zoomed in swiftly, revealing a man and a beast standing before the crater left by the explosion. From within the vast pit emerged a woman with white hair, white eyes, and clad in white garments. Cradling an object resembling a seed in her hands, she planted it within the depths of the crater. The scene shifted again, and a colossal tree ascended from the pit. This magnificent tree, known as the God Tree, had been insatiably absorbing the nutrients of this world since its inception. Concurrently, it siphoned the essence known as the dragon vein. With the God Tree's avarice, the world began to wither. Word of a celestial goddess descending beneath the God Tree reached the ears of a powerful lord from the nation of ancestors, who resolved to take her as his bride. The lord succeeded in marrying the goddess, yet his intentions were far from love. He sought to eliminate her. For the goddess was not of this world, but rather an enemy to it, allied with the God Tree. The Lord orchestrated a fabled celestial sacrifice, binding the nation's fortune to the dragon vein. From this national fate emerged an extraordinary beast, the divine beast of the nation of ancestors. With the acquisition of this divine creature, the Lord grew immensely powerful. When the moment was ripe, he turned his lethal intentions toward the goddess. Realizing her life was in peril, the goddess sought refuge beneath the God Tree, consuming its fruit and transforming into the true goddess of the moon. The goddess then manifested as a colossal rabbit beast, while the Lord took on the form of the divine beast of fortune. The two titanic beings clashed upon the boundless earth. Time became an irrelevant concept as their battle ravaged the land, turning forests into deserts and mountains into plains. Ultimately, the Lord of the nation of ancestors was defeated. The goddess of the moon emerged victorious. She returned to the nation of ancestors, seized control, and bore 2 children, one of whom became the Sage of 6 Paths, the founder of the ninja sect, who bequeathed the methods of chakra cultivation. Thus concluded this tale, revealing the profound origins of ninjas and their connection to this continent. How could this be possible? One pondered in disbelief. How could the Lord possess such formidable power? Ōtsutsuki was struck with horror upon witnessing the cataclysmic power of the daimyo of the ancestral nation, struggling to comprehend how his seemingly inept father could possess such formidable strength. If the daimyo of the land of fire wielded such might, he questioned whether he could ever inherit the title. Sensing the deep-seated fear within Ōtsutsuki, the young beast continued its elucidation. This was the original power of this land. Regrettably, the dragon veins across the continent had been nearly entirely absorbed by the divine tree. Without the dragon veins, the daimyo could not perform the heavenly rites necessary to nurture the nation's fortune, even with vast territories and numerous subjects. The ability to summon the divine beast of the dynasty and, consequently, to harness the power of fate was unattainable. The young beast spoke in a calm and unhurried tone, as if the matter were of no concern to it. Upon hearing this explanation, Ōtsutsuki experienced a moment of clarity, which also brought him some relief. He gazed at the young beast and voiced his lingering questions. Then what about you? Since the current daimyo cannot access the power of fate, from whence do you originate? The young beast replied, I am merely a fragment of the fortune of the divine beast of the ancestral nation, coalesced into a fortune creature. Since you are a creature of fate, why do you manifest within my inner world? Ōtsutsuki's tone became somewhat impassioned. His imagination began to soar, envisioning himself as the chosen one, the bearer of destiny, with the last divine beast of the ancestral nation descending upon him. This undoubtedly signified that he was the natural heir to the title of daimyo, the rightful sovereign of the land of fire. His brothers, and even his nominal father lacked this qualification. Only he could elevate the land of fire to greatness, ultimately surpassing the ancestral nation. He fancied himself possessing the power to move mountains and fill seas, akin to that of the daimyo of the ancestral nation. Qingye smiled, exhibiting a delightful sense of youthful exuberance. However, as an embodiment of the spirit of the Great Brotherhood, it was imperative to impart a lesson about the harsh realities of society. That which comes too easily is seldom valued. Thus, feigning nonchalance, he remarked, by mere chance, "You have stumbled upon my hiding place, and I have fortuitously absorbed your fortune, leading to my awakening. Your ring, an ancient artifact steeped in history, served as my refuge after I sustained injuries long ago." His voice unfolded steadily, devoid of emotion. Hua Jinxian gazed at the archaic ring in his hand and nodded. Indeed, this ring was procured from the illustrious treasury of a great clan. You are the scion of a prominent family. No wonder you possess a fortune more potent than that of ordinary mortals. I see now. Now, esteemed beast of fortune, what is it that you require of me? After an overwhelming influx of information, Hua Jinxian had finally grasped the origins of the young beast, at least in his own estimation. Survive. Your situation is precarious. Your 2 bodyguards may not stand a chance against those assassins, and you must escort me to meet the lord of your clan. I certainly do not wish to fall into the hands of those killers. Meet the clan leader? Hua Jinxian froze, bewildered. Am I not the chosen one? Am I not destined to become the future lord? Indeed, I must regain my strength, which necessitates forging a pact with the current clan leader, thereby becoming the divine beast of fortune for the land of fire. The fortune of mere mortals, even your own, is insufficient to restore my powers. Only the fortune of an entire nation can revive me. His tone remained calm and devoid of sentiment. And what of me? Hua Jinxian stared blankly at the young beast, realizing he was merely a pawn, an instrument to deliver the last beast of fortune of the ancestral kingdom to the lord of the land of fire. He was neither the chosen one nor fated for greatness. Fear not. As the vessel in which I temporarily reside, I shall grant you the means to protect yourself. Should you require my power, raise your left hand and call upon my true name. Remember, I am the Phoenix Divine Beast, and my name is Swanenai. Seizing the moment while Hua Jinxian was momentarily taken aback, the young beast swiftly conveyed the necessary information, leaving no time for further inquiries. With a flick of its tail, it expelled Hua Jinxian's consciousness from the sealed space. Hua Jinxian barely had time to utter a sound before he dissolved into a mist of bubbles. Although it felt as if an eternity had passed within the sealed space, only a few minutes had transpired in the outside world. Moreover, the battle beyond had escalated to a fever pitch. The young monk of the earth and land continued his relentless flight, pursued closely by 3 unconventional ninjas. Whoosh! A dozen steel needles shot forth, aimed at his back. Come forth, Guanyin palm. Clang, clang, clang. With a single hand pressed together, the little monk from the earth and land summoned several chakra-infused palms from behind, striking down all the steel needles. However, at that critical moment, a gurgling sound emanated from his stomach, and his small face turned pale. The ruthlessness of this group of assassins was appalling, resorting to such despicable means as laxatives. At this moment, Qingye opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. He had left a fragment of his consciousness within Hua Jinxian, subsequently guiding him. Brother, I am doing this for your benefit. That rascal, Heiju, concocted the Moon Eye plan to save his mother. In order to facilitate his brother's growth, he wove an epic tale of a great name saving the world and battling extraterrestrials. Wouldn't that suffice? Alas, a tinge of guilt lingered, for he had acknowledged him as a brother. He pondered what expression his dear brother would wear upon discovering that all this was merely a means for his own gain. Suddenly, Qingye slapped himself. He reflected, how could he allow himself to be distracted while aiding his brother in achieving greatness? Such emotions were unwarranted. Chapter 52. The Trustworthy Bald Donkey. The Sao climbs the tree. Di Lu carried Hua Jinxian and fled ahead, while 3 unconventional ninjas pursued them from behind. Little Bald Donkey, you cannot escape. You might as well surrender the son of the daimyo, one of the unconventional assassins coldly remarked. If you wish to harm His Highness, you must step over my corpse. Di Lu set Hua Jinxian down and stood alone to confront the 3 ninja assassins. Come forth, Guanyin's hands. The little monk joined his palms together, and chakra surged from his back, manifesting into 10 ethereal arms of Guanyin. With these arms extended, Di Lu charged towards the trio of assassins. Eliminate him. The 3 ninja assassins began to form hand seals. Fire release, fireball technique. One by one, fireballs erupted from the mouths of the 3 ninjas. Bang, bang. Di Lu clasped his hands together as the 10 ethereal arms transformed into phantoms, continuously deflecting the fireballs. However, as time passed, beads of sweat began to accumulate on Di Lu's forehead. The little bald donkey could no longer hold out and intensified his efforts. The speed at which the three assassins unleashed fireballs increased. Crack! The chakra-formed arms began to show signs of wear. Indeed, the trustworthy bald donkey was reliable. But the sow would climb the tree. At that moment, Di Lu heard Hua Jinshuan's voice from behind. His expression shifted. He had not anticipated His Highness awakening so swiftly. He hastily urged, "Your Highness, flee quickly. I will hold them off." Hua Jinshuan drew a folding fan from his waist, opening it to cover his chin, speaking with disdain. "With just 2 legs, can I outrun a ninja? It seems I must rely on myself." Hua Jinshuan raised his left hand high, silently invoking the name of Swanni. Goo. A surge of red energy erupted from the ground, enveloping Hua Jinshuan in an instant. Crack! The figure of Hua Jinshuan began to transform as a robust beast claw emerged from the mass of energy. A second claw, a third claw, a fourth claw. Awoo! A beast of formidable presence emerged, lifting its head to the heavens and unleashing a resounding roar. It bore the majestic horns of a dragon, its mane swirling like clouds, resembling neither lion nor dragon. A long tail, adorned with fiery plumes, lashed out. This magnificent creature was a hybrid, a fusion of dragon and lion. Known as the Swan and I, the Swanni's crimson vertical pupils gazed intently at the approaching assassins. "Your Highness Xian Yi, is this the transformation of a tailed beast?" "No, this aura is not that of a tailed beast. It lacks the malevolence typically associated with such entities and instead exudes an air of nobility." With a powerful roar, the Swan and I, transformed from Hua Jinshuan, vanished from sight. A splatter of blood erupted. One of the ninja assassins had his throat slit, lifeless in an instant. Simultaneously, a surge of energy escaped from the fallen assassin, flowing into the Swan and I, causing its muscles to swell with newfound strength. The remaining 2 assassins recoiled in horror. What manner of monster is this? We must eliminate it. One assassin launched a barrage of steel needles, while the other formed hand seals to unleash a ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. The needles, accompanied by a massive fireball, hurtled toward the Swan and I. Clang! The needles struck the Swan and I like blows against an impregnable shield, bouncing off harmlessly, while the fireball was effortlessly absorbed by the creature. Neither assault could inflict harm upon it. With a thunderous crash, the ground where the Swan and I had stood erupted into a crater, yet the beast had already vanished from sight. In the next heartbeat, it reappeared between the 2 assassins. With swift precision, the Swanni's claws whirled, and 2 jets of blood erupted as the assassins clutched their throats and collapsed. As the Swan and I landed, the crimson energy enveloping it began to recede. Hua Jinshuan knelt upon the ground, gasping for breath. His complexion pale. The battle had taken a considerable toll on his body. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" "I am merely fatigued from the exertion," Hua Jinshuan replied, waving his hand as he struggled to rise. "Earthland Mage, I hope you will keep what transpired here confidential." After a moment of recovery, Hua Jinshuan squinted at the young monk from Earthland. "I saw nothing and heard nothing," the young monk assured. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the affairs of prominent families were best left undisturbed, for knowledge could be perilous. "That is reassuring. When Yuan Fei Xin arrives, inform him that you dealt with these assassins. Is that agreeable?" Hua Jinshuan remarked as he retrieved his folding fan. "At your service," the monk replied willingly. At that moment, a tremor resonated from afar, followed by the rise of an earthen wall, and a flame erupted in the sky. It was undoubtedly the battle involving Yuan Fei Qingye. Before long, the skirmish concluded, and Yuan Fei Qingye appeared before the 2, looking disheveled. "I apologize, Your Highness. I was careless this time, allowing the assassin an opportunity," he said, half kneeling on the ground with a sincere tone. "Enough. Swiftly administer the antidote to my subordinates. Returning to the daimyo's residence is of utmost importance now." "Ah, it seems someone wishes for my absence from the daimyo's residence. I am intrigued to discover which brother, having not seen me, bestows upon me such a grand token of their intentions," Hua Jinshuan remarked with a tone of fraternal camaraderie. But both Yuan Fei Qingye and Di Lu chose to ignore him. Such matters of the daimyo's household were beyond their purview. True to his reputation as a jonin of Konoha, Yuan Fei Qingye efficiently administered the antidote to the others in their party, utilizing the newly developed antidote pills for Maoyan. The team reorganized and set forth once more. Following these events, Hua Jinshuan appeared to have matured significantly. He refrained from displaying erratic temper and ceased to amuse himself with the maidens. Particularly towards the young monk Di Lu, Hua Jianxian's demeanor seemed notably kinder. Yuan Fei Xingye harbored no doubts regarding this shift, especially since Di Lu had saved Hua Jianxian's life at a critical moment. However, only the two of them were aware that their improved rapport stemmed not from a debt of gratitude, but rather from a shared secret. Upon returning to his opulent carriage, Hua Jianxian eagerly delved into his inner world. The sensation of transforming into a swan-eye beast was exhilarating. If he could maintain such power indefinitely, there would be no need for ferocious pets or even spirit beasts. He himself epitomized strength. Hua Jianxian entered the sealed space and beheld the swan-eye resting amidst the flames. "Tell me, how can I continue to wield your power?" he inquired. The swan-eye lazily lifted its eyelids, recognizing Hua Jianxian, and replied with indifference, "My abilities can only be utilized by a daimyo. You are not a daimyo. Using my strength would deplete my fortune. Fortunately, you have slain 3 ninja, allowing me to reclaim some fortune. Otherwise, it would have been a loss." Recalling the energy he absorbed from the 3 slain ninja, Hua Jianxian realized that it was indeed fortune. "So, killing can enhance my strength," he exclaimed with excitement. "Fortune can be gained through murder. I can kill more for you. Why not assist me? Fortune acquired through murder is akin to water without roots. While the fortune possessed by a daimyo is a spring, the superiority of one over the other is evident at a glance." Subsequently, the creature known as Swan-eye elucidated to Hua Jianxian the manner in which fortune beasts harness the ceaseless flow of fate through the auspices of the daimyo. In essence, the daimyo serves as the sovereign of a nation, and the fortunes of all its people are intrinsically linked to him. It is through the daimyo that fortune beasts are able to extract luck from the entirety of the nation. Ultimately, the act of killing to seize fortune is a trivial path, one that offers a meager return on investment, rendering it an unworthy choice. In an instant, Hua Jianxian comprehended the implications, his countenance darkening with dismay. This meant that the fortune beast named Swan-eye would abandon him upon his arrival at the daimyo's estate. As he was not the sovereign of the land of fire and thus not a worthy recipient of Swan-eye's investment. "If I am not the daimyo, why impart this knowledge to me?" he inquired. "Are you not the son of the daimyo? Perhaps, in a decade or so, you shall ascend to that position, at which point I shall have no need to reiterate this lesson to you." As Hua Jianxian was about to utter more words, the tail of the swan-eye swept him out of the sealed space entirely. Once the sealing space lay vacant, the swan-eye broke into a sinister smile. Hua Jianxian was a person of intense desire for control. How could he possibly allow the power he coveted to slip away? He would undoubtedly find a way to return, persuading himself by any means necessary. Chapter 53. To acquire power, would you dare to slay your father and usurp the throne? It became evident that assassination, once initiated, tends to recur first, second, third times. The mastermind behind the killers seemed to harbor a profound grudge against Hua Jianxian. Following the initial failed assassination, a second attempt was swiftly organized. However, this time, Hua Jianxian was prepared, ensuring that no poison would take effect, and the assassins were soon repelled. Yet, after the failure of the second attempt, the adversary quickly orchestrated a third assassination. This time, the assassins came forth with brute force. Ultimately, after sacrificing 200 armored soldiers, they were driven back. By the time Hua Jianxian arrived at the feudal lord's residence, he had endured a total of 6 assassination attempts. Only the heavens know what trials he faced during this period. On several occasions, he found himself in life-threatening situations, nearly falling prey to his attackers, with even Yuan Feixin sustaining multiple injuries. As for the little monk, he was left utterly bewildered by the onslaught. Fortunately, Hua Jianxian had acquired the means to protect himself, often transforming into the swan-eye beast to eliminate assassins in secluded areas. As Hua Jianxian grew accustomed to the power of the swan-eye, he began to grasp the terrifying nature of the luck beast. He truly comprehended what it meant to kill and seize fortune. Each time he dispatched an assassin, he could distinctly feel the strength of the swan-eye augmenting in tandem with his acts of violence. The concept of killing to gain strength was utterly unreasonable. Merely slaying enough individuals would inevitably elevate his prowess beyond that of the third Hokage, merely a matter of time. Furthermore, the more formidable the luck of the slain, the quicker the transformation in power. Within the land of fire, whose fortune was most abundant? Naturally, it belonged to the feudal lord and his kin. Hua Jianxian estimated that the amount of luck he possessed surpassed the total of the assassins' combined luck from the 6 attempts. Taking down a defenseless child of the feudal lord was tantamount to eliminating dozens of highly skilled ninjas, as the power gained from both parties was equivalent. The calculations were clear. One could readily discern whom to eliminate for maximum benefit. As Hua Jianxian contemplated this, he yearned to sprout wings and fly to the feudal lord's residence to personally conclude the fates of his brethren. However, as he drew ever closer to the feudal lord's estate, his anxiety heightened. The reason was simple. The power of the Swan and I did not yet belong to him. At present, he was merely a tool providing lodging. Upon reaching the feudal lord's abode, it would signify that the luck beast Swan and I would depart from him, racing towards its master. The mere thought of the Swan-Ni's power being bestowed upon that incompetent buffoon filled Hua Jianxian with an unbearable discomfort, as though swarmed by countless ants. In the end, Hua Jianxian gritted his teeth and resolved to once more enter his inner world. He needed to persuade the Swan and I to support him, a colloquially termed showdown. The familiar surface of water and the dim space remained unchanged. At the center of this realm, the Swan and I lay languidly amidst the flames, appearing as if in slumber. As Hua Jianxian approached, a familiar voice resonated. Your heart is in turmoil. What brings you here? I wish to be your host. No, I seek to collaborate with you. Collaborate? How intriguing. This is the first time someone has expressed a desire to join forces with me. However, I regret to inform you that what you seek lies beyond my reach. Hua Jianxian declared with unwavering resolve. No, I possess what you desire. Swan and I cast a sidelong glance at Hua Jianxian and shook his head. I yearn for the fortune of the land of fire. Can you provide that? Remember, you are not yet a daimyo. The fortune of the land of fire is but a trifle. I can grant it, provided I ascend to the position of daimyo. Hua Jianxian erupted into raucous laughter, the sound reverberating throughout the space. A malevolent intent and murderous aura have blossomed within you. You aspire to usurp the position of daimyo. It appears you have finally uncovered something intriguing. Swan and I opened his eyes wide, descending from the air, circling Hua Jianxian, his slitted eyes scrutinizing him meticulously. To obtain power, you would dare commit patricide and regicide? The moment he becomes daimyo, he ceases to be my father. I would merely be his vassal, Hua Jianxian stated, hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive. Indeed, a daimyo bears no personal name. From the moment one ascends to that role, they become the sovereign of the land, even referring to their own flesh and blood as lord and subject. Swan and I inquired with keen interest. Why should I take such a convoluted path when I could simply approach the daimyo directly? Because only I can assist you in dealing with the ninjas, and only I can help you unify the other nations, restoring the territory of the ancestral land. Upon hearing these words, Hua Jianxian felt an immense pressure descend upon him. The aura of authority was more oppressive than that of the daimyo of the land of fire. Oh, you harbor such ambition. Swan and I fixed his gaze intently on Hua Jianxian. His crimson eyes magnified in Hua Jianxian's view, nearly suffocating him. Yet he persevered, for this was his singular opportunity. Indeed, should you wish to restore, the daimyo of the land of fire alone could assist you. But if you desire to reclaim your peak and become a divine beast of the ancestral land, only I can aid you. After a prolonged silence, Swan and I finally retracted his overwhelming aura and scrutinized Hua Jianxian closely. To recreate the glory of the ancestral land is no simple endeavor. Hua Jianxian, drenched in sweat, realized he had finally gained leverage in the negotiation. Rising to his feet, he smiled and proclaimed, "No worries, with your assistance. I believe I possess the capability to re-establish the ancestral land." However, Swan and I shook his head. I cannot acquiesce to your request. Upon hearing this response, Hua Jianxian felt a chill wash over him. However, I can grant you a period of time. Once you successfully become the daimyo of the land of fire, I shall consider your proposal for collaboration. With that, Swan and I flicked his long tail, casting a meaningful glance at Hua Jianxian. He cast his consciousness out of the sealed space. As Hua Jianxian returned to himself, he opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "To observe the aftermath, perhaps? Not bad. This is my opportunity." In other words, even upon reaching the feudal lord's domain, the Swanee would not abandon him. Hua Jianxian temporarily lifted the heavy burden from his heart and relaxed completely. Regardless of the circumstances, securing this esteemed figure was paramount. The more he utilized this force known as luck, the more he relished its intoxicating essence. This power was even more unreasonable than that of a ninja. With sufficient luck, one could wield immense strength, bypassing the need for prolonged training or innate talent. It was as if this power system had been tailor-made for him. Thus, he resolved to grasp this force firmly, ensuring that no one could taint it, especially the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Should he come into possession of this power, Huojian Shuani would find no opportunity to rise. He had always considered himself the future lord, and he could not tolerate anyone standing over him, flaunting their authority. However, to ascend to the status of lord, his own power was still insufficient. Not to mention that the two ninjas guarding him were dispatched by the feudal lord. Furthermore, the lord's entourage included not only 12 guardian ninjas, but also an unknown number of rogue ninjas covertly nurtured in secrecy. Poisoning and assassination were not viable options. First, he lacked reliable personnel. Second, he did not possess adequate resources. Reflecting on this, Huojian Shuani felt a throbbing headache. Previously, he had spoken with grandiloquence in a sealed space. But the reality of execution was fraught with challenges, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Damn the feudal lord, why is he so fearful of death? After venting his frustration, Huojian Shuani finally regained his composure. Sitting in the opulent carriage, he stroked his chin contemplatively. Perhaps he could leverage his brothers. If he could unite those foolish comrades, they might muster enough strength to overthrow the feudal lord. Additionally, he needed to gather some rogue ninjas as well. A plan gradually began to take shape in his mind. Aoyan is indifferent to how Huojian Qianye becomes a renowned figure. He merely desires to reap the rewards in the end. Crafting a narrative is a trivial pursuit, one that anyone can master. To him, a unified ninja world holds no distinction from a fragmented one. However, a consolidated ninja realm would grant him greater power, thus piquing his interest in subtly influencing events. Engaging with the major ninja villages proves challenging, for their leaders are cunning old foxes, and rather than entangling himself in their intricate schemes, he prefers a more strategic approach. Qingye intends to establish a second front, toppling various nations and transforming their lords into mere pawns in his grand design. The true dragon Gu possesses the ability to coalesce 9 true dragon offspring Gu, and he plans to implant these offspring into the lords of each nation. These lords will undoubtedly be unable to resist the allure of such potent power, even when it is tainted with poison. Once they acquire strength, they will inevitably seek greater power, embarking on a path of conquest and supremacy over the realm. The struggle for destiny will serve to amplify the true dragon offspring Gu, which is essentially the fate beast meticulously crafted by Qingye, thereby enhancing his own might. Notably, the true dragon offspring Gu can further produce subsidiary Gu, granting the destined sovereign who possesses the true dragon offspring the capacity to forge his own dominion. For instance, the swan and eye Gu can generate a multitude of Gu insects, including the lion-type Gu from the beast transformation Gu and the fire-type Gu from the spirit transformation Gu. When Huojian Qianye truly ascends to the status of a lord, he will comprehend the genuine power of the swan and eye Gu, becoming a lord, imbued with fortune, and leveraging the immense destiny of the Fire Nation will catalyze the offspring Gu, enabling the formation of a faction under his control, far surpassing the uncontrollable ninja villages. However, Qingye remains unconcerned about Huojian Qianye taking action against the ninja villages post-ascension, for the major ninja villages still hold the trump card of tailed beasts. When a dreadful equilibrium is achieved, it will be the moment for Qingye to stir the waters. Aoba eagerly anticipates the arrival of that day. Chapter 54. With his mastery of rope techniques, it is indeed a marvel. Observing that Huojian Shuani has already fallen into the trap, Aoba feels reassured to take his leave. He leaves a fragment of his consciousness within the body of the swan and eye Gu, engaging in a battle of wits with his beloved elder brother. He believes that soon, his dear brother will present him with a delightful surprise. Furthermore, in Konoha, Aoba has a promise to fulfill, a commitment made to Uzumaki Kushina. Once again, he finds himself at that grand residence, where he dons the heavenly garment Gu, descending silently. Perched upon the treetops, Aoba deliberately releases his intent. Lo and behold, a resounding clatter ensues. A golden chain of adamantine swiftly emerges, skillfully ensnaring Aoba and subsequently drawing him into the grand hall. Such a convenient and practical skill. This adamantine chain, in conjunction with his rope techniques, is nothing short of extraordinary. Alas, it is wielded by a woman, one devoid of any understanding of allure. Aoba was suspended and drawn into the chamber, emerging into the grand hall. His celestial attire hung loosely, leaving his lower half exposed while his upper body remained shrouded in transparency. Fortunately, he wore trousers. Otherwise, he would have become the subject of ridicule for this woman. Your Highness, could you please set me down? Aoba lamented, feeling helpless. This individual still harbored a grudge. Was it truly so grievous to have made her wait for a mere month? After all, she had endured countless years. What was one additional month in the grand scheme of things? You audacious little brat. How dare you say such things? Because of your delay, the situation on the front lines has intensified, and the number of guards assigned to watch over me has doubled. Tell me, should I not hold you responsible? Kushina exclaimed, hands on her hips, chastising the suspended Aoba. Upon hearing this, Aoba felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet could he truly be blamed? Were it not for the third Hokage's insistence on hosting that ill-fated gathering, would the rival ninja villages have been able to breach their defenses? In that moment, Aoba could not contain his discontent. He removed his celestial garment and asserted with conviction, am I to be held accountable? If blame is to be assigned, direct it towards the third Hokage, whose determination to hold that so-called expedition conference provided an opportunity for the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village to exploit. This is indeed a remarkable garment, capable of rendering one invisible. It feels remarkably smooth, akin to silk. Kushina, however, disregarded Aoba's remarks, seizing the transparent celestial garment and began to toy with it in her hands. Damn it, I've been deceived. Qingye finally realized that the other party's intentions transcended mere inebriation. Jioshinai's true objective had always been his celestial garment. He immediately adopted a stern expression and extended his hand, demanding, return the celestial garment to me. Not a chance. Once something has come into my possession, it belongs to me, Jioshinai retorted with a cunning glint in her eyes, donning the celestial garment and rendering herself invisible. Well, I truly cannot see myself. Now, no one can find me, Jioshinai exclaimed in astonishment. Damn it, outsmarted by a woman, Qingye muttered. Well, if the celestial garment is lost, then so be it. Fortunately, I had crafted an additional concealment talisman. You have what you wanted. Now you should release me, Qingye said, hanging upside down by the adamantine chains, his arms crossed over his chest. Ah, you're not angry anymore. It seems I was right. You indeed possess this hidden treasure. Release me at once, or I shall become irate, Qingye reiterated firmly. All right, dear brother, I shall let you down, came Jioshinai's voice once more from the void. With a swish, the adamantine chains vanished into thin air. Qingye flipped over and stood up, gazing in bewilderment at the void, where Kushina was still fussing over her celestial garments. Despite being an adult, she still behaved like a child. Transform. Qingye pretended to chant a spell, and the once transparent garment began to contract, revealing Kushina. The celestial garment transformed into a gem that fell from the sky. Kushina quickly caught it, her curiosity piqued. What is this? This is its true form. In the future, simply infuse it with chakra, Qingye explained. I've heard you have a knack for nurturing insects. Could this be some kind of insect as well? Kushina examined the gem under the light and suddenly inquired, is it really? This is a creature known as the celestial garment, named for its seamless nature. Once adorned, it renders the wearer undetectable. How fascinating. Such a creature exists. It feels somewhat akin to the invisibility techniques in our village, Kushina mused, her curiosity bubbling over. That mischievous girl had guessed correctly, yet Qingye would never admit it. She swiftly changed the subject. You mentioned a plan to rescue the Uzumaki clan in the Land of Grass. You must have a strategy in mind regarding the location of their captivity, how to effectuate their rescue, and how to provide for them afterward. Surely you have considered these matters? A heavy silence enveloped the room. Aoba exclaimed loudly, pointing at Kushina, you surely do not lack a plan, do you? To which Kushina forcefully retorted, naturally, there will be a plan upon our arrival. Well, with such a leader, one could only wonder whether to deem him fortunate or unfortunate. A lack of a plan is merely a lack of a plan. Adapting to circumstances is indeed a ninja's essential lesson. The two of them conspired briefly and resolved to slip out of the village under the cover of night, to obscure their presence. Kushina created multiple shadow clones to occupy the main residence, while her true self stealthily followed Aoba out of the village. Cloaked in concealment garments, they endeavored to mask their presence. The two gatekeepers stationed at the entrance of Konoha achieved yet another feat, this time allowing not only Aoba to pass, but also the village's Jinchuriki. As guardians, their proficiency certainly leaves room for improvement. Dressed in their stealth attire, Kushina and Aoba ran for several dozen miles before finally halting. In a secluded grove, they revealed their true forms. Why have we stopped? Should we not continue? Kushina inquired, puzzled. Truly, you are a lady of privilege. At this pace, How long will it take to reach the land of grass? Qingye did not offer an explanation. Instead, she bit her finger and imprinted a seal upon the tree trunk. The art of spirit communication commenced. A hum reverberated as a colossal four-winged dragonfly emerged. This four-winged creature, a significant upgrade from the previous two-winged soldier dragonflies, soared at an astonishing speed. Come aboard, Your Highness. Please fasten your seatbelt. Our next destination is the land of grass. Qingye, seated upon the head of the dragonfly, extended her small hand towards the astonished Kushina. Hee, you are quite the amusing little rascal. With that, Kushina took Qingye's tiny hand and settled herself on the dragonfly's head. The four-winged dragonfly flapped its wings vigorously, ascending swiftly towards the borders of the land of fire. Meanwhile, at another defensive line within the land of fire, a flash of light darted past two cloud shinobi. The two were dispatched effortlessly before they could even react. A figure emerged from the brilliance, and Minato Namikaze wiped the sweat from his brow. Once again, two cloud shinobi attempting to gather intelligence had met their end. The recent activities of the cloud shinobi had been rather frequent. Could they not take a moment to cease their endeavors? Minato glanced at the kunai in his hand, upon which were inscribed for crooked characters, Sword of Love. The technique should be complete. I ought to be able to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique in its entirety next time. At that moment, an unexpected jolt of realization struck him. As though something pertinent to him had transpired, a sudden sensation surged within him. Had something unfortunate happened to someone he cared about? As Namikaze Minato gazed up at the night sky, he murmured softly. Little did he know that his beloved wife had fled, accompanied by a mere child. Had Aoba been aware of Minato's instinctive awareness, he would have swiftly turned back, returning Kushina to Konoha. He certainly did not wish to be pursued across the land by Minato wielding the Sword of Love. When it comes to speed, who could outrun Minato? This man may arrive late to save lives, yet he would never be tardy when it came to taking them. However, Aoba remained blissfully ignorant, cheerfully guiding Kushina towards the land of grass. The land of grass lies adjacent to both the land of fire and the land of earth. In essence, it serves as a buffer zone between these two great nations. Should a conflict arise between Konoha and Iwagakure, these two formidable ninja villages would undoubtedly choose the land of grass as their battleground, aiming to minimize their own losses by engaging in combat on neutral ground, avoiding direct repercussions on their respective nations. This is the lament of small nations. Their existence is merely a consequence of the needs of the five great nations, surviving in the crevices of power. Chapter 55. All for the purpose of making Ōtsutsuki the strongest ninja village. The border between the land of grass and the land of fire is also guarded by Konoha ninjas. However, this defensive line is not intended against Ōtsutsuki, but against Iwagakure. Fortunately, Iwagakure is currently embroiled in conflict with Kumogakure, both sides fiercely engaged in battle, and it is likely that their clashes will intensify further. The ferocity of their combat has nearly driven them to madness, thus diminishing Iwagakure's offensive against Konoha, resulting in a tranquil border. Moreover, the Kanabi Bridge is located within the territory of the land of grass. Should I pay a visit to Teacher Madara? No, it would be best not to disturb him. Furthermore, Aoba is not a member of the Uchiha clan, and he would not receive any preferential treatment. He had left in haste this time, without bringing any gifts. As a junior member of the Hidden Leaf, Aoba must not forsake his manners. I shall pay my respects next time, indeed, next time for certain. Ahead lies the defensive line of Konoha. Should we not circumvent it? Kushina inquired, gazing below. There is no need for concern. The maximum range detectable by the Byakugan is merely 5 kilometers. We shall simply ascend higher, Aoba replied nonchalantly. Thud! A sharp pain pierced through Aoba's head, prompting him to hastily clutch his temples. Just as he was about to unleash his anger, he was met with Kushina's fierce grip on his collar, her eyes ablaze with indignation. You must often sneak out of the village, you little rascal. Answer me honestly. Did you sneak out last month? That is absurd. I didn't do anything of the sort. Hearing Kushina's suspicions, Aoba quickly launched into vehement denials. Cold sweat trickled down Always back as a powerful chakra surged from Kushina, fierce and malevolent. Could this girl possibly be on the verge of entering the Ninetales mode? Kushina sniffed, let out a disdainful huff, and released Always' collar, resuming her seat while embracing her knees. It's a relief if that is not the case. Remember to take me along next time. I have yet to properly explore the world outside the village. Upon hearing these words, Always' nostrils flared with frustration. Damn it, your husband is about to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Soon enough, He could take you on a grand tour anywhere. Yet you still want me to escort you out. It's utterly infuriating. Naturally, such thoughts must remain unspoken, so always asserted with feigned seriousness. Rest assured. You are my esteemed leader. I shall certainly oblige next time. The two traversed the borders of the land of fire and soon found themselves within the territory of the land of grass. Indeed, small nations are but fragile eggs in the presence of great powers. The land of grass was battered by the turmoil wrought by both Konohagakure and Ōtsutsuki, with scars of battle etched across its landscape. At that moment, Kushina gazed silently at the battlefield below. What is the matter? Lost for words? Upon witnessing these battlegrounds, Shunti, you expressed something? Always spoke while turning his back to Kushina. What can I say? In the face of great powers, small nations are destined to serve as mere battlegrounds, Kushina replied, withdrawing her gaze. And what of the land of whirlpools? Is it merely a casualty of the struggles among the great nations? Kushina's eyes transformed into slits, revealing the fox within her. Qingye turned around, spreading her arms wide. I do not mean to convey anything else. I simply ask why, as allies of the land of whirlpools, Konoha did not choose to render aid at the very moment the land of whirlpools was invaded, remaining indifferent while the situation deteriorated. A powerful aura erupted from the red-haired woman across from her. Hey, Your Highness, am I mistaken in my words? Is this not the truth? Aoba sat there, adorned with an eye mask, stroking his chin as he gazed at Kushina, emanating a formidable pressure that rivaled her own explosive aura. Kushina, suppressing her fury, gradually closed her eyes, her fox-like visage softening. She then continued to embrace her knees, speaking softly. Konoha has its own considerations. Unwilling to ignite the flames of a ninja world war. Do you truly believe that? I cannot trust that you remain oblivious to the malice harbored by the village's higher-ups towards you. Qingye let out a light laugh, then, lost in thought, remarked. This is precisely the reason I wish to avoid encountering the third Hokage. These individuals are exceedingly hypocritical. Rather than saying that the land of whirlpools brought about its own demise, it is more accurate to assert that an innocent person bears the burden of guilt by possessing something precious. Ever since the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts, every nation has been diligently researching ways to seal these beasts and maximize their potential. Coincidentally, the land of whirlpools is renowned for its sealing techniques, and the elimination of this nation was a collective endeavor of the 5 great shinobi villages. As one of the factions involved, how could Konoha possibly extend its support? As long as the land of whirlpools exists, both Lord Mito and you, the princess of the land of whirlpools, will forever carry the mark of your homeland, transcending the mere role of a Jinchuriki for Konoha. They would never permit such a situation to unfold. Aoyan pointed to the sky and spoke. You. Kushina gazed at Aoyan's small face, momentarily at a loss for words. She could not comprehend how someone so young could perceive matters with such clarity. All this time, she had been deceiving herself, believing that Konoha's failure to assist the land of whirlpools stemmed from the collective obstruction of the 4 great ninja villages. Yet, over the years in the village, she had come to see through the true nature of Konoha's higher-ups. To the possessive Shimura Danzo, the insincere Uchiha Fugaku, and the likes of Tenten and Mito Gate, she was merely a tool to be wielded. The emotions they exuded were palpable to her, and in light of Aoyan's words, any attempt at rebuttal felt futile. The truth was undeniable. If it were not so, why would she find herself in this predicament? Why were the members of the Uzumaki clan still wandering in the ninja world? As Konoha was an ally of the land of whirlpools, shouldn't those wandering clansmen have been welcomed back into Konoha? The upper echelons of Konoha feared the emergence of another Senju or Uchiha clan for the remainder of their journey. The two remained silent, each seemingly lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, the village of Ōtsutsuki was shrouded in the ominous clouds of war. The village's barriers were fortified, with sentries stationed around the clock. Ōtsutsuki was on high alert, as if bracing for an impending threat. Within the heart of Ōtsutsuki, a palace stood where a gathering of elite ninja convened. Since the demise of the last Ōtsutsuki, Ōtsutsuki had not appointed a new leader, opting instead for a council of 4 elders to oversee village affairs. The elders occupied the higher seats, while rows of elite ninja filled the lower positions. The village's strength was formidable, with 30 elite shinobi present. One elder, a pipe clenched between his teeth, addressed the assembly. We have received word from Ōtsutsuki requesting that we surrender the defense plans for Konoha at the borders, and they demand we open our borders to allow their forces to pass into the land of fire. What nonsense! How could we possibly comply with such a demand? An irate elite shinobi seated at the front exclaimed vehemently. What are we to do? Neither Iwagakure nor Konoha is a foe we can afford to antagonize. With war looming, what can Kusagakure hope to achieve but to be swept away in the tide? Another elder, sporting a beard, shared the sentiment, but maintained a calm demeanor as he articulated the harsh reality. How infuriating! The earlier shinobi clenched his fists, striking the floor with force. Why must our land be a battlefield for the 5 great nations? Since we cannot afford to offend either side, we shall inform Iwagakure that we possess no defense plans for Konoha's borders, yet simultaneously make it clear that should Iwagakure choose to invade the land of grass, we shall turn a blind eye. Convey to the Ōtsutsuki, Anoki, that this is Kusagakure's final stance. Otherwise, we shall align ourselves with Konoha. The elder at the forefront tapped his smoking pipe and ultimately made a decision. Futian Sanlang, this matter is entrusted to you. Yes, elder, replied a round-faced ninja with a nod. Moreover, the most pressing issue now is to guard against the intrusion of outside ninjas into the village. You must ensure the security measures are in place. After saying this, the smoking pipe elder turned to a black-haired ninja seated in the front row. Wu-wei, stay for a moment. Yes, elder, the black-haired ninja responded with a nod. Once all the upper ninjas had departed, only 4 elders and a ninja named Wu-wei remained in the room. With everyone gone, the smoking pipe elder spoke candidly. Wu-wei, how prepared are we regarding the situation in Ghost Lantern City? To what extent have you mastered the box opening technique? Report to the elder. I have fundamentally grasped the box opening technique and should be able to unlock the paradise box, Wu-wei replied, sitting up straight, his eyes filled with fervor as he nodded emphatically. Excellent. The paradise box, a legendary treasure of the Immortals, can grant any wish of the one who opens it. This is the sole pathway to power for our land of grass. The box has always been safeguarded within the village of Kusa, yet no one has been able to unlock it due to the extreme difficulty of mastering the box opening technique, which requires a practitioner to possess intricate control over chakra. Over the years, we have sought numerous grass ninjas for training and finally discovered the genius from the Tianlao clan, Wu-wei. Perhaps the Tianlao clan's secret arts, known for their delicate manipulation, have enabled the cultivation of such an extraordinary box-opening technique. Wu-wei did not disappoint, successfully completing the training of the box-opening technique. The long-held aspiration of Kusa village was finally within reach. With this thought, the 4 elders felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, Wu-wei spoke up. Although I have mastered the box-opening technique, my chakra is insufficient to unlock the paradise box. The smoking pipe elder nodded. Indeed, there are 2 conditions for unlocking the paradise box. One is to master the box opening technique, and the other is to infuse a substantial amount of chakra. As for the latter, we have made preparations. To fill the paradise box, we will not hesitate to abduct a significant number of Uzumaki clan members, and I shall arrange for their secret transportation to Ghost Lantern City shortly. I understand, elder, Wu-wei nodded in acknowledgement. The smoking pipe elder expressed his satisfaction with Wu-wei, giving him an approving nod. Very well, you should return to Ghost Lantern City at once. Do not concern yourself with the chakra issue. We will devise a solution. Yes, elder, Wu-wei, all our actions are for the sake of the village. I understand. All of this is to make Kusa village the most formidable ninja village. Any sacrifices made will be worthwhile. Chapter 56. No, this is not the bus to kindergarten. Konoha and Kushina arrived at the outskirts of the grass-hidden village, yet they found themselves unable to enter. The village's defenses were exceedingly formidable, surrounded by towering walls adorned with watchtowers. The entire settlement was enveloped in a protective barrier. Even with their cloaking garments, infiltrating the village proved to be a daunting challenge. Furthermore, the barrier employed by the grass-hidden village was derived from the techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Aoba gazed at Kushina, his eyes conveying a silent message. Your Highness, it is your turn to perform. Kushina, irked, shot a glare in Aoba's direction. She retorted, I am not proficient in my own family sealing techniques. Aoba replied with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, how splendid you are. Aoba truly wished to utter a phrase. What are we to do now? It did not occur to him that the blockade of Konoha village would be so stringent, not even a fly could penetrate its defenses. Kushina fixed her gaze upon Aoba, her eyes seemingly conveying a message. You must devise a solution swiftly. I can no longer wait. Qingye's expression darkened. This woman was utterly unreasonable. She had clearly saved her kin, yet I was left to ponder the complexities of the situation. I had no means. Before I could finish my thought, Kushina's demeanor shifted, her eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. Forget it. I merely wish to prevent this individual from causing chaos. Thus, Qingye promptly altered his words. Let me contemplate a solution. Qingye scratched his head, allowing his mind to delve deep within, where an array of myriad worms congregated at the heart's core. Beast-type worms. These are the foundational worms sown upon the bodies of spirit beasts or their incarnations, evolving into their current forms. Pig-type worms. These include the strength worm, skin worm, tooth worm, sound worm, and mane worm. Fox-type worms. These consist of the tail worm, allure worm, pelt worm, and earworm. Eagle-type worms. These feature the feather worm, claw worm, eye worm, and sharpness worm. Wolf-type worms. These comprise the pelt worm, claw worm, howl worm, and wolf king worm. Tiger-type worms. These consist of the strength worm, skin worm, roar worm, and devour worm. Deer-type worms. These include the antler worm, stealth worm, and deer king worm. Raccoon-type worms. These are the pelt worm, claw worm, and speech worm. Regrettably, the absence of an ox strength worm is lamentable. Otherwise, one could merge it with the tiger strength worm, forging a formidable 9 oxen and 2 tigers worm, thereby elevating one's power to a new echelon. Such strength could rival that of Mike Guy, who has unlocked the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th gates. Beast-type worms prove to be of little use, predominantly enhancing physical attributes. They're unlikely to breach walls and invade villages. Spirit-type worms. These are nurtured with elemental chakra or cultivated using the essence of nature. Due to material limitations, only fire release worm, earth release worm, water release worm, wind release worm, and lightning release worm have been synthesized. Special type worms. These are cultivated through unique materials or special refining techniques. Examples include the 5 poisons worm, eye of command worm, shadow entry worm, shadow nail worm, heart cicada worm, and doubling worm. Never mind, the traits of the 3 families of pig, deer, and butterfly are too conspicuous. At this moment, a particular worm caught Qingye's eye. It resembled a pair of ears, remarkably petite. The earworm, when utilized, enables the bearer to hear sounds from a radius of several miles, likely disregarding any barriers. Aoba opened his eyes. He began to retch, and before long, he expelled 2 small ears the size of fingernails. Wiping his mouth, Aoba produced a left ear bug and handed it to Kushina. Take it and wear it on your ear. Kushina immediately recoiled several meters away, terrified that the saliva on the left earbug would come into contact with her. She looked at the left earbug with great disdain. What is this thing? It's so disgusting, and it has your saliva on it. This is a creature called an earbug. When worn, it allows one to hear sounds from miles away. We won't enter the village just yet. Let's use this to scout the situation within the grass-hidden village. The method is provided. Whether you choose to wear it is entirely up to you. A malevolent smile crept across Qingye's face, directed at the nauseating presence before him. With that, he grasped the right ear insect and placed it against his ear. The creature burrowed into his right ear, and gradually it expanded to several times its original size, resembling a large fan adorning his face. What a marvel this is! Such an extraordinary insect exists. Naturally, I am quite the connoisseur of insects. As Qingye transformed into a figure with oversized ears, he began to attune his senses to the sounds of Chain Village. Buzzing. Taro. HM. Crackling. The noise was overwhelming. Let me adjust that. After this drink, there's still one more. One more drink. Wait, that's not right. This is the channel for drunkards. And this is not the frequency he desires. Qingye twirled her ears, constantly making adjustments. Observing this, Kushina promptly took the left ear bug, wiped away the saliva with her sleeve, and mimicked Qingye by placing the petite ear on her left ear. Likewise, Kushina's left ear began to enlarge, and this enchanting sensation filled her with delight. She followed Qingye's example, rotating her ear in search of the desired channel. Suddenly, Qingye heard an unexpected sound. Qingye has come to a realization. No, this is not the vehicle for going to kindergarten. Aoba discreetly cast a glance at Kushina, relieved that she was oblivious to the current channel. After all, what forms of entertainment could one expect in ancient times? It was only natural. He continued to attune his ears to the sounds around him. At that moment, a deep voice resonated, instructing, "Keep a close watch on the members of the Uzumaki clan." Yes, my lord. Though the voice was not entirely clear, it indeed mentioned the Uzumaki clan. I found it. Which channel? This channel. The two concealed themselves within the underbrush, engaged in their clandestine eavesdropping. Shortly thereafter, Kushina also tuned into the channel, overhearing a conversation among the grass ninjas discussing the Uzumaki clan. My lord, why have so many members of the Uzumaki clan been captured? That is a secret of the village. Do not pry. However, I have heard that capturing these Uzumaki members is related to the land of the water, and according to what the Lord said, these individuals are to be sent to the land of the water for labor. The land of the water? Isn't that a place where ninja criminals are imprisoned? Why send them there? Do not ask questions that are not meant to be asked. Upon hearing this, Kushina angrily discarded her left ear device and stormed towards the hidden grass village. Seeing this, Aoba similarly tore off his right ear device. Goodness, could you not be so reckless? While the opposing side is indeed from a small ninja village, they likely have at least a dozen or so J-nin. Are you capable of handling this? Qingye intercepted Kushina, advising her, what do you intend to do? Are you truly going to rush in like that? Step aside. I must enter to rescue my kin. My dear sister, would it not be prudent to wait until they have brought the captives out before you act? After all, they are to deliver them to the city of the ghost lanterns. A heavy silence enveloped the scene. Indeed, the adversary plans to transport the members of the Uzumaki clan to the city of the ghost lanterns. They merely need to bide their time. A strategy that requires little more than patience. Why did you not mention this sooner? Am I to blame for your oversight? Now that it is clear that the enemy intends to deliver the Uzumaki clan members to the city of the ghost lanterns, the course of action becomes straightforward. Simply await the unfolding events. However, Kushina remained unaware of what awaited them in the city of the ghost lanterns. Aoba is well aware of the legendary Six Paths treasures, the Box of Bliss, a fantastical artifact that requires an immense absorption of chakra to unlock. It is said that once opened, it can grant any wish, yet within it lies nothing but fear and destruction. It is no wonder that the hidden grass village resorted to abducting members of the Uzumaki clan. Renowned for their sealing techniques, the Uzumaki possess a remarkably robust physique, naturally brimming with chakra, known as the legendary chakra body. Utilizing them as a resource to unlock the Box of Bliss proves to be far more advantageous than capturing other ninjas. However, as depicted in the subsequent Blood Prison arc, these Uzumaki individuals were essentially expendable. They not only failed to appease the Box of Bliss but also exacerbated its insatiable appetite. Consequently, the Lord of the Ghost Lantern City, Mew, found himself compelled to feed a multitude of ninja prisoners to the box each year, ultimately resorting to targeting Prince Naruto. The Nine-Tails chakra within the prince could indeed satisfy the Box of Bliss, albeit unleashing a monstrous awakening. Aoyin was eager to ascertain whether Wu Wei had indeed sacrificed his son. If he had, it would undoubtedly be a most intriguing turn of events. Perhaps he had once again identified a suitable target. Kushina, unaware of Aoyin's intentions, anxiously awaited the next move from the hidden grass village. At last, 3 days later, on a dark and stormy night, the hidden grass village commenced its operation. A multitude of grass shinobi hurriedly drove carts, transporting some cargo, as they exited through the village gates. The long-awaited moment arrived as Kushina opened her eyes. They have come. I can sense it. It is the Uzumaki clan. Aoi stretched languidly and brushed off the dust from her backside. Let us take action. Chapter 57. In comparison to Your Highness the Princess, I still have a long way to go. The two quickly devised a plan, intending to set an ambush at a location far from the hidden grass village, aiming to catch the caravan off guard and render them incapable of calling for reinforcements. Qingye assessed the situation, noting that the ninja accompanying the convoy numbered 37, comprising 5 elite ninjas, 12 mid-level ninjas, and 20 lower-level ninjas. In comparison, our forces consisted of 1 princess and a minor attendant. The enemy, however, boasted 37 elite ninjas. Pre-battle analysis concluded, the advantage lies with us. Qingye was electrified with excitement. Kushina felt a shiver run down her spine, goosebumps rising across her body. This was due to her never having encountered such a multitude of insects before. She observed Qingye in the canyon, who was incessantly retching before her, expelling a myriad of vividly colored insects, no fewer than dozens. There were the grotesque 5 poisoned insects, the gem-like 5-element escape insects, the shadowy, earthworm-like insects, the nail-tipped yet bee-like shadow insects, and the repulsive creatures with 8 long legs and suction cups on their abdomens. Indeed, today was a revelation for Kushina, a moment that opened her eyes to the most remarkable insects she had ever seen, not to mention the humans. Moreover, various large ninja insects lay in ambush along both sides of the canyon. Kushina had never contemplated that the Oil Woman clan possessed such formidable combat capabilities. Were they not primarily responsible for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering? Why did Qingye give her the impression that one individual could rival a small ninja army? Was it possible that she had misunderstood the Oil Woman clan, perceiving their combat style as one where a single person could embody an entire army? With both hands pressed against the ground, Qingye summoned a cloud of white smoke that dissipated to reveal 4 earthly cockroaches. These creatures, masters of the earth, possessed the ability to burrow and navigate through the soil. The 4 earthly cockroaches swiftly flipped over and vanished into the ground, lying in wait along the inevitable path of the convoy. Qingye wiped the sweat from his brow. The recent spiritual communion had drained a considerable amount of his chakra. He needed to absorb some natural energy to replenish himself. At that moment, he noticed Kushina staring at him in a daze. "What is it, Your Highness? Is something amiss? Is this how you usually fight? Perhaps I should wait for you in the forest ahead. Just knowing you are here is sufficient for me." Kushina thought to herself that, given the strength he was currently displaying, even the 3rd Hokage might find himself at a disadvantage in his presence. Shimura Danzo would be left impotent with rage before him. As for the 2 old geezers, Nara Shikaku and Mido Kazumi, they would be rendered utterly powerless in his company. Even as one of the 9 tails Jinchuriki, she might not hold an advantage against Qingye. Observing the scene was a great fox, fond of lurking in the shadows. Within the seal space of Kushina, the large fox lay there, watching the unfolding events. For the first time, it felt that Shikaku was rather endearing, aside from its penchant for loud outbursts. It had no significant flaws. The fox would much rather remain with Shikaku than be around the young man outside. At least Shikaku was not as repugnant as those insects. What on earth is happening? Has Konoha produced another anomaly? Hey, is that natural energy? Can one absorb it so freely? Even Senju Hashirama could not accomplish such a feat in those insects. Though small, they emanated an essence similar to his own. Who exactly is this young man? Has the world changed so much in my absence? The 9 tails was astonished, questioning its very existence. Has the ninja world transformed so drastically? Finally, it shook its head. Never mind. Who could I possibly defeat? Release would crush me, and the Sharingan would treat me like a mere dog. Now, another insect user appears. If I were to escape, would I be fed to those insects? Imagining a scenario where he was besieged by swarms of insects, gnawing at him. The 9 tails fur bristled in horror. I think I shall flee. Perhaps it is best to remain here in this mundane world, where I can enjoy a peaceful existence. Shaking his head vigorously to dispel the terrifying imagery, the 9 tails lay down once more and drifted back into slumber. Meanwhile, Qingye felt a bit embarrassed by Kushina's direct inquiry. Is flattery always so straightforward? Aoi smiled awkwardly and explained that given the considerable number of opponents, with only 2 of them present, it was prudent to prepare for multiple contingencies. It was his first time engaging in combat against such a multitude of ninjas, and his overreaction was entirely understandable. Qingye consoled himself inwardly. Pray tell, to what level have you ascended? Kushina inquired, her curiosity piqued as she grasped Qingye's arm. I have barely managed to reach the level of a jonin, Qingye responded humbly, clasping his fists together. Hee, the villagers have certainly misjudged you. The greatest genius of Konoha stands before us, Kushina remarked with a mischievous grin, reminiscent of a playful little fox. Oh, please, do not say such things. Compared to you, Princess, I still have a long way to go. I hope you will keep this a secret, Qingye replied, scratching his head and exchanging a knowing glance with Kushina. Hee. I understand. Kushina's smile became increasingly akin to that of a cunning fox. In that moment, she felt a kinship with Qingye, both being individuals who concealed their true selves while toiling silently, only to astonish others when the time was right. This was a sentiment entirely different from being alongside Minato Namikaze. Aoyan and she were akin to accomplices, conspiring together for some nefarious deed. Had Aoyan been privy to Kushina's intentions, she would have vehemently objected, for her aim was to astound all. Meanwhile, you sought to astonish everyone. Unleashing the 9 tails would indeed leave them in awe. The 2 lay in ambush on one side of the gorge, at which point Aoyan produced a mask, a red fox mask. Put it on. Though your intentions are noble, your kin may not appreciate it. Kushina took the fox mask, gazing at it for quite some time, hesitating to don it. With a final sigh, she resolved to wear the mask, simultaneously altering the hue of her hair. Aoyan also unveiled a blue dragon-shaped mask, adorning his face and transforming his stature to that of an adult. His height was too conspicuous, easily revealing his youthful age. Creak, creak. The sound of a cart in motion echoed. The village of grass concealed 10 carts as they entered the gorge. Leading the procession was a white-haired jonin, who, observing the narrow passage within the gorge, cautioned, "Stay alert. Beyond this gorge, the route to Kirigakure will be much easier." "Yes, Lord Ryashin." The accompanying ninjas responded affirmatively. Although the second Ryashin conveyed such reassurances, an uneasy premonition lingered in his heart. He had an inkling of the four elders' schemes, though he felt reluctant. He could not voice any reproach. Survival for the small ninja village was exceedingly arduous, and acquiring greater power would afford the grass village and the land of grass a broader space for existence. Creak. The cart rolled over dry twigs. The entire convoy had now entered the gorge. Hiss. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from the surroundings. Whoosh. The second Ryashin launched a kunai, pinning it to a withered leaf. To his surprise, a centipede the size of a chopstick crawled out from beneath the leaf. Phew. It was a false alarm. He had been overly tense. As the caravan progressed, the second Ryashin noted an unusual abundance of insects within the gorge. Scorpions, spiders, toads. Wait, he had traversed this gorge numerous times before. Why had he never encountered so many insects? Realizing something was amiss, the second Ryashin felt compelled to shout a warning. Enemy. But it was too late. The sudden change unfolded in an instant. Chapter 58. The Battle in the Gorge. No retreat at the feet of the convoy. The centipedes, originally no larger than chopsticks, suddenly swelled to several meters in size. These enlarged centipedes surged towards the grass ninjas flanking the convoy. Caught off guard, the ninjas on either side of the caravan were swiftly ensnared by the massive centipedes. Once entangled, the great centipedes would open their mandibles, revealing venomous fangs, and bite into the necks of these grass ninjas, injecting a copious amount of toxin to render them powerless to resist. Clang, clang. The ambushed ninjas swiftly began their counterattack, launching a flurry of shurikens. However, the projectiles merely ricocheted off the formidable carapace of the colossal centipede. Realizing the futility of their efforts, the second-generation dragon tongue bellowed, "Hurry! Unleash your ninjutsu." Upon uttering these words, he swiftly formed hand seals, causing a multitude of fiery, demonic faces to materialize around him. Fire release, ghost lantern. These fiery visages surged towards the enlarged centipedes, causing their grotesque forms to writhe in agony, effectively severing their entanglement with the grass ninjas. Yet, before the second-generation dragon tongue could exhale a sigh of relief, the surrounding scorpions, spiders, and toads morphed into grotesque, venomous insects. These abominations opened their mandibles, releasing a torrent of silk that ensnared several ninjas in an instant. Simultaneously, a few of these misshapen creatures began exhaling vast clouds of purple toxic gas, which rapidly enveloped the entire canyon. Utilize wind release to dispel the miasma. The voice of the second-generation dragon tongue echoed through the toxic fog. Wind release, whirlwind dance. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, gale palm. Responding to the command, the grass ninjas commenced their wind release techniques. A fierce gale swept through the canyon, swiftly dissipating the purple haze. However, the canyon had transformed drastically. Insects of various kinds congregated on both sides, buzzing ominously. Several thunder javelin beetles, their elongated horns crackling with lightning, obstructed the path of the convoy. In the air, swarms of fire-flying wasps and gale mantises circled menacingly, effectively sealing off the grass ninjas below. As the grass ninjas revealed themselves, the thunder javelin beetles, fire-flying wasps, and gale mantises launched their assault. Thunder release, thunderball. Fire release, flame bullet. Wind release, wind slash. The trio of insect warriors unleashed their attacks with rapidity, overwhelming the grass ninjas with their formidable firepower. The ninjas could do little more than evade, but the 5 poisons goo on the canyon walls began to shoot strands of silk, further disrupting their movements. Many grass ninjas fell victim to the ambush, ensnared by the lurking centipede, which clamped down on their necks. Damn it, who is controlling these ninja insects? Who could it be? Roared one of the grass village's jonin in fury. Qingye tucked her hands into her sleeves, standing alongside Kushina upon the back of the 4-winged dragonfly, quietly observing the battle below. The lower-ranked shinobi had been mostly eliminated, and Qingye began to address the imminent threats ahead. She extended her right hand, crossing her index and middle fingers, unleashing a swarm of grotesque, face-sized insects from the air, resembling face-hugging creatures. Meanwhile, she stealthily commanded the Shadow Nail and Shadow Infiltration insects to restrain the movements of the Ch-Nin and J-Nin. As these grass ninja attempted to evade the face-hugging insects, their forms became ensnared by the Shadow Nail, swiftly succumbing to the grasp of the monstrous creatures. Once ensnared by the face-hugging insects, the ninjas halted their actions, their consciousness seemingly slipping away. The second generation of Longzha and 3 grass-hidden Nin managed to evade this onslaught and appeared in midair. Observing the subdued grass ninja below, Longzha's expression darkened considerably. However, upon noticing the colossal centipede guarding the carriage, a sudden realization dawned upon him. The intruders aimed to rescue the members of the Uzumaki clan. He swiftly scanned the sky, catching sight of a gigantic dragonfly hovering above. 2 figures clad in black cloaks and masks stood atop it, one adorned with a red mask featuring white patterns resembling a fox, and the other wearing a blue, dragon-patterned mask. Could it be these 2? This is troublesome. I cannot confront them directly. I must urgently inform the village. They are coming for the Uzumaki clan and will undoubtedly attack the village. Resolute in his decision, Longzha quickly converged with the remaining 3 grass ninja. The 4 arranged themselves in a defensive formation. Cover me. Yes, Lord Longzha. Longzha nodded at the other Nin. The situation was clear. Their forces were nearly obliterated. To minimize losses and relay information back to the grass-hidden village, only by sacrificing others could he ensure his own escape. As the strongest among them, his chances of survival were the greatest. Such life and death choices had been faced by the grass ninja countless times before. Water release, water whip. Lightning release, lightning serpent. Earth release, rock pillar spear. The 3 Nin simultaneously unleashed their jutsu. The first Nin executed water release, conjuring a long water whip that lashed through the air, ensnaring numerous insects. The second Nin utilized lightning release, directing a bolt that surged towards the water stream, the electric current spreading rapidly along the whip. Those insects struck by the water were engulfed in electricity, their bodies emitting smoke as the intense current evaporated their moisture. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the insects fell. The third Nin employed earth release, summoning rock spears that erupted from the ground. This technique served not only as an assault, but also as an escape route for the 4 ninjas, as 4 rock spears rose from beneath their feet, launching them toward the canyon's edge. Qingye's eyes narrowed as she contemplated escape, questioning whether she had inquired of him. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, 4 figures emerged from beneath the ground, swiftly advancing towards the feet of the 4 grass-hidden elite. Upon the rocky spear, numerous insect-like appendages extended, interlocking and ensnaring the 4 shinobi. It was none other than the long-anticipated ambush of the Earth Lord's cockroach. Were there also hidden forces underground? Who were these individuals? The figure of the second dragon tongue vanished with a resounding thud, leaving behind only a fragment of wood. He had foreseen that those lurking in the shadows would not allow them to succeed so easily. Thus he had preemptively employed the substitution technique. At a precipice within the gorge, the second dragon tongue gradually revealed himself, activating the instantaneous movement technique as he surged towards the gorge's exit. Bang! The figure of Qingye materialized before the dragon tongue too, delivering a sweeping kick that sent it plunging into the chasm. Are you unaware that I once held the title of King of the Canyon? Within the canyon, I am invincible. It is the perfect opportunity for an audacious quadra kill. As the green leaves fall, the second generation of the dragon tongue is reluctant to engage in battle, and multiple figures emerge from within. The technique of shadow duplication. Qingye made no further movements as Longfu's eyes activated, unleashing the might of the dragoness will. The pseudo-conqueror's haki swept through the air, causing the illusory clones to crumble under the immense pressure, dissipating into wisps of white smoke. How infuriating! Could it truly end here? Longzha II wore a grim expression, sensing a chilling presence rise behind him. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Kushina materialized behind Longzha II, her fist raised. It struck violently against his lower back. Longzha II's figure arced gracefully through the air. Qingye arrived at the designated location, unknowingly clutching an octopod face-hugging creature in hand. Off you go. The second generation Longshi was sent flying, his body moving against his will. At that moment, he noticed a dragon-masked figure descending towards him, brandishing a grotesque insect with suction cups on its abdomen, aiming to cover his face. What on earth is this? Before he could finish his thought, the face-hugging creature swiftly enveloped the large visage of Longshi II. Qingye appeared before the second generation of Longzha at the opportune moment, forming seals with his fingers. The Bagua Gu, sealing technique, Bagua seal. The face-hugging bug's 8 limbs manifested the Bagua symbols, giving rise to a series of black runes on the skin of the second generation of Longzha. In an instant, it sealed away the consciousness and chakra within Longzhe. The second generation of Longzhe was rendered unconscious. Kushina appeared beside Qingye, gazing at the face-hugging bug on Longzhe's face, speechless. Must you employ the sealing technique I entrusted to you on such a repulsive creature? Haha, it is merely out of curiosity, merely out of curiosity. Qingye dealt with the remaining 3 grass hidden village ninja in a similar fashion, sealing them completely with the face-hugging insects. The battle unfolded without any unforeseen circumstances. With so many insect ninjas deployed, if these grass ninja were not eliminated, Qingye would undoubtedly be deemed obstinately bronze. In the Valley of Conflict, there was no retreat. Only advance. Chapter 59. Fine, I wager my right hand on the new world. With the battle concluded, it was time to clean the battlefield. These grass ninjas and that dragon tongue ninja were treasures, perfectly suited for some indescribable experiments. It would also be quite fitting to employ them as sanitation workers at Longhu Mountain, a prime example of resource recycling. Just as Qingye was merrily collecting these grass-hidden ninjas, a voice filled with fear emerged from behind Kushina, exclaiming in disbelief, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Suddenly, Kushina turned to face the grass-hidden ninjas, her voice hoarse and laced with murderous intent as she declared, "You all deserve to die. You all deserve to die?" Her eyes transformed, revealing crimson slits as a brilliant red light erupted from her body, unleashing a formidable aura that sent dust swirling around her. Qingye hastily positioned himself before the captive, for this was his hard-won trophy, one he could not afford to lose. Ku! Ku! As the smoke dissipated, Kushina's fierce visage emerged. Her eyes devoid of reason, consumed entirely by a thirst for vengeance and animosity. Crimson energy surged from the ground, bubbling and coalescing around Kushina's form. Upon seeing this, Aoba's complexion turned pale. What on earth was happening? Hey, are you certain you wish to undergo tailed beast transformation here? Although women are known for their capriciousness, the rapidity of this change was astonishing. Suddenly, Kyubi's skin began to peel away, signaling the onset of her transformation into a tailed beast. With her hands crossed, she violently tore open the fabric of space towards Aoba. A colossal wind blade surged forth, its murderous intent directed at the captured grass shinobi. Yet Aoba, who stood in the way, was equally capable of inflicting death. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Those who stand against me shall be slain. The hatred and murderous intent had driven Kyubi into a complete frenzy. The techniques of the pig skin, tiger skin, and wolf skin had combined, and the approaching wind blade surpassed the power of ordinary wind-release ninjutsu, rivaling the strength of A-rank wind techniques. The verdant foliage transformed into a deep azure hue, while alternating patterns of golden stripes and white wolf fur adorned its surface, heralding the emergence of a peculiar creature. With a swift motion, he raised his hands, fingers splayed wide, to initiate his defense. A tremendous gust of wind propelled him backward with relentless force, the weight of 1,000 pounds. Boom! As Qingye's body sank, the ground erupted into a colossal pit, pinning him firmly in place. With a resounding whoosh, the formidable wind blade was finally thwarted. Yet, this wind blade ensnared his arms, twisting mercilessly as it coiled around them, shredding his sleeves and causing torrents of blood to spurt forth. He felt as though his hands had been thrust into a meat grinder, the excruciating agony surging through him like a relentless tide. When the wind blade ceased its assault, the fur upon his skin was stripped away. Aki's arms had become drenched in blood. Damn, even the aged pigskin could not offer protection. At that moment, a shocking transformation occurred. Kushina's skin completely shed, and multiple tails sprouted from her back. Qingye urgently shouted, "Kushina, wake up!" Before he could finish speaking, a surge of dark red energy soared into the sky, illuminating the entire canyon. As the verdant leaves obscured the vision, a humanoid fox with 4 tails materialized once the energy shock dissipated. At that moment, the resemblance to Kushina had completely vanished. What an absurdity! What heinous deeds had the hidden grass village committed against the Uzumaki clan to provoke such a wrath from her? Boom! Kushina vanished from her original position, reappearing directly above Aoba, her sharp claws swiping towards the sealed second dragon tongue. How infuriating! The Dragon Tongue clan must not be subjected to such indignity. Qingye swiftly brandished the second generation of Longshi, retreating repeatedly. Howl! The tailed beast transformation of Kushina was relentless. Her animosity towards the grass shinobi had swelled immensely. In her tailed beast form, she showed no mercy to Qingye. The verdant leaves leapt, casting the second generation of the Dragon Tongue into the air. where a fiery flying insect swooped down to seize it. With a splatter, a cascade of crimson liquid descended from above as a claw of chakra materialized, severing the insect in mid-flight. The chakra claw veered, once more aiming for the second generation of the dragon tongue. Should it be captured, the fate would surely be no more favorable than that of the previously vanquished insect. In a flash, the body flicker technique was employed. A shadow darted through the air as the verdant leaves grasped the dragon tongue and reappeared at a short distance away. A deluge of fresh blood rained down from the heavens. At this moment, Aoba appeared utterly disheveled, his garments tattered and in disarray. In his left hand, he grasped the second generation of the dragon's tongue, while his right hand was eerily vacant, the arm stained crimson, blood dripping onto the ground and pooling into a crimson puddle. His right hand was no longer in sight. Qingye's face was a portrait of distress. He had never felt so utterly defeated. Were it not for the captives in this valley and the people of the Whirlpool clan, he would have unleashed his wrath upon Kushina with abandon. Minato, do not accuse me of negligence. I could have been your father-in-law. Suddenly, the claw of the chakra beast in the air clenched fiercely, and Qingye's right hand was crushed in an instant, blood cascading down. Xiaoyu is gone. The sorrow of Qingye was palpable. After all, it was a seasoned tool for aiding in nefarious deeds, now rendered useless, causing heartache for anyone who bore witness. Nevertheless, I resolved to stake my right hand on the promise of a new world. Subsequently, Qingye silently recited the incantation for the rebirth of severed limbs. A flesh-colored bulge emerged at the site of the severed arm, swelling until it burst forth, releasing a cascade of green viscous fluid. From the fractured point, a brand new arm extended. This was a concoction inspired by the regenerative abilities of lizards, a special insect that required a single token for each rebirth of a severed limb. It proved ineffective against injuries that were truly fatal. Old must make way for the new. The ancients certainly do not deceive me. Aoba shook his new arm, still finding it somewhat unresponsive. He had initially intended to test the tactile sensations of his new assistive device. However, the lack of sensitivity rendered this hand feeling foreign and unsettling to him. Yet, the present predicament demanded immediate attention, leaving no room for further experimentation. He would have to postpone that exploration for another time, another occasion to relish those unique sensations. Kushina roared, her body once again unleashing several chakra beast claws that lunged toward Aoba. This woman would not relent until she had incapacitated him. Ah, woman. Your name is Trouble. Qingye's expression turned grave as he removed his eye mask with a swift motion, revealing his eyes, now transformed into those of a dragon. A powerful aura surged forth, exponentially stronger than before he donned the mask. The might of the dragon manifested. With a single lift of his hand, Qingye conjured an invisible barrier that thwarted the assault of the chakra beast's claw before him. Subsequently, Qingye vanished from his original position. Boom. The entire canyon was carved with a distinct line. Aoyan grasped Kushina's chakra tail and instantly appeared on the opposite side of the canyon. With a resounding thud, he unleashed the power of the three insects: the boar power insect, the tiger power insect, and the deer power insect. Empowered by their might, Aoyan felt as though he could shatter a small mountain. He swung the chakra tail with great force, sending Kushina hurtling several miles away. He could not allow her to wreak havoc within the canyon. There were numerous members of the Uzumaki clan on the carriage, and the commotion of battle could spell disaster for them. He had no desire for Kushina, having just awakened, to confront the grim sight of her fallen clansmen, which might push her into another uncontrollable rampage. With a fierce roar, 5 tails erupted, swirling in the air. It was infuriating. Although Kushina was not the perfect Jinchuriki, the Uzumaki clan's unique physique could suppress tailed beasts. How could she succumb so easily to a loss of control? Or perhaps the trauma she endured had given the 9 tails an opportunity to seize control of her body and attempt to break free. Before Aoyan could fully comprehend the situation, Kushina struck again. A massive beast claw extended from her back, descending violently toward him. Without the Uzumaki clan members and the captured grass shinobi as burdens, only a fool would dare to take on such an attack head-on. Qingye opened her mouth, releasing a long golden centipede that appeared to be forged from pure gold. Seamless and resplendent, the golden centipede transformed into a radiant beam of light, darting towards the beast's claw. With a swift hiss, the golden light pierced through the chakra-infused claw effortlessly. Subsequently, the golden radiance flickered incessantly, weaving back and forth upon the colossal claw. With a soft pop, the massive claw disintegrated into bubbles, vanishing entirely. In a flash, The golden centipede returned, spiraling gracefully around Qingye's side. Chapter 60. Kushina, be patient. I shall be swift. Very swift. Qingye placed her hand upon the golden centipede's head, exceedingly pleased with the potency of this particular goo. The golden centipede goo is a unique breed, cultivated from chakra metal. In this realm, chakra metal can barely be regarded as a treasure of heaven and earth. Qingye speculated that this chakra metal was also a remnant left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. It represents a diluted version of the Six Paths of Refinement, where the sage utilized yin and yang chakra for crafting. In contrast, subsequent generations were unable to harness yin and yang chakra for their creations, resorting instead to other forms of chakra. From the very inception of its refinement, this particular insect has thrived by consuming chakra metal. Consequently, it has undergone a remarkable transformation, achieving a weaponized form. This phenomenon bears resemblance to the ape demon clan, whose monkeys can transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. While Qingye's golden centipede is capable of morphing into a corresponding weapon, Qingye speculates that the weapon transformation of the Yeren clan draws inspiration from the interplay between chakra metallization and metallic chakra transformation, resulting in a unique metamorphosis technique. Without this understanding, one cannot account for the indomitable nature of the Yeren clan's weapon, the golden staff, upon their transformation. In contrast, Qingye's golden centipede goo possesses distinct characteristics. It directly absorbs chakra metal, and one might liken it to an iron ingot resembling a centipede. After all, goo is the essence of heaven and earth. What cannot be refined into a spirit? The golden centipede goo undergoes a weapon transformation, evolving into the golden centipede sword. The once elongated golden centipede straightens, its joints contracting, while its side appendages retract into its body, leaving only the sharp tips protruding. Originally measuring 10 meters in length, the centipede now diminishes to a mere 3 meters. At the center of the golden centipede sword, a circular ring serves as the hilt. Although it is referred to as the golden centipede sword, its precise designation is the twin-peaked golden centipede sword. Qingye placed his hand in the center of the ring, and the tips of the golden serpent sword began to spin wildly, reminiscent of a chainsaw's teeth. The air buzzed with a relentless hum. It was indeed a sword, yet it bore an uncanny resemblance to a chainsaw. Kushina lay prostrate on the ground, her 5 long tails billowing as she roared at Qingye. Initially, she intended to negotiate for some of the 9 tails chakra as a reward for his assistance in rescuing the Uzumaki clan members. However, now, words seemed unnecessary. Rest assured, Kushina, endure a little longer. I shall complete this swiftly. Qingye grinned menacingly, twirling the golden serpent sword in his hand, slicing through the surrounding air and warping the very fabric of space. Allow him to perform for everyone, as the chainsaw becomes the tail of the beast. Bang! A massive crater erupted from the ground. The verdant leaves vanished from sight, ascending above Kushina's head as the golden Wugong sword descended, aiming to sever Kushina's tail. A fierce roar erupted from Kushina as she plunged her hands into the ground, uprooting a massive expanse of earth. Yet, the golden Wugong sword fell from the heavens, transforming into a radiant beam of gold that pierced through the ground. Moreover, its formidable cutting force transcended the realms, severing 2 of the chakra tails. Simultaneously, a black hole emerged from Qingye's mouth, instantly drawing in the 2 chakra tails, which were then ensconced within Qingye's possession. A cry of anguish escaped Kushina's lips as her tail emitted a series of ominous sounds, and chakra surged forth anew, restoring her 2 tails. No, it was 3 tails. Concurrently, an additional layer of fox bones manifested outside Kushina's form. With a thunderous roar, 6 chakra tails fanned out like a giant fan, directing their wrath towards Qingye. Damn it, yet another tail had emerged. With a swift strike of the azure leaf's golden serpent sword, a brilliant flash of golden light illuminated the scene, severing 6 tails in a single stroke. However, a formidable claw of chakra emerged from the ground. The fox, with its heart stolen, felt the brutal impact of the beast's claw upon its chest. Qingye performed several somersaults in succession, propelled several kilometers away. After a considerable effort to regain stability, he half knelt upon the ground, gazing into the distance at Kushina. Singing to the moon is not merely a toast to its brilliance. Upon witnessing the familiar motion, a sense of dread washed over him. This woman was about to unleash the tailed beast bomb. It was imperative to prevent this devastating attack from striking its target. Qingye cast a fleeting glance back at the canyon behind him. Qingye felt a cold sweat trickling down her brow, should the tailed beast bomb be unleashed. The ensuing devastation would lay waste to the canyon behind her. Qingye found himself in an inescapable predicament, compelled to endure. The golden dual-peaked saw sword began to revolve at an astonishing speed, centering around Qingye's palm, swiftly transforming into a resplendent golden shield. The golden centipede sword, the golden turn of the heavens. Suddenly, a dark red beam surged forth, striking the golden shield. The beam was continuously deflected by the rotational force of the golden shield. The surrounding woods were ravaged by the dissipated energy, reduced to a desolate wasteland. Qingye was once again repelled several miles, ultimately returning him to the entrance of the canyon. Would the king of the canyon face defeat at its very threshold? As the beam of light dissipated, the golden centipede sword in Qingye's grasp gradually came to a halt, already beginning to emit wisps of white smoke. The cracking sound echoed as the sword's exterior warped. Fortunately, being forged from iron, it possessed numerous advantages, one of which was its remarkable durability. Newly crafted, it must not be squandered so easily. Despite the robust nature of the golden centipede's body, Qingye resolved to reclaim it. The golden centipede sword transformed back into its insect form, and Qingye promptly opened his mouth to swallow it. Qingye swiftly approached the vicinity of Kushina, her hands deftly forming intricate hand seals. Before her materialized 5 insects, glimmering like precious gems. These were the escape technique insects: fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind. The 5 insects began to radiate a dazzling array of colors. Qingye clasped his hands together and bellowed, 5 elements goo, 5 consecutive escapes. Boom, boom, boom. From the 5 elements goo erupted 5 distinct ninjutsu, targeting the gathering power of Kushina. Fiery projectiles, torrents of water, earthen blasts, bolts of lightning, and slicing winds all surged forth in unison. Kushina manifested her chakra beast claws, intent on launching another assault against Qingye. However, she was relentlessly repelled by the 5 consecutive escapes. In a desperate bid for defense, she could only shield herself with her 6 tails, dashing around Qingye with agility and determination. The multifaceted eyes of the green-leaf dragon incessantly rotated, fixated on the figure of Kushina. The opponent's speed was exceedingly swift, rendering the 5 consecutive ninjutsu ineffective, merely trailing behind Kushina in vain. Lacking sufficient firepower, the quantity was summoned instead, with a swift opening of its maw. 5 more ninjutsu-infused capsules were unleashed. Aoyoshi converged 5 elemental escape techniques into both hands, wielding the pseudo-infinite glove. With the 5 elemental insects, he unleashed an unending barrage of grand escape techniques. Drawing back both hands like the mechanisms of a cannon, he unleashed a relentless succession of 5 distinct ninjutsu. Kushina, moving with great swiftness, conjured numerous illusions, yet each was systematically shattered by Aoyoshi. At last, he aimed his palms forward, locking onto Kushina's true form. The sound of rapid fire echoed, like the relentless discharge of dual Gatling guns, as the full might of the 5 elemental insects was unleashed, reducing Kushina's protective bones to mere fragments, rendering her incapacitated. Finally, a hush fell. Observing the smoldering 5 elemental insects in his hands, he noted the depletion of his chakra, requiring a recharging. It had indeed been an arduous endeavor. The verdant leaves swiftly approached, while Kushina temporarily ceased her efforts. The regenerative power of the tailed beast was exceedingly formidable. It would not be long before it regained its vigor and engaged him in battle once more. Kushina's fallen form was sustained by streams of chakra energy, as her 6 tails gradually mended, with the 7th tail beginning to emerge. Once the 7th tail made its appearance, the arrival of the 8th would signify the transformation into the formidable 9-tailed fox. Aoba was reluctant to confront such a formidable adversary. Although they were still some distance from Konoha, the tumultuous fluctuations of battle in the vicinity could easily attract unwanted attention. It was imperative to awaken Kushina swiftly. Qingye swiftly approached Kushina, his dragon-like eyes fixated on her vacant gaze. The iridescent hues of his eyes flickered in the dimly lit space. Suddenly, Qingye materialized before a colossal cage, its iron door adorned with a sealing talisman. Within the confines of this prison, a massive red fox lay ensnared, its limbs shackled by chains, rendering it utterly immobile. The fox vociferously cursed, "Madwoman! Madwoman! You dare to imprison me and boast of your prowess with these adamantine chains." Its furious gaze was directed at the woman standing before the cage, incessantly howling in protest. The resonance of its voice reverberated throughout the entire space. Yet, The woman remained unperturbed, completely indifferent to the commotion. The Nine-Tails, in its agitated state, was clearly aggrieved. At that moment, Kushina turned her back to the cage, and a multitude of chains extended from behind her, intertwining with those binding the great fox. The adamantine spikes embedded themselves into the Nine-Tails' body, sending waves of its chakra coursing into Kushina. It became evident that this was not a case of the Nine-Tails seizing an opportunity, but rather Kushina forcibly binding the fox. Remarkably, this was done unconsciously, suggesting that she had often engaged in the extraction of chakra without hesitation. The verdant leaves gently descended upon the water's surface as Qingye turned to greet the Nine-Tails. Ah, is that not the Nine-Tails, looking rather disheveled? Chapter 61. Wood release can subdue it, the Sharingan can evade it, and the whirlpool treats it like a power bank. Upon seeing Qingye, the Nine-Tails appeared as if it had encountered a great savior, hastily exclaiming, "You peculiar boy who plays with insects, swiftly awaken this foolish woman. If you do not rouse her soon, I shall be utterly drained." Bound by chains, the Nine-Tails lay sprawled on the water, its posture peculiar and utterly immobile. Even with Qingye's mastery of the art of binding, he found this position to be quite humiliating. Yet, despite its predicament, the Nine-Tails remained audacious. No wonder it was often bested in battle. The foolish woman you speak of is capable of rendering the mightiest of tailed beasts into mere caricatures. With such a sharp tongue, it deserves to be dismembered by her husband and reduced to a mere caretaker for her son, serving as an auxiliary. Qingye was unaware that the legendary Kyubi, having lived for over a millennium, possessed a facade as impenetrable as the thickest of city walls. In the present moment, the Kyubi's resilience had waned, leaving only its stubborn bravado. Despite the existence of wood release techniques capable of subduing it, the Sharingan that could outmaneuver it, and the Uzumaki clan that could utilize it as a source of energy, the esteemed Kyubi remained defiantly obstinate. Initially reveling in a sense of schadenfreude, Qingye was reminded by the Kyubi of the pressing matters that had brought him to this place. Qingye pressed down with both hands, soothing the Nine-Tails. "Ah, do not rush. Do not rush. I shall awaken her at once." Swiftly, she moved to Kushina's side, where she found Kushina's face twisted in rage. Her body enveloped in a layer of dark red energy. This outer shroud, composed not only of chakra but also imbued with a sinister aura, emanated the malevolent emotions accumulated by the Nine-Tails over a millennium, resentment and hatred. Consumed by fury and a thirst for vengeance, Kushina had inadvertently summoned these negative energies, leading her to a state of utter chaos. Indeed, being a Jinchuriki is not a role to be taken lightly. Those prone to sentimentality are easily ensnared by the throes of uncontrollable emotions. Qingye observed that those with more robust personalities tend to have a greater ability to control tailed beasts, much like individuals such as Killer Bee. When RA is activated, affection is of little concern to them. In contrast, Naruto relies on his protagonist's aura and his unparalleled verbal prowess. Even the Nine-Tails bows not to him. "For I wield words that compel your submission." Qingye extended his index finger, upon which a phantom dragon coiled in an ethereal dance. To shatter this layer of negativity, one must wield an unparalleled dragon might. With a commanding gesture, he proclaimed, "Begone, all malevolence." His finger pressed against Kushina's forehead. Roar! The dragon's might erupted forth, shattering the ominous black and crimson shroud enveloping Kushina, dissipating into a foreboding aura. The entire ceiling space, under the weight of the dragon's might, appeared momentarily frozen in time. Fortunately, this unusual occurrence was but a fleeting moment, and soon the ceiling space began to flow anew, as Qingye's physical prowess waned and began to dissipate. He uttered one final phrase, "Kushina, awaken." With those words, Qingye vanished entirely. The instant the might of the dragon struck Kushina, her eyes finally regained their clarity. Observing her own hands and then the Nine-Tails bound like a dumpling, Kushina remarked in a daze, "What has happened to me?" The Nine-Tails, in a haughty tone, protested, "You wretched woman, release me at once." "I shall certainly." Before it could finish its tirade, Kushina's glare, imbued with murderous intent, silenced it. The Nine-Tails immediately wilted, stammering, Well, Kushina, do you think you could perhaps set me free? My back is aching. My joints are out of alignment." "Out of alignment, you say? It appears the most pronounced issue is indeed you," she retorted, deciding against further sparring with the insufferable fox. Recalling that she and Qingye had ventured to the land of grass to rescue their kin, she felt no joy in their success. Instead, She was overwhelmed by the tragic state of her people, leading to her uncontrollable rage. With a sigh, she commanded the golden chains to retract into her beings. And Kushina too vanished from the ceiling space. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Qingye continued to struggle desperately. The entirety of Qingye's body was flushed with crimson, his hands transforming into fierce claws as he clutched tightly onto Kushina's dual appendages. A multitude of shadow nails firmly anchored Kushina's shadow to the ground. Simultaneously, several shadowy tendrils emerged from her shadow, ensnaring the 7 chakra tails of Kushina. It was only through the exertion of such extensive measures that Qingye managed to tenuously restrain Kushina. However, this precarious equilibrium was measured in mere seconds. Should the situation deteriorate further, he would have no choice but to transition into Sage mode, which too operated on a time-sensitive basis. Why was this individual still unresponsive? Logically, the might of the dragon should be more than sufficient to combat such negative energies. At that moment, Qingye sensed a loosening grip from Kushina. Gurgling sounds echoed as the dark red-tailed beast chakra began to retract. A woman collapsed to the ground, already unconscious. Yet, Qingye distinctly noticed the flutter of her eyelashes. Qingye remained silent, feigning ignorance. Well, having stirred such a considerable commotion, I would likely feign ignorance too, he remarked with a deliberate sigh. Alas, always causing trouble. I shall never bring this young lady out again. Kushina's forehead throbbed with veins. It is a well-known truth that one cannot awaken a person who pretends to be oblivious, especially when that person is a woman. With no other recourse, Qingye had to tidy up the chaos himself. First, he needed to dispatch the captured grass shinobi and the members of the Uzumaki clan. Upon returning to the canyon, Qingye first bound the grass shinobi captives into a bundle, allowing the ninja insects to carry them away. Then, he lifted the curtain of the carriage, preparing to address the plight of the Uzumaki clan members. However, upon witnessing the harrowing state of the Uzumaki captives within the cage, he could not help but gasp in shock. Aoyue turned her head, casting a glance at the still feigning unconsciousness of Kushina. It was no wonder that the woman was driven to madness. I too would have succumbed to insanity under such circumstances. The members of the Uzumaki clan within the iron cage appeared gaunt and emaciated, their frames resembling mere skeletons. The diagnosis was clear: prolonged malnutrition, accompanied by extensive bruising, a testament to years of relentless abuse. There exists a simple method to ascertain the health of the Uzumaki clan. One merely needs to observe the color of their hair. If it is not a pure, vibrant red, it indicates ill health. If it has turned white, it signifies a state perilously close to death. These Uzumaki individuals, once adorned with fiery red locks, now bore signs of fading color. Some had even turned pale. Observing Kushina's hair, as red as flame, one could easily discern her robust health. In stark contrast, the later appearance of Nagato, with his head of white hair, foretold his impending demise. However, hair color merely hints at the physical condition of these Uzumaki people. It is not the most tragic aspect of their plight. The true horror lies in the fact that in a bid to prevent their escape, the grass shinobi had severed their tendons in both hands and feet. Moreover, some Uzumaki individuals were missing arms or legs, evidently treated as subjects for inhumane experimentation. Among them were children, with the most grievous injuries affecting 2 young souls, a little girl who had lost an eye and a portion of her forearm, and a young boy who was deprived of an arm and a segment of his calf. Their appearances were heart-wrenching. This brought to mind the mother of Uzumaki Karui, who had seemingly perished under the torment of the grass shinobi. Due to their unique physical traits, the Uzumaki can swiftly replenish the chakra expended by ninjas. And Karui's mother had met a gruesome fate, torn apart by a pack of grass shinobi. One could only wonder if among the captured Uzumaki were Karui and her mother. Although various ninja villages have covertly pursued research into the bloodline limits, the grass village's actions are particularly egregious, brazenly abducting those with bloodline limits, daring even to challenge the 5 great shinobi villages. However, their methods are crude, and after years of research, they have yielded little in the way of results. Qingye attributed the shortcomings of Kusugakure to the absence of scientific ninjas akin to Orochimaru. Were it not for the village's unique geographical position, he would have found it challenging to survive. However, he harbored a deep envy for the physique of the Uzumaki clan. Whether it be their chakra-enhancing traits, sealing capabilities, indomitable strength, or the divine perception of the Kagura, these attributes were coveted treasures beyond reach for many. Additionally, the Rizaki clan's secret technique of dragon rebirth, which allows the transfer of life force, captivated Qingye's interest as well. Upon his return, he envisioned cultivating corresponding cursed insects utilizing these two formidable physiques. The Uzumaki clan boasted extraordinary vitality and exceptional sealing talents, while the Rizaki clan could employ the dragon rebirth technique to bestow their life force upon others. Truly, every action and choice seems to be guided by fate. One cannot help but ponder that the healing methods of the Uzumaki people may indeed rely on the Rizaki clan's extraordinary secret arts. It seems that Kusugakure owes a debt of gratitude to the Uzumaki clan. Aoba summoned several large ninja insects, which swiftly lifted the iron cage from the cart and took flight. Having accomplished this, Aoba then embraced Kushina and departed from the canyon. Chapter 62. I have faith in you. I believe you will undoubtedly become the strongest Uzumaki. Qingye stood atop the fiery flying serpent, gazing at the distant land. It had indeed been a long night. After attending to numerous trivial matters, he hardly noticed that dawn was approaching. Suddenly, Kushina, who had been feigning sleep, sat up and stretched with a feigned yawn. She waved her hand at Qingye and greeted him. Ah, after a good sleep. Well then, young Qingye, good morning. Qingye, do you dare to guess whether I believe you? Qingye tucked her hands into her sleeves, responding with a cheerful smile. Hee, Your Highness, good morning. You retired early last night. It's a pity you missed that monster that nearly took my life. Hiki. Kushina smiled awkwardly, turning her attention away from Qingye's words to gaze at the rising sun in the distance, inquiring, where are we headed? Aoba remarked with keen interest, of course, it must be the land of waves. Upon hearing this, Kushina's previously composed demeanor shifted, and her gaze dimmed in an instant. As a princess, it is only natural to return to one's homeland from time to time. She continued, moreover, I can think of no better place to resettle these members of the Uzumaki clan than there. As she spoke, Aoba cast a glance at the Uzumaki people behind them. Kushina followed his gaze and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was originally my duty to escort my people home, yet I have failed them. It would be unfair to say that, Aoba replied, for you two are bound by circumstances beyond your control. Aoba took a seat, and the two sat in silence, gazing at the rising sun. The land of whirlpools indeed serves as the most suitable refuge for the Uzumaki clan, being distanced from the mainland, where isolation can be maintained by severing all connections. Although it had once succumbed to invasion, it now stands as a desolate island, devoid of life. During these past few days, Aoba gradually awakened each member of the Uzumaki clan. Naturally, throughout this process, both of them remained masked. The awakened Uzumaki clan members inquired as to the reason for their rescue. Qingye merely stated an acquaintance with the Uzumaki clan, which prompted the rescue of its members. These individuals from the Uzumaki clan have endured harrowing experiences, leaving both their bodies and spirits in a state of disrepair, with only numbness remaining. In truth, the veracity of Qingye's claims holds little significance. Thus, their responses to his words were merely nods of acknowledgement. Aoba remained indifferent to the situation. Only the children seemed somewhat better, often approaching him with a myriad of questions. Consequently, Aoba found himself inundated with inquiries, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion, which led him to pass the children on to Kushina, who exhibited a commendable patience. The journey from the land of grass to the land of whirlpool required traversing the entirety of the land of fire, taking several days of flight, sustained solely by military rations. However, the members of the Uzumaki clan accepted their circumstances with quietude and without complaint, for they had endured far more dreadful experiences than hunger or unpalatable food. They crossed the land of fire, soared over the strait, and traversed the vast ocean until they beheld a landmass. While it was termed a continent, it resembled a considerably larger island. Upon their arrival in the land of whirlpool, as the Uzumaki clan stepped onto this soil, the once numb expressions seemed to be stirred. Some individuals had already knelt upon the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Kushina observed the simultaneously foreign and familiar surroundings, falling into a contemplative silence. This poignant moment, evoking deep emotions among the Uzumaki clan, resonated profoundly with Kushina's own sentiments. Qingye, carefree and light-hearted, was gazing around, searching for the shrine of the Uzumaki clan, hoping to discover the fabled mask of the Grim Reaper. At that moment, an elderly man approached them, supported by a little girl. I am Uzumaki Baihu, he expressed with gratitude, and I extend my heartfelt thanks to both of you for bringing us back to our homeland. On behalf of the Uzumaki clan, I sincerely thank you. Upon finishing his words, Uzumaki Baihu attempted to kneel. Kushina, taken aback, was unsure of how to respond, while Qingye shook his head and effortlessly lifted Uzumaki Baihu with one hand. There is no need for such formality. We have a history with the Uzumaki clan, and it is only natural for us to lend a hand. For you, it may be a simple gesture, but for us of the Uzumaki clan, it is an act of profound kindness. The elderly man remained steadfast in his kneeling position, though he lacked the strength of Qingye and struggled to rise. If you truly wish to repay us, then please lead the Uzumaki clan to thrive. For there are many of our kin wandering outside who are in desperate need of your assistance. Aoyan pointed at the members of the Uzumaki clan and spoke slowly. I understand now. Though I am but a decrepit shell, I shall lead our people to thrive. Tears welled in the eyes of the Uzumaki elder as he rose to his feet. We must assist our kin. Indeed, we must survive. For many among us still need our support. We must also bring back our other clansfolk and rebuild the nation of Yuzushiogakure. The Uzumaki clan shall undoubtedly rise again. For the sake of these children, we must gather our strength. One by one, the Uzumaki clan members gathered, their faces alight with renewed determination. They resolved to rise again for the children and for those still wandering. Suddenly, a frail man, missing a hand, raised his arm and spoke timidly. But our clan has lost its heritage. Upon hearing this, some clan members' gazes dimmed, their spirits sinking. Indeed, we lack powerful ninjas. How can we rescue others when surviving on this island is already a struggle? And can we, the incomplete, truly rebuild Yuzushiogakure? The clan began to murmur among themselves, their earlier fervor waning. At that moment, a boy leaning on a cane stepped forward and boldly proclaimed, "We will survive. I will become a ninja. I will protect everyone and bring our kin back, so that we shall no longer be bullied." The crowd fell silent, then suddenly awakened to the realization that if even a child could possess such faith, how could they, the adults, speak in despair? Daishiong is right. We have clawed our way out of hell. What do these challenges mean in comparison? Elder Uzumaki clapped the shoulder of the boy named Daishiong, encouraging the others. The elder is correct. We have survived even in the direst of circumstances, and our current situation is far better. Indeed, we can still gaze upon the sky, feel the wind, and behold the rising sun. With renewed vigor, the Uzumaki clan found their fighting spirit once more. Aoi refrained from interrupting them, allowing them to step forward on their own accord. He approached Kushina, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it appears that the royal lineage possesses commendable qualities. Naturally. Kushina concealed her expression behind a mask, yet Aoi could perceive her proud demeanor. Kushina understood that Aoi had just instilled a purpose within these individuals, to rebuild the land of the whirlpools and rescue the other members of the Uzumaki clan. Only by providing them with a worthy objective could they muster the courage to continue living. Ha, your confidence fills me with joy. I am well aware of your concerns. As he spoke, Aoi raised his hand, and with a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke dispersed, revealing a multitude of scrolls. I have prepared the legacy of the Uzumaki clan for you. Moreover, I can assist you in restoring your bodies and unlocking your latent potential. The sight of the scrolls rendered everyone momentarily speechless, but it was Uzumaki Daichi who first regained his composure. He cast aside his cane and hurried to Aoi's side, raising his fist in exuberance. Hooray! I can become a ninja. Brother Long, please teach me ninjutsu. Daichi was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly stumbled, prompting Aoi to quickly steady him with a supportive hand on his shoulder. Gazing at the boy who bore a striking resemblance to Naruto, Aoi spoke earnestly. Daichi, I have high hopes for you. I believe you shall become the strongest Hokage. Is that so? I've made up my mind. I will become Hokage. The corner of Aoi's mouth twitched beneath his mask. Was the enthusiasm of this child truly so potent? His resemblance to the protagonist was indeed inspiring, surpassing even the fervor of Boruto's generation. However, Aoi could not indulge this young boy in games of ninjas just yet, as he was not yet a ninja himself. Thus, he directed Daichi towards Kushina. But I still need to prepare some items for your physical restoration. If you wish to become a ninja, seek your fox sister. Fox sister, teach me ninjutsu. Daichi, unwavering in his belief in Aoi's words, turned to beseech Kushina. With Daichi leading the charge, a throng of children rushed towards her, imploring her to instruct them in the ways of ninjutsu. You little. Kushina glared at Aoi with annoyance, her mouth opening as if to scold him. Qingye interrupted her words. Are you certain you wish to speak such things in front of the children? Kushina let out a cold snort, and departed with the children. Qingye expressed, "Your kin, you shall educate. I cannot be responsible for such troublesome affairs." He approached the elder of the Uzumaki clan and inquired, "Elder Baihu, could you assist me in locating a tranquil place? I require a period of seclusion." "Very well, Lord Long," replied the elder. "Though this place has become a desolate ruin, I recall a few secret chambers that may serve our purpose." "No, simply take me to the ancestral hall of the Uzumaki clan." "The ancestral hall, you say? That is also acceptable." Upon concluding their conversation, Elder Baihu led Qingye through the remnants of the ruins. Chapter 63. This is the act of seizing sustenance from the mouth of the sage of the six paths. Elder Baihu, a venerable figure of the Uzumaki clan, held an intricate familiarity with the remnants of the land of the whirlpools. The land of the whirlpools was indeed an anomaly within the world of shinobi. It functioned simultaneously as both a nation and a ninja village, a true embodiment of the concept that one village constitutes a nation and one nation embodies a village. Perhaps it was this very political structure that rendered the five great nations intolerant of the land of the whirlpool's existence. The demise of this land undoubtedly involved the indispensable influence of the daimyos of the five great nations, as this political system posed the greatest threat to their interests. If ninja villages could establish themselves as nations, what purpose would the daimyos serve, merely existing as ornamental figures that consumed space? It is conceivable that the Hidden Leaf Village's failure to provide timely assistance to the land of the whirlpools was influenced by the pressure exerted by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Certainly, the Hidden Leaf harbored its own ulterior motives, desiring to maintain absolute control over the Nine Tails, a strategic weapon of mass destruction. After all, prior to the fall of the land of the whirlpools, the host of the Nine Tails still had familial ties. Should the bride face grievances at her in-laws' home and, in a fit of indignation, return to her parental household, it would create significant complications. Ultimately, should matters escalate to divorce and the division of assets, the bride price and dowry must be allocated accordingly. At such a juncture, the Hidden Leaf, as the bride's household, would be compelled to relinquish the dowry bestowed by the land of the whirlpools. Presently, it appears that the dowry from the land of the whirlpools is indeed more substantial, considering that this bride wields the button of a nuclear weapon. If a division were to occur, the losses for the Hidden Leaf would be considerable. This is the nature of relationships, and this is the rationale behind them. It is only natural for the Hidden Leaf to scheme against the land of the whirlpools. As the four major ninja villages besieged the land of the whirlpools, the Hidden Leaf opportunistically turned a blind eye. Only after the bride's family was annihilated did they emerge with feigned concern to placate her. Yet, bereft of her support, the bride had no choice but to acquiesce to her in-laws. The ancestral hall of the Uzumaki clan serves as both a temple and a family shrine. Now, only crumbling walls remain, with only a vague outline of the original structure visible. One can only imagine the ferocity of the battles that once took place here. Witnessing the once magnificent hall reduced to such a state, Elder Baihu felt a moment of melancholy and suggested, "Lord Long, would you like me to gather a few clansmen to tidy up?" "That is unnecessary. I will not require more than a few days. You may attend to the cleanup later. For now, your priority should be to ensure the well-being of your kin. Such matters of appearance can be postponed." Qingye shook his head and remarked that the environment was of no consequence. His purpose was not to visit the ancestral hall, but rather to seek the death mask concealed within it. A wise old man like Vortex Baihu certainly understood this principle. Survival was paramount. His inquiry was merely a gesture of courtesy towards Qingye. After dismissing Vortex Baihu, Qingye stepped into the Grand Ancestral Hall. Qingye traversed each grand hall with great care. With the full power of his Longfian activated, he sensed the entirety of the shrine, ultimately perceiving a presence beneath the main hall. Upon arriving at the main hall, it was evident that something had once been enshrined here, yet it now lay in desolation. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ground behind the offering platform, and Qingye discovered the mechanism concealed within the floor tile. Qingye grasped the entire tile from the ground. Beneath the tile lay an expanse of darkness, where a stone staircase extended downward into the abyss. Qingye released a fire escape goo, which danced before him, emitting flickering flames to illuminate his path. The stone staircase descended to a height comparable to 4 or 5 stories, leading to an expansive chamber. A broad thoroughfare stretched straight ahead, flanked by colossal stone pillars that supported the entire space. Qingye swiftly traversed the corridor, only to arrive at its terminus, where an extraordinary wall awaited her. Adorned with an array of white ghostly masks, this wall was unlike any other. At last, she had discovered the Death God mask. The Vortex clan employed these masks as a medium for the Shiki Fuin technique, with each ghostly visage purportedly representing a distinct death god. The souls devoured by the death gods were said to be ensnared within these eerie masks. Upon careful examination, she discerned the faint pulsations of souls emanating from several of the masks. Qingye meticulously removed each mask imbued with spiritual fluctuations, intending to study them further upon his return. As for the other Shinigami masks, he chose to leave them undisturbed. Who could predict whether the Shiki Fuin could still be invoked after meddling with them? The land of whirlpools held its own mysteries. Even Qingye was unable to discern the mechanism behind the Shiki Fuin. He had no intention of employing barrier techniques here to obscure his presence. It was prudent to maintain the status quo, in case the Uzumaki clan had concealed anything sinister in this location. As far as Qingye was aware, the Shiki Fuin was the sole secret art capable of contesting souls with the Pure Land. It was a technique spoken of by the Sage of Six Paths. In contrast, another forbidden technique concerning souls, the Edo Tensei, was merely a cunning shortcut, although it could summon the deceased from the Pure Land to fight on one's behalf. Those souls remained bound to the Pure Land. The Shiki Fuin, however, was distinct. Any soul sealed by it transferred its allegiance from the Pure Land to the Shinigami's realm. Now encapsulated within these masks, the Edo Tensei further substantiated this distinction. Any soul sealed by the Shiki Fuin could not be summoned by the Edo Tensei, thus illustrating that the Shinigami's realm and the Pure Land were indeed separate domains. Aoba has also acquired the method of practicing the corpse demon sealing technique from Kushina. However, this approach is one that leads to mutual destruction, a venture he dares not undertake. Given the characteristics exhibited by the corpse demon sealing, it encompasses the profound mysteries of sealing, the soul, and space, which is indeed quite intricate. By removing these soul-imbued death god masks, Aoba intends merely to study the essence of the soul, perhaps enabling him to concoct a soul-devouring goo. Nevertheless, there are other pressing matters at hand. Foremost is the need to assist the Uzumaki clan in restoring their ravaged bodies and reclaimed potential. He unfurls a scroll. With a decisive press, Qingye summoned the Wan Gu Ding with a resounding thud. He intended to concoct goo on sight. Opening his mouth, he expelled a dozen blood-patterned goo, their abdomens swollen like spheres, engorged from their ravenous feeding. These creatures were nourished by the blood of the Vortex clan, as well as that of the Dragon Tongue clan. Utilizing these two types of blood to nurture the goo should rectify the physical ailments of the Vortex clan. Simultaneously, he widened his mouth, revealing a disc-shaped black goo. This was the Four Symbols goo, which contained the sealed chakra tails of 2 nine-tails. This too was an object of his research. With pressing matters to attend to, Kyubi was left with the responsibility of aiding the Uzumaki clan in the reconstruction of their homeland. Fortunately, her ability to utilize shadow clones expedited the rebuilding process significantly. Additionally, the flying insects summoned by Aoba facilitated transport between the mainland and Yuzushiogakure, aiding in the delivery of various supplies. However, this method proved cumbersome, particularly due to the nature of the shadow clones. Upon dispelling, all memories, including fatigue, would return to the original body, thereby intensifying Kyubi's exhaustion. At this juncture, Kyubi harbored the same desire as Aoba. How splendid it would be to master wood release. The simple act of cultivating trees would save the effort of gathering timber. Moreover, wood release could be employed to construct homes, beautify the island, and even cultivate crops. It was a technique that possessed both power and practicality. Amidst the ruins of the former Yuzushiogakure, new edifices arose, marking the establishment of a new home. The Uzumaki clan also managed to re-establish their protective barriers at their new settlement. Historically, it was the responsibility of the elderly Uzumaki clan member, who had survived to the present day, to oversee the clan's protective seals, owing to his extensive knowledge on the subject. Despite his diminished strength, the presence of Kyubi, with her extraordinary chakra, made the re-establishment of the barrier a rather uncomplicated task. As the Uzumaki clan rose from the ashes of devastation towards a prosperous future, the mood in the grass village was starkly somber. Chapter 64. A blinding smile that Aoba could not bear the escorting forces of the Uzumaki clan suddenly vanished. The location of their disappearance was traced to a canyon, situated along the crucial route to the city of Kirigakure. Grass Village was unable to ascertain whether the assault on the escorting forces had been premeditated, as the site had suffered catastrophic destruction, leaving little in the way of clues. Investigations at the scene revealed that no known ninjutsu could inflict such extensive devastation. Excluding the involvement of ninjas, in the current ninja world, only tailed beasts possess the capability to ravage an entire forest. Furthermore, the adversary opposing the tailed beast was also an individual of formidable strength. While the outcome of their confrontation remained unknown, one could only surmise that any individual capable of contending with a tailed beast must be of at least Kaga-level prowess. The disappearance of the escorting forces implicated both a Jinchuriki and a formidable Kaga-level warrior. With the information available, Grass Village found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. The pursuit of leads was fraught with difficulty. The identity of a Jinchuriki was a closely guarded secret, regarded as a strategic asset by each village. This alone rendered any investigation initiated by Grass Village futile. Moreover, the village's status was lowly, making it implausible for them to simply demand investigations into the Jinchuriki and Kaga-level powerhouse. Even if Grass Village were to escalate matters to the 5 great shinobi countries, they would likely be met with indifference. Thus, resigned to their circumstances, the higher-ups of Grass Village could only classify the fate of the escorting forces as uncertain, though they suspected that the team had likely been caught in the conflict between the two powerful entities. Qingye was astonished to discover that the unexpected battle had freed them from their previous concerns. Indeed, misfortune often conceals fortune, and fortune can arise from misfortune. The demise of the Uzumaki clan had occurred, yet the plans of Kusa village to unlock the Elysium box would persist unabated. With no Uzumaki clan members to serve as the necessary resources for this endeavor, Kusa village would now turn its focus towards capturing rogue ninjas, seeking them as the source of chakra to activate the Elysium box. If necessary, the grass ninjas of Kusa village were prepared to make sacrifices. As the fervent slogan proclaimed, everything was aimed at establishing Kusa village as the strongest ninja village in the shinobi world. Under this zealous indoctrination, many were willing to dedicate themselves to the grass ninjas. Among them, the most radical was Wu Wei, who intended to consign all the criminal ninjas within the city of Gazuki to the Elysium box. However, this plan was thwarted by the 4 elders of Kusa, as numerous criminal ninjas in Gazuki were associated with the 5 great hidden villages. Should Kusa village fill the entirety of Gazuki with the Elysium box, they would have to face inquiries from the 5 great villages. It was imperative to avoid such a drastic course of action unless absolutely necessary. Days later, Qingye emerged from the shrine, dust-laden and weary. The ventilation system in the underground chamber had proven inadequate, and the process of refining the cursed insects had been quite taxing. Upon his exit, Qingye observed the Uzumaki clan members diligently clearing the remnants of the shattered walls. "Ah, good morning," he greeted. Qingye raised his palm in greeting to the members of the Uzumaki clan. "Mr. Long." The Uzumaki clansman bowed in response, showing immense respect for Qingye, as if he were a revered parent. "Brother Long, I have been searching for you. When will you teach me the art of ninjutsu?" At that moment, a slightly limping child approached, his ankle injured. It was Uzumaki Daxiong, with a splint fashioned from wood affixed to his lower leg to aid his mobility. Despite having an arm broken, he carried a bamboo basket filled with collected refuse. His clothes were soiled and drenched in sweat, clearly indicating that even the lightest tasks proved arduous for him. Nevertheless, the resilient and optimistic Uzumaki Daxiong maintained an unwavering smile on his face. The brightness of his grin was almost blinding to Qingye, who quickly called out, "Wait a moment, Daxiong. Has Sister Fox not taught you any ninjutsu?" "No. Sister Fox has been quite busy, flying about every day," replied Uzumaki Daxiong, scratching his head. "Come, let us go see. I will ask Sister Fox to teach you ninjutsu." Qingye resolved to shift the responsibility onto Kushina. "That would be wonderful," exclaimed Uzumaki Daxiong, filled with excitement. The two made their way to the residence of the Uzumaki clan, which had transformed remarkably. Rows of wooden buildings stood tall, and shops had sprung up along the streets, with vendors selling breakfast. The atmosphere was vibrant, as the Uzumaki people re-engaged with their daily lives. "Let us have breakfast first," Qingye suggested. "I have already eaten, Brother Long." "No matter, consider it your lunch," he replied. They arrived at a shop, which turned out to be a ramen restaurant, unnamed due to the haste of its establishment. Upon entering, they found the decor exceedingly simple, featuring a cooking counter accompanied by a few stools. Qingye took a seat directly, twisting Daxiong to sit on another bench. "Boss, 2 bowls of ramen, please." "Ah, Mr. Long. Well, here we only have the ordinary miso ramen." In order to facilitate his endeavors, Ayin transformed to the stature of an adult, leading the Uzumaki clan to regard him as one, referring to him as Mr. Long. "No problem, Just 2 bowls of miso ramen, he said. The beginning is always the most challenging. I believe things will improve from here. Thank you for your kind words. Very well, 2 bowls of miso ramen. The proprietor promptly acknowledged, raising his voice. Soon, 2 generous bowls of vegetarian noodles were presented before Aoyan and Uzumaki Daon. With a swift motion, the two began to slurp the noodles, producing delightful sounds of enjoyment. Upon exiting the ramen shop, Uzumaki Daon was already clutching his belly in satisfaction. As it is still the early stages of reconstruction, all provisions within the village are complimentary. Due to limited resources, each portion of food is rationed. However, this rule does not apply to Aoyan. The bowls of noodles served were exceedingly ample, evoking a look of contentment on Uzumaki Daon's face. In the future, I shall establish a Chinese restaurant here, allowing you to savor authentic culinary delights, Aoyan proclaimed with a grand gesture, painting a vision of abundance for Daon. Is it tastier than miso ramen? Daon inquired, somewhat naively. He believed miso ramen to be the most delectable food in existence and harbored doubts about what Aoyan referred to as genuine delicacies. Qingye gazed at the young Dao, a lad who, it seemed, had been born in the humble village of Kusanagi and had likely never tasted the delights of fine cuisine. Truly a pitiable child. Yet, he spoke of exquisite dishes such as crystal pork knuckle, for happiness meatballs, braised pork, and twice-cooked pork, an array of culinary treasures he had yet to encounter. Is that truly the case, Brother Long? Xiong's eyes sparkled with wonder. Indeed, although I am a ninja, it does not hinder my prowess as a remarkable chef. Splendid. I shall learn ninjutsu from you, and I aspire to master the culinary arts as well. Ah, young lad, you possess great potential. After Qingye finished her praise, a tremendous sound echoed from afar. Bang! How intriguing. Let us go and investigate. Turning her gaze towards the distance, Qingye smiled and, lifting Dao Xianren, hurried in the direction of the resounding noise. The enormous sound startled the members of the Vortex tribe stationed nearby, prompting them to rush towards the source of the commotion. Their anxious expressions revealed their fear of having their hard-won tranquility disrupted. At the edge of the island, Aoba was astonished to discover such splendid beaches. Who could fathom how the Uzumaki clan managed this territory? In the sky, several fiery flying insects circled continuously. These were the flying insects Aoba had dispatched earlier, keeping vigilant watch around the island for any potential intruders. At that moment, a colossal seashell tumbled onto the golden sands, roughly the size of a small house. It appeared to have been discovered and brought here by the fiery flying insects. Suddenly, Kushina and Uzumaki Taihu materialized not far from Aoba and Uzumaki Daisho. Big Sister Fox, Uzumaki Daisho exclaimed, raising his hand to greet Kushina. Upon seeing Aoba emerge from his seclusion, Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 65, Yearning and Regret, Year After Year. Yet sewing garments for others, Kushina could hardly contain her eagerness to learn of Aoba's discoveries during his retreat and promptly inquired. So have you found a way to halt the decline of the Uzumaki clan's vitality? Over the past few days, although she had been actively involved in the reconstruction of the land of the whirlpools, the health of the Uzumaki people was alarmingly poor. Many of them were disabled, unable to manage their daily lives independently. Witnessing such circumstances only intensified Kushina's urgency. Asking her to unleash a dog, no, a fox, to bite someone was one thing. But urging her to heal and save lives was truly a tall order. Although Kushina and Tsunade were both known as the twin forces of Konoha, Tsunade was not only formidable but also a scholarly genius, the pioneer of medical ninjutsu and the founder of Konoha's medical department. In contrast, Kushina felt she had been reduced solely to her brute strength. Upon seeing Aoba, Kushina glimpsed hope for the healing of her clan. Yes, I have indeed found a solution. Now it is time to act, Aoba remarked, gazing at the seashell on the beach with a smile. Wonderful. Let us go at once. Wait, there is something intriguing here, Aoba said, gesturing towards the seashell. What do you think about this shell? Is there anything special about it? Kushina scrutinized the seashell for a while, noting its size, but failing to discern any remarkable features. To be precise, it is a petrified shell. Perhaps you wouldn't know, Aoba replied, turning to Uzumaki Baihu. Do you know if Elder Baihu is aware of any legends regarding sages among the Uzumaki clan? Legends of sages. Let me think. Oh, I remember. When I was a child, I heard the elders in the village speak of a sage who would blow a conch shell over this vast sea. Whenever the sound of the conch echoed, both those at sea and those on land would fall into a deep slumber. Haha, that must be it, Aoba mused thoughtfully. Do you believe this seashell belongs to the sage? Kushina, well versed in the knowledge of sacred sages, knew her husband was a descendant of Mayaboku Mountain. Yet she was unaware of the specifics within the sacred grounds. No, this must be a seashell eroded by natural energy, transformed into stone. Qingye shook his head and remarked, "How could the possessions of an immortal be so inexpensive? Natural energy? Never mind. You wouldn't comprehend it anyway." Qingye let out a whistle. And from the sky descended the fiery flying serpent, seizing a conch shell before soaring towards the stronghold of the Whirlpool clan. The quest for the immortal was not an immediate concern. What required urgent attention was the dwindling vitality and the physical impairments plaguing the Whirlpool clan. This matter profoundly impacts the clan's future. Should they fail to stand on their own, the Whirlpool clan risks falling back into the misfortunes of the past. At noon, the leader of the Whirlpool clan summoned all members to gather at the square in front of the ancestral hall. The assembly was modest, with fewer than 60 individuals present, half of whom were frail elders, women, and children. The path to the restoration of the Whirlpool clan is indeed steep and arduous. Today, you have been summoned to address the issues concerning your physical well-being. With a deft motion, Qingye conjured 2 objects into existence, one in each hand. In his left palm lay a fleshy orb, while in his right rested a crimson cocoon, reminiscent of a seed adorned with intricate patterns. This was Qingye's method of addressing the vitality deficiency afflicting the Whirlpool clan, a unique parasitic insect known as the marriage goo. Despite the years spent weaving gold threads of despair for others, he had unexpectedly mastered the art of crafting such a nefarious creature through the special techniques of the Dragon Tongue clan. By implanting the marriage goo into a target, all that the individual possesses, be it talent, chakra, or bloodline limit, would be siphoned away to nourish the goo cultivator. The extent of the marriage goo's capabilities, however, remains to be fully ascertained. One certainty Qingye held was that the efficacy of the goo was intricately linked to the timing of its implantation. The earlier it was sown into the target, the greater the eventual harvest. Furthermore, the more potential the target possessed, the more substantial the rewards would be. Qingye surmised that even the most elite bloodline limit ninja, if afflicted by this goo, would likely lose 3 to 4/10 of their abilities. There exists a peculiar bloodline limit known as the blood sacrifice disease, which is less a malady and more an indication of an overpowering innate talent that begins to erode its bearer's health. For instance, Uchiha Itachi and Kagaya Kimimaro are both evident cases of this affliction. It remained uncertain whether the marriage goo could combat the blood sacrifice disease, but if it could, Qingye might have stumbled upon a remedy. While the marriage goo is indeed sinister, it does not deter Qingye from employing it to alleviate the plight of the Whirlpool clan. Since the issue at hand is the loss of vitality, the solution is to replenish it. This principle lies at the heart of the Dragon Tongue clan's secret technique, the art of dragon reincarnation. He had already sown the marriage goo into all the captured grass ninjas, extracting half of their vitality from each. This included all the lower and middle ninjas, as well as 4 upper ninjas, thus amassing sufficient life force to restore the vitality of the Whirlpool clan members. Kushina, although having spent little time with Qingye, had witnessed his skill in insect cultivation. Upon seeing the fleshy orb and the crimson cocoon, she did not need to guess. It was undoubtedly related to insects. Is it safe? Kushina inquired with concern. Rest assured, it is entirely safe, Qingye replied, then turned to the Whirlpool clan members. Who among you wishes to be the first to try? Perhaps it would be best if I took the lead, an elder suggested. The elder of the Whirlpool clan, known as the 100 House, spoke with a tone of authority. He now held the esteemed position of the eldest among the Whirlpool tribe, and if any issues arose, it was upon his shoulders to bear the burden, thereby minimizing any potential losses. Allow me, for I am still in my youth, interjected a young member of the Whirlpool clan, clearly aware of the 100 House's intention to use himself as a subject for experimentation. No, let it be me. I am capable, and my health is at its peak. Voices rose in a cacophony as they vied to be the first to receive Qingye's treatment. Do you think I am akin to those half-hearted grass ninjas, willing to conduct inhumane experiments on you? Qingye thought to himself, feeling a swell of frustration. While their skepticism regarding his medical skills was understandable, their doubts about his sorcery were intolerable. In truth, he had already conducted successful trials on several grass ninjas, yielding excellent results. This treatment is exceedingly safe, akin to receiving an injection. Elder 100 House, please demonstrate for everyone. Ignoring the clamoring crowd, Qingye directed his attention to the elder. Very well, I entrust this to you, Mr. Long, the elder replied. Subsequently, Qingye instructed the 100 house to sit cross-legged upon the ground. He then positioned the bridal attire talisman upon the elder's forehead. Gurgle, from the talisman on his brow. A crimson energy erupted, enveloping the elder like a garment. Soon, the essence of life surrounding Elder 100 house began to shift. As if he were immersed in a life-nourishing chamber, his vitality steadily intensifying. Gradually, the once gray strands of his hair began to restore their hue, transforming into a delicate shade of red. As the color deepened, it eventually became a rich, reddish-brown. Yet, as is the fate of the aged, even with the restoration of his vitality, his thinning hair could not revert to its original vibrant red. Look, the elder appears rejuvenated. One exclaimed. Indeed, his hair color has returned. Another marveled. The members of the Uzumaki clan engaged in animated discussions, their excitement palpable. With the elder's demonstration, the other clan members felt assured in accepting Qingye's treatment. The process was quite straightforward. Once the wedding dress gu was affixed, the subsequent treatment was entrusted entirely to Qingye's adept management in the background. Beyond merely restoring their vitality, Qingye had prepared a regeneration gu for severed limbs, resembling a small, fleshy orb. This regeneration gu could preemptively draw upon cellular vitality, fostering cellular proliferation and growth, thereby allowing lost limbs to regrow. This was why Qingye prioritized treating the clan members' vitality deficiencies first, as the subsequent limb regeneration would also deplete the patient's life force. The regeneration gu, a diminutive fleshy sphere, could integrate into any corporeal form. Once implanted, it awaited the absorption of cellular life energy, gradually expanding until it ultimately burst forth, producing new limbs. In addition to treating the severed limbs of this group, there was also a need to assist some individuals in obtaining new eyes. As several clan members had suffered the loss of their sight, a significant number were either completely blind or had lost vision in one eye. The removal of their eyes was not due to any special characteristic of their sight, but rather because the Hidden Grass Village believed the Uzumaki clan possessed a unique constitution, seemingly capable of adapting to most bloodline limits. Consequently, some individuals in the Hidden Grass Village proposed utilizing the Uzumaki physique to implant various bloodline limits. Foremost among these were the extraordinary eyes found within the ninja realm, which involved excising the original eyes of the Uzumaki clan members and replacing them with these eyes endowed with special abilities. Through this eye exchange experiment, the Hidden Grass Village aimed to demonstrate the adaptability of the Uzumaki constitution to other bloodline limits. To Qingye's knowledge, the Hidden Grass Village had acquired the Red Eye and the Blood Dragon Eye, along with several lesser-known eyes with marginal abilities. For instance, there were eyes capable of capturing high-speed movements, those endowed with extraordinary long-distance vision, eyes radiating an aura of menace, eyes that could immobilize individuals, and eyes that instilled fear in those who met their gaze. Upon hearing the introduction from the Uzumaki clan members, Qingye could hardly believe that the Hidden Grass Village had amassed such a plethora of minor ocular abilities. What could he possibly say? Indeed, it is no wonder that they are dubbed the Legends of Eyes. The Hidden Grass Village seems intent on continually enhancing these lesser abilities, aspiring to create a pair of divine eyes that could rival the Byakugan of Konohagakure and the Sharingan. Furthermore, as the Uzumaki clan members revealed, the Hidden Grass Village has already begun to entertain ambitions regarding the Byakugan and Sharingan, a truly reckless endeavor. Not only is it perilous, but it also reflects a morbid sense of humor. Much like the infamous Uchiha Madara, they have sought to implant their Rinnegan within Nagato's being. In her heart, Aoba silently scoffed, thinking, "Do you believe you are the illustrious Madara?" However, later, after the members of the Uzumaki clan were dispatched to the city of Ōtsutsuki, many of the capable individuals had their eyes forcibly removed once more. Consequently, it is now the case that numerous Uzumaki clansmen are left with hollow eye sockets. Qingye could only affix the eye-catching gu to these individuals, serving as their new vision. After all, at this stage, restoring their sight was the primary objective. Chapter 66, The Blaze Escape Master, Sister Yet Song. A few days prior, Qingye had successfully completed the treatment of the Whirlpool gland, and Kushina had commenced instructing them on how to cultivate chakra. Uninterested in these troublesome matters, Qingye chose to leisurely navigate the sea aboard the Firefly flying worm. Well, it wasn't exactly aimless wandering. He was, in fact, seeking the origin of the conch shell that had been captured by the Firefly flying worm that day. Perhaps he might discover the dwelling of a sage, not for the sake of sage treasures or legacies, but simply to establish an additional source of energy for the future. Furthermore, the true dragon goo required a substantial amount of energy to nurture the Nine Suns dragon goo, and Qingye had no other means to acquire it but to focus his attention on these ancient ruins. Moreover, Qingye anticipated frequent visits to the Isle of Whirls, not for any other reason but to study the death god's mask, which justified his repeated expeditions. The firefly flying worm swiftly transported Qingye across the ocean, and soon they arrived at the location where the conch shell had been discovered. Qingye looked down and beheld a vibrant coral reef. Observing the fiery flying dragon, it became evident that the seashell had been discovered in this very location. Just as Qingye contemplated descending, a resounding boom echoed in the distance. A colossal water dragon erupted forth, only to dissolve into a cascade of droplets shortly thereafter. The battle raged on, with enormous water spheres, towering waves, and an expanse of seawater, as various ninjutsu techniques emerged in succession. It seemed there were still individuals engaged in fierce combat here. The Aoi Leaf envoy approached cautiously to investigate the scene. Two groups were engaged in combat. Upon observing their forehead protectors, it was evident that one faction consisted of the Hidden Mist ninjas, while the other comprised the Hidden Sand ninjas. However, a stark disparity in numbers was apparent, with 5 members from the Hidden Mist and only 1 from the Hidden Sand. Although the conflict between the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Sand was a matter for them alone, an unexpected presence on the side of the Hidden Sand caught attention, a female ninja, no less. Furthermore, she possessed a Kekkei Genkai, making her exceptionally formidable. This ninja was capable of effortlessly dissipating incoming water-based attacks into vapor upon mere contact with her hands. Despite the numerical advantage held by her opponents, her abilities rendered their elemental advantage utterly ineffective. This must be the power of Scorch Release, which enables the evaporation of moisture from any object it touches, generating intense heat. It is a remarkably potent Kekkei Genkai, where even a slight brush could lead to certain death, often resulting in a charred corpse. Could it be her? Yes. Yakura. The wielder of Scorch Release, Yakura, finally came to mind for Aoi Leaf. Under the 3rd Kazekage of the Hidden Sand, she was renowned alongside Raza and stood as a formidable contender for the position of the 4th Kazekage. Yet, it seemed that during her pursuit of the 4th Kazekage title, she was betrayed by Raza to the Hidden Mist. Ultimately, Yakura fell victim to an ambush orchestrated by the Hidden Mist, unaware of the treachery that led to her demise. Aoyama gazed at both parties, a sly smile gracing his lips. He chuckled softly. It had not been long since the disappearance of the 3rd generation Wind Shadow, and already the internal strife within the Sunagakure had commenced. Moreover, it was astonishing how swiftly one of the candidates for Wind Shadow had been betrayed. Qingye was unaware that ever since the failed joint ambush on the Konoha defenses by the Hidden Mist and Hidden Sand villages, the situation within the Hidden Sand village had taken a drastic turn for the worse. The village could no longer sustain a simultaneous conflict with both Konoha and the Hidden Mist. A choice had to be made, either to ally with Konoha to attack the Hidden Mist or to collaborate with the Hidden Mist against Konoha. Coincidentally, Yetsong was responsible for the front against the Hidden Mist, while Luosha was in charge of the Konoha front. Following the previous defeat, doubts about Luosha's leadership began to emerge within the village. In a bid for the title of the 4th Kazekage, Luosha had preemptively sought a covert alliance with the Hidden Mist, betraying Yetsong as a show of loyalty to both sides. However, due to Qingye's intervention, the assassination attempt targeting Yetsong seemed to have failed, allowing her to escape. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. 3 Hidden Mist ninjas blocked Yetsong with shurikens, while the remaining 3 positioned themselves at strategic angles, forming intricate hand seals. With the Water Release counteracting her techniques, Yetsong found herself unable to unleash her Scorch Release. 3 water dragons surged from the sea, converging upon Yetsong in the center. Damn it, this group of miscreants. If I survive this, I will not let them go unpunished. With a roar, the 3 water dragons descended, unleashing a torrent of water. Did we hit her? That cursed woman has taken the lives of 3 of our comrades. Fortunately, she perished this time. Otherwise, many more of our colleagues would have fallen by her hand. Scorch Release is indeed a formidable threat. The 5 Hidden Mist ninjas collectively sighed in relief. Yet, as the water explosion subsided, a figure emerged. Cough. Yetsong knelt on the ground, spitting blood. She endured the searing pain coursing through her body and rose once more. Had she not been ambushed earlier, she would not be in such a dire state. Damn it, is she still alive? Severely injured, she could not hold on for long. continuing the assault with shurikens. Her scorch release had become ineffective. Shurikens. A barrage of shurikens flew towards her, and Yetsong could only evade, but her injuries hampered her movements, leaving her wounded further. Luosha, you bastard, do not let me survive this. Yetsong gritted her teeth. All of this was due to Luosha, the true instigator of her plight. In the sky, Qingye hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. Should he choose to act, there was a significant risk of exposure. The proximity to the Isle of Tsu was alarming. And the hidden mist village, being another island village, could not withstand the repercussions that would ensue. Just as he wavered in his decision, an inexplicable veil of mist materialized upon the sea. Yitsong's form swiftly vanished into the obscuring fog, moving with such rapidity that even the 5 mist ninjas failed to react. Cursed be this mist. It had previously aided her escape, and he resolutely refused to allow such a situation to transpire again. Under the leadership of the foremost mist ninja, the 5 plunged headlong into the mist. What was the origin of this fog? The verdant leaves emitted a peculiar cry as this mist descended in an inexplicable manner. The green leaf envoy, soaring through the mist, distanced himself from this enigmatic shroud. Its peculiarity imbued him with a sensation as though it possessed a life of its own. Aoyan ascended to 1,000-meter height, gazing down upon the vast expanse of mist and discovering its considerable breadth, stretching several tens of kilometers and seemingly advancing towards the Isle of Whirlwinds. Just moments before, this dense fog had been entirely invisible. How could such a substantial area of mist materialize so suddenly? With the activation of his dragon's eye, Aoyan began to investigate the anomalies within. However, the chaotic energy enveloping the mist rendered his vision through the dragon's eye akin to a pixelated image. Astonishingly, he beheld a fog obscured by a veil of distortion. After a brief moment of hesitation, Aoyan commanded the firefly serpent to plunge into the depths of the mist, driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover its secrets. After all, what lay beyond the pixelation was undeniably alluring, and may the world be free of such obfuscation. Meanwhile, Yetsong pressed one hand against the wound on his abdomen while brandishing a shuriken and kunai in the other, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He could scarcely fathom that he had been betrayed by his own village. Had Luosha truly resorted to any means necessary in her pursuit of the position of Wind Shadow? Swiftly wrapping his wounds, he vanished into the mist, seizing the opportunity to escape. Konoha village, await my return, he vowed. Luosha, you will pay for this. Yet this time, fortune eluded him, for after wandering for what felt like an eternity, he found himself unable to discern a path to freedom. The verdant leaves, suspended in the air, are also exploring the depths of this enigmatic mist. Immersed within the fog, the leaves begin to discern the true nature of the energy that resides within. It is a composite force, imbued with a trace of natural energy. The other components remain elusive for now, yet one thing is certain. The mist possesses hallucinogenic properties. Inhaling significant amounts of this fog can induce vivid illusions. Realizing this, the leaves stilled their breath and began to plunge toward the surface of the sea. The art of spirit summoning. With a puff, a cloud of dark smoke erupted. The summoning failed. The chaotic energy field rendered it impossible to connect with the contracted spirit insect. Initially, there was an intention to call forth a water strider to delve beneath the surface and assess the situation. However, it was unforeseen that even the summoning technique would be ineffective. The only recourse was to plunge into the water personally. With a swift motion, the blindfold was removed. Qingye opened his eyes, and the resplendent colors of his dragon-like compound eyes shimmered brilliantly. A surge of draconic majesty erupted, dispersing the surrounding mist in an instant. Subsequently, Qingye confined this formidable aura within a radius of 10 feet around himself. Qingye then submerged beneath the water's surface. The surrounding seawater was entirely displaced by the dragon's might, creating a vacuum of 1 zhang around Qingye. Beneath the water, unaffected by the mist, her visibility significantly improved, allowing her to see much farther. In the profound depths of the ocean, Qingye beheld an inverted silhouette of a mountain. Could it be the fabled Immortal Island? What a coincidence! The verdant foliage plunged toward the shadow of the mountains beneath the sea, and soon, it beheld a grand mountain standing inverted beneath the water's surface. This majestic peak was characterized by its sheer cliffs and rugged contours, adorned with a vibrant tapestry of various corals, resembling towering trees scattered across the landscape. Additionally, the mountainside was embellished with numerous immense fossils, remnants of aquatic crustaceans, including conchs, tridacna, abalone, and scallops, among others. Qingye understood that these crustaceans had been eroded by natural energy, transforming them into fossils. The natural energy on this island was somewhat perilous, capable of infiltrating living organisms through respiration. Over time, if one could not master this natural energy, they could only resign themselves to the fate of petrification. Such an uncanny phenomenon was a first for Qingye. In other sanctuaries, the natural energy remained in a stable state. Why did the natural energy here seem to harbor a grudge against living beings, incessantly attempting to penetrate their bodies? Qingye touched the underwater mountain and emerged onto the surface, discovering indeed a mountain beneath the water and an island above it, maintaining the aura of the dragon's might. He continued to disperse the mist as he made his way towards the island. Simultaneously, the true dragon goo activated, beginning to absorb the natural energy that was mingled within the fog. As the true dragon goo emerged, it instantly provoked a celestial phenomenon, forming a colossal vortex of mist above Qingye's head, resembling an inverted funnel perched atop him. Observing the funnel above him, he couldn't help but feel somewhat foolish. Nonetheless, he resolved to first address the surrounding mist. Chapter 67. The clever little girl. Not only Yi Tsang was ensnared by the mist, but also the pursuing mist ninja. How infuriating! Where exactly is this place? On a rocky beach, several mist ninjas wandered through the haze. Unable to locate Yi Tsang or find a way out of the fog, one of the mist ninjas, unable to contain his frustration, began to employ ninjutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged skyward, stirring the entire mist. However, the fog that was dispersed by the water dragon was swiftly replenished by the surrounding mist, returning to its original state. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby. Who is there? One of the mist ninjas, armed with shurikens, shouted in a certain direction. Fire release, overheating vapor. Several streams of red, high-temperature gas sliced through the mist, hurtling towards the five. Water release, water barrier. A wall of water rose, but was instantly evaporated and pierced through by the high-temperature gas. A scream erupted as one mist ninja was struck by the searing gas, steam emanating from his body as the moisture within him rapidly evaporated, leaving nothing but a desiccated corpse. Mitsui, damn it! One of the mist ninjas, unable to intervene in time, hurled several shurikens. But they merely sliced through the miasma without revealing a trace of their target, not even a single hair. Formed the 10,000 character formation. Another mist ninja bellowed. The four immediately positioned themselves back to back, creating a defensive stance, each vigilant in a different direction to prevent surprise attacks from their adversaries. Now trapped within the peculiar fog, they found themselves in a situation where the enemy was hidden while they were exposed. If they separated, they risked being defeated one by one. Time trickled by, yet Yi Tsang did not initiate an attack. Just then, a colossal shadow materialized. It was a gigantic funnel. Ah, I didn't expect you all to be here. A sound echoed, and soon a figure emerged from the mist. It was Qingye, who had circled the periphery of the island and was now preparing to venture towards its center. The remaining four mist shinobi regarded the unknown man with narrowed eyes. Their vigilance heightened. Clad in a black high-collared trench coat, his demeanor was relaxed, yet he exuded an air of vulnerability. Devoid of any insignia of a ninja, no forehead protector to signify his allegiance. What further unsettled the four was the enormous funnel of mist looming above his head, from which a torrent of fog cascaded into the swirling abyss, vanishing without a trace. The time, place, and manner of this man's arrival were all amiss, imbued with an unsettling quality. Intuition warned the four mist shinobi of the peril that this man represented, a danger profound and palpable. Such acute senses are honed by years of traversing the precipice of life and death. The figure before them radiated an aura of treachery. Pray tell, who might you be? The lead mist shinobi inquired, his voice heavy with caution. Qingye glanced around and casually remarked, I am merely a passerby, having stumbled upon this mysterious fog area and decided to take a look. Is that so? In that case, might I kindly ask you to leave? We are currently in pursuit of a rogue ninja from Sunagakure, replied the leading mist ninja, brandishing a kunai and gesturing towards the distance. Do you require the mist ninjas to apprehend a rogue from Sunagakure? Aren't the two hidden villages at war? Qingye inquired with growing interest. Indeed. This mission has been entrusted to us by Sunagakure. Aren't ninjas meant to undertake missions whose task isn't to be fulfilled? The explanation offered by the mist ninja prompted Qingye to strike his palm with a fist in realization. That makes perfect sense. Whose task isn't to be completed? However, I have another question. How many questions do you have? The mist ninja replied, suppressing his impatience. What is your inquiry? Pray tell. What connection does this island have with your late second Mizukage? Qingye asked with a smile. What? Are you suggesting this island has ties to the second Mizukage? The leading mist ninja was taken aback, surprised that Qingye would pose such a question. Indeed, the mist on this island is a mirage, utilizing mirage techniques to create illusions. Is that not the specialty of your second Mizukage? The four mist ninjas exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the confusion in the other's eyes. Is the second Mizukage proficient in mirages? I was unaware of that. What exactly did he excel at? The village has never taught us about this. Alas, ignorance is truly alarming. You should return to the mist village and study diligently. Qingye shook his head in pity. It is unfortunate that you lack knowledge even of the signature techniques of the second Mizukage. The leaders of these villages seem to share a common trait. Once they ascend to power, they disregard the achievements of their predecessors, rendering them obsolete. This is likely why the strongest Kages emerge so frequently. If he were to become Hokage, he would surely declare himself the mightiest Hokage. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens. Yekong formed hand seals, exhaling several high-temperature energy blasts. Scorch release, scorching bullets. One of the mist ninjas placed his hands against the ground. We have been awaiting your arrival. Earth release, rock pillar spear. The four of them positioned themselves strategically, knowing that Yekong would attempt a surprise attack from the air. Consequently, they anticipated his aerial assault. Several jagged rock spears erupted from the earth, hurtling towards Yekong. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Yekong deftly evaded the rock spears, reappearing a short distance away. Qingye smiled gently as he observed the two factions, while Yetsong regarded him with suspicion, and the four hidden mist ninjas eyed both Qingye and Yetsong warily. The three parties had formed a precarious standoff, clearly influenced by the unexpected arrival of Qingye. Both the hidden mist ninjas and Yetsong hesitated to launch an attack, fearful of allowing Qingye to seize the opportunity. At that moment, Yetsong noticed Qingye's smiling gaze fixed upon him, igniting his irritation. Hey, you vile man. Why are you staring at me? Do you want me to gouge your eyes out? Oh, it's nothing really. I merely find it somewhat lamentable to see the legendary user of Scorch Release abandoned by Sunagakure. Ugh, how infuriating. A sphere of intense heat surged toward Qingye. Qingye raised her hands in exasperation, exclaiming, Hey, your opponent is over there. I am merely a bystander. Do you truly believe that I would trust you? A passerby would possess knowledge of the clandestine alliance between Sunagakure and Kirigakure, internally cursing the girl for her sharp wit. Qingye pondered whether she ought to reveal her identity as a time traveler who had witnessed the events of Shippuden. I am quite perceptive. Is it not permissible for me to inquire? Qingye retorted. We must act. Neither of these individuals can be allowed to leave alive. Given that this man is already privy to the dealings between Sunagakure and Kirigakure, he poses a threat that cannot be ignored. Not only is this matter inherently disgraceful, but if this information were to leak, it could be exploited by rival hidden villages. Thus, they cannot be permitted to depart from this place unscathed. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. X3 Qingye's expression darkened once more. Hey, what's going on in your hidden mist village? Is there a preference for females over males? Why are 3 Water Dragon Jutsu aimed at me while only 1 Earth Dragon Jutsu is directed at that insufferable girl? The mist ninjas found themselves at a loss. Yekong's Scorching Release was exceedingly effective against water techniques, while only one among them was proficient in earth techniques. Thus, they had no choice but to make Qingye bear the brunt of their 3 Water Dragon Jutsu. Facing the 3 Water Dragon bullets, Qingye opened his mouth and released 5 gem-like goo worms. These were the 5 elements escape technique goo. Qingye clasped his hands together, channeling the 5 elemental ninjutsu through 5 intricate seals. The earth release technique summoned the earth flow wall, while the fire release conjured the fireball. The water release manifested as the water whip, the lightning release took form as the lightning sphere, and the wind release transformed into the vacuum sphere. The 5 colored insects erupted in a brilliant display of hues. A formidable earthen wall rose to thwart the advance of 3 water dragons. Simultaneously, the fireball, water whip, lightning sphere, and vacuum sphere were swiftly unleashed, each targeting one of the 4 mist ninjas. Initially, Yetsong took a perverse delight in Qingye being singled out, anticipating a scene of his disarray. However, upon witnessing the seamless execution of 5 distinct ninjutsu, Yetsong's pupils constricted in realization. This was no ordinary foe. Who could this individual be? When did such a formidable talent emerge in the ninja realm? The three mist ninjas were adept in water release. Yet Qingye's mastery of all 5 elemental techniques would soon reveal the superiority of one over the other. Particularly, Qingye's lightning release hampered their ability to utilize water release effectively. As the three combined their powers to employ an oversized water barrier, a shadow materialized behind them. The mist ninja confronting Yetsong, upon noticing the shadow looming over his comrades, felt a surge of urgency and intended to issue a warning. Watch out, the scorch release. Overheating kill. Yetsong unleashed a tremendous wave of searing air, sweeping forward to strike at the ninja who had invoked the earth release. The shadow was Qingye's premeditated maneuver. The shadow insect had already transformed into a silhouette, infiltrating behind the trio. With the shadow insect's technique, Shadow Spike, 3 needles erupted from the shadows, piercing the backs of the unsuspecting ninjas. Qingye swiftly approached, raising both hands. The centipedes stealthily emerged. 3 crimson-armored centipedes spiraled forth, ensnaring the 3 individuals, sinking their fangs into their necks and injecting venom. Qingye clapped her hands, signaling the end of the task. Meanwhile, Yetsong seized the moment when the mist ninja was momentarily dazed, wielding a kunai that transformed into a fleeting shadow. Blood splattered. The last remaining mist ninja, caught off guard by Yetsong's ambush, fell incapacitated. Yetsong did not relax. She gripped the kunai tightly, her gaze fixed intently on Qingye, wary of any potential attacks. That method of striking from the shadows, indeed, belonged to the people of Konoha. Since they hailed from Konoha, they were unequivocally foes. Yetsong was acutely aware that a conflict was underway between Konoha and Sunagakure. "Jikong, what are you so tense about? We share a bond forged through adversity," she remarked. "Bonded through adversity? Who shares such a bond with you? You are from Konoha." Before Yetsong could finish her sentence, her entire being collapsed. Qingye swiftly arrived at Yekong's side, supporting her. She had fallen unconscious. Was it due to the miasma infiltrating her body? Yekong was already gravely injured, and the prolonged exposure to the mist accelerated her absorption of it. Without Qingye's intervention, Yekong would undoubtedly have perished facing the 4 mist ninjas, as she would eventually succumb to slumber amidst the battle. Thus, Qingye's timely arrival had saved this young woman's life. Chapter 68, The Unbearable Sage. Armstrong's pillar. After subduing the individuals to prevent them from stirring upon awakening, Qingye cast sealing curses upon them. Once this was accomplished, he abandoned them and proceeded directly towards the island's center. Previously, Qingye had circumnavigated the outer island, discovering that it was desolate and devoid of life. The eerie miasma had rendered even the simplest single-celled organisms into fossils, suggesting a complete absence of biological activity on the island. Although Qingye had utilized the True Dragon Curse to absorb a considerable amount of the miasma, diminishing its presence, the source of the miasma remained unaddressed, allowing its ominous spread to persist. As Qingye delved deeper, he indeed uncovered traces of structures near the island's center. These remnants were scant, yet discernible as walls of buildings, indicating that habitation had once existed here. In line with the findings from his underwater exploration, he also discovered evidence of colossal creatures, now petrified. Strangely, all these beings were marine life forms, predominantly crustaceans, immense shells, gigantic conchs, and enormous clams. It was no wonder Qingye associated this island with the second Mizukage, who was known to possess a large clam spirit beast. This spirit beast's signature technique was to conjure mirages through the extensive release of miasma. Could it be that this great clam originated from this very island? Perhaps it had fled upon realizing that the bizarre miasma could petrify flesh, eventually crossing paths with the second Mizukage. Such an explanation seemed plausible. As he continued along his path, a colossal shadow emerged from the mist. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be an enormous shell. Towering in the midst of the island, it resembled a small mountain, and the strange miasma enveloping the entire island emanated from the base of the shell. A thick, water-like fog surged forth from beneath the shell mountain, cascading in relentless waves, continuously diffusing from within. Since Qingye entered the heart of the island, the funnel above his head has doubled in size. The dragon's might within him surged forth with unparalleled intensity, repelling the mist that sought to invade his being. With the funnel of mist looming overhead and the domain of dragon might activated, Qingye ventured into the depths of the shell. A vivid tableau of red, green, and yellow greeted his eyes. A colossal, colorful stone captivated Qingye's gaze. Though resplendent in hue, much of its backside had succumbed to petrification, now cloaked in a dull gray. The mist emanated from within this very stone. Ah, the culprit has been identified. Who is it? A voice, reminiscent of a young girl, abruptly resonated within the shell. Qingye was initially taken aback, but soon regained his composure upon witnessing the stone in motion. The tricolored stone began to undulate, two enormous tentacles extending forth. As if gazing intently at Qingye finally realized that this stone was the legendary Immortal. No, this tricolor stone was not merely a stone but rather a corporeal form. Simultaneously, Qingye understood the nature of the pervasive mist enveloping the island. This unknown Immortal was actively releasing the natural energy within, thereby slowing the process of corporeal petrification. It was a desperate attempt to survive. Suddenly, the sound from within the shell changed, resembling that of a young girl weeping loudly. "Oh, please save me, human. Woe is me, I am on the brink of death. Please, save me, human." Qingye stood in utter disbelief, shaking off the droplets of water from his face. His gaze fell upon the two columns above him that had begun to spray water. Perhaps due to the petrification of his body, even these two tentacles had become rigid, resembling mere pillars. Was this not reminiscent of the Armstrong cannon? What on earth was this celestial being doing, suddenly revving up like this, leaving him somewhat at a loss? Moreover, this celestial figure possessed a lowly voice, leaving him at a complete standstill. Well, Qingye diverted his attention from the two Armstrong cannons and began conversing with the lowly-voiced entity. After a lengthy exchange, he finally confirmed his suspicions. Based on the information he had gathered, this mass before him was none other than the elusive snail sage, marooned on a distant isle. The two Armstrong cannons were, in fact, the sage's tentacles. This island was named Snail Island, and the surrounding shell mountain was its very essence. However, the snail sage was rather unreliable, having a penchant for slumber, often sleeping for centuries at a time. If nothing went amiss, a mishap had indeed occurred. Since awakening from its last slumber, the snail sage discovered that its body had begun to petrify, which sent it into a panic, prompting various attempts at self-rescue. One such method involved releasing mist to expel excess natural energy from within. Yet, given that it had slumbered for centuries, one could only wonder how long it would take to rid itself of the surplus natural energy at its current rate. Presently, the snail sage retained only its head from the petrification, while the majority of its body had turned to fossil. Greed had overtaken it, as it occupied the very source of natural power, the island's core. Its shell had completely petrified, rendering it immobile. Now, it was ensnared in its own web, unable to lift its shell and escape the natural source. Consequently, the snail sage continued to passively absorb natural energy. The influx far exceeded the outflow, perpetuating its petrification process. Upon seeing Qingye, the snail sage shouted for help, pleading desperately for salvation. If it was not rescued, it threatened to unleash torrents of water from its Armstrong cannons, drenching Qingye completely. How careless it had been to sleep atop the natural source for centuries, only now to call for help. It was far too late. Qingye sat on the stone pedestal beside her, speaking coldly. "What shall I do? I am on the verge of becoming stone. I do not wish to turn into stone." The young girl exclaimed in a panic, unwilling to confront the harsh reality. As the saying goes, why must one slumber for long during life, when eternal rest awaits after death? Well now, you may indeed embrace eternal rest. Qingye raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, indicating that one could indeed indulge in a long, restful slumber. However, this was not the eternal rest she desired. Rather, she longed for the freedom to sleep whenever she wished and to awaken at her own leisure. The girl with the lowly voice asserted with unwavering determination. Your demands are quite extravagant," Qingye remarked, casting her gaze once more towards the imposing Armstrong columns. They were an eyesore, truly a sight that made one wince. The cursed white-haired figure with lifeless eyes rendered her unable to meet the gaze of this celestial being. "What shall I do? If I perish, you shall not fare well either," the girl exclaimed, her initial panic giving way to indignation. The two Armstrong columns began their descent towards Qingye, threatening to crush her beneath their weight. Qingye swiftly evaded, exclaiming, "Wait, I have a solution. Didn't you just say there was no way?" "Well, the solution I propose requires a certain sacrifice, and I am uncertain if you are willing to pay the price." "I am willing to pay any price, facing death. What burden could I possibly shy away from?" Though her voice was childlike, her resolve was remarkably decisive. "If I save you, you must heed my commands henceforth. When I say to go east, you shall go east, and when I say to go west, you shall go west. No problem, as long as I survive. I will comply with any demand you make." "Hee, that is your promise." Qingye smiled, as if she had successfully coaxed a little girl into witnessing the wonders of goldfish. No, rather, to behold the Armstrong cannon. Qingye opened his mouth and released the true dragon goo. As soon as the true dragon goo emerged, it radiated an overwhelming pressure that even the immortal snail could not withstand. This force caused the two Armstrong pillars to begin to compress. Damn it, Sunday. You. Immortal. If you must shrink, then shrink entirely. Can you refrain from this incessant expansion and contraction, leaving me in a state of confusion? Qingye once again confirmed that she could not bear to look directly at the snail sage. Although the other party had a lowly-like voice, in essence, they were a seasoned veteran of a solitary island. She restrained herself, determined not to utter a sound. Qingye held the true dragon goo, pressing it against the body of the petrified snail immortal. In truth, most of the snail immortal's form had succumbed to stone, leaving only the head untransformed. However, unlike its soft-bodied brethren, the slug immortal encountered no such predicament. Even when faced with the peril of petrification, the slug immortal possessed the ability to detach the affected segments. The snail immortal, regrettably, lacked such prowess. It had no remarkable abilities aside from conjuring a mirage of mist to befuddle the outside world, rendering it utterly devoid of significant skills. In contrast, the slug immortal not only excelled in combat, but also wielded formidable healing powers. Yet this individual was nothing short of a liability, truly a wasted ascension to immortality. As the true dragon goo made contact with the snail immortal's body, it trembled in fear, akin to a prey sensing a predatory beast licking its skin, poised to strike. What is this? I feel a tinge of fear. What are you afraid of? It won't consume you, Qingye replied curtly. Now you're frightened. Where was this trepidation before? Consumed. Consumed by it? Could this creature truly devour me? The snail immortal pondered. Initially, it had contemplated abandoning its savior post-rescue, yet it seemed it had merely traded one pit for another. The snail immortal yearned to weep, lamenting its unfortunate fate, hoping earnestly that it would be treated kindly by its captor. Qingye remained unaware of the intricate calculations swirling within the mind of the snail immortal. Had she known, she would undoubtedly have expressed her outrage. For having lived for several centuries, she had amassed a keen sense of perception. Indeed, under the formidable pull of the true dragon goo, the petrified portions of the snail immortal began to regress, gradually reverting to flesh. It is fortunate that the snail immortal, having existed for such an extended period, possessed a profound foundation, enabling her to maintain vitality even in her petrified state. Nevertheless, aiding the snail immortal in her recovery would require a considerable amount of time, and Qingye could not linger on Snail Immortal Island indefinitely. Observing this, Qingye sought out Yetsong. The verdant leaves expelled the 5 poisonous insects, compelling them to extract the mirage's essence from Yitsong's body. What has befallen me? The first thought that crossed Yitsong's mind upon awakening was one of self-inquiry. However, upon catching sight of Qingye, she sprang to her feet, only to falter and land unceremoniously upon the ground. Startled, she instinctively sought to channel the chakra within her, yearning to unleash the scorching ninjutsu. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not summon her chakra. What have you done to me? Yitsong glared intently at Qingye, fully aware that the person before her had played a significant role in her predicament. Oh, it's nothing much. I merely sealed away the chakra within you, Qingye replied nonchalantly. Aoyoshi pouted slightly, indicating that he could examine his own abdomen. It was then that Yakura noticed a series of intricate runes encircling his belly, completely sealing off the chakra within. Despite his defiance, Yakura's face flushed crimson as he exerted every ounce of strength, yet he could not summon even a trace of chakra. No use straining, Aoyoshi remarked. The seal I placed is beyond your abilities to break. Not even the esteemed Kazekage can undo it. Don't even mention that individual, Yakura retorted, his temper flaring at the mere mention of the Kazekage's name, whom he presumed to be the notorious Raza. Chapter 69. What is the point of being a ninja when one could simply amuse themselves? Observing Yakura's sorrowful countenance, Aoyoshi ventured a question. Are you interested in making a deal? Yakura immediately recoiled, his hands instinctively covering his small bear, regarding Aoyoshi with a wary gaze. Could this individual be harboring ulterior motives, desiring to engage in a dubious exchange of favors? What nonsense are you imagining? I am simply inquiring if you wish to seek vengeance against Raza and make the Sand Village pay, Aoyoshi replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation. This woman is utterly consumed by thoughts of dubious transactions, all while wielding the power of the Scorch Release. Of course, I would relish the thought. But I am now branded as a rogue ninja by the Sand Village, making any notion of revenge utterly futile, Yakura lamented. Having once held a prominent position within the Sand Village, Yakura was well aware of their underhanded tactics. Following the failed assassination attempt on her, the village would soon issue a bounty, declaring her a rogue ninja and instigating a manhunt across the ninja realm. Subsequently, the upper echelons of the Sand Village would weave a web of deceit to manipulate the villagers, fabricating tales of Yakura betraying her comrades and divulging the village's secrets. Such slander would ensure her complete ostracism from the Sand Village. Once the proverbial mud is thrown, it cannot be wiped away. Yakura could only swallow her bitterness in silence. Even if she still had a handful of loyal supporters within the village, their efforts would be futile against the tide of animosity, and she risked being implicated alongside the higher-ups. Qingye nodded, having anticipated such an outcome. However, he shifted his tone. Indeed, you make a valid point. Yet, the Land of Wind is not solely represented by Sunagakure. There exists another force that stands equally as prominent. I have heard that Sunagakure and the feudal lord's administration are at odds. Is there any truth to this? Qingye slowly guided the conversation, mentioning the feudal lord of the Land of Wind. Ōtsutsuki nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of this statement. The reasoning was quite straightforward. The feudal lord of the Land of Wind was an exceedingly powerful figure. In the past, the third Kazekage governed Sunagakure. Renowned as the strongest Kazekage, his formidable prowess was evident. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was often hailed as the strongest Hokage, he had long since aged, lost his will to fight, and was adept in the art of political maneuvering. Despite bearing the title of the strongest Hokage, he lacked the same assertiveness and willingly allied himself with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, resulting in a harmonious relationship. The third Kazekage, in contrast, was powerful and in the prime of his life, imbued with ambition and aspirations. When two strong-willed individuals existed within the same realm, and neither was inclined to yield, a clash was inevitable. This was evident from the Third Great Ninja War, where Sunagakure was the first to capitulate. Of course, there were numerous reasons for this surrender. One being the lack of support from the feudal lord of the Land of Wind, who severed the financial aid to Sunagakure, halting the flow of resources. Consequently, Sunagakure found itself in dire straits, ultimately compelled to surrender. Are you suggesting I could seek refuge with the feudal lord of the Land of Wind? Ōtsutsuki pondered. Indeed, with the support of the feudal lord of the Land of Wind, you could effectively counterbalance Raza and, at the very least, create obstacles for him. Qingye smirked, contemplating that the finances of the Hidden Leaf Village were governed by the feudal lord's estate. If Ōtsutsuki were to align herself with the feudal lord of the Wind Country, she could indeed pose a nuisance to Rasha, which was an amusing thought. After pondering for a moment, Ōtsutsuki deemed it a clever strategy. However, she still harbored one lingering question. Why are you assisting me? Qingye rose to his feet, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. Hee. The reason for my disdain is simple. I cannot abide by Luosha's underhanded tactics. Engaging in a fair competition for the position of Kazekage, even in defeat, would be acceptable. However, betraying comrades and employing deceit to attain the title of Kazekage is something I cannot condone. Ayo fell to daze, wondering if that statement had truly come from her own lips. Was she really such a righteous person? Ōtsutsuki glanced at Ayo, and suddenly found a change of heart. This individual was not so bad after all. What you said holds merit. By aligning oneself with the feudal lord of the Wind Country, one could indeed acquire the power to counterbalance Luosha. Yet, Qingye interjected, articulating Ōtsutsuki's concerns ahead of time. However, you require a token of allegiance. Otherwise, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind will not place his trust in you. Much like how Luosha sold you to the village hidden in mist to secure an alliance between the two villages. You, too, are in need of such a token. Indeed, my reputation in Sunagakure is quite formidable. Even if I were to voluntarily pledge my allegiance, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind might still harbor doubts. This is precisely what Ōtsutsuki fears. She was originally the third most influential figure in Sunagakure, following the third Kazekage and Luosha. Now, should she rashly seek the favor of the feudal lord of the Land of Wind, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion. I have prepared a token of allegiance for you, Qingye remarked, producing an ancient jade piece, its aura steeped in antiquity, unmistakably a remarkable relic. Moreover, the jade bore the insignia of the Land of Wind, clearly indicating it was a treasure belonging to that realm. This is a secret treasure of the Land of Wind, once housed in the residence of the feudal lord. For reasons unknown, it has found its way into the open. By a stroke of fortune, I came into possession of this jade. Present it to the feudal lord of the Land of Wind, and perhaps you will earn his trust. Really? Just this small trinket? Yitsong replied, her skepticism evident as she accepted the jade. The notion that a mere piece of jade could secure the support of the feudal lord of the Land of Wind seemed rather fantastical. Hee. This is a relic of the Land of Wind. It holds immense significance for the feudal lord. Qingye gazed at the ancient jade, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, before she swiftly changed the subject. If you find it hard to believe, consider this matter as a commission. Return the ancient jade to the daimyo of the Land of Wind, and let it serve as my reward for saving you. Very well. I shall give it a try. Yetsong pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement to Qingye's proposal. It was merely a matter of delivering an item. If presenting the ancient jade could secure the support of the daimyo of the Land of Wind, it would indeed be a profitable endeavor. Should the daimyo remain indifferent upon receiving the jade, she would face no loss. Thus, Yetsong accepted the ancient jade and inquired, by the way, you have yet to reveal your identity. Qingye casually replied, oh me? I'm just an idle person. You may call me Mr. Long, Mr. Long. So, you truly are not a ninja. Of course not. What is so appealing about being a ninja? Engaged in endless violence and conflict, I would much rather seek amusement. Qingye declared, raising his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. Yekong was at a loss for words. Qingye's perspective starkly contrasted with that of individuals within the ninja realm, bordering on heretical. Despite possessing formidable strength, he chose not to embrace the life of a ninja, lacking even a simple headband. It appeared to be genuine. However, upon further reflection, Qingye's sentiments bore merit. Yekong had devoted her life to safeguarding Sunagakure, and although she was a stunning young woman, the harsh conditions of such a place had subjected her to trials far beyond what one of her age should endure. Yet, the scoundrels in the village had readily betrayed her for their own gain, selling her out without a second thought. What, then, had her steadfastness amounted to? Was it mere folly? Why pursue the path of a ninja when one could simply seek laughter? Nevertheless, before any such pursuits, she must first exact revenge on Rasha and Sunagakure, ensuring they comprehend the consequences of provoking a beautiful young woman. With that, Yekong extended her palm, nodding at Qingye. I accept your commission. I shall deliver this ancient jade to the feudal lord of the wind. Slap. Qingye and Yetsong exchanged a pact with a spirited high five, followed by a playful remark. Hee, it's settled then. Just remember not to sell me off. Yetsong rolled his eyes in response. That's reassuring. Now, you should be able to lift my seal, correct? Qingye nodded and swiftly retrieved a 4 symbols sealing goo from Yetsong's abdomen. Concurrently, Qingye employed the bridal goo, infusing a surge of vitality to mend the wounds upon Yetsong's body. The two exchanged their contact information, and Yetsong rose to depart from the small island. She had no reason to linger in this place. Qingye watched as Yetsong departed, shaking his head in silent lament for Luosha, who had entangled himself with a woman. Subsequently, Qingye turned back to the central part of the small island, where the snail mountain stood, and the true dragon goo continued to absorb the natural energy emanating from the immortal snail. Aoi learned from the words of the snail sage that the island remains unseen from the outside due to the presence of fog, which creates illusions akin to a mirage, rendering the island invisible upon the sea. Only when one approaches the island closely can its existence be discerned, which explains why Aoi had previously failed to notice the existence of the snail island. Simultaneously, Aoi correlated the testimonies of Yazong and the Mist Ninjas, reconstructing the sequence of events surrounding this incident. He also speculated on the reasons for Yazong and several Mist Ninjas' presence in this locale. Initially, Yazong had received a covert mission to launch a surprise attack on the Mist Village. However, due to betrayal by the Sand Village, he was ambushed by Mist Ninjas on a nearby island. Subsequently, a fierce battle ensued until the emergence of Snail Island, under the cover of its mist, allowing the group to escape along the island's trajectory in the surrounding waters. As both parties emerged from the fog simultaneously, their animosity flared, leading to a continuation of their conflict. It was only with Aoi's arrival that the mist of the Snail Island returned. The reason the Snail Island ventured from the vicinity of the Mist Village to the Whirlpool Island was the sage's quest to seek aid from the members of the Uzumaki clan. According to the sage's account, long ago, he had established a connection with the Uzumaki clan by steering the Snail Island towards the Whirlpool Island. The sage sought the assistance of the Uzumaki inhabitants to liberate himself from his plight. It turned out that this sage was not devoid of merit. Rather, He possessed formidable sealing techniques. The Uzumaki clan had learned a sealing technique from him, which subsequently evolved into their own distinct system of sealing ninjutsu. To express their gratitude to the sage, the Uzumaki people adopted the whirlpool symbol as their clan emblem. The whirlpool design on the emblem signifies the image of the snail shell, representing the sage. However, had it not been for Aoi and Kushina's intervention to rescue the Uzumaki clan members and return them to the Whirlpool Island, the sage's self-rescue journey would have ultimately ended in vain. Such is the marvel of fate, where each action and reaction intertwines in unexpected ways. Qingye also sought the wisdom of the snail sage regarding the art of sealing. This fellow indeed possesses remarkable skills, beyond merely employing the Armstrong cannon to strike. He has mastered a formidable sealing technique known as spiral sealing, capable of confining anything within a shell. Qingye has discovered that not only can it seal objects, but it can also encapsulate various ninjutsu within. Gazing at the palm-sized, radiantly red spiral shell in his hand, could this be the legendary flame shell? Might there be cloud shells or impact shells as well? Wait a moment, this sealing shell is essentially a form of scientific ninja tool, is it not? Qingye found herself in a state of existential doubt, pondering the absurdity of the situation involving the foolish snail sage and the lofty scientific ninja tools, two entities utterly unrelated. In Chapter 70, titled If You Don't Comply, She'll Unleash the Foxes, the enormity of the snail sage's true form rendered any immediate resolution to its petrification impossible. Hence, addressing the snail sage's predicament was not a matter of urgency. Qingye resolved to depart from Snail Island and return to Whirlpool Island. Additionally, she could not afford to keep Kushina waiting for too long. Otherwise, her frustration might lead to unpredictable and chaotic actions, resulting in an undesirable outcome. Upon hearing Qingye's intention to leave, the snail sage vehemently opposed her departure, even threatening to bombard her with an Armstrong cannon. However, Qingye was resolute. A comprehensive resolution to the snail sage's issues would require at least a year or two, and she had no time to waste lingering about. After a series of soothing reassurances and clarifications, Qingye ultimately resorted to threats. It was only then that the snail sage consented to her departure. But with a stipulation: within 3 years, Qingye must remedy the snail sage's petrification. Thus, Qingye left Snail Island, which vanished into layers of mist as if it had never existed. Upon her return to Whirlpool Island, she acted as though nothing had transpired, wandering the island as usual. She amused herself with the local children and indulged in food and drink at the shops, embodying the carefree demeanor of a street urchin. At that moment, Kushina approached Qingye, signaling that there was indeed a matter at hand. Qingye nodded. The two individuals arrived at a secluded corner of the Vortex Shrine. Qingye picked up a small stool to listen to Kushina recount her tale. Suddenly, Kushina exclaimed, "One of my shadow clones has vanished." Qingye was taken aback, immediately rising to her feet. This was quite serious. Could it be that their actions had been exposed? Aoba's first thought was not of the looming inquiries from the higher-ups of Konoha, but rather a concern that Minato Namikaze might seek retribution against him. Would the sword have not be directed towards him? Aoba cautiously surveyed his surroundings. In this world, the one person Aoba held in the utmost dread was none other than Minato Namikaze. The reason was simple. His space-time ninjutsu was exceedingly formidable, instilling in Aoba a sense of inescapability. This feeling had begun to manifest ever since Aoba had aided Kushina in devising their escape from Konoha. Perhaps it stemmed from his subconscious guilt over having absconded with another man's wife. Have we been exposed? Did you betray me? How soon will Minato be upon us? Aoba inquired with an air of anxiety. Kushina regarded Aoba with a hint of confusion, pondering why he was drawing Minato into their conversation. Nevertheless, she chose to set aside her curiosity and earnestly conveyed the current situation. It should be fine. My shadow clone voluntarily dispelled the jutsu to relay information to me. Once the clone disappears, it transfers its memories back to the original user. She sighed. This method is quite effective. In the future, I can deploy my shadow clones in various locations for intelligence gathering. Aoba confirmed that they had not been exposed, letting out a sigh of relief. Then, upon hearing Kushina's method of conveying information, his eyes sparkled with realization. Why had he not thought of this before? By merely placing a shadow clone in a specific location and allowing it to gather intelligence, the information would be transmitted to the caster's mind once the clone's chakra was depleted. Naruto Uzumaki had adeptly exploited this technique to amass experience at an astonishing rate. However, Aoba recognized this as an excellent method for intelligence collection. The only challenge, though, lay in the amount of chakra within one's body. Only those possessing a substantial chakra reserve could employ this strategy. Thus, Aoba inquired, "How long can your shadow clones be sustained?" "I have divided into 50 shadow clones, each of which should last for 3 months. In the event of an emergency, they will autonomously dispel themselves and report back with the gathered information." A flicker of irritation danced at the corners of Aoba's mouth. Truly, it is exceedingly baffling. Moreover, it persists for 3 months. You cannot possibly be contemplating a 3-month escapade. While you may revel in this, I find it utterly unbearable. No, Aoba must devise a plan to return Kushina to Konoha, to distance himself from this ticking time bomb. However, I must first ascertain what intelligence could compel Kushina to voluntarily dispel a shadow clone. What information was transmitted? Kushina cast a glance at Aoba and enunciated each word clearly. The head of the Yamanaka clan has sustained grave injuries and lies in a state of unconsciousness. The front line of Konoha faces yet another crisis. What? Please, repeat that. Kushina reiterated. The leader of the Yamanaka clan has been severely injured on the front lines and is now in a deep coma. Qingye twitched the corner of his mouth. Damn it. There was no need to think further. It was undoubtedly the machinations of the higher-ups in Konoha. After a moment of silence, he suddenly let out an eerie laugh. Heh. Who would have thought that the old guards of Konoha would lose their composure so quickly and take action? Upon hearing this, Kushina was taken aback. Are you saying that the head of the Yamanaka clan was injured by someone within Konoha? How could that possibly be? Qingye cast a peculiar glance at Kushina, exclaiming inwardly, "Oh, dear girl, how naive you remain." Subsequently, Qingye gestured subtly towards the direction of the Uzumaki clan. Has the hidden leaf not engaged in treachery against its own? The evidence stands before us. Kushina glanced at the Uzumaki clansmen, who were exuberantly cultivating their chakra, and suddenly spoke through gritted teeth. Do these people possess no sense of decency? To turn against their own villagers at such a time? She was well aware that the leader of the Oil Woman clan had valiantly turned the tide during the recent defensive battle, successfully repelling the forces of Sunagakure and Kirigakure, thereby safeguarding their front line. Yet now, they conspire against such a valiant protector of the village, disregarding the very safety of Konoha. Aoba composed himself and quietly remarked, "It may not necessarily involve a direct attack. It is plausible that the information regarding the clan leader has been leaked to the rival ninja village. Danzo, that fellow, often resorts to such treachery. This is an act of betrayal against the village. When the temptations of profit are sufficiently enticing, betraying one's own village seems trivial. They are likely scheming on how to acquire the clan leader's colossal summoning insect, which is their primary objective. Perhaps they are also plotting for the position of the Oil Woman clan leader. The only one who could contend for the leadership against the clan leader Shikaku is none other than Oil Woman Shizuku. Hell, what a cunning ploy. I have become a mere pawn in their game." Qingye chuckled mischievously. He had just concocted the bridal attire curse and was taken aback by the audacity of those attempting to intercept his gains. Did they believe themselves to be the seasoned harvesters? What shall we do now? Should we return? Kushina inquired with a hint of resignation. Having just begun to experience a semblance of progress, she was reluctant to retreat, especially since the inhabitants of this place treated her with kindness, often addressing her as sister. Most importantly, there was an absence of malice among them, allowing her to relish in an environment so refreshingly carefree, something she had only felt during her time with Minato. Return? Would she truly return? How could it be so simple? As the saying goes, even clay figures possess a measure of spirit. These old fellows were incessantly embroiling him in trouble. It was time to retaliate. This time, he intended to strike hard. Wait for my news. I have matters to attend to, he declared before transforming into a whirlwind and disappearing from sight. Kushina watched Qingye vanish, a flicker of concern crossing her mind. Would he fare well against the elders of Konoha? Ultimately, if the situation turned dire, she would intervene to ensure his safety. Should the old men refuse to cooperate, she would unleash her fox. No, she would set her fox upon them. With a huff of disdain, she turned and departed. Qingye arrived at the basement of the shrine, standing with her back against the wall of the Grim Reaper. With flamboyant hand gestures, she performed the art of reverse spiritual communication. Bang! Qingye vanished completely from sight. The once renowned Tiger Hill Sacred Ground has now been renamed the Dragon Tiger Mountain Sacred Ground. At the summit, there stands a grand hall dedicated to the dragon and tiger. From within a veil of mist, a figure emerges. It is none other than Qingye. In the center of the hall, there exists a stone statue depicting a fierce struggle between a dragon and a tiger. This statue is intricately carved from the remains of the great master tiger's strength. The natural energies within have all morphed into the essence of Qingye, or rather, his aura. Moreover, inscribed upon it is a spirit communication array, designed for reverse spirit transmission, serving as a point of return. This magnificent hall is a remnant from the era of the great master tiger's strength. Though it has been adorned, it remains in a state of disrepair. What on earth is that buffoon tiger Dali up to? Did he not declare that the restoration of the main hall at the summit was his priority? Why then does it still appear so dilapidated? Such crumbling walls are hardly befitting of his identity as a dragon Gu immortal. Ah, forget it. Those two simpletons always dawdling in their tasks. As Qingye steps out of the hall, the entirety of the Dragon Tiger Mountain sacred ground unfolds before him. Below, a lush expanse of greenery has already taken root. In the distance, numerous stealthy insects flit about, while an enormous stealthy insect lies sprawled on the ground, seemingly at rest. That is none other than the axe-halberd great Dapeng insect. Qingye furrowed his brows, pondering the inefficiency of the greening efforts. How could Longhushan be transformed into a modern sanctum of 4 virtues under such circumstances? Both Hu Dali and Tian Zongdaro exhibited a sluggishness that was disconcerting. Were it not for the surveillance measures he had employed on them, he would have suspected that the man and the tiger were merely idling away their time. Perhaps it was time to recruit some external disciples. However, he dismissed the thought. The recently captured grass ninja could serve as gardeners, thus repurposing them effectively. Turning towards the back mountain, he entered a vast cavern, donning a black robe as he proceeded within, guided by the flickering oil lamps. Qingye found himself in an underground prison, where each cell contained a solitary prisoner. His primary objective was none other than his esteemed cousin, Oil Woman Ryoma. Keeping him confined within the Oil Woman clan's territory posed too many risks, leading Qingye to ultimately decide that Longhushan would be a more secure location for his captivity. In the deepest cell, Oil Woman Ryoma sat silently, clad in a black and white striped prison uniform. A face-hugging bug clung to his abdomen, a manifestation of the Bodwa ceiling goo. Previously, without the ceiling bug, he had relied on paralyzing toxins to render his captive immobile. Now, the presence of a single face-hugging bug sufficed to incapacitate him, preventing any manipulation of his chakra. Upon hearing footsteps, Ryoma opened his eyes and, upon recognizing Qingye, promptly closed them again. You need not trouble yourself. I shall not divulge the secrets of the root. I have been afflicted with the tongue curse technique, which binds me from revealing any confidential information. You will not extract anything from me. Chapter 71. To sever one head. No, a single root. Only to have 2 more sprout in its place. Fascinating. Not only is he resilient, but he also exudes a remarkable arrogance. As if daring me to take action against him. Aoba expressed that within the Hidden Leaf Village, no one is permitted to exist who is more arrogant than himself. Aoba gazed at Oil Woman Ryoma with keen interest, wholeheartedly agreeing as he spoke. Indeed, what you say is the truth. With the tongue calamity root technique in play, I cannot glean any useful information from you. However, Aoba shifted his tone, his voice imbued with a haunting quality. Yet, what if the tongue calamity root technique were to cease to exist? Upon hearing this, it struck Ryoma like a bolt from the blue. Yet, the seasoned veteran quickly quelled the tumult within him. He opened his eyes to meet Aoba's gaze, feigning indifference as he replied, "That is impossible. The tongue calamity root technique is a forbidden jutsu crafted by the second Hokage, and the ninja world has yet to unravel its mysteries. Even if such a solution existed, the one who breaks the technique would succumb to its backlash and be rendered a fool. Perhaps in the past I was powerless to do so, but now I possess the means." Aoi, with a wide grin, extended his tongue, revealing a crimson appendage adorned with a red insect cocoon, an embodiment of the bridal goo. Given that the bridal goo has the power to strip away the bloodline limit, it follows that the cursed tongue technique should also be susceptible to deprivation. Observing the unknown insect cocoon expelled by his adversary, Oil Woman Ryoma's years of life and death experience warned him that his opponent was not acting without purpose. There might indeed be a way to unravel the cursed tongue technique. Thus, as a competent root ninja, his foremost duty was to minimize his losses. In a similar manner, Oil Woman Ryoma opened his mouth and extended his tongue, intending to bite his tongue and take his own life. Even if Aoi could decipher the cursed tongue technique, he would ultimately be left with nothing but Ryoma's lifeless corpse. "You shall not have my heart. I shall not even grant you my body." However, Aoi would not allow him to succeed. He spat forth, releasing a shadow nail goo that embedded itself into the shadow on the wall, immobilizing his opponent's movements. Ryoma's attempt to end his own life faltered as he found his teeth incapable of biting down. His pupils constricted, the sensation all too familiar. Indeed, it was the shadow secret art, a technique of the Nara clan. Curse be you, Aoi of the Oil Woman clan. Who exactly are you? Ryoma seethed inwardly, doubting Aoi's true lineage. Even he, an elite shinobi of the Oil Woman clan, possessing abundant resources from the root, could not integrate the Nara clan's shadow techniques into the insect realm. Aside from the parasitic insects, the Oil Woman clan had invested substantial resources and time, yielding only the nanotoxic phosphorescent insects. Yet Aoi, still young and with scarce resources, had cultivated an astonishing variety of bizarre insects. How could this be? Was there truly a genius in this world? Ryoma felt as though he had wasted his years, living a life unworthy of a dog. The green leaves emitted a peculiar chuckle as they opened the iron gate and approached the Oil Woman, Ryoma. Casually toying with the bridal poison, they said, rest assured. I shan't allow you to perish so easily. After all, we share a bond of kinship, and I would prefer not to be scorned by my kin, branded as the murderer of my own kind. When Aoba spoke, it was as if a veil had been lifted, causing Ryoma Oil Girl's pupils to dilate once more. This seemingly nonchalant phrasing was all too familiar to him. Whenever he prepared to subject his adversaries to severe interrogation, he would whisper soothing words to them. What appeared to be a gesture of comfort was, in fact, a calculated tactic to instill immense psychological pressure, compelling his foes to submit. Aoba leaned closer to Oil Woman Ryoma's ear and whispered softly, if the root ninja were to have their tongue curse technique nullified, how many of them would remain utterly devoted to Danzo? Should these root ninjas have their tongue curse technique lifted, and I were to subsequently implant it once more, how many would pledge their allegiance to Danzo? Furthermore, if I were to utilize your identity to accomplish all of this, would not the entire root be brought under my dominion? The whispers of Aoi resemble the murmurs of demons within an abyss, leaving Oil Woman Ryoma on the brink of succumbing to darkness, as if there were no hope of redemption. If what Aoi spoke were indeed true, the implications would be terrifying. It might render Lord Danzo oblivious to the usurpation by this young man. In such a scenario, all the secrets of the root would inevitably lay bare before Aoi, akin to a vulnerable maiden exposed to the gaze of others. The painstaking efforts they had undertaken would dissolve into nothingness. The root would become Aoi's exclusive possession, and once it fell, the mighty tree of Konoha would gradually be consumed by darkness. Konoha, a dire fate awaits. Contemplating this, Ryoma's eyes turned crimson as he desperately attempted to move, yearning even to twitch a finger. Yet, stripped of chakra, he lacked the strength of a jonin. A mere shadow-binding puppet could immobilize him. My foolish cousin. No, it is I who am foolish if you wish to take my life. Harbor your grudges, nurture your hatred, and then live on in wretchedness. He silently recited a famous saying from a certain filial son. Through the perspective of the dragon revival eye, every fluctuation of Oil Woman Ryoma's thoughts was laid bare. Aoba seeks to achieve this effect, to instill self-doubt, to shatter his psychological pillars, thus rendering him easier to manipulate. The moment has arrived to deliver the final blow. In truth, Aoba has woven a substantial falsehood here. Even if he could nullify the vile jutsu of the root ninja, what would it matter? A faction of indoctrinated, die-hard loyalists would remain steadfast in their allegiance to Danzo. Figures like Shimura Danzo and Yamanaka Ryoma are fervent believers in the curse techniques, convinced that any ninja who does not bear such a mark is unworthy of trust. Yet, there exist individuals who, despite not being ensnared by these forbidden arts, are still deserving of faith, for they are unwavering loyalists, even if one might label them as fanatical. If his proposed plan were to be executed, it would not lead to the obliteration of the root, it would merely sway a fraction of the indecisive. However, this is sufficient, as he requires precisely this segment to infiltrate the root. What remains now is to procure the list of root members from Yamanaka Ryoma. Qingye took out the bridal goo and waved it in front of Yun Vlongma, a playful smile gracing her lips as she pressed the bridal goo against his throat. Due to the unique properties of the bridal goo, Qingye had numerous thoughts regarding its potential applications. Consequently, she was eager to experiment with the possibility of extracting the caged bird technique. It was said that the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had drawn inspiration from the caged bird technique to develop the tongue curse technique. These two forbidden arts bore striking similarities, and it would be hard to believe that they were unrelated. The tongue curse technique could be considered a weakened version of the caged bird technique. the caged bird technique. Reputed to be an inescapable ninjutsu, intrigued Qingye, and she was determined to test her hypothesis. While unraveling ninjutsu was notoriously difficult, extracting its essence proved to be a far simpler endeavor. As the bridal goo adhered to Yunlongma's throat, it seamlessly merged with his flesh, as though it were an intrinsic part of his being. Soon, a complex black rune began to manifest upon his skin, gradually and slowly sinking into the bridal goo. Oh, this was becoming quite entertaining. Having successfully extracted the forbidden technique, Qingye felt no need to hold back in the subsequent actions. If mere glares could kill, Yunlongma would have likely ended Qingye's life 1,000 times over. He fixed his gaze upon her, acutely aware that the tongue curse technique was beginning to dissipate from within him, and the last remnants of his hope were shattered. As the saying goes, a heart extinguished is akin to a snuffed-out lamp. Qingye observed the flicker of intent within Yunlongma abruptly extinguish, leaving him enveloped in a pallid haze, devoid of vitality. TSK, his psychological resilience is rather lacking, despite claiming to be one of the 3 great roots. Once the entirety of the tongue curse technique was stripped away by the bridal goo, Yunlongma became utterly motionless, resigned to his fate. However, Qingye was not inclined to let him off so easily. Qingye removed the eye mask, revealing his multifaceted eyes akin to those of an insect. What? Oil Woman Ryoma gasped in astonishment. What kind of eyes are these? Could it be that the Oil Woman clan possesses ocular abilities similar to the Sharingan or Byakugan? Before he could seek clarification, Oil Woman Ryoma collapsed, succumbing to slumber. No, it was more accurate to say he was ensnared within Qingye's illusion, lacking the tongue removal technique. Oil Woman Ryoma would not perish for divulging any secrets. Thus, an illusion was crafted, leading him to believe he remained at the root. This approach would maximize the extraction of confidential information from the root. Qingye initially lacked any innate talent for illusion techniques. However, the amalgamation of the physical attributes from the Yuji, Uchiha, and Yamashiro clans has profoundly enhanced his mastery of shadow manipulation. Coupled with the subtle yet transformative influence of the true dragon goo, both his corporeal and spiritual forms have evolved towards a transcendent state. Illusions, the 6-pointed star realm. In the dragonfly's multifaceted eyes, hexagonal facets flickered, revealing the visage of the Oil Woman dragon horse within each prism. In a phantasmagoric realm, the familiar setting of the Hokage building's rooftop unfolded, where Shimura Danzo stood with his back turned to the Oil Woman dragon horse. A sense of unease crept over the Oil Woman dragon horse. Why convene on the rooftop? When had this place become our usual meeting spot? However, his doubts swiftly dissipated as Danzo spoke. You have arrived. I am here, Lord Danzo. You ought not to. No, I misspoke. You must understand why I summoned you. The Oil Woman dragon horse, perplexed, responded candidly, I do not know. Danzo turned to face him, his expression unusually furious. Do you realize that Sarutobi Hiruzen is exceedingly overstepping his bounds? That old fool demands I surrender the list of Root's members. The Oil Woman dragon horse furrowed his brow, realizing that the 3rd Hokage intended to undermine the very foundation of Root. Lord Danzo, we absolutely cannot relinquish that list, otherwise, all our years of toil would be in vain. Danzo shot the Oil Woman dragon horse a disdainful glance, as if you needed to tell me that. Yet, we must provide an explanation to the 3rd Hokage. Dragon horse, draft a list of Root ninjas, excluding the most loyal among them. Hand over only those who are disloyal. Lord Danzo, this. The Oil Woman dragon horse hesitated. While this approach might appease the 3rd Hokage, it would inflict significant losses upon Root. Danzo interrupted him with a wave of his hand, speaking earnestly, Dragon horse, remember, as long as I exist, Root shall endure. Even if one head is severed. No, even if a single root is cut, 2 shall sprout in its place. Yes, Lord Danzo, Root endures. Cut 1 root, and 2 shall regrow in its stead. The Oil Woman dragon horse felt a surge of excitement, for Danzo's words resonated profoundly with his vision for Root. Subsequently, he returned to the headquarters, entering his office, where he began to inscribe the names of those expendable Root ninjas upon his desk. These individuals either joined Root halfway through their journeys, arrived with ulterior motives, or were ninjas who failed to assimilate into the organization's culture. Some sought entry into Root for the promise of generous salaries and excellent pensions. How absurd. I do not even receive a salary, yet you expect one? Dream on. Toil diligently in Root instead. The Oil Woman dragon horse diligently noted down these misfits. Were it not for the constraints of the sworn oath technique binding them, they might have already turned against Root. Simultaneously, the Oil Woman Dragon Horse compiled another list. This one comprising core members. These were the true ninjas of Root. Rest assured, Lord Danzo, I shall lead Root to greatness. As Ōtsutsuki reminisced about the accolades bestowed upon him by Danzo, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. Meanwhile, in the dim light of an oil lamp, Aoba observed the slumbering Ōtsutsuki, a sinister smile creeping across his face. In his hands, he held a scroll, from which the bookworm's essence inscribed inked names upon the blank parchment. These inked names, accompanied by distinctive traits, attire, masks, and portraits of numerous individuals, began to manifest. Oh, what a plethora of individuals! Such benevolent souls! I shall graciously accept this list. Chapter 72. The rat emerged from the sewer, the snake slithered from its den, and the pest thrived in his grasp. Once the list was secured, Aoba did not conclude the illusion. Such an opportune moment warranted an ample harvest. Extending his right hand, he formed a seal and murmured, "Illusion, change the scene." Within the realm of illusion, Ōtsutsuki once again encountered Shimura Danzo at their usual rendezvous. This time, however, Danzo presented a different narrative. "This is intolerable. That old coot, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dares to demand the secrets of the Root from me." Ōtsutsuki inscribed a confidential scroll. With yet another shift in the scene, the two remained in their familiar locale. "This is outrageous. That wretched Sarutobi Hiruzen insists I surrender the research materials of the Root." Ōtsutsuki penned another scroll of scientific inquiry. As the scenes continued to transform and Danzo's vitriol escalated, Ōtsutsuki dutifully documented the confidential information pertaining to the Root. In the throes of this documentation, he remained blissfully unaware of any abnormalities, relishing the task at hand. Indeed, while Ōtsutsuki wrote with fervor, Aoba transcribed with equal zeal. The smile of Aoba had not faltered at all. However, after the 17th scene change, Oil Woman Ryoma suddenly began to tremble, a dawning realization creeping upon him. As the saying goes, even a dog would grow weary of hearing something repeated thrice. Shimura Danzo had berated Yuan Fury a multitude of times. Subconsciously, Oil Woman Ryoma began to question the authenticity of it all. A jolt surged through him, and cold sweat dripped down his brow as he awakened. Casting his gaze around at his surroundings and at Aoba before him. "What is this? I have fallen victim to an illusion, cursed be it." Oil Woman Ryoma fixed his gaze upon Aoba, his expression darkening to an extreme. It dawned on him then that he had foolishly transcribed numerous confidential documents within this environment. In that moment, he felt like a sinner of the very organization he served. Aoba gently shook the scroll in his hand and smiled. "Thank you, cousin." Oil Woman Ryoma delivered a powerful punch against the wall, blood streaming from his hand. Devoid of chakra, he was but a mere shadow of a warrior. Although Ryoma regained consciousness sooner than he had anticipated, today had yielded ample rewards. Aoba turned away and departed from the cell. Indifferent to whether Oil Woman Ryoma wished to take his own life, that was no concern of his. With the acquisition of these scrolls, Ryoma's worth had diminished significantly. Should he return next time to find his lifeless body, out of kinship, he would merely provide him with a modest coffin. Qingye followed the path of the dungeon, arriving at another cell. Within resided a middle-aged man with white hair, the second generation of the Dragon Tongue, a hidden ninja from the grass-hidden village. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a young child before him. "Who are you? Where are your guardians? What of the man with the dragon mask?" "Oh, I am indeed the person you speak of." "What? How can that be? Who exactly are you?" The second generation of the Dragon Tongue was exceedingly agitated, feeling utterly besieged by a mere child, wondering if all his years as a high-ranking ninja had been in vain. "Believe it or not," Qingye shrugged indifferently, "but I need you to inform me about the current situation in Ghost Lantern City. Has the Paradise Box been opened yet?" "What? How do you know about the Paradise Box?" The second generation of the Dragon Tongue leaped to his feet. A look of disbelief etched upon his face as he stared at Qingye. Could it be that someone in the grass-hidden village has leaked information? That cannot be, for only the 4 elders and a handful of elite ninjas are privy to this matter. It is pointless to speculate. The existence of the sage's treasure, the Paradise Box, is not a secret. Any family with a modicum of heritage is well aware of this fact. Qingye spoke softly, revealing that your village of Kusa had previously opened the box of ultimate bliss. However, instead of granting wishes, it brought forth endless calamities. The box of ultimate bliss is a treasure sealed by the sage of the 6 paths, intended to contain the world's resentments and hatred, rather than to fulfill desires. When your village dared to open this box, it marked the onset of misfortune for Kusa. I cannot fathom why you would tamper with such a thing. It is indeed a folly driven by greed. As these words pierced through the heart of Rizetsu, they felt like daggers. It became evident that all their efforts had been in vain, or rather, a reckless pursuit of doom. After a considerable pause, Rizetsu finally raised his gaze to Qingye and spoke in a hoarse voice. If the box of ultimate bliss is a vessel of disaster, why then do you inquire about it? I am merely curious about the perils it harbors, Qingye replied, and my primary intention is to rescue the Uzumaki clan. Do not claim that your village lacks any of their kin. In this batch of rescued individuals from the Uzumaki clan, Aoi was unable to locate the mother of Kushina. It is evident that the village of Konoha must be concealing a portion of the Uzumaki people. Indeed, there are still several Uzumaki members within the village, and I am aware of the whereabouts of the box of bliss. However, why should I disclose this information to you? The reason lies in my ability to mitigate the impending disaster facing the land of grass. Upon returning to the island of the whirlpool, Aoi conferred with Kushina, and they resolved to head back home. Yet, the latter exhibited reluctance to return to Konohagakure, for her shadow clone could sustain itself for an additional 3 months. This girl was determined to stay until the very last moment. Kushina justified her desire to assist her clan in reconstructing their homeland. And given that many of the Uzumaki people had been born around the time of their nation's downfall, they required guidance in their training, as many had never learned the art of chakra refinement. Reluctantly, Aoi was compelled to return to Konoha alone. Boarding the four-winged insect, he set forth on his journey. Initially, he intended to fly directly to the frontline battlefield to unearth the perpetrator behind the assassination of the clan leader. However, Kushina imparted yet another piece of news. Indeed, one of her shadow clones had dissipated. The information conveyed was that Sunagakure and Kirigakure had formed an alliance, and that 10 fortresses on the front lines had fallen to the enemy. The third Hokage, citing a shortage of manpower, had dispatched Danzo to the front lines to reinforce the defenses and redeem himself. This meant that Danzo was no longer at the root, presenting an opportune moment for infiltration. As for the clan leader, Yamanaka Shirshin, it was believed that he would not fall so easily before the enemy acquired the colossal summoning insect. Furthermore, another report indicated that Orochimaru had also mobilized, taking command of the ninja forces heading to the front lines. Oh, the 3 great figures of Root are now in motion. The rat has emerged from the sewers, the serpent from its den, and the pest is in his grasp. The Root has never been so devoid of strength. It is indeed a fortuitous moment. One might say, just as one wishes to rest, a pillow is conveniently offered. Qingye was eager to hasten his journey to Konoha. Traversing the familiar path, he donned his camouflage attire, boldly striding past the vigilant eyes of the 2 gatekeepers of Konoha, and discreetly returned to his countryside villa. Yuen Lin was diligently engaged in tidying up the remnants of the little wild boar's reincarnation. As for Mitakashi Anko, that individual was indulging in a deep slumber upon the rooftop. Humph, such negligence is quite commendable. Next time, I shall treat you to fried grasshoppers. After stealthily entering the villa, Qingye tidied his appearance before stepping outside. Qingye deliberately pushed the door open with force. Bang! The entire villa trembled in response. Qingye heard a sudden exclamation of surprise, followed by a stream of curses. Who dares to disturb my beautiful dreams? She exclaimed. It is I. What seems to be the matter? Qingye slowly emerged, a faint smile gracing her lips as she regarded Hondo. Qingye. No, esteemed boss. Qingye had never witnessed a person's complexion shift so rapidly. From anger to surprise, ease, then back to fury, panic, and flattery. The woman's expressions transformed with astonishing swiftness. I saw Lin tidying up. What were you doing? I was on the rooftop, checking to see if any piglets had escaped. Huh, you've truly worked hard to help safeguard my property. Of course, after all, the boss pays me, so I must keep a close watch. Just the other day, I spotted Dingzhuo attempting to steal a piglet. He has recently learned a recipe for roasted suckling pig and intends to come here to take advantage of the situation. Hondo wore a smug expression as she recounted her recent accomplishments at work, seemingly awaiting my praise. Quite commendable. Hondo, do you think I should express my gratitude? Qingye nodded with a smile, her face radiating appreciation. Ah, thank you, but this is rather embarrassing. I should be the one performing these tasks. However, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, could you possibly advance my salary for this month? You know, I still owe Lin. Sigh. Advancing your salary is certainly possible, but I believe that would not adequately convey my appreciation. Let us dine together tonight. The meal is on me. Aoyama squinted, resembling a great gray wolf fixated on a little lamb. As long as Hongdo remained non-committal, it seemed he would choose his prey with ruthless intent. Hongdo felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. However, upon witnessing something, she appeared to have grasped a lifeline, hastily maneuvering past Aoyama. Lin, Aoyama wants to treat me to a meal. Please save me. Hongdo pleaded with Lin, her expression one of trepidation. Yawahara Lin approached, accompanied by a tanuki, both carrying a bamboo basket as they collected refuse in the woods. Qingye's expression darkened. That rascal Hongdo always used Lin as a shield. Lin, step aside. No matter what, Hongdo must enjoy a lavish feast at my home today. Qingye, it's just a trivial matter. There's no need to intimidate Hongdo so, Lin replied. Beside them, the little tanuki raised its fork in agreement, seemingly in full support of its master's words. However, sensing a sudden shift in the atmosphere, the tanuki felt an ominous presence, the fierce gaze of the Demon King principal. It quickly scurried behind Lin, adopting a fearful demeanor. Qingye, you should not hold a grudge against Hongdo. Elder Beishan has been searching for you frantically. I believe it is time for you to meet him. For Lin's sake, I shall forego inviting you to the grand insect feast. Casting a glance at the trembling Hongdo, then at the tanuki, Qingye broke into a mischievous grin. Tanuki, do not forget it was I who taught you your skills. Should there be a next time? Hehe, I shall not only brew Sanbian wine, but also tanuki wine. With that, Qingye turned and departed. Yahara Lin observed the frightened duo, a wry smile escaping her lips. Chapter 73, Truly a rat in the gutter. Who could argue otherwise? Transitioning to the residence of the Oil Woman clan, Qingye swiftly arrived at the base of a modest 7-story building. Upon noticing the sign proclaiming office of the Oil Woman clan in grand letters, Qingye's expression soured. Good heavens! As if it weren't evident enough that the Oil Woman clan is affluent, they have gone ahead and constructed an office building right here in their clan's territory. Do they intend to rival the Hokage Tower? Could they not be a tad more discreet? Qingye covered his head. This stroke of artistry must surely originate from Elder Beishan. Qingye rubbed her wrist, contemplating whether to incapacitate Elder Beishan and reassign him as a sanitation worker at Longhu Mountain. Continuing down this path would undoubtedly heighten the risk of her exposure. Even the protective aura of the Oil Maiden clan could scarcely shield such a formidable being. Overall, Qingye felt a sense of gratitude for her birth within the Oil Maiden clan. It was certainly preferable to being born into the tumultuous family of the red-eyed lunatics or the oppressive lineage of the white-eyed aristocrats. Gazing at the office building, Qingye found herself too lethargic to use the stairs, opting instead to leap directly to the 7th floor. The advantage of being a ninja was precisely this, the ability to scale heights without the need for stairs. Knock knock. Qingye gently tapped on the window of the elder's office. Who is it? That impudent young lad who fails to comprehend that this is the elder's office. I've instructed him countless times to use the front door. The grumbling Elder Beishan fell silent upon catching sight of Qingye's expressionless countenance, as if rendered speechless. Qingye leaped through the window and surveyed the opulently adorned office. With a teasing tone, he remarked, So, Elder Beishan, do you not recognize me? Well, it is understandable. You've moved into an office building now, haven't you? It seems you've been promoted. Oh dear, Qingye, you rascal. You've proven quite elusive, Elder Beishan replied, his expression laden with concern. Do you have any idea what has transpired? He hastily gestured for Qingye to take a seat at the desk, the gravity of the situation evident in his demeanor, as he regarded Qingye with an expression that seemed to say, Why is it that you are always so hard to find? I am aware that the clan leader has been injured on the front lines, Qingye sighed, his voice heavy with sorrow. Injured is an understatement. He is currently in a state of unconsciousness, teetering between life and death. Moreover, that scoundrel Jibai is attempting to seize power, plotting to manipulate the Oil Woman clan on the front lines to serve his interests. The crux of the matter is that he has reassigned the Oil Woman clan members from the intelligence team to the mobile units. Were it not for your extraordinary methods, I fear our clansmen would suffer devastating losses this time, Elder Beishan lamented, unveiling the troubles currently besetting the Oil Woman clan. Qingye nodded, acknowledging that this was to be expected. What of the clan leader? What could possibly be the cause of his unresponsive state? At present, the reason remains elusive. It is certainly not poisoning, for had it been so, the toxin could have been extracted with the use of the phosphorescent worm. Elder Beishan, too, was perplexed, uncertain of the true cause behind Yun Zhixin's deep slumber. If it is not poisoning, then it must be attributed to some other factor. After contemplating, Qingye could not conceive of anything that might induce such a state of unconsciousness. However, rest assured, I have entrusted that lad Foam with the vigilant watch, day and night, to ensure the clan leader's safety from any potential harm. Aoying nodded slightly, indicating her approval. It appears that Elder Beishan is not merely a show-off. This is reassuring. Yet I suspect the chief's predicament is closely tied to Shimura Danzo. How could that be? The esteemed chief has fallen victim to an ambush by the Mist Village ninjas and lies gravely injured and unconscious. Elder Beishan leapt up in disbelief. Could Danzo truly be so audacious as to openly target someone from the village? Ah, you are unaware that Danzo frequently betrays the ninjas of our village. Aoying remarked with a sidelong glance. The villagers possess an inflated sense of morality, believing that even Danzo, in his madness, would never stoop to such treachery. Yet, who is Danzo? His malevolence is written plainly on his face. It is a tale too complex to recount. Noticing Elder Beishan's skepticism, Aoying recounted incidents where Danzo had colluded with hostile forces to eliminate ninjas within the village, information she had gleaned from Yun Vlongma. Moreover, it is evident that Uchiha Kagami was unequivocally a victim of Danzo's machinations. Among the disciples of the second Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Kazumi, all have survived. Yet only Uchiha Kagami met an untimely and mysterious demise. This individual was a true bearer of the will of fire, meticulously trained by the second Hokage, placing Konoha above all else, relegating the Uchiha clan to a secondary status. Uchiha Shursui, his descendant, embodies the same virtues. Thus, Uchiha Kagami stood as a formidable contender for the position of the third Hokage against Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is inconceivable that he could have perished so easily. If Danzo and his cohorts had not conspired in the shadows, it would be hard to believe. Perhaps even Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand was guiding the events. Furthermore, Danzo's instigation of the orphanage head, Yakushi no Nai, to eliminate Yakushi Kabuto, resulting in their mutual destruction, exemplifies his callous attitude towards the village's ninjas, treating them merely as tools, available at his whim. Fortunately, the orphanage scandal was exposed, leading to its annexation by the village, now jointly managed by several ninja clans, effectively eliminating the avenue for war orphans to be molded into assassins by Danzo. Regrettably, Yakushi no Nai has since perished, and Yakushi Kabuto remains missing. Qingye recounted several instances, supported by compelling evidence, which caused Elder Beishan to pace agitatedly within his office. His demeanor suggested that he was on the verge of smashing something. Yet the decor within the office was of considerable value, leaving his wrath with no suitable outlet. In frustration, he could only hurl invectives at Danzo from a distance. How despicable, that scoundrel Danzo, akin to a rat lurking in the sewers. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? What can be done now? As the third Hokage has once again begun to endorse Danzo, and the rationale provided is irrefutable, the front lines undeniably require reinforcements. Qingye reassured Elder Beishan. Wait a moment. Let us first attend to the injuries of the clan leader, and only then shall we seek retribution against Danzo. Such is the course we must take. One cannot help but yearn for the opportunity to confront Danzo head-on. In recent days, Elder Beishan's aura of authority has grown increasingly formidable. When he uttered these words, there was indeed a palpable sense of the indomitable spirit of a seasoned warrior. Naturally, Qingye's assertion of addressing Danzo at a later time seems utterly implausible. Qingye sought vengeance from dawn till dusk. In the past, lacking strength, he chose to endure. Now that he possessed a modicum of power, it was only natural for him to reclaim some dignity. That night, clad in stealth attire, Qingye stealthily made his way towards the headquarters of Root. Adjacent to the Death Forest lay another forest, sprawling several times larger, known as the Giant Tree Forest, which was said to have been personally planted by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. This forest served as the very location of Root's headquarters, with towering trees encircling the area. Indeed, wood release proved to be a versatile technique, serving both as a means of beautification and combat. Among the 5 great nations, none could rival the resource endowment of Konohagakure. To claim that it was without the contributions of Senju Hashirama would be absurd. The prosperity of Konohagakure among the 5 hidden villages owed much to Hashirama's efforts. and the entire village was indebted to his legacy. Beneath a towering giant tree, Qingye approached the entrance of Root with utmost stealth. His appearance had transformed into that of the oil-manipulating ninja, Oil Girl Ryoma, yet he concealed his form. Given that Ryoma had been captured for some time, Qingye was uncertain whether Danzo, that old rascal, had left any contingency plans. Thus, he remained vigilant, ensuring his presence remained undetected. Upon reaching the headquarters, Qingye encountered a challenge, the barrier technique enveloping the area. This did not daunt him, as he had mastered the unsealing method. Concealed in a hidden spot on the periphery, Qingye formed hand seals, creating an opening in the intangible barrier through which he quietly slipped. The number of Root ninjas appeared significantly diminished. The third Hokage had revitalized Root, sending Danzo to the front lines to atone for his misdeeds. It seemed that most of the Root ninjas had indeed been deployed to the battlefield. With the headquarters so sparsely populated, one could only conclude that Danzo was genuinely fearful for his life. Upon entering the Root Hall, Qingye spotted an individual passing before him. A figure from the list. Adorned with a patterned mask, he was likely Daizawa Kurikawa, a civilian ninja who had joined Root midway. Unlike those orphans indoctrinated from a young age, it was no wonder that Oil Girl Ryoma harbored suspicions about this individual. Consider the recruitment advertisements from Root, promising meals, housing, comprehensive insurance, a monthly salary of 12,000, regular vacations, and year-end bonuses. Initially, candidates would joyfully enter, reassured by the HR that all the benefits advertised were indeed genuine. However, upon joining, one would soon realize they had become ensnared in a pyramid scheme. Not only were the promised benefits non-existent, but they were also expected to devote themselves entirely to the company without salary, vacation, or respite, remaining on call like a 007 agent. Those with bloodline limits were further exploited, compelled to sacrifice their own well-being to meet corporate performance metrics. Despite one's commitment to the company, they remained mistrusted, as the organization feared they might whistleblow, resorting to taking compromising photographs as leverage. One must ponder the depths of disdain one could harbor for such a company, and whether a sense of betrayal could ever arise. Given Danzo's machinations, even capitalists from a past life would weep tears of blood. The capitalists would lament, "Danzo, I would bestow upon you the title of the most formidable capitalist." Qingye gazed at the Root ninja passing before him, intent on making a striking entrance. "You shall be the first." Hikawa Izawa traversed the dimly lit corridor, a sense of unease gnawing at his heart. Recently, there had been a significant protest at the village's edge. He had believed that Shimura Danzo had fallen, that the Root would be disbanded, and that he could finally break free from his constraints, living a life of leisure. Little did he know, it had only been a brief interlude. Danzo emerged from obscurity, reinstated, and the Root was reorganized once more. Upon receiving the summons that very evening, he felt as though he had swallowed a heavy burden, and thus, he found himself returning in a most disheartened manner. It was as if he had regressed to a bygone era, and the oppressive days of 007 had returned. The crux of the matter was that he dared not resist. His very existence was in the hands of another. Hikawa quickened his pace, his frustration seeking an outlet. Just then, his body froze, rendering him immobile. Before him materialized a figure, seemingly conjured from thin air. Who wielded this mysterious technique? Who dared to lay hands on Hikawa Izawa? Yet, upon recognizing the visage of the individual, his expression turned even more rigid. Lord Ryoma. How could it possibly be Lord Ryoma? Had Danzo learned of his disparaging remarks and dispatched Ryoma to deal with him? Infuriating. He still owed a debt to the charming streets. Lulu, Fei, perhaps in another life we shall reunite. Alas, the thoughts of this individual were so erratic. A chaotic swirl of colors and sentiments. Very well, let us render him unconscious and deal with the matter thereafter. Qingye opened her mouth, revealing a 5 poisons goo resting upon her tongue. With a swift motion, the scorpion tail of the goo glimmered as it pierced directly into the neck of H1 Days, delivering the potent sedative into his system. H1 was struck with horror. Such a repulsive creature. Lord Lama, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Alas, it seems I administered too much of the sedative. Qingye hastily summoned back the 5 poisons goo. Never mind, let us first resolve his tongue calamity technique. Aoba swiftly vanished into the corridor, carrying Kurikawa beneath an invisible cloak. Thus, Kurikawa Daza mysteriously disappeared. In a deserted room, Aoba cast Kurikawa Daza onto the table. To cast a curse, and then to cast another curse once more. Qingye possesses few methods, yet excels in the art of sorcery. Having dealt with H1 days, Qingye no longer concerns himself with him, for he is certain that escape from his grasp is futile. Qingye has once again transformed into a specter, wandering through the headquarters of the Root organization. Whenever encountering an individual from the list, Qingye swiftly incapacitated them and whisked them away, utilizing shadow nails to immobilize the targets. And administering a hypnotic poison from the 5 poisons Gu to disorient them, Qingye successfully abducted several individuals within a mere hour. It appears that those on the list are indeed not part of Danzo's inner circle, as they have all been left at the headquarters to perform menial tasks. Aoi has once again captured another individual, and still in the same room. At this moment, the confines of the small chamber have become exceedingly challenging. Qingye's lips twitched slightly as he pondered how he had chosen such a small room. It had become rather cramped, and with no other option, he had to brace himself and squeeze in. It was likely that these Root ninjas, traversing this confined space, would forge deeper bonds, and he hoped they would not develop any peculiar attachments in the future. Should any awkward situations arise down the line, they would not be Qingye's concern. Subsequently, Qingye began to explore some hidden areas within the Roots. Here lay various unspeakable secrets of Shimura Danzo. Among them was the legendary Hashirama cell. Naturally, such confidential information regarding the Hashirama cell was beyond the knowledge of Oilwoman Ryoma, and thus Qingye could only seek out the secrets that Ryoma was aware of. Qingye arrived at a wall and discovered a mechanism from which a staircase materialized. He cautiously descended into the basement. In the realm of ninjas, basements are ubiquitous. One might not even be aware of their existence beneath their own home. He sought the hidden chamber that housed the collection of ninjutsu. Uncertain if it contained any forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals. It is likely that it does not. For the third Hokage was not foolish enough to entrust such perilous artifacts to Danzo. The verdant leaves released a bookworm, which transformed into a droplet of ink, swiftly coursing through the scrolls. The bookworm was engaged in duplicating the ninjutsu scrolls, yet it required more time. Thus, the green leaves hastened to the next secret chamber. One chamber preserved the remains of bloodline limit ninjas, another safeguarded ninja tools, while yet another concealed classified information. There were various secret chambers, and he even glimpsed a room dedicated to the study of live subjects. Upon entering, he beheld an individual lying on an operating table, gasping for breath. The sight was too horrific for the green leaves to bear. There were also children confined within cages, a truly abominable act. The ninja world was dreadfully twisted, a realm where one either inflicted harm or suffered it. The green leaves felt a pang of sympathy for these children, yet at that moment, he could not rescue them. Perhaps in the future, he would have the opportunity to bring them to Longhu Mountain and accept them as disciples of the outer sect. Qingye was busily wandering about, unable to spare even a moment's respite. After circling around, he still failed to locate the secret chamber housing the Hashirama cells. It appeared that Danzo's lair was not limited to this singular location. It was also understandable, considering Orochimaru was a notorious excavator, making it unsurprising that Danzo had mastered the art of burrowing as well. Returning to that office, he found the Root member, whom Qingye had coerced, still in slumber, compelling him to take matters into his own hands. The verdant leaves expelled the venomous insects, extracting the surplus narcotics from within these bodies. Where am I? What has transpired? That scoundrel, just now, thrust a stick at me from behind. Why is there saliva on my face? That rascal has left me covered in it. Alas, over 20 rugged men are crammed into a room of scarcely 10 square meters, a veritable tangle, bodies pressed together, feet stepping on one another. Fortunately, Qingye is on stage. Otherwise, I would have to squeeze in with these ruffians. The chaos is overwhelming. Were it not for Qingye's protective barrier, the cacophony of their disputes would summon every soul in the vicinity. Qingye's forehead veins bulged as he opened his eyes, a surge of formidable energy sweeping through the entire room. Silence, let me speak, he commanded with a booming voice that roused the Root ninjas, each belatedly realizing the presence of another above them. No wonder the oily-haired Ryoma sought to eliminate such individuals. These were the gullible souls who had been deceived into joining the Roots midway. In the company's nascent stage, it was imperative to lure a few simpletons to sustain the Konoha Root Corporation. Once the enterprise became established, with talent channels and training systems in place, those naive recruits would meet their inevitable downfall. In truth, those who were swayed by the Root recruitment advertisements were hardly talents. Real talent had gravitated towards the neighboring Konoha Umbu Corporation, the true bastion of excellence. They were the rightful heirs of the Hokage, the epitome of Konoha's legacy. As for the Roots, What were they even about? Lord Ryoma. It is indeed Lord Ryoma. How could he possibly be here? Have we been abandoned by that old coot Danzo, left to face his wrath? Curse that old dog Danzo. I will not share the same sky with him. The commotion erupted once more. Qingye was at a loss for words. These audacious individuals, emboldened by their mastery of the tongue, began to hurl insults at Danzo, disregarding the consequences. Outside, any root ninja who dared to divulge even the slightest hint of information about Danzo would face unimaginable suffering. Chapter 75. One good news. One bad news. Which would you prefer to hear, in the midst of yet another chaotic room? Qingye had no choice but to exert himself once more, amplifying the oppressive aura that enveloped him. Boom. Everyone was brought to their knees by the sheer force, transforming the scene back into a battlefield of chaos. Ah, my rear end. Wait, my little brother. You stepped on my chicken. Bastard, don't grab my... How utterly exasperating. Qingye covered his face, filled with regret for having been so heavy-handed. The spectacle was too unbearable to witness. He could hardly bear to look. The room was too cramped, leaving everyone with no choice but to stand in a line. Damn it, is there no funding for better accommodations? Why is the space so limited? It was infuriating. It was the umpteenth time he had lost track of his thoughts, all consumed by this group of miscreants. Silence. Whoever dares to speak again will meet a fate akin to his. Hekawa, I am sorry. The centipede strikes. A crimson-shelled centipede surged forth from Qingye's sleeve, swiftly ensnaring Hekawa, its mandibles poised menacingly towards his face. Aye. Hekawa fainted once more. Aoyan exerted considerable influence, and it immediately bore fruit. The crowd regarded Aoyan with solemnity. Very well, I am known to you all. Lord Longma, they collectively intoned. Now, I have two pieces of news to share with you, one good and one bad. Which would you prefer to hear? The assembled ninjas exchanged glances, and ultimately, a rather rotund ninja spoke up. Good news, Lord Longma. We wish to hear the good news. It was evident from his stature that he belonged to the Akimichi clan of ninjas. Qingye nodded, a smile gracing her lips. The good news is that you are now free. I have just lifted the curse of your tongues. What? The curse on our tongues has been lifted? I must give it a try. The third elder of the clan spoke, revealing that his newly born son was not his own, but rather the offspring of his brother, while his newly-wed young wife secretly seduced her brother-in-law. Ah, truly, even sharing such secrets bears no consequence. I wish to share as well. In truth, that individual did not succumb to illness, but rather it was Lord Danzo's orders that led to his demise. That old man obstructs the youth from reaching their potential. Let me try too. Several years ago, Danzo's nephew was injured on the battlefield, suffering a wound to his lineage, rendering him incapable of procreation. Danzo has continuously concealed this, and even arranged for him to take 3 wives. Qingye chuckled. These individuals truly are something else. A little sunshine makes them flourish, while a bit of rain causes them to overflow. Qingye let out another thunderous roar. Silence. There is another piece of unfortunate news. Lord Longma, what is this bad news? It was the rotund Akimichi ninja who inquired. The unfortunate news is that I have implanted the heart-eating goo within you. You have lost your freedom once more. Qingye formed a single-handed seal. Conjure. At that moment, a wretched scream echoed through the room, a sound so harrowing it seemed to pierce the very fabric of existence. A quarter of an hour later, everyone was drenched in sweat, their faces ashen as they gazed at Qingye, their eyes betraying sheer terror. The anguish they felt was more excruciating than the onset of a fatal curse. Ha. The heart-eating goo is a unique insect I have cultivated, nestled within your hearts, seamlessly intertwined with your very blood, utterly undetectable. Your lives now rest firmly in my grasp. Qingye let out a sinister laugh, issuing a threat before swiftly shifting the blame onto the third Hokage. I must inform you that it was the third Hokage's directive to place a curse upon you. The Roots and Danzo have harbored treacherous intentions, and the third Hokage is exceedingly displeased, hence my summons to gather you all. The crowd exchanged glances, pondering what Lord Ryoma required of them. Your mission is to remain concealed within the Roots, diligently gathering any incriminating evidence against Danzo. Inform me of any of his actions. No matter how trivial, even if he merely relieves himself, I wish to be informed. The assembly responded in unison, mission understood, like a scene from Mission Impossible. As Aoba observed that the crowd had grasped the underlying meaning, he surmised that Danzo had frequently tasked these individuals with such endeavors. Consequently, Aoba proceeded to assign various duties, including guidance on how to establish communication. Aoyan retrieved a scroll of summoning, specifically designed for communication with the ninja insects, facilitating the swift transmission of intelligence. To better equip these individuals for their missions, Ōtsutsuki also implanted life-preserving insect larvae within them, such as the regeneration larvae and the breath-concealing larvae. Furthermore, he bestowed upon them a superficial version of the tongue calamity technique, essentially re-establishing this curse within them. However, due to the presence of the bridal insect, the tongue calamity technique he implanted was devoid of its perilous aspects, retaining only the superficial elements. Should Danzo inspect their abilities, they would easily evade detection. Additionally, Ōtsutsuki entrusted the invisibility insect to a few astute individuals, enabling them to discreetly follow Danzo in hopes of uncovering the location of the preserved Hashirama cells. The eye control insect was also employed, as the headquarters was enveloped in a barrier, necessitating the establishment of a new surveillance system. Indeed, Ōtsutsuki intended to equip the entire route with cameras, continuously monitoring its activities. Meanwhile, Konoha itself had been extensively infiltrated by Ōtsutsuk's watchful eyes. Yet, he struggled to find a suitable location to serve as a monitoring room. Upon reflection, utilizing the route as the control center for overseeing all of Konoha seemed most fitting. After all, when discovered by the Umbu, he could easily shift the blame onto Danzo. Danzo would protest, saying, "What? Spying on all of Konoha? That was not my doing." To which the Umbu would retort, "It was indeed your doing." Danzo would deny it, insisting, "It was not my doing." And the Umbu would counter, "It was indeed your doing, especially with the monitoring room located within the route, yet you still claim innocence." Ōtsutsuki couldn't help but chuckle when reminiscing about that scene. He was undoubtedly burdened with this particular blame. This was merely one among many burdens he bore. Aoba has meticulously devised several plans, intending to act under the aegis of the route. Numerous burdens await him to bear. Suddenly, Aoba sincerely wishes for Danzo to live a bit longer, hoping that he might one day rescue him from the clutches of the two pillars. Indeed, the position of Hokage in Konoha is exceedingly advantageous. Any form of blame can easily be placed upon him. Regardless, having subdued this batch of root ninjas, it would be unwise not to utilize them to stir the currents of the times. After releasing these individuals, Aoba chose to retain only Hayakawa Uzawa. This fellow has been feigning death from the very beginning. Qingye cast him onto the ground, her voice icy as she commanded, "Get up. I know you are merely pretending." Upon hearing these words, Hwan Days sprang to his feet, though his brow was drenched in cold sweat. For he realized that this figure, the so-called Lord Yunvlongma, was an impostor. Previously, he had worked alongside the true Lord Yunvlongma, who was typically taciturn and would never chatter incessantly like Qingye. Had Qingye been privy to Hwan Days' thoughts, she would undoubtedly have delivered a severe punishment. Furthermore, while the tasks were being assigned, Hwan Days had been clandestinely eavesdropping. The more he listened, the more his heart raced with dread, plunging him into a state of panic as he felt himself ensnared in a colossal vortex. This vortex threatened not only to stir Konoha, but to upheave the entire shinobi world. "Spare me, my lord, spare me. I shall faithfully follow you." Hwan wept profusely, beseeching Qingye for mercy. "Indeed, it was no misjudgment. Upon seeing me, your heart has been racing, indicating that you are aware I am not the true Yunvlongma." Qingye gazed intently at Kirikao's, a chilling smile adorning her lips. Suddenly, an incessant swarm of insects began to emerge from beneath her trench coat, cascading forth in a deluge reminiscent of a tsunami, swiftly engulfing the entire room. Darkness enveloped the space. "Ah, help!" Kirikao's cried out in a heart-wrenching wail. A low hum resonated as the multitude of insects opened their compound eyes, revealing an eerie crimson glow. The sheer number of them bathed the room in a vivid scarlet hue. Qingye opened her mouth wide and laughed heartily. "Haha, now that you have discerned my true identity, how could I possibly allow you to depart so easily?" The room was filled with the sound of various insects chirping, as if in agreement with the declaration of the great demon king, Qingye. With a thud, Hwan knelt down. "My lord, I beseech you to spare my life. I will repay you with my very existence, willing to be shattered into pieces if necessary. Is that so? Should you dare to deceive me, be prepared to face the consequences. My little companions here have not had their fill for quite some time." From the cuff of the green leaf, a centipede emerged, and he gently caressed its menacing head, a smile gracing his lips. "I would never deceive an adult. Should I do so, I would surely face divine retribution and meet an untimely demise," shouted Hirakawa Uzawa, his voice hoarse from the exertion. "Those are your words." With a swift motion, All the insects began to retract, scuttling beneath the folds of the green leaf's coat. Instantly, the entire room felt significantly more refreshing. Chapter 76. He continued to strengthen his resolve, remaining utterly devoted. Qingye stroked his chin, wearing a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing as he gazed at Hechuan Days. Come now, open your mouth. I have something delightful for you. Hechuan's body stiffened, hesitating to make any movement. Do you have any objections? Qingye raised her eyebrows, as if on the verge of an outburst. No, not at all. Haikawa replied, shaking his head like a bobblehead. Oh well, if I must perish, then so be it. Haikawa resigned himself to his fate, after all, having been caught. It seemed unlikely that he would escape the whims of his captor. It was akin to visiting a district of allure, where certain young ladies, despite their reluctance, would surrender to the inevitability of the encounter, a mere matter of lying on the tatami, closing one's eyes, and allowing the moment to pass. Enduring it would suffice. Haikawa closed his eyes and opened his mouth. Gulp. An object slipped down his throat and entered his being. It was reminiscent of Zhu Beiji's experience with the ginseng fruit, where he failed to discern its flavor. This was an entity capable of augmenting one's strength. Take a moment to feel whether your chakra has indeed increased. Qingye provided Haikawa with a substance akin to military rations, for he could not allow his own gu insects to be tainted by this man's saliva. However, he surreptitiously implanted a marriage attire gu within Haikawa, bestowing upon him the entirety of a ninja chakra while simultaneously replenishing his 5 chakra attributes. Among the root ninjas he had recruited, Haikawa Uzawa was deemed relatively reliable, and thus, integrating the full power of a nin into him could be seen as Qingye's investment in his potential. Upon hearing this revelation, Haikawa was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a warm sensation radiating from his abdomen, which subsequently triggered an overwhelming surge of chakra from within him. Furthermore, he quickly straightened his posture, suddenly aware of a newfound vitality coursing through his lower back. Had his own vitality been enhanced? Sasha, Lulu, Fei, let us rekindle our destinies in this lifetime. It seemed this noble understood him well, unlike the previous Lord Ryoma, who had been rather aloof. Haikawa suddenly felt that accompanying this noble was a rather pleasant endeavor, even though he had been subjected to the terrifying heart-eating ghoul. Yet, before any task was undertaken, the noble had generously provided him with benefits. This was far superior to the hollow promises offered by the root, for the noble's gifts were tangible rewards. Moreover, the noble displayed remarkable thoughtfulness, discerning at a glance that Haikawa had been overexerting himself for the root, suffering from frequent and unsatisfactory urges to relieve himself, and promptly administered a remedy to strengthen his vitality. It was evident that the noble was also a master of healing arts. Should the noble continue to bolster his vitality, Haikawa would wholeheartedly remain loyal to him without hesitation. Aoba gazed at Kirikawa, who was displaying a rather indecent expression as he arched his back, causing Aoba's face to darken with disapproval. You keep insisting on strengthening your waist, but what good is that? He mused, engulfed in a wave of self-doubt about his judgment regarding this individual's reliability. Sir, this is indeed the truth. Kirikawa suddenly halted his movements, cautiously observing Aoba. As the gentle breeze caressed the sleeves, Qingye lifted his head and spoke with a calm demeanor. Do not doubt, what you perceive is indeed true. Not only has your chakra significantly enhanced, but so too have your physical constitution and mental fortitude. You have now become a versatile ninja, possessing the 5 elemental chakra types, surpassing even the strength of an average jonin. Thank you for your generous bestowal, esteemed sir. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to serve you, Hechuan replied, still in a daze, realizing he had ascended to the rank of jonin, and a versatile one at that. With this thought, he knelt once more, expressing his profound gratitude while simultaneously feeling a sense of trepidation towards Qingye's extraordinary means of empowerment. With such astonishing abilities at hand, what necessity remained for training? He felt as though he had latched onto a formidable ally. Rise, I would not deceive a mere subordinate like you. Simply perform your duties well for me, Qingye said, observing the kneeling Hechuan with a nod. Indeed, my lord would never mislead me, Hechuan replied, standing up again, bowing and displaying an eager demeanor. Of course. In enhancing your abilities, there is an important task I must assign to you. After some light conversation, Qingye shifted to matters of substance. Please, my lord, command me. And I assure you I will fulfill the task, Hechuan pledged earnestly. I require you, in the name of the roots, to gather wandering ninjas, implant them with the heart erosion goo, and concurrently establish an intelligence network. As a seasoned member of the Roots, you should know how to execute this, correct? Understood, my lord. I will ensure this task is accomplished, H1 affirmed confidently. Very well, I have faith in your capabilities. Qingye gently patted H1 on the shoulder, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, if you do not perform well, I shall take you down. He proceeded to elucidate the function of this intelligence system, which primarily involved infiltrating other ninja villages to clandestinely procure their secrets. Whether it was gathering confidential information, stealing ninjutsu techniques, or acquiring the bodily tissues of bloodline limit ninjas. The targets would commence with smaller villages such as the Grass Ninja Village, the Hot Springs Village, and the Waterfall Village. The focal point would be the Grass Hidden Village, where Qingye had left a pawn and required constant surveillance, while the previous individuals were merely a nuisance to Danzo. Fostering H1 represented Qingye's genuine endeavor to cultivate a force for himself. Observant, astute, and possessing a strong instinct for self-preservation, Qingye had reviewed H1's dossier. Knowing that he had previously been responsible for gathering external intelligence, he was aware of how to establish a comprehensive intelligence network and with the heart-eating insect bestowed by Qingye. He had mastered the methods of controlling life and death. The combination of these elements should facilitate the creation of a widespread intelligence system across the ninja world. Moreover, Qingye required only a modest amount of intelligence, specifically information that was not overly confidential, to facilitate his own endeavors. Having watched Shippuden, Qingye was well acquainted with the intricacies of the ninja world, even aware of the secret progeny of the goddess of the moon. There was little that escaped his knowledge. As for the name of this organization, it would be called the Nine-Headed Dragon, abbreviated as the Dragon Organization. One dragon head may be severed, yet two shall grow in its place. Initially, he considered naming it the Nine-Headed Serpent, but, well, serpents, as you know, clash with Orochimaru. Aoba hastily collaborated with Kurikawa to draft a comprehensive action plan for the Nine-Headed Dragon, detailing protocols such as saluting upon encountering superiors, the organization's rallying cry, and methods for discerning member identities. Consideration was also given to the design of the uniforms, as it would be unacceptable to be outdone by the neighboring Ōtsutsuki's flamboyant garments. While prowess may hold little significance, the pursuit of elegance is a lifelong endeavor. As for the Nine-Headed Dragon's base, Aoba resolved to establish it at the root. In a previous life, the Hydra had entwined itself with the Women's Federation. Today, he intended for his Nine-Headed Dragon to take root there. Admittedly, Aoba feared that his actions might be exposed, prompting a preemptive search for a scapegoat. Danzo, you are indeed a commendable senior, for the sake of your junior. You shall bear the burden. After imparting his instructions to Kurikawa, Aoba departed from the Umbu and ventured to a concealed spot within the Greatwood Forest. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of others, he proceeded. Aoi bit her finger, letting blood spill as she pressed it against the ground, forming a seal. The art of summoning. Bang, 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 bang. For earthbound cockroaches were summoned forth. Qingye waved at the four soil-crawling cockroaches, saying, dig for me a subterranean base identical to the Roots. This is where the headquarters of the Nine-Headed Dragon resides. Rustle. For soil-dwelling cockroaches raised their heads and chirped for a brief moment before burrowing into the earth. After descending 100 meters, they commenced their labor, excavating an underground chamber. By morning, a subterranean space measuring 30 meters in width, 60 meters in length, and 10 meters in height had materialized beside the root headquarters. Although this underground base was still in its nascent stages and required further renovations, it marked the foundation upon which Qingye could establish a semblance of stability. Chapter 77. The value of one life compared to the many of the front line, as Qingye diligently and discreetly arranged the underground base beneath the giant forest. A significant event unfolded in Konoha village. The frontline commander, Kakashi Hitaki, was summoned back to the village, and notably, he returned bearing the burden of disgrace. The reason for his recall was straightforward. The intelligence team he led had failed in their mission, coupled with critical misjudgments from the frontline leadership that resulted in substantial losses for Konoha, including the destruction of 10 forward fortresses. After successfully repelling the joint invasion from the Hidden Mist and Sand villages, Kakashi's reputation had soared. There was a growing clamor among the frontline troops advocating for his elevation to the position of 4th Hokage. However, the recent failure of his intelligence team during a covert mission into the Hidden Mist village directly led to a catastrophic miscalculation regarding the offensive direction of the Sand and Mist villages. Konoha had focused its defenses on the left flank. unaware that the true assault was concentrated on the right flank, where the 10 forward fortresses were situated. Due to inadequate intelligence, Konoha suffered grievously. Moreover, shocking news soon emerged. The Sand and Mist villages had secretly formed an alliance. The battles on the front were mere theatrics, with the ninjas on the battlefield acting as mere actors to deceive Konoha. Both villages had withdrawn their forces from the battlefield and discreetly redeployed them to the Konoha front line, effectively doubling their military presence. As a result, Konoha faced an enemy force that was twice as formidable on both flanks, pushing their defenses to the brink of collapse. Kakashi's failure to execute the mission initiated a chain reaction that left the Konoha front line in a state of emergency. Ironically, Kakashi had sacrificed the mission to rescue a comrade, a decision that, had it not been made, might have allowed the intelligence team to uncover the true nature of the Sand and Mist villages' offensive strategy and their clandestine alliance, thereby preventing the disastrous losses Konoha endured. Fortunately, Orochimaru assumed command of the front line, and the timely arrival of Danzo's root forces bolstered Konoha's defenses, barely stabilizing the situation. Nonetheless, Konoha was pushed back several miles before managing to secure their line. The village was left reeling from the loss of over 1,000 lives, and Kakashi's previously soaring reputation plummeted to new depths. The frontline ninjas expressed their outrage, criticizing his decision to jeopardize the entire defense for the sake of a single individual, deeming it utterly foolish. Many claimed that even a pig could perform better in his position. With discontent brewing among the frontline ninjas, the higher-ups in Konoha concluded that Kakashi was no longer fit to lead the frontline. They issued 3 recall orders late into the night, summoning him back, along with the task force. Given the magnitude of the losses, someone had to be held accountable, particularly for the intelligence regarding the clandestine alliance between the Sand and Mist villages, which had directly precipitated the crisis on the front line. Had it not been for the 3rd Hokage dispatching Danzo to the front line, the addition of root ninjas might have prevented the situation from escalating to such a dire state. Fear and anger permeated the air, and a scapegoat was urgently sought. It was either the intelligence team or Kakashi Hatake. At the foot of the Hokage building, a familiar scene unfolded. A multitude of villagers brandished banners, demanding accountability, as the hundreds of compatriots who had perished on the front line awaited a just resolution. Do not allow the frontline ninjas to bleed and weep. Pray tell, in the balance of life, whose existence holds greater weight, that of the individual, Hatake Kakashi, or the multitude of soldiers on the battlefield. What we seek is not an explanation, but rather a judgment, a fair and just reckoning. The words were undeniably sharp, directing their ire towards the one who sacrificed the mission for the sake of his comrades, Hatake Tsukumo. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed down at the villagers holding banners below. There was no doubt. This was the work of Danzo. He understood Danzo's intentions well. Tsukumo's reputation loomed too large. Even the Hokage's half-cloak he had bestowed upon him could not diminish Tsukumo's esteemed standing. Prior to these events, the choice for the 4th Hokage had been imminent. Moreover, Tsukumo represented the smaller clans within Konohagakure, and to strike at him was to strike at these clans. This aligned perfectly with the mission Sarutobi had assigned to Danzo, to balance the influence of the major ninja clans within the village. After all, not long ago, these clans had become quite audacious, operating independently of the 4 great clans of Konoha. Recent reports indicated that many of the smaller clans were dispersing their non-ninja kin to the outskirts of the village to learn business practices, aspiring to establish companies or joint stock ventures. They intended to sever economic ties with Konoha and gain independent economic power. Such actions were nothing short of treasonous. If this continued, what need would there be for the village? They might as well pursue wealth through commerce. Very well, let this incident serve as a lesson for these clans. He resolved to remain passive, allowing the situation to escalate. After concluding his task of searching for cats, Kakashi hurried home. Today, he had passed through the village square and noticed the villagers holding banners. The banners condemned none other than his father. He intended to return and inquire about the truth behind these accusations. Upon arriving at the small courtyard of the Hatake residence, Kakashi burst into his father's room. There, he found Tsukumo seated upon the tatami mat, a blank scroll laid before him. He held a brush, poised to write. "Father, is what they say outside true?" Kakashi inquired. Tsukumo did not lift his gaze. He let the brush fall, deftly twisting his wrist to create a stroke. "What you wish to know is whether I abandoned the mission to save my comrades." "The answer is yes," he replied. Kakashi nodded slowly, grappling with the weight of his father's words. Remember this, Kakashi. Those who do not cherish their comrades are lesser than beasts. But a ninja should prioritize the mission. Kakashi protested. You are still young, Kakashi. In time, you will understand this truth. Tsukumo paused, turning to Kakashi with a warm smile that revealed his 8 teeth. Now come. Let us frame this. Despite his lingering questions, Kakashi complied with Tsukumo's request, accepting the artwork to examine it further. Could it be that father implies those who question him are akin to harlots? Bang! Hatake Tsukumo struck Kakashi on the head with a fist. Pain! 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 Kakashi dropped the scroll, cradling his head and letting out a wretched cry. I told you to study diligently. You cannot even recognize the word candid. Hatake Tsukumo's expression darkened, lamenting the tragic atmosphere he had created. It was evident that it was his father who had written in such an abstract manner. Kakashi, holding his head and shedding tears, spoke in a tone of deep grievance. Lack of education is simply a lack of education. What excuse is there? Frame it and remember these 2 words in your heart from now on. Kakashi did not catch a glimpse of Shikaku as he turned, his gaze fixed upon the distant sky. Despite the splendid weather, with its azure expanse and fluffy white clouds, he sensed an impending storm looming on the horizon. In Chapter 78, he had packed 10 boxes of exquisite frost-fallen beef. Shikaku was aware of the public discourse swirling outside, cognizant that such chatter could bewilder his son. Yet, he held steadfast belief in his offspring's eventual understanding of his actions. In truth, there was little he could do. He could merely inscribe a piece of art to encourage his son. He was in a perilous plight, ensnared in a vortex from which he could neither escape nor resist. All he could do was await the verdict in silence. Having traversed the cycle of life and death innumerable times, he had never before faced such a passive wait for demise. On the battlefield, even in dire straits, despair could not extinguish his will to fight or the courage to wield his kunai. However, this time he found himself adrift, engulfed in hopelessness, unable to discern a means of resistance. How could one argue against the notion that a single life held greater value than the lives of countless warriors on the front lines? It was an inherently unsolvable dilemma, with any response deemed erroneous. There were no words left to utter. As the elder reindeer had remarked, political confrontations were far more terrifying and inscrutable than the brutalities of war. On the battlefield, the glint of a lethal blade was visible. Yet in the realm of political machinations, the instruments of death remained unseen. One could never predict from whence a fatal blow might strike. There was no refuge, no escape. Shikaku acknowledged that he had previously underestimated the intricacies of high-level maneuvering, and this miscalculation had led to his current predicament. In the world of ninjas, carelessness equated to death. This time, his negligence bore consequences. Shikaku was acutely aware that his prospects were bleak in light of the impending public trial. A scapegoat must be identified to absorb the collective wrath, and it could not be the 3rd Hokage. Thus, the burden fell upon him. Nevertheless, he placed his hopes in the next generation. Regardless of the outcome of the trial, he would bear the final consequences. He had to accept that news of the trial was circulating within Konoha. Villagers buzzed with speculation, yet curiously, the major ninja clans remained reticent, seemingly indifferent to the judgment's outcome. Originally intended to be a 4-party trial, it had been reduced to 3, with Danzo's absence. The 3 parties comprised the 3rd Hokage and 2 advisors acting as presiding officials, while all genin present in the village would serve as jurors, excluding those on missions. This assembly closely mirrored the electoral process for the Hokage, as the Hokage of Konoha was elected by the village's genin votes. However, since the demise of the 3rd Hokage, Konoha had scarcely conducted a formal election. Candidates were either decided through high-level deliberation or inherited positions. As discussions swirled around Shikaku's situation, within the confines of the Cat Tavern, the F4 of the entertainment district convened. At some point, the Elder of North Mountain, the Elder of Pig Farming, the Elder of Herb Planting, and the Elder of Reindeer had garnered a reputation within the entertainment district, earning the moniker F4, rivaling Konoha's top echelon. Yet, in the opulent private room, silence reigned, shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. The usual laughter and camaraderie were absent, and even the customary cat ear accessories had been forsaken. The F4 of the entertainment district faced a formidable challenge, ensnared in a predicament. The Elder of Pig Farming squinted, surveying the room, and finally, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, spoke up. What shall we do now? We must present some course of action regarding Shikaku's situation. Are we really going to allow him to face public trial? We both know he cannot pass this test. With a resounding thud, Elder Beishan slammed his palm on the table, his frustration palpable. At this moment, Danzo has personally gone to the front lines, clearly to avoid suspicion. He must be the one pulling the strings behind this. Isn't it obvious that those holding banners are his doing? Who else could it be? I saw several root ninjas with my own eyes, Elder Zonko retorted, rolling his eyes. Even if we are aware of the truth, what can we do about it? Elder Xuanlu, speak up. What should we do now? We cannot simply stand by and watch Shuo Mao be publicly tried. If they fan the flames, the reputation of Hitaki will be irrevocably tarnished. Elder Beishan shot a glare at Elder Zonko before turning to Elder Xuanlu. The Nara clan is known for its intelligence. Perhaps this old fellow has a solution. Elder Xuanlu lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip and exhaling a gentle breath before responding. The public sentiment has already been incited. Anything we do now will be scrutinized. Therefore, the best course of action is to remain still, to respond to change with constancy. By doing so, won't we be emboldening them? The situation we have painstakingly crafted will be ruined. That scoundrel Danzo will surely take advantage of our inaction. Elder Beishan pressed, his dissatisfaction evident in his voice. Haha, have you ever heard the saying? Elder Xuanlu inquired nonchalantly. What saying? There are those who have perished yet live on, and those who are alive yet are dead. Elder Xuanlu responded cryptically. There is some truth in that. Elder Beishan pondered, finding merit in the statement. But how does this relate to our current predicament? What should we do now? Simply put, there is nothing we can do. A fool is beyond teaching, Elder Xuanlu remarked, setting down his teacup and casting a disdainful glance at the others before rising to leave. Elder Yangzhu shook his head, perplexed, and then queried. What is going on with that old man? He seems so cryptic. You ask me, but who should I ask? Elder Beishan snapped, frustration boiling over. Oh. Xuanlu made his position clear. He is advocating for us to wait patiently, Elder Zonko said as he stood, patting the shoulders of both men before departing in a manner akin to Elder Xuanlu. All of you are so mysterious, Elder Beishan scoffed, turning to Elder Yangzhu, only to find him getting up as well. Are you leaving too? I intend to pursue them. Today, I must uncover the truth. The pig, deer, and butterfly are all one family. Why am I left in the dark? With that, Elder Yangzhu left, wearing an expression that betrayed his lack of understanding. What is truly going on? Are we to eliminate Danzo? Elder Beishan sat back, stroking his chin in contemplation. At that moment, a cat-eared maid approached, bowing slightly and whispering, Esteemed guest, shall I bring the bill? Forget it. Everyone has left, and I shall take my leave as well, returning to contemplate appropriate strategies. Oh, may I have the bill, please? Elder Beishan instinctively took the bill. Upon glancing at the final amount, he exclaimed, slamming the bill onto the table. Elder Beishan bellowed. How can it amount to 10 million taels? The cat maid, cradling a tray, remained unfazed, gently elucidating. It is as follows. This esteemed guest, along with the previous 3 patrons, ordered several items to be packaged, hence the exorbitant total. Packaged? What exactly was packaged that could cost so much? The first guest had a sushi treasure boat packaged, the second guest had 5 boxes of medicinal wine, and the third guest had, what was packaged? 10 boxes of exquisite marbled beef. By the sun, you must be joking, you ridiculous swindler. Elder Beishan unleashed a furious roar that reverberated throughout the entire cat tavern. Indeed, the pig deer butterfly clan is but a single entity, and those who seek to take advantage of others are of the same ilk. Chapter 79. I steal oil for the village. No, I steal secrets. It has become evident that the public outcry against Hitaki Tsukumo was orchestrated by unseen hands. In the following days, the situation intensified, culminating in several dramatic scenes beneath the Hokage building. Initially, banners were raised in protest, followed by condemnations, and then demands for punishment against Hitaki Tsukumo. Ultimately, the families of fallen ninjas from the front lines were brought forth to mourn and seek justice. The progression from protest to direct appeals for justice was systematic, layered, and methodical. Although there was no formal trial, public opinion had nearly rendered Hitaki Tsukumo guilty. Danzo, having learned from past mistakes, appeared to have gained insight. He enlisted a cadre of scholars to craft banners that vilified his adversaries, deftly weaving accusations. As Elder Reindeer aptly noted, the sentiment in Konohagakure was overwhelmingly biased, with anyone speaking in Tsukumo's defense branded a traitor to the village. Many of those who advocated for Tsukumo were his former subordinates or individuals who had previously benefited from his kindness. However, ever since they lent their support, they faced harassment, including stone throwing, paint splashing, and even menacing letters. How peculiar it is that even ninjas can be subjected to threats and intimidation. Thus, those capable of instilling fear must surely be another group of ninjas. Who could it be, if not the Root? The public uproar was so significant that Sarutobi Hiruzen had to consider the repercussions. To placate the masses, he dismissed or reassigned those ninjas who had spoken on Tsukumo's behalf. The department most affected by these changes was the Umbu, given that Tsukumo had once served as its leader and had numerous loyalists within its ranks. Sarutobi Hiruzen found their presence troublesome and thus removed them. While he publicly claimed that these painful decisions were made in the interest of public sentiment, it was clear to astute observers that he was systematically dismantling Tsukumo's influence to replace it with his own, more precisely, the influence of the Sarutobi clan. Fortunately, many ninja clans received word from their families not to support Tsukumo. A significant number of ninjas from various clans remained in the Umbu. Otherwise, following this purge, the Umbu would have transformed into Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal militia, akin to the Jinui of the past, wielding village-sanctioned power to execute without prior consultation. In this intricate struggle, Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged with the upper hand, deftly outmaneuvering the major clans, which chose to endure and retreat, finding themselves at a disadvantage. Each faction employed its own strategies, demonstrating commendable capabilities. Yet, unbeknownst to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his close confidant Danzo was suffering from a theft at his ancestral home. The verdant leaves transform into a groundhog, frantically burrowing next to Danzo's lair, knowing that if discovered, the blame can easily be cast upon Danzo himself. Within the village of Konoha, is there a more suitable secret base than the Root? There is none. Although this clandestine site is not directly beneath Root, who would believe such a claim? Given Danzo's character, even his most fervent declarations would elicit skepticism. After Qingye gathered a contingent of fearful subordinates at the base, he thrived in that environment, wandering freely from one secret chamber to another, observing various laboratories. He occupied his time by learning the art of human dissection, ensuring that he would not be deemed an unworthy puppeteer in the future. Have you ever encountered a puppeteer who could not conduct human experiments? At the very least, one must master the art of harvesting organs. Naturally, he acquired a multitude of skills, but his gains extended beyond mere craftsmanship. He also obtained numerous ninjutsu techniques, such as the super beast imitation, self-discipline binding seal, and wood release. Furthermore, within Danzo's office, he discovered the secret scroll of Izanagi. However, the scroll was signed not by Danzo, but by Uchiha Kagami. No wonder that scoundrel Danzo managed to obtain the secrets of the Uchiha clan. It was not due to lax oversight on the part of the Uchiha regarding their own techniques, but rather because there was a traitor among them. As Qingye observed Danzo's cowardly demeanor, it was evident that he was not the type to boldly venture into the Uchiha territory. Had Danzo possessed the ferocity of a true warrior, he would have confronted Yuan Firi during the selection of the third Hokage. Uchiha Kagami, the inheritor of the will of fire, truly lived up to his legacy, having carried the sacred technique Izanagi beyond the confines of the Uchiha clan. What can Aoba express? Truly remarkable. Yet, Uchiha Kagami, this fellow, could never have anticipated this. I pilfered not oil for the village, but rather secret techniques. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to the will of fire, yet his comrades, every single one, were indeed nefarious individuals who treated this noble cause as a jest. Consequently, Uchiha Kagami met a tragic end. Upon discovering this scroll, Aoba finally confirmed his suspicions. Uchiha is indeed a fool of the highest order, regardless of his prowess. He remains a grand fool. In addition to acquiring numerous esoteric ninjutsu, Aoba also obtained a wealth of biological data concerning various bloodline limits, most of which comprised corpses. The village of Konoha possesses a retrieval team for deceased bodies. Moonlight Gale's girlfriend is a member of this team, specifically tasked with collecting corpses bearing unique bloodline limits. This has greatly enhanced the genetic lineage of the true Dragon Gu, which has inherited nearly all but a few crucial bloodline limits from the Ōtsutsuki clan and the genes of the Divine Tree. For instance, Steel Release is akin to a metallic block in the ninja world, ultimately evolving into an armed color akin to Haki, indistinguishable in hue. Storm Release resembles a Jedi's lightsaber, with the added capability of curving beams. Swift Release exemplifies the ultimate speed in the ninja realm, enabling a ninja to achieve theoretical maximum velocity, aside from space-time ninjutsu. None can keep pace. Typhoon release, however, is rather mundane, merely producing swirling winds. This bloodline limit is particularly perplexing, as any wind technique unleashed is always in a spiral, leaving one to ponder its significance. Aoyan utilized it once, yet under the influence of the typhoon, the potency of his wind technique did not seem to increase, and it easily went awry, leaving him utterly speechless. These are among the rare bloodline limits within the ninja world, and it appears that the 5 great ninja villages and various smaller ones share a common enthusiasm for these bloodline limits. By harnessing the unique organic materials from the bloodline limits, Aoyan successfully crafted a new batch of insect puppets. Moreover, Aoyan funded his insect crafting endeavors with resources from the Root organization and invested in a variety of equipment to enhance his secret base, such as nutrient tanks, computers, and medical apparatus, essentially a plethora of devices. To cover these expenses, Aoyan enlisted the help of a Root ninja skilled in falsifying accounts, ensuring that even if Danzo were to scrutinize the records, he would find nothing amiss. Furthermore, Danzo's demeanor was that of someone bereft of intelligence. It was evident that he would struggle to comprehend the financial documents presented to him. In this place, Aoba desperately exploits every opportunity while remaining indifferent to the public trial occurring outside. After several days of anticipation, the day of the trial has finally arrived. The Hokage's council chamber, a semicircular edifice, features a raised platform above and seating below. At this moment, numerous elite shinobi have already taken their places. The atmosphere is tense, with not a single word spoken. Present are members of the Oil Woman clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Nara clan, the Akimichi clan, the Inazuka clan, the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, the Sarutobi clan, the Kurama clan, the Shimura clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Mito clan. All the elite shinobi from these clans are in attendance, with some clans sending a few representatives while others have sent only one. The Uchiha clan boasts the largest contingent, with a total of 15 elite shinobi present. Upon entering the venue, the Uchiha clan exudes an air of superiority, their presence overwhelming all other clans as they take their seats in the central position below the platform. Elder Reindeer shakes his head, bemused by the Uchiha's inability to grasp the current situation. This public trial ostensibly seeks to hold Kakashi Hatake accountable for his failed mission, yet beneath the surface, it serves as a contest between the higher echelons of Konoha and the various shinobi clans. The outcome of this contest is already evident. The clans have been vanquished, and the price of their defeat has been the abandonment of Kakashi, a representative figure among the shinobi. Have you not noticed the sparse attendance of elite shinobi from the various clans? This reflects an acknowledgement of their defeat. When one loses, one must accept the consequences. When struck, one must stand at attention. This has always been the case. Even the esteemed Hyuga clan, known as Konoha's foremost clan, has sent only 5 elite shinobi today. Can the Uchiha clan not perceive the implications? With Kakashi having been ousted, the most conspicuous targets for the Konoha leadership are those who attract the most attention. The Uchiha seem willing to play the role of the scapegoat. What more can be said? One can only express gratitude. Observing the 8th Uchiha leader take his seat alongside a cadre of clan members, Elder Reindeer shakes his head and directs his gaze toward the podium. All elite shinobi are present, including those from the common ranks, and soon the Konoha leadership will arrive, excluding Danzo. Before long, the 3rd Hokage appears with his 2 confidants, 2 advisors, taking their positions on the elevated platform. As the 3rd Hokage surveys the gathered clans, he understands that they are here to accept punishment. However, upon spotting the Uchiha clan and their sizable contingent, his brow furrows slightly. Yet, having long occupied a high position, Yamanaka Ritsuko has mastered the art of concealing his emotions. After a quick glance, his expression returns to normal, revealing nothing amiss. The 3rd Hokage then turns to Koharu, nodding in acknowledgement. They may be brought forth now. Chapter 80. I trust that none of you esteemed elders have any objections. Tika Kamaru nodded, turning her gaze towards the guarding shinobi, and instructed, "Please bring forth Hatake Tsukumo." 2 guarding ninjas entered through the side door, and soon, they escorted a figure to the podium. Below the platform, there was a small enclosure where the defendant stood, awaiting judgment. Hatake Tsukumo emerged clad in a ninja vest and wearing a forehead protector, his formidable presence commanding the center of the assembly hall. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Tsukumo's military garb, his gaze momentarily dimming before swiftly regaining composure. "I too," am in a position of necessity, Tsukumo. Do not hold it against me. I ask for your understanding of the burdens I bear as Hokage. Once all present were gathered, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, addressing the assembly. Today, in response to the fervent demands of our villagers, we shall conduct a public trial of the frontline commander, Hatake Tsukumo. We will scrutinize his judgment while executing his duties and his leadership on the battlefield. With that, the third Hokage turned to Hatake Tsukumo, slowly inquiring, Tsukumo, do you wish to defend yourself against these charges? Tsukumo opened his eyes, finally meeting the third Hokage's gaze, and declared, I have always believed that a ninja who abandons their comrades is not a worthy ninja. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage remained composed, but Tika Komaru was incensed. She immediately stood, vehemently confronting Tsukumo. Tsukumo, you are not merely a ninja. You are the commander on the front lines. Do you think this is merely a game of shinobi? You bear the lives of countless Konoha ninjas on your shoulders. Due to a single misjudgment, we have lost 10 fortresses at the front. Your abandonment of duty led us to be deceived by Sunagakure and Kirigakure, forcing us to retreat for miles. During this time, hundreds of ninjas have lost their lives, and the wounded are countless, yet you claim no responsibility. Tell me, how do you intend to compensate for this loss? Tika Komaru's final question erupted with fierce intensity, reverberating through the assembly hall. Hearing her accusations, Hatake Tsukumo closed his eyes once more, visibly grappling with inner turmoil. After a prolonged silence, he hoarsely replied, I cannot answer that question. With a resounding clap, Tika Komaru slammed her hand on the long table. Her voice laced with fury. You cannot answer? Allow me to respond on your behalf. I can unequivocally tell you that to atone for this loss, we must sacrifice even more lives of Konoha ninjas to reclaim the lost fortresses and repel the alliance of Sunagakure and Kirigakure. It will only be possible through the sacrifice of more of our shinobi. As the frontline commander, Kiki Shomao was undoubtedly aware of this principle. However, how could he now defend himself by claiming that he bore no responsibility for the breach of 10 fortresses, attributing it to the lack of effort from the frontline soldiers, and asserting that the success of Sunagakure and Kirigakure was due solely to their adept secrecy? One could only imagine the immediate repercussions of his words, as he would find himself utterly ostracized within Konoha. Observing his silence, Tsunade Kobayashi seized the moment to press further with her inquiries. Given the current battle reports, your abandonment of the mission has led to our misjudgment regarding the alliance of Sunagakure and Kirigakure. These two great ninja villages have amassed greater forces, closing in upon us. Were it not for Danzo's courageous leadership, we would have had no troops to deploy to the front line. Kiki Shomao remained silent, taken aback by the rapid alliance formed between Sunagakure and Kirigakure, a development he had not anticipated. He conceded that this was indeed a miscalculation on his part regarding their coalition. Your acknowledgement suffices, Tsunade Kobayashi responded, turning to the guard ninjas beside her. Summoned the remaining members of the intelligence team to the court. A few guard ninjas departed and soon returned with several others, all members of Kiki Shomao's intelligence team. Among them was one ninja whom Kiki Shomao had insisted on rescuing, even at the cost of abandoning the mission. 4 ninjas stood on the opposite side of Kiki Shomao. Tsunade Kobayashi regarded them and directed her questions towards 3 of them, Saito Taro, Aburame Hara, Nida Ikamoku, as members of this intelligence team. How do you evaluate the command decisions made by your leader, Kiki Shomao? The 3 exchanged glances, ultimately looking at Kiki Shomao. Saito Taro lowered his gaze and spoke with great difficulty. We do not agree with Captain Kiki's decision. Our mission as ninjas is to complete our tasks and protect Konoha. And even if it means sacrificing ourselves, it is a worthy cause. Therefore, we cannot endorse Captain Kiki's choice to save team members at the expense of the mission, nonetheless. He is our captain, and we dare not contradict him. The more he spoke, the softer his voice became, until it was barely audible. Yet, in the presence of seasoned ninjas, his words were heard with clarity. Upon hearing this, Kiki Shomao closed his eyes once more, though his palms trembled slightly, betraying the turmoil within. Tsunade Kobayashi cast a sidelong glance at Kiki Shomao before addressing another team member. Watakeru, what is your opinion on your captain? Kiki Shomao's decision to abandon the mission in order to save you? At this moment, Watakeru, bound in bandages and supported by additional wrappings across his chest, did not look at Kiki Shomao, but instead shouted vehemently, I do not condone our captain's actions. To sacrifice so many comrades for my sake will haunt me for the rest of my life. It is all Kiki's fault. I could have faced death with honor. But now, Now I can only live in disgrace. At last, the ninja named Kurenai Kuin, with only one hand remaining, pointed a trembling finger at Tsukumo Hatake. His voice a strained roar, eyes ablaze with fury as if he wished to devour Tsukumo whole. It is all your fault for rescuing me. Hearing his team members' self-reproach, Tsukumo let out a deep sigh, finally ceasing his resistance. Observing this outcome, Kurenai's eyes glinted with a hint of satisfaction. What followed was the final blow, compelling Tsukumo to face his ultimate judgment. Kurenai resumed her seat, her expression dark as she gazed at Tsukumo, enunciating each word with precision. Tsukumo Hatake, with your team members as witnesses, you are accused of making erroneous judgments during your mission, resulting in grave losses for the Hidden Leaf Village. Do you plead guilty? I plead guilty, Tsukumo replied softly. Bring forth the criminal. Remove Tsukumo Hatake's ninja headband, stripping him of his identity as a Hidden Leaf ninja, and await the final sentence. 2 guard ninjas, one on each side, began to remove Tsukumo's ninja vest and pouch, the most significant act being the removal of his headband. As he beheld the leaf symbol on his headband, Tsukumo reflected with a heavy heart, never imagining he would find himself in such a predicament. This headband had been personally bestowed upon him by the second Hokage upon his graduation from the Ninja Academy. It was his certificate of completion. It had accompanied him through many life and death trials, saving him on numerous occasions. Today, Tsukumo was to lose it entirely. The removal of his headband signified his disqualification as a ninja of the Hidden Leaf, an indelible stain upon a ninja's life. Since you have pleaded guilty, return and await your sentence. With that, Kurenai turned her gaze toward the assembled elite ninjas of the Leaf. I trust none of the high-ranking ninjas have any objections? Chapter 81. I came from the public trial to the declaration of Tsukumo's guilt, and the subsequent stripping of his ninja identity. The attending elite ninjas of the Leaf remained silent, offering no dissent. Particularly, the senior ninjas from the various clans had tacitly accepted the verdict. As the internal village discourse began to escalate, the leading clans had already fallen behind. At this juncture, words would prove futile, and it was better to concede defeat. Even the members of Tsukumo's own team deemed him guilty. What hope remained? Yet, amidst the consensus, an ill-advised individual dared to speak. Suddenly, Uchiha Hakadai raised his hand. I have an objection. Kurenai glanced at Uchiha Hakadai, then returned to her chair, nodding in acknowledgement. Since Elder Hakadai has an objection, let us hear it. I believe this judgment is unjust to Tsukumo Hatake. After all, he has rendered considerable service to the Hidden Leaf. Such a verdict may dishearten many. Indeed, such a judgment could dampen the spirits of our frontline ninjas. The neighboring Uchiha clansmen began to echo in agreement. The Uchiha's reasoning was exceedingly simplistic. How could the failure on the front lines be attributed to Kakashi Hatake? Clearly, it was the inadequacy of the ninjas at the forefront that led to such dire outcomes. In light of the enemy's increased forces and the depletion of our own, changing the commander would yield the same results. Furthermore, to hold Kakashi accountable for the intelligence team's failure to uncover the clandestine alliance between Tsunagakure and Kirigakure is utterly absurd. Should every significant loss henceforth be blamed on the frontline intelligence unit's ineptitude? The notion that a single intelligence team could have discerned the covert alliance is laughable. The opposing forces, with their ulterior motives, would undoubtedly have taken meticulous precautions. Did one not observe the battlefield between Tsunagakure and Kirigakure? They even dispatched actors, demonstrating their flawless preparation. Combat among ninjas is, at its core, a battle of information. It is not to be taken lightly. Each major ninja village maintains stringent defenses regarding internal intelligence. How could they be easily infiltrated? Not even the legendary Konoha White Fan could accomplish that. While the ninjas on the front may feel disheartened, what of the families of the hundreds of fallen ninjas? Have you pondered this, 8th Elder? Kage Kamachi cast a sidelong glance, indicating that the matter was already quite clear, suggesting he ought to yield. You, the 8th Elder, unyielding, sought to argue further. Ahem. At that moment, the 3rd Hokage cleared his throat. He rose and addressed the 8th Elder, stating, You are not mistaken. Kakashi has made significant contributions to the village. We shall solicit opinions from all parties and arrive at a fair judgment. Rest assured, we will provide a satisfactory response. The old masters took their turns, one playing the role of the villain, the other the hero, as Kage Kamachi and Sarutobi Hiruzen complemented each other. Not only did they counter the 8th Elder's objections, but they also effectively solidified the accusations against Kakashi Hatake. With Hiruzen's words, The eighth elder had little choice but to huff in resignation and retake his seat. With that, it seemed there were no further objections. And today's public trial would conclude. Should there be any further announcements, we will inform you accordingly. With that, Hiruzen departed alongside his two advisors, and soon after, the high-ranking ninjas from various clans also vacated their seats. In the end, only Kakashi Hatake remained in the council chamber. However, as the proceedings drew to a close, Kakashi caught a glance from the third Hokage, signaling a desire to speak with him. Should I meet him? What could possibly happen if I do not? As night fell, Kakashi stepped out alone, making his way toward the Hokage building. Upon reaching the rooftop of the Hokage's office, he found the Hokage clad in ceremonial garb. You have arrived. I have. Kakashi, you know that today's events were not my intention. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze towards Hatake Tsukumo, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. The village now faced dire circumstances both internally and externally. To placate the populace, someone had to bear the brunt of this failure. I understand. Perhaps this is the fate of a ninja, sighed Hatake Tsukumo. It is sufficient that you comprehend. During this tumultuous period, you must endure a bit of hardship. Once the storm has passed, I shall restore you to your position as the head of the Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized the considerable sacrifice Hatake Tsukumo was making and promptly offered a promise to garner support. Very well. I shall take this time to practice my calligraphy at home, considering it a means of self-cultivation. It is good that you can understand, replied Sarutobi Hiruzen, turning to survey the entirety of Konohagakure. For the sake of the village, some sacrifices are indeed inevitable. Both men fell into a contemplative silence on the rooftop, gazing down at the village, uncertain if their thoughts aligned. The following day, Kakashi arrived at Hatake Tsukumo's residence and knocked on the door. Now a competent ninja, Kakashi donned his forehead protector and wore the traditional shinobi attire. Come in, Tsukumo called. Upon entering, Kakashi was greeted by his father, dressed in casual clothing. Tsukumo paused, momentarily taken aback by Kakashi's ninja garb, before breaking into a smile. I almost forgot, you have become a genin of Konoha. In my haste to return, I neglected to prepare your graduation gift. Kakashi shook his head in response. Father, I do not need a graduation gift. How did yesterday's public trial unfold? Tsukumo ruffled Kakashi's hair gently. Little one, do not concern yourself with such matters. I shall ponder what gift to present you. Kakashi brushed aside Tsukumo's hand, visibly annoyed. Father, I am now an official ninja. Do not treat me like a child. What truly transpired yesterday? He was dismissed, but do not worry. This is only temporary. By the way, I have decided what to give you, Tsukumo replied nonchalantly, as if yesterday's events were inconsequential. With that, he returned to his room and retrieved the family heirloom, the short blade known as White Fang. Fortunately, he had not brought it with him yesterday, or it would have been confiscated. Tsukumo held the blade horizontally before Kakashi. This short blade has accompanied me for a long time. I hope it will protect you. Kakashi looked at his father, aware that the events of yesterday were far more complex than presented, yet recognizing that he was now a ninja and that further outbursts would be childish. He took the short blade and secured it at his back, nodding in affirmation. Rest assured, I shall safeguard it diligently. Although Kakashi felt perplexed by his father's unusual actions, he attributed it to the public trial that had taken place the previous day. After accepting the short blade, White Fang, he set out, aware that as a formal ninja, daily missions were inevitable. As a day passed, Kakashi learned the unsettling truths behind the public trial. He could hardly believe that his father had been stripped of his ninja status. Moreover, even his teammates were casting blame upon his father. Could it be that his father was truly in the wrong? Today, Kakashi returned to the rooftop near the village head, where he witnessed the grieving families and the ninjas holding banners. Everything pointed back to his father. Had his father erred? Ninjas existed to fulfill their missions, and clinging to the naive notion of saving comrades rendered one unworthy of the title. Why did his father often belittle his aspirations of being a ninja as childish play, yet engage in such juvenile behavior himself? As night fell, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Undeterred by the downpour, Kakashi resolved to confront his father, questioning why he clung to such childish ideals as a ninja. Was this still the heroic figure he revered? However, upon his return home through the rain, he discovered that his house had already been surrounded by a group of ninjas. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Chapter 82. Truly bored and stifled. The dead buried deep Kakashi gazed at his home and inquired aloud, "What has happened to my house?" The surrounding ninjas turned their heads away, unable to meet his gaze. "What has happened?" Kakashi pressed, raising his voice, yet no one responded. Something was clearly amiss, and with only his father at home, his dread intensified. Ignoring the ninjas, Kakashi rushed into his house. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw 4 ninjas carrying a stretcher draped in white cloth, emerging from his home. "This is impossible. It cannot be," he exclaimed. "Where is my father? Where has he gone?" He called out for his father repeatedly, but the ninjas around him averted their eyes. Whether out of shame or for another reason, none dared to answer his inquiries. At that moment, a hand rested firmly on Kakashi's shoulder. He turned to see the elder of the Akimichi clan, the elder known for raising pigs. The elder's expression was grave as he addressed Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi, you must remain calm. What I am about to tell you may be difficult to bear, but you must face it with composure." Kakashi could no longer maintain his composure. Trembling, he pointed at the stretcher covered with a white cloth and stammered, "Is that person my father?" "Kakashi, listen to me. Your father was a commendable ninja, a great ninja, one worthy of his comrades' trust." The words of the elder, who tended to the pigs, were abruptly cut short as Kakashi forcefully pushed him away. His eyes ablaze with fury, he bellowed, "No, he was not a good ninja. A ninja exists solely to fulfill their mission. Why should he have gone to save that wretched person? Completing the mission is all that matters. If only the mission had been completed, then none of this would have happened." Yet this time, it was Kakashi who faltered in his speech. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on Kakashi's face from the elder, who spoke with grave seriousness. "Kakashi, remember this. A ninja who chooses to sacrifice their comrades is less than a beast." Kakashi reminisced about the words his father once imparted to him, and he fell into a profound silence. He remained mute, as if struck by an overwhelming blow. Meanwhile, the team continued their somber tasks. Before long, the lifeless body of Hatake Tsukumo lay ensconced within a pitch-black coffin. It was at this moment that Kakashi finally beheld his father's remains. The body was remarkably intact, save for its pallid hue, appearing not so different from the father he had seen that morning. Overcome with emotion, Kakashi could no longer contain himself and began to weep uncontrollably. The elder, known for his affinity for raising pigs, stood beside Kakashi, gently patting his shoulder, sighing deeply. His gaze, profound and reflective, was cast upon the gentle drizzle outside. No matter how often he was hailed as a genius, at heart, he remained but a child. After a night had passed, the entire village of Konoha was aware of the news regarding Hatake Tsukumo's suicide. In an instant, various banners vanished from the village square, and the families of the bereaved, once wailing in despair, seemed to have disappeared without a trace. It was as if Tsukumo's tragic choice had cast a shroud of silence over Konoha, an eerie stillness enveloping the village. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen did not foresee Tsukumo's fervent resolve, choosing to end his life as a statement, having long been entangled in political machinations. The third Hokage had long since lost his principles and could not comprehend why Tsukumo had resorted to such extremes. This matter seemed to lie beyond his understanding. Meanwhile, Danzo, once burdened with accusations that Tsukumo had now overshadowed, continued to cling to life, oblivious to the weight of his own infamy. Reputation, after all, was a meager sustenance, unworthy even of a dog's appetite. To die for the sake of reputation was simply inconceivable. Yet, Sarutobi had shared many years with Tsukumo. Had it not been for this public trial, they might have been considered close comrades. Moreover, as the war intensified, Konoha had lost a significant force, and the pressure mounted upon him. Sarutobi mused, "I, the third Hokage, find myself in a truly difficult predicament." Regret surged within him, but the die had been cast, and he had no choice but to accept the grim reality. Quickly adjusting his mindset, Sarutobi began organizing a memorial service for Hatake Tsukumo. As for the accusations levied against Tsukumo, what was the point of pursuing them now that he was no longer alive? Sometimes, the deceased could serve as a better narrative than the living. 2 days later, Sarutobi stood at Tsukumo's memorial service, speaking with heartfelt eloquence and conviction. Tsukumo executed thousands of missions throughout his life, enduring countless injuries. He has left behind his legacy in Konoha, and those who follow will undoubtedly tread the path he has forged. Hatake Tsukumo is undoubtedly the inheritor of the will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall endure. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves of a new generation. Those who gathered to attend the memorial service for Tsukumo Hatake were renowned ninjas from the village. Many among them had participated in the public trial of Tsukumo just days prior. At this moment, upon hearing Yuan Fury's eulogy, their expressions turned peculiar, and some began to harbor unspoken grievances. Was it not they who had condemned Tsukumo? Just moments before, they stripped him of his ninja title, and now, with his passing, they exalted him, proclaiming him a bearer of the will of fire. On this dreary, rainy day, an unchanging pattern for Konoha's memorial services, Kakashi stood before his father's grave. Clad in a somber black suit, he was oblivious to the words spoken by the third Hokage, as if the entire world had become irrelevant to him. He hardly recalled how the past few days had unfolded. Kakashi's once vibrant spirit had dimmed, his once fiery ambition extinguished, replaced by a profound silence. A white wolf approached, now towering at 3 meters, resembling a colossal beast. Yet, Goro sat beside Kakashi, his head drooping. Having consumed Aoba's spirit awakening pill, Goro had attained a level of sentience akin to that of a human, though he remained unable to articulate speech. Learning human language would require time, and Aoba, as the head of the Summoning Academy, had begun arranging the necessary courses. Goro, you are all that remains, Kakashi murmured, embracing the wolf's neck with a heavy heart. As time passed, the mourners gradually departed. Eventually, only Kakashi and Goro remained at the gravesite. When night fell, Kakashi reluctantly turned to leave, glancing back multiple times as he departed. Once Kakashi had gone, a shadow materialized before Tsukumo's grave. The figure watched Kakashi's retreating form and muttered a curse. That foolish child. If he doesn't leave soon, your father may truly perish. With that, the shadow inexplicably produced a shovel and began to dig at Tsukumo's grave. As the earth was flung aside, the figure grumbled, "What a tiresome task, burying the dead so deeply." Before long, the grave of Tsukumo Hatake was fully unearthed. Upon revealing the coffin, the shadow formed hand seals. With a resounding crack, white smoke billowed forth, and 4 more shadows appeared. The original shadow nodded to the newcomers, who signaled with a gesture that indicated they would take care of it. Together, they lifted Tsukumo's coffin and strode boldly out of the grave. As they departed, both the 4 figures and the coffin vanished into thin air, an eerie spectacle. The original shadow, observing the disappearance, remarked, "Thank goodness I installed surveillance throughout the village, otherwise he might not have been saved." Subsequently, the shadow filled the excavated earth back into the grave, restoring it to its original state. After ensuring everything was in order, the shadow vanished without a trace. Chapter 83. The Square-Faced Man. As the shadow unearthed the coffin of Hatake Tsukumo, arrangements were made for its transport out of Konoha village. Awaiting at the 10-mile slope beyond the village was an individual, cloaked in black robes, concealing their identity. After a considerable wait, 4 figures emerged, carrying the coffin, approaching the robed figure with an air of abruptness. With a thud, the 4 placed the coffin down and feigned the act of rubbing their shoulders. Quite heavy indeed. The master mentioned he would no longer be responsible for what follows. "Rest assured, I shall handle the subsequent matters." The robed figure nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. We have other affairs to attend to. You may converse with the master later." With that, the 4 figures waved their hands and, in a puff of white smoke, vanished from sight. At that moment, the robed figure lifted their hood, revealing the aged visage of the elder of the Nara clan. The elder sighed as he patted the coffin. "Fortunately, I was prepared in advance. Otherwise, dear Tsukumo, you would truly be lost this time. There is no merit in contending with such individuals." With a decisive kick, the elder opened the coffin lid, revealing the lifeless body of Hatake Tsukumo. Observing the pallid form, the elder retrieved a porcelain vial from his robe, pouring out a crimson pill. He bent down, placing the pill into Tsukumo's mouth, and stood by, awaiting the effects of the medicine. Before long, Tsukumo's corpse began to regain color, appearing as if alive. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloping him. Cough, cough. The violent sounds of coughing erupted as Tsukumo struggled to breathe, eventually realizing he was alive. Gasping for air, sweat beaded on his forehead. He lay upon the coffin, resembling a wretched creature, and managed to utter, I am not dead. You were once dead, but we have brought you back." The elder approached, speaking softly. It was then that Tsukumo noticed another presence nearby, and upon seeing the elder's face, he was taken aback. "Elder, is it you who saved me?" "Not merely me, but us," the elder replied, settling himself beside the coffin. He produced a stack of documents from his robe and handed them to Tsukumo. "Take a look, and then reconsider your desire for death." Tsukumo gazed at the elder with confusion, yet he accepted the documents nonetheless. Swish, swish, swish. Initially, there seemed to be little concern. However, as he perused the documents, The expression on Hatake Tsukumo's face grew increasingly grave, and his pace of reading quickened. Upon completing the entire file, his countenance turned ashen and somber, reminiscent of a corpse. Bowing his head, he gripped the papers tightly in his hands, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he murmured, "How could this be possible?" Lord Hokage, Elder Reindeer, upon receiving the document, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, after some reflection, he found it not difficult to accept, quickly grasping the underlying connections. In response to Hatake Tsukumo's incredulity, he spoke in a somber tone. You young ones are still too inexperienced. This public trial directed at you is plainly not a personal attack, but rather an affront to the various ninja clans you represent in Konoha. Did you truly commit a grave error on the front lines? The loss of 10 fortresses stemmed from the enemy bolstering their forces. Can you truly blame a mere intelligence team for the clandestine alliance between the Mist and Sand villages? The most significant mistake you made was not being a direct descendant of the Hokage lineage. Even though you are a capable aide to the third Hokage and a semi-Hokage yourself, you bear the marks of the various ninja clans. Take a look at that old scoundrel Danzo. Despite his numerous misdeeds, why does the third Hokage still hold him in high regard? It is because his transgressions are aimed at undermining the power of the ninja clans. Those within the Hokage lineage can easily be forgiven for their missteps, while those outside, no matter how well they perform, will never be regarded as one of their own by the third Hokage. This was predetermined from the outset. The crux of the matter lies in the upcoming Hokage election. With the third Hokage aging, there is a growing clamor for the selection of the fourth Hokage. Moreover, Konoha's continuous setbacks in this war have led to rising dissatisfaction among many ninja clans towards the third Hokage. Consequently, the next Hokage has become a point of contention among Konoha's upper echelons and ninja clans. Naturally, the various clans desire your ascension, given your lineage and extensive experience. While the Hokage faction seeks to elevate Orochimaru, a disciple of the third Hokage, who possesses shallow roots and is thus more amenable to the third's covert manipulations. After listening to Elder Reindeer's analysis, Hatake Tsukumo, with a hoarse voice, inquired, "Must it be this way? If the third Hokage were to candidly inform me, I would certainly withdraw from the election." Do you think it is that simple? Whether or not you can decide to run for Hokage is not within your control. The discord between Konoha's upper echelons and the ninja clans has already become irreconcilable. How can that be? Hatake Tsukumo regarded Elder Reindeer with skepticism. The atmosphere within the village seemed quite harmonious. How could it have reached such an irreconcilable state? How can it not be? The ninja of Konoha have performed so poorly on the front lines. As the commander there, cannot you perceive this? In recent years, the combat prowess of the village has significantly diminished, largely due to the vigorous promotion of the ninja school system by the third Hokage. The existence of ninja schools has jeopardized the survival of various ninja clans. Can a ninja who graduates with merely the knowledge of the basic 3 techniques truly be considered a genuine ninja? The other 4 great ninja villages have adopted a path of elite training, while the third Hokage, in pursuit of support, has extensively courted civilian ninjas, resulting in a disparity in the strength of Konoha's ninjas. As the frontline commander, you must feel this acutely. The influx of civilian ninjas may seem to bolster Konoha's strength. Yet you are aware that, in the face of elite ninjas, the weak are akin to chaff, easily cut down regardless of their numbers, ultimately dragging Konoha down. You have reviewed the battle loss reports, I presume. Each ninja clan has suffered greatly in this war. A significant reason being the sacrifices made by clan ninjas attempting to compensate for the combat deficiencies of civilian ninjas. This is the crux of Konoha's continual defeats on the battlefield. Kagaki Tsukumo gazed at the documents in his hands. The White Fang plan is designed to undermine Kagaki Tsukumo's reputation and assist Orochimaru in securing the position of 4th Hokage, drafted by Danzo Shimura and approved by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon hearing Elder Reindeer's analysis and reviewing the plan, the benevolent image of the 3rd Hokage shattered before his eyes. It was unfathomable that all of this had been premeditated. He had ultimately misplaced his trust. Elder Reindeer recalled someone's words and chuckled once more. Although there is no concrete evidence this time, your intelligence team's mission is destined to fail. Your information was likely sold out by Danzo long ago. Do you remember who assigned you this intelligence task? It was Orochimaru. Given my prior role as the head of the Umbu and familiarity with the battlefield, I was tasked with infiltrating the village hidden in mist for reconnaissance. Danzo was probably behind that as well. Elder Reindeer nodded, then turned to Kagaki Tsukumo and inquired earnestly, "Have you considered whether it is worth dying for such a person?" Kagaki Tsukumo shook his head and rose from the coffin. "What does it matter if I come back to life? Can I return to Konoha?" "You cannot go back to Konoha, but there is a place you can go." "Where?" "The Mountain Sea Commerce Guild." The Mountain Sea Commerce Guild is the consortium in which all ninja clans of Konoha have invested. Indeed, your Kagaki clan has also invested. This serves as insurance for everyone and for Konoha itself. The guild is in need of a powerful figure to oversee its operations, and it has recently encountered some troubles. You could take on the role of security chief, responsible for ensuring business safety. Are you unwilling? I am willing, but Kakashi, right? Rest assured, we will take good care of Kakashi. In that case, I am reassured. I shall accept the position of security chief at the Mountain Sea Commerce Guild. That is well, however. Prior to this, a change of identity must be bestowed upon you. Indeed, with the demise of Hitaki Tsukumo, it is imperative that I commence anew under a different guise. Preparations have already been made for you. Upon speaking, the elder reindeer once again presented a document. Hitaki Tsukumo accepted the paper and extracted the form for his new identity. As he gazed upon the name field, he could not help but read it aloud, Daiki T&I. Upon observing the photograph associated with this new identity, Hitaki Tsukumo felt a twinge of confusion. Why does he possess such a square jaw? Chapter 84, The Accursed Bandit. No, the ambush. Indeed, Hitaki Tsukumo has risen from the dead, a scheme orchestrated by Aoba. Familiar with the narrative, Aoba began his preparations as soon as Tsukumo was summoned back. As for how to address Tsukumo's suicide, after much contemplation, Aoba concluded that the script of the deceased returning to life was most fitting for Tsukumo. Thus, he concealed several surveillance devices near Kakashi's residence, constantly monitoring the activities within. Additionally, Aoba incorporated a thermal imaging device into the surveillance system, ensuring that the moment Tsukumo within the room grew cold, he would be alerted. Qingye promptly initiated his actions. First, he utilized the sealing insect to stifle the life force of his subject, rendering him akin to a lifeless corpse. Subsequently, he employed the wedding gown insect to gradually release energy, maintaining the minimal consumption of the physical body, at least safeguarding the brain and vital organs from necrosis. This method bore considerable risk, as Qingye was uncertain whether the soul of Hitaki Tsukumo would drift away. After careful consideration, he concluded that, employing various techniques, he could sustain Hitaki Tsukumo in a state of false death for no more than 3 days. Kakashi lingered at his father's grave, reluctant to depart. And it was understandable that Qingye would express frustration. Should Kakashi remain, his father would truly be lost. If that were to happen, Konoha would gain yet another filial son. Upon completing these preparations, Qingye swiftly informed the elder in charge of the pig farm, urging him to discover Hitaki Tsukumo's remains. He aimed to swiftly arrange for the burial of Tsukumo, cover the coffin, and hold a memorial service. Following this, he would unearth Tsukumo's body and present it to the elder reindeer for revival, as the crimson pill served as a catalyst to awaken the insects within Hitaki Tsukumo's body. Once ingested, the 4-symbol sealing insect would immediately begin to lift its seal, while the wedding gown insect would commence the transfer of life force, chakra, and mental energy. As for the White Fang project that the elder reindeer produced, it was merely a stroke of misfortune for Danzo. That document targeting Hitaki Tsukumo was almost conspicuously placed within Danzo's office. With a casual flip of the pages, Aoba effortlessly located the desired information. Subsequently, he instructed Shiru-gu to produce a copy, ensuring that even the signatures were identical. After presenting the duplicate to Elder Reindeer, he tasked him with persuading Tsukumo Hitaki to align with their cause. Aoba understood better than anyone that Danzo's scheme to frame Tsukumo was a ploy to elevate Orochimaru's position. While Danzo might excel in various deceptions, his ultimate ambition remained unwavering, achieving the title of Hokage. This White Fang project proposal must have even deceived Hiruzen Sarutobi. For once Danzo secured Tsukumo's allegiance, he would swiftly turn his attention towards Orochimaru. With a wealth of incriminating evidence against Orochimaru, there was no chance for him to ascend as the next Hokage. Moreover, with Tsunade and Jiraiya absent from Konoha, or even if present, they displayed little interest in the Hokage title. Danzo surveyed the room, addressing those gathered with disdain, proclaiming them to be insignificant. The position of the next Hokage would be within his grasp. His machinations were indeed meticulous. However, little did Danzo anticipate the emergence of a golden flash. The Flying Thunder God technique of Minato Namikaze was nearing completion. In that moment, the battlefield would become his solitary stage. with the ability to traverse vast distances. He wielded his sword as if facing a million foes. The battlefields of the Mist Village, Sand Village, Rock Village, and Cloud Village felt like mere backyards, as the golden flash traversed them unchallenged. Ultimately, it became evident that Minato Namikaze could pinpoint any weakness effortlessly. When he returned to Konoha, triumphant with monumental achievements, he would undoubtedly be the next candidate for Hokage. Truly, it echoed the age-old adage, the most cunning schemes can backfire tragically. Danzo had calculated every detail. Yet he overlooked Minato. His plans were destined to yield nothing but futility. One could only mourn for the old schemer. It was a disservice to oneself to continue playing along with his charade. Now, with Tsukumo feigning death to join their ranks, the Shanghai Commerce Association would be poised for rapid development under the guidance of this former Umbu leader. Currently, the association was managed by ordinary individuals from ninja clans. Though they hailed from ninja families, they were indeed mere commoners, lacking the capability to tackle complex issues. Fortunately, during the establishment of the association, they had enlisted the support of several influential figures from the feudal lords, which allowed them to navigate certain troubles through connections. Otherwise, when confronted with local tyrants, the Shanghai Commerce Association would truly find themselves at a disadvantage. After Qingye meticulously restored the grave of Chimu Shuma, he intended to depart. For the root base was still under construction. Cloaked in a concealment garment, Qingye leapt towards the direction of the Forest of Death. However, unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, a shadow emerged abruptly, standing before the tombstone of Chimu Shuma. The figure gazed at the grave, then cast a glance at the vanishing Qingye, seemingly perplexed. Subsequently, the shadow turned its attention towards the direction in which Qingye had disappeared and pursued him. Its movements were exceedingly peculiar, flickering as if it were a ghost. Qingye hummed a cheerful tune, singing merrily, almost as if she were enjoying a hot pot. Bang! Qingye was utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? The verdant leaves collided with several towering trees, tumbling upon the ground in a series of somersaults before plunging into the earth, ensnared within a pit of soil. Accursed bandits. No, it was an ambush. By heavens, this is treachery, devoid of martial ethics. Who dares to launch a surprise attack against me? Qingye emerged from the earth pit, cursing incessantly. He was filled with murderous intent, seeking the scoundrel who had ambushed him. Wasn't it said that Konoha was the safest village in the ninja world? Yet, here he was, under the cover of night, falling prey to an attack. The target of this ambush was none other than himself, a mere academy student yet to graduate. In the distance, a yellow-haired nonconformist perched atop a tree branch, his gaze fixated intently upon him. Damn it, this was indeed the audacious yellow-haired figure responsible for the ambush. He was rather handsome. However, no matter how striking your appearance may be, today I shall ensure that your moon remains incomplete and make you understand why the flowers bloom in such vivid hues. The verdant leaves still enveloped the invisible curse, yet her legs had transformed, morphing into a pair of deer limbs. The deer leap curse endowed the host with formidable leaping prowess. Bam! Qingye gently leaped, soaring 30 meters into the sky. With the grace of a deer and the elegance of a lunar step, his powerful legs rhythmically touched the air. The verdant leaves erupted with unimaginable speed, akin to a cannonball soaring towards the yellow-haired nonconformist perched atop the treetop. In an instant, the leaves materialized above the yellow-haired figure and executed a downward kick. Yet, the nonconformist remained unfazed, deftly evading the strike. With a resounding crack, the entire tree was cleaved in two by the leaves' fierce assault. Simultaneously, the leaves sensed a gust of wind as the nonconformist launched a sweeping kick. Bang! Qingye raised her hand to defend herself. How heavy, how solid. Both of them were taken aback. In midair, they separated instantly. However, the yellow-haired nonconformist was relentless. He flung a handful of shurikens from behind his back and formed hand seals. The technique of shadow clones for the shurikens multiplied them exponentially, launching a barrage towards Qingye. The sound of the tuning worm reverberated like a thunderous roar. Aoyan opened his mouth, and a dazzling brilliance shimmered within his throat as a sound wave projectile was unleashed. Buzz, a low-frequency sound wave, inaudible to ordinary ears, surged forth, sweeping away the shurikens and obliterating their clones, directly targeting the yellow-haired figure. Such a rare ability to wield sound wave attacks. The eclectic yellow-haired individual expressed his astonishment, yet his form suddenly vanished from sight. At that moment, Aoyan felt a chilling sensation creep down his back. Chapter 85. I know your wife. A flash of light pierced through, blinding Aoyan's 24K titanium insect eyes. Caught off guard by the brilliance, he had no time to react. In an instant, his back was struck with tremendous force. He was unaware of the source of this assault, his body spinning down to the ground. Thud! Dust erupted from the impact as Aoyan's expression soured. He struggled to rise from the crater. Gasp! A mouthful of blood was expelled as an internal turmoil wreaked havoc upon his organs, ravaged by a spiraling force. The bridal insect settled atop Aoyan's head, enveloped in a delicate green energy cocoon. It felt as though he were ensconced within a rejuvenation chamber. As the life force emanating from the bridal insect swiftly mended his injured insides. Who wielded the spiral ball? Who invoked the flying thunder god? Qingye, consumed by fury, unexpectedly unleashed the spiraling sphere upon him, a clear indication of intent to inflict grave harm. In that moment, a sudden realization struck Qingye, his expression freezing as he discerned the identity of the yellow-haired nonconformist. At such a critical juncture, the only individual capable of wielding both the spiraling sphere and the flying thunder god technique could be none other than Minato Namikaze. Damn it, first your wife assaults me, a mere minor, and now you, her husband, lay waste to me, a humble student. Does your family harbor some vendetta against me? When your son is born, do not blame me if I choose to torment him. Qingye thought fiercely. Although Aoba recognized Minato Namikaze, Minato did not recognize Aoba. Buzzing, Minato formed a sphere and hurled it once more at Aoba. Come again. Do not mistake my restraint for weakness, as if I were merely a harmless Hello Kitty. Qingye rose to his feet, the veins on his right arm bulging prominently, from which 5 gem-like goo worms emerged upon the back of his hand. With a single grip, the 5 escape technique goo were embedded upon the joints of his hand. A pseudo-infinite glove. The deer leg, transformed from the Luyu goo, leaped gracefully. As Qingye confronted his adversary, Minato Namikaze, with resolve. Spiraling sphere. 5 escape goo, a quintuple escape. Fireball, water sphere, lightning sphere, windblade. An earth bullet surged forth in succession, bombarding towards Minato. 5 distinct ninjutsu. This is dire. He possessed but a single orb, while his opponent wielded 5 forms of attack. A stark imbalance indeed. Suddenly, the figure of Minato Namikaze, charging forth, vanished without a trace, rendering the 5 ninjutsu ineffective. A shadow darkened Aoi's face as he sensed the familiar chill creeping up from behind him. The flying thunder god technique was indeed a cunning maneuver. As long as the technique was pre-established, one could perpetually traverse through space. No ninjutsu could possibly reach him, no matter how potent. What purpose would it serve? It was then that he realized why his opponent could consistently pinpoint his location. They must have implanted the flying thunder god technique upon him. Indeed. Aoi caught sight of a distorted inscription at the edge of his invisibility cloak, resembling the clumsy scrawl of a dog's paw prints, sort of enduring love. Damn it. It was none other than Minato Namikaze. Such atrocious handwriting could belong to no one else. Wasn't he supposed to be on the battlefield between Ōtsutsuki and Kimogakure? How could he possibly be in Konoha? Before he could ponder further, a wave of chill washed over him as Minato's attack was about to descend. The target was once again his waist. He was not like Obito, the one who needed to be concerned about his kidneys. His kidneys were in peril. In a desperate bid to protect himself, Aoi shouted, I know your wife. Minato paused, the Rasengan in his hand vanishing. You know my wife? But I'm not even married. An ominous feeling struck him. Something was amiss. Suddenly, a child appeared, a child with a mischievous grin, who then clenched his fist and struck fiercely towards Aoi's chin. Dragon rising fist. Bam! Minato was propelled into the air, soaring several stories high due to Aoi's blow, which encapsulated all the resentment and fury he harbored towards Minato's family. He was determined to shatter Minato's pride. However, being Minato, he quickly regained his composure. Utilizing the technique inscribed on Aoi's invisibility cloak, Minato soared back from the sky, his cheeks puffed out as he brandished a kunai aimed at Aoi. Damn it. This invisibility cloak was no longer pure. It now bore the essence and form of Minato Namikaze. Aoba gazed at the kunai poised to fall, and he exclaimed, I know Kushina. The kunai halted just before Aoba's forehead, and Minato Namikaze was taken aback, pondering whether this was yet another attempt to deceive him. Although he refrained from attacking Aoba, he maintained a cautious distance, warily observing him. I truly know Kushina. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with her, Aoba declared. Spreading his hands, Minato contemplated for a moment before asking, You claim to know Kushina, which means you are from the village. Whose child are you? Aoba chuckled lightly, replying, "Oh, if you wish to discover my lineage, you should ask Kushina." He had no intention of revealing his identity to Minato. Minato sheathed the kunai and nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall indeed ask Kushina. By the way, why are you lurking before the grave of Shimo Hatake?" Astonished, Qingye realized that the individual was pursuing him to pay respects to the late Hatake Tsukumo, which explained their following footsteps. In truth, he had indeed been clandestinely venturing to unearth a grave. "I, too, sought to pay homage to the esteemed Hatake Tsukumo. Why is it permissible for you, yet not for me?" With a disdainful snort, Qingye resolved to depart. "Wait, I cannot allow you to leave so easily. You assert that I cannot leave, yet I shall." Utilizing the technique of cicada molting, Qingye appeared to be enveloped in a thin, translucent exoskeleton, swiftly extricating himself from it. Subsequently, he cast a smile towards Namikaze Minato. "It would be prudent for you not to divulge our encounter to others. Otherwise, Kushina will undoubtedly confront you with ire." He then invoked the reverse summoning technique. Qingye formed a one-handed seal, and with a resounding bang, he vanished in a puff of white smoke. Wave Wind Watergate barely had time to react. He gazed at the cicada shell that Qingye had shed, which bore a mark in one corner, the sword of enduring love. A bitter smile crept across his face. This child is truly clever. I wonder which family he belongs to. However, he seems to share a close bond with Kushina. I shall inquire further. With that thought, Wave Wind Watergate swiftly departed, for he still had to report to the Hokage building. Yet, regarding the child's request not to disclose his whereabouts to others, Watergate pondered and ultimately decided to keep it to himself. He would return to seek Kushina's opinion. He was not afraid of being reprimanded by her. After vanquishing Minato Namikaze, Aoba employed the art of reverse summoning to return to Base 1 near the roots. He intended to establish 3 facilities in close proximity to the roots, one to serve as a monitoring room, another for intelligence gathering, and a third designated as a daily office. As for research, the roots already provided ample resources. It seemed prudent to utilize what was readily available. The encounter with Minato caught Aoba off guard. Against an opponent who had fully maximized his buffs, his surveillance proved rather ineffective. This was an uncontrollable individual, with the only means of restraint lying in verbal manipulation. Just observe the third Hokage, who managed to bewilder him to the point of disorientation. Such rhetoric as the will of fire was undeniably effective against Minato. Aoba pondered, rubbing his side. Having been unjustly attacked, he felt compelled to reclaim his dignity. He needed to devise a compelling rationale, rather, to present a set of noble principles to subdue him. Kushina was indeed remarkable. Her ability to perceive the malice in others could aid Minato in achieving clarity. Qingye intended to take a clandestine approach, persuading Kushina to whisper sweet nothings to Minato. While not necessarily rallying her to his side, he hoped she would at least refrain from complicating matters further. After devising his plan, Qingye immersed himself in the construction of the root base. The demise of Tsukumo Hatake cast a significant shadow over Konoha, reverberating through the other 4 great ninja villages as well. Upon receiving the news of Konoha's White Fang's death, the 4 villages sprang back to life, as if the rain had ceased and the skies had cleared, invigorating their spirits. They began to stir restlessly, and even a Wagakure initiated large-scale mobilization of their ninja forces. Merely a few days after Minato's return, he was dispatched to defend against potential military actions from a Wagakure. On this very day, as Qingye completed the construction of the second base, he received an unexpected message. Has my medicine proven ineffective? In Qingye's grasp, a cerulean dragonfly fluttered its wings, with a scroll attached to its feet now resting in his hand. Chapter 86. Seeking your opinion does not equate to rejection. Qingye had long harbored concerns regarding the clan leader, Shin Yunyu. Although he had not personally addressed the issues surrounding the clan leader, he had concocted several life-saving elixirs based on foundational insect techniques and dispatched them. These were not mere pills fashioned by hand. They were authentic elixirs, meticulously crafted using the Wan Gu Ding, embodying true medicinal prowess. To speak bluntly, these potions possessed extraordinary effects, capable of reviving the deceased and restoring flesh and bone. Yet, astonishingly, even these divine remedies failed to rouse the clan leader. This was indeed perplexing. Faced with such an outcome, Qingye found himself compelled to intervene personally. After all, with the clan leader perpetually in a state of unconsciousness, the weight of responsibility on his shoulders grew heavier. In order to alleviate this burden, the clan leader must awaken. At that moment, The true dragon insect within Qingye's dantian stirred slightly, signaling that the true dragon spawn insect he had released was beginning to make its presence felt. Qingye's consciousness sank into his dantian, where the true dragon worm resided as always, coiled upon the jade disc engraved with a dragon motif. At this moment, 3 illusory hooks resembling jade had appeared upon the disc, signifying the release of 3 true dragon offspring worms. These phantoms represented the connection between the true dragon worm and its progeny. By immersing his mind within, Qingye could establish a bond with the corresponding offspring worm. The crimson hook representing the swan and eye worm already had an owner, his esteemed elder brother, Wu Jianxian. It was said that he was amassing strength to challenge the current daimyo of the Land of Fire. As a sworn brother, Qingye sincerely wished for his success, for this would enable him to officially become the favored brother of the Land of Fire's daimyo. The second azure hook was a jade pendant that Qingye had gifted to Yisong, which contained another true dragon offspring worm. At that moment, this azure hook was emanating a faint glow, indicating that the pendant had reached the hands of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. It was likely that the true dragon offspring worm was currently absorbing the fortune of the Land of Wind's daimyo, beginning to awaken. Coincidentally, matters converged. Qingye needed to visit the front lines to attend to the clan leader's health issues. Subsequently, he could meet this daimyo of the Land of Wind. Having made up his mind, Qingye set his plan into motion. That night, he conferred with Elder Beishan and decided to send Elder Shishan to accompany Qingye to the front lines, allowing him to personally attend to the clan leader's ailments. This would be a blatant departure from the village. The Oil Woman clan was dispatching its members to treat their clan leader, leaving no room for dissent. Early the next morning, Elder Shishan, sporting a spiky hairstyle and sunglasses, carried a large gourd and coolly led Qingye out of the clan grounds. Heading towards the gates of Konoha village, Qingye stifled a yawn, having completed the finishing touches on the second underground base the previous night, and delegated the construction of the third to several root members. Thus, he had spent the entire night awake, sporting dark circles under his eyes as he trailed behind Elder Shishan. Without delving into other matters, the Oil Woman clan is undoubtedly the most fashionable family in the entirety of Konoha village. As the two, one tall and one small, traversed the main thoroughfare, the villagers cast curious glances in their direction. Without needing to glance, Qingye sensed the presence of both the Umbu and Root ninjas lurking in the shadows, as both factions had been secretly observing the two of them. Indeed, upon their arrival at the gates of Konoha, the third Hokage awaited them, resplendent in his Hokage robes. Rather than merely waiting, Qingye distinctly felt as though he was being blocked from proceeding. However, when it comes to the Hokage, one must adhere to the proper courtesies. The two approached the third Hokage and greeted him with a simple acknowledgement. Hokage-sama, they both uttered succinctly, the elder and the younger communicating with brevity. Elder Shishan, displaying a cooler demeanor, intended to depart immediately after the greeting, striding forth with the intention of leaving the village. Qingye silently praised Elder Shishan, truly embodying the essence of the Oil Woman clan. Elder Shishan remarked, "Is there anything? If not, I shall take my leave." The third Hokage was taken aback by the lack of courtesy shown, yet upon recalling the nature of the Oil Woman clan, he comprehended the situation. The absence of a response from the Hokage indicated that all was well. Hence, he intended to attend to his own matters. "Wait, Shishan, I have something to discuss." The third Hokage hurriedly interjected, halting Elder Shishan. "Oh, what is it?" Elder Shishan paused, turning coolly to inquire. "Your sortie from the village is for..." Before the third Hokage could finish his question, Shishan swiftly divulged the answer. "To rescue the clan leader. I have also heard that Jishin was injured on the front lines and remains in a coma. However, with both of you departing the village and a child in tow, might it not be a tad perilous?" The third Hokage subtly pointed out that this was not an opportune moment for such an excursion. "Not to worry. I have a flying ninja insect," Elder Shishan declared, forming a hand seal with one hand while extending the other towards the village gate. With a resounding bang, a plume of white smoke dissipated, revealing a thunder spear beetle in the open field outside the village. The beetle took flight, hovering gracefully in the air. The implication of Elder Shishan's statement was unmistakable. "I possess a flying ninja insect. None can pursue me." The third Hokage gazed at the large ninja insect in the sky, momentarily rendered speechless, as flying ninjas were indeed a rarity. Was he to hurl kunai from 1,000 meters up to ambush the two? This, very well, your safety need not be a concern. However, to treat Jishin, a medical ninja is essential, so I have summoned the finest medical ninja from our department. Their assistance should prove beneficial, the third Hokage suggested. Elder Shishan shook his head. That will not be necessary. The third Hokage was at a loss for words. He had merely been polite, symbolically seeking his opinion, not expecting a refusal. Yet, with the decline delivered, could he still shamelessly pursue his request? He was the Hokage, after all. Did he not value his dignity? Thus, he forced a somewhat awkward smile and nodded. I trust you have a foolproof plan. I shall not impose further. Once Jishin recovers, please convey to him that I permit his return to the village for rest. Understood. With that, Elder Shishan's figure vanished, reappearing atop the Thunder Spear beetle. He waved to Qingye, signaling him to ascend quickly. Qingye nodded toward the third Hokage and subsequently appeared beside Elder Shishan. Observing Qingye's aloof demeanor, the third Hokage couldn't help but twitch his lips. This young man was certainly not of such temperament. After all, during his initial encounter with Wu Jianxian, he had nearly engaged in a brawl at the banquet, insisting on a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine a victor. After Elder Shishan and Qingye had settled in and the ninja insects took flight, a figure materialized beside the third Hokage, a member of the Umbu. Hokage-sama, I shall follow them. I need to ascertain their movements. Understood. With that, the Umbu ninja vanished from sight, while the third Hokage turned to depart from the gates of Konoha. Meanwhile, the two guardians stationed at the pavilion remained unnoticed, yet to receive any reports from the village. Clutching a list, they were at a loss for what to do. Only a gentle breeze wafted through the main gate, as if offering them a response. Qingye sat atop the Thunder Halberd beetle, glancing back momentarily, acknowledging the presence of someone trailing behind. Elder Shishan sat upright, merely responding with a brief affirmation. It seemed that Elder Shishan was well aware of the situation. This was fortuitous. Qingye could indulge in a restorative slumber to rejuvenate her energy. Chapter 87. Aside from the fact that your leader is not human, the ability to fly is indeed a rather rare skill within the ninja realm. Elder Shishan was undoubtedly cognizant of this, and he swiftly maximized the flight capability of the Thunder Halberd beetle. Guiding the beetle into the clouds, they vanished from sight entirely. However, in this world, one may possess a brilliant strategy while another has a means to scale walls. As the green leaves soared into the sky, a multitude of figures emerged below. Several ninjas clad in long robes and masks, accompanied by others donning ninja vests and masks, stood in juxtaposition. One faction belonged to the Umbu, while the other was from the Root. The two teams unexpectedly crossed paths during their mission. In an effort to mask the awkwardness, none dared to utter a word, resorting instead to frantic gestures. Umbu squad, beep beep beep. Root squad, beep beep, beep beep. Umbu squad, shall you take the lead, or shall I? Root squad, you are of the main lineage. You should go first, or shall it be you? Umbu squad, we are all brother units. You should take the lead. Root squad, what can our auxiliary unit accomplish? The task relies on your esteemed department. Umbu squad, not at all. It is merely the villagers' kindness. The Root is commendable too. Apart from the fact that your leader is no human. Root squad, what should I say? Indeed, you speak the truth. Danzo is hardly human. I fear that as I open my mouth, the curse of the Root technique will descend upon me. You are trying to ensnare me. While Danzo may not be human, you are undeniably a dog. After a moment of silence, he exchanged another glance. Root squad, if you do not proceed soon, the target will escape, and it will be difficult to report back. Umbu squad, very well then, I shall go first. The leading Umbu ninja nodded at his comrades, signaling them to move. One Umbu ninja pressed his hands against the ground. Summoning technique. A ninja dog materialized, and it was clear that this Umbu member belonged to the Inuzuka clan. Starry, he commanded, track the scent and lead the way. Woof woof. The ninja dog, named Starry, caught the lingering scent of the green leaves and began to dash forward. The Umbu ninjas followed closely behind the dog. However, the Root ninjas remained still. Once the Umbu had departed, one of the Root ninjas produced a scroll. He inscribed several circles upon it, with the character for fly inscribed in the center. Sealing technique. The Root ninja pressed both hands upon the sealing scroll. After a swirl of white smoke dissipated, several peculiar devices materialized in the clearing. These contraptions resembled kites, yet were fashioned from metal, and each was capable of accommodating an individual. Once donned by the Root ninjas, a surge of chakra erupted within them, propelling the devices and their wearers into the sky. A contingent of Root ninjas gradually ascended, pursuing the departing Elder Shishan and Qingye. Both Elder Shishan and Qingye believed that by reaching a significant altitude, they could rest easy. However, the reality proved that no one in this world is a fool. Once others realized your ability to fly, they would employ corresponding measures to counteract you. As night fell, Qingye remained aloft, sound asleep. Yet, Elder Shishan opened his eyes and spoke, "Awaken, for someone approaches." "Ah," Qingye mumbled, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. "Have we arrived?" he inquired, rubbing his eyes. "You should remain here. Someone is following us," Elder Shishan admonished. Unusually verbose for him. Upon finishing his words, he activated the Thunder Spear insect technique. With hands forming seals, a cloud of white insects emerged from beneath Elder Shishan's cloak, trailing him as they drifted backward. The floating insects, tiny ninja bugs with immense buoyancy, transformed into a cloud that resembled a white mist. The planktonic insects cultivated by the Aoi clan, akin to the parasitic insects, can inhabit the bodies of the oil maidens, transforming into a cloud of insects that grants the oil maidens the ability to maneuver freely in the air. Although their flight speed may not rival that of the larger ninja insects, they provide a significant aerial advantage against ordinary ninjas. Elder Shishan piloted the insect cloud for quite some time before spotting the pursuing root ninjas. A buzzing sound erupted as several large kites appeared. Upon seeing the contraptions operated by the root ninjas, Elder Shishan coldly remarked, "Sky ninja? Root?" The root ninjas, noticing only Elder Shishan standing before them, exchanged glances. And the leading ninja spoke in a low tone, "Leave 3 behind. The rest shall continue the pursuit." Then, turning to Elder Shishan, the leader coldly declared, "As for this old fool, Lord Danzo has commanded, regardless of life or death." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 root ninjas hovered, their hands deftly launching shurikens. Simultaneously, the remaining 3 root ninjas soared into the sky, rapidly heading towards the lightning spear-riding bug that Aoi had mounted. The trio left behind quickly advanced toward Elder Shishan, preventing him from intercepting the pursuing ninjas. Elder Shishan observed the 3 ascending root ninjas with a grave expression. The insect cloud technique was not swift enough for him to catch up. He turned his attention back to the 3 assailants and coldly stated, "I must first deal with you." Raising his hands, a multitude of parasitic insects erupted from his sleeves, while the mouth of the gourd on his back opened wide. A swarm of red-black insects surged forth, overwhelming the 3 root ninjas. Fire release. Great fireball technique. X3. The root ninja scoffed. "This is merely a matter of dealing with insects. We are well versed in this." Having gathered the talents of various clans from Konoha, they had thoroughly studied the techniques of these ninja clans. The parasitic insects were among the easiest to handle. In the depths of dense forests, these insects could hide, presenting a challenge. However, in the unencumbered expanse of the sky, they were but a mere swarm, easily dispatched with fire. Boom! 3 colossal fireballs converged, unleashing a torrent of flames, and the dense swarm of parasitic insects was instantly rendered defenseless, crackling as they were incinerated. A pungent aroma of scorched protein wafted through the air. Heh, wind release, vacuum sphere. X3. The 3 root ninjas, seizing the advantage, puffed their cheeks and unleashed a barrage of wind bullets. With nowhere to evade in the air, they wondered how this old man would escape. Bang, bang, bang. Elder Shishan attempted to evade continuously, but the sheer volume of wind bullets ultimately struck him several times. Floating clone. However, Elder Shishan's body transformed into a white cloud, which subsequently dissipated into mist and vanished. This was the manifestation of a doppelganger created from a planktonic creature. In another direction, a faint glimmer began to coalesce, ultimately reconstituting Elder Shishan. The 3 root ninjas, having failed their initial strike, resolved to employ the vacuum sphere once more. Yet, Elder Shishan would not remain passive. He formed seals with his fingers. The insect explosion technique surged forth. Suddenly, a myriad of luminous dots materialized in the air, initially emitting a soft glow that intensified into a brilliant radiance, culminating in a fierce explosion. The brilliance reached its zenith, followed by a series of violent detonations. Boom, boom, boom. A sequence of explosions erupted around the 3 root ninjas, originating from the red-black larvae released by Elder Shishan from a large gourd. These were the glow-explosive insects cultivated by Aoyama, akin to fireflies, with luminescent tails. Moreover, they possessed the unique trait of being immune to fire techniques. Upon encountering such attacks, the glow-explosive insects would absorb the fiery energy within their bodies. Unlike fireflies, however, the glow-explosive insects remained dim until the moment of detonations, their power comparable to explosive talismans. Chapter 88. With that object, the grand feast is not a dream. The glow-explosive insects continued to detonate, releasing a blazing radiance akin to resplendent fireworks. Elder Shishan persisted in forming his seals, observing the explosions with an impassive visage, as if none of it concerned him. Amidst the chaos of fireworks, a silhouette emerged from the smoke. The mask of this individual was shattered, revealing their true identity. Upon seeing the face, Elder Shishan let out a deep sigh. "Nanha, I did not expect it to be you." The oil woman, Nanha, responded coldly. "The elder should not be surprised. After all, I am closely associated with Senior Longma." Buzzing. A multitude of parasitic insects swarmed around Nanha. The earlier dazzling display was a result of her utilizing these parasites to form protective armor, thus mitigating the explosion's force and ensuring her survival. Insect sphere. Nanha formed seals, and black spheres composed of parasitic insects surged towards Elder Shishan. Riding the insect cloud, Elder Shishan deftly shifted his form, evading the onslaught of the insect spheres. In a brief moment, the area was filled with his doppelgangers. Floating doppelgangers. The multitude of Elder Zishans encircled Nanha, proclaiming in unison, "You are no match for us." "One must try to know," Nanha retorted coldly. Following her words, her entire being morphed into a shade of dark purple. Extending her palm before her lips, she gently blew towards Elder Shishan, invoking the poison dust technique. A vast expanse of purple poison gas began to spread, permeating the surrounding space. This was a move of indiscriminate attack, executed without restraint now that two teammates had fallen, allowing the oil woman, Nanha, to unleash her root technique freely. Elder Shishan remained expressionless, observing the dispersing toxic fumes with remarkable calmness. Engaging in battle with the oil woman clan was always like this. Their expressions were devoid of any emotion. The poisonous mist quickly expanded, yet Elder Shishan remained unfazed. His clones began to form seals from various angles, while beneath them, swarms of locusts emerged. These locusts, with their elongated arms and vibrant green bodies, possessed large, bulging eyes. Rather than being frightening, they appeared somewhat endearing. 10 locusts encircled the oil woman, as Elder Shishan completed his seals. The spell of insect song illusion resonated with a crisp chirping, immediately surrounding Nanha. In a full 360-degree auditory assault, evasion was rendered impossible. Upon hearing the locust's calls, Nanha fell into a daze, a layer of illusion materializing before her, causing her to feel dizzy and disoriented. Unconsciously, she began to cease the release of the poison dust technique. Elder Shishan, observing this, felt no surprise. The insect song illusion was an auditory illusion technique that could disrupt the 5 senses and induce chaotic behavior. Once ensnared by this technique, resistance proved futile, and the auditory assault was far more insidious than visual illusions, compensating for the oil woman clan's shortcomings in illusionary arts. When the locust's chirping ceased, Nanha regained her senses, her countenance darkening as she realized that even specialized illusion-casting insect ninjas existed. Was that oil woman, Qingye, truly so gifted? However, before she could take her next action, Elder Shishan's preparations were already complete. The insect song illusion had interrupted her spell casting, and during this interval, he had meticulously laid a trap. Flashes of luminescence began to flicker around Nanha, as Elder Shishan commanded the firefly explosive insects, encircling her entirely. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted in a display of fireworks, leaving Nanha with no time to react. Instinctively, she summoned the parasitic insects to form a shield, desperately attempting to mitigate the explosive force. Yet, at that moment, an explosion erupted from her flying apparatus, which began to spark ominously. To her dismay, she observed the firefly explosive insects crawling over her craft, triggering continuous detonations that obliterated the entire vehicle. Infuriated, she watched as her flying device belched black smoke, spiraling uncontrollably toward the ground. Elder Shishan's clones vanished, leaving only his true self, who lowered his hands, ultimately refraining from delivering a lethal blow. Watching Nanha plummet, he sighed, "Next time, I shall not hold back." Having spoken, Elder Shishan transformed into a fleeting apparition, vanishing into the ether. Qingye sat languidly atop the head of the Thunder Spear beetle, harboring little concern for Elder Shishan. Unlike Elder Beishan, who was more of a strategist, Elder Shishan belonged to the martial faction. Despite his advanced age, the old man remained vigorous, personally participating in combat, unmistakably a formidable warrior. Moreover, as an elder, He had immediate access to the latest ninjutsu and ninja insects that Qingye had recently developed. With such an array of advantages, it was reasonable to surmise that Elder Shishan's strength had significantly increased. At that moment, Qingye heard a buzzing sound emanating from behind him. As Qingye lifted his gaze, he activated his long-range vision. He spotted several root ninjas equipped with peculiar flying devices trailing behind him. Slapping his thigh, he sprang to his feet in realization. How could he have forgotten? The world of ninjas also harbored aerial ninjas. Wasn't that their flying apparatus? It was rumored that the village of the sky had been annihilated by Konoha. To think that Root had preserved a few sets of these flying machines. That crafty old man Danzo. It seemed even the third Hokage remained oblivious to their existence. Otherwise, the Umbu ninjas below would not be struggling to keep pace on the ground. However, if these flying devices were indeed unknown to him, how could he, a half-master of Root, be kept in the dark? It appears that Danzo harbored many secrets from him. The game of cat and mouse one he relished. Furthermore, that fellow shinobu should still be alive, the contemporary Sky Shadow. It was said he was in the process of creating a tailed beast. I must find an opportunity to engage with him. Not for any other reason, but an aerial fortress is indeed a remarkable asset. With such a treasure, a grand banquet upon the seas would not be a mere dream. First and foremost, I must deal with these three individuals before me. Qingye stood atop the head of the Thunder Spear Beetle. With a sudden crack, his back swelled, and a pair of majestic eagle wings tore through his garments, extending to a span of 4 meters. This was a beast-type goo insect, the eagle feather goo. Consequently, Qingye's hands and feet began to transform, giving rise to a pair of talon-like hands and feet. This was the beast-type goo insect known as the eagle claw goo. Qingye opened his mouth once more, releasing a stream of golden light. The golden centipede goo. He raised a hand and pointed, as the golden centipede goo transformed into a shimmering golden thread, hurtling towards the pursuing root ninjas behind him. The wings of the green leaf, spanning over 4 meters, flapped with the grace of a fighter jet soaring through the air. Entwined with a golden thread, the 3 root ninjas, positioned at a distance, remained oblivious to the impending approach of the green leaf. Yet, they were not blind. The glaring golden line hurtled towards them with undeniable ferocity. Alarmed by their discovery, they sprang into action. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball technique. The combination of these 2 ninjutsu conjured a colossal wall of flames. However, the golden thread moved with astonishing speed and sharpness, piercing through the firewall and creating a gaping void. The golden centipede goo transformed into its true form, appearing before the 3 root ninjas. Ascending into the air, it readied shuriken for an assault. The 3 ninjas looked up, rising into the air as they unleashed a barrage of shuriken. Clang! The shuriken struck the body of the golden centipede goo, producing a symphony of metallic clashes. At that moment, one of the root ninjas felt a sudden weight on his back. A shadow descended from the heavens. He turned to see a creature with wings and limbs resembling the claws of an eagle. Aoba firmly grasped the flying apparatus of the root ninja with his talon-like feet. He stroked his chin with a playful demeanor, gazing down upon the root ninja, and began to jest. The new year has yet to arrive. Yet Danzo has already presented me with a gift. Chapter 89. Since I am here, I shall not retreat. In response to the terrified eyes of the root ninja, Aoba erupted into hearty laughter. I graciously accept Danzo's goodwill. The green-leafed eagle's claw reached out towards the aircraft, effortlessly piercing through it as if it were made of paper. He penetrated the vessel and seized the root ninja by the waist, extracting him with a swift motion. As he lifted the root ninja, he applied a gentle squeeze. Under the pressure on his innards, a copious amount of blood flowed from beneath the mask of the root ninja. His eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to severe injuries. Falling into unconsciousness, Aishida opened his mouth to release a face-hugging insect, which promptly latched onto the visage of a root ninja. He then ensnared another gardener. The remaining 2 root ninjas were struck with fear, bewildered by this peculiar creature adorned with wings and limbs resembling those of an eagle. Was it a mutation or the result of human experimentation? Furthermore, the preceding battle had concluded in mere moments. By the time they regained their composure, one of their comrades had already been captured. They dispersed. The other 2 root ninjas activated their flying apparatus, swiftly distancing themselves from Aishida. Simultaneously, they began to launch shurikens in an attempt to impede his advance. Qingye squinted, contemplating escape, yet the path was fraught with difficulty. With a gentle flutter of his wings behind him, the shuriken in his grasp was swept away by the turbulent winds generated. he transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing towards a root ninja. The golden Wujin saw emerged in a dazzling radiance within Qingye's hand, morphing into a double-edged golden Wujin sword. With a resonant hum, the serrated edges of the sword began to spin, emanating an overwhelming force of cutting power that distorted the very air surrounding it. With wings unfurled, Qingye, talons gripping the double-edged golden Wujin sword, slashed towards the fleeing root ninja. In an instant, a sharp sound pierced the air. Although the root ninja had narrowly evaded Qingye's strike, one of its wings and an arm, along with its flying apparatus, were severed, sending blood spraying through the air. The damaged aircraft plummeted, the root ninja engulfed in black smoke as it descended towards the ground. Meanwhile, another root ninja, gripped by panic, prepared to dive downward in a desperate bid for escape. Qingye veered gracefully, diving downwards with equal fervor, his wings folded tightly, reminiscent of a hawk, propelling him forward with greater swiftness. Before long, Qingye found himself face to face with the root ninja, their gazes locked in an intense confrontation. Qingye smiled broadly. Since he was already here, there was no turning back. Before he could finish his thought, he swung the golden centipede sword in his hand upwards. Two powerful cutting forces surged forth, splattering blood. The chest of the root ninja was marked by two intersecting lines of crimson. Having dispatched his opponent, Qingye's eagle claws seized the root ninja's body. He then soared towards the other two falling root ninjas, capturing them one by one. With his eagle claws, he grasped one root ninja with each foot while holding another in his clawed hand. Thus, Qingye acquired 3 captives. He flapped his wings and returned to the head of the thunder halberd bug. He dropped the 3 individuals, binding them together like a rice dumpling, and covered their faces with a peculiar insect. Subsequently, Qingye contorted his body, retracting his wings and eagle claws. He glanced behind him, patting the thunder halberd bug beneath him to slow its pace. Elder Shishan should be returning soon. Perhaps it would be wise to take a brief rest. After stretching languidly, Qingye decided to indulge in a nap. Soon enough, he reclined atop the head of the thunder halberd bug and drifted into slumber. Indeed, it was not long before Elder Shishan floated over on a cloud of insects. Upon his arrival on the thunder halberd bug, his eyes fell upon the 3 root ninjas bound together beside him, their faces obscured by a strange insect. However, upon noticing the dark, extending runes beneath the insect's cover, Elder Shishan inferred the purpose of this new sealing insect. A genius indeed, this young man. Without uttering a word, he sat upright on the head of the thunder halberd bug, continuing to guide the insect towards the front lines. The speed of the thunder halberd bug, however, could not match that of Qingye's 4-winged dragonfly Gu, taking several days to finally reach the front. Qingye has never traveled to the defensive lines situated between the villages of Sunagakure and Kirigakure. The last time he ventured to the land of grass to rescue the Uzumaki clan, that particular defensive line was distinct from this one. The land of grass lies nestled between the land of earth and the land of fire. Thus, the defensive line he previously encountered was positioned between Konohagakure and Iwagakure. The intervening land of grass has become a battleground for these 2 great shinobi villages, utilizing a nation as a theater of war. The land of grass dares not voice any dissent. The 5 great nations have made it abundantly clear, any attempt to challenge will result in dire consequences. The land of grass, in its reluctance to provoke, has opted for patience. Such is the lamentable fate of a small nation. However, between the land of water and the land of fire, there exists no intermediary nation to serve as a buffer zone. Despite the oceanic separation, adversaries can traverse the seas with ease. The shinobi of Konohagakure, once they plunge into the waters, find themselves no match for the forces of Kirigakure. Therefore, safeguarding the coastline of the land of fire becomes paramount. The imperative to hold Hatake Tsukumo accountable is driven by the magnitude of the losses incurred, representing a strategic failure. Kirigakure has breached the coastal defenses of Konohagakure and has established a foothold on the continent. They have constructed a substantial base along the coastline of the land of fire, poised to contest the ninjas of Konohagakure. Though they may lack the geographical advantage of the sea, the expansive land provides ample opportunity for fortification, along with swift logistics and troop transport. Moreover, should Konohagakure attempt a counteroffensive, the ninjas of Kirigakure can simply submerge into the waters, evading capture. The shinobi of Konohagakure, standing upon the shore, would find it impossible to pursue them into the depths of the ocean. If they were to press the chase, it would be a time for the ninjas of Kirigakure to unleash their fury. Simultaneously, the situation in the land of wind poses its own challenges. It is well known that the Land of Wind is characterized by a harsh environment, dominated by vast deserts. While this has rendered the nation relatively impoverished, these deserts also serve as natural fortifications. The Land of Wind holds a dual advantage over the Land of Fire, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind lies the Land of River, which serves merely as Fade, lacking any shinobi villages and populated sparsely. To the Land of Fire, the Land of River presents an open invitation, permitting Sunagakure to launch significant offensives. Unlike Iwagakure, which must negotiate with Kusagakure to deploy large forces into the Land of Grass. The alliance of Sunagakure and Kirigakure poses a greater threat than the combined forces of Kumogakure and Iwagakure. This is due to the absence of a buffer zone, with both sides capitalizing on their advantageous terrain. Aoyan inhaled the damp scent of the sea, realizing he had arrived at the coastline of the Land of Fire. Gradually, he beheld the defense line, which had receded several miles back. With a sigh, he acknowledged that the moment the four great ninja villages united was precisely when the Konoha defense line was breached. The commotion had yet to ensue. The Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village were engaged in fierce combat. Once they had exhausted themselves, their attention would inevitably turn towards Konoha. Fortunately, with Minato Namikaze stationed at the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud front, it was likely he could hold them at bay for a while. Qingye possesses a profound understanding of the forthcoming developments in the battles. It is precisely this insight that leads him to refrain from intervening. Engage in your conflicts. Indulge to your heart's content. For if you do not exhaust yourselves, how shall I reap the benefits of your strife? Observe the esteemed leaders of Konoha, the F4. They are profiting immensely from this war, skillfully engaging in self-serving endeavors. Even the two sons of Sarutobi Hiruzen are basking in luxury within the confines of the feudal lord's mansion, yet they dare to speak of sacrificing themselves for the village. Qingye expressed, I am not foolish enough to rush in recklessly. It is far wiser to bide my time and develop cautiously. Chapter 90. What does it matter if one is a genius? It is merely about earning a living. As we approach our destination, Elder Shishan glanced at the three bound root ninjas and addressed Qingye, asking, how do you intend to handle these root ninjas? It was only then that Aoba realized they were approaching the front lines, and it was imperative to prevent the Konoha ninjas from witnessing these root operatives. The intricate scheming and mutual betrayals between them and Danzo must remain concealed. Should their conflicts be exposed, neither side would find a way to retreat, leading to an inevitable confrontation to the death. It was at this moment that Aoba understood why the oil woman Ryoma had been captured by them, and why Danzo had yet to take action. The oil woman clan had imprisoned Ryoma, the third-ranking figure within their ranks. This was a trump card, one capable of leading to utter ruin. The timing for playing this card required careful consideration. The most opportune moment, of course, would be when Danzo ascended to the position of Hokage. At that juncture, should the Hokage personally demand accountability, this card could spell doom for the Oil Woman clan. Danzo's calculations were astute. Pursuing this matter at present would undoubtedly yield no favorable outcome for him. The third Hokage would likely evade the issue, avoiding a thorough investigation into the transgressions of the Oil Woman clan. Moreover, since Ryoma was inherently a member of the Oil Woman clan, what consequence was there to her being detained by her own kin? Had one not observed how the Hyuga clan could impose private punishment upon their own? This illustrates that the management of clans over their own members often surpasses that of the village over its ninjas. Observing the three individuals, Aoba realized he had to fulfill his promise and send them off to work. Elders, behold my actions. Upon finishing her incantation, Qingye placed her hands atop the head of the Thunder Spear Beetle. Through the art of spirit summoning, a large black tiger, engrossed in grooming itself, materialized from the white mist. Roar! The black tiger, suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar realm, let out a cry, bewildered by its surroundings. The mighty tiger pondered, where am I? Who am I? What is my purpose? Qingye delivered a swift kick to the rear of Hudali. Engaged in his duties, he was still grooming himself. Upon noticing Qingye, Hudali immediately rose to his feet, realizing that he had been summoned by Qingye's spiritual powers. Before this master, Hudali dared not offend. Now, Long Hushin had become this individual's exclusive domain. Whenever he had the opportunity, he would torment the captured offenders there, resembling a dark overlord, utterly devoid of any connection to a celestial being. However, did Hudali dare to express his discontent? No, he could only yield to Qingye's formidable presence. He promptly stood upright, bowing and responding, Ah, yes, esteemed Dean. Aoba slightly pursed her lips and gestured towards the 3 root ninjas, instructing them. These 3, as per our usual protocol, ensure they perform their duties diligently. Understood, esteemed director, replied Tiger Dolly with exaggerated deference. He promptly approached the trio, placing one claw on the shoulder of one root ninja while awkwardly forming a hand seal with the other claw. Reverse summoning technique. In an instant, Tiger Dolly and the 3 root ninjas vanished into a cloud of white smoke. Qingye clapped his hands and smiled at Elder Shishan. Rest assured, Elder, you shall never see them again. Elder Shishan's lips twitched beneath his high collar. Damn it, this young lad is indeed wicked. His movements are so adept. Just how many root ninjas have fallen into his hands? He sighed, resigning himself to the fact that he could no longer meddle in the affairs of the youth. After all, those individuals were simply blind to their fate. It served them right to meet their demise. Observing that Elder Shishan had no objections, Qingye breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that the elder might show leniency. That would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. It seems that Elder Shishan is indeed an enlightened leader. The Thunderbolt beetle swiftly located the camp and began its descent. Upon witnessing the large ninja insect landing, everyone knew that the Oilwoman clan had arrived. The Oilwoman clan had become the prized asset of various teams, with Qingye imparting an array of ninja insects and secret techniques. The Oilwoman clan was now capable of both offense and defense, able to infiltrate stealthily and launch surprise attacks discreetly. If it weren't for the limited number of clan members, Konoha would eagerly assign an Oilwoman ninja to every team. The young Aoba and Elder Shishan leaped down from the thunder halberd, and the hidden insect transformed into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing without a trace. It was indeed a rare sight to behold a child at the frontline camp. Consequently, the surrounding Leaf Village ninjas turned their gazes towards this unusual occurrence. Qingye expressed curiosity, remarking on how, in the future, the front lines would be teeming with children, questioning their continued inquisitiveness. At that moment, a ninja approached, clad in traditional garb with long flowing hair and a headband. Arms crossed as he looked at Qingye with a teasing demeanor. Young lad, did your guardians not inform you that the battlefield is no place for children? Who are you calling a young lad? I am addressing you, young one. Oh, so you consider yourself a young lad. Listen here, impudent child. Didn't your mother warn you against venturing into the battlefield? It is a place where lives can be lost. Qingye donned an eye mask, revealing a mischievous grin. You, little rascal, today I shall teach you a lesson on how to respect your elders, declared the long-haired ninja as he lunged towards Qingye with swift determination. Qingye tucked his hands into his sleeves and smiled faintly. How truly childish of me. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. How swift. Hey. In a world where the strong reign supreme, one must possess strength to be considered a senior. The voice of Aoyama emanated from behind the long-haired ninja. Elder Nishiyama, situated nearby, paid no heed to Aoyama. After all, he was now likely the most formidable member of the Oilwoman clan. Underestimating him due to his youth would surely lead to misfortune, akin to seeking one's demise by searching for a lantern in a restroom. He made his way towards the domain of the Oilwoman clan, intending to ascertain the condition of the clan leader. Upon hearing Aoyama's voice from behind, the long-haired ninja let out a cold snort. Humph, your mastery of the body flicker technique is commendable. Perhaps it's time for an elder to put you to the test. The long-haired ninja lunged towards Aoyama once more, employing the body flicker technique as well. When he arrived at the position Aoyama had just occupied, another voice resonated from behind. Slow, far too slow. Behind him, Aoyan stretched out his small hand and yawned, exclaiming, Damn it, activate the Sharingan. The long-haired ninja's pupils transformed into a crimson hue, with 2 tomos swirling forth. Uchiha, I hope you can be quicker. The Uchiha ninja lunged at Aoyan once more, vowing to capture the boy and teach him a severe lesson. Yet, Aoyan vanished once again. This time, however, he observed the Sharingan spinning wildly, catching a glimpse of Aoyan's afterimage. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he arrived at the location Aoyan intended to reach, poised to ambush him. However, upon halting, he found no trace of Aoyan. A faint voice echoed from behind, saying, with merely a 2-tomo Sharingan, you are still far from adequate. Aoba uttered these words, nearly placing a cap upon himself. Please, call me Aoba Weichi. How infuriating. The Uchiha ninja, abandoning the code of combat, swiftly flickered his form, exerting his utmost to capture Aoba. Yet, Aoba's silhouette also danced rapidly, each time materializing behind the Uchiha. When the two finally came to a halt, the Uchiha was breathless. while Aoba appeared utterly unfazed, not a single bead of sweat gracing his brow. How vexing! The Uchiha ninja yearned to strike again. For the pride of the Uchiha clan forbade him from being outmatched by a mere child. At that moment, a voice halted the Uchiha's advance. Stand down, Zako. You are no match for him. He is a prodigy of the Aburame clan. A tall, imposing man with short hair and pronounced tear troughs approached. Uchiha Fugaku, the current leader of the Uchiha clan, regarded Aoba with profound eyes and spoke. Am I correct, Aoba Aburame? Aoba displayed little reaction. Yet the surrounding ninjas began to engage in animated discussions. Aoba Yuya. No wonder he is so formidable, a prodigy of the Yuya clan. And yet he appears to be just a mere child. One cannot fathom how he has managed to cultivate such a multitude of ninja insects. Genius, indeed. This world is filled with prodigies, realms beyond our reach. I heard he dropped out of school, yet he still isn't a ninja. What do you know? So what if he isn't a ninja? He is a skilled individual with technical prowess. That is true. Among the ninjas who have partnered with the Yuya clan, the name Aoba Yuya has resonated the most recently. The genius capable of nurturing numerous ninja insects has become a household name. Upon Uchiha Fugaku revealing his identity, Aoba responded with a faint smile. Esteemed clan leader. The Uchiha who had been lingering ceased his actions and respectfully bowed to Uchiha Fugaku. Huh, what genius. I am merely a novice struggling to make a living, just a humble student who has yet to graduate. Your praises are too gracious, clan leader Uchiha. Qingye scratched his head and smiled. It is not flattery. Thanks to your presence, the Oil Woman clan can now take the lead on the front lines. Alas, it is merely the efforts of my kin. I have only contributed a meager part. Qingye humbly reiterated. Chapter 91. The Grand Plan of the Oil Woman clan. Chief, please make a sacrifice. At that moment, a figure in the distance called out. Qingye, Elder Shishan summons you. Yui Feng waved from afar. Upon hearing the call, Qingye shrugged towards Uchiha Fugaku. The elder has commanded. Chief Fugaku, I shall take my leave for now. Uchiha Fugaku understood that the leader of the Oil Woman clan was currently unconscious and nodded in acknowledgement. Yet he added, however, I hope that young friend Qingye will visit my tent for a while, as it would serve to strengthen the bond between our clans. Qingye promptly clasped his hands in agreement, affirming with certainty. After uttering his promise, he turned and departed. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Qingye's retreating figure, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Meanwhile, as Qingye looked back, a mysterious smile played upon his lips. How intriguing it is that the Uchiha clan has appeared on this battlefield. Truly captivating. Qingye was summoned by the Oil Woman Feng and led to the entrance of a tent. Several members of the Oil Woman clan stood guard, with vigilant sentinels positioned every 3 steps, ensuring the utmost security. They were determined to protect their leader from any potential threats. Following the events of the last clan meeting, the Oil Women had come to realize the true nature of certain high-ranking individuals from Konoha. Although they remained in the rear camp of Konoha, it was evident that they harbored distrust towards some of their fellow villagers. Qingye nodded to the tribal elders, individuals he had encountered at the tribal assembly, people worthy of trust. He lifted the tent flap and entered. There, he beheld Elder Shishan standing beside the bed, where a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard lay unconscious. The chieftain has remained in a state of oblivion. All we can do now is crush the military rations into powder and gradually feed them to him with water, said Yuan Feng, her voice tinged with despair. Indeed, Qingye replied, acknowledging the unfortunate necessity of their actions. Let us see what the issue truly is. Elder Shishan stepped aside, allowing Qingye to approach. Qingye remained silent as she approached the bedside. She checked the pulse, lifted the eyelids, and examined the pupils. There appeared to be nothing amiss. The body was in good health, devoid of any signs of poisoning. How could it be that she remained unresponsive? Qingye activated the Dragon Revival Eye, commencing a comprehensive CT scan of the clan leader from head to toe, employing infrared and ultraviolet scans among various others. However, despite Qingye's thorough examination with the Dragon Revival Eye, no issues were discernible. The clan leader's health was remarkably robust. He could indulge in the pleasures of the vibrant street, engaging in fervent escapades for 3 days and nights without ever leaving the tatami mat. Qingye stroked his chin, perplexed. Is there any way to awaken the clan leader? Asked Yunfeng, visibly anxious. Well, I need to ponder this further, Qingye replied dismissively, regaining his composure. Yes, please continue your contemplation, Yinshan Elder interjected, aware that this was not a matter that could be easily resolved. With that, The elder grasped Yun Feng's arm, offering him no time to respond, and led him out of the tent. Qingye gazed at Elder Shishan and nodded. Indeed, Elder Shishan possessed the wisdom of a seasoned individual, aware of his less than honorable methods, promptly dismissing those nearby. Qingye rubbed his hands together, casting a glance at the clan leader, silently murmuring to himself. It was not that Xiaoya harbored ill intentions. Rather, it was the complexity of your ailment that perplexed him greatly. Dear leader, do not take offense. After a moment of self-reassurance, Qingye withdrew a scroll from his sleeve. As he unfurled the parchment, a circle of runes encircled a character representing face. Placing his hand upon the character, he released the seal. With a resounding bang, white smoke dissipated into the air. In Qingye's hands, there lay a mask, the Death God mask. With his physical form unscathed, he could only seek the cause within the realm of the soul. Presently, the sole artifact capable of confronting the essence of the spirit was the recently acquired Death God mask. It was the perfect opportunity to test whether the mask could extract the clan leader's soul. Gently caressing the Death God mask, Qingye approached the bedside, fixating on the leader's visage, and pressed it against him. A wave of chilling and eerie energy enveloped the room. The mask's eyes opened wide, its mouth gaping as it extended a long, serpentine tongue, first licking the leader's face, a sight that made Qingye feel nauseated. The Death God was no ordinary entity. After its grotesque licking, the mask seemed to discern something delectable, baring its sharp fangs. With a fierce bite, it sank its teeth into the clan leader, seemingly extracting something. A pale blue spirit emerged from the leader's form, liberated by the mask's bite. A cackling laughter echoed from the Death God mask, as if it had just savored an exquisite treat. Qingye maintained the Death God mask, continuously channeling chakra. He observed as the spirit of the clan leader was gradually drawn forth. Suddenly, Qingye noticed a dark foreign object on the leader's arm. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a black comma. The sight of this caused Qingye's expression to darken, for he had discerned the nature of the clan leader's affliction. Aware of the source of the ailment, Qingye abruptly ceased the flow of chakra to the Death God mask. Yet, the spectral figure of the Death God persisted relentlessly, intent on clinging to the soul of the clan leader. How maddening, it resembled a rabid dog. The dragon's might manifested upon Qingye, transforming into a spectral dragon that struck the visage of the Death God. A chilling wail emanated from the Death God's mask, akin to that of a cornered cur. It cast a fearful glance at Qingye, then at the patriarch's ethereal form. Reluctantly, it was driven back into the confines of the Death God mask, lamenting the loss of such a delectable soul. Yet, what could it do but yield in despair, for a formidable presence lingered nearby. Even the Death God was repelled, truly a force to be reckoned with. Once the patriarch's spirit was released from the Death God's grasp, it returned to its corporeal vessel. Qingye remained entirely indifferent to the grim glare of the Grim Reaper, for such matters lose their significance once one grasps their underlying principles. He stroked his chin, having discerned the nature of the foreign entity residing within the clan leader's spiritual form. It bore the essence of a cursed seal, yet it was undoubtedly not a completed version. Cursed seals are categorized into heavenly and earthly types, and the one affixed to the clan leader was far inferior, not even reaching the level of a human cursed seal. It appeared to be a half-finished cursed seal, serving a rather straightforward purpose: to obstruct the union of the clan leader's body and soul. This deliberate imposition of barriers resulted in a disjunction of the physical and spiritual realms, leading to a state of separation. Although the body was robust, the leader remained in a state of unconsciousness. Observing where the cursed seal had been inscribed upon the leader's arm, it suggested that he had been administered an injection. This could not possibly be the work of Orochimaru. Were it the case, Orochimaru would favor planting his cursed seals on the nape of others. No, it was more akin to planting strawberries. He would never resort to such a lackluster method as using a syringe. If it was not Orochimaru, then it must have been the handiwork of Danzo. It was likely that Danzo had requested something capable of harming the clan leader from Orochimaru, who in turn had provided him with an incomplete cursed seal. Given Danzo's walnut-sized intellect, he likely could not discern the true significance of this artifact. The cursed seal was concocted by Orochimaru from the cells of the naturally born sage, Argo. Through this cursed seal, the host could attain certain abilities of the sage, such as the capacity to store a portion of natural energy within their body, augmenting their strength and resilience. It could also bestow upon the host a sage visage, albeit a rather peculiar one, as it would be adorned all over their body, yet it could still be considered a sage visage. Furthermore, it could enable the host to undergo a secondary transformation, thereby amplifying their power once more. However, in Qingye's eyes, neither the heavenly nor earthly cursed seals represented a complete sage form. At best, the cursed seal served merely as a power-enhancing buff. Subsequently, Orochimaru had repurposed the cursed seal as a medium for possession. Moreover, the side effects of the cursed seal were profound. Ghost cells, akin to Hashiramas, possessed corrosive properties. One could lead to a transformation into a monstrous self-detonation, while the other acted as fertilizer to spur plant growth. Additionally, Ghost cells had a significant impact on the host's temperament, potentially diminishing their lifespan. Beyond facilitating a secondary transformation and changing into a more flamboyant guise, what utility did it truly possess? Yet, it would be unjust to dismiss the cursed seal entirely. It could be likened to the skin of the ninja world. Intrigued, he resolved to procure a sample of Ergo's human tissue from Orochimaru, contemplating whether he might also exchange his own skin. The enhancement was of little concern. The prospect of becoming more handsome was paramount. He cast a glance at the clan leader, still lost in unconsciousness. A mischievous grin appeared on Aoi's face. For the grand plan of the Oilwoman clan, esteemed leader, you must make one more sacrifice. Chapter 92. Aoi is indeed reliable. When matters arise, he truly steps up. As night descended, the entire rear camp was enveloped in darkness. On the battlefield, open flames during the night are a grave taboo, particularly when your adversaries are ninjas. This warrior class is full of cunning and will employ all sorts of stratagems. When dealing with ninjas, one must always remain vigilant. The prohibition of open flames in the camp at night serves to prevent ambushes. Outside the Oilwoman clan's tent, Elder Nishiyama stood with his arms crossed, keeping watch. Beside him were Naka and other members of the Oilwoman clan, who had already succumbed to slumber. These clan members had been vigilantly guarding their leader for nights on end and were utterly fatigued. With Elder Nishiyama's arrival, they were able to rest peacefully. However, at that moment, Elder Nishiyama distinctly heard an eerie, cackling laughter emanating from within the tent. It was unmistakably Aoi's voice. Elder Nishiyama was uncertain of Aoi's activities inside the tent, but felt a twinge of concern for the clan leader. He hoped that Aoi would treat the leader with care. As the night passed, when the sun rose, there was movement within the Oilwoman clan's tent. A tall middle-aged man pushed aside the curtain and stepped out. Naka was nodding off, struggling to keep his eyes open. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him, and he immediately snapped to attention. Upon raising his gaze, he saw Naka Shirshin emerging from the tent. Naka sprang to his feet. The leader has awakened. His exclamation roused the surrounding members of the Oilwoman clan. They awoke to see Naka Shirshin. Their leader had truly returned to consciousness. Wonderful! The leader is awake. Finally, they are free from the clutches of that treacherous Shahaku. As they praised Aoi, the Oilwoman clan leader seemed to be overwhelmed by the compliments, instinctively reaching to scratch his nose. Enough now. Everyone return to your rest. Elder Shishan epitomizes grace, embodying the style of the Oilwoman clan to perfection. Unlike the younger generation, who tend to overreact at the slightest provocation, they should not be surprised by the clan leader's awakening. After all, he remains undaunted even in the presence of the third Hokage. Upon hearing the elder's words, the members of the Oilwoman clan gradually came to their senses. Indeed, with the clan leader just having awakened, it is essential for him to rest and recuperate. Moreover, given the recent events, Elder Shishan undoubtedly has much to report to the clan leader, and they must not intrude. Consequently, the clan members dispersed, granting space to Elder Shishan and the clan leader. Elder Shishan fixed his gaze upon the clan leader, inquiring, "Clan leader?" The clan leader replied, instinctively averting his eyes from Elder Shishan's penetrating stare. He harbored an unsettling feeling that the elder might have discerned something amiss. "Is it ready?" "Yes." The clan leader endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance, showcasing the quintessential traits of the Oilwoman clan through concise and precise communication. "Qingye?" Inside came the response. Nodding, Elder Shishan lifted the tent flap and peered within, discovering Qingye seated upon the bed, seemingly lost in slumber. "He is weary. Let him rest," the clan leader suggested. "Indeed." Elder Shishan acquiesced, lowering the flap once more. After casting one last glance at the clan leader, he departed. Once Elder Shishan had left, the clan leader observed his retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "Could the elder have noticed something? That seems unlikely." Shaking his head, he returned to the tent. Early in the morning, News of the Oil Woman clan leader's awakening spread throughout the encampment. Shortly thereafter, a ninja approached the entrance of the clan leader's tent. Oil Woman clan leader, commander requests your presence. The clan leader emerged, donning sunglasses and a high-collared trench coat, exuding an air of vitality. The messenger, a ninja, confirmed the identity of the Oil Woman clan leader and let out a sigh of relief. Given the challenging conditions at the front, an additional formidable ally would alleviate some of their burdens. The messenger mused to himself, indeed, the genius of the Oil Woman clan is remarkably effective. Having restored the clan leader overnight, the clan leader nodded slightly to the messenger, simply stating, lead the way. In deference to the Oil Woman clan leader's formidable presence, the messenger took the initiative to guide him. Certainly, Oil Woman clan leader. After navigating a winding path, they arrived at a secluded area, which served as an excellent command post for the front lines. Qingye gazed at the seemingly unremarkable tent before her, following the messenger ninja inside. The leader of the Oil Woman clan, Lord Orochimaru, may have gone to the front lines, but he should return shortly. Please wait here for a moment, the messenger said, feeling a bit awkward upon finding the tent empty. That's fine, I can wait, she replied. Very well, I shall take my leave then. The messenger, relieved that the clan leader was not displeased, exited the tent. The Oil Woman clan's demeanor was typically taciturn, exuding an aura of unyielding pressure upon others. Once the messenger departed, the clan leader began to wander about the tent. The interior starkly contrasted the mundane exterior, revealing an exquisite space evidently designed for high-ranking officials on the front lines. The floor was adorned with cashmere carpets, and various items cluttered the surroundings, shelves brimmed with documents, scrolls, and jars containing experimental specimens immersed in formalin. To her dismay, she spotted a jar filled with a brown liquid, within which 3 cylindrical objects appeared to be entwined, reminiscent of roots. The sight darkened her expression as she placed the jar aside, contemplating the danger it posed. At the center of the tent stood a long table, behind which hung a painting inscribed with the phrase, "The pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds," a sentiment befitting Orochimaru's character. As an academic ninja, he certainly understood the endless quest for learning. The clan leader continued to explore the tent, touching this and that, when suddenly she heard footsteps approaching from outside. Instantly, she composed herself, adopting a solemn demeanor, hands tucked into her pockets, striving to become inconspicuous. The Oil Woman clan had never faltered in their subtle, yet commanding presence. Before long, a pale hand lifted the tent flap, and though the figure remained unseen, their voice resonated clearly. Apologies for keeping you waiting, esteemed leader. The clan leader remained silent, standing coldly. Orochimaru, unfazed by her reticence, cast a curious glance her way before quickly reverting to his usual demeanor. Seated behind the long table, he rested his hands upon its surface and spoke naturally. I trust you have heard about Captain Kakashi's situation, clan leader Shirshin? Indeed, the clan leader nodded in acknowledgement. Then you are aware that you were appointed as the head of the intelligence team by Captain Kakashi. However, due to your unexpected incapacitation, he personally led the team to the front lines for reconnaissance. You are also cognizant of the subsequent events, are you not? Yes, the clan leader replied, her expression inscrutable. Though internally she scoffed, attributing her predicament to him and Danzo's machinations, attempting to shift the blame for Kakashi Hataki's demise onto her, a futile endeavor. Now that you are awake, I seek clarity on whether you wish to continue in your role as head of the intelligence team. Leave it to me. The clan leader nodded. Well, you are aware of the situation regarding Hataki Tsukumo, and you should also be informed about the current conditions at the front lines. Morale is exceedingly low, particularly within the intelligence unit, which has failed to procure any substantial information after several missions. Orochimaru intertwined his fingers and spoke in a hoarse voice. In contrast, our adversaries have consistently acquired detailed intelligence from our side, attacking our most vulnerable defenses. If this continues, our fragile lines may once again be breached before we have the chance to fortify them. The clan leader remained silent. You are the head of the intelligence unit, so I shall not mince words. I require you to return and reorganize your forces, re-engaging in the intelligence front. Additionally, you must swiftly ascertain the distribution of fortifications and troop placements at the front lines of the Mist Village. As for this task, I trust that the Oil Woman clan leader can undertake it. Rest assured, if your health is compromised after awakening, you may decline this mission, and I can appoint someone else to execute it. Let this be the task, the clan leader stated coldly. Very well, I shall entrust this to you. Orochimaru nodded. releasing his hands. Having received directives from his superior and secured the mission, the clan leader intended to turn and exit the tent. At that moment, Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed once more. I have heard that your ailment was cured by Konoha. Indeed, I envy you, Oil Woman clan leader, for having a genius like Konoha among your ranks. It suffices, the clan leader replied with an air of superiority before lifting the tent flap and stepping outside. Chapter 93. Every encounter is a confrontation inside the tent. Only Orochimaru remained. However, once the clan leader departed, he rose and approached the shelf. Gazing at the brown bottle of liquor, a sinister smile crept across his face. Konoha, we shall meet again, and I am eagerly anticipating our encounter. As the thought of Aoi resolving the curse afflicting the Oil Woman clan's leader crossed his mind, Orochimaru's laughter grew increasingly unrestrained. He sensed that he had finally encountered a worthy adversary. To be candid, in Orochimaru's estimation, there was not a single individual in the entire Konoha capable of rivaling him, not even his partner, Danzo. In his eyes, Danzo was merely a dim-witted man, competent only in the art of deceit and subterfuge. The fact that he could not even recognize the nature of cursed seals was nothing short of a testament to his lack of discernment. However, he was taken aback by Aoi's ability to unravel the cursed seal, albeit an incomplete one. This indicated that Aoi had already conducted a considerable amount of research into natural energy and spiritual power, which was undeniably intriguing. The clan leader exited the tent, his demeanor marked by palpable disdain. It was evident that Orochimaru was being insincere. He, as the commander on the front lines, had unjustly delegated the task of boosting morale to the clan leader. The pretext of the intelligence unit's lack of accomplishments was nothing more than a ruse. Wasn't he and Danzo secretly engaged in intelligence gathering? He found it hard to believe that the two of them had no informants in the land of mist. This was nothing short of shirking responsibility. At that moment, the messenger ninja approached, prompting the clan leader to adopt a serious expression, maintaining the aloof image expected of the Oil Woman clan. After exchanging pleasantries with the messenger, the clan leader vanished in an instant, intent on fulfilling his mission, both to solidify his standing and to facilitate future endeavors. It was imperative that he exert some effort. It was not that he wished to shirk his duties, but rather that the circumstances did not permit such indulgence. As the leader of the intelligence unit, he held the authority to summon its members with a mere command. Upon returning to the Oil Woman clan's encampment, he intended to assert his authority as the leader. However, as he approached his tent, he was met with a crowd gathered outside. None may enter without the leader's presence, Oil Woman Qingye declared, barring a group of cloaked ninjas from entry. Am I not a member of the Oil Woman clan? Shouldn't I be allowed inside? Oil Woman Shirhai regarded Qingye coldly. Do you still consider yourself one of us? The last time the leader was ambushed, your team arrived far too late, leading me to suspect foul play on your part. Qingye's expression soured. His dissatisfaction with Shirhai had long been simmering. Do not speak such nonsense. The battlefield is ever-changing. How could I possibly arrive at the scene in time? He pressed on. Step aside. I seek not Oil Woman Shizune but Aoi. Since Aoi possesses the means to rescue Shizune, it is imperative that he concocts an antidote, lest our forces fall victim to the enemy's treachery once more. The clan leader observed the unfolding situation from the periphery, shaking his head in disapproval, fully aware that complications would arise. Gradually, he stepped into the tent, a powerful chakra emanating from him, capturing the attention of all present. It was at that moment they realized that Y Ninja Shirshin had returned. Y Ninja Qingye hurried over to him, eager to report a grievance. Clan leader, Y Ninja Shiro intends to take Aoyan. We must not allow them to succeed. Indeed, the clan leader nodded, bypassing Y Ninja Qingye to confront Y Ninja Shiro directly. Towering over him, Y Ninja Shiro, undeterred, retorted with his earlier statements. Shirshin, after being unconscious for so long, you should be aware of the dangers of such tactics. Y Ninja Aoyan must be surrendered. Surrender? I was rendered unconscious because of your actions. The clan leader, having long harbored a desire to confront this individual, wasted no time. Before Y Ninja Shiro could finish his words, he launched a punch aimed squarely at his face. Bang! Y Ninja Shiro was sent flying. As his cheek contorted from the impact, he could scarcely believe that Shirshin would truly strike. He crashed through several tents in succession. Boom! Y Ninja Shiro landed in a pit. A surge of chakra erupted from the pit, and after a cloud of dust settled, he stood once more. Shirshin, how dare you? He glared at the clan leader. Before he could finish his threat, a fist the size of a sandbag entered his line of sight. Bang! The ground shattered. Fissures spreading like a spider's web from the center, creating a massive crater in the camp. Plop! Why Ninja Shiro spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Shin has become so strong. Previously, their strengths had been evenly matched. What was the source of this monstrous power? The clan leader seized Y Ninja Shiro by the collar. At that moment, the black-clad ninjas who had accompanied Y Ninja Shiro closed in, each one shouting, "Let go! Release our captain! Yes, release him at once! Do you know what you're doing? You're harming your allies. This is a grave sin against the village. Get lost!" The clan leader suddenly unleashed an indescribable aura of authority, even dislodging his sunglasses. His dark eyes magnified in the gaze of the black-clad ninjas, as if they were under the scrutiny of a deity. Whoosh! One by one, the black-clad ninjas found themselves seated on the ground, overwhelmed by the clan leader's intimidating stare. This is impossible. Y Ninja Shiro gazed at the clan leader in disbelief, the weight of his pressure shaking him to the core. How is this individual so powerful? The clan leader turned to Y Ninja Shiro, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "Did you think I was unaware? It was you and Danzo who administered the poison to me." Upon hearing these words, Yun Jibai's countenance paled, and his entire being stiffened. "Heh, you would do well to avoid crossing my path again. Otherwise, with each encounter, I shall strike you." With that, the chieftain cast Yun Jibai aside, as if discarding a tattered cloth. After dismissing Yun Jibai, the chieftain turned on his heel and departed, while the cloaked ninjas rose to their feet, none daring to intervene. A few perceptive ninjas hurriedly approached the pit to assist Yun Jibai. "Captain, one team member cautiously inquired as he helped Yun Jibai to his feet. "Say nothing. We must leave," Yun Jibai rasped, spitting blood with great difficulty. "Captain." One of the members expressed his reluctance. "Leave." Yun Jibai glared fiercely at the team member, silencing him. The capabilities of Yun Jibai were unfathomable. Recklessly confronting him would be unwise. The most prudent course of action was to operate in secrecy, as they had done previously. Upon arriving at the tent, UNV Feng gazed intently at the chieftain. "Chieftain Yu, what? Do you not recognize me?" UNV Feng shook her head, her eyes sparkling. "No. Your prowess just now was extraordinary." The chieftain waved his hand dismissively and issued a directive. "A trivial matter. By the way, gather the intelligence team. We have a mission." "Understood," UNV Feng replied before taking her leave. The chieftain nodded in satisfaction, intending to return to his tent. At that moment, Elder Shishan emerged from behind the tent. Sporting a prickly hairstyle, he crossed his arms, a large gourd slung across his back, his appearance unchanged. "Chieftain, is this approach advisable?" Elder Shishan remarked, observing the direction of Yun Jibai's retreat. "He shall not have another opportunity," the chieftain replied coldly, lifting the tent flap to enter. Once inside the tent, the chieftain promptly rubbed his shoulder. "Alas, I overexerted myself. My muscles have strained, and this body is rather frail." At that moment, Qingye, seated cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes and offered a slight smile to the chieftain. In the next instant, with a resounding pop, Qingye transformed into white smoke and vanished. From the ground, another figure emerged. It was yet another Qingye. "The pose is still quite awkward," the chieftain muttered, closing his eyes and momentarily freezing, before plummeting directly to the ground. The Qingye that had emerged from the earth opened his eyes and quickly raised his hands to catch him. Buzz! A cicada emerged from the back of the matriarch of the Oil clan, alighting in the palm of Qingye, where it ceased its song. This cicada was none other than the heart cicada Gu, and it was Qingye's first time employing this technique to utilize the heart-turning skill. To his surprise, the results were remarkably effective. Upon discovering the matriarch's ailment, an idea had sparked in Qingye's mind to act under her guise. Though hailed as a prodigy upon his arrival, he possessed no authority on the front lines. Moreover, every action of his was likely under constant surveillance, as the Umbu ninja from Konoha had been shadowing him closely. To facilitate matters, he devised a cunning plan to substitute his identity with that of the matriarch. Thanks to her previous accomplishments, she had ascended to the position of leader of the intelligence team, wielding considerable power and commanding a loyal cadre. With such advantages, he could truly make a significant impact on the battlefield. Furthermore, both Orochimaru and Danzo were present, each with their own schemes. How could he refrain from seizing a share of the spoils? After all, the battlefield, while fraught with danger, was also ripe with opportunity, and he needed to strategize carefully. With this thought in mind, he resolved to act swiftly. Aoba promptly devised a plan while the details were still fresh. Finally, Aoba cast a glance at the chief's lifeless form, silently whispering an apology. "Forgive me, Chief, for once again making you my tool." Chapter 94. The card is not a calorie card, but rather the card of Kakashi. The execution capabilities of the ninjas remained commendably efficient. Within half a day, a group of well-equipped ninjas appeared outside the chief's tent, and the members of the intelligence team quickly gathered, awaiting the next command from Ōtsutsuki. Qingye employed the art of heart-turning, assuming the form of oil woman Shirshin, and once again positioned herself before a gathering of ninjas. "Is everyone present?" Qingye inquired, directing her gaze towards Oil Woman Foam. "Everyone is here. Here is the list." Oil Woman Foam affirmed with a nod. Qingye took the list, examining the names while scrutinizing the ninjas before her. She noticed a multitude of ninja clans represented: the Inuzuka clan, the Hyuga clan, the Yamashiro clan, and the Yuhi clan, among others. These ninjas either possessed formidable sensory ninjutsu, unique bloodline limits, or specialized abilities for gathering intelligence. All were well suited for roles within the intelligence department. As for the civilian ninjas, they merely served to fill numbers, bolster combat strength, or provide support. Aoba glanced over the list before placing it down. Excellent. Indeed, he now possessed a multitude of diligent workers. No, rather, dependable team members. He tossed the list to Yun Feng and turned his gaze toward the assembly of intelligence operatives. "I presume most of you are familiar with me. Thus I shall refrain from further introduction." Observing the lackluster demeanor of the gathered operatives, Aoba raised his voice. "Attention everyone, before we embark on our mission. There is a matter I wish to address." "Yes, Captain," the ninjas responded in unison. "You are likely aware of the situation regarding Captain Kakashi, correct?" The ninjas exchanged glances. Their expressions dim, yet they nodded in acknowledgement. "We know." "Very well. Since you are informed, I trust you comprehend the gravity of the situation. I shall refrain from passing judgment on the morality involved. However, unlike Captain Kakashi, I will not hesitate to deal with those who betray me." Upon finishing his statement, a wave of pressure emanated from him, causing the ninjas to feel as though an immense weight bore down upon their shoulders. Qingye fixed her gaze intently upon the group of ninjas, her imposing aura bearing down upon them, as she inquired once more, "Do you understand?" The ninjas struggled to maintain their composure, nodding in response, "We understand." Qingye bellowed louder, "Do you understand?" The gathered ninjas responded with fervent shouts, "We comprehend. We shall never betray our leader." Satisfied with their replies, Qingye retracted his imposing presence and turned to enter the tent. "Now all of you come inside." The ninjas straightened up and followed him into the tent. A quarter of an hour later, teams of 3 emerged from the tent, each receiving instructions for their next mission. The last to exit were Qingye and Yun Feng. Observing the departing members of the intelligence team, Yun Feng turned and inquired, "Chief, having assigned the tasks, what about us?" Aoba, with both hands tucked into his pockets, gazed at the departing members of the intelligence team and spoke calmly. "We are, of course, creating a stir to startle the snakes in the grass." Oil Woman Qingye looked on in confusion. Qingye nodded and continued, "Indeed, to startle the snake in the grass. The commotion created must be as grand as possible." Qingye donned the form of the esteemed leader of the Shirshin clan, revealing a mysterious smile. The following day, he ventured alone to the front lines, unabashedly displaying his presence. The intelligence team leader's solitary arrival at the forefront astonished the surrounding Konoha ninjas. Hadn't this leader just awakened? How could he possibly be at the front? Or was it that he had been dismissed, and this head of the Aburame clan intended to join the frontline forces? Before the ninjas could fully comprehend the circumstances, Qingye effortlessly retrieved a scroll from his sleeve, upon which was inscribed the exclusive ultimate technique of the clan leader. The green leaf pierced its finger, allowing the blood to smear across the scroll. With both hands placed upon the parchment, the summoning technique began. Suddenly, a tremendous plume of white smoke erupted at the forefront. Amidst the chaos, the sound of water boiling in a kettle resonated. The white smoke was swiftly dispelled by another surge of vapor, revealing a colossal creature before the onlookers, the super giant ninja bug, the axe-wielding beetle. Its long, dual-bladed horns resembled axes, supported by 6 robust insect legs, and its body was encased in formidable armor, with plumes of white vapor emanating from its joints. It was akin to a moving fortress. At this moment, Qingye stood atop the head of the axe and halberd beetle, nearly collapsing to her knees. "Chief, Your constitution is exceedingly frail. Merely summoning a spirit-summoning ninja insect proves too taxing. The expression on Qingye's face was one of concern. The chieftain's chakra was still insufficient. Barely won. 5 cards. Here, card does not refer to calories, but rather to Kakashi's card. Fortunately, Qingye had anticipated this situation, and with the bridal attire bug in hand, a surge of chakra gradually flowed into the chieftain's body. Consider yourself fortunate. Chieftain, you owe me your gratitude later. The bridal attire bug is designed to enhance the quantity of chakra, rather than merely providing a temporary boost. Therefore, it is a one-time use. Yet it can significantly elevate the potential of the recipient. From now on, the chieftain's total chakra capacity will reach 3.0 cards. If only the true dragon bug were present, one could directly extract chakra from it, eliminating such convoluted methods. However, since the true dragon bug resides within the main body, one must resort to this cumbersome approach. In any case, it benefits one's own kind, so it is not in vain. Qingye rose once more. The formidable giant beetle stirred with excitement, proclaiming, "Let us venture to the front lines of the hidden mist village." With a resonant hum, the creature's bright eyes glimmered as it expelled clouds of white vapor from its joints. Its robust carapace clicked open, revealing a pair of powerful wings that unfurled majestically. A cacophony of buzzing filled the air as the force of its flapping wings toppled the surrounding trees. The Leaf Village ninjas hastily retreated from this behemoth. In the distance, Orochimaru observed the scene alongside his aide. The ninja aide, witnessing Qingye's reckless abandon, inquired, "Lord Orochimaru, should we intervene in the actions of the oil woman leader?" With a chuckle, Orochimaru replied, "Intervene? There is no need. The paramount objective is to bolster the morale of our troops. The oil woman leader's actions serve to stabilize our forces." He then instructed his aide, "Ensure that all fortifications on the front line remain vigilant, in case the hidden mist village becomes desperate and attempts a surprise attack." Understood, the aide affirmed, before vanishing in a flash to relay the orders. Leaving Orochimaru to observe the giant beetle, the colossal insect soared above the leaf defenses, heading directly towards the opposing lines of the hidden mist village. In a concealed location, Oil Woman Keed noted the clan leader's movements and turned to her team of intelligence operatives. "The leader has stirred the hornet's nest. We too must fulfill our mission. Form into small teams, conceal yourselves, and infiltrate for reconnaissance. We must thoroughly investigate all the visible and hidden fortifications of the hidden mist village. Do you comprehend?" Understood. The intelligence team boomed, invigorated by the sight of their leader's impressive summoning insect. With a swift rustle, the teams vanished, embarking on their assignments. Early in the morning, Aoba delivered a grand gift, one that any ninja from the hidden mist village, provided they were not visually impaired, could easily perceive. The defenses of the village quickly responded. An alarm soon echoed through the air. The intelligence ninjas, stationed even further ahead than the front lines, began signaling in various ways. Meanwhile, at the defensive perimeter of the hidden mist village, Pai Pa Shirzong was roused from his slumber by He Chualeya, his frustration boiling within him. "Must you disturb my sleep?" he grumbled, glaring coldly at He Chualeya, who retorted, "Sleep? Are you blind to the impending attack from Konoha? What? You wish to sleep with my sister?" "I have no sister," Pai Pa Shirzong exclaimed, taken aback by the peculiar implication. This strange man had such quirks that had previously gone unnoticed. He Chualeya, exasperated, felt as though he was speaking to a dense creature. "Can you not hear the commotion? How can you not see that massive threat? You still wish to sleep? Wait, sleep with your sister was indeed his own phrase." Frustrated, he pointed toward the rampaging Daitu insect in the distance, shouting, "It's not about sleeping with your sister. It's about the Konoha attack." Upon being pointed out, Pai Pa Shirzong finally saw the monstrous Daitu insect, shock washing over him. What a colossal creature! He Chualeya regarded him with disdain, bewildered at how this man had ever passed the selection for the 7 ninja swordsmen. Initially startled, Pai Pa Shirzong then smirked maliciously, fixing his gaze on the distant Daitu insect. It is this creature that has disrupted my peaceful dreams." With determination, he unsheathed his beheading sword and charged towards the Daitu insect, seemingly intent on delivering a harsh lesson to the beast. He Chualeya watched his departing figure in disbelief. Although the beheading sword was a ninja weapon, could it truly harm such a behemoth? Given its tough exterior, he mused that even a month of relentless hacking might yield no results. Observing Pai Pa Shirzong, He Chualeya began to question how this individual had attained the same rank as himself. If Pai Pa Shirzong was not the issue, then perhaps it was his own Resolving to locate someone capable of dealing with the beast, he turned away, heading toward the tent of Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon, who should possess the requisite skills. Chapter 95. I have encountered shamelessness before, but never such audacity. Do not use shurikens. Rely on ninjutsu. This creature cannot be harmed by shurikens. A hidden mist ninja shouted, directing the frontline operations. Boom. The Daitu insect, brandishing its double-bladed horns, began to sweep through the area with reckless abandon. Qingye stood atop the formidable head of the great scythe beetle, observing the mist shinobi below as they darted about with agility. Fire release, water release, lightning release, wind release, and earth release. Various ninjutsu surged through the air. However, whenever an attack approached, Qingye commanded the great scythe beetle to vigorously flap its wings, conjuring a tempest that dissipated the incoming ninjutsu. Only the earth release managed to strike against the great scythe beetle. Gradually, the mist shinobi became aware of this, and the commanding officer at the forefront began to direct the forces, instructing those skilled in earth release to unleash their techniques. Earth release. Earth pillar, X20. 20 mist shinobi formed a circle, unleashing their ninjutsu toward the central great scythe beetle. Qingye observed a vast expanse of earth guns piercing towards the abdomen of the axe and mallet beetle. Never mind. A true hero does not fall victim to immediate misfortunes. Qingye gently patted the head of the axe and halberd beetle. Let us proceed to the next location. He was no fool to stubbornly linger in one place. The intent was not merely to stir the grass, but to startle the snake hidden within. Naturally, one must rouse all the serpents along this front. The line still stretched ahead. Buzzing, the axe and halberd beetle flapped its wings, soaring over 30 meters into the air, heading towards the opposite side of the fog-hidden village's defenses. As Qingye ascended, an individual approached the periphery of the battlefield. How infuriating! Upon seeing me, the esteemed Taizang intended to flee. There was no chance of that. With a flourish, Taizang brandished his beheading sword, shouting at Qingye as he pursued him relentlessly. Aoba stood atop the head of the great beetle, as if she could hear someone calling her name. Turning around to glance, she discovered that no one was pursuing her, and thus dismissed the notion. Was it merely an illusion? Perhaps her numerous good deeds had drawn someone's attention. Qingye shook her head in contemplation. This line of defense belonged to the long knife, the needle-like chestnut pellets. In this place, Aoba stirred up quite a commotion, yet after a brief flurry, he turned and departed. The misty ninjas below could barely contain their frustration. As the leader, Kurasame Shuramaru was equally infuriated. If they were to engage in battle, they should do so, but to disrupt the proceedings without purpose was utterly intolerable. Qingye is certainly not here to engage in combat. Rather, he has come to cause a disturbance. His sole intention is to create chaos, which will inevitably draw out those hidden fog ninjas lurking within their fortifications. Meanwhile, he has already instructed his subordinates to meticulously document these occurrences below, with the aid of Byakugan, ninja insects, and various reconnaissance tactics. The intelligence team should find it relatively effortless to amass such information. If he were to take such considerable risks and create such a commotion, only for his intelligence squad to fail in their mission, then it would be prudent to disband them. He does not tolerate incompetence in his ranks. How infuriating. Just as Lord Jizo has arrived, he has already fled. Upon arriving, Jizo was immediately met with the sight of the massive beetle's rear, which naturally incensed him. Kurosawa Shiranui, astonished, inquired, "From where did you come running?" "I escaped from the clutches of Black Horega. I delivered a shipment of supplies yesterday and was awakened this morning by this raucous beast." He continued, "I shall not remain idle. Even if this insect is colossal and formidable, I will eliminate it." With that declaration, Jizo brandished his beheading sword and pursued the giant beetle. Observing Jizo's retreating figure, Kurosawa felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How reckless this fellow is, and yet he bears the same title as a ninja as myself. Perhaps I should reconsider my place among the 7 ninja swordsmen. Having Jizo around makes me feel as though my own stature has diminished considerably. Qingye arrived at the next defensive line, a territory dominated by the explosive blade of Feimal Woolly Shenba, as the axe and halberd great beetle made its entrance. The hidden mist ninjas stationed at the defense braced themselves for an impending clash. Perhaps the earlier hidden mist ninjas had relayed a wealth of intelligence. This time, they were well prepared with an array of large-scale ninjutsu. No sooner had Qingye set foot on the ground than he was met with a barrage of explosive flames. Numerous explosive tags detonated at the spot where the axe and halberd great beetle had landed, coating its surface in a layer of soot. Fortunately, its exoskeleton was remarkably sturdy, providing a resilient defense against the ambush. Qingye felt a surge of apprehension, questioning whether she had acted a bit recklessly. In the next moment, a formidable joint technique of wind and fire was unleashed, with a wall of flames advancing ominously towards her. The execution of such a vast ninjutsu required no fewer than 30 to 50 individuals. Although her numbers were few, she possessed an abundance of insect companions. The verdant leaves unleashed 10 water-dodging insects, collectively conjuring a barrier of water. A slightly smaller wall of water rose, successfully mitigating a substantial portion of the assaults from the wall of fire. However, this wall of flames was merely a feint. The true strategy lay yet concealed. The hidden mist ninja had discerned that the axe and halberd giant beetle was under someone else's control. Thus, they exhibited newfound cunning, not solely targeting the beetle, but instead utilizing its 6 legs to ascend its back, launching an offensive against the controller, Qingye. Qingye was already aware that someone had approached, yet he shook his head. He had learned his lesson, but it proved futile. He opened his mouth and unleashed several bolts of lightning escape technique, forming hand seals as the lightning began to radiate. Pressing down on the shell of the great D, he commanded, "Lightning escape, unleash the storm." A multitude of lightning strikes spread across the armor of the giant insect, surging forth to strike at the mist-hidden ninjas attempting to ascend. The air was filled with their anguished cries as these shortcut-seeking ninjas were struck down. Subsequently, the great D took to the skies, setting off for its next destination. It had played long enough. Pipa Shirzong arrived a moment too late. Wooly Shiba, with earnest concern, implored Pipa Shirzong, "What are you doing? An ambush awaits ahead. He will certainly not return unscathed." Yet, Pipa Shirzong remained obstinate, disregarding Wooly Shiba's warnings, resolutely intending to fell this formidable creature and reclaim his honor. "Do not stop me. Today, Master Shirzong will certainly bring this beast down." It seemed he possessed an extraordinary obsession with colossal entities. Wielding his decapitating blade, Pipa Shirzong trailed behind the axe-wielding Great D, vowing to catch up with the creature. Wooly Shiba could only shake his head in disbelief. As Qingye made his way to the next location, he encountered an obstruction. 4 figures stood before him, a stout man and 3 slender ones. The user of the great blade, Shark Skin, was none other than Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon. The 3 unknown ninjas were unmistakably from the same clan, their striking resemblance leaving no room for doubt. Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon maintained a stern expression, fixating his gaze on Qingye. "You are the leader of Konoha's intelligence division, Lord Aburame Shuriken." "Indeed," Qingye nodded in affirmation. "What is the purpose of your reckless disruption of our defenses? The former leader has perished, and I am in a foul mood. I seek to vent my frustrations." Qingye lifted his chin and coldly remarked, "In a foul mood? You take it out on us, the mist-hidden ninjas. How audacious of you." Shigua Mountain's pufferfish demon, filled with indignation, stated, "I have encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. How rude." The words of Aoba can infuriate anyone. Suka, the pufferfish demon, remarked to the 3 ninjas beside him, "Bring him down. Let us see how he boasts today." "Yes, Lord Suka." The trio responded as they stepped forward and began to form hand seals. Water transformation technique, X3. The 3 transformed into a puddle of liquid, cascading into a nearby river. Chapter 96. Long live the clan leader. The puddle created by the 3 merged with the river water, voraciously absorbing its essence. A colossal water sphere materialized before Aoba. Within it, the 3 members of the Kirigakure clan emerged, their upper bodies visible while their lower halves seamlessly melded into the sphere. Together, they formed hand seals and shouted in unison, "Shielding hat technique, X3." The water sphere began to morph, giving rise to a water creature comparable to a gigantic axe-wielding beetle. The Kirigakure clan's secret water transformation technique was unleashed. Qingye observed the entire spectacle, her interest piqued immediately. Oh, the water creature, transformed from the water balloon, resembled Shrek. Adorned with sharp spines, possessing a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, and its body was embellished with spiral patterns. Once the creature took form, it raised its diminutive claws and brandished them menacingly at the axe-headed beetle. These tiny claws were as large as a house. Whoosh! The joints of the axe-headed beetle began to emit wisps of white vapor. Clearly, it too found the emergence of an equally formidable opponent intriguing, and it charged forward. Its long horns aimed directly at the creature. Splash! Water erupted in all directions as the long horns pierced into the water creature's body. yet it inflicted no harm whatsoever. On the contrary, the moisture within the creature suddenly thickened, resembling syrup, ensnaring the axe-headed beetle with a vice-like grip. Jets of water shot out from the creature, striking both the beetle and Qingye. Goodness, I had underestimated the capabilities of others. It appears that the colossal ninja insects do not solely rely on their brute strength. They possess alternative means to contend with foes without summoning tailed beasts or large summon creatures. The verdant leaves danced incessantly, evading the onslaught of water spines. Yet, the water spines were densely packed, and the leaves manifested numerous afterimages in a relentless pursuit of evasion. These water spines could not penetrate the armor of the formidable axe and mallet bug, nor could they withstand the might of your flesh and blood. Bang! Qingye's fist collided with the water spike aimed at his face. However, the impact elicited no sensation. Instead, he felt as if ensnared by a viscous glue. He could not afford to be trapped, for more water spikes approached relentlessly from the side. Employing the technique of cicada shedding, it suddenly appeared as though a layer of cicada exoskeleton enveloped the clan leader's body. Qingye, seizing control, swiftly slipped out from behind this protective layer. Upon emerging, he completely extricated himself from the entanglement of water currents. Yet, these currents, seemingly imbued with consciousness, continued to launch themselves toward Qingye. It was evident that conventional methods were futile. He expelled a lightning escape insect from his mouth. Qingye clasped his hands in a seal, and a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from the lightning release technique. Lightning ball. Crackle. As the lightning ball struck, a water tendril was momentarily paralyzed by the electric shock. Yet it swiftly resumed its assault. The water monster appeared unfazed, much like the enormous bladed bug, exhibiting remarkable resistance to various ninjutsu. Inflicting damage upon such a colossal entity rendered most ninjutsu ineffective. Only the most potent techniques could yield results. He recalled that the water monster, transformed from the ghost lantern Mizuki, had reverted to its original form when struck by the eight-tailed beast bomb. He was aware of the chakra composition required for the tailed beast bomb, which was a ratio of yin to yang chakra at 2:8. However, to unleash the tailed beast bomb while inhabiting the body of the clan leader would effectively incapacitate him. For someone who provided shelter and support, possessing a tall and robust ally was invaluable. Qingye wishes for the longevity of the clan leader. Alas, there seems to be no alternative. I must seek other solutions. The azure leaf's axe-wielding giant bug ascended into the sky, taking with it the aquatic monster entwined around it. In the distance, the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon observed this spectacle, his expression darkening ominously. Damn it, he realized the intentions of the azure leaf. As they soared to a height of 100 meters, the axe-wielding giant bug abruptly turned and plunged earthward. Pipa Shirzong had spotted the giant bug entangled with the aquatic monster from afar, a wave of elation washing over him. Finally, after a day of relentless pursuit, he had cornered his prey. There would be no escape now. Shirzong would bring down this foul creature. With his executioner-s blade brandished and his mouth agape, revealing rows of sharp teeth, he licked his lips in anticipation. His speed surged, the blade in his grasp eager for the taste of substantial flesh. However, upon reaching the battlefield, he was met with an unsettling sight. The axe-wielding giant bug and the enormous aquatic monster had vanished without a trace. Just as Pipa Shirzong pondered this mystery, he noticed a shadow forming beneath him, expanding ominously. He looked up to witness two colossal figures growing larger in his sight. He chuckled, I owe you one. Yet, his previously triumphant expression morphed into one of stark pallor. Faced with the rapidly descending giants, Shirzong instinctively drew his executioner-s blade, pointing it at the looming behemoths. Resolute, he thought to himself, if death is to come, let it be now. I will strike down these foes before me, no matter the cost. But before he could finish his thought, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. The aquatic monster, still entwined around the head of the axe-wielding giant bug, was forcefully driven into the ground. With a resounding splash, it was obliterated into droplets of water. Qingye was perplexed. It seemed he had heard a sound. Just moments ago, something seemed to have crashed below. Had he inadvertently struck something? Alas, he had no intention of dropping objects from a height. He was merely compelled by circumstance. Suddenly, a cascade of droplets fell from above, resembling a gentle rain, as the water monster was utterly shattered. Yet, the flowing water reassembled, transforming into a slightly smaller version of the water monster. With a fierce cry, the water monster, obstinate in its defiance, waved its diminutive claws at Qingye, emitting a series of shrill sounds. It was then that he patted the imposing axe-headed beetle beneath him. With a low growl, the beetle's joints exhaled white vapor, raising its long horns and sweeping them towards the water monster. The axe swung wide, akin to a double-edged blade, unleashing tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the water monster was severed in half, but it quickly reformed. The axe-headed beetle made another sweeping attack. However, this time, its long horns became ensnared within the water monster's body, binding the beetle once more. Buzzing with determination, the beetle seized the water monster and ascended once again. Reminiscent of a celestial collision, the water monster burst apart, scattering droplets across the sky. As it attempted to reconstitute itself, the fire-escaping insect, which had been lying in wait, surged forth. Qingye swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the technique of the tenfold ambush, accompanied by the grand fireball jutsu. 10 colossal fireballs erupted, scorching the reformed water monster and evaporating the moisture within its being. Despite being subjected to the searing flames, the water monster was too voluminous, and it began to coalesce once more. Its gills swelled as it expelled vast spheres of water, extinguishing the fireballs entirely. Nonetheless, its size diminished once again. The water monster turned its gaze toward the axe-headed beetle and Qingye, emitting eerie sounds as it brandished its small claws and charged forth once more. Was it returning for another confrontation? Qingye chuckled coldly, demonstrating a remarkable lack of learning. The power of the water creature pales in comparison to that of the axe-wielding giant beetle. Its defense is equally inadequate, compounded by its vulnerability to fire techniques. Regardless, Qingye relentlessly tormented this water creature. Indeed, the technique of summoning the water creature was far from easy to master. It required the combined efforts of 3 members from the Ghost Lantern clan, suggesting a deficiency in their innate abilities. In contrast, the later Ghost Lantern Water Moon could wield this technique single-handedly, proving capable of contending equally with the 8-tailed bull demon. The water creature, likely hindered by the trio's coordination, moved awkwardly and reacted sluggishly. After several exchanges, it was only to be expected that the water creature would be overwhelmed by the axe-wielding giant beetle. Its size diminished significantly, reducing to merely a third of its original form. Once a formidable entity, it had now transformed into a pitiful creature. With a renewed attempt at cohesion, the water creature gazed up at the axe-wielding giant beetle, raised its diminutive claws, emitted a feeble whimper, and charged forward. In silence, Qingye observed. The formidable giant beetle loomed above, its forelimbs swinging as it hurled a massive net towards the water creature, which erupted into chaos. Chapter 97. Lord Shirzong felt invigorated once more. With that very technique, the giant net had reverted the water creature to its original form. As its upper half exploded, the lower half could not withstand the transformation either, dissipating into a flowing stream. In the water, 3 orbs of liquid emerged, taking on human shapes. They were 3 ninjas from the Huideng clan. However, at that moment, a voice rang out. "You 3, vacate the area at once." The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon appeared, having already formed his hand seals. Upon seeing the hand seals of the Watermelon Mountain Lord, the expressions of the 3 Huideng clan members shifted, and they promptly complied. "Yes, Lord Watermelon Mountain." With that, the 3 transformed into streams of water and vanished from sight. Qingye felt a sense of foreboding, yet it was too late to act. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon turned to face Qingye, revealing a sinister grin as he bellowed, "Water style, great water burst technique." He inhaled deeply, his chest expanding to an impressive size, transforming from a plump figure into a formidable presence. Then, with a sudden exhalation, he unleashed a torrent of water from his gaping maw, a deluge powerful enough to drown. The cascading waterfall surged downwards, swiftly engulfing the abdomen of the axe and halberd great beetle. The water level rose dramatically, completely submerging the beetle within a colossal sphere of water, sealing it in an aquatic prison. Before Qingye could react, he was engulfed by the water. The axe-headed beetle met the same fate, as the water prison expanded to a diameter of 200 meters, completely encasing the creature. "Damn it, is it that technique?" Qingye recalled a certain shark-faced figure, and he immediately commanded the axe-scythe beetle to unfurl its carapace and extend its wings, attempting to ascend and escape the watery prison. However, submerged in water, the flapping of its wings encountered immense resistance, causing their movement to slow considerably. Moreover, Two figures emerged on either side of the axe-scythe beetle. Utilizing the technique of water clones, two watermelon-shaped pufferfish wielding great swords, known as shark skin, delivered powerful slashes towards the beetle's wings. With a sharp sound, the wings on either side of the beetle were torn apart by the blades. The combination of water resistance and its damaged wings left the axe-scythe beetle in a dire predicament. It emitted mournful sounds, akin to a cry of despair. Suddenly, a multitude of bubbles erupted near its mouthparts. This was disastrous. It had been inundated with water. Though the axe-scythe beetle was an insect, it still required air to breathe. And with such a massive body, its consumption of oxygen was significantly greater. Now trapped underwater, prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to asphyxiation. If that time came, the axe-scythe beetle would truly meet its end. Qingye could hardly fathom that his adversary would lie in wait for him in this very place. Seizing the opportunity while he was entangled with the water beast, his opponent prepared to unleash an expansive ninjutsu. At that moment, a figure erupted from the depths, revealing the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. This corpulent figure moved swiftly through the water. Brandishing the great blade, shark skin, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost swiftly approached Qingye. The great blade, reminiscent of a spiked hammer, descended upon Qingye with ferocity. Qingye is unable to breathe underwater, and in such an environment, her strength is reduced to merely 1/3 to 1/4 of her usual capacity. If she were in her original form, there might be some means of escape. However, as she bears the body of the clan leader, her options are severely constrained, and the present circumstances are exceedingly perilous. The sound of tearing resonates through the air. Qingye was unable to evade the attack. A deep gash carved into his chest, blood gushing forth profusely. Struck by the great blade, the sharkskin, a substantial portion of his chakra was siphoned away, exacerbating his plight. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke erupted from the water, and the enormous axe-wielding insect vanished. Sent back by Qingye. Within the vast water prison remained only the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon and Qingye. No, there should be another presence. Originally crushed into the earth by two colossal beasts, Ōtsutsuki discovered he had survived. Coughing up blood, he struggled to emerge from the pit. Ōtsutsuki managed to stand, laboriously retrieving the decapitating blade nearby. As the skies cleared and the rain ceased, he felt a resurgence of vitality. With renewed breath, he placed his hands on his hips, lifted his head, and erupted into laughter. Aha! Truly, I am favored by destiny. The great insects and the water monstrosity await me. Yet before he could revel in his triumph, an immense torrent surged forth from the battlefield, sweeping him away into the water prison conjured by the pufferfish demon. Gulping, Ōtsutsuki ingested a vast quantity of water. Already grievously injured and spitting blood, he was engulfed by the water prison, unable to catch his breath. His eyes rolled back, and he succumbed once more to unconsciousness. Qingye found herself facing 3 Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demons, utterly bereft of any means of defense. Within her, the powers of the pufferfish, tiger, and deer were rendered ineffective. The water impeded her strength. The only recourse was to summon the pufferfish skin talisman, enveloping her skin in a layer of dark purple hide to fend off the onslaught. However, she was up against the formidable 7 ninja swordsmen, and the blade known as the shark skin, with its eerie long spikes, was not only exceptionally sharp, but also possessed the ability to siphon away her chakra. The clan leader's body was already marred by numerous wounds, the surrounding waters stained crimson with blood. The chakra stolen by the shark skin had nearly depleted her reserves. With a mere 3.0 units of chakra remaining, she could hardly withstand the relentless absorption from that blade. Desperation gripped her. She needed a plan. This water prison was exceedingly troublesome, shifting with its captive, rendering escape utterly impossible. There was no means to flee upwards or downwards, as 2 Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demons guarded both sides. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the shark skin struck, and Qingye raised her hands to shield her body, successfully blocking the pufferfish demon's ambush. Her sleeve was torn, revealing the dark purple skin of her arms. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon displayed a menacing grin, pivoting in the distance before charging towards Qingye once more. The shark skin, with its gaping maw and bristling spines, writhed in excitement. Oil Woman Clan Leader, this shall be your burial ground. Cursed fate, Qingye thought bitterly. Must her clan leader's life end here? At that moment, she noticed something rising behind the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon. No, it was not an object, but a person. Qingye opened his eyes wide, seizing the opportunity. He extended his hands, channeling the blood in the water to perform the art of summoning. With a resounding bang, white smoke dissipated, revealing a swimming water louse conjured forth by his mystical abilities. The water combat ninja insects cultivated by the Aoi clan. The only type that does not possess the ability to fly. Simultaneously, Aoi unleashed several explosive tags and smoke bombs. It remains uncertain whether the explosive tags are water-resistant. One can only hope they are. Bang! Just as the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon charged forward, the explosive tags and smoke bombs detonated violently. The powerful explosion generated a vast cloud of smoke, enveloping the entire body of water. Qingye grasped the tentacles of the water sprite, urging it to carry her away through the waters. The 8 insect-like legs swiftly propelled them forward, while the tail resembled a spinning propeller, allowing the water sprite to glide through the liquid with astonishing speed. The minor explosions and smoke bombs were of little consequence to the Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost. Wielding the great blade, shark skin, he cleaved through the explosions and pierced the smoke, hastening his pursuit of Qingye. Observing her desperate flight, the Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost grinned wickedly. Huh, did you really believe you could escape? This water prison shifts with your every movement. Damn it, I knew this all along. Aoyama remained silent, one hand pressed against his wound while the other clutched a swimming leech as he swiftly navigated towards the edge of the water prison. Soon, the pufferfish demon from Suka Mountain sensed something amiss. They were drawing ever closer to the boundary of the water prison, which had remained immobile. How could this be? Why had the water prison not shifted? Alarms surged within him. Others had infiltrated. As the caster of this ninjutsu, the pufferfish demon instinctively recognized the water prison stasis, as if it were ensnaring something. While pursuing Aoyama, he glanced back and beheld another leech accompanying another individual, gliding toward the opposite side of the water prison. No wonder the water prison could not ascertain which direction to move. Indeed, others had breached its confines. Though he could not discern the identity of this newcomer, he caught sight of a beheading blade. In an instant, the pufferfish demon realized who it was. Pai Pa Shirzong, that fool. Chapter 98. Is that not the werewolf? A shade more ruthless than the pufferfish demon from Suka Mountain was consumed with rage. How infuriating. Just as he was on the verge of success, Pai Pa Shirzong appeared to wreak havoc. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier words of Black Ho Rhea, Lord Suka Mountain. Did the selectors for the 7 ninja swordsmen accept bribes? How else could they have admitted Pai Pa Shirzong? At that moment, the pufferfish demon had been incensed, for he was indeed one of the selectors. Now, however, he began to comprehend why Black Ho Rhea had uttered such sentiments. During the selection process, had he been bewitched by a demon? How could he have chosen such a 6th-rate individual to be among the 7 ninja swordsmen? Now, ensnared by this very 6th-rate fool, he found himself reaping what he had sown. Aoki also found amusement in the situation, for he recognized the identity of the foreigner ensnared alongside him in the water prison. It was none other than the formidable Hashiman Tenzo. Wasn't he the werewolf, renowned for his ruthlessness? His audacity to strike at the tailed beast Jewel was nothing short of genius. Alongside the later formidable Konoha S. Danzo, they were hailed as the twin paragons of prowess. The intellectual prowess of both was remarkably on par, neither overshadowing the other. Fortune smiles upon me. At this moment, the immobility of the water prison naturally afforded Aoki the opportunity to escape. He seized the tendrils of the aquatic leech and paddled with fervor. Splish! Qingye burst forth from the watery prison, sending a cascade of droplets into the air. Simultaneously, he formed a hand seal with one hand and promptly unleashed the technique of insect cloud. A multitude of drifting insects surged forth from beneath his cloak, conjuring a billowing white cloud that lifted Qingye aloft, soaring into the sky. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon followed closely behind, also breaking free from the watery confinement. Yet, he fell just short. Armed with the great blade, shark skin, the pufferfish demon struck upward with all his might, but alas, his efforts were insufficient to reach the insect cloud beneath Qingye's feet. This encounter, I shall remember. We shall meet again next time. Qingye pressed his hand against the wound on his shoulder and quietly uttered a curse. Damn it, next time I will ensure that my shark skin devours you. Shigwa Mountain. The pufferfish demon spoke with fierce determination. This opportunity was too precious. He had nearly incapacitated the leader of the opposing intelligence team. Alas, it was unfortunate that an interloper had disrupted his plans. Pipa Shirzong. Upon returning, I shall expel this individual from the 7 ninja swordsmen. As he watched Qingye swiftly retreat from the battlefield, Shiguan Mountain, the pufferfish demon, understood that the moment to strike had slipped away. He descended back into the water prison and immediately redirected his course toward Pipa Shizong's location. Overwhelmed by frustration, he needed an outlet for his anger. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Pipa Shizong had already been summoned out of the water prison by another water strider called Forth by Qingye. Lying on the ground, rolling his eyes, he sputtered water from his mouth. What on earth was wrong with this fellow, having been incapacitated by water? A mist ninja, and yet a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Have you ever encountered a mist ninja who was overwhelmed by water? Truly a disgraceful sight. Qingye rode on the cloud of insects, observing as the water prison below exploded with a resounding splash. He let out a sigh of relief. He had managed to preserve the chieftain's life. Thus, the plan to stir the grass and alarm the snake had ultimately failed, yet it did yield some results. Revealing certain arrangements of the misty hidden front, Qingye soared towards the defenses of Konoha, a pale green energy aura enveloping him. The marriage talisman began transferring vitality to the clan leader, mending his injuries. The wound on his chest swiftly healed, emitting wisps of white smoke. It was unacceptable to return in such a disheveled state. He must ensure the Oil Woman clan was firmly under control. Qingye now moved in the body of the Oil clan leader, mindful of preserving the leader's dignity. After healing his injuries, Qingye changed into a fresh set of garments. Once he completed these tasks, he set off towards the camp, embodying the presence of the clan leader. Midway through his flight, he noticed 2 figures standing on a nearby cliff, Orochimaru and his little secretary. This implied they had been observing the recent skirmish from this vantage point. Had his disheveled appearance been witnessed? Should he resort to silencing them? No, it would be futile to confront Orochimaru at this moment. Moreover, the embarrassment belonged to the clan leader, not to Qingye himself. As long as he retained his own dignity, he was not truly humiliated. Given that he had encountered a superior, it was only natural to descend and make an appearance. He could not simply ignore them, as it was evident they were waiting for him. Qingye, with hands nestled in his pockets, appeared nonchalant as he descended upon the cliff amidst a swarm of insects. Clap. Clap. Orochimaru applauded, chuckling as he remarked, "Haha, the leader of the Yamanaka clan has made quite a spectacle today, nearly obliterating the entire defense of the hidden mist village. It seems the time for mutual flattery has arrived." Qingye still had her hands tucked into her pockets. "It was the confidence bestowed upon me by Lord Orochimaru that emboldened me. Otherwise, I would not dare to act impulsively. Moreover, this was merely a test. The opponent also possessed formidable skills, and the next encounter would likely not be so easily won." Orochimaru nodded, casting his gaze towards the location where the water prison had previously manifested. "Indeed, that individual must be the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen," he remarked. "Ah, I believe the name is Kisame Hashigaki. His strength is exceptionally formidable, and his chakra is astoundingly abundant." Qingye contemplated, estimating it to be around 20 cards worth of chakra. Indeed, to wield such extensive ninjutsu capabilities is truly remarkable. Orochimaru expressed his astonishment, acknowledging the plethora of talents that exist in this world. Unsurprisingly, with a weapon like the Samahata, his chakra reserves must be considerable. However, one must question why such intelligence would be divulged. I am certainly no philanthropist. Presumably, this time the head of the Yamanaka clan has also uncovered the distribution of the opponent's stronghold and their troop deployments. Qingye nodded. "Yes, taking advantage of this commotion, I have already dispatched personnel to monitor every defensive line. They must have acquired some intelligence." Orochimaru praised. "What a clever strategy, Chief. It strikes a threefold blow, diminishing the enemy's morale, bolstering that of Konoha, and procuring valuable information." Mutual admiration, he chuckled. Meanwhile, the little secretary listened in confusion, pondering what these two were truly discussing. Since the commander had acknowledged his efforts, Qingye had little more to say and promptly returned to the base. He and Orochimaru indeed seemed to share little common ground. Upon returning to the camp, all members of the intelligence team had gathered before the tent. Their previously despondent demeanor transformed into one of vibrancy and zeal. The fervor in their gazes had intensified. "Have you secured the intelligence?" Always still wore her characteristic cold demeanor, as if she were merely following protocol. "Report to the team leader. The mission has been successfully completed." "Successfully completed, my foot. I merely strolled through half of the mist-hidden village's defenses. How could that be considered a successful completion of the task?" Qingye secretly grumbled. Never mind. He would no longer discourage these fellows. "Very well, let us organize everything at once. I must present it to the commander." After enduring such a long period of blows, it is now our turn to strike back. Strike back. Strike back. The intelligence team members raised their fists one by one, fervently declaring their oath. Qingye observed the team members, each resembling a brainwashed zealot, and found it quite amusing. The louder they shouted, the more the people in the camp would hear, making it impossible for Orochimaru to refrain from retaliating. The current morale of the troops was promising. However, failing to capitalize on this momentum would not qualify one as a competent commander on the front lines. Meanwhile, their intelligence team remained in the shadows, quietly watching the unfolding drama. In the heart of Aoba, a quiet amusement blossomed. Turning to Qingye, he instructed, "Let them shout for a counterattack. Let them call out loudly, fervently, 100 times." Qingye, taken aback, remained silent. Ignoring her astonished expression, Aoba entered the tent. The shadow clone seated upon the bed dissipated, while his true self emerged from the underground. With the clan leader offline, Aoba once again assisted the faltering leader to his feet. He stroked his chin, contemplating that the counteroffensive would undoubtedly clash with the conservative strategies of the third Hokage. However, Orochimaru would not adhere to the cautious tactics of the third. He was far from a compliant child. Once Konoha officially commenced their counterattack, the opportunity for all to seize their share would arise. This was a grand feast that necessitated early preparation. To his knowledge, 3 sharks were eyeing this battlefield: himself, Orochimaru, and Danzo. Who could say what monstrous entities might emerge once the war truly ignited? Chapter 99. How to perceive the current situation. Through the eyes indeed. Aoba's orders reverberated throughout the camp, the situation continuing to brew. Meanwhile, Aoba meticulously organized the intelligence regarding the defenses of the hidden mist village and dispatched Qingye to deliver it to Orochimaru. The remainder awaited Orochimaru's formulation of a battle plan. Within his command center, Orochimaru gazed at the intelligence sent by Aoba, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. His aide furrowed his brow, aware of the previous day's uproar instigated by the intelligence team, and hesitantly spoke, "Lord Orochimaru, the third Hokage has expressly forbidden us from hastily initiating conflict, instructing us to hold our ground and await reinforcements. Might Qingye's actions imply a form of coercion? Indeed, it is too late to discuss such matters now," Orochimaru replied with a chuckle. Once Qingye caused a stir at the hidden mist front, this battle became inevitable. "Have you observed the atmosphere within the camp today?" The aide reflected before voicing his observations. "I have. The morale is high. The previous despondency has dissipated." Orochimaru set aside the intelligence, nodding in agreement. "Precisely. Everyone requires a victory to rejuvenate their spirits. It is far more than merely creating chaos at the hidden mist village defenses." "And we?" The aide inquired hesitantly. "Since Qingye has successfully accomplished his task, it is time for me to contribute as well. Have we acquired the intelligence from the hidden mist village?" "Yes, we have." With that, the aide produced another document from his cloak and handed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru examined the contents, nodded, and turned to his aide, commanding, "Summon the captains of each team and the leaders of each group. We shall convene a war meeting." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Subsequently, the young aide commenced his errand, traversing between various camps and fortifications. He notified the captains stationed at these strongholds, the commander of the frontline troops, the leader of the logistics team, the head of the mobile unit, the chief of the medical group, and the head of the recovery team. Naturally, the leader of the intelligence group was also among them. In total, he conveyed the message to more than 20 individuals. These captains and leaders comprised the elite jonin of Konoha, hailing from diverse clans, as well as the ranks of civilian ninjas. However, at that moment, the number of jonin from civilian backgrounds was exceedingly scarce. Among the notified, only a handful originated from civilian lineages. The following day, these captains and leaders arrived at Orochimaru's tent as promised. Orochimaru appeared relaxed, comfortably seated behind a long table. His fingers interlaced, he quietly observed his subordinates. As you witnessed yesterday, the head of the Oil Woman clan caused quite a stir, alarming numerous serpents. The subordinates exchanged peculiar glances, shifting their attention between the standing head of the Oil Woman clan and Orochimaru, seemingly conveying the thought, "Are you not, in fact, a serpent yourself?" Ignoring the unusual gazes from his subordinates, Orochimaru continued. Meanwhile, the intelligence team had procured detailed information from the front line of the hidden mist village. At that moment, one individual raised his hand. He was Naruto, the captain of the logistics team. Captain Qingye, do you have a question? Orochimaru inquired. Given that we have already startled the enemy, should we not exercise greater caution? Orochimaru nodded, indicating he had heard. I have also considered Captain Qingye's concerns. Since we have startled the enemy, they may have deduced our intentions. Thus, we must make a choice. Shall we expedite our actions while they have yet to adjust their frontline deployment, catching them off guard? Or shall we bide our time, allowing them to properly alter their arrangements, thus missing this opportunity and awaiting the next? At this juncture, Orochimaru rose, gazing earnestly at his subordinates. Therefore, I have made a decision. While the enemy has not yet fortified their positions and their logistics remain unrefined, we shall launch a counteroffensive and reclaim the lost territory. Even if we cannot fully succeed, we must instill a sense of trepidation in the enemy, ensuring they hesitate to invade recklessly. Upon hearing this, the crowd appeared to be struck with sudden realization. Orochimaru's analysis was indeed astute. Time was not in their favor, but rather aligned with their adversaries. The longer the conflict persisted, the more fortified the enemy's frontline stronghold would become, and the smoother their logistical support would flow. Eventually, reclaiming lost territory would prove to be an arduous task. Additionally, given the nature of the hidden mist ninjas, should they establish a solid foothold, Konoha would find itself under relentless pressure. It seems that this counteroffensive is indeed necessary. It is not merely about repelling the enemy. Instilling fear and curbing their morale would also serve a purpose. At the very least, it would instigate a sense of caution, deterring them from making reckless advances. Orochimaru is correct, and I wholeheartedly support this counteroffensive, proclaimed a civilian Nin, raising his hand in agreement with Orochimaru's strategy. Aoi cast a glance at the esteemed Jonin. Perceiving the faade of consensus, one Jonin raised his hand in agreement, followed suit by the others. Even the astute members of the Nara clan, known for their intelligence, joined in, affirming the commander's analysis. With unanimous consent established, Orochimaru, as the frontline commander, found his subsequent tasks considerably simplified. He commenced issuing commands, delegating numerous responsibilities to various teams and groups, mobilizing his subordinates to prepare for battle and gather supplies. The preparations alone would demand 1 to 2 days. As for the strategies for counteroffensive maneuvers, Orochimaru was well prepared, having distributed a task scroll to each individual present, instructing them to act according to its directives. In the end, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards the leaders of the Uchiha and Aburame clans. Uchiha Fugaku, he stated with gravity, given that you are the vanguard of our forces, I intend to assign you the most formidable challenge. What say you? Leave it to me. I shall ensure the task is accomplished, Uchiha Fugaku replied, his demeanor solemn as he accepted the task scroll. Upon hearing this, Aoba couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Rest assured, you shall not savor any favorable outcomes thereafter. As for the leader of the Oil Woman clan, Orochimaru tantalizingly withheld further details. However, Aoba smirked internally, choosing to remain silent and curious about the unfolding events. Noticing that the leader of the Oil Woman clan exhibited no signs of impatience, Orochimaru ceased his cryptic demeanor and directly handed her a scroll. Given the formidable strength of the clan leader and her possession of colossal ninja insects, I concluded that entrusting this task to you would be the wisest course of action. In the depths of her heart, Ayen harbored unspoken grievances. Clearly, you two have forged a pact with the Dragon Cave, possessing the ability to summon colossal spirit beasts on your own. Yet, you chose to target me instead. Nevertheless, Aoyan accepted the mission scroll, for in the hierarchy of authority, higher ranks often wield overwhelming power. Yet, after taking it, a sense of foreboding lingered within her. She could only hope this individual was not laying a trap for her. As the group exited the tent, Ayen prepared to depart. At that moment, someone called out to her. It was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, Oil Woman clan leader. Do you have a moment to converse privately? Qingye remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Feel free to converse as you wish, he implied. Subsequently, Uchiha Fugaku led the way, with Qingye following closely behind. The two arrived at the Uchiha clan's encampment and entered a tent. The tent of the Uchiha clan leader exuded a sense of depth and sophistication. Inside, tatami mats adorned the floor, and a square table occupied the center. Surrounded by various decorative items, the space was impeccably clean and orderly. Uchiha invited Qingye to take a seat. The two knelt across from each other at the table, and Uchiha Fugaku poured a cup of green tea for Qingye. Observing Uchiha Fugaku, Qingye pondered. Since Uchiha Fugaku seemed disinclined to speak, he too refrained from initiating conversation. He lifted the teacup, intending to savor the delicate flavor of the brew. The Oil Woman clan was inherently passive, engaging in a test of patience to see who could outlast whom. Uchiha Fugaku regarded the leader of the Oil Woman clan, though they consumed teacup after cup. Not a word was exchanged. This left him in a state of bewilderment. He had not anticipated the Oil Woman clan to be so taciturn. Reluctantly, he resolved to break the silence. He was curious about the Oil Woman clan leader's perspective on the current situation. I ask for your opinion. Yet you suggest I observe with my eyes. Is this a slight against me? He mused, exhaling deeply. No need for anger. No need for anger. Uchiha Fugaku released a sigh of frustration. The Oil Woman clan's demeanor was indeed perplexing, necessitating a more forthright approach. He then reiterated his intentions and posed his inquiry once more. What I am asking is your view on the strategy devised by the third Hokage. He continued. Considering the present circumstances as the conflict progresses, it may ultimately mirror the First Shinobi World War, with Konoha becoming the focal point of animosity. Qingye spoke candidly, acknowledging that due to insufficient military strength and an excessively lengthy defense line, they were unable to adequately protect all fronts. Thus, the third Hokage had devised a conservative defensive strategy, preserving strength, exhausting the enemy, and hoping that the adversary would falter first, leading to a natural opportunity for negotiation. While the intention was commendable, such an initial conservatism would only embolden the enemy. Furthermore, as time progressed and the enemy incurred greater losses, the four great ninja villages would inevitably seek to recoup their losses, making any future compromise far less likely and instead provoking relentless assaults on Konoha. Indeed, Konoha's geographical position was far from advantageous. Uchiha Fugaku grasped Qingye's perspective and nodded in agreement. Unlike other ninja villages that were either adjacent to one or two other villages, Konoha occupied a unique location, situated in the midst of the 5 great ninja villages and bordering all 4 of the major ones, which contributed to the extensive length of its defense line. The geographical situation was exceedingly disadvantageous. Konoha's conditions were also unfavorable, not due to a scarcity of resources, but rather an abundance that could easily incite the covetousness of others. Observing Qingye's agreement with his viewpoint, Uchiha Fugaku continued, stating that the third Hokage's conservative strategy, which emphasized defense over offense, was unlikely to endure and would instead provoke a desire for aggression in the enemy. It was evident from the previous actions of the Oil Woman clan leader that she did not endorse the strategy formulated by the third Hokage. Qingye paused momentarily as she lifted her teacup, inwardly cursing. How I long for their conflict to intensify, she thought. Yet, such sentiments could not be uttered aloud. Qingye cleared his throat modestly, stating, I am merely following Lord Orochimaru's orders to boost morale, nothing more. However, Uchiha Fugaku was not amused, casting a sidelong glance at Qingye. He bluntly remarked, why should the leader of the Yamanaka clan play coy? The situation before us is abundantly clear. Only those in the higher echelons of the Hokage building remain lost in a haze of unrealistic fantasies. Upon hearing this, Qingye quickly interjected, fearing what the Uchiha leader might say next. What Fugaku implied was that the Yamanaka clan, well aware of the Uchiha's current plight, should consider collaboration, as both clans faced impending change. By the bear's paw, I have no desire to entangle myself with your Uchiha clan, he thought. Who could predict whether they might one day be deemed a threat to the village, facing annihilation? Indeed, he conceded, our clans share some similarities. Your Uchiha clan, once exalted, now seeks to descend from its lofty heights, aspiring to integrate with the Konoha ninja community to improve its own circumstances. Meanwhile, the Yamanaka clan aims to rise from obscurity, striving to become one of the esteemed clans of Konoha. Both clans harbor their own ambitions, but they entail sacrifices. The Uchiha clan must break free from the confines of the police force, engage in warfare, and forge bonds with Konoha. Otherwise, you would not be here on the front lines, participating in battle, would you? Qingye continued. As for the Yamanaka clan, we must prove our worth by taking part in this conflict, achieving merit, and establishing our prestige. But can you, as the Uchiha leader, truly manage your clan? To put it another way, do you possess the requisite influence, Fugaku Uchiha? If not, why should I consider collaboration? That would only invite trouble. Furthermore, I have no desire to offend your 2 sons, both of whom are rather unhinged. Uchiha Itachi, brainwashed to fight for the village and for his beloved brother, would not hesitate to eradicate the Uchiha clan without a second thought. Uchiha Sasuke is even more ruthless, sparing no one in his quest. In pursuit of his brother, he would go as far as to unearth the ashes of the 4 Hokages, demanding to know why they treated his brother so poorly. I certainly do not wish to be in their crosshairs. Yet, the truth remained unsaid. Words that lingered on the tip of his tongue were transformed into a different narrative. While Fugaku's reasoning bears merit, how might we cooperate? With the strength of our 2 clans, it appears improbable that we can alter the current circumstances. I believe the Uchiha leader should seek to unite more ninja clans to deliberate on this matter, for alone, we cannot change the status quo. We cannot even overcome the challenge posed by Orochimaru. The leader of the Oil Woman clan's ability to articulate so much signifies her genuine intentions, however. Seeking collaboration with other ninja clans is far from simple. Upon hearing that they belong to the Uchiha clan, the other clans are often quick to retreat in fear. Leader of the Oil Woman clan, you are aware of our clan's circumstances. Might you assist us in establishing connections with the other clans? Hee. Our Oil Woman clan is small in number. Do you think anyone would be willing to place their bets alongside us? When Uchiha Fugaku uttered these words, it became evident that this Uchiha leader lacked political acuity. War is merely an extension of politics, and to alter the current state of affairs, one must employ political strategies. In truth, the major ninja clans have already begun to unite, as evidenced by the banner battles at the village entrance, the power struggles within the medical department, and the overt and covert conflicts within the Umbu. All these factors indicate a budding alliance among the clans. The decisive battleground will be the election of the 4th Hokage, with everyone searching for their preferred candidate. Originally, it was Kakashi Hatake, but he has now been undermined. At this stage, it is prudent to prepare for battle and strive to survive this conflict. Upon concluding her statement, the leader of the Oil Woman clan stood up, intending to take her leave. Reluctantly, Uchiha Fugaku abandoned his efforts to persuade her. She was right. The best course of action now is simply to endure through the war. However, just as Aoi was about to lift the curtain and depart, he paused, turning to face Uchiha Fugaku. The forthcoming battles are likely to be exceedingly brutal. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Oil Woman encampment. Uchiha Fugaku, recognizing the goodwill extended towards him, felt that his words had not been in vain. He nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, leader of the Oil Woman clan. If I encounter any troubles, I shall certainly seek your assistance." Aoyan nodded slightly and then exited the tent. Upon witnessing the departure of the Oil Woman clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku resumed his seat, lost in contemplative thoughts. Aoba departed from the Uchiha camp and returned to the Oil Woman clan's encampment. Upon entering the tent, the clan leader logged off and Aoba logged in. Subsequently, Aoba retrieved the scroll entrusted to him by Orochimaru. Upon opening it, his pupils constricted. He carefully stowed the scroll away, idly toying with it, a faint smile of intrigue gracing his lips. This was indeed captivating. Orochimaru had unwittingly divulged to him that there were plans to ambush Aoba himself. Furthermore, the scroll indicated that the assailant was undoubtedly the lurking Danzo. Was Orochimaru merely extending a gesture of goodwill, or did he harbor ulterior motives? It appeared that this forthcoming counteroffensive from Konoha would be fraught with unforeseen complications. Under the verdant foliage, the clan leader made his appearance, summoning the elder of the Western Mountain to confer with him. The anticipated counteroffensive commenced, with various teams and groups fully prepared. Shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, and an assortment of medicinal pills were all meticulously arranged. It is worth mentioning that since the arrival of the Oil Woman clan's formidable nin bugs, the supply of resources in Konohagakure has been consistently ample, making the logistical units the most at ease among the frontline forces. Currently, the logistics department has become a stronghold for the Oil Woman clan. It is an undeniable fact that only they possess the ability to command these large nin bugs. This is precisely why the clan leader had invested in cultivating an abundance of nin bugs initially. As long as the Oil Woman clan maintains control over the logistics division, they can preserve a significant portion of their resources throughout this conflict. While the Oil Woman clan can excel in intelligence operations, many other ninja, including those from the Uchiha clan, are equally capable in the realm of intelligence. However, when it comes to transportation logistics, it appears that only the Oil Woman clan is truly suitable for the task. Aoyan has redefined the identity of the Oil Woman clan, transitioning from intelligence operatives to transport workers. While it appears that their status has diminished, their chances of survival have notably increased. Aoba envisions the conflict between Konohagakure and the 4 great ninja villages as a situation where he, The opportunistic fisherman shall reap the benefits of their struggle. However, he will not sacrifice his own comrades in the process. Chapter 101 marks the day when Aoba takes center stage on the battlefield. The counteroffensive from Konoha is proceeding methodically. Aside from the ninjas stationed to guard the fortresses and defensive lines, every available ninja has been mobilized. Qingye set out, bearing the body of the Oil Woman clan leader. The tasks assigned to their intelligence team were minimal. Their primary responsibility was to relay information from various battlefields to the command center, thereby facilitating Orochimaru's strategic oversight of the warfront. Qingye gently patted Yun Feng on the shoulder. "You are aware of the mission. Fulfill it diligently." "Yes, Chief," Yun Feng replied solemnly. Meanwhile, the chief had to confront a formidable adversary directly. An elite Jonin, along with an enormous shinobi insect, represented an irreplaceable force in battle. Orochimaru insisted that the clan leader must be present. With the command issued, Qingye had no choice but to comply, delegating the intelligence team's task to his subordinates. Assuming the mantle of the clan leader, Qingye accompanied a frontline unit to the battlefield. Orochimaru had assigned him to a hostile fortress. His task was to impede the powerful foes within, allowing the troops below to breach the stronghold. With a swift motion, the frontline unit stealthily advanced, skillfully concealing their presence as they approached the enemy's defenses. However, Qingye abruptly halted. He gazed skyward. The once clear azure expanse was now marred by encroaching clouds. The sea breeze had begun to blow, carrying the scent of damp salt water. Alas, it seems fortune does not favor Konoha today. Let us hope for no torrential rain or fierce gales. The clan leader's body was merely of ordinary constitution and lacked the Rinnegan, rendering him unable to discern the distant situation. His sensory abilities were limited, complicating battlefield awareness. Yet Qingye had a plan. Adjusting the sunglasses, he revealed a peculiar sight beneath. The clan leader's right eye exhibited an unusual glimmer, displaying a multitude of images. This was a projection puppet, capable of connecting to the sub-eye puppet, sharing the visuals it captured. Just days prior, Qingye had created a stir along the mist-hidden line under the guise of the clan leader. Would he forego such a prime opportunity to plant his eyes? In truth, that day's operation was not merely as Orochimaru described, a multifaceted strategy, but instead, an intricate scheme with an ulterior motive. The first four objectives were merely a ruse. The fifth and true purpose was Qingye's own ambition. Would an employee assist a competitor in boosting their performance? Such a notion was absurd. One must prioritize their own gains first. Thus, the reality was that Qingye, disguised as the clan leader, reveled in the chaos, while the intelligence team covertly observed below, and his true self was stealthily implanting eyes. Now, the entire front line was saturated with Qingye's surveillance. The sub-eye puppets were dispersed throughout the battlefield. As the head of the intelligence team, he was acutely aware of the situation at hand. Identifying the optimal locations for surveillance was a trivial endeavor. He had invested significantly this time, deploying a staggering 300 sub-eye puppets across the front lines, exhausting the Yun clan's annual budget in one fell swoop. Qingye had to provide an explanation to Elder Beishan upon his return. However, in comparison to the rewards reaped, this slight investment was trivial. Subsequently, Qingye crafted 2 projection mother gu, one for each eye, enabling communication across the entire battlefield through their subordinate eye gu. One of the projection mother gu was embedded within the right eye of the clan leader, while the other remained with Qingye. With one in the light and the other in the shadows, they commanded the entire battlefield. Was today the day for Konoha's counterattack against the hidden mist village? Nonsense. Today was the day for Qingye to dominate the battlefield. The tool-like clan leader had mobilized, and the main body was ready to take action. Qingye left a shadow clone within the chieftain's tent before stealthily making his exit. Even Elder Shishan, who stood guard outside, remained oblivious to his departure. The colossal earthworm scuttled along the subterranean passages, guiding Qingye through the depths. During the past few days, Qingye had not been idle, confined within the chieftain's tent. Rather, he had excavated an expansive underground base on the battlefield. Thanks to the digging techniques acquired from the roots, the tunneling skills he had mastered, he swiftly created a subterranean space measuring 100 meters in length, 20 meters in width, and 10 meters in height. Within this space, Qingye summoned numerous shadow clones, meticulously arrayed in a square formation. At the forefront of the space stood an earthen platform, upon which rested a long table fashioned from stone. At that moment, ripples akin to water appeared upon the platform's surface, and a large cockroach emerged, bearing a figure aloft. The person was none other than Qingye himself. As he arrived in this underground sanctuary, all the shadow clones opened their eyes in unison, directing enigmatic smiles towards him. Qingye nodded to the shadow clones, subsequently expelling an eye. The eye rotated, its black pupil glistening, and from its base emerged 6 insect-like appendages, which then hopped onto the long table. The photographic puppet settled on the table, and as its pupil constricted, it began to emit a radiant light. A luminous screen appeared on the wall before the puppet, which gradually multiplied, projecting various battlefield scenarios. Orochimaru's counteroffensive aimed to avenge the previous loss of 10 fortresses, making the strategic objective of this assault the complete annihilation of the enemy's 10 strongholds. No more could be afforded, for the forces were limited, and the third Hokage loomed heavily above. This endeavor was seen as a means to reclaim the principal, with the interest to be addressed later. As the projections on the wall proliferated, the images relayed by over 100 sub-eyes were unveiled. The wall was soon filled with a multitude of screens. In a thicket, an eye opened upon a tree trunk, the sub-eye turning its gaze towards the infiltrating leaf ninjas below, led by an elder of the Hyuga clan. In a river valley, upon a pebble by the bank, another eye opened, narrowing its pupil and extending its vision towards a small team wading through the water, commanded by a jonin of the Inuzuka clan. Amidst some bushes, several leaf ninjas lay in ambush, concealed in the grass and preparing to launch a surprise attack on the mist ninjas. Unbeknownst to them, an eye had opened within a nearby lily, observing their every move. Not only were the leaf's maneuvers under scrutiny, the defenses of the mist village were equally monitored by Qingye's eyes. On the cover of a hidden fort in the mist, an eye opened, watching a mist ninja patrol back and forth. Beyond these sights, a stone, a piece of dead wood, a flower, and even a blade of grass could have been infused with Qingye's watchful gaze. At that moment, a scene suddenly shifted. The projection puppet manipulated the image, magnifying it for display upon the wall, revealing a leaf ninja stealthily attacking a mist ninja, swiftly covering the latter's mouth and nose from behind, using a kunai to slice at their throat. Following this decisive action, his squad infiltrated the mist's hidden fortress, executing their assault with precision and silence, swiftly eliminating the mist ninjas within. Qingye nodded subtly. Has it already begun? He turned to the rows of shadow clones and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Esteemed colleagues, I entrust this task to you. We are one and the same, it is only fitting. Hundreds of shadow clones returned the gesture, their voices harmonizing in unison. The scene was profoundly bizarre, an indescribable awe enveloping the atmosphere. Ha! Indeed, it is as it should be. After a hearty laugh, Qingye mounted the mighty earthworm and proceeded to the front lines to reap the rewards. Chapter 102. Capturing a wild ice release ninja within a concealed fortress. 3 mist ninjas lay in silent ambush. One of their comrades had ventured out on patrol. A long-haired, somewhat effeminate mist ninja crouched at a lookout, intently observing the movements outside. At that moment, he sensed something amiss and turned to inquire. How long has Fujiwara been gone? Perhaps a dozen minutes, replied one mist ninja. Typically, a full patrol takes about 9 minutes. It's unusual for him to be absent for this long. Could something have gone awry? Another mist ninja, now on high alert, stood up, his demeanor shifting to one of unease. Perhaps he merely needed to relieve himself, the original lookout jested, attempting to lighten the mood. After all, one cannot defecate within the fortress, though there are exceptions in times of urgency. However, the long-haired ninja was not so easily comforted. A grim expression settled upon his face as he glanced back at the lookout. This time, he caught a whiff of a peculiar scent, faint yet unmistakable. This is bad. Something has happened. Fujiwara has been killed. It must be Konoha. Before he could finish his thought, a loud explosion erupted. The entire fortress quaked in response. In the aftermath of the explosion, a massive breach was torn into the fortress's roof, smoke billowing forth. Suddenly, something shot into the fortress. The 3 mist ninjas hastily retreated, bracing for a potential ambush by Konoha ninjas. Yet, there were no Konoha ninjas, nor any ambush, only 3 spherical objects. Upon seeing the spheres on the ground, the long-haired ninja gasped. This is not good, it's poisonous gas. Hisses. However, the warning from the long-haired ninja came too late. 3 spheres spun rapidly, releasing a copious amount of purple gas. The dark fortress was a confined space, and not very large. Within mere moments, the toxic gas emitted by the 3 gas bombs filled the entire fortress. The ninjas from the Leaf Village were exceedingly cruel, resorting to the use of poisonous gas. Inhaling excessive amounts of this gas could induce unconsciousness, and being flammable and explosive, a mere spark could ignite the entire fortress once filled with the toxic fumes. At that point, the three of them would be left to face a fiery demise. At this moment, one of the mist ninjas could no longer bear it. He dashed into the toxic smoke and leapt through the breach of the fortress, attempting to tear open an escape route. Water release. Kill. The sounds of battle echoed. Subsequently, the escaping mist ninja fell silent, never to be heard from again. Damn it! The long-haired ninja cursed silently, acutely aware that his companion had been dealt with. The enemy clearly aimed to force them out, then converged to annihilate them completely. The long-haired man was not inclined to sit idly by. He formed hand seals and exhaled a chilling breath toward the breach. Ice release, snow breath. Crack. The opening of the fortress was entirely sealed in ice, preventing the leaf ninjas outside from igniting the toxic gas and obliterating them. He intended to flee, but alas, he lacked the ability to use earth release. Otherwise, he would have escaped. The long-haired ninja turned to search for another companion, who presumably possessed earth release. Cough, cough. The toxic smoke thickened. Having inhaled too much gas, the long-haired ninja felt his vision blur, and he struggled to maintain consciousness. He had to escape quickly. Navigating through the poisonous gas, he found another companion. Yet, rather than joy, he felt dread, for his companion stood motionless, face contorted in agony, as if striving to break free from some form of restraint. The long-haired ninja observed a nail-like object pinning down his companion's shadow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he thought, "Oh no, it is the shadow secret technique of the leaf. A leaf ninja must have infiltrated." He had to assist his companion in breaking the shadow technique. However, just as the long-haired ninja intended to act, he discovered that he too was rendered immobile. A similar nail-like object pinned down his own shadow. At that moment, within the dark fortress, amidst the toxic gas, a figure slowly materialized. From nothingness to presence, it abruptly manifested before the long-haired ninja. Was it the body flicker technique? When had it infiltrated? As Qingye transformed into an adult figure, he smiled amiably at the long-haired ninja before him. This long-haired ninja was none other than a wielder of the ice release Kekkei Genkai, renowned as a member of the illustrious Yuki clan. How fortunate indeed. As the mission commenced, he had captured a wild ice ninja right from the start. What a promising beginning. Such a bountiful yield on his inaugural hunt piqued his interest in the myriad treasures this battlefield might hold. Under Qingye's scrutinizing gaze, the long-haired ninja felt a chill run down his spine. He stiffened at the unsettling attention directed towards him. Although his soft features had led many to misidentify his gender, he was undeniably male. How could one not notice the Adam's apple? Surely, this individual before him was not some sort of pervert. Furthermore, was it not common for his clan to possess such androgynous traits? He had not chosen this fate himself. Regret seeped into the long-haired man's thoughts. Being born into the Yuki clan felt like a curse. Rather than endure the indignity of such lewd scrutiny, he would prefer to perish at the hands of a Konoha ninja. Yet, a far more horrifying spectacle awaited the long-haired ninja. He watched in horror as the individual before him opened wide his mouth, unleashing a grotesque, eight-legged creature that was utterly repulsive. To his utter dismay, this person proceeded to brandish the abominable creature, flipping it over to confront his face. Its belly, adorned with a ring of suction cups, oozed an unidentifiable slime that seemed to writhe unsettlingly. The long-haired ninja was enveloped in revulsion. How could such a revolting insect exist? Before he could muster a struggle, Qingye pressed the eight-legged monstrosity against his face, and runes began to materialize on the skin of the long-haired ninja's cheeks. The face-hugging bug, a Bagua-sealing curse, had effectively ensnared this ice ninja. With his objective achieved, Qingye resolved to depart. He placed one hand reassuringly on the long-haired ninja's shoulder while the other formed a hand seal. Gradually, their bodies began to sink into the ground, as though they had never been there at all. As for the other mist ninja within the dark fortress, he found himself immobilized by the shadow nail curse. Unable to move. At that moment, he had inhaled a substantial amount of toxic gas and succumbed to unconsciousness. The silence lingered within the fortress for an extended period until the Konoha ninja could no longer contain his impatience. He broke through the dark fortress, only to discover the incapacitated mist ninja, who had failed to endure even 3 minutes. An utter disgrace, the worst team of mist ninjas he had ever encountered. Muttering under his breath, the Konoha ninja delivered a final blow to the fallen mist warrior. To avoid alerting the mist village headquarters, the Konoha operative had opted for stealthy assassination. However, as is often the case, unforeseen circumstances were bound to arise. Traditionally, ninjas were designed for covert operations. Yet in the current ninja world, jutsu had become so ornate and extravagant that it created a sense of dissonance. Moreover, such flamboyant techniques naturally attracted attention. Thus, Qingye surmised that Konoha's assassination mission would soon be compromised. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from ahead. In the dense forest, Aoba embodied the form of the Oil Clan matriarch, leaping gracefully as images flickered within her right eye. The photographic mother insect, attached to the matriarch, could connect with only a limited number of subordinate eye insects, merely a dozen or so, all stationed along this front line. Yet, this was sufficient for the matriarch to command the battlefield effectively. At present, the visuals revealed several leaf ninjas breaching a concealed fortress, consisting of 3 individuals, a Hyuga clan ninja, an Inuzuka clan ninja, and a civilian ninja. They stealthily infiltrated the stronghold, eliminating the guards with lethal precision. The Hyuga ninja flicked the blood from his kunai and nodded to his comrades. This small squad pressed forward, having taken the fortress, with several more strongholds yet ahead. Although they aspired to continue their silent assassinations and dismantle all the fortifications before the Mist Village, the enemy ninjas were not to be underestimated. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from a nearby fortress, sending a plume of fire soaring into the sky, resembling a brilliant firework. It appeared that a mist ninja, still clinging to life, had detonated themselves, taking the infiltrating leaf ninjas with them. From the onset of the battle, death had become an inevitable companion. The matriarch gazed at the fireworks above, hoping for a moment of delay from the enemy. She signaled to several nearby squads. Since their cover was blown, they must accelerate their actions. Within another fortress, a mist ninja peered through a lookout, spotting the distant fireworks. Instantly, he sprang to his feet, shouting to the other mist ninjas within, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quick! Send a signal to the rear fortifications. Leaf Village is upon us." Before he could finish, a shadow loomed above the stronghold. The matriarch raised her hand, inserting it into the lookout with a swift, singular motion. From her sleeve, numerous red-armored centipedes emerged, each as thick as an arm, slithering into the lookout. The air was soon filled with horrified screams, as the mist ninjas were swiftly overwhelmed and strangled by the matriarch's centipedes. Having dispatched the defenders of this fortress, the matriarch scanned her surroundings, noting the absence of any bloodline limit ninjas, before continuing her advance towards the next stronghold. However, not every leaf ninja possessed the matriarch's formidable prowess. At that moment, another firework burst into the air, followed by flames erupting across the entire mist defense line. A cacophony of explosions illuminating the night sky. The mist had fully realized the intentions of the leaf ninjas. A tremendous explosion reverberated ahead, as a figure surged through the dense forest and ascended into the air. The clan leader's right eye flickered, connecting with the nearby sub-eye curse to assess the situation. It became apparent that this mist-hidden ninja was extraordinary, with a talisman affixed to the rim of his right eye. In a swift motion, he tore away the talisman, revealing a peculiar eye, an eye of Byakugan. A sense of foreboding washed over the clan leader. Damn it, he had forgotten that during the Third Great Ninja War, the mist-hidden village had acquired a Byakugan, the last time Ao was invited to the Hyuga clan to treat Hinata Zotai's meridians. He had heard from the Hyuga clansmen about their ambush, which had resulted in the death of a member of the main house and left Elder Zotai grievously injured in his attempt to reclaim his clansman Si. Who would have thought that a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan would appear in the enemy's ranks? The Byakugan was blue. This individual was an elite jonin from the mist-hidden village, who had previously seen through the Jinjutsu cast on the 4th Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura. His Byakugan was typically sealed, only to be unleashed when necessary. Compared to Kakashi's later, permanently activated Sharingan, this was far more practical. With this person present, their surprise attack plan was utterly thwarted. Moreover, if the enemy possessed a Byakugan, their actions were effectively under the enemy's control from the very beginning. Curse be it, the Byakugan belonged to their clan. The Hyuga ninja earlier had a vicious look in his eyes, veins bulging around them. Naturally, the Hyuga clan understood the implications of this Byakugan. The grudge over the stolen eye could not go unavenged. The clan leader rose, drawing a kunai from his waist, and addressed his surrounding squad. Prepare for close combat. The ambush has failed, and we must engage in direct confrontation. Even Ao had not anticipated the presence of a Byakugan on the enemy's side. Resorting to close quarters was unavoidable. As for Orochimaru, it was uncertain whether he was aware of this intelligence. If he was, it would indeed be intriguing. Was he planning to leave the clan leader behind? The force led by the clan leader ceased to conceal their presence and swiftly traversed the forest. Before long, the vanguard encountered the mist-hidden ninja. Water release, hidden mist technique. Several mist-hidden shinobi collaborated to expel a vast cloud of mist, enveloping the battlefield in a thick fog, within which the figures of the mist-hidden ninja vanished instantaneously. A scream pierced the air. A leaf ninja had already fallen victim to a surprise attack. However, the Hyuga clan was unperturbed by mere mist, for the Byakugan allowed them to perceive the chakra flowing within their adversaries. Thus, this dense fog could not obscure their vision. The Hyuga clan, fueled by determination to reclaim that Byakugan, charged boldly into the mist. Byakugan, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Mist hidden assassination technique. Bang, bang. The sound of battle erupted within the fog. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Outside, the ninjas of Konohagakure commenced their techniques to disperse the fog. The battlefield echoed with the sounds of various ninjutsu being unleashed in rapid succession. Amidst the thick mist, a hidden mist ninja was forming hand seals, poised to launch a surprise attack on a Leaf Village ninja. However, a figure materialized behind him. Alarmed, the hidden mist ninja sensed something amiss. But his reaction was already too late. A kunai was pressed against his neck. With a tremor in his hand, the clan leader swiftly ended his life. Shaking off the blood from the kunai, the clan leader gazed at the convulsing body of the hidden mist ninja and shook his head in disappointment. What a pity. If only it were a bloodline limit, I would have taken him in as well. Once again, Qingye, embodying the form of the clan leader, plunged into the mists, embarking on a relentless hunt. The presence of the Byakugan within the mist-hidden village caused the plans of Konoha to become increasingly exposed. Battles erupted across the various hidden fortifications along the Mist's defensive line. Meanwhile, Konoha mobilized its entire front, with other squads and teams launching feigned attacks to stall the forces of the Mist, providing cover for the 10 primary teams. On Qingye's end, he adeptly utilized the surveillance capabilities of the Xiang-gu to acquire comprehensive information across the battlefield. The entire northwest of Jin, no, the entire front was in disarray, presenting a prime opportunity for his covert endeavors. Ostensibly, Qingye fought under the guise of the clan leader, but clandestinely, he gathered spoils from the battlefield. Among the chaos, he discovered various Kekkei Genkai ninjas and the life force of fallen ninjas, which he could harvest using the wedding dress gu, a valuable asset for survival. The esteemed Ryasha clan could trade a single life for another. Here, a single gu could yield a life. What better time than amidst war to amass several lives? If not for personal use, they could serve as favors to others. The Mist-Hidden Village was renowned among the 5 great shinobi countries for its abundance of Kekkei Genkai. Within its ranks lay not only ice release, boil release, and dissolution release, but also the rare Shikatsu Miyaku, undeniably a testament to the Ōtsutsuki lineage. The clan's very name, Kagaya, bore no relation to the legendary Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, an absurdity indeed. Qingye pondered whether, by merging the bloodlines of the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Kagaya clans, he could ascend to the status of Ōtsutsuki himself. When the day would come that Ōtsutsuki knocked upon his door, he could even claim familial ties and strengthen his standing. Additionally, the Mist-Hidden Village was home to the likes of the Suigetsu and the Fugu Demon, ninjas of the Fishman lineage. Qingye was particularly intrigued by the Suigetsu's bloodline, which seemed to possess an extraordinary affinity for water release, wielding powers far beyond those of ordinary water ninjas. He had first-hand experience of their prowess, narrowly escaping a fate that could have claimed the life of the clan leader. Observing from a battlefield vantage point, Qingye witnessed the ferocious clash between Konoha and Mist ninjas, each battling with lethal intent. Minds were reduced to chaos. Yet Qingye had no intention of intervening. He had already contributed his share by participating in the fight under the guise of the clan leader. His true self, a mere specter, was non-existent, a relentless harvesting machine devoid of emotion. Business and personal affairs must remain distinct. Much like a diligent employee clocking in for work, he saw no conflict in attending to personal matters once off the clock. Unlike certain individuals who, while present in the office, indulged in private pursuits, the likes of Danzo and Orochimaru were surely lurking in the shadows, tending to their own agendas. Qingye, however, distinguished himself by maintaining dual identities, one as the Oil Clan leader, a steadfast inheritor of the Will of Fire, fighting valiantly for Konoha's ultimate victory, and the other as a ghostly figure on the battlefield, devoted to the future of the shinobi world. He truly exemplified the separation of public and private spheres, and both identities held the promise of a bright future. Before my eyes, a leaf village ninja was engulfed by a dense plume of gas, causing his entire being to begin to dissolve. How tragic indeed. Qingye shook his head and gazed at the individual emitting gas. The technique was executed by a mist ninja, adeptly wielding a century-old technique. Even the Jainin could not withstand it. This was the boiling release, capable of unleashing corrosive gas to attack foes. It was likely inherited from the six-tailed rhinoceros beetle. Chapter 104. Understanding the rules of the Jianghu. Now is the time for mutual praise. With extensive range and formidable power, the boiling release ninja dominated this small battlefield. A Konoha ninja remarked, "We must utilize wind release to prevent the gas from reaching us." This statement enlightened them. Indeed, the key was to obstruct the corrosive gas. Immediately, two Konoha ninjas skilled in wind release stepped forward. Wind release, great breakthrough. X2. A fierce gust swept through, driving back the encroaching gas. TCH. The mist ninja wielding the boiling release scoffed, thinking they were unaware of the inherent weakness of his technique. He quickly rallied his mist comrades. Brothers, stand shoulder to shoulder. Wind release, violent wind palm. X4. For mist ninjas advanced, employing wind release as well. Their combined force was certainly greater than that of the two Konoha ninjas, and the corrosive gas began to drift toward Konoha. As the foul yellow gas approached once more, the Konoha team could no longer remain passive, and two more individuals emerged to generate wind. In an instant, both sides escalated their efforts, puffing out their cheeks to blow wind at one another. Aoyan could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment as he observed the scene. What exactly were these two sides doing? Were they merely acting? Would they continue to engage in this conflict? He felt a compelling urge to intervene personally. Yet, there were still some who, despite their inclinations, harbored a modicum of shame within. They understood that this stalemate could not persist and resolved to take action to break the deadlock, utilizing earth manipulation and a beheading technique in their minds. A Konoha ninja emerged from the ground, seizing the legs of a boiling release ninja with both hands, intending to drag him underground. A grave mistake. The nearby mist ninja, incensed, ceased their wind manipulation and launched a shuriken from behind. With a thud, the outstretched hands were struck by the shuriken. Yet the Konoha ninja underground refused to relinquish their grip. With a sudden, forceful tug, the boiling release ninja was pulled into the earth. The verdant leaves stirred. As he employed the art of subaqueous travel, submerging into the earth, a fortuitous opportunity. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside the two entangled individuals. Within the soil, the boiling release ninja recklessly unleashed his technique, saturating the confined underground with a noxious, corrosive gas. The Konoha ninja emitted a piercing scream, yet he persisted, thrusting his kunai relentlessly toward the boiling release ninja. Both were intent on extinguishing one another, a cycle of vengeance that seemed unending. Truly, the ninja world was a distortion of reality. With a heavy sigh, Qingye expelled the 5 poisons goo. The goo infiltrated the subterranean chamber, unleashing 2 scorpion-tail venomous needles at the combatants, who promptly succumbed into unconsciousness. Simultaneously, the 5 poisons goo inhaled deeply, drawing all the corrosive gas into itself, revitalizing the entire underground space. The green leaves gradually revealed their form, gazing at the two individuals. It was as though they had met their mutual demise. There was no other way. The lives of the two had been claimed by the green leaves. The verdant leaves released 2 bridal attire goo, enveloping the two individuals in a crimson shroud. When the bridal attire goo activated its ability to strip away powers, the red exterior manifested, whereas a pale green covering emerged during the grafting ability. The bridal attire goo commenced the process of siphoning off the chakra, physical strength, mental fortitude, and even the bloodline limits from the two. In a precautionary measure, Qingye utilized the blood pattern goo to extract the bodily essence of a boiling escape ninja. Having completed this task, he turned and departed, leaving the 2 corpses in their original position, forever entwined in fate, both in life and in death. The underground base had witnessed the vanishing of a shadow clone. Upon retracting the clone, an image surfaced in Qingye's mind. It was a ninja of the Hyuga clan, specifically a member of the esteemed main family. To his surprise, it was Zongtai, an elder of the Hyuga clan, who had also partaken in this battle. However, Elder Zongtai's condition was dire. He was on the brink of death. The shadow clone had conveyed this vision as a reminder that the Byakugan should be reclaimed. Previously, while aiding Elder Zongtai in healing his chakra pathways, Qingye had placed a goo on him. Due to Zongtai's status within the main family, he lacked the caged bird seal on his forehead, allowing for the Byakugan to be utilized once removed. Thus, Zongtai was the most probable source from whom Qingye could acquire the Byakugan. Initially, he had intended to wait until the elder's natural demise to reclaim those eyes. However, the stubborn old man insisted on joining the battlefield to contend with the younger generation, now finding himself in a perilous situation that could very well cost him his life. Having lived for so many years, dying on the battlefield at this age would be a worthy end. After all, the average lifespan of a ninja is notably short, with the Hyuga clan being no exception to this harsh reality. Their elder had the safety of the branch family to shield him, delegating the more arduous tasks to them. Other clans did not enjoy such fortunate conditions. Take the Oil Girl clan, for instance, among the ninjas of the same age as Elder Beishan. Only Elder Shishan and 2 others remained, totaling merely 4. Elder Zongtai's indifference to death was inconsequential to Qingye. He merely lamented the loss of those precious eyes. He licked his lips, for the evolved Rinnegan that stemmed from the Byakugan was indeed a coveted treasure. With the Rinnegan, one could cleave through tailed beast bombs, and even challenge the Sage of 6 Paths himself. With the breath-restraining bug and the concealment garment, Qingye traversed the battlefield like a specter. He needed to act swiftly before Elder Zongtai's warmth faded entirely and retrieve the pair of Byakugan. Meanwhile, before a mist-shrouded fortress, Hinata Zongtai led a battalion, intent on launching a fierce assault on the stronghold. However, they encountered the gatekeeper, Haishaliya. Haishaliya was the wielder of the lightning blade, one of the 7 legendary ninja blades of the mist, renowned for its unparalleled speed. Not only was Haishaliya a master of lightning release, but he was also an exceptional swordsman, with both skills complementing each other seamlessly. It was remarkable that he had survived the formidable Might Die, a testament to his prowess. Yet, facing an equally formidable opponent, the Hinata clan was renowned for their gentle fist and bagua palm techniques, both celebrated for their swiftness. Moreover, the Hinata clan's Kaiten was reputed for its absolute defense, matching Haishaliya's abilities. As the two engaged, the clash was a fierce exchange, a contest of speed where no outsider could intervene. The Byakugan and the 128 palms of bagua came into play. Elder Zongtai recognized that his opponent was a speed-oriented ninja. The 8 trigrams 64 palms could no longer keep pace, necessitating a doubling of his striking speed to match Haishaliya. With a phantom-like finesse, Elder Zongtai's palm strikes consistently intercepted the incoming sword attacks. Haishaliya, not to be outdone, wielded his dual lightning blades, creating a formidable curtain of blades that pressed toward his adversary. The impact resonated as Elder Zongtai struck against the dual swords, while Haishaliya countered with a strike upon Elder Zongtai's palms. They parted in midair, neither yielding in speed. Recognizing that mere velocity would not suffice to claim victory, Haishaliya leapt into the air, descending with a powerful slash. Utilizing lightning release, he unleashed a thunder strike. Unfazed, Elder Zongtai assumed the initial stance of the bagua palm. With a sphere of azure chakra coalescing, he manifested a defensive barrier that not only withstood Haishaliya's twin thunderous assaults, but also rebounded the attacks back toward him. Haishaliya narrowly evaded the counterattack, landing gracefully and gazing at Elder Zongtai with admiration. Indeed, the Byakugan and the Hinata clan were remarkable. Elder Zongtai, maintaining his bravado, scoffed at his opponent, dismissing the 7 ninja blades as mere triviality. Haishaliya's expression darkened. "Old man, do you not understand the rules of the arena? This is the time for mutual praise, and your dismissal leaves me with nothing to counter." Sighing, Haishaliya resolved that since the old man failed to appreciate the gravity of the situation, he would ensure the elder's demise. He plunged his dual swords into the ground and, looking up at Elder Zongtai, coldly declared, "Then prepare to receive my next move." Instead of drawing his blades, Haishaliya began to weave hand seals. Lightning release, falling thunder. A surge of electricity enveloped his hands, and as he grasped the dual swords, they transformed into arcs of lightning. 2 bolts of lightning surged from the ground, charging towards Elder Zongtai. The bagua palm, a technique of returning to the heavens, conjured a cerulean sphere which successfully resisted the incoming lightning attack. However, this time, the lightning strike originated from beneath the earth. A flash of lightning illuminated the technique, shattering the sphere. With a crack, a bolt of lightning ascended from the ground, piercing Elder Zongtai's shoulder. Blood sprayed forth as he was sent hurtling backward. Gasping, Elder Zongtai coughed up blood, his gaze fixed upon his wounded shoulder. He needed to staunch the bleeding quickly, raising his right hand. He repeatedly tapped 2 fingers against the injury, sealing the acupoints to halt the blood loss. With a gentle fist technique, he executed the acupoint sealing. Hua Leia brandished 2 lightning blades and approached Elder Zongtai with a menacing aura, declaring, "I shall claim your life." Chapter 105. Do you know that showing off can invite thunder? I am the master of lightning. Elder Zongtai stood tall, his spirit undeterred despite his shoulder injury, rendering one arm useless. He resolved to fight with one hand, adopting a stance and provocatively beckoning his opponent. You seek death. Lightning blade, Fong. Hua Leia swung his dual blades, this time not merely employing swordsmanship, but also infusing them with lightning chakra. The 8 trigrams, 256 palms. With one hand, Elder Zongtai executed the 8 trigrams technique, transcending its limits. In that fleeting moment, he wielded the power of 2 hands with a single one. Despite the loss of an arm, he had to rely on the swiftness of the 8 trigrams, 256 palms. Otherwise, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Utilizing this technique was a strenuous endeavor, yet the time to act was now. His opponent was a ninja wielding the lightning-fast lightning blade, Fong. The palm technique moved with the speed of the wind, while the blade technique surged forth like lightning. Yet, Elder Zongtai found himself at a disadvantage. How could a single palm contend against dual blades? In an instant, he was caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, the lightning blade struck his abdomen, sending him flying once more. Hua Leia wiped the blood from his blade and gazed at the elder, now lying amidst a pool of blood. Old man, not bad. You managed to keep up with my speed. But your age is against you. Otherwise, I would not have triumphed so easily. A resounding explosion erupted from a nearby fortress, a thick plume of smoke rising into the air. Supporting himself with one hand, Elder Zongtai coughed up another mouthful of blood, a smile breaking across his face. Your fortress has fallen. Hua Leia turned back, and instead of joy at defeating his adversary, his expression darkened ominously. Damn old fool, perish. Lightning blade, lightning sphere. The black hoe, Thunder Fong, swung downward, unleashing a dazzling arc of electricity as a bolt of lightning surged forth, hurtling towards Elder Soda. At that moment, a figure flashed into view, positioning themselves protectively in front of Elder Soda. The newcomer, wielding a kunai, managed to intercept the lightning strike. After dispersing the energy of the thunderball, the individual regarded Thunder Fong with a calm demeanor, saying, "Do you not understand the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young?" This individual was none other than Aoba. He felt compelled to rescue Elder Soda, having implanted a pair of ocular curses within him. It would be a great loss if they were to be destroyed before yielding their fruits. The Shadow Clone was also aware of this predicament, having witnessed Elder Soda's defeat through surveillance, and thus urgently notified the original. Consequently, Aoba transformed into a Leaf Village ninja and rushed to provide assistance. However, upon observing Elder Soda's dire state, it seemed that hope was dwindling. That peculiar thunderblade, Fong, was indeed an extraordinary weapon, featuring a reverse edge, and its recent thrust had penetrated Elder Soda's abdomen, displacing his intestines. Thunder Fong, noticing the appearance of the Leaf Ninja, was visibly incensed, remarking, "Do you not realize this is a battlefield? Do you dare to preach respect for the elderly and the young here? What insolence is this, with every Tom, Dick, and Harry attempting to play the hero? Do you not know that the pretentious attract lightning? I wield thunder, and today you shall bear the consequences of your folly. Prepare to meet your demise at the Feast of Thunder." With that, Thunder Fong drove his dual blades into the ground, erupting in a surge of electricity. Crackling sounds echoed as tendrils of lightning extended towards Aoba and Elder Soda, ready to strike. How dare this insignificant fool interfere? Did he think the 7 ninja swordsmen could be trifled with? Qingye clasped his hands together, uttering an incantation that summoned 5 colorful insect-like creatures. The 5 elemental insects, embodying the quintessence of the 5 elements, erupted in a dazzling display of light. From within this radiant brilliance emerged 5 colossal dragons: the water dragon, the fire dragon, the earth dragon, the thunder dragon, and the wind dragon. United, these 5 dragons surged forth, barreling toward the branches of lightning with relentless force. What on earth? In the midst of the thunderous glow, Leia found himself momentarily stunned, having presumed his adversary to be a mere minion, only to discover he was, in fact, a werewolf. With a fierce roar, the branches of thunder extending from the banquet of lightning were torn asunder by the 5 dragons, charging directly towards him with ferocious intent. Utilizing the art of lightning escape and donning the armor of thunder, Leia brought his twin blades together, causing the lightning surrounding him to coalesce rapidly, forming a protective layer of thunderous armor around his entire being. Qingye had no desire to engage in futile battles. His sole intention was to escort Elder Zongtai to safety. Thus, after executing the 5-Dragon Bomb technique, he retracted the 5 escape goo and proceeded to assist Elder Zongtai, planning to make a discreet exit. After all, at this moment, Elder Zongtai was the most suitable candidate for seizing the Byakugan. The 5-Dragon Bomb had temporarily entangled the Black Hose Leia, yet the situation remained precarious. Qingye opened her mouth once more, and the 5 poisons goo emerged. As the mouth parts of the goo opened and closed, they released a substantial quantity of corrosive gas, along with a host of toxic fumes. In no time, the entire battlefield became shrouded in a noxious mist of purple and yellow. The figures of Aoba and Elder Zongtai vanished into the mist. Suddenly, a thunderbolt descended from the heavens, shattering the 5 dragons, and Black Ho Thundertooth emerged from his confinement. However, he was confronted by a dense cloud of toxic mist, with the 2 figures having completely disappeared. The boiling escape was not the only concern. The noxious gas enveloped him. Despite wielding his Thunderblade to strike through the poisonous fog, his efforts proved futile. How peculiar are the Leaf Shinobi. I hope to never encounter you again. Cursing under his breath, Black Ho Thundertooth turned back towards the fortress, prioritizing its defense. That old man with the Byakugan, no divine intervention could save him now. Qingye, accompanied by Elder Zongtai, hastily descended into the underground, but in the midst of their urgency, he inadvertently dislodged Elder Zongtai's intestines. In a flurry of panic, he quickly halted to reinsert them, creating a scene of utter chaos. Qingye scolded, warning that if she were to lose the Byakugan and the Hajuliya, he would have to face the consequences. Once they had infiltrated a sufficiently secure underground location, Qingye commenced the treatment for the Elder Zongtai. However, at this moment, the Elder's breath was faint, teetering on the brink of death. After checking for a pulse at the tip of his nose, Qingye exhaled in relief. He had not yet succumbed. As long as he was still alive, there was an opportunity to extract the Byakugan while it was still warm. What he desired was a pair of pristine Byakugan. A pair that had lost their vitality would be utterly useless to him. To illustrate what a lifeless eye resembled, one need only gaze into the eyes of the deceased. Those dim and lifeless orbs were the epitome of lost vitality. At that moment, with a clang, the Elder Zongtai's headband fell away, revealing strange green runes etched upon his forehead. Qingye was astonished. This was the technique of a caged bird. Damn it. No wonder the members of the Hyuga clan could appear on the battlefield. It turns out they had ensnared themselves with the very technique of a caged bird. Was this a means to safeguard their Byakugan from being taken away? Qingye should have anticipated this. Previously, a member of the Konoha clan from Kirigakure had slain a Hyuga clan member and obtained a Byakugan. Moreover, if Elder Zongtai were to be defeated on the battlefield, the Byakugan could once again be seized. In light of such threats, the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly take precautions to prevent a recurrence of the tragic loss of their clan SIs. Understanding this, Qingye turned his gaze towards Elder Zongtai. He wondered whether the eye curse he had planted could evade the cage bird technique. He placed his hand upon Elder Zongtai SI. As he did, the Elder SIs opened, revealing 6 appendages sprouting beneath the eyeball. The 6 insect-like legs clawed around the eye socket, seemingly striving to escape. However, green runes began to materialize around the eyeball, firmly pinning it within the socket and thwarting the leg's attempt to abscond with the Byakugan. Observing this, Qingye inwardly lamented. Indeed, it was ineffective. Thus, he would have to remove the cage bird technique before seizing the Byakugan. Qingye gazed at Elder Zongtai and silently uttered a phrase. I apologize, Elder Zongtai, for borrowing your body for a moment. Qingye first placed a 4-symbol sealing insect on Elder Zongtai, then retrieved a marriage insect to rest upon his forehead, commencing the process of extracting the caged bird technique. However, the caged bird technique is quite intricate, even more so than the tongue curse technique. To separate it fully, a considerable amount of time will be required. Fear not, Elder Zongtai. I shall ensure you receive a complete body. Last night, Qingye summoned a large earthworm and placed Elder Zongtai upon it, allowing the creature to transport him back to the underground base. At that moment, another vision emerged, which filled Qingye with immense delight. He once again turned his gaze towards Elder Zongtai. Truly, where there is darkness in the east, there shines light in the west. Had another pair of eyes arrived? While the Byakugan remained elusive, the time was ripe for the Sharingan to be harvested. The Uchiha clan possesses no caged bird technique. On this battlefield, the Sharingan is the most attainable of ocular powers. Indeed, the Uchiha clan had clashed with the mist-hidden ninjas, and they were being pushed back relentlessly, as they were confronting the stronghold of water-release ninjutsu, the Mist Village. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku faced off against a master of water release, Suigetsu, alongside the three ninjas from the Ōtsutsuki clan from their previous encounter. With such a multitude of water release experts, the Uchiha clan was bound to face significant challenges. No matter how adept the Uchiha may be with fire, they are destined to be extinguished by the overwhelming tides. Chapter 106. Truly, heaven does not favor the Uchiha. Qingye was indeed astonished, surprised that the Uchiha clan would be stationed on this defensive line of the Mist Village. Thus, upon his arrival at the camp and witnessing the presence of the Uchiha, he wore an enigmatic smile. It was due to the fact that the higher-ups of Konoha had dispatched unsuitable ninjas to an inappropriate battlefield. To place the Uchiha clan at the Mist Village, particularly near the coastline, was to undermine their capabilities. Are you aware of the nickname held by the second Hokage, Senjutobarama? He is called the Water God, the Man of the Sea, the Wave Shadow. A B-rank ninjutsu, water-severing wave, can cleave the divine tree. Can you believe it? The reason Senjutobarama honed such terrifying water release techniques was precisely to counter the Uchiha clan's mastery of fire release. Now, the higher-ups of Konoha have dispatched the Uchiha to this battlefield in the Mist Village. It is an act of treachery. Moreover, Qingye was certain that there were covert machinations at play involving Orochimaru and Danzo. Just days prior, under the guise of the Oil Clan leader, he had met with the Mist Master of Water, and today he sent the Uchiha into battle. Is it not apparent that Suigetsu is the second or third highest-ranking figure within the Mist Village? This individual is likely the strongest water-release ninja beneath the Mizukage, at least until that shark-faced figure rises. Orochimaru is indeed insidious. After acquiring intelligence from him, he swiftly betrayed the Uchiha. Such actions from the higher-ups of Konoha are likely aimed at depleting the Uchiha's combat strength. After all, during wartime, the resources of each ninja clan are severely strained. If the Uchiha were to remain hidden within the police department, it would incite unease among Konoha's leadership, the F4. After a prolonged conflict, while other clans may be diminished, the Uchiha strength would remain intact. Would they not be suspected of harboring ulterior motives? Would they not be seen as potential rebels? At that point, the Konoha leadership might as well surrender the village to the Uchiha by attempting to exhaust the Uchiha's strength, sending them to the Mist Village's front lines to confront the harsh realities of water release. They aim to remind them of the fear instilled by Senjutobarama. Of course, Danzo and Orochimaru, as the architects of this plan, not only seek to fulfill the directives of Konoha's leadership, but also intend to engage in personal schemes. The two plan to collect several pairs of Sharingan as mementos of the battle to study thoroughly. Thus, Qingye held both of them in contempt. Their actions exemplified a blatant disregard for the line between public duty and personal greed. How did Danzo acquire such a plethora of Sharingan? Only in the chaos of battle could one hope to obtain so many. Assassinating one by one is far too cumbersome and fraught with risks. Unlike the current scenario, where as long as the Uchiha and Mist ninjas engage in fierce combat, the Sharingan would be ripe for the taking. Qingye hastily steered the earthbound cockroach towards the battlefield where, mere days prior, a fierce confrontation had unfolded between the formidable Shigua Mountain and the fearsome pufferfish demon. Arriving late would surely deprive him of any benefits. A gentle patter of raindrops began to fall as dark clouds gathered ominously, finally unleashing a torrential downpour. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened further. He gazed at the descending rain, lamenting silently that the heavens were not in favor of the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, from the depths of the mist ahead, several voices rang out. Water-style, water dragon jutsu. With a roar, a multitude of colossal water dragons surged forth from the fog, diving towards them. Be careful, Uchiha Fugaku quickly warned, recognizing the unusual scale of the water dragons, which hinted at a skilled adversary concealed within the mist. The team formed into groups of 3 or 4, collaborating to withstand the onslaught of the water dragons. Yet, some Uchiha, overestimating their abilities, resolved to confront the descending water dragons head-on. Fire-style, great fireball jutsu, they shouted in unison. However, their fiery projectiles were swiftly diminished by the torrential rain, rendering them ineffective against the massive water dragons. In the blink of an eye, 3 Uchiha, along with their feeble fireballs, were consumed by a single water dragon. In a certain light, one could argue the Uchiha clan displayed a certain foolishness. With a thunderous crash, the water dragons descended, scattering the group. Uchiha Fugaku leaped high. Witnessing the disarray among his kin, his eyes filled with fury, yet he was powerless to intervene. Wafang! Senhi! Jaiju! He bellowed. But his 3 clansmen were swept away by the raging torrent. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes turned a deep crimson, and 3 tomos spun into existence. He focused on the water dragon that rose once more from the current. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Uchiha Fugaku inhaled deeply, swelling his chest, then unleashed a torrent of flames that enveloped the water dragons in a fiery embrace. A tremendous explosion resonated through the air, shrouding the battlefield in mist and vapor. Is this the famed Uchiha clan? I find them rather unimpressive, hardly comparable to the previous oil-wielding clan's ninja. A sharp voice pierced through the steam. Emerging from within the haze was the pufferfish demon of Shiguan Mountain, brandishing a blade of exquisite craftsmanship. His mouth filled with sharp teeth as he grinned mockingly at Uchiha Fugaku. Can fire really extinguish life? To dare play with flames before me is nothing short of folly. He taunted. Uchiha Fugaku, his face etched with seriousness, reached behind him and drew forth a formidable weapon, a large sword adorned with a circular guard. He fixed his gaze on the pufferfish demon, enunciating each word with conviction. Today, I shall see you buried here. With a swift motion, the sword's blade spun forth, transforming into an enormous shuriken. Wind Demon Shuriken. Uchiha Fugaku executed a full 360-degree rotation before launching the wind-infused shuriken with great force. Whoosh! The Wind Demon Shuriken whistled through the air, hurtling towards the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, while Uchiha Fugaku formed seals in midair. The technique of Shuriken Shadow Clone. Bang! The once swift Wind Demon Shuriken split into 3, each following a distinct trajectory aimed at the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost roared, forcefully swinging his J-Kai, which twirled in the air, transforming into another shuriken. Clang! 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 The sounds of metal clashing echoed as the J-Kai deflected the 3 Wind Demon Shurikens, diverting them from their original paths. As the J-Kai descended, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost caught it and brandished his large blade towards Uchiha Fugaku. In an instant, he appeared above Uchiha Fugaku, bringing the J-Kai down with a fierce strike. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku stood undaunted, his crimson Sharingan locked onto his opponent. Buzz! 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 The pupils of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost constricted. This is bad. Steel wires appeared in Uchiha Fugaku's hands as he vibrated his fingers, manipulating the Wind Demon Shurikens. The previously deflected 3 shurikens soared back, once more tracing their 3 trajectories towards the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, each aimed at vital points. Clang! Crack! Thud! The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost used the J-Kai to block one shuriken and bit down on another. However, he failed to intercept the last one, which embedded itself in his back. Bang! Bang! 2 of the Wind Demon Shurikens dissipated into white smoke, leaving only the one lodged in the back of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Thud! The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost spat out a mouthful of blood. He reached behind to pull out the Wind Demon Shuriken and turned his gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku, a sinister smile spreading across his face. There is some strength there, but it's still insufficient. Chapter 107. Danzo, that old dog has finally emerged. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, clutching the J-Kai, felt its spikes tremble as if sensing its master's injury, behaving like a loyal pet. Gurgle! The handle of the J-Kai plunged directly into the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's wrist, a surge of chakra coursing through him. As white smoke began to rise from his back, mending his wounds, Uchiha Fugaku eyed the J-Kai with increasing wariness. Such a bizarre weapon, almost as if it possessed a life of its own. He withdrew a kunai as the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost raised his J-Kai once more. Boom! The 2 clashed again, resuming their fierce battle. Qingye, adorned with the breath-holding curse and draped in the concealing garment curse, floated delicately onto the battlefield. This was the most harrowing scene he had ever witnessed, littered with the lifeless bodies of numerous leaf and mist ninjas. With his Rinnegan activated, Qingye discerned the flow of chakra all around him. In the distance, 2 formidable chakra signatures surged forth, presumably belonging to Uchiha Fugaku and Suigetsu Hozuki. His gaze fell upon a fallen Uchiha, and he pondered whether this individual, upon witnessing such a multitude of his kin's demise, might awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Should the war continue to escalate in this manner, It was indeed plausible that Uchiha Fugaku could truly awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Qingye paid no heed to the situation. Even if Uchiha Fugaku had activated his Manjiki Sharingan, it bore no relevance to him. He chose to disregard the battle between the two. While Suigetsu and the formidable pufferfish demon were indeed powerful, Uchiha Fugaku was no pushover. His intent was to seek out members of the Uchiha clan to procure a few pairs of Sharingan. At that moment, within the underground base, yet another shadow clone vanished, revealing a new scene. It depicted an individual crouched beside a member of the Uchiha clan, engaged in a surgical procedure to extract Sharingan. The figure was familiar to Qingye. It was none other than the aide to Orochimaru. Observing the chakra coalescing in their hand, Qingye suddenly realized the truth. The chakra scalpel, of course. Anyone capable of serving as Orochimaru's aide must be one of their own. It was Kabuto Yakushi. No wonder he had vanished after the orphanage was shut down. He had aligned himself with Orochimaru. A sly smile crept upon Qingye's lips. Indeed, this battlefield was meticulously crafted for the Uchiha clan. He glanced up at the sky, where a light drizzle began to fall. Surely, even the weather had been orchestrated in favor of the Uchiha clan. The timing was unfavorable, as the rain would hinder the Uchiha's abilities. The terrain, situated in a damp coastal environment, was also detrimental to them. Furthermore, not only were they contending with opponents skilled in water techniques, but there were also treacherous individuals within their own ranks, further complicating their plight. It became evident that none of the conditions were favorable for the Uchiha clan. If this was indeed the case, then Danzo and Orochimaru had orchestrated a nefarious scheme against the Uchiha. How scheming of them! Uchiha Fugaku, it was not that I, your brother, would not assist you. You truly seem destined for defeat. This time, the Uchiha would pay an exorbitant price. Qingye, disregarding all else, was determined not to allow these two individuals to benefit. He concealed his presence and entered the battlefield, weaving through the chaos in search of members of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha were easily identifiable. Their ninja vests bore the emblem of a fan, marking them unmistakably. Swiftly scanning the area, he soon discovered an Uchiha on the brink of collapse, characterized by a spiky hairstyle. What a coincidence this was. This very Uchiha was the one who had provoked Qingye upon his arrival at the camp. His name seemed to be Zaizuk, possessing a Sharingan that had barely awakened to its second tome, qualifying him as a barely competent Nin. Danzo and Orochimaru held very high standards for the Sharingan, seeking only those with the coveted 3 tomes. The reason for this preference likely related to the Izanagi technique, which could only be executed with the power of a 3-tome Sharingan. However, Qingye was not picky. He desired them all. Whether 1 tome or 2, he bore no disdain for the lesser ranks of these Sharingan. Amitabha, the humble monk Qingye regarded all Sharingan equally. Of course, the 3-tome Sharingan was the most desirable. Even those who had yet to awaken their eyes were of interest to Qingye. But the unawakened Uchihas were still in school and unlikely to appear on this battlefield, at least, not for now. Aoba gazed upon the Uchiha known as Itachi. You shall suffice. I shall accept your Sharingan. After all, living is merely a torment at this point, and I shall assist you in finding release. Beneath the expansive canopy of a great tree, Itachi, having just endured a devastating assault from a water vortex, found himself with ruptured internal organs, leaning against the tree, teetering on the brink of consciousness. Qingye stood inverted on the tree. From his mouth emerged the 5 poisons goo. With a swift motion, the scorpion tail struck, sealing the fate of Zhu. It was not that I refused to save you. Rather, I simply had no duties to attend to today, as another would take my place. Qingye's heart was unyielding. He descended and crouched before Zhu, parting his spiky hair. He expelled 2 palm eye goo, which ascended to Zhu's face and leapt directly into his eye sockets. In no time, the 2 eyeballs sprang forth anew, leaving behind 2 hollow cavities. Subsequently, Qingye produced 2 ordinary eyeballs and affixed them in place. The palm eye goo crawled into the palm of Qingye's hand, gradually merging into his flesh. Qingye gazed at the palm of his hand, where an eye slowly opened. Suddenly, the chakra within him connected with the eye of the palm goo, and the pupil of the eye in his palm turned a vivid crimson, rotating to form 2 tomo. The eye of the palm goo possessed the ability to devour eyeballs. Yet it was under his control. Thus, this particular eye of the palm goo, which had consumed the Sharingan, was also governed by Qingye. The logic formed a closed loop, sound and justifiable. Next, Qingye intended to experiment with the activation and deactivation of the Sharingan, while maintaining the flow of chakra. He sought to determine if he could extinguish the Sharingan's illumination. With a mere thought, the Sharingan within his palm seemed to comprehend Qingye's intention, initiating its rotation. The two tomo vanished, and the crimson eye transformed into a black pupil. Indeed, it was possible. A wave of relief washed over him, as he no longer had to remain in a perpetual state of activation like Kakashi. However, Qingye faced another conundrum. How could he elevate the rank of his Sharingan in the future? Was he to stimulate his own psyche? Although he was aware of certain methods to invigorate his spirit, they differed from the pain, resentment, and hatred required for the Sharingan's enhancement. Perhaps if joy could serve as a catalyst for his spirit, it might enable the evolution of the Sharingan. Aoba assures that for every Sharingan he possesses, he has the ability to elevate an equal number to the Meijiki Sharingan. Glancing at the otaku, he muses that perhaps his blood holds some significance. Qingye swiftly summoned several blood pattern goo to extract human tissue from them, ensuring it was still warm and fresh. Once this task was completed, Qingye vanished, seeking the next target. Encountering another dying Uchiha, Qingye employed the palm eye goo to devour his Sharingan, subsequently replacing it with a pair of ordinary human eyes before drawing several vials of blood. By providing them with normal eyes, Qingye aimed to obscure the truth, knowing that the retrieval team included members of Danzo's faction who would assist in disposing of the bodies appropriately. In the land of Leaf, remarkable feats are being accomplished. Orochimaru's secretary is also performing admirably. Although Kabuto, hailing from a background as a spy ninja, possesses extraordinary medical ninjutsu, executing an eye transplant is a task he handles with remarkable ease. He employs the same technique as that of the Leaf, meticulously extracting a pair of Sharingan from a member of the Uchiha clan, preserving them in a nutrient chamber, and subsequently substituting them with the eyes of an ordinary individual. Do not inquire about the abundance of ordinary eyes available. The answer lies in the chaos that has engulfed the world, where human lives are deemed less valuable than mere grass, with countless souls perishing each day. The 5 great hidden villages of the ninja world are embroiled in a relentless struggle, plunging the entire realm into turmoil and fostering a thriving black market for human organs. The art of crafting the eye goo is executed through the infusion of human eyeballs into the process. Qingye is a frequent patron of the underground black market, having entered into long-term contracts with certain individuals. He regularly acquires fresh human eyes. At times, Qingye personally ventures out to hunt down bandits, for after all, villains possess no rights. Just for today, he has dispersed no less than 300 eye-controlling worms, utilizing 150 pairs of eyes, equating to 150 lives. Yet, in this chaotic era, what do 150 souls truly signify? It is likely that Orochimaru and Danzo have similarly prepared numerous eyes for the day ahead. Aoyan employed a concealed garment to shroud a recently deceased Uchiha, thus acquiring a pair of Sharingan. At that moment, one of the shadow clones in the underground base faded away, revealing a scene. It depicted a squad of mist ninjas and a leaf ninja, both simultaneously launching a surprise attack on an Uchiha ninja. This targeted Uchiha was a Jonin from the Leaf, possessing the coveted 3-tomo Sharingan. After executing their ambush, the mist team proceeded to eliminate the victim and obliterate any trace of the crime. Meanwhile, the Leaf ninja observed from the sidelines, showing no intent to intervene against the mist shinobi. The Uchiha could not fathom that he had been betrayed by a comrade from his own village, and in his final moments, he struggled to comprehend why a Leaf ninja would conspire with the mist ninjas to orchestrate his demise. Upon witnessing this, Aoyan's pupils constricted. Danzo, that old dog, had finally made his appearance. Chapter 108. The two individuals are indeed surface allies. The assassinated Uchiha died with his eyes wide open, yet Aoyan's understanding was crystal clear. The mist ninjas depicted in the footage were, in fact, Root operatives. As the esteemed second-in-command of Root, Aoyan was acutely aware of their modus operandi. They relished in masquerading as shinobi from other villages, subsequently framing others for their misdeeds. In such scenarios, what could be a more advantageous choice than impersonating a mist ninja? There would be no need to dispose of a corpse. Simply extracting the eyes and replacing them with a pair of fakes would serve to obscure the truth and mislead others. It was excessively burdensome. Disguising oneself as a mist ninja, seizing the eyes, and then incinerating the corpse would suffice to erase all evidence. Afterward, the accomplice could return to report that such a heinous act had been committed by the mist ninjas. Not only would this stoke the flames between the Uchiha and the mist ninjas, but it would also effortlessly fulfill their own objectives. This was a cunning tactic employed by the root ninjas, or rather, a familiar stratagem of Danzo. At that moment, the scene shifted once again. After the dark ambush, the murder, and the obliteration of evidence were successfully executed, Aoyan beheld a ninja clad in traditional garb and adorned with a mask emerge from among the mist ninjas. He approached the scene, and the gathered mist ninjas and the leaf ninja knelt in respect before him. One of the mist ninjas raised the recently acquired Sharingan, offering it as a tribute to the masked ninja. The ninja removed his mask, revealing an indescribably grotesque visage. It was none other than Danzo. He accepted the nutrient container, within which floated a pair of eyeballs, indeed, a pair of Sharingan. Danzo gazed at the Sharingan with an expression of obsession. At this sight, Aoyan felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. After savoring the Sharingan for a moment, Danzo exhibited a look of satisfaction before stowing the container away. Subsequently, a mist ninja approached him, and Danzo whispered something unknown to him. Then, the entire group vanished from sight. Regrettably, without the ear insects in place to eavesdrop, the contents of their conversation remained a mystery. Aoba could hardly imagine that in pursuit of the Sharingan, Danzo would take matters into his own hands. His obsession with the Uchiha clan and the Sharingan is undeniable. Given Danzo's profound understanding of the Uchiha, he must be well aware that the Sharingan can evolve into the Manjiki Sharingan. Such power is akin to a glitch in the ninja world, versatile, encompassing multiple systems, and capable of summoning formidable avatars. It is worth noting that while the Sharingan is often deemed a cursed eye, it harbors boundless potential. As a disciple of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, Danzo would certainly have been privy to these secrets meant to counter the Uchiha. However, his partner, Orochimaru, likely remains oblivious to the evolution of the Sharingan. Orochimaru's intrigue with the Sharingan began only after he joined the Ōtsutsuki, during which he encountered his lifelong rival, Itachi Uchiha. The formidable prowess of Itachi both captivated and frustrated Orochimaru, a member of the legendary Sannin, who found himself bested by a mere child, defeated with but a glance. Such humiliation is unparalleled. After witnessing the formidable Manjiki Sharingan, Orochimaru dismissed other forms of power, considering various bloodline limits to be utterly mundane. Unfortunately for him, Itachi had already fulfilled his tragic legacy of annihilating his clan, leaving only Sasuke Uchiha. Consequently, Orochimaru turned his ambitions toward Sasuke. It is likely that upon collecting these Sharingan and conducting his research, he would find the three-tomo Sharingan to be rather unimpressive, leading him to abandon further exploration and relinquish the collection to Danzo. Subsequently, he would devote himself to the study of his own forbidden techniques of reanimation. Thus, he squandered the opportunity to possess a set of Sharingan, an exclusive and unparalleled treasure. If only Orochimaru were aware of the existence of the Manjiki Sharingan now, he would undoubtedly approach matters with greater astuteness than depicted in the original narrative. However, one must ponder why Aoba would divulge such knowledge to him. Even Danzo has withheld information from Orochimaru, having amassed an array of valuable artifacts. Yet, Orochimaru too has concealed numerous treasures from Danzo, such as the sage body of Reijin. These two individuals truly exemplify the facade of allies. In the land of Konoha, the benefits that Aoba seeks must be sufficiently acquired. Uchiha Fugaku, do not blame your brother. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your own lack of foresight for placing your trust in Orochimaru's malevolence and engaging in battle in the Hidden Mist Village. You might as well have ventured to the Hidden Sand Village. Though still young, just days ago, you were already calling Uchiha Fugaku your brother. Had Aoba not wished to distance himself from the Uchiha clan, Fugaku might have nearly drawn him into a solemn pact of brotherhood, forging an alliance as sworn brothers of different surnames. Qingye once again encountered a member of the Uchiha clan. This individual had only awakened a single Tomo Sharingan. Yet Qingye remained indifferent, anticipating future enhancements. He wished for another brother to alleviate the need to later contemplate the evolution into an eternal Manjiki Sharingan. He pondered whether there were any siblings on the battlefield. Just as Qingye sought his target, a surge of water erupted nearby, soaring into the heavens. Aoyan squinted as she discerned the origins of this ninjutsu. The art of water transformation? Indeed, it belongs to the Ōtsutsuki clan. The Ōtsutsuki. Aoyan was intrigued by the Ōtsutsuki clan. If she could obtain a specimen of their biological tissue, she should be able to concoct a unique type of cursed insect. Last time, her efforts were thwarted, preventing her from establishing a meaningful connection with the Ōtsutsuki clan. This time, she was determined to engage them in a proper conversation. The verdant figure swiftly vanished, making its way toward the flowing water. Before long, it arrived at the battlefield, where two individuals faced each other. One was a member of the Ghost Lantern clan, one of the three who had battled with him that day. At that moment, one of his arms transformed into a stream of water, enveloping a Leaf Village ninja in a watery prison. This Leaf ninja was not of the Uchiha clan. Opposing the Ghost Lantern ninja was indeed an Uchiha. His crimson eyes, adorned with 3 swirling tomo, reflected his grim countenance. His comrade was ensnared, and he hesitated to act while clutching a kunai. However, if he did not take decisive action soon, the imprisoned Leaf ninja would likely not endure for much longer. The Ghost Lantern clan watched the Uchiha with keen interest, a sinister smile playing on their lips. Isn't the Uchiha clan supposed to be exalted? Why the concern for your companion's fate? It seemed the Uchiha's reputation was not as esteemed in the ninja world, as rumors had spread even to distant villages. The Uchiha glared with fury. You, the Ghost Lantern ninja, mocking, observed the Uchiha before him. If you don't make a move soon, your companion will drown. Gulping, the Leaf ninja in the watery prison clawed at his throat, releasing a torrent of bubbles as he struggled to speak. Ironstone, no. Don't worry. About me, kill him. More bubbles escaped his lips. He could not hold on much longer. Apologies. The Uchiha closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the red hue was more vivid than before. Simultaneously, he began forming hand seals. His chest swelled as he unleashed a scattering of flames toward his opponent. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. The Ghost Lantern ninja, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, grinned as he drew forth a large blade from behind his back. Decapitating blade. The Ghost Lantern ninja laughed. Water release, Great Water Arm technique. His arm, wielding the decapitating blade, swelled immensely, muscles bulging. He swung the blade wildly, generating a whirlwind that scattered the incoming Phoenix Fire technique with astonishing force. The young leaves concealed themselves in the shadows, observing intently. This water transformation technique was indeed impressive, enhancing one's strength. However, upon witnessing the Mist Clan ninja brandishing the beheading sword, he was taken aback. Oh, has the beheading sword changed hands? Surely, Pai Pa Shirzong has not been expelled from the 7 ninja swordsmen. It was only natural to ponder, considering that the last time, Pai Pa Shirzong had disrupted the scheme of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon, resulting in his dismissal by the commander. Gurgle. The Leaf ninja trapped in the water prison was continuously inundated. It seemed he could barely endure much longer. At that moment, a Uchiha named Taisher sprang into action, swiftly approaching the Mist Clan ninja while simultaneously forming hand seals. Shadow Clone Technique. Taisher conjured a shadow clone, which charged towards the Mist ninja from both left and right. The clone on the left crouched down, forming a circle with its thumb and forefinger, cheeks puffed out. Fire release, Fire Dragon Technique. A stream of fire erupted from the circle of fingers, aimed at the lower half of the Mist ninja. Meanwhile, the original leapt high, hurling a shuriken from behind. The dual assault, a strategy to distract and relieve the pressure on the water prison, forced the Mist ninja to abandon his hold. The Mist ninja, discerning the enemy's intentions, resolved not to comply. Maintaining the water prison, he raised the beheading sword with one hand, striking down at the fiery projectile. The blade's wind swept through, clashing fiercely with the fiery onslaught. Though the Mist ninja's swordsmanship left much to be desired, sheer force could often overcome finesse. Swish. The shuriken launched by the original, however, was disregarded entirely by the Mist ninja, who made no attempt to evade. The shuriken soared towards him, striking every part of his body, which had now transformed into liquid due to the water transformation technique. Naturally, he felt no fear of sharp weaponry. However, as the Mist ninja began expelling the shuriken from within, he discovered that they were wrapped in explosive tags. A grave mistake had been made. Yet, the Mist ninja's reaction came too late. Amidst the dual assault, a trick was concealed. The true objective had been to embed those shuriken, adorned with explosive tags, within the Mist ninja's body. The runes upon the tags ignited, radiating brilliance. Boom. The Mist ninja's water transformation technique could disregard sharp instruments, but an explosion was unavoidable. Crack. The various parts of the Mist ninja's body were shattered into droplets, and the water prison formed from his arm collapsed without resistance. The Leaf ninja, freed from the water prison, emerged coughing violently. Cough, cough. Alas, while the Mist ninja was suffering, he could not allow the Leaf ninja to survive. He swung the beheading sword with all his might, aiming it downward towards the Leaf ninja. Clang, clang. Taisher and his shadow clone appeared together beneath the menacing blade of the decapitating sword, both wielding shurikens in a valiant attempt to thwart its descent. However, the might of the Ōtsutsuki clan ninja proved overwhelming. The ground beneath them trembled and caved in with a resounding crash. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, the shadow clone dissipated into a plume of white smoke. Left alone, Taisher clutched his shuriken, desperately striving to resist the relentless force of the decapitating sword. But the earth beneath him crumbled once more with a thunderous roar. The combined strength of the two had been insufficient to counter the blade's power. How could one man hope to endure? The sword pressed down inexorably. With a sickening slice, Taisher's shoulder was struck by the blade. Yet, instead of blood pouring forth, the wound seemed to be absorbed by the sword itself. The Ōtsutsuki ninja, with a fierce determination, revealed a menacing grin upon his smoke-blackened visage. His formidable arm swelled even further as the decapitating sword descended once more. Taisher found himself forced to kneel beneath the weight. "Fear not," the Ōtsutsuki ninja taunted. "The sword will drain your very lifeblood, and you shall perish slowly." He cast a cruel glance towards another leaf ninja, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. "Alongside your companion." Qingye observed that Taisher was nearly drained by the blood-sucking, and he felt a surge of impatience. If he did not act soon, the opportunity to acquire a pair of exquisite Mangeki Sharingan would slip away. However, before Qingye could make his move, another intervened. "Man, you scoundrel! How dare you touch my decapitating blade?" A brash voice echoed from afar, accompanied by an equally reckless figure. Kiba Shirzong, his body swathed in bandages, charged forward. He swung a powerful fist at the ninja from the Ōtsutsuki clan, known as Ōtsutsuki Manyu. Manyu swiftly drew one hand to block the incoming strike, and then bellowed at Shirzong, "What are you doing? You've already been expelled from the 7 ninja swordsmen." Shirzong, in disbelief, dismissed the claim as nonsense, convinced that Manyu had seized the opportunity to steal the decapitating blade while he was recuperating. Impossible. How could the formidable Lord Shirzong be ousted from the 7 ninja swordsmen? "You must be spouting lies, merely coveting my blade." Manyu, infuriated, retorted, "What audacity! The 7 ninja swordsmen could certainly do without you. You've lost your mind. You're not suffering from amnesia. Are you even aware of your past actions? It's a miracle that you weren't executed. And yet here you are, causing a ruckus as if I were made of water, while you were unconscious. The other 6 unanimously voted for your expulsion. Do you dare to deny it? Not listening. Not listening. You're just blabbering." Shirzong chose to ignore the truth, resorting to obstinacy. "I don't care. The decapitating blade is undoubtedly mine. Anyone who dares to take it from me becomes my enemy." With that, Kiba Shirzong executed a powerful downward strike with his axe-like leg, aimed directly at Ōtsutsuki Manyu. The force was tremendous, and a single hand could no longer withstand it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Manyu muttered a curse under his breath, hastily drawing his decapitating blade to counter the assault. Meanwhile, the half-kneeling Taisher seized the opportunity, clutching his companion and rolling swiftly away from the battlefield. Eager to distance himself from the confrontation, Qingye sighed in regret as the Uchiha clan fled. He turned his gaze back to the 2 combatants in the arena. This situation had taken an intriguing turn, infighting among the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kirigakure's Manatsu, visibly irked, suppressed the urge to curse as he observed the Uchiha attempting to assist their fleeing comrade. Anxiously, he addressed Pipa Shirzong, suggesting that the matter of the beheading sword could be set aside for now, prioritizing the elimination of the 2 Konoha ninjas nearby. Pipa Shirzong glanced at Manatsu, and then at the retreating duo. The beheading sword could always be reclaimed later, but allowing the enemy to escape was simply unforgivable. Thus, Pipa Shirzong nodded in agreement with Manatsu's proposal. "Very well, we shall strike together and then determine the rightful owner of the beheading sword." "Agreed," Manatsu affirmed enthusiastically. The 2 positioned themselves side by side. Their hands began to weave intricate signs, simultaneously invoking the technique, water release, water dragon bullet technique. X2. 2 water dragons surged forth, one charging toward Uchiha Tetsushi and his companion, while the other unexpectedly veered toward Pipa Shirzong, maintaining his stance. Pipa Shirzong was taken aback as he saw the water dragon hurtling towards him, and he couldn't help but erupt in curses. "Manatsu, you scoundrel, how despicable. Shameless, ack." Chapter 110. Truly a useful skill. Manatsu observed Pipa Shirzong being swept away by the water dragon, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. "Am I the one being underhanded, or are you merely naive?" Shaking his head, He pondered how this individual had managed to ascend to the ranks of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Earth release, earth wall. In response to the oncoming water dragon assault, Uchiha Tetsushi secured his companion with one arm while forming seals with the other hand, pressing it against the ground. A protective earthen wall rose before him to counter the advancing water dragon. Boom. The wall crumbled, sending the two tumbling away. Though hastily conjured and lacking the strength of the water dragon, they managed to gain some distance, propelled by the torrent. Ents, where do you think you're going? This time, no one will interrupt us. Manatsu bid farewell to the bothersome Pipa Shirzong. Revealing his fangs, he licked his lips and wielded the beheading sword with a single hand, charging towards the fleeing pair. Bang! Manatsu vanished from his original position. Buzz! He reappeared directly above Uchiha Tetsushi and his companion, the beheading sword whistling as it descended. Aimed to cleave them in two. Uchiha Tetsushi's crimson Sharingan whirled, allowing him to discern the opponent's movements. Despite the loss of blood, his body responded instinctively. However, escape was no longer an option. His comrade from the same village stood beside him, and fleeing would result in his companion being severed in half. The beheading sword loomed larger in his vision, yet Uchiha Tetsushi's thoughts remained sharply focused. He was left with no choice. Thud! Taisho stepped forward, resolutely positioning himself before his comrades, his hands firmly gripping the executioner's blade to prevent it from moving, determined to shield those behind him. It was unexpected that I would also rise to protect others. Uchiha Taisho coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes dimming as the Sharingan faded to their original dark hue. He glanced down at the feet of a fellow villager with whom he had shared a bond, offering a bitter smile before he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground. The Uchiha clan, after all, is not invincible. Kisame Mangetsu withdrew his executioner's blade, disdain evident in his tone. Even if you block this strike, what difference does it make? It's not as if your comrades can escape. In moments like these, one should prioritize their own retreat, leaving their companions behind as bait. Such is the strategy of the astute. With that thought, Kisame Mangetsu swung his blade once more, intending to deliver a final blow to the two. At that moment, a faint voice drifted from behind. To forsake one's life to save others. This generation of Uchiha is not without merit. Who is it? Kisame Mangetsu turned to see an individual wearing a dragon-shaped mask quietly perched on a nearby tree trunk. The masked figure descended, standing on the ground and extending a finger towards the fallen Uchiha Taisho and the Leaf Village ninja beside him. I will take these two. Kisame Mangetsu regarded the newcomer warily. The ability to appear silently in this manner indicated a formidable skill. He raised his executioner's blade and inquired, "Who are you? You do not seem to be from the Leaf Village. It would be wise not to meddle in this affair. It matters not who I am. If you hand them over to me, I shall refrain from causing you any trouble today," the dragon-masked figure replied, hands tucked casually within his sleeves, his tone unperturbed. "Seeking death, are we? You wish to trouble me? How audacious to interrupt my killing. It seems you are courting disaster." With his arm swelling with power, Kisame Mangetsu instantly appeared before the masked figure, raising his executioner's blade to cleave him in two. Bang! The ground caved in, forming a large crater. "Impossible!" Kisame Mangetsu exclaimed. Disbelief etched on his face, for the dragon-masked figure had effortlessly caught his executioner's blade with a single hand. The masked individual remained unmoved, holding the descending blade aloft. Considerable strength, yet still lacking. Qingye gently stroked his chin with one hand and uttered a soft remark. In that instant, his arm, which had caught the executioner's great sword, transformed into a fierce tiger claw. With a resounding crack, the tiger claw firmly grasped the blade, its sharp talons beginning to pierce the sword's body slowly. The power of the tiger gu, deer gu, and boar gu surged forth. Another crack echoed as the executioner's sword seemed unable to withstand the pressure of the tiger claw, fissures appearing along its blade. Gue Deng Manuel was filled with horror, questioning if a mere human could achieve such a feat. Furthermore, this individual's ninjutsu was peculiarly unique, seemingly allowing him to morph part of his body into the form of a beast, a technique unheard of in the ninja world. He realized he could not allow the sword to be severed. The opponent's tiger claw clamped down on the blade with such force that he could not withdraw it. Since withdrawal was impossible, he resolved to attack instead. Water release, water bullet technique. Gue Deng Manuel opened his mouth, unleashing several water bullets the size of marbles, aimed directly at Qingye's face, compelling him to retreat and relinquish the executioner's sword. Bristle gu, hardened body protection. The hair of the green leaves began to proliferate, encircling the face. It also became remarkably rigid, resembling a cluster of steel needles. The long strands cloaked the visage, shielding it from the onslaught of water bullets. Goodness, even spitting on oneself could be endured. Qingye immediately launched a counterattack. With the technique of mane hair manipulation, countless strands of her long, black hair shot forth like needles. However, Gyuai swiftly employed the technique of water transformation, deftly evading the assault of the black needles. Each needle pierced through Gyuai's form, finding their mark in the empty space behind her. Truly, an exceedingly useful skill. Qingye gazed at the figure of Ōtsutsuki Gate, who had evaded his black needle assault by relying on the transformation into water. He marveled at the efficacy of the water transformation skill against slashing attacks. However, Qingye's strength surged once more. Crack! The executioner's great sword echoed ominously. Ultimately, it succumbed to the pressure, snapping with a resounding clang into two fragments. Gate's expression darkened. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the broken sword, he deftly retreated, executing several rolls before maintaining a wary distance from Qingye, his eyes brimming with apprehension. While the executioner's sword could regenerate by absorbing blood, there was currently no blood available for sustenance. Having repelled Gate, Qingye crouched down to examine a member of the Uchiha clan named Taisher. His abdomen lay brutally cleaved open, and the profuse bleeding had rendered him beyond salvation. He had suffered a grievous wound from the executioner's sword, and even if the bride's gu were to bestow him a life, such a significant injury would remain irreparable. Yet, why should one go to such lengths? His act of bravery was merely a fleeting sentiment. It was unexpected that a member of the Uchiha clan would sacrifice themselves for another, especially when that individual was not of their own kin. Rest assured, Uchiha Taisher, I shall rescue this person in exchange for your Sharingan as recompense. All that Aoba could do was to make the most of his Sharingan. Two palm-eye puppets emerged from his sleeves, leaping towards Uchiha Tetsu's face, plunging into his eyes to commence their insatiable feast. Although Akabino Mangetsu was unaware of Aoba's intentions, he understood that whatever the enemy aimed to accomplish must be thwarted. Regardless of the stealthy maneuvers at play, a direct application of ninjutsu would suffice. Retrieving his half-moon beheading sword to his back, Akabino Mangetsu resolved the matter with ninjutsu. Water release, water dragon. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Just as Akabino Mangetsu began forming hand seals, a voice preempted his utterance. As Aoi and Akari turned their gaze, they were met with the sight of the recently swept-away Pipa Shirzong, who had returned, his visage marred by fury and a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet, at this moment, Pipa Shirzong had already formed hand seals, summoning a water dragon that surged forth, roaring towards Akari. Unconcerned with dealing with Aoi, Akari leaped repeatedly to evade the water dragon's onslaught, his expression darkening with frustration. Damn it, this lunatic again, he muttered under his breath. Chapter 111 illustrates the formidable prowess of the 7 ninja swordsmen, a spectacle Akari was eager to witness. As he dodged the watery projectiles, he cursed Pipa Shirzong for his foolishness. Did this imbecile not notice the presence of a strange individual? Had he no sense of awareness? Akari momentarily forgot that if Pipa Shirzong possessed any discernment, he would not have fallen prey to the likes of the formidable Suka. With a swift motion, he executed the water release, water barrier technique, raising a wall of water to intercept the water dragon. The collision erupted with a resounding crash, both forces dissipating in a spray of water. Pipa Shirzong leaped through the curtain of water, hands forming seals once more as he charged towards Akari. Akari, return my decapitating blade. Seeing Pipa Shirzong pursuing him like a madman, Akari felt a pang of trepidation. He was unafraid of strong foes. But the unpredictable were another matter entirely, fearful of the reckless and those who cared not for their lives. With a shout, Akari hastened to interrupt the new jutsu being conjured by Pipa Shirzong. You idiot, take this, will it suffice? The decapitating blade, recently stowed away, was once again in Akari's grasp. He hurled it towards Pipa Shirzong, proclaiming, no more trouble from this fool for me. As for the whereabouts of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he could not care less. With a resounding thud, Pipa Shirzong caught the severed decapitating blade, only to be momentarily stunned upon grasping it. He had been away for but a brief moment, and upon his return, the blade was reduced to mere fragments. Had he overlooked something crucial? Observing Pipa Shirzong's bewildered expression, Akari chuckled, gesturing towards Aoi. Heh, your decapitating blade was severed by that individual over there. Look, he still holds the other half. With a deft maneuver, Akari had led Pipa Shirzong astray. Furrowing his brow, Pipa Shirzong glanced at the half of the decapitating blade in his hand, then at Aoi, who clutched the other half. The truth of Akari's words became evident. He approached Aoi. Hey, you masked one, return my blade. Your blade? It is clearly my trophy. Ayan rose once more, having utilized the brief interval to complete the task of extracting the eyes. The lifeless body held little significance for him now. However, he still needed to attend to it. For there was a living person nearby. Aoba cast his gaze upon Ōtsutsuki Mitsuki and Kiba Shishis. Coincidentally, both individuals possessed desires of their own. Ōtsutsuki Mitsuki, the water manifestation of the Ōtsutsuki clan, Kiba Shishis, wielding a decapitating blade capable of siphoning blood to restore vitality. As he twisted his neck, a series of audible cracks echoed, and Aoba turned his attention to the two. You two can come at me together. I'm pressed for time. Upon hearing this, both men chuckled, positioning themselves in a formation, each embodying a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Although the situation remained somewhat ambiguous and entangled, it was undeniable that both were of equal prowess as shinobi. They acknowledged the strength of the masked figure, yet questioned whether it was prudent to assume he could take on both of them simultaneously, as if dismissing their capabilities entirely. Ōtsutsuki Mitsuki grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Oh, really? So arrogant. Kiba Shishis brandished his decapitating blade, pointing it at Aoba, equally displaying a mouth of pointed teeth, and boldly declared, no one shall exist who surpasses the audacity of Lord Shishis. Had Aoba been privy to their thoughts, he would have scoffed. For it was not forgotten that 7 iron-headed youths had been thoroughly bested by a mere Leaf Village genin. Qingye expressed his admiration for the 7 ninja swordsmen, eager to witness their prowess. He chuckled, reminding them not to call him father later. The aura of Qingye gradually intensified, causing the expressions of the two individuals opposite him to grow solemn, for they were well aware that Qingye was a formidable opponent. Gurgle. A surge of energy emanated from Qingye's body, enveloping him in a layer of deep crimson energy. This mystical force extended across his form, manifesting as a flowing cloak reminiscent of a feathered garment. Simultaneously, a fox's head appeared upon his left shoulder, while a grand tail swayed gently in the breeze on his right, resembling a fox's shawl draped elegantly over him. The long-sleeved, high-collared attire cascaded downwards, adorned with a trailing back, all intricately woven from the dark red energy. The fox fur attire was crafted from the chakra of the 9 tails, a product of meticulous refinement. Following the previous incident when Kushina succumbed to her beastly transformation, resulting in Qingye severing 2 of her tails, he had devoted himself to the creation of a creature capable of mimicking the chakra of tailed beasts. Ultimately, he succeeded in crafting this entity, which could indeed replicate the tailed beast chakra. However, upon activation, it transformed into a garment. While it may be a mere fur coat, it can still be regarded as a simplified version of the tailed beast chakra mode. It pales in comparison to Naruto's later form, which radiated with the brilliance of a luminous bulb, yet it possesses its own unique charm, for at least it does not resemble an overwhelming beacon. The transformation of the young leaves transpired in an instant, and the expressions of the two individuals across from one another shifted dramatically. The tailed beast, no. This was not the chakra of a tailed beast. It lacked that malevolent and repugnant aura. Intriguing. You are truly fascinating. I have long desired to confront a tailed beast. Their reactions were strikingly opposed. One was filled with trepidation, while the other brimmed with eagerness. Aoba gazed at Pipa Shirzong, realizing why he would later resort to severing the tailed beast's jade. This fellow, Pipa Shirzong, would eventually become a rogue ninja from the hidden mist and, upon joining the Ōtsutsuki, confronted his former employer with a blade in hand. He believed that the 4th Mizukage had failed to settle his remuneration, thus harboring resentment and striking down his predecessor. It turned out that he harbored lofty ambitions and had long devised this plan. Bang! The verdant leaves vanished, leaving behind a profound crater in their wake, a testament to astonishing speed. Both Guizhong Manue and Pipa Shirzong felt a chill run down their spines. In the blink of an eye, Qingye materialized above them, one hand casting forth a severing blade as though it were a shuriken, aimed directly at Guizhong Manue. Simultaneously, he unleashed his claw towards Pipa Shirzong. Clang! Pipa Shirzong raised the severing blade to defend, the clash of claw and sword resonating with a metallic reverberation. Meanwhile, a soft thud echoed as Guizhong Manue transformed into water, allowing the severed blade to pass through his form effortlessly. With both hands shaped into the guise of pistols, he directed them towards Qingye. Water release, water iron cannon, double shot. Bang, bang. Guizhang Manuel's hands fired like twin pistols, unleashing a barrage of water projectiles aimed at Qingye, targeting not only his face, but his entire being. Whoosh. With a swift sweep of her azure cloak, a formidable chakra barrier was formed, effectively repelling all water-based assaults. At that very moment, the figure of Pai Pa Shizong dissipated into a puddle, only to reveal himself descending from the skies. Pai Pa Shizong was no fool. Throughout this encounter, he had been engaging in battle using shadow clones, while his true self lay in wait, concealed in the shadows. Employing the water release, water blade technique, he plummeted from above, conjuring a torrent of water in his hands that morphed into a long blade, aimed to cleave Qingye asunder. With a resounding clash, the fox's cloak erupted with a surge of dark red energy, and a chakra claw extended from behind, lunging towards Pai Pa Shizong's chest. This technique, known as Fox Heart Pluck, was learned from Kushina herself. However, this maneuver yielded little success. The water blade wielded by Pai Pa Shizong was exceedingly sharp, effortlessly severing the advancing claw. Yet, Qingye remained unperturbed. The claws of her cloak shot into the ground, only to re-emerge beneath Pai Pa Shizong. One elongated chakra claw ensnared his ankle and, with a powerful flick, sent him hurtling away, allowing him to engage with his own shadow clone. Meanwhile, over in another corner, Gui Ding Manu, adept in the art of water transformation, glided as smoothly as an eel, proving to be remarkably elusive. A hint of danger flickered in Aoba's gaze. As if to say, you truly believe I am powerless against you, do you? Bang. Qingye vanished once more from the spot. Chapter 112. Soiled. Let us hasten to obliteration. Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the dragon-masked figure, Guizhang's heart turned icy, and a shiver ran down his spine. Upon donning the fox fur coat, Aoba experienced a remarkable enhancement in both strength and speed. Previously, the specter of Ōtsutsuki Mangetsu had lagged just a step behind. Now, he found himself 2 steps adrift. The water transformation technique. Ōtsutsuki Mangetsu clasped his hands together, instinctively transforming his body into liquid to evade the impending assault. However, the anticipated attack never materialized. Instead, a sound of disdain echoed. Pa? Certainly, Aoi did not choose to attack Akihito Manzuki directly. Instead, he opted for an alternative approach. Moments ago, he had been splattered with saliva by this individual, leaving his hair damp. Now, it was his turn to retaliate. With a swift motion, Aoi expelled a jet of dark liquid. The viscous black saliva effortlessly infiltrated Akihito Manzuki's water-formed body. Before long, the dark substance began to transform, first morphing into a droplet-shaped insect, then evolving into a splotch of ink. This ink then underwent further metamorphosis, coalescing into a series of peculiar runes that formed an intricate spell. The bookworm goo had transcended its former self. Aoyan has indeed harvested a plethora of ninjutsu from the roots, including some that are exclusive to this origin, such as the Super Beast imitation technique and the self-destruction binding seal. Both of these techniques are executed through ink or runes, perfectly aligning with Aoyan's book-eating insect. Upon consuming the scrolls of the Super Beast imitation and the self-destruction binding seal, the book-eating insect surprisingly mastered these techniques autonomously. The various beast paintings from the Super Beast imitation and the runes of the self-destruction binding seal have now been integrated into the very essence of the book-eating insect. No longer a mere insect devoid of combat capability, it has evolved into an entity capable of standing on its own, endowed with the dual skills of painting and casting techniques. The self-destruction binding seal begins to unfold within the water transformation body. The binding force takes effect, and runes begin to manifest on the surface of the water flow, entwining it. The technique directly confines this mass of water, disrupting the water transformation of Akatsuki Mangetsu and reverting it back to human form. What in the world is this abomination? Akatsuki Mangetsu finds itself immobilized, gazing in horror at the black runes appearing on its body. Its water transformation has been shattered. How can it possibly fight now? Qingye stood behind Ōtsutsuki Yamamitsu, feeling quite pleased with the newfound abilities exhibited by the bookworm. Upon hearing Ōtsutsuki's inquiry, he chuckled and said, "Saliva, you just spat on me. And now I am spitting back at you. We are even now." Ugh, it can't possibly be saliva. Ōtsutsuki Yamamitsu despaired. So, this means I now have the saliva of that masked monstrosity inside me. Damn it, it's over. This body has been sullied, Ōtsutsuki Yamamitsu thought, instantly losing desire for it. It's tainted, it must be destroyed. Seeing Ōtsutsuki Yamamitsu in such a state of despondency, Qingye nodded in satisfaction. Qingye extended his palm, and a blood mosquito flew out from his sleeve. The blood mosquito landed on Guidong Manue and began to bite, extracting samples of his tissues. Guidong Manue felt a slight sting emanating from behind, causing a wave of unease to wash over him. He was now a vulnerable lamb at the mercy of others. Apprehensive about what the dragon-masked figure might do to him, he hastily inquired, "Hey, what are you doing? I must warn you not to act recklessly. My boss is the fierce and unflinching king of Watermelon Hill, known for his ruthlessness." "Oh, it's nothing much. Merely intrigued by the remarkable water transformation technique of your Guidong clan. I'm just drawing a little blood," came the response. After Qingye finished drawing a vial of blood, another blood mosquito emerged from his sleeve, landing on Kaido Mangetsu to siphon his blood. The sharp sting at his lower back elicited a curse from Kaido. "Damn it. Why do you keep targeting my kidneys?" "It's not that I'm targeting your kidneys," Qingye retorted, "but seeing how vibrant you are, I assumed your kidney essence must be abundant, and I wanted to investigate whether it possesses some extraordinary medicinal properties." Kaido was driven to the brink of madness. Abundant kidney essence? Could it be that he had taken a fancy to my kidneys? Rumor had it that the underground black market had places dedicated to organ trading. Could this fellow be plotting to sell my kidneys? Moreover, there were whispers of a killer specializing in human organs who, after assassinating his targets, would extract their organs for sale in the black market. Allegedly, this sinister figure could remove an entire set of organs in just 8 minutes. How ruthlessly efficient. Could this masked man be that very organ assassin? What a stroke of misfortune to have crossed paths with him. Indeed. Who in their right mind would venture onto a battlefield? What is most abundant on a battlefield? The dead, of course. And among the dead, what is the most prevalent? Organs. The case was solved. He had not fallen victim to the leaf ninja, but rather to a ravenous organ predator. Where could he appeal for reason? At that moment, Kaido desired nothing more than to bash his head against a wall, succumbing to death by organ theft. What a disgrace. He could already envision the mockery from the mist ninjas when they discovered his remains. Suddenly, a cacophony of wailing echoed, causing both to turn and behold a formidable figure. Hibana Shizuka brandished dual blades of water, and somehow, he had a severed beheading sword clenched in his mouth. With a frenzy, he slashed at the chakra claws conjured by the fox's fur, harvesting them as if reaping wheat in a rice field. Kagaya, Zaro, Aoba and Hozuki exchanged a glance, each inquiring, "Who do you speak of?" Simultaneously, they posed the question to one another. "I speak of a swordsman," they replied in unison. "Damn it," they both exclaimed in frustration. At that moment, silence enveloped them as they were ensnared in a web of self-doubt. Thud, thud, thud. Qingye hastily retreated a few steps. Goodness, how could he share such an unspoken understanding with this fellow? It shouldn't be the case. He is certainly not more handsome than I am. Meanwhile, Guizhong Manwei pondered internally, questioning why he felt such an affinity with this individual. Could it be that I am also a deviant? Both men shook their heads simultaneously, dismissing the absurd conjectures that had surfaced in their minds. At that moment, they exchanged glances, each pair of eyes reflecting a dangerous intent. Should they eliminate each other? Simultaneously, the thought crossed their minds. Despite their shared sentiments, one individual was determined to cause a disruption. Aura, aura, aura. From the direction of Pipa Shirzong, having finished harvesting wheat, he charged forth, intent on cutting grass. Guizhong Manwei exclaimed, "Brother, my dear brother, hurry and get rid of this weirdo." "Qingye, you wish to mow the grass. How absurd." Retracting the chakra claws from the hem of his cloak, Qingye assumed a horse stance. Do not fool yourself into thinking that wielding twin blades in your hands and clutching another in your mouth qualifies you as a master of the three-sword style. You are still far from attaining the essence of true three-swordsmanship. The fox head atop the green leaf shoulder opened its eyes, letting out a long howl towards the sky. Howl! The entire fox fur garment transformed into a colossal chakra fox head, bearing a striking resemblance to the Nine Tails, yet lacking in spirit. Nonetheless, it was an impressive feat, as it simulated the tailed beast chakra mode with two tails reminiscent of the Nine Tails. What more could one desire? Qingye assumed a stable stance, arms extended and brought together. His tiger claw palms clasped in unison with 10 formidable claws facing outward. As the claws spread apart, the outer layer of his being, the fox's large head, simultaneously opened its mouth wide. A tremendous surge of chakra coalesced, And within the palm of Qingye's tiger claws, which mirrored the gaping maw of the fox, two distinct colors of chakra, red and blue, materialized. The yin and yang chakra converged in a ratio of 8:2 within his palm. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura erupted from beneath Qingye's feet, radiating outward. The two types of chakra, gathered in unison, formed a spherical entity as Qingye's tiger claws clasped together, resembling a vast maw that enveloped the energy sphere. He then drew it close to his waist, turning his gaze towards the approaching Pipa Shirzong, unleashing a powerful shout. "He's here! He's here!" A dazzling brilliance concentrated around Qingye's waist, an astonishing energy primed to unleash its potential. Meanwhile, behind him, the expression on Guiding Manuel's face was one of sheer astonishment. The tailed beast bomb. This was undoubtedly the tailed beast bomb. The aura enveloping this individual was not merely that of tailed beast chakra, yet it certainly bore a connection to the tailed beasts. Could it be that he had procured a piece of a tailed beast? Could it truly be so? Was the underground black market so audacious as to engage in business involving tailed beasts? Should he consider venturing into the black market to acquire a tailed beast essence? Feeling that his own prowess was not yet sufficient, and that he still lacked the vitality he desired? While Guiding Manuel's thoughts wandered, Qingye had already completed the accumulation of energy. Chapter 113. A pair of eyes, the hairline receded. Qingye gazed at the approaching Pipa Shirzong. "Your audacity is indeed remarkable. I shall unleash my ultimate move. Do you dare to rush forward? Ha ha. Even if it were a tailed beast, I would cleave it before you, let alone you." Pipa Shirzong, seemingly driven to madness, combined the water blades in his hands with the decapitating sword clenched in his grip, leaping high to strike at Qingye. "I shall grant you this," Qingye declared fiercely. The dual claws at his waist surged forward, and the colossal fox head outside opened its gaping maw. A dark red energy sphere shot forth from the fox's mouth, trailing a long fiery tail as it sped towards Pipa Shirzong. Virtual dog cannon. Buzz. Wherever the virtual dog cannon passed, vegetation turned to dust and soil crumbled into rubble, leaving behind an extensive shockwave. Boom. The impact reverberated for miles, culminating in a tremendous shockwave that obliterated a small hill, as if a dog had gnawed at it. Whoosh. Qingye's hands were enveloped in smoke. The once distinct patterns of the tiger's paw now charred beyond recognition. The fox mask he wore had also lost its vitality, fading away with the wind. This feeble imitation of the tailed beast cannon had entirely depleted the energy contained within the fox fur curse. He gazed at his scorched palms, realizing that without the protection of the tiger claw curse, his hands would likely have been burned to the flesh. Ever since encountering the colossal water creature transformed by the Ghost Lantern clan, Qingye had been intent on replicating the attacks of the tailed beast cannon or the tailed beast jewel. After much contemplation, he concluded that attempting to unleash such powers from his mouth would likely prove too taxing for his jaw. Thus, he employed a technique from the turtle wave, merging yin and yang chakra in an 8:2 ratio, forcefully combining them until the energy reached its zenith, before releasing it all at once. To his surprise, the results were remarkably effective, albeit with the side effect of debilitating his hands. Crack! He retracted his tiger claws and expelled a curse insect, the tiger claw curse, now charred and fissured. Finally, with a resounding pop, the curse insect disintegrated into black smoke, vanishing into the air. Another insect had perished in the process. Each use of the feeble cannon cost him a tiger claw curse, transforming what should have been chakra into golden coins instead. Whoosh! A large blade spun through the air, plunging into the ground before Qingye. Whoosh! Following closely behind, another figure descended from the sky, Pipa Shirzong. Observing the smoke emanating from Pipa Shirzong's form, Qingye approached to inspect him, astonished to find he still clung to life. This individual had previously sustained grave injuries, yet somehow survived the onslaught of the feeble cannon. Truly, he was fortunate to be alive. With the mission successfully accomplished, Qingye had secured the biological samples from the Ghost Lantern clan, acquired a shinobi blade, and captured 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It had indeed been a fulfilling and rewarding day. Wait a moment. As Aoi turned around, she discovered that the ghostly lantern, full and bright, had vanished, leaving behind a puddle on the ground, within which a single ink blot floated. Clutching the bookworm talisman, Aoi asked in fury, "Where is he? Where is my captive?" Chirp! The bookworm talisman emitted 2 sounds, releasing ink that transformed in Aoi's palm into a line of text, which read, "Ah, he employed the water substitute technique. shedding a layer of himself, and escaped. Why did you not capture him? Aoi demanded. The ink in her palm shifted once more, revealing another line of text that stated, "His water substitutes are layered, making them impossible to seize." Qingye suddenly realized. So that is the case. No wonder Orochimaru later captured the Ōtsutsuki clan, using large jars to confine them. It turns out that the Ōtsutsuki's water forms can counter binding jutsu. Next time, I must ensure this fellow does not escape. I wonder what the outcome would be if I were to brew Sanbian wine with the Ōtsutsuki clan. Qingye sensed that a multitude of individuals was hastening towards this location, undoubtedly drawn by the commotion of his explosive device. To be candid, the destruction of half a mountain would surely attract attention. It would be prudent to make a swift exit. Today, he had garnered quite a number of gazes. It is wise to know when to retreat, for there are still battles to be fought. The Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rock Village have yet to mobilize. When both sides spring into action, and all 5 great nations engage, that will signify the true season of harvest. Once again, it is the time of transition. No, the season of bountiful reaping. Aoba grasped the bookworm poison and tossed it into his mouth, seizing the incapacitated Loquat Shirzong, and picked up 2 segments of a beheading sword before slowly vanishing from sight. Indeed, the commotion here had alerted numerous individuals. Both the Mist Shinobi and the Leaf Shinobi had arrived. However, the tension between foes heightened the animosity, and as soon as they encountered each other, it was as if needles met grain. Before they could ascertain the situation, they were embroiled in combat once more. As the battle raged on, the night descended. Yet, the warfare among ninjas knows no boundaries of day or night. In this regard, conventional armies of the mundane world pale in comparison to the forces of the shinobi. Assassination, ambush, surprise attacks, and poison. No tactic is left unutilized. This is the essence of the ninja's craft. Nightfall is indeed the opportune moment for certain individuals to emerge from their shadows and engage in covert activities. Aoba, however, paid little heed to this, as he was escorting the captive Loquat Shirzong back to the temporary underground base. It was the same location, where a photographic insect perched upon a stone table, casting images of the battlefield into the air. Qingye returned to this place, where once stood rows of shadow clones, now diminished by half. Casting the Pai Pa Shirzong into a corner, filled with abundant gains, Qingye regarded the remaining shadow clones and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your assistance. You are too modest. We are but one entity, came the reply. Indeed, indeed. Following a brief exchange of compliments, the shadow clones dissipated into wisps of white smoke. Qingye then settled before a stone table, eager to examine today as harvest. Opening his palm, an eye unfurled within his hand, and then it leapt forth, its spherical base sprouting 6 legs as it began to crawl. Not stopping there, another eye soon sprang from his palm, extending its own 6 legs to join its companion beside the first eye, in the palm of the verdant leaves. A multitude of orbs emerged, each resembling a curious eye. Before long, a row of these orbs was arrayed before him. The eyes rotated within their sockets, surveying their surroundings with an insatiable curiosity. With a deft gesture, he counted the orbs, revealing a total of 12, 10 Sharingan and 2 Byakugan. Among the 10 Sharingan, there were 4 with 3 Tomo, 4 with 2 Tomo, and 2 with 1 Tomo. Indeed, it was a remarkable bounty, a fruitful harvest. Even if no further treasures were to be found, the orbs before him would suffice to recoup his investments. Qingye gazed upon the eyes, contemplating whether he could command the true Dragon Gu to consume them. Without hesitation, he grasped a 3-tipped Sharingan. Squeaking in protest, the Eye Gu seemed to sense its impending fate, thrashing about in a desperate attempt to escape the clutches of its master. Yet, once Qingye had set his sights on something, he would not relinquish it so easily. He fixed a disdainful glare upon the eye, silently conveying its fortunate circumstance. It ought to be grateful for not being seasoned with cumin, for to be devoured by him was indeed a stroke of luck. Qingye opened his mouth wide, and a radiant light began to emanate from his throat, as if a ferocious beast were about to emerge. A diminutive dragon's head slowly protruded from his mouth. Qingye tilted his head back, opened his mouth even wider, and clasped the palm-sized Gu insect before guiding it into his mouth. With a resounding gulp, the dragon's head swiftly darted forward and devoured the Gu insect. While such acts of consumption among Gu insects are not uncommon, for a premier Gu insect like the true Dragon Gu, devouring lower-tier Gu insects holds little significance, unless its bloodline is of exceptional quality. Qingye licked his lips, the true Dragon Gu seemingly insatiable. He grasped another eyeball, this one a pair to the previous one, as eyes are best when they come in pairs. With a satisfying smack, he consumed it once more. After the act of devouring, the true dragon goo appeared to undergo a transformation. The sides of its forehead began to quiver, revealing 2 fine slits. As these slits opened, 2 crimson pupils emerged, spinning and giving rise to 3 intertwining tomo. A new pair of eyes sprouted from its forehead, resembling a set of 3 tomo Sharingan. Beneath these, the dragon's compound eyes glimmered with a hexagonal brilliance. The true dragon goo now boasted 4 eyes, perfectly aligned in an orderly fashion. Not entirely unfavorable, considering that its lineage traces back to insects. After all, spiders possess 8 eyes. Yet, Qingye too began to experience a transformation. A slight itch arose on his forehead. He swiftly removed his eye mask. Beneath his brows, an additional area seemed to materialize. Gradually, 2 fine slits appeared above his eyes, beneath his brows. When these slits opened, 2 Sharingan manifested. The crimson orbs spun with fervor. Both the true dragon goo and Qingye had transformed into beings with 4 eyes. How astonishing! Indeed, this was the miraculous bond of life shared with his fateful goo. Qingye retrieved a kunai from his bosom, gazing into the sharp blade to reflect upon his current appearance. The acquisition of a pair of eyes had certainly yielded some side effects, notably a receding hairline that had retreated 2 fingers' breadth. This alteration elongated his visage slightly. He was no dragon, after all, and his face was of a fixed size. The surplus eyes had encroached upon the territory of his hairline, thus challenging his overall attractiveness. Sighing, he pondered whether there existed any mystical insects capable of enhancing hair growth, for he must reclaim the lost ground of his hairline. Otherwise, he dared not venture out to face others. With an additional pair of eyes, it was imperative that his appearance remain unblemished. Chapter 114. The myriad hues of black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, and gray danced in his vision. Blinking his 4 eyes, he realized he was increasingly veering towards an inhuman guise. Utilizing his newly acquired Sharingan, he surveyed his surroundings, regaining a human perspective. While the dragon's compound eyes were formidable, their nature presented multiple images from a singular viewpoint, akin to an insect's perception. Though accustomed to this vision over time, he found himself more at ease with the human perspective, as the dragon's compound eyes inundated him with information, leading to fatigue. Upon fully opening his 4 eyes, he was greeted with dual perspectives, a truly extraordinary sensation. His Sharingan world. Yet the 3 tomo spun for an eternity without yielding any significant results. It merely improved his eyesight slightly. As for the enhancement of chakra, this feature was of little worth to him. The amplification he received from his Uzumaki lineage far surpassed this. While others might possess chakra tonnage, with the 3 tomo Sharingan, he would merely achieve chakra weight. He stroked his chin, realizing why Orochimaru had shown little interest in the Sharingan for a time. Had he been unaware of the existence of the Mangeki Sharingan, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and the Rinnegan, he too would have dismissed this seemingly mundane ocular gift. At that moment, he noticed 2 Byakugan palm eye insects at his feet. Qingye cast a perplexed gaze filled with concern, causing the 2 white eyes to tremble in fear. They embraced one another, for their master's look resembled that of someone who had just devoured 2 eyeballs. With the dragon's eye and the Sharingan acquired, only a pair of Byakugan remains. If I consume this pair of Byakugan, I shall truly become the 6 eyes, an embodiment of the legendary 6-eyed entity. In a dimly lit basement, a figure was voraciously swallowing an eyeball. Gulp. Nearby, a cluster of eyeballs intertwined their insect-like appendages, huddling together, trembling in dread as they witnessed their kin being devoured. Only through mutual reliance could they find a flicker of warmth. Yet, a more terrifying ordeal loomed ahead. Creak. Creak. The sound of eyeballs being chewed echoed ominously. The pupils of the eyeballs dilated, reflecting sheer terror. The Dark Lord intends to consume us. What shall we do? In their utmost fear, the pupils began to glow crimson, 1, 2, or perhaps 3 tomos swirling around them, releasing waves of ocular power. But then, with a thunderous boom, the entire basement quaked. This tremor caused even the projection bug on the stone table to stumble and fall, unexpectedly caught in the chaos. As the projection bug toppled, all images ceased, plunging the entire underground into darkness. In this abyss, a pair of compound eyes opened, emitting a piercing light. Above them, a pair of crimson eyes blinked open. Yet, it did not end there. On either side of these 2 pairs, another eye opened, cataract-ridden. No, a pair of pure, formless white eyes emerged. In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes, 6 gazes, shone brilliantly, their luminous presence becoming the sole source of light in the enveloping darkness. Black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, gray, various hues of light flickered, exuding an otherworldly radiance. Meanwhile, the cluster of eyeballs now appeared dazed, as if ensnared by some enchantment. The ocular power has amplified significantly. With just a glance, can I ensnare the eye control bug in a mirage? Haha, from this moment forth, I shall be known as the 6 Eyes. Laughter reverberated through the subterranean space, as waves of ocular energy expanded relentlessly. Beneath the stone table, the projection, Gu, cowered behind the table leg, trembling in fear of the gaze emitted by 6 watchful eyes. In the corner, the loquat Tenzo similarly curled into a ball, wishing to evade the piercing light of those 6 orbs. How terrifying this individual was, consuming eyeballs raw. Previously, he believed himself to be formidable, but encountering one even more ruthless was genuinely daunting. Perhaps feigning unconsciousness was the wisest choice. Who could predict whether this creature might pluck out his eyeballs as a snack? Moreover, the 6 eyes of this being were utterly fearsome. Sharingan, Byakugan, and those unknown, insect-like compound eyes, all evoking dread. Although Tenzo was certain that the other did not regard his own dead fish eyes with any esteem, caution was prudent. With his chakras sealed, Tenzo now found himself compelled to rethink his strategies. He had grasped the wisdom of preserving the green hills, lest one be without firewood. In truth, Ōtsutsuki had already sensed Tenzo's awakening but chose not to reveal it. This fellow was unruly and required proper guidance. Beyond these flaws, Tenzo was indeed a valuable asset. At the very least, he had dared to confront a tailed beast in a 1-against-7 scenario. Just so, Ōtsutsuki had a task at hand that she wished him to undertake. Qingye illuminated the darkness with 6 searchlights, rendering the surrounding environment vividly clear despite the obscurity. In the depths of the night, he grasped 2 beheaded blades. These remarkable weapons possessed the extraordinary ability to absorb blood and regenerate new blades, a phenomenon attributed to the absorption of iron ions found within the blood. If an inexhaustible supply of blood were available, could one not continuously produce chakra-infused metal? Indeed, this is a wondrous item. Its true worth lies not in combat, but in its potential to endlessly generate metal. The iron produced by the beheading blades could be utilized not only for crafting ninja tools, but also for forging agricultural implements such as hoes and shovels, thereby elevating the village towards prosperity. How foolish of the village of Mist to squander such a valuable resource solely for the purpose of battle. It is evident that my decision to abandon the path of a ninja before graduation was a sagacious one, as this martial vocation seems utterly oblivious to the principles of sustainable development. Fortuitously, I have materials to refine. The raw materials are practically at my doorstep. Moreover, being on a battlefield, blood, this essential resource, is abundant all around me. In this moment, Aoba is testing newfound abilities, while outside, chaos reigns with bloodshed and turmoil. The tumult of war invariably stirs various undercurrents. At the entrance of a cave, 2 mist ninjas stand guard. The cave stretches forward into an expansive cavern, illuminated by the flickering flames of torches encircling its perimeter. Below, a gathering of ninjas can be discerned. Upon closer inspection, these ninjas differ from their counterparts outside. Not only do they wear distinct attire, but their forehead protectors also bear the emblem of the Leaf Village. Suddenly, at the forefront of the cave, a stone pillar manifests a swirling vortex. As the winds subside, a figure emerges. The sight of this individual prompts the Leaf Ninjas to kneel, exclaiming in unison, "Lord Danzo." A partial visage of Danzo reveals a face as grim as the depths of the sea. "You there, who can enlighten me on the disturbance from yesterday? Why has no report been filed?" Danzo's arrival does not bode well, as he interrogates the events on the battlefield, questioning why a small mountain has been ravaged. The leading Leaf Ninja bows his head, stammering, "I'm Lord Danzo, while we did locate a survivor from the Leaf." He is already unconscious and remains unaware of the happenings during that time. Danzo furrows his brow, his impatience palpable. "I seek the outcome, not the process. Have you discerned the cause or not? This matter is of utmost importance." The nature of the attack resembled that of a tailed beast. If the Mist Village has unleashed a tailed beast, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the Leaf's defenses. He has his own calculations but cannot afford to jeopardize the safety of the Leaf. Once he ascends to the position of Hokage, he does not wish to confront a shattered legacy. "Please grant us a little more time, my lord. We shall uncover the truth," the Leaf Ninja implores, bowing deeply. Very well, I shall extend your time. By the way, what news from the Mist Village? It appears there has been no significant activity. If it isn't the Mist Village, then who could it be? Danzo ponders. Logically, if the Mist Village were truly behind this, silence would be implausible. It is absurd. The Mist has lost a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen and another sword, a humiliating affair that they would be unlikely to broadcast. Unable to unravel the mystery, Danzo shifts his gaze to another ninja, inquiring, Shiba, how fares the cultivation of the large summoning insects? Yamanaka Shiba hesitates, yet steels himself to respond. Report Lord Danzo. There has been no progress. We are unaware of the methods employed by our clan to nurture the insects to such a size. Furrowing his brow, he realized that the time was limited and achieving results would not be an easy task. He then inquired about the progress. How large can you cultivate the insect? Only 1 meter in length. Damn it, there has been no significant progress compared to last time. If the Oil Woman clan continues to leverage the insect to expand their influence, Ryoma will be your downfall. Cold sweat trickled down Oil Woman Shiro's back. He was determined to succeed for his own sake. Yes, my lord, I will do my utmost to ensure this task is accomplished. Gazing past Oil Woman Shiro, Danzo turned his attention to the next subordinate. Yamashiro, what is the status of the plan? The ninja named Yamashiro bowed his head to report, my lord. The Mist Umbu has received the intelligence sent by our spies. Danzo nodded, finally receiving some good news. That is excellent. This time, we must eliminate that brat. He has thwarted my plans on several occasions, and he must not be allowed to flourish. Yes, Lord Danzo. Finally, Danzo looked at the assembled Konoha ninjas and spoke in a grave tone. The operation against the Uchiha clan will continue unabated. They have been recuperating for many years. It is time to draw their blood. Yes, Lord Danzo. With a swift motion, Danzo waved his hand, and the ninjas below vanished like shadows. Chapter 115. The shinobi world remains a vast blue ocean after the departure of the ninjas. The echo of footsteps resonated in the cavernous space. Tap, tap. From the shadows of a stone pillar emerged a figure. The newcomer possessed an androgynous appearance, with pallid skin and adorned with violet eyeshadow. It was Orochimaru. Observing the departing Konoha ninjas, Orochimaru let out a hoarse chuckle. Heh, such a grand display. Lord Danzo truly intends to leave no escape route for that boy. That boy is, after all, a genius of Konoha. Since his arrival, Konoha's logistical capabilities have greatly improved and become much safer. Humph, useless unless employed by me. No matter how talented he may be, Danzo snorted coldly, his expression darkening. He too desired to possess such talent. But that boy was elusive. Rumor had it that even the 3rd Hokage's will of fire indoctrination had no effect on him. Thus, Danzo's everything for Konoha doctrine was equally ineffective. Heh, if you find it pleasing, so be it. However, I see that boy is far from ordinary, so you would do well to exercise caution. Reflecting on the intelligence he had dispatched, Orochimaru clutched his conscience and offered a faint warning. After all, Danzo had consistently funded his endeavors. Humph, extraordinary or not, he remains but a child. Danzo seemed resolute, dismissing the boy entirely. Orochimaru chose not to press the matter further, wishing him luck instead. Then, from the sleeve of Orochimaru, a gray serpent slithered forth. Here, this is what you requested. The gray serpent regurgitated a jar, revealing a nutrient solution within, where a pair of eyeballs floated. This was the coveted 3-tomo Sharingan. However, upon further examination, it became evident that without the Uchiha bloodline, a reckless transplantation of such an item would provoke a rejection reaction, placing undue strain on the body. Danzo received the viscous nutrient jar, somewhat at a loss. Why did Orochimaru always present such repulsive offerings, each one damp and unclean? Could he not at least wipe them dry? Nevertheless, when one seeks assistance, one must endure such inconveniences. You need not concern yourself with the cost. I am well aware of it. Orochimaru, still youthful despite being one of the legendary Sannin, had yet to witness the broader world. The Sharingan was indeed a remarkable treasure. Aside from its synergy with Izanagi, it could grant an additional life. Even the evolution to the Manjiki Sharingan bestowed formidable power. Regrettably, the transplanted 3-tomo Sharingan could not evolve into the Manjiki Sharingan. Such matters were not to be broached with Orochimaru. After concealing the Sharingan, Danzo turned to a different inquiry. By the way, how goes the research on the 1st Hokage's cells? I have sent numerous individuals for this purpose. Why has there been no progress thus far? The cells of the 1st Hokage possess an overwhelming corrosive nature. Currently, the test subjects, all captured ninjas, have proven unable to withstand the onslaught of his cells. They either blossom into flowers or transform into trees. It was indeed astonishing, even after so many years since the first Hokage's demise. His cells exhibited a vitality akin to that of living beings, nay, even more vigorous than those of the living. Speaking of this, Orochimaru felt invigorated. The cells of Hashirama were the embodiment of his aspirations. He believed that unraveling their secrets would bring him halfway toward the hope of immortality. Of course, the first Hokage was revered as a god among ninjas. It was laughable how that old fool, Yuan Fei, boasted of being the strongest Hokage in the village. Lacking all self-awareness, Danzo held the first Hokage in the highest regard, viewing him as a benchmark for his own ambitions. Yet he held great disdain for his companion. Yuan Fei, Danzo, is it truly appropriate to refer to a teacher in my presence? Orochimaru remarked, extending his tongue to lick his lips in a sinister manner. Danzo was not easily intimidated by Orochimaru's demeanor, casting a sidelong glance at him. Orochimaru, you and your teacher are ill-suited. You are destined to dwell in darkness. Orochimaru did not refute this, yet he regarded Danzo with a silent thought. I am unlike you. I seek the light within the darkness, while you languish ineffectually in obscurity. Danzo, observing Orochimaru, pondered that once he ascended to the position of Hokage, Orochimaru would indeed be fitting as his shadow. However, before that could unfold, he needed to eliminate him from the list of Hokage candidates. Both parties harbored their own ulterior motives, an unspoken understanding between them. Those who dwell in darkness, while perceiving themselves as pure, view all others as detritus. Two blossoms bloom, each expressing its own branch. After acquiring 2 new pairs of eyes, Aoba began to develop his abilities. However, he felt that training in the basement was insufficient, so he engaged in reverse summoning back to the sacred grounds of Longhu Mountain, bringing along the captive Pipa Shirzong. The sacred site had significantly improved. It had transformed from a barren wasteland into a patchwork of greenery, with life gradually returning to the once desolate area. Tiger Dali and his close companion, Tianzhong Delu, had been industrious, at least managing to engage in some underhanded schemes. Speaking of deceit, Aoba, the unscrupulous boss, had placed a heavy burden on the two with his canine demands. The pressure to fulfill these demands compelled them to frequently devise new tricks. Recently, they concocted a scheme dubbed I Am Your Grandfather, which involved casting a wide net to exploit the avarice of their targets. After conducting ground research in a particular area, they sent letters to every household, all containing the same message, proclaiming, I am your grandfather, so-and-so. Responses varied. Some replied while others did not, allowing them to sift through potential candidates. They then played the emotional card, reminiscing about their supposed close relationship with the recipient's grandfathers, claiming camaraderie and shared experiences, asserting that they regarded them as beloved grandchildren. They spun tales of their lack of heirs in the looming question of how to handle a substantial inheritance, waiting for a grandson to claim it. Subsequently, Tiger Dali transformed into a grandfather figure, taking photographs at various scenic spots in Longhu Mountain, portraying it as the coveted estate to be inherited. With ancient temples, sprawling forests, and vast farmlands, it was indeed a grand legacy. However, to inherit this fortune, one had to establish a connection, and the degree of connection necessitated a payment of inheritance fees. Only upon payment could the so-called grandson claim the illustrious estate depicted in the photographs. Initially, Aoba was taken aback by their plan, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Had he not been certain that they had not traversed through time, he might have thought they were from Earth, originating from Myanmar. This was, after all, a notorious con from his past life. The most familiar line was, I am Ing Zheng, your brother Zheng. I have not perished, merely slumbered, and now I have awakened. However, I still have 100,000 terracotta soldiers awaiting revival, and I just need a sum of money to proceed. If you send funds now, I shall appoint you as the great general, and so forth. The similarity was striking. It was astonishing that telecommunications fraud could extend into another realm. One could only conclude that humans are fundamentally alike. Fools are fools, regardless of the world. As expected, these two managed to amass a substantial amount of funds. The simplicity of the brothers in the ninja world made them susceptible to such schemes, indicating that telecommunications fraud was still a vast, untapped market in their realm. Upon hearing about the lucrative returns of such scams, Aoba felt a twinge of temptation. However, he ultimately restrained himself, realizing that Dali and Dala were merely his tools. Why should he not let them handle the dirty work while he sat back and counted the money at home? With the money they procured, they successfully completed their kanai obligations, purchasing numerous saplings and refurbishing the main peak of Longhu Mountain. The palace atop the peak now gleamed anew. Observing the duo's ability to generate funds, Aoba chose to overlook their deceptive tactics surrounding Longhu Mountain. Yet, engaging in such practices repeatedly would inevitably lead to consequences, particularly since they had disseminated the fraudulent images of Longhu Mountain, potentially inviting trouble in the future. Qingye had long devised a strategy. When the time came, he would cast Hu Dali and Tian Zongdaro out as the culprits, proclaiming himself a mere victim deceived by these two wayward disciples, utterly oblivious to their machinations. He would allow them to bear the brunt of the blame, thereby exonerating himself from any involvement in the fraudulent activities. How could the master of the sacred land of Longhu possibly be associated with such deceit? Such claims were mere fabrications. Once he dealt with these two renegades, Qingye would luxuriate upon the fruits of their ill-gotten gains, reveling in the splendid legacy he would inherit. Unbeknownst to Hu Dali and Tian Zongdaro, Qingye had meticulously orchestrated their roles. Meanwhile, they were engrossed in devising new scams, aspiring to expand the realm of telecommunications fraud within the ninja world. Chapter 116. Indeed, a true heir of the Yuki clan at this moment, beneath the towering peak of Longhu Mountain, a vast square of bluestone witnessed 3 figures darting back and forth, engaged in a fierce battle. The sounds of clashing and combat echoed throughout the square. Outside, a throng had gathered, sitting in silence like obedient children, captivated by the spectacle of the fight. These individuals were Qingye's captives, a diverse assembly comprising mountain bandits, criminals, wandering ninjas, and shinobi from the 5 great ninja villages. However, Qingye had only managed to assemble ninjas from Konoha and Kirigakure, still needing to recruit those from Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure. He planned to visit these 3 hidden villages in the future, as the 5 great villages were unified. He wished for the captives from Konoha and Kirigakure to feel less isolated. Boom, boom, boom. The battle intensified, with ninjutsu flying haphazardly, causing the bluestone square to tremor violently. Bang, bang, bang. With each tremor, Hu Dali, Tian Zongdaro, and the multitude of captives were jolted upwards by 3 inches. Though their posteriors were numbed from the vibrations, the spectators below harbored no complaints, for they were enthralled by the combat unfolding before them. The more they watched, the more their hearts raced with fear. Was there any hope of escape from the clutches of such a formidable overlord? The answer was a resounding no. Thus, they dared not express a hint of discontent. Their expressions and postures mirrored one another, rigid and solemn. They conveyed their willingness to observe the battle voluntarily. Whoosh! A figure soared out from the bluestone square. Bang! The figure collided with a massive pectoral muscle, creating a resounding impact. Gasp! The green-hued muscle quivered slightly, and the individual tumbled down from it. Whoosh! A figure suddenly emerged from the stone square. Bang! Instead of colliding with a well-defined pectoral muscle, this individual crashed into a substantial belly. Gasp! The flesh on the belly jiggled momentarily, causing the person to tumble down. It turned out that outside the stone square, there were not only humans, but also a diverse array of spirit beasts, including various terrestrial creatures like tigers, lions, black bears, and wild boars, as well as avian species such as crows, white herons, eagles, and hawks. These spirit beasts varied in size and form, yet the 2 largest among them were wild boars. They were the earliest spirit beasts of Qingye, known as a De and A heir. These 2 spirit beasts were already approaching the status of ultra-large spirit beasts, which are at least 30 meters in height. Currently, the 2 boars stood at 20 meters tall. A De, towering at 20 meters, had a dark blue-black hide, with muscles rippling across its body, revealing fierce tusks and an intimidating demeanor. At this moment, a De stood at the edge of the battlefield, donning a skirt of armor, wielding a naginata. A heir, also standing at 20 meters, had a crimson hide and a robust physique, boasting a prominent belly, with a pig-like face marked by deep crevices and a mane of white bristles cascading down, resembling a malevolent spirit. Like a De, a heir stood at the periphery, adorned with a massive tiger-skin skirt and brandishing a trident. Both boars had mastered a transformation technique taught by Hu Dali, yet their physical forms had been so significantly enhanced by natural energy, coupled with their enormous size, that they could not fully assume a human shape, resulting in a half-human appearance. With pig heads, they could stand upright, their feet resembling hooves, and their hands possessing 3 fingers. They had become the loyal subordinates of Qingye. dutifully managing the surrounding spirit beasts under Qingye's command. Under the looming threat of these ferocious creatures, the spirit beasts were coerced into witnessing the battle. Subjected to Qingye's terrifying lessons, illustrating that the consequence of defiance against Qingye would be brutal punishment. Cough. A cough echoed. As the individual who had earlier flown from the stone square lifted the debris off himself and stood up, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, the dust settled, revealing his countenance. With a black buzz cut, devoid of eyebrows and lifeless eyes, a cross-shaped scar adorned his right cheek, while red stripes marred the lower part of his face. This person was Pai Pasher Zhang, who gazed at the figure in the arena with lingering trepidation. Strong. Too strong, resistance was utterly futile. On the other side, another figure emerged from the swirling smoke, this person also spitting out a mouthful of blood, with a delicate appearance. Cascading black hair and skin as fair as porcelain. This individual was none other than the ice-release mist ninja, known as Bai Wu, who had been captured by Qingye. He too was in a dire state, his internal organs in turmoil. Yet he could not conceal his astonishment as he gazed at the figure in the center of the square. How could this individual possess such strength? Even if the water shadow were to arrive, they might not be able to defeat him. The ferocity of the recent battle had torn his garments, exposing large swathes of his flawless skin on his shoulders, which was as smooth as silk and radiantly fair. Witnessing this scene, a group of rough, burly men outside the arena became immediately agitated, their heads thrown back as they howled like wolves. Qingye, untouched by dust, descended slowly, his true strength yet to be unleashed in the recent skirmish. He landed gracefully, observing the rough men beside him, each displaying their unsightly demeanor. With a disdainful smile, he uttered a statement that shattered their illusions entirely. Why all the commotion? Bai Wu is indeed a man. A thunderclap echoed in the minds of the onlookers. The howls of wolves abruptly ceased, leaving everyone frozen in astonishment, with the exception of Hudali. Hudali, scratching his chest fur with a casual air, remarked, "Isn't that rather obvious? Bai Wu has an Adam's apple. Of course, he is male." The crowd experienced yet another blow, turning their gazes toward Bai Wu, who indeed bore an Adam's apple, albeit faintly. Damn it, even a wretched tiger could discern that. How could we have been so blind? Tian Zhongdalu, terrified, stood up and vigorously shook Hudali's shoulders. Why didn't you tell me? Hudali replied, as if it were self-evident. Isn't it clear to anyone with eyes? They possessed sight, yet were utterly blind to the truth of Bai Wu's masculinity. Was this the folly of desire clouding their judgment? What? Bai Wu is a man. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must be seeing things. Just yesterday, I purchased a set of photos of Miss Bai Wu, no, Mr. Bai Wu, from Mr. Tianzhong. Does that mean he sobbed? I can no longer face myself. Cursed be it, that I reacted to a man. What use is it? Bring me the knife. I seek to cleanse myself of this turmoil. In the span of 20 years, to discover that my beloved is of the male gender. I now break free from my shackles and realize who I truly am. I have attained enlightenment. Truly, what a farce this has turned out to be. Chaos reigning at the scene. The figure they had long believed to be Lady Bai Wu was, in fact, a man. Countless nights under the oppressive weight of Longhu Mountain, they had despaired, convinced they would traverse this life in darkness. It was only with Bai Wu's arrival that they glimpsed a flicker of light within the shadows. Now, however, their hopes lay shattered, and they found themselves devoid of purpose. Qingye twitched her lips in exasperation. Alas, it was also her fault for not having articulated things clearly. After seizing Bai Wu, she had cast him aside at Longhu Mountain. Those captured by Qingye had all been afflicted with sealing curses, aside from a select few who were imprisoned. The majority were permitted to roam freely within Longhu Mountain. After all, there remained numerous areas in need of cleansing, and these individuals served as a resource of free labor. Little did she anticipate that failing to promptly disclose Bai Wu's true gender to these people would lead to a series of unfortunate incidents. Observing the psychological turmoil of these individuals, it was likely that they had committed their crimes on the very night Bai Wu arrived, and now they were in a state of despair, wishing to sever their instruments of transgression. Qingye gazed upon the visage of Bai Wu, or rather, its form. Truly, it was worthy of the lineage of snow. How could one discern whether I am male or female? Alas, what accursed fate! You wretched beings, with your ice techniques and snowstorms. Bai Wu was a male and undoubtedly aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of these ruffians. How infuriating it is that I, a man, harbored such improper thoughts about him. The very notion is revolting. Who knows what fantasies these scoundrels have regarding themselves? And then there is that Tanaka Dairo, who brazenly took clandestine photographs of him. Not only that, but he also went so far as to sell them. It is a wonder what mischief these rascals could conjure with his image. Ignoring the injuries sustained from the recent skirmish, Bai Wu leaped high and exhaled a frigid breath towards these miscreants. The icy gale was so fierce that it sent them scurrying in haste. However, their escape was thwarted as Qingye had sealed their chakra, rendering their flight speed insignificant compared to the rapid spread of the cold. Chapter 117. You shall come to understand my character. Observing Bai Wu's furious embarrassment, Qingye realized that the opponent was intent on delivering a lethal blow. This reaction was understandable. Any man would struggle to endure such indignities. Although these captives appeared to Qingye as little more than detritus, he had nonetheless come to regard them as his own property, a source of free labor, and he could not allow Bai Wu to obliterate them. With that breath of frost, most would find themselves encased in ice. Qingye nodded towards Ada, signaling it to intervene. Ada complied with a nod, extending its large hand to shield against the chilling mist. Crack! A layer of ice crystals formed upon Ada's massive hand. However, the mist persisted obstinately, attempting to bypass Ada's defense to unleash the ice escape ninjutsu once more. Realizing that this would not suffice, it decided to take matters into its own hands. Qingye stood protectively in front of Bai Wu, hastily urging her, "Bai Wu, please remain calm. The die is cast. What more do you wish for? Grant me this favor." Bai Wu, equally exasperated, suddenly recalled that they were on another's territory upon seeing Qingye. Regaining her composure, she glared at the group, seething. How infuriating. I shall let you off today. Now who is Tianzhong Dalu? Return all my photographs at once. Should I discover that even one of those images has been disseminated, you shall find yourself encased in ice. Yes, Lord Bai Wu. I assure you that not a single photograph will escape, Tianzhong Dalu replied. Although he had received power from Qingye, his innate nature remained unchanged. He still regarded himself as an ordinary person and trembled at the sight of ninjas. Upon witnessing Bai Wu's wrath, he hastily complied. At that moment, Piwa Shizong approached, wielding a decapitating blade, and nonchalantly picked his nose. We are all men here. What is there to be concerned about? You people of the Snow Clan are truly delicate. Bai Wu cast a sidelong glance at Piwa Shizong, scoffing. Humph, you call yourself one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, yet you were captured. This remark incited Piwa Shizong, who desperately attempted to defend himself. I was gravely injured at the time. Had I been at my peak. He abruptly fell silent, sensing a menacing gaze directed at his back, sending chills down his spine. Swallowing hard, Piwa Shizong quickly altered his statement. Even at my peak, I would not stand a chance against the boss. They had become accustomed to the local customs and referred to Qingye as the boss. In truth, Piwa Shizong's assertion held merit. Even at his strongest, he would still be no match for Qingye. Qingye is exceedingly powerful, a formidable being of an entirely different caliber. Even if he were to gather the 7 ninja swordsmen, he remains uncertain of his ability to prevail, particularly after Qingye has gained an additional pair of eyes, rendering his strength even more inscrutable. Qingye averted her gaze from behind Shizong of the loquat tree, acknowledging his perceptiveness. She then turned her attention to the captives, unleashing a whip of water from her hand. Crack! The water whip lashed through the air repeatedly, startling the captives into retreat. Qingye spoke with a fierce tone. Well, you have witnessed my strength. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, they will find themselves feeding the insects. Now, everyone, get to work. Crack! With a swift motion, the water whip in his hand lashed out once more. Yes, boss, a group of captives trembled in fear, unable to forget the multitude of insects lurking nearby, which would consume anything without discrimination. After disciplining the captives, Qingye gestured towards Shizong and Bai Wu. You two come here. Their expressions stiffened. Were they to be sealed again? The sensation of losing all power was unbearable. Yet, under the eaves, one must bow their head. During their captivity, they had learned nothing but to submit. With their heads lowered, the two followed Qingye to an octagonal pavilion beside the Qingstone Square. In the center of the pavilion stood a stone square table, where Qingye took the seat of honor, gazing at the two standing opposite him. You two are indeed my defeated subordinates, am I correct? Qingye spoke softly. The two exchanged glances and nodded. The recent battle had made it abundantly clear that even together, they had failed to elicit Qingye's full potential. There was no returning to the hidden mist village. They could only follow me to the end. Upon hearing this, Bai Wu appeared somewhat disheartened, while Pipa Shizong remained unfazed. It seemed that Pipa Shizong had mentally prepared himself, whereas Bai Wu was still concerned about the Yuki clan of the hidden mist village. Qingye understood the importance of moderation. If one wished to inspire others to follow, it was essential to offer a morsel of sweetness. Thus, she shifted her tone and declared, "However, do not be disheartened. I am willing to grant you one request. Fulfilling such a demand with my capabilities should pose no difficulty. This transaction will be advantageous for all. Boss, I desire to possess strength on par with that of a shadow." Paipa Shirzong immediately voiced his ambition. It was easy to comprehend his desire, for he was known to be somewhat impulsive. Aoyama nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Baiwu. "And you?" Baiwu hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "I wish for the boss to help me preserve the Yuki clan." "Oh, do elaborate." With that, Baiwu recounted the unfolding events. It turned out that within the village of Kirigakure, there existed two distinct methodologies for cultivating ninjas, one involving the ruthless selection of ninjas through brutal training, and the other being the lineage-based ninjas, exemplified by both Hibiscus Shirzong and himself. Hibiscus Shirzong had risen through the ranks of the 7 ninja swordsmen. While he was a representative of the Yuki clan's heritage, the conflict between the two factions had intensified, leading to significant discord. Recently, the villagers had begun to express their disdain for the bloodline limit families, labeling them as monstrous. Baiwu feared that the internal strife within the village would escalate, potentially implicating the Yuki clan in the turmoil. Moreover, as the strongest representative of the clan, the Kagaya family was constrained within Kirigakure, barred from participating in the ongoing conflict. All signs indicated that the tensions within the village were on the verge of eruption, with a mere spark capable of igniting the situation. "I see," Aoyama nodded, realizing why. By the end of the Third Great Ninja War, not only Sunagakure had faltered, but also Kirigakure had reached its limit. The discord within the village was indeed so profound. However, according to Baiwu's conjecture, this was the reality. A coup d'etat would eventually unfold in Kirigakure, spearheaded by the Kagaya clan, following which the bloodline limit families of Kirigakure would face a thorough cleansing. Qingye gazed at the white mist, lamenting the fate of the Yuki clan, which had dwindled to a solitary survivor. "Your aspirations align with those of Paipa Shirzong. Should you attain the strength of a shadow-level ninja, you would be able to safeguard your clan without my intervention. Is that agreeable, my esteemed boss?" The white mist possessed a sense of self-awareness. Despite being a wielder of the ice-release bloodline limit, his abilities barely reached the level of an elite chunin, just managing to scrape by as a jonin. "No issue at all. As long as you assist me in my endeavors, I shall aid you in enhancing your prowess." Paipa Shirzong and the white mist exchanged glances, simultaneously kneeling and bowing their heads in deference. "Please, command us. We are at your service." "Haha, that is commendable. As long as we are on the same side, everything is negotiable. Rise, rise. In due time, you shall come to understand my character. I am quite amiable." The two quickly stood with Qingye's assistance, though their expressions bore a hint of discomfort. "Were it not for witnessing the captives you abducted, were it not for seeing you whip those prisoners, and were it not for the recent battle, we might have been inclined to believe in your integrity. Now that we have glimpsed your true nature, do you not feel a pang of guilt?" Of course, they could not voice their true thoughts. If one were to express their innermost feelings, could they still be considered innermost? "Haha, I have a task for both of you to undertake. At your command, esteemed boss." It was evident that this individual had plotted from the outset. What other choice remained but to acquiesce? Chapter 118. A brash fool and an ambiguous being. Qingye smiled gently as she looked at the two individuals. "So what do you say? Have you both agreed?" Both Paipa Shirzong and Baiwu silently nodded in response. What choice did they have but to acquiesce? After observing their agreement, Qingye retrieved a scroll from her sleeve. Upon unfurling the scroll, she delicately inscribed 3 circles upon its surface, labeling them as large cup, medium cup, and small cup. The verdant leaves unraveled the seal, and a wisp of white smoke dissipated, revealing 3 elongated lacquered wooden boxes distinguished by their sizes, large, medium, and small. Aoi pushed 2 boxes, one large and one small, towards the 2 individuals and softly remarked, "These are 2 renowned blades, a token of advance payment for your mission." Initially, the duo was perplexed by the purpose of the 3 boxes, yet upon hearing Aoi's declaration of the blade's significance, their eyes sparkled with excitement. They had not anticipated receiving such a reward before embarking on their task. The legendary ninja swords from the Hidden Mist village were well known to outsiders. To their surprise, their benefactor turned out to be an aficionado of distinguished blades. Unable to contain their curiosity, they eagerly opened the 2 long boxes. Among them, Paipa Shirzong, a pure warrior with an ardent passion for weaponry, was particularly captivated. His obsession with the executioner's great sword was well known, and he wasted no time in unfastening the latch of the large box with a decisive snap. As it swung open, a glimmer of dark light emerged. Inside lay a large, curved sword, comparable in length to the executioner's blade, but far more formidable in appearance. The blade, as dark as ink, was adorned with shimmering golden patterns, and its hilt exuded a sense of ancient elegance. Upon lifting this ebony sword, Kiba discovered another identical blade nestled beneath it. The revelation of a pair of swords filled him with delight. Grasping both in his hands, he was struck by their substantial weight, a sensation that instilled a sense of power and readiness for fierce combat. With these blades complementing the executioner's sword, he envisioned himself as a master of the three-sword style. However, he recalled that the executioner's sword belonged to Aoi and must remain here to serve as his iron tool. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shiroka opened the small box before him. A chill wafted from within as he unveiled a slender blade lying gracefully inside. This particular sword was peculiar. Its hilt was diminutive, easily gripped by a single hand, while the blade itself was extraordinarily long, nearly matching his own height. As Shiroka lifted the slender sword, he was astounded by its lightness, granting him the impression that it could be wielded effortlessly. This balance, resulting from the equal weight of the hilt and blade, ensured that he felt neither the heaviness of the blade nor the lightness of the hilt, allowing for an exquisite equilibrium in his grasp. Qingye gazed at the two individuals, thoroughly pleased with their expressions. Behold, the larger one is named the Shattered Star Greatsword, while the smaller one is the prosthetic blade. It took considerable effort to procure these. Pipa Shirzong gripped the two Shattered Star Great Swords with both hands, swinging them effortlessly, creating a curtain of black blades that emitted not even a whisper of wind. The dark blades were as formidable as mountains, utterly indomitable, a remarkable weapon. Baiwu wielded the prosthetic blade in a graceful arc, the movements flowing like water. Wherever the blade danced, it followed the gaze. Wielded with the precision of an extension of the arm, the long blade swayed like willow branches in the breeze, a splendid weapon indeed. Are they not exquisite? These two blades are perfectly suited for you. The General of Shattered Stars and the Valkyrie, one brash and the other androgynous. What a fitting match they make. In the depths of Qingye's thoughts, a notion emerged. You might wish to experiment with infusing chakra, for it may yield unexpected results. Upon hearing this, the two companions felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that these two blades possessed unique properties akin to the 7 ninja swords of the Hidden Mist Village? Without hesitation, they began to channel chakra into the blades. The two fragmented star great swords wielded by Pipa Shirzong grew even darker, adorned with specks resembling a starry sky. Meanwhile, Baiwu held the prosthetic blade before him. As he infused it with chakra, a chilling aura emanated, and a layer of crystalline ice enveloped its surface. Then, exchanging knowing glances, they felt an exhilarating sense of power with their precious blades in hand, ready to engage in a contest. They swiftly exited the octagonal pavilion and commenced their duel. The sounds of clashing echoed, ping-pong. However, as they continued, a peculiar realization dawned upon them. Despite the infusion of chakra making their combat appear more striking and their techniques more dazzling, it seemed to offer no enhancement to the potency of their moves. Eventually, they ceased their sparring and returned to the octagonal pavilion, their gazes fixed intently on Qingye, silently conveying their thoughts. Is this truly all there is? Qingye seemed oblivious to the exchanged glances between the two and, with an air of self-satisfaction, inquired, So, what do you think? Isn't he quite handsome? Yet, it was the earnest Pai Pa Shirzong who voiced the lingering question in his heart. Boss, well, that's all there is to it. Aside from being good-looking, there is nothing more. Upon hearing this, Qingye became agitated and immediately retorted, What do you mean it's only aesthetically pleasing? Is it so easy to forge a blade capable of unleashing a grand technique? Our village of mist possesses merely 7 such blades. The fact that I have managed to create 2 with special effects is quite commendable. What nonsense are you even contemplating? Observing Qingye's indignation, the two individuals quickly backed down. For the blade was indeed exquisite, and the special effects were rather impressive. Boss, we merely raised a small query. Nothing more, Baiwu interjected, stepping in to defuse the tension. Qingye muttered to himself, I am a master of crafting poisons, not weapons. Furthermore, I am no thief like Miyazaki. So where would I procure authentic Starbreaker swords and prosthetic blades for you? If I had genuine Starbreaker swords and prosthetic blades, I would keep them for myself. relishing in their power. Being able to utilize replicas is already quite remarkable. What more could one desire? Subsequently, Qingye returned to the octagonal pavilion and pointed to the last medium-sized box on the stone table. Inside this box lies a blade, a treasured secret of the Water Nation. You two must discreetly deliver it to the mansion of the daimyo in the Water Nation. At this, the two men were taken aback. In their eyes, the daimyo was an exalted figure. If Qingye truly intended to assassinate the daimyo, they would have to deliberate carefully on this task. Moreover, the daimyo was surrounded by numerous skilled warriors, making such an assassination far beyond their capabilities. Qingye once again found herself musing in disdain. How could a powerful yet ineffectual feudal lord dominate this group of ruthless ninjas? It baffles the mind how such merciless warriors managed to navigate the world of ninjas. Were this the Eastern world, a mere utterance of what noble lineage possesses such valor? Would swiftly unseat the lord, allowing someone of merit to ascend in their stead. Yet, despite these thoughts swirling in her mind, she knew better than to voice them aloud. How could I ever wish harm upon the Lord? What a perilous notion to entertain. My only desire is to see things return to their rightful owner. Qingye gazed at the two individuals with astonishment, the expression on his face conveying the perilous nature of their thoughts. Silence enveloped them. If it were anyone else, they might have been persuaded, but Qingye, this fellow, had not engaged in any virtuous deeds of late. He had coerced them into consuming a pill known as the heart-eating goo, inflicting upon them excruciating agony. Furthermore, he had threatened them into signing a spirit communication scroll from Longhu Mountain, granting him the power to summon them at will. Ultimately, the adage rang true. One must bow their head beneath the eaves. What? Do you harbor reluctance? Qingye cast a sidelong glance at the two, his tone tinged with menace. Upon hearing his threat, they hastily replied, No, we are willing. Good. Allow me to elucidate the plan. Within the octagonal pavilion, the trio engaged in earnest discourse for a time. After outlining the scheme to the two, Qingye permitted their departure. The items had already been dispatched, and a prominent figure had been ensnared. In addition, there were two other notable individuals that required meticulous strategizing. Chapter 119, Not Enemies. Yet we crossed paths. The war raged on, and the rain continued to fall from the heavens. Since the onset of conflict, this rain had intermittently descended, as if the heavens themselves favored the hidden mist village rather than the leaf village. However, today bore an unusual air, for the Oil Girl clan's encampment stood eerily vacant. The formidable bastion of the hidden mist village, coupled with their tenacious resistance, rendered the leaf village's assault exceedingly arduous, leading to another critical shortage of supplies at the front lines. To maintain the offensive, members of the Oil Girl clan were dispatched, utilizing flying insect ninjas to ferry provisions between the leaf village and the front. Yet, it was not entirely devoid of life within the camp. At the leader's tent, Elder Shishan and Qingye's shadow clone remained, as neither were officially recognized ninjas of the army. In truth, Orochimaru lacked the authority to mobilize them. Elder Shishan had steadfastly guarded the entrance to the leader's tent without budging an inch. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps squelching in the muddy expanse of the camp echoed ominously. Yet, when one cast their gaze around, not a single soul could be seen, rendering the scene exceedingly eerie. Elder Shishan, arms crossed, sat atop a massive gourd, positioned just outside the tent's entrance. Elder, could it be that someone has returned? At that moment, Qingye reached out to draw back the tent flap, revealing half of his head. Inside, trouble has arrived, Elder Shishan admonished, halting Qingye's inclination to investigate. He lifted his gaze, not at Qingye, but rather towards the desolate expanse of the camp. Oh, Elder, please exercise caution. The shadow clone of Aoba surveyed the open expanse of the camp and offered a reminder. Elder Shishan replied coldly. Since you have arrived, there is no need for concealment. The sound of footsteps ceased. Suddenly, figures materialized within the camp. To one's astonishment, there were nearly 20 individuals, clad in black ninja attire and adorned with masks bearing peculiar designs. They wore the forehead protectors of the village hidden in the mist. Water hidden technique. You are ninjas from the Umbu of the Mist, Elder Shishan remarked upon noticing their striking resemblance to the Umbu of Konoha. If you are aware, why inquire further? Responded a misty Umbu ninja, his mask displaying an inverted triangle motif. It is prudent to clarify. We would not wish to mistakenly harm innocents, Elder Shishan thoughtfully replied. The misty Umbu's gaze shifted past Elder Shishan towards the tent. The Oil Woman clan, a recently renowned ninja clan in Konoha. It is said that the prodigy capable of nurturing colossal ninja insects is present here. We extend a sincere invitation for him to visit the village hidden in the mist. Elder Shishan rose, stretching his limbs as he spoke. This lad is feeble and cannot withstand a sea breeze. A visit? Perhaps it would be best to forego that. Suddenly, a head peeked through the tent flap. Elder, I am not weak. Go back. Elder Shishan turned and scolded. Oh no, Elder. I merely wish to inform you that there is another group of people on the other side of the forest. Aoshi extended his hand, a parasitic bug crawling at his fingertips. Upon hearing the words, both parties turned their gaze toward the distant thicket. Those concealed within the grove were incensed. They had hidden so well, why were they being revealed? At that moment, they noticed the swarm of parasitic bugs on the ground, cursing under their breath, wondering when this brat had discovered their presence. There was no choice now but to reveal themselves. 3 figures emerged, their attire resembling that of the Mist's Umbu, yet adorned with different masks, animal-patterned rather than the bizarre designs. The Umbu with the inverted triangular mask, upon seeing the trio, spoke with ill intent, Konoha's Umbu. The Konoha Umbu, one wearing a mask resembling a flower dog, responded with a similarly grim tone, Mist's Umbu. Indeed, it was true that adversaries seldom meet without conflict. Both sides were eager to eliminate one another. There existed a historical connection between the 2 villages Umbu. Initially, the second Hokage established an Umbu, which the second Mizukage deemed commendable. The Umbu serves as the Shadow's elite guard, facilitating a multitude of tasks with remarkable efficiency. Thus, upon returning, the second Mizukage also instituted the Mist's Umbu. This concept of an Umbu was, in essence, a derivative of Konoha's design. As the earliest established Umbu, the 2 villages had undoubtedly fostered considerable animosity. Each encounter between their respective Umbu had devolved into a life-or-death struggle, the intricacies of their grudges long forgotten, leaving only the desire to annihilate the other. With their cover blown, the 3 Konoha Umbu had little to say. However, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, the flower dog-masked Umbu felt compelled to personally explain to Elder Nishiyama. Ahem. Elder Nishiyama, please do not misconstrue our intentions. We have been dispatched by Lord Hokage to protect you. Elder Nishiyama nodded in acknowledgement. What other interpretation could he have? To assume that the 3rd Hokage had sent them to surveil him would be absurd, though the intricacies of the situation eluded him. It was clear that unity against an external threat was paramount, with internal conflicts to be resolved later. All of you from the Mist Umbu should retreat. The brilliance of Konoha cannot be so easily dismissed. One Konoha Umbu, donning a hawk-shaped mask, asserted, This is Konoha's territory. I have already summoned reinforcements. If you do not depart, you shall find yourselves trapped here. The inverted triangular masked Umbu shook his head, believing the opponent's words to be misguided. How can we know without testing it? Engage. 20 Mist Umbu sprang into action. Water release, great waterfall technique. One Mist Umbu lowered half of his mask, unleashing a torrential deluge aimed at engulfing the campsite. Elder Nishiyama clapped his hands together. Insect cloud technique. A multitude of white plankton erupted from beneath the cloak of Elder Shishan, lifting both him and the large gourd behind him, thus preventing them from being swept away by the deluge. Beneath the tents situated behind Elder Shishan, a swarm of insects surged forth, elevating the entire structure. At this moment, 3 covert ninjas from Konoha began their offensive. They treaded upon the tumultuous waters, advancing toward the hidden ninjas of the mist, unleashing a barrage of shuriken. In response, the Mist's covert ninjas drew their blades, executing precise techniques to deflect every shuriken. At this juncture, a Konoha ninja adorned with a floral hound mask clasped a kunai between his teeth, crawling on all fours. Utilizing the 4-legged technique, he transformed into a whirlwind, sprinting across the water's surface with the swiftness of a beast, heading straight for several Mist ninjas. The clash of blades rang out as his formidable agility met with the adept swordsmanship of the Mist ninjas, yet each strike was countered. Suddenly, a spiraling vortex descended from the sky, sweeping past a Mist ninja, resulting in a splatter of crimson as the unfortunate warrior collapsed onto the water's surface. The descending whirlwind morphed into another floral hound mask, with one figure atop the other, both sprawled across the water. Hashimaru, tooth for a tooth technique. With a resounding bark, it became evident that the hound mask that had fallen from the heavens was a transformation of a ninja dog. Now, the duo, one human and one canine, merged into a swirling tempest, charging toward the Mist's covert ninjas. The three Konoha ninjas faced a daunting 20 mist ninjas, and as they struggled, numerous stragglers surged toward Elder Shishan. Glittering exploding insects, insect detonation technique. The air was already thick with a plethora of glittering explosive insects laid out by Elder Shishan. Should anyone breach the safety line, they would trigger a cascade of explosions. The sky erupted with a series of blasts, fireworks illuminating the night. Yet, as the saying goes, you have a plan, I have a ladder. In the world of ninjas, battles are a game of countering techniques. Beneath the water's surface, a figure emerged from beneath Elder Shishan. This individual directed a spittle toward the two swarms of insects above. Water release, water prison technique. A torrent of water surged skyward, aiming to envelop Elder Shishan and the entire tent. Chapter 120. Troublemaker? No wonder. Anticipating the underwater assault, Elder Shishan was well prepared. He smeared his thumb's blood across his palm and placed one hand atop the cloud of insects, causing a circle of black runes to radiate outward. Summoning technique. With a puff of white smoke, 3 large ninja insects materialized, the water-style swimming leeches. As the 3 leech descended from the insect cloud, they immediately confronted the oncoming water attack. However, the leeches opened their oral appendages, sucking in the rushing water, effectively neutralizing the water prison technique employed by the mist ninjas. Yet, after ingesting a substantial volume of water, their abdomens swelled like drums. Elder Shishan, commanding the insect cloud, hovered above the mist ninja, forming hand seals. Water release. Water cannon technique. 3 water-dwelling leeches turned their heads toward the hidden mist ninja lurking beneath the surface, unleashing a torrent of water projectiles from their mouths. Damn it. Even water-utilizing ninja insects exist? The mist ninja felt a chill at the sight of the incessant water blasts. If such ninja insects proliferated, the oceanic defenses of the mist village would surely falter, allowing the forces of Konoha to invade effortlessly across the seas. Indeed, that individual mentioned in the intelligence must be eliminated. He bit his finger, staining the surrounding waters with blood. And a series of dark runes materialized as he performed the summoning technique. Summoning technique. 5 shark kill. Amidst a cloud of white smoke, 5 shark-like creatures emerged, their long tails propelling them swiftly toward the 3 water leeches, their pectoral and dorsal fins slicing through the water like 3 sharp blades, enhancing their speed. The shadow clone of Aoi peeked out from the tent, observing the ninja below summoning the sharks for battle. Could it be that guy? He chuckled, recognizing a familiar face. This front line was indeed intriguing, filled with many acquaintances. However, it was merely Aoi who was familiar with them, while they remained oblivious to his presence. He glanced again at the sky, expecting the arrival to be imminent. With Elder Shishan and the Umbu ninja, there were only 4 of them against a formidable force of 20. 4 against 20, even if fists could contend with hands, they could only manage to take down 8. Defeating 20 was utterly impossible. They would soon find themselves overwhelmed. Currently, he was still in shadow clone form, should he be forced to act. It would be easy for others to discern his true form, exposing him in the process. Just as the shadow clone of Aoi anxiously awaited, a beam of golden light fell upon the campsite. The dark clouds above had inexplicably parted, allowing a shaft of sunlight to penetrate through. This astonishing sight drew everyone's gaze upward, revealing a shadow that flickered in and out of the light. The figure rapidly enlarged, revealing a person. Who the hell makes such a dramatic entrance? Questions echoed in the minds of the onlookers. In an instant, a figure clad in a flowing white robe adorned with golden embroidery appeared high in the sky. This individual was strikingly handsome, with long hair cascading down his shoulders, and a forehead protector bearing a symbol of a curse. Just then, a voice rang out. "Master, come to the rescue. These people harbor ill intentions toward your disciple." Qingye emerged from the tent, standing atop a cloud of insects, and waved a greeting. Subsequently, he pointed at the hidden mist ninjas with indignation. The figure hovering in the air was none other than Qingye himself. Having been forewarned by Orochimaru about the impending trouble from Danzo, Qingye had remained vigilant against any treachery from the old schemer. Unexpectedly, the adversary resorted to cunning tactics, opting not to confront him directly but instead leaking information to the hidden mist village, prompting their Umbu to take action against him. Truly, he was a wily fox, adept at orchestrating chaos. The complete disappearance of the Oil Woman clan today was likely orchestrated by Orochimaru behind the scenes. Fortunately, Qingye had already devised a strategy to counter such a scenario, preparing for any potential disparity in strength between foes and allies. As soon as his shadow clone spotted 20 hidden mist Umbu approaching, A message was promptly relayed to the original Qingye. As Qingye's power continued to grow, he recognized the necessity of adopting an alias to facilitate his operations. In the village, Qingye finds himself considerably constrained, and his situation outside is similarly precarious. He is either under constant surveillance by the roots or guarded by the Umbu. Are those 3 Umbu ninjas truly here to protect him? Thus, Qingye requires a formidable ally to serve as a shield, instilling enough fear in the village's old-timers to deter them from making a rash move against him. Furthermore, Qingye has managed to create large-scale ninja insects, even supersized ones, which is far beyond what a mere youth should be capable of achieving. No matter how talented he is, it defies belief that he could forge an independent path and produce such an array of creations. To maintain this facade, Qingye has no choice but to fabricate a master, thus adopting the persona of a sorcerer. With the presence of his elder brother Long, a sorcerer must also emerge. His life-bound insect is the true dragon insect, and naturally, he must assume 2 identities. Regardless, the lineage of the ninja insects must be elucidated. Qingye suspects that someone may already harbor doubts about him. Patience. Master shall come to your rescue. The figure of the Gu Master, transformed into verdant leaves, let out a resounding cry, plunging downwards like a cannonball, directly colliding with the center of the gathering. The camp, already submerged by the floodwaters, erupted entirely from the force of this astonishing impact. The immense shockwave thrust the surrounding waters aside, conjuring towering waves. The torrent surged forth, accompanied by the violent impact, as Elder Shishan hurriedly stabilized the insect cloud. The intensity of the force was overwhelming, rendering him somewhat unsteady. It was not just him. All within the camp felt the same. Even the shadow clone of Qingye experienced this turmoil, clutching the insect cloud to steady itself against being swept away by the flood. Simultaneously, the shadow clone inwardly lamented, questioning the need for such ostentation from the main body, fearing that others would be oblivious to his presence. The main body retorted, asserting that it was essential to make a grand spectacle to showcase the stature of a Gu master. At that moment, Elder Shishan turned to the shadow clone of Qingye and inquired about the identity of the individual, asking, "Who is this person, and what do you call him?" "Oh, this is my master. He taught me the secret techniques of insect cultivation." "I apologize, Elder. My master is a reserved individual and has always instructed me not to disclose his identity to anyone until my skills are fully developed," came the response. Elder Shishan surveyed the camp, which had now become significantly clearer. Moments ago, it had been tumultuous with waves, but now all the water had been expelled, a consequence of the impact that had displaced the entire flow. He pondered how the notion of this individual being low-key seemed elusive, and he found the claims of Qingye to be somewhat fantastical. However, it was reasonable. Considering Qingye's age, the ability to cultivate large and super-large ninja insects was indeed remarkable. The clan leader had previously mentioned this matter and advised him to pay attention to Qingye. If there was indeed a master behind Qingye, it would make more sense. Yet, he couldn't help but feel that this master seemed a bit unreliable. The once flooded camp was now completely drained, leaving only a solitary figure in the center. Suddenly, this figure vanished, reappearing in the next moment atop the insect cloud of the shadow clone of Qingye. He grasped the shoulders of the shadow clone, shaking him vigorously with an excited demeanor, exclaiming, "Disciple, my dear disciple, I have traversed the stars and moon to rescue you." Qingye diligently portrayed the image of a devoted master, anxiously traversing great distances to rescue his disciple. The shadow clone, swaying back and forth, grinned. "Not only have you hurried through the night, but you've also stirred up quite a commotion in the fish pond." The shadow clone gestured. "Must you be so ostentatious? What if someone sees through the ruse?" The original figure replied, "If I don't embellish my performance a bit, who will believe me? The more extravagant, the better." The two exchanged knowing glances. At that moment, Elder Shishan nearby cleared his throat, unable to endure the sight any longer. If the swaying continued, Qingye's frail form might not withstand it. Interrupted by the cough, Qingye, now transformed into a Gu master, turned to Elder Shishan with a hint of surprise, saying, "Ah, you must be Elder Shishan, right? I am Qingye's master, the Gu master. Manipulator of people? No wonder you enjoy shaking people up." "No, it's not manipulator of people, but Gu Dao Ren." As the Gu master, Qingye conjured a flurry of white goo worms that arranged themselves in midair to form the characters for Gu master. Elder Shishan gazed at the characters. He recognized Ren and could deduce Dao, yet the meaning of Gu eluded him. After all, having never studied simplified Chinese, It was understandable that he did not comprehend the character. Nevertheless, as an elder, he would not admit to ignorance or diminish his own knowledge. He nodded silently, as if he were familiar with the three characters. Qingye and the shadow clone twitched their lips. Elder Shishan, I never expected you to be such a person. Rather concerned with face saving. Subsequently, Elder Shishan brushed off the matter and turned his attention to Qingye, who had transformed into a Gu master. Upon closer inspection, Elder Shishan was astonished by the extraordinary sight before him. Particularly captivating were the eyes of the Gu master, those large, captivating eyes composed of countless regular hexagons, shimmered with an intense brilliance. Fortunately, he wore sunglasses, otherwise, the sunlight reflecting off those multifaceted eyes would have blinded him. They were hardly human eyes, but rather akin to those of an insect. No wonder such profound insect-raising techniques could be mastered. He had seemingly transformed himself into a creature of the insect realm. Yet, how had the ninja world never heard of such an individual? Was he perhaps a reclusive master? At that moment, the mist-hidden Umbu ninja, who had been momentarily stunned by the earlier impact, regained their composure. They regrouped, armed with ninja blades, shuriken, and kunai, encircling the trio. Simultaneously, three-leaf village Umbu ninjas appeared, swiftly positioning themselves beside Qingye to protect him and his companions. The three vigilant leaf Umbu ninjas observed the surrounding mist-hidden ninjas with caution, while the masked ninja, adorned with a hound motif, turned to Qingye and inquired, "Who are you? Do you realize this is the camp of the leaf?" Who I am is not for you to know. However, in light of you three protecting my disciple, I shall overlook this matter," Qingye retorted haughtily, his tone brimming with arrogance, dismissing the three-leaf Umbu ninjas entirely. In the end, Qingye brushed aside the hound-masked ninja, stepping forward to confront the mist-hidden Umbu ninja alone. Yet, the hound-masked ninja was displeased. "I spoke to you politely. Yet your attitude is unacceptable," he declared, raising a hand to block Qingye once more. "This is a matter of the leaf. I must insist you withdraw. I have already signaled for reinforcements, and they will arrive shortly." Aoyan cast a fleeting glance at the hound mask. Waiting for someone to arrive, time was slipping away. By the time assistance came, even the golden flowers would have wilted. This fellow still could not discern that he was ensnared in a trap. The reinforcements he summoned were likely idling away their time. This was supposed to be an elite of Konoha, a shinobi of the Umbu, yet he displayed no discernment whatsoever. Without offering an explanation to the hound mask, Aoyan spoke in a low voice, "Will you let me pass?" The hound mask retorted, "I will not." Observing the exchange between the two, the hidden mist shinobi surrounding them grew incensed. "Are you two bickering, or do you take us for invisible?" One of the hidden mist shinobi coldly remarked. "Kill." With that command, a dozen hidden mist shinobi sprang into action, intent on delivering a lethal blow. They had already declared that the reinforcements were imminent. It was time to resolve the conflict swiftly. Finally, the two bickering individuals turned their attention towards the unfolding chaos. Qingye took a step forward, a wicked smile gracing his lips. This is intriguing. Allow me to assess your true worth." The flower dog masked figure attempted to intervene. Yet before its hand could even make contact with Qingye, he vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Qingye reappeared before the gathered misty, hidden dark ninjas. His long hair danced in the air, and his dragon-like eyes shimmered with iridescent light. As he brought his hands together, it had been a long time since he had harnessed the Sage Mode. Sage Mode. A resounding hum erupted, an overwhelming aura unleashed, causing the surroundings to whistle with intensity, nearly uprooting the tents behind the shadow clones. Those present possessed considerable strength, managing to maintain their footing amidst the chaos. As the dust settled, Qingye had undergone a remarkable transformation, emanating an almost palpable pressure. Qingye was enveloped in a shimmering azure glow, her once black hair transformed into a brilliant white. Ethereal patterns resembling insects manifested at her brow and the corners of her eyes, while two small dragon horns sprouted from her temples. This was the visage of a sage. A true sage mode. From which sacred land did this legacy originate? Elder Shishan, having a modicum of knowledge, was not far removed from the era of the first Hokage and was aware of certain matters concerning the sacred grounds. Moreover, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were also heirs of such sanctuaries. He had been fortunate enough to witness Jiraiya wielding sage mode. That face could not be mistaken. The misty assassin who had initiated the attack sensed something amiss. Qingye was no longer the same as moments before, as if she had transformed into an entirely different individual. Thus, he hastily shouted, This individual is extraordinarily powerful. Do not hold back. A dozen or so figures swiftly divided into two groups. One faction launching shurikens and concealed weapons as a feigned assault, while the other began performing hand seals, preparing to unleash ninjutsu to obliterate their adversary. They were all elite, their coordination instinctively harmonious. Swish, swish, swish. A torrent of shurikens and hidden weapons descended like rain. In the face of such overwhelming onslaught, Qingye remained composed, raising a hand. Hexagonal barrier. A burst of azure light emanated from her palm, forming a hexagonal shield before her. The barrier was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet utterly indestructible. All shurikens and concealed weapons collided against it, producing merely a cacophony of sounds, without inflicting any damage upon the shield. Thanks to the addition of a pair of Sharingan and Byakugan, Qingye's dragon-like vision had been significantly enhanced. From this ocular prowess, she acquired two new abilities. One was the hexagonal barrier, which could convert her ocular strength into an invisible hexagonal shield capable of withstanding both physical and ninjutsu assaults, as well as ensnaring foes. Having withstood the initial wave of attacks, subsequent assaults soon followed, as the other faction of Misty Assassins had completed their hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, water shark bullet technique. Water release, water pillar technique. Water release, water fong bullet technique. Each formidable water-based ninjutsu unleashed an even greater lethality when executed singularly. Once again, a deluge of attacks surged forth, this time with an expanded range. Water dragons, water sharks, water spheres, and water blades loomed larger in the eyes of the onlookers, exuding a palpable aura of menace directed towards Qingye. Retracting the hexagonal barrier, Qingye faced this vast array of ninjutsu assaults without a trace of fear, as the fierce winds whipped through her garments, creating a resonant rustle. Qingye remained composed, yet those behind him began to feel a sense of unease. Apart from the shadow clone of Qingye, who wore a calm expression, he was aware that his true self was preparing to put on a show. He decided to test another ability. Suddenly, everyone felt a suffocating sensation, as though a heavy stone were pressing down upon their chests. Qingye raised both hands, exerting tremendous force to expand the entire space. The Dragon's Might Barrier. Buzz. A golden force field radiated outward from Qingye's core, enveloping everything within its grasp in an overwhelming weight. Bang, bang, bang. All incoming ninjutsu, before even nearing Qingye, were utterly dissipated by this immense pressure. Water dragons, water beasts, water orbs, and water blades erupted into splashes in midair. Meanwhile, the hidden ninjas from the mist, confronted by this oppressive aura, were bent over, most of them kneeling on the ground. Yet one individual gritted his teeth and stood tall. Ah, who would have thought that someone could still rise? You are quite remarkable. Aoyama has already discerned the identity of this individual, aside from the shark-faced Kisame Hashigaki. Who else could it be? This technique, the dragon's pressure field, manifests as a tangible dragon's might. Although it does not manipulate gravity, under the oppressive force of the dragon's aura, one would feel as though their body has become tenfold heavier. Among the mist ninjas, aside from the tailless beast known as Kisame Hashigaki, Aoyama cannot fathom anyone else capable of enduring such immense pressure. Water release, great waterfall technique. Kisame's mind operates swiftly, and he swiftly devises a strategy. In the face of such overwhelming weight, the only solution is to enhance buoyancy. Indeed, the mist ninja has resumed his aquatic onslaught. Over the past few days, Aoyama has developed an immunity to it. However, upon reflection, it is quite discomforting to be constantly rolling around in someone else's saliva. It is hardly a pleasant memory. Aoyan was no longer willing to bathe in the spittle of others. With a commanding control over the dragon's force field, Aoyan levitated himself, standing suspended in midair. Simultaneously, he joined his right index and middle fingers together, transforming them into a sword-like gesture. With a gentle flick of his fingers aimed at the escaping mist ninja in the water, he invoked the six-pointed hexagonal barrier. Suddenly, a cyan hexagonal pillar of the barrier surged from the water's surface, forcefully elevating one of the mist ninjas. The verdant blade danced gracefully, tracing arcs in the air, left and right, up and down, forward and backward. With each gesture, a hexagonal pillar rose, as if summoned from the very fabric of existence. One by one, these pillars ascended, and with the fluidity of Qingye's movements, their emergence quickened, their force magnified. Bang, bang, bang. confronted by the sudden onslaught of hexagonal pillars. The shadowy ninjas of the mist had no means of escape, each one being unceremoniously thrust into the air. The verdant leaves propelled them all into the heavens. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. In Chapter 122, one might ponder whether such distance could truly be achieved. Alas, it was a miscalculation. The entire Umbu squad of the Hidden Mist was sent soaring by Aoba's hexagonal pillars. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With a flick of his fingers toward the ground, a series of perfect hexagons materialized in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The hexagons began to extend downward in unison, forcefully driving each airborne Hidden Mist shinobi back into the earth, where the pillars stood tall, firmly pinning them down. Task accomplished with remarkable ease. As Aoba prepared to clap her hands to signal the end of the session, she suddenly noticed another figure suspended in the air, having evaded the attack and now poised atop the hexagonal pillar. Squinting, she recognized him as the elusive Kisame Hoshigaki. Humph, indeed, he is the man renowned as a monster. Qingye raised his hand once more, and the hexagonal pillars beneath the feet of the dry persimmon Kisame transformed into glimmers of azure light, vanishing from sight. The sudden disappearance of the hexagonal pillars caused Kisame to plummet back to the ground. With a deft movement of his fingers through the void, Qingye conjured another hexagonal pillar, hurtling swiftly towards Kisame. Confronted with the unexpected assault of the hexagonal pillar, Kisame gritted his teeth. What peculiar ability was this? Was it a form of staking or pillar erecting? A bloodline limit, or a unique secret technique? Why had there been no mention of this in the intelligence reports? What was the intelligence department of the Mist Village doing? Upon returning, he would certainly have to deal with the head of the intelligence division. Positioning his arms defensively before him, Kisame braced for impact, though evasion was futile. With a resounding thud, he was struck by the hexagonal pillar and sent spiraling through the air, executing a perfect 720-degree dive. Hey, a dive? Let us see how high you can leap, he thought. Even in the water, the hexagonal pillars summoned by Qingye could materialize out of thin air. He pointed emphatically at Kisame, continuously gesturing. Swish, swish, swish. Pillar after pillar emerged, akin to relentless fists, incessantly battering Kisame and propelling him back into the sky, preventing him from touching down. Kisame, agile and nimble, executed straight, curled, and tucked body maneuvers, twisting and turning to evade the hexagonal pillar's onslaught. Yet, Qingye found himself increasingly frustrated. After all this time, he still had not subdued a shark-faced adversary. A grin spread across his face as his eyes narrowed, his expression gradually morphing into one of intense determination. Qingye moved her hands, transforming them into a myriad of phantoms before her. Bang, boom, thud. Qingye pursued relentlessly, while the dry persimmon demon hurriedly fled, causing the entire camp to become enshrouded in hexagonal pillars. Meanwhile, the expressions of those behind Qingye began to change. Sensing the tremors emanating from the ground, a dreadful thought crossed their minds. Would this fellow truly obliterate the entire camp? While others merely splashed water to assist in tidying up, he wielded a pile driver to pound the very earth beneath them. Elder Shishan observed Qingye panting heavily, his determination to crush that mist ninja seemingly unwavering. He hesitated, contemplating whether to offer a word of caution. Be gentler. If this continues, the entire camp will be reduced to ruins. The shadow clone of Qingye twitched at the corners of his mouth, grasping Elder Shishan's arm and shaking his head. His original self would not heed such advice. Did he not know himself well enough? Here I am, launching a new product, while you frolic with your diving and gymnastics, utterly disregarding my dignity. Qingye initially believed that the 6-rhombus barrier was an extraordinary technique. To his astonishment, it became merely a backdrop for others. In the presence of the formidable taijutsu master, Kisame Hoshigaki, it transformed into his launch pad. Observe how gracefully Kisame leaps. He has ascended to new heights, worthy of an Olympic champion. Yet, within Kisame's heart lies a sense of despair. He is not performing gymnastics, but rather fighting for his survival. If he does not escape soon, he risks being crushed into a mere pulp. The more dire the situation, the more determined Qingye becomes to bring this individual down. The 6-rhombus pillars are manifesting with increasing rapidity and growing in size. Bang, bang, bang. An abundance of 6-rhombus pillars descends, stirring up a cloud of dust across the entire camp. Cough, cough. As the dust fills the air, those surrounding Qingye begin to cough. Buzz, A colossal regular hexagon materializes in the sky. Qingye embraced the void with both hands and forcefully struck downward. Whoosh! A colossal hexagonal pillar erupted from the regular hexagonal barrier, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! The entire ground trembled. Bang! However, the massive hexagonal pillar did not crush Kakashi's substitute, but instead struck a piece of wood. It was a substitution technique. Kakashi materialized in midair with a thud, his heart racing as he gazed at the enormous hexagonal pillar, realizing that had he not been prepared, he would have been crushed to death. Qingye's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, his energy significantly depleted, leaving him feeling somewhat weak. However, upon witnessing the emergence of the dry persimmon demon, Kisame, in the air, he realized this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Qingye moved her hands inward, causing two hexagonal pillars to materialize behind the left side of dry persimmon Qingye. "Let me show you how to bring you down," she declared, bringing her hands together. The two hexagonal pillars charged fiercely towards dry persimmon Qingye. With a resounding crash, he pressed down, summoning a massive shark, which he rode as he leaped into the air. With a splatter of blood, the shark was crushed into a mere pulp by the two pillars, having had no chance to return to the city. Meanwhile, dry persimmon Qingye dove down, disappearing into the swirling dust. Qingye's countenance twisted in a fierce grimace as his fingers traced intricate patterns in the air, conjuring yet another colossal hexagon. Unable to bear the sight any longer, his shadow clone hastily tugged at Qingye's waistband. "What are you doing? Can't you see Master is apprehending the villains?" Aoba cast a glance at the shadow clone. "We are equals. After all, we are essentially one and the same." The shadow clone, with a darkened expression, spoke in a manner befitting a junior. "Ahem, Master, that should suffice. You are about to reduce the campsite to ruins. When the Oil Woman clan returns, where shall we spend the night?" Qingye regained his senses and beheld the camp adorned with hexagonal pillars. Realizing that his hexagonal structures had wreaked havoc throughout the entire encampment. Casting a reproachful glare at his shadow clone, Qingye remarked with irritation, "You should have mentioned this earlier. Now the brethren of the Oil Woman clan have nowhere to rest tonight." Elder Shishan, having appeared silently behind Qingye, quietly interjected, "It is of little consequence. The children can endure a night under the open sky." Qingye's expression stiffened as he turned to Elder Shishan, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "How could I possibly accept this? Let us do it this way. Elder, please put the debt on my account, and I shall repay it next time." He was certain that he would never face Elder Shishan again. He had exhausted an entire year's budget and had no means to repay. He intended to evade his responsibility, reasoning that this time, with the missed assault, the damages to the camp could be classified as war losses and thus charged to public funds. Elder Shishan remained silent, quietly committing Qingye's words to memory. At that moment, a roar echoed through the air. Water release, technique of the 100-foot shark. Another deluge surged forth, enveloping the stirred dust once more. "Humph, will this ever end?" Qingye raised her hands, invoking the six-pointed barrier. With a series of crisp sounds, several hexagonal barriers converged, forming a perfect hexagonal prism that encircled the surrounding individuals, effectively blocking the torrent of water. However, it soon became apparent that this assault was not directed at them. An observant Leaf Village Umbu discerned the anomaly and spoke up to alert the others. Qingye focused his gaze and indeed discovered that the fearsome shark in the water was not advancing towards them, but was instead targeting the fog ninja trapped beneath the six-sided pillar. Several of the fog ninjas had already met a gruesome fate, their crimson blood spreading across the water like a macabre tapestry. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers, struck by the sheer brutality. In a desperate bid to prevent their comrades from falling into the hands of Konoha, they had mercilessly slain their own allies. Only Qingye and his shadow clone remained unfazed, for they understood that the Ōtsutsuki's Kisame had previously eliminated his own devoted admirer, driven by the fear of information being divulged. He was a man devoid of compassion, so utterly devoid that he perceived the world as a mere illusion, which ultimately led him to align himself with Ibido. Qingye thrust his hands forward, forming a diamond-shaped gesture at his chest. A substantial azure light concentrated within his palms. The six-pointed barrier, the crystal divine spear. Buzz! The cerulean radiance between his hands erupted, and an exceedingly slender six-pointed barrier shot forth from the diamond-shaped gesture of his hands. The azure barrier resembled a long spear, piercing through the haze and traversing the waters, striking the obstructing shark and directly targeting the dry persimmon Zabuza. The latter, with both hands pressed to the ground, was in the midst of performing a jutsu to summon an unending stream of sharks. Yet, in a flash of azure light, his chest was penetrated by the six-pointed barrier. Blood spewed from his mouth as he exchanged glances with Ao, his mask failing to conceal the shock. Could it truly reach such a distance? A miscalculation. There remained numerous complications to address. Chapter 123. Slow down, the subsequent actions will be disrupted. Hasten, and the rhythm will falter. Although the barrier pierced Tsubusa, it was not his true form. With a resounding crash, he transformed into a torrent of water clone technique. From a distance, Ao observed the unfolding situation through the dragon's eye. This fellow was surprisingly swift. At that moment, a group arrived, led by Shiroi Aburame and his tactical team. What transpired here? Why has the camp been reduced to this state? Shiroi hastened to the rescue. Yet upon arrival, he was met with countless towering pillars. Ignored by the others, the crowd's attention was fixated on the figure of Ao, who had transformed into a shaman. Nearby, an Umbu ninja watched Ao with a gulp. Eyes filled with trepidation. This individual was formidable. Despite not having eliminated the final mist ninja, the destruction wrought was immense. The camp lay in ruins. Should this adversary incite chaos on the Konoha frontline, it could spell disaster. Perhaps even the Hokage would not prove a match. What a troubling thought to harbor. The Umbu ninja recited the will of fire in his mind, striving to realign his thoughts. The third Hokage is the strongest, it must be so. Yet not to entertain doubts. Qingye cast a sidelong glance at Oil Woman Shihaku and the mobile squad. Weren't you all here earlier? You were merely lurking in the shadows, watching the spectacle unfold. Now that the deed is done, you dare to confront me? Your performance is quite commendable. At that moment, Qingye's sage mode came to an end, his entire being reverting to normal as the visage of the sage faded from his face. Simultaneously, the 6 hexagonal pillars of the camp transformed into shimmering azure lights, dissipating into the air. With the disappearance of the hexagonal pillars, the entire area became desolate. Can someone explain to me what on earth is happening here? Oil Woman Shihaku, surveying the chaotic camp, rushed forward and bellowed at Qingye and his companions. The nearby Umbu ninja intended to provide an explanation, but Qingye obstructed him, stepping in front of Oil Woman Shihaku. You are the treacherous one who harmed the Oil Woman clan, the disgrace of the Oil Woman lineage, Oil Woman Shihaku. Initially taken aback, Shihaku quickly regained his composure and shouted back at Qingye's slander. This man is slandering me. He turned to the crowd, asserting that Qingye's words were mere fabrications. Subsequently, he pointed at Qingye, addressing his team behind him. Who is this person? Do you not understand this is a military-restricted area? Outsiders are prohibited from entering. Someone, expel him from the Leaf's encampment. The mobile squad was poised to act when suddenly, with a buzzing sound, Elder Shishan intervened. From the large gourd on his back, a swarm of explosive bugs erupted, filling the vicinity. The air was thick with the presence of these insects, their tails shimmering ominously, as if primed for detonation. He coldly regarded the mobile squad members who were eager to engage. These bugs are volatile. It would be wise for you to refrain from any rash movements. Qingye gazed at Elder Shishan, whose intentions were unmistakably clear. He was reluctant to take matters into his own hands. Observing the earlier display, it was evident that once Qingye took action, it would be without restraint. Elder Shishan feared that Qingye might reduce the people of Konoha to mere pulp. Should that occur, Qingye and Konoha would irrevocably become sworn enemies. Qingye gazed at the somewhat flustered Yun Jibai. You adeptly used natural energy to prevent the Yun clan leader's spirit and body from uniting. You speak nonsense. I did no such thing, Yun Jibai vehemently denied. Look, this is a confession without the need for interrogation. I speak in jest. Apprentice, reveal to him my true identity. Qingye cast a sidelong glance at the shadow clone, urging it to proclaim his name to the world. The shadow clone rolled its eyes at Qingye, retorting, You're wearing a disguise. You can act recklessly now. But I possess an identification card. Just be wary of any inquiries later. Clearing his throat, he began to speak in a mock-serious tone. Ahem, my master, the Taoist, is a descendant of the sacred land, having devoted years to the cultivation of natural arts. He would never misjudge a matter. Upon hearing the mention of the sacred land, Yun Jibai became alarmed. For those who cultivate the powers of nature in the sacred land can undoubtedly discern the tricks he employs. However, he soon realized something was amiss. There are only 3 sacred lands in existence. So from where did this individual originate? Seizing upon this inconsistency, he immediately leaped forth to challenge Qingye. You're speaking nonsense. There are only the 3 great sacred lands. I have never heard of any others. Aoyue shook her head. gazing at Yunji Bai with a look of pity. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Before he could finish his sentence, Aoyue delivered a punch to his abdomen. Yunji Bai, like a boiled shrimp, turned crimson, clutching his belly as he doubled over and collapsed to the ground. Qingye gazed at his clenched fist, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Nothing quite compares to the exhilaration of delivering a blow with one's own hands. The last time, while utilizing the body of the Oil Maiden clan leader to strike this individual, he felt no tangible connection. Suddenly, a peculiar object fell from the embrace of Yunji Bai, a syringe-like apparatus. Qingye swiftly picked up the syringe from the ground. Upon inspection, he raised it high and addressed the crowd with a booming voice. Do you see this? This is irrefutable evidence, containing potent natural energy. To absorb such energy without specialized training would lead to bodily corruption. Am I mistaken? This individual is the perpetrator. Last time, the attempt to harm the Oil Clan matriarch failed, and now this. He then pointed at Yunji Bai lying on the ground and commanded his shadow clone. Now that we have undeniable proof, apprentice, apprehend him. When the Oil Clan matriarch returns, we shall interrogate this scoundrel to uncover who is behind this. Yunji Bai, infuriated, exclaimed, "You placed this in my pocket. How could I possibly carry such a thing?" He trembled, his face flushed, and stammered, framed. "I will retaliate." Clack. The mobile squad unsheathed their kunai, disregarding the surrounding luminous explosive insects, truly intent on attacking Qingye. Buzz. As the multifaceted eyes of Aoyue opened, the surrounding space momentarily froze, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the crowd. Bang! The pressure bore down hardest on the advancing mobile squad, forcing them all to the ground, incapacitated. Observing the fallen team, Aoyue spoke coldly. "Humph, though you remain oblivious, harboring the guilty is itself a sin. Prepare yourselves for punishment." With that, venomous insects surged forth from Aoyue's mouth. Whoosh! The scorpion tails of the 5 poisonous insects transformed into shadows, swiftly striking the necks of several individuals, rendering them unconscious. Meanwhile, a shadow clone of Aoyue held Oil Girl Shira, placing a face-hugging parasite on him, effectively sealing the chakra within his body. The onlookers noted the seamless cooperation between the two, evident of their experience. Their actions, ambushing, poisoning, and sealing, flowed like water. Even the 3 Umbu ninjas were impressed, recognizing the precision of their timing. A moment too late, and subsequent actions would falter. A moment too soon, and the rhythm would be disrupted. Simultaneously, the 3 Umbu from Konoha vowed in their hearts to decline any future missions involving this master and apprentice duo. They had no desire to be subject to such a dragon's service. With a clap, the insect master turned to Aoyue. "Well then, master. The time has come for you to decide how to deal with these individuals. This matter is yours alone, and I shall not interfere. Remember, if you encounter trouble, seek your master." "Understood, master. Should I find myself in danger, I shall surely call upon you." As the 2 individuals spoke, their gazes simultaneously shifted toward the trio of Konoha's Umbu. The 3 Umbu members, caught off guard, were bewildered by the scrutiny. "What is with that look? We are merely tasked with surveillance, not plotting against you. The group that seeks to trouble you is entirely different. Do not drag us into this mess." Elder Shishan twitched his lips, observing the duet of master and disciple engaged in their theatrical exchange. That syringe moments ago had unmistakably been placed by Aoyue into the hands of Wyan Shihaku. After falsely accusing Wyan Shihaku, they now dared to threaten the Umbu. Such troublesome individuals. Nevertheless, Elder Shishan had no intention of intervening. It was time to impart a lesson to those lurking in the shadows. He resolved to rescue the masses from peril, unearth the malevolent hand targeting the YN clan leader, and deliver a warning to the unseen puppeteer. Having accomplished all this, Aoyue, transformed into a shaman, was ready to take his leave. Summoning a 4-winged dragonfly, he perched atop its large head, and with a swift motion, he morphed into a shadow that ascended into the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon. Having made his grand exit, he hastily withdrew. Chapter 124. Is this what adults refer to as the ways of the world? The events transpiring at the YN camp remained undisclosed, as Aoyue conferred with Elder Shishan. Ultimately deciding to handle matters internally, Aoyue believed it was indeed time to settle the score, to conclude the affair. With such a valuable leverage against YN Shihaku, it was only prudent to extract some recompense from the shadowy figures behind the scenes. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his own acting prowess and the effort he had exerted. As for YN Shihaku, he had been apprehended by Aoing, along with his subordinates. Even if others were aware, outsiders could hardly voice any objections. What could they say? Wayan Shihaku, being a member of the Wayan clan, had committed the grave offense of plotting against the clan leader. Was it not reasonable for the Wayan clan to handle his fate? In the structure of the ninja villages, the authority of a clan leader often surpassed that of a Hokage in certain respects, especially concerning their own kin. Thus, the Hokages of various villages sought to suppress the clans within, instilling diverse ideologies in the younger generations. This counteroffensive lasted 7 days and nights, successfully capturing 8 frontline fortresses of the Hidden Mist village, which could be deemed a significant victory, despite 2 fortresses remaining unconquered. One such fortress was besieged by Uchiha Fugaku. Yet his adversary was the formidable Suigetsu Ōtsutsuki. With fortune, geography, and morale not favoring the Uchiha, defeat was only to be expected. The other fortress had initially fallen, only to be reclaimed by the Hidden Mist village later. Defending that stronghold was the stalwart Kuroyama Raya. Regardless, such achievements bolstered morale, reversing the previous decline at the front lines. And now they could report back to the 3rd Hokage. Of course, while the frontline commander Orochimaru could provide his account, how could Uchiha Fugaku justify the losses? This assault had claimed the lives of 30 to 40 clansmen, 7 of whom had awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. How could he return and present his report? Moreover, the loss of so many Uchiha clansmen would also weigh on Orochimaru's conscience, allowing him to submit 2 reports, one overt and one covert. Following the conclusion of Konoha's counteroffensive plan, both sides entered a period of recuperation. Exhausted from the conflict, both factions focused on replenishing supplies and fortifying their defenses. After all, ninjas are human, not machines. Even they grow famished after missing 3 meals. Yet, as the trees yearn for stillness, the winds continue to howl. Qingye certainly could not allow him to rest. The turmoil during the war had cost him a significant amount of spoils. Now, seeking a peaceful resolution seemed utterly impossible. The plot against the Oil Woman clan's leader by Oil Woman Jibai had not leaked to the outside world, yet it had circulated within the clan itself. The consensus among the clan members had been established. Such treachery was unforgivable, particularly when it involved an attempt on the leader's life. Had it not been for Qingye and Elder Shishan's intervention, the clan members would have been inclined to dispose of Oil Woman Jibai in a most gruesome manner. Although the scandal regarding Oil Woman Jibai had caused quite a stir within the Oil Woman clan, given the clan's nature, this information would likely remain confined within their ranks. Of course, there was one individual privy to this matter, Orochimaru, the commander on the front lines. Besides Qingye and his companions, 3 Umbu ninjas had been present at the time and would undoubtedly report the situation upon their return. It was reasonable to believe that a detailed account of the incident now rested on Orochimaru's desk. On this particular day, Qingye, donning the mantle of clan leader, sat resolutely within the tent. At that moment, the tent flap was lifted, and Oil Woman Fong entered to deliver a report. Leader, Lord Orochimaru's envoy has arrived. Very well, please let them in. As the curtain was drawn back, it was indeed the young secretary who entered. Aoba gazed at this individual, recognizing him as Kabuto Yakushi. He must have altered his appearance. Otherwise, how could he have gone unrecognized until now? Kabuto is indeed an extraordinary figure, often referred to as the Chun Yongren of the ninja world and the Tom Cruise of the intelligence realm, a master of infiltration and deception. One might assume he is a spy for Danzo, only to discover he is actually a mole for Orochimaru. Then, one might think he serves Orochimaru, only to find out he is working for Sasori, and again, one might believe he is Sasori's agent, only to realize he is back to being Orochimaru's spy. An endless nesting of deception. Kabuto is simply remarkable. He traverses the 5 great ninja villages, maneuvering through the world of espionage, having infiltrated virtually every organization. He remains an enigma, impossible to decipher. Ultimately, it was Uchiha Itachi's skillful manipulation that redeemed his reputation. Otherwise, the outcome of the 4th Great Ninja War might have been uncertain. In the face of such a figure, Aoba's failure to recognize him at first is indeed a slight. He hopes to leave a favorable impression now, wishing that he does not bring misfortune upon himself in the future. Perhaps they could collaborate someday. For Kabuto is a potential asset, destined for achievements rivaling those of Orochimaru. The young secretary felt a twinge of anxiety, even with the Oil Woman clan leader donning sunglasses. He could sense a searing gaze upon him. Why would the clan leader look at him so intently? Was there something amiss with his face? He touched his cheek. He had washed his face this morning, and there were no blemishes to be found. Qingye immediately rose to his feet, warmly inviting the young secretary to take a seat. His gestures were as enthusiastic as his words. Come, come. You've traveled such a long distance. You must be parched. Please, have a seat while I arrange for a warm cup of tea for you. Once he gently pressed the secretary into a chair, the clan leader turned to admonish Yun Feng. Feng, my dear child, how can you be so inconsiderate? The secretary is a messenger of Lord Orochimaru. Quickly fetch a cup of hot tea for him. Of course, clan leader, Yun Feng replied before exiting. The secretary, overwhelmed by such fervent hospitality, felt somewhat uncomfortable, particularly due to his position. The less attention he garnered, the better. Stammering, he raised his hand and said, clan leader Yun. There's no need for such formality. I am merely here to convey a message from Lord Orochimaru. Aoshi maintained her serene smile and nodded in agreement. Oh, take your time. I am all ears. At that moment, the young secretary adopted a serious demeanor and began to articulate Orochimaru's words. Well, Lord Orochimaru expressed his hope that the leader of the Oil Woman clan would consider the greater good and release Captain Shihaku, as he is indeed the captain of the mobile unit. That is certainly agreeable. Aoba lightly tapped 2 items on the desk and addressed the young secretary, saying, I shall not put you in a difficult position. Instead, kindly deliver this test tube and this scroll to Lord Orochimaru and request him to come personally for the matter. I will agree to release him. The secretary hesitated, for it was evident that Lord Orochimaru preferred to avoid escalating the situation and did not wish to intervene personally. However, the head of the Oil Girl clan insisted that Lord Orochimaru must come himself. Is this truly feasible? Noticing the secretary's uncertainty, Aoba nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, this will suffice for your report. The secretary collected the 2 items and, with a serious expression, assured the head of the Oil Girl clan, Very well. I will ensure these items reach Lord Orochimaru. Having said that, the secretary rose to depart and report back. Aoba, however, held him back and discreetly slipped something into his hands. After completing this task, Aoba patted the secretary's shoulder and smiled. Haha, thank you for your hard work. Consider this a token of appreciation. Just as the secretary attempted to discern what the head of the Oil Girl clan had given him, Aoba quickly ushered him out. Haha, do remember to extend my regards to Lord Orochimaru. We shall still require his assistance in this battle. Qingye waved goodbye to the young secretary as she departed. All right. Once the secretary, still somewhat dazed, had walked away, she finally remembered to examine the items Qingye had given her. To her astonishment, she discovered a stack of banknotes, and upon feeling their thickness, she realized it amounted to no less than 5 million taels. Her heart raced wildly. Could this be what the adult referred to as the intricacies of human relationships? Qingye gazed at the silhouette of the young secretary, a smile gracing his lips. After all, it was not his money to spend, so he felt no remorse in parting with it. This money had been unearthed from the chieftain's tent, evidently his private stash. One could only wonder how furious the chieftain would be upon discovering his funds had vanished. The young secretary, clutching the money, returned to the command center, his heart burdened with unease, which lingered until he entered Orochimaru's tent. He reported the events that had transpired, omitting only the favor granted by the Oil Woman clan leader. I am already aware. You may leave now, Orochimaru stated. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The young secretary nodded in compliance, carefully exiting the tent, his mind racing with the thought of whether Orochimaru would uncover his misstep. Chapter 125. Undeniably, he harbors a curious heart. Orochimaru regarded 2 items on the table, one of which was a test tube containing his incomplete cursed seal. The Oil Woman clan leader must have extracted the cursed seal. It likely stemmed from that insect master. Such familiarity with natural energy piques my curiosity. To propose an exchange of Ri's cells for the release of a captive, he must be quite certain of my involvement. Nevertheless, considering the stagnation in his research on Ri's cells, he deemed the exchange acceptable. Orochimaru was compelled to contemplate the ramifications of this incident becoming public knowledge. Why Nushishiro had been apprehended on enemy territory, and with incriminating evidence against him, there was little he could do but clean up the mess for Danzo. Danzo, too, proved ineffectual, having alerted the Umbu of the mist, orchestrating the withdrawal of all Oil Clan members, while Wai Nushishiro intentionally delayed the rescue efforts. Despite their combined efforts, they had failed to subdue Qingye and inadvertently drew forth his master. What could he say? It was like trying to raise a wall of mud. Simultaneously, Orochimaru's gaze shifted to a report on the opposite side of the table. This document had been delivered by 3 Konoha Umbu ninjas, meticulously detailing the events of that day. It included an illustration of the insect master, along with a depiction of his sage mode. The Umbu had emphasized the peculiar eyes of the insect master, which were truly unforgettable. In sage mode, his visage resembled that of an insect's compound eye, possessing the ability to manipulate gravity and form barriers, hinting at a potential unique bloodline limit. With such diverse abilities, it seemed plausible that he was indeed a bearer of a sacred lineage, though it remained unclear which sanctuary he hailed from. To date, only 3 sacred sites were known, and he had yet to hear of others. Whether additional sanctuaries existed would require consultation with the Whitesnake sage. With the intelligence concealed, Orochimaru found himself deeply intrigued by the practitioner of the art of Gu. The extraordinary abilities exhibited by this individual piqued his interest immensely. Determined to master every ninjutsu in the shinobi world, Orochimaru could not help but be captivated by the wondrous techniques possessed by the Gu master. However, at this moment, he prepared to engage with the leader of the Yamanaka clan. After all, Yamanaka Shikamaru could not remain imprisoned by his adversary indefinitely. Aoba was certain that Orochimaru would make a personal visit. Shirjima was still in his grasp, presenting an unpredictable variable that could erupt at any moment. Drawing both Orochimaru and Danzo into the fray, the two had to devise a plan to extricate him. Indeed, Aoba did not have to wait long. Orochimaru soon arrived at their doorstep. Elder Nishiyama and Aoba personally greeted him outside the clan leader's tent, eager to observe how Orochimaru would handle the situation. "Ah, Orochimaru-senpai. It has been a long time," Aoba greeted amiably upon seeing the visitor. "Heh, one does not visit without purpose. Is this not a plea for the release of the Yuhi clan leader?" Orochimaru remarked, casting a glance at Aoba with a raspy chuckle. "Alas, every family has its share of wayward individuals. I must trouble you, Orochimaru-senpai, to assist in this matter." Qingye nodded in agreement, a hint of regret in his voice as he spoke. "You're welcome." Orochimaru gazed at Qingye, remarking, "You must have contributed numerous ideas to achieve this outcome today." Qingye smiled cheerfully, and Orochimaru also wore a smile. At that moment, Orochimaru noticed the eye mask Qingye was wearing. It suddenly reminded him of the peculiar compound eyes of the Gu master. Could it be that this young lad possessed a similar extraordinary vision, which is why he had caught the attention of the Holy Land? How intriguing, how fascinating. It seems that Konoha may soon boast yet another unique ocular ability, alongside the Byakugan and Sharingan. Ahem. Elder Shishan cleared his throat, observing that Qingye was rather lacking in decorum. After all, Orochimaru was a commanding figure on the front lines. Speaking in such a flippant manner could be seen as disrespectful to one of the legendary Sannin. "Commander, please, come inside. The clan leader has been awaiting your arrival," Elder Shishan said. "Yes, thank you, Elder Shishan," Orochimaru replied, nodding as he stepped through the parted tent flap. As the flap fell back into place, Qingye produced a left ear Gu and tossed a right ear Gu to Elder Shishan. "What is this?" Elder Shishan inquired, puzzled as he accepted the right ear Gu. "Shoo." Qingye placed her index finger against her lips, signaling Elder Shishan to remain silent. Subsequently, she adorned her left ear with the ear worm, which delved into her ear, causing it to expand to the size of a fan. Qingye turned her gaze towards Elder Shishan, gesturing towards the tent and then to her own ears. Elder Shishan's lips twitched. It was clear she intended to eavesdrop. What an unusual phenomenon. What could possibly cause one's ears to swell to such an extent? It must be some peculiar insect. Qingye had a master who specialized in insect rearing, which made Elder Shishan somewhat more inclined to believe her. Although eavesdropping on others' conversations was undeniably unethical, Elder Shishan could not deny his own curiosity. Well, as long as he kept the information to himself, it would be as if he had not listened at all. He too adorned himself with the right ear insect, allowing the creature to burrow into his ear, causing it to enlarge several times, resembling a fan. Imitating Qingye, he pressed his ear against the tent's exterior and began to listen intently to the dialogue within. After Orochimaru entered, he had no inkling that there were ears behind the wall, with 2 curious souls burning with intrigue outside. Although Qingye had employed the heart cicada insect and utilized the heart-turning technique to control the clan leader, she still preferred to hear the conversation firsthand. For the live broadcast was far more captivating than a mere recording. Soon, the voices within the tent became audible. "You have arrived. Wasn't it the Yunf clan leader who summoned me?" "Indeed. Where's the person? Where's what I seek?" Inside the tent, the two stood facing each other. The clan leader could not simply sit while Orochimaru remained standing. After all, he was of a higher rank. Orochimaru, with a semblance of a smile, regarded the young clan leader. Do not be hasty, young clan leader. I have yet to see the individual. The clan leader nodded in agreement with Orochimaru's statement, acknowledging the validity of his words. Then, the clan leader began to form seals, and from the ground beside him, a layer of earth began to rise. As the soil peeled away in layers, it revealed a person concealed within, a figure who was none other than Yunji Bai. He knelt upon the ground, his hands bound behind his back with ropes, and a grotesque 8-legged insect covered his face, with runes extending from it upon his exposed skin. Observing Yunji Bai's condition, Orochimaru immediately deduced the situation. He must have been sealed of his chakra. The bizarre insect upon Yunji Bai's face bore runes at its 8 joints, suggesting a seal akin to the Bagua seal. Employing insects for sealing techniques? Intriguing. Orochimaru was not in a hurry to rescue him. Rather, he found the strange insect quite fascinating. The individual is indeed correct. Orochimaru nodded, yet shook his head as he spoke. The person is correct. But what the young clan leader desires is no simple matter. Having been exposed to the sacred grounds, you should comprehend the value of this item. Isn't it merely natural energy? How complicated could it be? The clan leader responded ambiguously. Orochimaru was uncertain whether this was genuine ignorance or feigned naivety. What he possessed was not merely natural energy, but rather the essence of a wild sage body. Perhaps that Gu master had concealed certain truths from the leader of the Oil Woman clan. Orochimaru shook his head once more. It seemed the clan leader was still rather uninformed, failing to recognize the rarity of this treasure. I would wager that it is unparalleled within the ninja world. Even if I were to feign ignorance intentionally. The clan leader did not counter Orochimaru's assertion and continued. Is that so? Lord Orochimaru is so well acquainted with that item. It appears you have admitted to it. Oil Woman Shihaku has conspired against me under your guidance. Faced with the accusation, Orochimaru burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you jest, clan leader. Oil Woman Shihaku merely procured something from me. I had no inkling he would act so ruthlessly, using my possessions to plot against you. The clan leader shot him a sidelong glance, snorting coldly. So, you intend to deny any responsibility? In that case, I shall take Oil Woman Shihaku back to Konoha and hand him over to the interrogation department for a thorough inquiry. Today, you will acknowledge this one way or another. Very well, the clan leader continued. The matter concerning Oil Woman Shihaku is negotiable. After all, he is the captain of the mobile unit. Surely, for the sake of the village, you would not wish to pull such a formidable warrior from the front lines at this juncture. Using Danzo's tactics against me will not work. I shall remain silent and observe your performance. After a prolonged silence enveloped the tent, Orochimaru, unable to withstand the clan leader's unwavering gaze any longer, relented. Very well, as a favor to you, clan leader, I can provide you with an identical item. But you must offer something in exchange. Authentic and unadulterated? Indeed, wholly authentic. That is agreeable. I shall trade this item with you. The clan leader retrieved a scroll from within his robes and handed it over. From the sleeves of Orochimaru emerged a green serpent, which similarly extracted a small vial from its mouth. Chapter 126. You, indeed, are too benevolent. The clan leader accepted the nourishment container, revealing a piece of fresh, intact flesh, imbued with a powerful natural energy. This was truly authentic and A-grade. Meanwhile, Orochimaru unfurled the scroll, his eyes gleaming as he examined its contents. He was pleasantly surprised to discover such valuable items from the Oil Woman clan leader. No, the ninjutsu inscribed on this scroll must belong to that Gu master. It seems the other party is quite sincere. Sincerity, my foot. Trading the dragon rebirth technique for your Riju cells is merely taking advantage of your naivety. Of course, this thought would remain unspoken by Konoha. Once they confirmed the items, both men displayed expressions of satisfaction. With mutual contentment established, they could now discuss the matter concerning the hostage the prisoner. Orochimaru commanded the serpent to consume the scroll and turned to the clan leader, stating, Now the Oil Woman clan leader can release him, correct? The clan leader readily agreed, storing away the nourishment container. That has settled then. I hope such incidents do not recur. It would be detrimental to Lord Orochimaru's reputation. After all, Lord Orochimaru was a favored candidate for Hokage, and Konoha needed his leadership. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, recognizing the veiled threat. He then smiled and nodded. I shall keep a tight rein on my subordinates, ensuring that there will be no further misunderstandings with the clan leader. The clan leader chuckled and nodded in return. That is good. A lack of misunderstanding is indeed preferable. With that, the clan leader formed hand seals. Meanwhile, kneeling nearby, oil woman Shira's face was enveloped by the face-hugging insect, which began to loosen its grip. The black seals that had covered his skin started to retract. With a sudden motion, the face-hugging insect expelled Shira's large face from its abdomen. As its 8 legs pulled back, his entire body sprang forth. Oil woman Shira was covered in a viscous slime, with suction cup marks adorning his face. He retched, expelling a stream of white slime. The scene was both astonishing and repulsive. However, both Orochimaru and the clan leader watched with keen interest. As the face-hugging insect released its hold, oil woman Shira gradually regained consciousness. "Where am I, Lord Orochimaru?" he murmured, lifting his gaze to meet Orochimaru's cold, piercing eyes. Orochimaru cast a frosty glance at oil woman Shira and commanded, "Rise." Yunji surveyed the surroundings and soon spotted Yunji Xian. Gradually recollecting past events and realizing that Orochimaru was attempting to extricate her from her predicament, the sordid transaction had been concluded, rendering this pawn disposable. The two individuals eavesdropping outside the tent exchanged glances, aware that the negotiations had reached their conclusion. Qingye exchanged a knowing glance with Elder Shishan, and the two promptly removed their ear ornaments. They then positioned themselves at the entrance, resuming their postures as gatekeepers, their expressions solemn and dignified. The Oil Woman clan possesses a unique talent in this regard. Their ability to play act is almost instinctual. Haha, since it was merely a misunderstanding, why didn't Lord Orochimaru mention it sooner? You made a needless trip. As the curtain lifted, the two emerged, engaged in light-hearted banter, with the downcast figure of Yunji trailing behind. Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru's expression shifted uncomfortably. Such worldly wisdom seemed uncharacteristic of the Oil Woman clan. Could it be that this clan leader was merely playing a role? Orochimaru shook his head, smiling as he replied, "Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, our subsequent tasks will be much easier. I hope the clan leader will continue to offer her support." Haha, of course. We also look forward to the continued support of the commander. Hihi, I have always held a high regard for the clan leader's efforts. At that moment, the gatekeeper spoke. Addressing them, clan leader, Lord Orochimaru. Aoyan called upon the clan leader, while Elder Shishan addressed Orochimaru. Upon seeing the two, the clan leader seemed to come to a realization, as if explaining the situation to them. I have clarified matters with Lord Orochimaru. This is a misunderstanding. You have misjudged Shihaku. The clan leader then turned to Yun Shihaku, saying, Shihaku, being an adult, you must refrain from reckless behavior in the future. As he spoke, the clan leader brushed the dirt from Yun Shihaku's shoulder, tidying his appearance. The power of nature is not something to be carelessly discarded. It can cause pollution. Even if it does not harm a person, it could damage the flora. Yun Shihaku allowed the clan leader to fuss over him, his face pale and body stiff. He felt as though his clan leader was threatening him. For the sake of his own life, Yun Shihaku nodded in agreement. You are right. I will not throw things carelessly in the future, and I will make sure to protect the environment. That's the spirit. From now on, strive to be a well-rounded ninja, one with ideals, morals, culture, and discipline. The clan leader encouraged. Yun Shihaku nodded like a chick pecking at rice. The clan leader placed a hand on Yun Shihaku's shoulder, continuing to explain matters to Aoyan and Elder Shishan. Shihaku is still a good comrade. In the future, do not view him through colored glasses. I will, clan leader. Aoyan replied with a smile. Elder Shishan remained silent, unable to voice his insincere thoughts. Hadn't he just heard clearly that it was indeed Yun Shihaku who was responsible? Yet, what could he say? The transaction had already been made. Both parties had obtained what they desired. If he were to emerge now to criticize, it would only lead to a rift. Orochimaru also felt a bit awkward and wished to conclude the matter swiftly, proposing to take his leave. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared, I shall take Shihaku back. After all, there are many issues awaiting my resolution at headquarters. The clan leader nodded in agreement, adding, Very well, I shall not see you off either, for I have my own matters to attend to. The camp has yet to be rebuilt. With the matter resolved, they all appeared amicable, each returning to their respective homes. However, as Yun Shihaku brushed past Aoyan, she lifted the half-mask on her face with her fingertip, revealing her peculiar dragon-like eyes. Yun Shihaku paused momentarily, captivated by the iridescent glow in Aoyin's dragon eyes, before continuing to follow Orochimaru. Yet, after a few steps, young Shihaku erupted with a powerful surge of chakra, his eyes filled with rage as he turned back to the clan leader. Shihine, I will kill you. With your demise, I shall become the new leader of the Yunf clan. With that, he hurled a flurry of shurikens, kunai, and hidden weapons towards young Shihine. Orochimaru sensed the overwhelming chakra emanating from behind and realized the gravity of the situation. However, by the time he turned around, it was already too late to intervene. Elder Shishan was equally unable to stop the unfolding chaos. There is no need to mention Aoba. This was indeed his doing. Clang, clang, clang. The clan leader intercepted several shurikens, yet was caught off guard, seemingly unable to react in time. Thud, thud, thud. A number of shurikens and a few kunai pierced through the leader's defenses, embedding themselves into his body. One kunai struck directly against the clan leader's forehead protector, piercing through without hesitation. Bang! The clan leader fell to the ground with a resounding thud. At that moment, Aoba appeared to come to his senses, immediately throwing himself onto the leader's body. He shook the leader's shoulders fervently, crying out in desperation. Clan leader, what has happened to you? Please respond. Wake up, wake up. Oh, my unfortunate clan leader, why does fate deal you such cruel blows? Just as you clung to life, you now find yourself betrayed by your own kin. Qingye furiously turned to face young Zahaku, pointing at him and shouting loudly. It is you, you despicable traitor, who, after one scheme fails, concocts another. Now you dare to brazenly harm our patriarch in the shadows. Someone, apprehend this wretched young Zahaku at once for conspiring against our leader. Upon seeing the patriarch lying motionless on the ground, young Zahaku erupted into a maniacal laugh. Haha, young Jishin is dead. With his demise, I am now the patriarch. In an instant, a dozen members of the Yunf clan gathered outside the tent. Elder Shishan, taken aback, realized that he had been oblivious to the ambush surrounding him. He discerned that Qingye must have colluded with the clan members to orchestrate this entire affair. At that moment, Qingye, tears streaming down his face, repeatedly wiped his eyes as he lamented, Patriarch, I warned you that young Zahaku harbored treachery. You insisted he was merely misled. I pleaded for you not to release him. Yet you insisted on showing leniency for the sake of kinship. Oh, Patriarch, you never believed my words, and now look where it has led us. He shows no gratitude. And you have been harmed in secrecy. You, my dear leader, were far too kind. As he spoke of his sorrow, Qingye's cries grew louder. He is the patriarch of our Yunf clan. He is Yun Jishin, our leader for all eternity. After his outburst, Qingye pushed away from the patriarch's body and turned to the gathered Yunf clan members, crying out to the heavens, what are you waiting for? Seize young Zahaku and drag him back to face the clan's justice. Witnessing the patriarch, punctured by numerous hidden weapons, the Yunf clan members erupted in fury. They raised their hands, releasing swarms of parasitic insects from their sleeves, aiming to engulf young Zahaku in an overwhelming tide of creatures. Chapter 127. Almost thought we were having a feast today. The sudden turn of events unfolded in an instant. No one anticipated that young Zahaku would go mad and brazenly attack his own patriarch in public. Orochimaru glanced over, and the confrontation had already begun. Young Zahaku was besieged by a dozen individuals. This fool was certainly no match for them. Although the details of the unfolding chaos were unclear to him, Orochimaru, with his extensive experience in manipulation and deceit, understood that he had fallen into a trap. He immediately sought to intervene, but before he could act, Qingye appeared before him. Blocking his path, Qingye lifted half of his eye mask, revealing a single dragon-like eye, gazing at Orochimaru. Senior Orochimaru, I kindly implore you to refrain from any rash actions to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Such remarkable speed for a young one, Orochimaru replied in a deep tone. Hasn't the misunderstanding been resolved? Qingye extended her index finger and shook it thoughtfully, stating earnestly that while the previous misunderstandings had been resolved, new ones had now arisen. Her voice was hoarse, and Orochimaru exuded an overwhelming aura. If all else fails, the aura emanating from Qingye rivaled that of Orochimaru, standing defiantly against him. I'm afraid that's not possible. It concerns the safety of our clan leader and the dignity of the Yamanaka clan. Orochimaru wore a smile that was both mocking and enigmatic. Dignity, you say? Bargaining with a mere child like you is laughable. It would be more fitting if your master were here. Suddenly, Orochimaru's slitted eyes narrowed with intent. Since you refuse to show me respect, I shall take matters into my own hands. He raised one hand, summoning the hidden shadow snake hands. A gray serpent, flicking its forked tongue and revealing its venomous fangs, surged forth from the sleeve of Orochimaru. The slender tips of the green leaves align with the weed awns, both hands raised in unison. A centipede stealthily emerges. A crimson-armored centipede, with its myriad of legs in motion, extends its mandibles, ready to snap with venomous fangs, also bursts forth from the sleeve of the green leaves. Hissing, squeaking, the two creatures collide in midair, engaging in a fierce struggle of mutual bites. Orochimaru's pupils constrict as he extends his other hand once more. Aoyama likewise raised the other hand. Numerous serpentine hands emerged. Countless serpents slithered forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, coalescing in the air to form a torrent. From the green leaves emerged a multitude of crimson centipedes, forming yet another torrent in the air. The two streams collided, engaging in a fierce entanglement, relentlessly biting at one another. Each confrontation ended in a stalemate. Orochimaru observed the gray serpent on the ground, torn apart by the centipedes, then glanced towards the green leaves. You've quite mastered my signature technique, young one. I am honored, truly. It is all learned from my predecessors. Just as this exchange unfolded, news arrived that Oil Girl Shihaku had been captured, accompanied by the voice of Oil Girl Kid. Elder Shishan, we have apprehended the traitor. We request your judgment. Just keep him subdued and maintain vigilance, Elder Shishan commanded, raising his hand to signal his kin to temporarily restrain Oil Girl Shihaku. Aoba turned to face Orochimaru. Senior Orochimaru, today you shall not take him away. Orochimaru's eyes glinted with murderous intent. For the first time, he felt as though he had been deceived. I must take him with me. In the face of Orochimaru's ominous aura, Aoba remained unperturbed, instead smiling as he spoke. Senior, do grant me this favor. How could someone like him lower himself to your standards? Rest assured, you shall not see him again. The meaning of Qingye is rather straightforward. This individual, Oil Woman Shiro, is destined to meet his end. Even the god of the shinobi realm cannot save him. Furthermore, let me assure you, this matter does not involve you. So do not feign innocence after having benefited from it. The single eye of the green leaf dragon glimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, both eerie and enchanting. Sensing a hint of danger with the instinct of a cold-blooded creature, Orochimaru immediately retracted his menacing aura, adopting a more approachable demeanor. Aoba also removed his eye mask, tucking his hands into his sleeves, appearing harmless and unassuming. Orochimaru chuckled softly, a faint laugh escaping his lips. Aoi also smiled, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. With a tacit understanding reached, the atmosphere between them grew harmonious, akin to the gentle warmth of the sun in March. Just then, a figure came rushing over, panting heavily. It was the young secretary, whose arrival was quite fortuitous. He surveyed the scene with a peculiar expression, clearly bewildered. Why did Orochimaru and that boy appear so amicable, yet exude an undercurrent of tension? And why was the head of the Oil Woman clan sprawled on the ground, pierced by numerous hidden weapons and bleeding profusely? Was this some form of performance art? Nearby, Wai Shiro seemed to be in a frenzy, bound by a group of Oil Woman clansmen, shouting at the top of his lungs. What on earth had transpired to create such a bizarre scene? Is something the matter? Orochimaru's voice cut through the confusion. The secretary immediately snapped to attention. It was urgent news from the front lines. Oh, then let us return to the command center, he said. Orochimaru's smile vanished as he nodded. And here, the question hung in the air, but Orochimaru chose not to respond, instead turning back the way he came. After suffering such a significant setback, what was the point of lingering here? How embarrassing. Humph, the Oil Woman clan. I shall remember this, and you too, Aoi. Just wait. Noticing that Orochimaru had ignored him and had instead chosen to walk away, the secretary realized he did not wish to discuss the matter further, and he promptly fell silent, following closely behind. However, as he turned, he caught Aoi making a gesture towards him. The movement of thumb and forefinger pinching together, wasn't that a gesture for money? Startled, he quickly turned around to keep pace with Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, was that boy just Wai and Aoi? Indeed, Orochimaru replied, glancing back at the secretary. What? Are you interested in him? The secretary hurriedly shook his head, wary of discussing matters of personal interest. No, I merely find him rather peculiar. Orochimaru chuckled. Ah yes, my interest in him is quite considerable as well. To have put him in such a predicament, how could I not be intrigued? A sense of longing washed over Orochimaru, as he unconsciously displayed an expression akin to infatuation. The secretary, observing this, realized that Orochimaru must have a strong desire for something truly captivating. Qingye watched as Orochimaru and his companion departed. At that moment, Elder Shishan quietly appeared behind him and calmly remarked, "Have you finished your antics? Once you are done playing, tend to the clan leader. He remains in a deep unconscious state." "Understood, Elder," Qingye replied. Aoba immediately bowed respectfully and hurried over to the side of the chieftain's body. No, rather, the injured form. Uffed. Aoyan bent down and extracted a shuriken from the wound, blood oozing forth with a sizzling sound. "Aoyan, what are you doing? Can't you see the chief is gravely injured?" Yun Feng urgently intervened as Aoyan continued to remove the hidden weapons from the chief's body. Ignoring her pleas, Aoyan persisted in extracting the kunai and shurikens. Before long, a remarkable sight unfolded as several small jets of blood erupted from the chief's wounds. Observing Yun Feng's anxious demeanor, Aoyan calmly produced an object, the bridal goo. He affixed the bridal goo to the chief's chest, and an ethereal green energy enveloped the chief entirely. Life force began to be transferred to him. White smoke billowed from the chief's wounds, and his condition improved almost instantaneously. The wounds are healing. The wounds are healing. With the sight of the chief's wounds mending, Yun Feng was immediately filled with excitement, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the Oil Women clan, who had been horrified by the earlier sight of the chief drenched in blood. They had nearly feared that today would mark a tragic end. Chapter 128. The 1,000-mile sweep of cavities, overcoming 6 barriers and slaying 7 ninjas. Witnessing Aoyan effortlessly heal the chief with a cocoon-like object, the Oil Women clan members were simultaneously relieved and astonished. Qingye possesses an abundance of cunning techniques. Not only does he nurture insects, but he also possesses the knowledge to heal ailments and save lives. However, as the crowd marveled at his talents, a transparent cicada lay quietly nestled within his sleeve. The clan leader had long been employed as a tool, akin to a character from a detective story, and it was high time to relinquish this role. Moreover, with the principle of reciprocity in play, Qingye felt that the clan leader, as an instrument, was quite effective, and it seemed he might yet utilize him a few more times. Just moments ago, young Zahaku had succumbed to madness, a result of the illusionary spell Qingye had cast upon him using the dragon's eye. Young Zahaku, already tormented by the face-hugging insect, was in a state of mental decline, rendering him susceptible to Qingye's illusion with the mere flick of a wrist. Such a petty individual as Yun Zahaku could hardly be allowed to persist. Allowing him to roam freely before Qingye's eyes was simply inconceivable. Thus, Qingye orchestrated this tragic drama, with both principal actors firmly under his control. The manner in which the scene unfolded was entirely at Qingye's whim. Qingye, the orchestrator, deliberately refrained from evading the attack of Yun Zahaku, allowing a kunai to pierce his forehead, thereby intensifying the scene's brutality. Only through such a display could the act of Yun Zahaku assaulting the clan leader be substantiated, leaving Orochimaru with no grounds to refute. What could Orochimaru possibly say? To claim ignorance or to suggest a conspiracy? Please, Yun Zahaku is one of your own. Do you not find yourself entangled enough in this affair? Thus, when Qingye assured that Yun Zahaku would not reappear, Orochimaru decisively retreated. For a mere pawn burdened with the accusation of secretly harming the clan leader, it was unworthy of jeopardizing his own reputation. Everything unfolded precisely according to Qingye's script, with no unforeseen developments. Just as Qingye was silently commending his scheme, the clan leader finally responded. He coughed violently a couple of times, then, in a dazed manner, inquired. Cough, cough. What has happened to me? Yumfkeed, visibly emotional, nearly shed tears. The clan leader had awakened. He had awakened. What a relief. The ability to speak signified that he was unharmed. Hurry, quickly assist the clan leader inside. He must not be exposed to the chill. Qingye leapt forth, exclaiming loudly as he directed his kin to assist the chieftain into the tent and ensure his comfort. After a flurry of activity, the chieftain finally reclined upon the bed within the tent. Inside, the atmosphere brimmed with elation. The infamous Oil Woman Zahaku had been apprehended, and the chieftain had regained consciousness. Rest assured, chieftain, the one who attacked you, Oil Woman Zahaku, has been captured. Just like that scoundrel Longma, he will remain confined until he genuinely repents. Indeed, we have successfully eradicated the parasites within our clan. Moreover, the chieftain has taken control of a stronghold in the Hidden Mist village, significantly enhancing the prestige of our Oil Woman clan. What is this? Why not mention that recently the chieftain traversed great distances overcoming 6 challenges and defeating 7 ninjas single-handedly. Taking on the entire Hidden Mist defense line? Ah, yes. When I first heard this news, I was utterly astounded. Is this truly our chieftain? Indeed, the chieftain has always concealed his true prowess, waiting for the moment to astonish the clan. Other comrades from Konoha have declared him a true hero. From now on, let no one dare claim that our Oil Woman clan is merely a perennial support. The gathering erupted in a chorus of praise for the chieftain's recent accomplishments. Qingye stood nearby, his lips twitching. The clan leader should have no recollection of this, right? In truth, the leader of the Oil Woman clan sat there, appearing composed and remarkably calm. As he listened to his clansman's flattery, he displayed an air of indifference, seemingly unfazed by the ebb and flow of life, akin to the blooming and withering of flowers in the courtyard. However, internally, he was in turmoil, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Hey, what nonsense are you all spouting? What on earth is this about traversing 1,000 miles to sweep caves and overcoming 6 barriers to slay 7 ninjas? Do I not know my own capabilities? Furthermore, the ancestral teachings of the Oil Woman clan dictate that we play supportive roles. Engaging in frontline battles is the responsibility of others. How did I manage to capture a fortress? When did I become so reckless? Why are my clansmen uttering such bizarre phrases? He comprehended each word, yet their assembly rendered them incomprehensible. What transpired during my injury? Upon awakening, why do I feel as though I have traversed through time? A dull ache lingers on my forehead and throughout my body. Have I been injured once more? Qingye, adorned with an eye mask, gazed upon the chieftain's crown, where an intricate tapestry of thoughts emanated from him. A kaleidoscope of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet, danced vividly. Yet, observing the chieftain's countenance, one would note a serene indifference. Indeed, the Oil Woman clan is most adept at serving as instruments, even if his inner turmoil was tumultuous. His visage remained composed, as if such a demeanor were entirely natural. Regardless of the multitude of questions swirling within him, he would process them in silence. This approach is far more efficient than that of a certain Maori, who requires explanation. Here, even the stage of elucidation is entirely unnecessary. Qingye marveled at the fortune of being reborn into the Oil Woman clan, recognizing that the advantages of this lineage were no less than those of other ninja clans. Observing the raucous atmosphere inside the tent, Elder Shishan could no longer endure the commotion and spoke up. Enough. Please allow the clan leader a moment of respite. Upon hearing this, the clan members nodded in agreement. Indeed, the clan leader had just begun to recuperate and required rest. Consequently, they all took their leave, and Qingye, blending into the crowd, also exited. Once everyone had departed, only the clan leader and Elder Shishan remained within the tent. At this juncture, the clan leader finally broke the silence, raising his gaze towards Elder Shishan. What exactly has transpired during this time? Elder Shishan, taken aback, replied, Are you unaware? Your inquiry suggests a lapse in memory. Suddenly startled, he recalled the moment when a kunai had pierced his forehead. Although it had not penetrated deeply, the impact was no trivial matter. Elder Shishan contemplated his next words. In the realm of the clan, Qingye would never inflict harm upon his leader. He was well prepared for such eventualities. The injuries sustained by the leader were merely superficial, akin to the practice of a medical student who, despite delivering countless precise strikes, skillfully avoids vital areas, resulting in only minor wounds upon examination. Elder Shishan did not immediately address the leader's inquiries. Instead, he circled outside the tent, cautious of eavesdroppers, for he had recently been among them. Upon returning, Elder Shishan began recounting the events that transpired during the leader's state of unconsciousness. Through his narrative, the leader finally grasped the multitude of occurrences during his incapacitation, astonished by the revelations. It was indeed true what the clan members had claimed. He had exhibited remarkable prowess. Yet, he could not fathom why he had no recollection of these events. Was it possible he had truly lost his memory? Observing the leader's troubled demeanor, Elder Shishan inquired, Leader, do you harbor any concerns? After a moment of silence, the leader shook his head. No, but that individual with the eye mask. It must be Qingye, correct? Indeed, that lad. Elder Shishan affirmed. What is your opinion of him? A prodigy. His precise strength remains unknown, yet he surpasses me. Then he must be of a superior rank. Elder Shishan remarked. Do you believe his master to be reliable? Recalling the enigmatic figure, Elder Shishan shook his head. His master may not be trustworthy, but he undeniably hails from a distinguished lineage. Contemplating Qingye's habitual eye mask, The leader pondered whether he had cultivated some esoteric ocular technique akin to that of a sorcerer. Nodding, he addressed Elder Shishan. Very well, you and Qingye should make haste back to Konoha. Your safety is paramount here. Having already crossed paths with Orochimaru and Danzo, remaining on the front lines is excessively perilous. Fortune may not favor us again. Elder Shishan shared this sentiment but harbored concerns for the leader's well-being. And you, leader? I will take care of myself, the leader assured. Rising from his seat, he sought to unveil the map upon the table to assess the current situation. However, upon opening it, he was met with the image of a large turtle, emblazoned with the name Danzo upon its forehead. The leader twitched his lips at the familiar strokes, questioning whether he had indeed penned such a depiction. He felt as though he had transformed into another person during that interval. Concealing the map from Elder Shishan's view, he acknowledged the dishonor of faltering on the battlefield. Gazing outside the tent, his voice hoarse, he lamented, how much longer must this war endure? Elder Shishan, witnessing the leader's profound reflection, concluded that he had emerged from this tumultuous period with newfound wisdom. Truly, leader, you have grown once more. Indeed. How much longer must we fight? Elder Shishan echoed, sharing in the sentiment. Chapter 129. This is not a refreshing stream in the bounty world, but rather a turbulent mudslide. Qingye was oblivious to the conversation between the clan leader and Elder Shishan within the tent. Nonetheless, it was certain that the clan leader would keep his amnesia a secret. He had already discerned the intricacies of the Oil Woman clan. Regardless of the unfolding events, it was essential to maintain an unwavering composure. At this moment, Qingye was merrily engrossed in his research on the CH Mug cells, which represented a remarkable advantage in the ninja world for skin transformation. Hadn't Sasuke utilized this very technique to undergo a complete metamorphosis, thereby competing on equal footing with Naruto? This underscores the significance of skin. Naturally, one can also change attire, such as donning the tailed beast cloak or entering the tailed beast chakra mode. One method grants the ability to alter one's skin, while the other allows for a change of garments. It's rather amusing. It resembles a whimsical costume drama. Qingye has acquired a set of clothing, yet is still in need of skin. Fortuitously, the Riwu cells have arrived, capable of compensating for this deficiency. The invasive nature of the Riwu cells poses little threat to the true dragon goo, yet they harbor genes that can facilitate a change of skin, which is precisely what Qingye desires. However, before Qingye could delve deeply into her research, Elder Shishan approached. Following the chieftain's orders, the two must hasten their departure from the front lines. Qingye felt an inherent reluctance. He had not yet reaped sufficient benefits from this place, and departing so soon left him with a sense of discontent. However, there was no alternative. Capturing the bloodline limit ninjas, seizing the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, and indiscriminately absorbing the life force of ninjas on the battlefield, such matters were not easily articulated. Qingye vowed that if he uttered a single word, Elder Shishan would unleash a violent beating upon him. Whether he could withstand such an assault was one matter. Whether he would dare to retaliate was an entirely different one. That very night, the two of them took to the fiery flying insect and departed from the encampment, scarcely pausing even to bid farewell to their kin. Qingye sat at the tail of the flying serpent, gazing longingly at the battlefield below. A splendid arena of conflict, abundant with spoils. We shall meet again. Shortly after Qingye and Elder Shishan departed, three figures emerged in the encampment of the Oil Maiden clan. These three were none other than the covert ninjas of Konoha. Tasked with monitoring Qingye, the ninja clad in a hawk mask lamented, "Must we never find peace? We reported to Lord Orochimaru, then to Lord Danzo. And now this fellow has fled again." Another ninja, donning a cat mask, gazed skyward, echoing his grievances. "Blast it. Why does our team lack any members of the Oil Maiden clan? They soar above while we scurry beneath, hardly able to catch our breath." Suddenly, a puff of white smoke dissipated, revealing a ninja dog. While the two were exchanging banter, the third individual had already taken action. The ninja with the dog mask admonished his companions, "Enough with the chatter, let us pursue." He then patted the ninja dog, saying, "Hashimaru, track the scent." The dog barked in acknowledgement, sniffing the air before setting off in a swift direction. The two behind observed as one man and one dog dashed away, shrugging and commenting. "Well, let us go. Sigh. It seems we are destined for toil. Let us hope that little rascal doesn't cause too much trouble." With a final sigh, the two quickly followed suit. Soon, the trio arrived at a small grove. Suddenly, the lead dog, Hashimaru, seemed to have discovered something.